The school bell awakened an S-rank talent as the ice snow which, while I, a supposed genius, awakened the most useless talent of all detection, which does nothing beyond revealing item information. Classmates mocked me relentlessly, saying I wasn't even worthy of tying the school bell's shoes now. Even the school bell who once admired me began deliberately distancing herself after learning about my talent. Little did they know, the corners of my mouth had already stretched to the back of my ears, because my detection wasn't actually the lowest F rank, but a terrifying conceptual level ability. Anything subjected to my detection would become ordinary. What appeared to be a ferocious and brutal Riftfang beast would be revealed as nothing more than an utterly unremarkable stray cat. What's even more outrageous is that the scouting results become real in my eyes. I just lightly kicked the Razorfang beast, and it was sent flying like a kitten. This means no matter how strong the opponent is, as long as the scouted information shows them as weaker than me, I can easily handle them. In the conference room at that moment, the school leaders were observing the examinees' situations in the illusion through surveillance. As the top student of the academy, I naturally became the focus of attention. However, upon seeing that I had awakened an F-rank talent, the room quickly filled with murmurs of dissatisfaction. You should know the academy has invested considerable resources in cultivating me, but who would have thought I'd only awaken the lowest grade F-rank talent? My homeroom teacher Zhang Huimin could already feel his career prospects taking a hit. Just then, a voice rang out. Look, someone's awakened an S-rank talent. Zhang Huimin quickly looked up and saw it was actually Jiang Wangxue from his own class, who had awakened the top-tier talent Ice Snow Witch. Seeing this, Zhang Huimin was overjoyed, and the atmosphere in the conference room lightened considerably. Meanwhile, the screen displaying my actions was promptly switched off by everyone. Meanwhile, inside the illusion's secret realm, I felt somewhat dejected after awakening an F-grade talent. Just then, a ferocious Razorfang beast suddenly appeared before me, eyeing me menacingly, clearly marking me as its prey. Misfortune never comes alone. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to stay calm, and immediately cast an inspection spell on the Razorfang beast, hoping to find any weaknesses. However, the information I saw left me utterly stunned. The displayed data showed nothing but an ordinary, frail-looking wildcat. At this moment, I was overwhelmed with grief and indignation. Not only did I awaken a trash-tier talent, but it even malfunctioned. Just then, the razor-toothed beast suddenly lunged at me, and in sheer panic, I instinctively kicked out. Yet the next second, the 100-pound beast was sent flying 10 meters by my kick. At first, I was utterly bewildered, but soon realized. This didn't feel like I had grown stronger, it was as if the razor-toothed beast had weakened. At this moment, the Razorfang beast got up from the ground, let out a meow sound, and pounced at me again. Summoning my courage, I swung my palm at it, and the Razorfang beast was indeed knocked to the ground by my strike. My eyes instantly lit up, and I immediately pinned the Razorfang beast to the ground, raining punches on it. Congratulations on defeating the Razorfang beast. You've earned 15 points. After killing the Razorfang beast, I fell into deep thought. Although the information revealed by my talent's detection was incorrect, for me, this information was real. I immediately arrived at a nearby ruin scattered with various weapons, perfect for testing. I picked up a dagger and used my detection ability on it. The dagger instantly became much lighter, and the information I received was a versatile fruit knife. I was somewhat speechless, then picked up a spiked club. This time, the information I got was a back-scratcher. Just as I thought everything would turn ordinary after appraisal, a tattered wooden stick was identified as an exceptional sword. Upon seeing this message, I was both shocked and delighted. With a casual swing of the wooden stick, a blade of wind actually swept out horizontally. It seems the appraisal results are random, but the probability of identifying something as an ordinary item is just higher. Excited, I immediately took the wooden stick and ventured deeper into the illusionary realm. The illusionary realm was fraught with dangers. Along the way, I encountered many mutated beasts, but without exception, they were all appraised as ordinary animals. With the supreme sword in hand, I quickly racked up points, soon reaching over 500. At this rate, securing first place shouldn't be a problem. As I was deep in thought, a sudden noise came from ahead. Following the sound, I discovered several of my classmates, including the school beauty Jiang Wangxue. Among them, great! We've finally found Brother Wang. Upon seeing me, my classmates eagerly gathered around to greet me, with Jiang Wangxue being the most excited of all. She tugged at my sleeve and said, Brother Wang Guan, what talent did you awaken? I awakened the S-rank talent Snow Witch. Hearing her words, I was pleasantly surprised and then smiled, saying, I awakened the F-rank talent detection art. As soon as these words were spoken, all the classmates present were stunned. F-class probing? The talent ability that has no combat ability and can only probe information about the target's words, claimed to be the most trashy of all? Wang Guan. Isn't he a schoolteacher? How did you awaken this ability? Brother Wang Guan, you must be joking, right? Jiang Wangshua's eyes flashed as she said, How? I'm awakened to scrying, but it's nothing, right? Wang Guan looked calm. Didn't teacher always say that there are no trashy abilities? Only trashy ability users? That's actually bull. But it was appropriate for the current Wang Guan. This probing ability of his was said to be at the F level, but in reality he was afraid that it was at the God level. Looking at Jiang Wangshua's frozen face, Wang Guan said in a joking tone, For this college entrance exam, it looks like I'll have to rely on you for protection. He decided to join his classmates next. He was usually on good terms with his classmates and was helpful himself, so he didn't mind pulling them along. However, when she heard Wang Guan say this, Jiang Wangshua's hand that was originally pulling on Wang Guan's sleeve suddenly loosened. A few other students, the way they looked at Wang Guan also changed. Chapter 4 Still eating? I'll take you all in. The change in the students' expressions fell into Wang Guan's eyes. Guessing what they were thinking, he felt a sense of amusement in his heart. Before the college entrance exam started, they thought that Wang Guan was a school bully and would definitely be able to awaken powerful abilities, so they flattered Wang Guan in every way. When he realized that Wang Guan had awakened a trash ability, his attitude immediately changed. People are, indeed, still realistic and fickle. Wang Guan didn't argue and told them that he was still a school bully even though he had awakened his garbage abilities. He just said with a few teasing words, What? You guys don't welcome me? A few of the students' eyes averted a bit. A girl suddenly said, The college entrance exam is a major event that determines the future. We each have our own division of labor. Probing, it seems like there's not much need. For the beasts and monsters we encountered in the Phantom Realm anyway, we all know them. That's right, although your physical attributes are strong, Wang Guan, without the ability to add to it, will only drag us down. Everyone else spoke up in quick succession. It's not that we're selfish, it's a matter of a lifetime and we naturally want to do well. I'll cast a vote to disagree with Wang Guan joining the team. It's been so long since the high school exams started, and you haven't even picked up a weapon. Wang Guan, if you're buddy enough, you should take the initiative to quit at this point, they said in a chorus of words, their gazes finally landing on Jiang Wangshue. As an S-ranked ability, Jiang Wangshue naturally became the leader of this team, and everything was on her say-so. A few moments of hesitation flashed across Jiang Wangshua's face, but in the end, she still said to Wang Guan, Brother Wang Guan, I'm sorry, we all have the final say here, and even though I'd love for you to join, it's not good for me to disobey everyone's opinions. Wang Guan's expression was calm. Only a hint of disappointment flooded his heart. At that moment, a faint light flickered in his eyes, and he accidentally cast a probe on Jiang Wangshue. Scouting. This is an ordinary girl with ordinary looks and a dark personality, possessing the D-rank ability Dance of Healing. Ha! Seeing the information from the probe, Wang Guan froze. It was the first time he had ever cast a probe on anyone else. To others probing, the words are also misplaced. But the word message remained true for him. Wang Guan, who was already a bit face-blind, looked at Jiang Wangshue again and realized that she really did look ordinary. Personality isn't as cute as I remember either. The hint of heartache that had just welled up in his heart suddenly disappeared. He laughed heartily and said, That's good. I'm actually used to acting alone. Would have liked to pull you guys up. You've been given a chance, but you're not up to it. Seeing that Wang Guan didn't continue to pester him, everyone was relieved. At the same time, it was ridiculous, what with getting used to being alone, it was clearly his self-congratulation. Then, good luck to everyone. Wang Guan waved his hand and turned around, ready to leave. Wait a minute. Jiang Wangshue called out to him, fished out a short sword, and handed it over. You take this weapon with you. She glanced at Wang Guan's wooden stick in pity, her meaning clear. The short sword wasn't much better, but it was better than a wooden stick, right? For the sake of taking care of myself so much before, I'll help him out. I don't owe him anything from now on. No need. I think my wooden stick is just fine. Wang Guan amusingly refused. What's the point of having a short sword when you have a big sword in your hand? Carrying a wooden stick, he walked into the dense forest in front of him. When the other students saw Wang Guan like this, they all muttered in low voices. What's wrong with him? Give him a weapon and he doesn't want it. What's the point of being strong at a time like this? And don't see if you have that kind of capital. Turn around and go out there and don't say we didn't help him. The college entrance exam is so important. Can he blame us if he doesn't compete on his own? As far as his ability is concerned, I don't know if he has a chance to leave the examination center alive. In all the previous college entrance exams, there were many candidates who were eliminated by the cruel phantasmagoria. The chances of an F-class ability person like Wang Guan surviving were, without a doubt, the lowest. Inside the large conference room outside the illusion, the school leaders saw Wang Guan leave, but they were all relieved. Jiang Wangshu, a student, is still very sensible. At times like this, your own grades are most important. Wang Guan can't do it himself, so don't drag others down. Kindly give him a weapon and he doesn't want it, still too young to know what's important. Forget about Wang Guan. Keep focusing on Jiang Wangshu. This time our school will be able to get the results. They have been talking about it. Inside the mirage, Jiang Wangshu watched Wang Guan leave. Her expression regained its calmness, and she said to her classmates, "Let's continue as well." With her leading the way, the squad continued to begin exploring the illusion. I awakened my S rank ability, and you only F rank. Don't blame me. That's the way the world works. I'm going to excel and get into Longjing University, and you? I'm not in the same world as you now, Jiang Wangshu silently said to Wang Guan in his mind. After separating, Wang Guan continued to explore the illusion. He was quick to disregard the attitude of his classmates just now. With his mutant ability, he naturally had a great future ahead of him. Now that we see what they are like, why should we be bothered by this? He encountered several more mutated beasts in quick succession. Suddenly, as he passed a collapsed house, he heard a chewing sound coming from inside. Slow down and carefully approach the past. Through the collapsed wall, he saw that inside was a group of monsters. The image is like a giant rat half the height of an adult, wearing tattered and filthy armor and armed with spears, shields, and other weapons. Sharp incisors protruded from his mouth, looking hideous and terrifying. They had just finished their hunt and were holding the flesh and blood, smothering it. Look at all the blood and leftover debris. Their prey, it seems, is a candidate. It's the Rat Man. Wang Guan recognized them and his heart tingled. Ratmen, one of the clans of alien monsters that crawled out of the cracks of the abyss. Individuals are strong in combat, are better at swarming, and are extremely fertile. Often, like locusts, they ransack human towns. In all the previous college entrance exams, a kind of abyssal monster would be arranged as a key question in the fantasy world. This time it's clearly the Rat Pack. Still a difficult subject, the Rat Man. Other candidates encountered, if not confident enough, had better get out. But Wang Guan didn't have the slightest idea of retreating. He stared at one of the rattlers. Probe. Probe. This is a common groundhog, grumpy, hate to be disturbed, dry rice. The Rat Man was scouted by me as a groundhog? Wang Guan was instantly happy. Sure enough, the scouting information is random. And since ordinary creatures make up the majority of the world, there is a high probability that detecting an abyssal creature like a Rat Man will detect it as an ordinary beast. Since it's a groundhog, he's not polite. Wang Guan walked into the Ratman with a big bang and kicked one of the Ratmen who was feeding to the ground. The wooden stick in his hand pointed at them. Still eating? You're here. The rats froze, looking at their companions who had been kicked away and then at Wang Guan. Then they all cracked their mouths in unison. Aha. Chapter 5. This extra credit question is mine. The rat has a ferocious and tyrannical character. Humans are prey and food in their eyes. Seeing that Wang Guan had even taken the initiative to send them to the door, they manipulated their weapons and pounced on Wang Guan. A loud howl came out of his mouth. It's just that the rat's cry, which was originally sharp and shrill, can greatly affect the human mind. The scream, it's a means of attack. But the rat in front of him, in Wang Guan's ears, but just a scream, completely without killing power. To Wang Guan, the Rat Man is the groundhog. A groundhog who is disturbed from his dry meal is cranky and angry, but still a groundhog. Just to see, Wang Guan swung out the wooden stick in his hand and directly swept across the field. A rat man came close to his side and was kicked out of the room as he lifted his foot. The spears in the hands of the rat men were incredibly sharp. But the stabbing reached Wang Guan's body, but it couldn't do any damage. Wang Guan himself had an extremely strong physical attribute, and with the extreme longsword in his hand, he really had no pressure at all when facing this group of irascible groundhogs. Solve it easily. They were less difficult for Wang Guan than the blood wolf beasts that had been scouted as hyenas earlier. Soon, one by one, the rats were taken out and vanished into thin air. Congratulations on killing the Ratman warrior. You get 30 points. X9. That's 270 points for this wave. Wang Guan was pleasantly surprised. This was too high a return. As an abyssal monster, the rat's bonus points were much higher than those of the mutant beasts. They still appear in groups. Not bad for a key question on this exam. His total score by now should have been over 1,000. It's not how hard the test questions are that limits his scoring, it's how many of them he brushes up on. I'm going to keep brushing up on the key questions. Wang Guan couldn't get enough and continued to explore the surrounding area. Ratmen are swarming monsters, and finding a wave means there are more nearby. No matter how many they encountered, they would all be groundhogs in Wang Guan's probing. At this point, all the other candidates had spotted the Ratman one after another. They didn't face the rats with the same ease of writing as Wang Guan. Those with strong enough physical attributes and abilities can still barely touch the Ratman. Most of the candidates fled in distress or were brutally pounced upon by the rats. High school exams are just so brutal. Jiang Wangshua's group, too, encountered a wave of rats. After separating from Wang Guan, she added a few more people to her team, bringing the number to 11, all of whom were D-ranked or above abilities. Together with her an S-ranked ability, their team was already not weak. But it was only after a brutal and bloody battle, with 2 people hung up, that the crowd of rats could be eliminated. Jiang Wangshue had a strong output and got most of the points. The others followed and were all happy to get a share of the meat. At this rate, I'll definitely get a good score. Jiang Wangshue secretly calculated in her mind. Definitely get into the best LKU in the league. Let's get on with it. She led the group and continued to search for the other rattlers. Outside the realm of illusion, the school executives in the large conference room were on edge. I didn't realize that for this high school exam, the focus topic was the Rat Pack. Of the 325 candidates from our school, 95 have already been eliminated, and this elimination rate has already exceeded that of previous years. It can't be helped. Who made this college entrance exam so difficult? Luckily, we've produced a few top students too. Presented on the light screen was a real-time image of several key candidates. The one who got the most attention, besides Jiang Wangshue, was a candidate named Zhu Qianlong. Zhu Qianlong's awakening was only an A-rank ability, but his ability was Thunder Warrior. This is one of the most lethal lightning abilities, and it's a very impressive performance. If there were no accidents, this college entrance exam, the top student and the top scorer of Tianhai No. 3 Middle School should be born among them. The other candidates shunned the rats. Instead, these two took their respective teams and actively searched for rat tracks. With school leaders watching, the two teams encountered several more waves of rats in quick succession. After the bloody battle, there were many casualties, but the two remained in perfect condition by virtue of their own abilities. There's half an hour to go before the exam is over. Jiang Wangshue should have 500 points now, right? Class teacher Zhang Huimin murmured. Zhu Qianlong should have 500 points as well. Another middle-aged man said. He was Zhu Qianlong's homeroom teacher. The scoring would not officially open until the end of the illusion, and they were not sure of the exact scoring, but they could make a rough prediction. At that moment, an odd house suddenly appeared in the grid showing Jiang Wangshue's picture. There was a fence around the outside, and a number of corpses and bones were piled up. It looked cold and evil. Not good. It's a ratman's nest. Inside the large conference room, many people exclaimed at the same time. This is the home base of the rats. Approaching it hastily may trigger the rat leader to appear. If anything, the rat pack was the focus of the questions on this high school exam. Then the Ratman leader is the bonus question. Killing it earns you a full 500 points. But it is also exceedingly difficult. Ordinary candidates should not even think about it. It is for those talented candidates. Once the leader of the rats shows up, he goes on a killing spree. If they couldn't be killed, then the entire exam room of candidates would see the end of the regiment. Although Jiang Wangshue had awakened her S-rank abilities, fortunately she still had self-awareness. Upon seeing the rat's nest, he immediately signaled the crowd to keep quiet and led them to quietly retreat. Inside the large conference room, school leaders breathed a sigh of relief. Holding his breath, he watched Jiang Wangxue withdraw. But just then, someone is approaching the Ratman's lair, the head instructor exclaimed. On the light screen, a figure was indeed seen, walking single-handedly towards the Ratman's nest. The figure was quite upright, and his clothes were stained with blood. No protective gear was worn, not even a single weapon. In his hand, he carried a wooden stick. Wang Guan. Zhang Huimin recognized his student first. His mind subconsciously thought, "He's even alive." Then his expression went back to horror. What's he going to do? In the illusion, Jiang Wangxue and the others also saw Wang Guan. They likewise didn't expect that Wang Guan, who had only awakened his F-rank abilities, had survived until now in this brutal examination room. And then, they watched dumbfounded as Wang Guan walked up to the odd house. He probed and looked inside. Then he kicked the outside fence over and walked inside. The crowd was shocked. What are you doing? Don't you go in there. If the Trigger Ratman leader appeared, then the entire exam room would be afraid to follow the group. But without waiting for them to do something, a horrible, heart-numbing howl resounded in all directions. The rat leader triggered. The door of the room in that odd house was pushed open. A Ratman that was several times bigger than the other Ratmen, and was over 2 meters tall, came out of it. Equipped with a suit of armor, it was opening its fang-filled mouth and letting out a shrill howl. Wang Guan, who was standing in front of this Ratman leader, first had a flash of panic instinctively flash across his face. Then there was joy again. Scouting. This is a groundhog leader, grumpy and hates being disturbed in his sleep. Although Wang Guan's information on probing words was wrong, it was intrinsically linked. The Ratman was scouted as a groundhog. That rat leader is the groundhog leader. Though it was 2 meters tall, lanky, armored and full of oppression, but to Wang Guan it was still a groundhog. The howl that the leader of the rats makes when he shows up can shock the minds of the other candidates. In Wang Guan's ears, it was just a strengthened version of, this bonus question, it's mine. Wang Guan carried his wooden stick and charged at the groundhog leader in front of him. Chapter 6F rank trash ability person, violently beating the Ratman leader. Jiang Wangxue and the others were being shaken to their core because of the howling of the Ratman leader. They were even more stunned when they saw Wang Guan carrying a wooden stick and then pouncing on the terrifying monster. How dare he to challenge the rat leader with only a wooden stick? Is this a broken can? He awakened his garbage ability and has no hope for the future, so he deliberately triggered the Ratman leader to try to pull all the candidates and bury them with him. How could he? It wasn't just Jiang Wangxue and the others who thought this way. The school leaders who were watching this scene outside of the illusion realm also had such speculations and became furious. Next moment, only Wang Guan was seen rushing in front of the Ratman leader. The leader of the Ratmen, angry and ferocious, attacked Wang Guan. The result would have been obvious. But, bang! Wang Guan's wooden stick landed on the Ratman leader. A simply ridiculous attack, but it caused the heavy armor on the Ratman leader's body to show pieces of breakage and flooded with a few clusters of blood. This is the kind of damage you can do with a wooden stick. Then Wang Guan kicked out, and the rat leader was sent flying as he rolled on the ground. Kirik. It climbed to its feet and let out a guttural, urgent yelp. In that voice, a few moments of fear were vaguely apparent, and Wang Guan continued to walk towards it, carrying a wooden stick and starting to greet it. This is simply a one-sided thrashing. All the people who saw this scene revealed a look of disbelief, suspecting that what they were seeing was an illusion. Wasn't what Wang Guan had awakened the most trashy F-rank ability? How could he have the strength to storm the extra point questions? Wang Guan had long since noticed Jiang Wangxue and the others, but he didn't care, and fully concentrated on tangling with the monster in front of him. The Ratman chief was scouted by him as a groundhog chief, and to Wang Guan it was a groundhog. Even though it is bigger, faster, and thicker-skinned than the average groundhog, it is also equipped with armor. But it's still a groundhog. It won't take long to kill it. Suddenly, Baird. Wang Guan heard a burst of thunder and lightning. He hastily pulled away from the Ratman leader and followed the sound. On a large tree not far away, a figure surrounded by electric light was standing. Is that Zhu Qianlong? Wang Guan recognized the man. Zhu Qianlong is a student in the next class, and his parents are both city hall officials with power and influence. Has been pursuing Jiang Wangxue, and as a result has had many outbreaks of conflict with Wang Guan. By the looks of him, he's awakened his lightning ability? As Wang Guan pondered in his mind, he saw that Zhu Qianlong leaped down from the big tree, trailing fire with lightning, and pounced on the Ratman leader. He took advantage of the opportunity and charged the Ratman leader. The blue electric light wrapped around his face with a wild and incomparable expression. This bonus question, it's mine. Originally, Zhu Qianlong was brushing the rats nearby. After the rat leader was triggered, he too heard the commotion and hid nearby to watch. When he saw the fight between Wang Guan and the Ratman leader, he immediately made a judgment. This Ratman leader doesn't seem to be powerful. The armor on his body can be broken by Wang Guan's wooden stick, and also kicked by Wang Guan. Since Wang Guan can suppress it, I can do it too. It wasn't just him, Jiang Wangxue and the others, as well as the school leaders outside the illusionary realm, all made similar judgments. The leader of the rat people was a fat groundhog in front of Wang Guan. This made them make a wrong judgment, and the rat leader didn't seem to be as scary as rumored. Attacks and power are much weaker. Were the extra credit questions on this year's college entrance exam deliberately toned down? Since Wang Guan has no ability to add, relying only on his physical attributes and the wooden stick in his hand, he can suppress the leader of the rat people. There was no reason why the top students with S rank and A rank abilities, couldn't do it. Jiang Wangxue had also long been stupid enough to attack, and she showed a few moments of chagrin when she saw that Zhu Qianlong had attacked first. This extra point question is going to be stolen by Zhu Qianlong. Zhu Qianlong, whose body was wrapped in electric light, had already rushed in front of the Ratman leader. He let out a smooth laugh and urged his thunder to attack the Ratman leader. Then, snap! With a fling of his body, the leader of the rat people's thick and long tail was like a whip that fiercely lashed at Zhu Qianlong's body. Zhu Qianlong's thunderous attack was harmless. He flew out backwards, fire and lightning all the way. Rolled back from whence I came.
鸡鸡，鼠人首领发出愤怒嚎叫。
What stinking fish and shrimp dare to attack me? It was a groundhog before Wang Guan. But to the others, it remains the veritable leader of the rats. It didn't go after Zhu Qianlong and continued to ferociously pounce on Wang Guan. Seeing this, Wang Guan swung out in the air with a wooden stick in his hand, invisible wind blades that broke through the air. He activated the windbreaker effect, KIR, a scream. Although the Ratman leader hurriedly rolled to avoid it, his body was still struck by the wind blade. A terrible wound was left on his body, and his left claw was broken off with his arm. Without waiting for it to catch its breath, Wang Guan, carrying a wooden stick, stood up and beat on it again. What's going on here? Inside the large conference room outside the illusion, all the school leaders were dumbfounded by this scene. The principal was the first to react. The wooden stick in Wang Guan's hand seems to be unusual, and just now it inspired a stunt. That wooden stick, does it have any special properties? In all the previous high school exams, some extremely valuable weapons do appear in the illusionary realm. It's just that the probability of picking them up is extremely low. The wooden stick in Wang Guan's hand is an extreme weapon? Can't be wrong. This wooden stick not only carries the wind blade special skill, I'm afraid it can also deter the target. No wonder he's survived this long. The school leaders looked at each other in disbelief. Never did he expect that Wang Guan had awakened his trash ability, but had the good fortune to pick up an extremely valuable weapon. Although Wang Guan was violently beating up the Ratman leader, he didn't have the ability to add to it himself. But instead, the Ratman leader was weakened in front of him. With their experience and vision, they concluded that it was all because of the wooden stick in Wang Guan's hand. As far as probing for mutations, probing rat people as groundhogs, never even heard of such a thing. Within the illusion, Jiang Wangxue, whose heart and mind were in shock, made a similar judgment. In Wang Guan's hand, it doesn't seem to be an ordinary wooden stick. It turns out he picked up the very best weapon. Then she stomped her foot in annoyance. How could I possibly refuse him to join the team when he said he had an extremely valuable weapon earlier? If I use this weapon and add the S rank ability, I can definitely get a better score, and it's not out of the question to enter the federal rankings. Why is he so selfish? Jiang Wangxue bit her lip, and a few points of resentment flashed in her eyes. The Ratman leader was being chased and violently beaten by Wang Guan, and his armor was in tatters. Bloodied and bruised, its lanky body suddenly whipped around. its thick tail flinging itself toward Wang Guan with a whimpering wind-breaking sound. But Wang Guan grabbed that tail in one hand. "I was worried that I couldn't hit you. Isn't this sent to me voluntarily?" He yanked the Ratman leader's tail with one hand and swung his wooden stick with the other. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. It was a miserable mess. The crowd that saw this scene had numb expressions. Suddenly, Wang Guan was fighting with vigor, and his hands were loose, but he accidentally chopped into the tail of the Ratman leader and directly chopped off this tail. The leader of the Ratmen rolled and ran into the distance. It had been so bloody and fleshy that it didn't look like a rat anymore. Anyone could tell that its blood bar was empty and it was about to die. Wang Guan smiled and rushed over to it, waving the wooden stick in his hand, ready to harvest. But at that moment, a burst of icy cold surged to Wang Guan's side. The dead grass under his feet, the leaves around him, quickly froze with a layer of frost. The frost spread and climbed onto Wang Guan's body, starting to freeze his body. Wang Guan froze for a moment and twisted his head to see Jiang Wangxue, who was holding out her hand to him. S-rank ability, Ice Witch. Jiang Wangshue's body, which was already tinted with a layer of frosty white, was pushing his ability with all his might. With a grimace on her face, she followed up by charging at the dying Ratman leader. Freeze the king's view and take the opportunity to snatch the head of the leader of the rats. Chapter 7 Summoning the Rat Pack. Seeing Jiang Wangxue freezing Wang Guan and pouncing on the Ratman leader, the others in her team, too, acted. A portion of the group followed and pounced on the Ratman leader. There was also a part of the group that rushed towards Wang Guan. They had all understood the value of the wooden stick in Wang Guan's hand. Wang Guan didn't show any other abilities during the fight, and as he said, he should have only awakened the F-rank trash ability, Probe. It's all thanks to this weapon that I've been able to perform as heroically as I have. Although there wasn't much time left in the college entrance exam, but grabbing the wooden stick with this superb weapon, he might be able to get a few more points. This kind of superb weapon, why did it fall into Wang Guan's hands? What qualifications does he have to use an extreme weapon when he's an F-rank trash ability user? Finish him off and the weapon is mine. Their eyes glowed red as they stared at the plain-looking wooden stick, murderous aura rising from their bodies. Barely. Bear it. The sound of electricity bursting into flames followed. Zhu Qianlong, who had already been seriously injured, also burrowed out from the side. His face was white as a sheet, but his eyes were filled with malice when he looked at Wang Guan. Having suffered a heavy wound, he didn't have the luxury of grabbing the head of the Ratman leader. He only wanted to finish off Wang Guan now. Wang Guan has a superb weapon in his possession, so he must have accumulated a lot of points, and maybe his score is far beyond his own. Taking him out will boost your ranking. But just at this time, the leader of the Ratmen, who rolled to the ground, suddenly cracked his fang-filled mouth. It lay on the ground, a rotting heap of flesh, as if it were a lamb to the slaughter. But it would be a mistake to really think of it as a lamb. In front of Wang Guan it was a large groundhog, but when facing others it was still the leader of the rat people. It's a bonus question that millions of candidates in the league and only a few days can solve. Even if there was only a sliver of blood left, not everyone had the ability to harvest it. Ki. It let out a long, mournful whistle. The unmistakable shrill voice possessed a deterrent power far beyond that of the previous one. Everyone's movements, involuntarily, appeared stagnant, revealing deep colors of pain, and their minds were affected. In the meantime, Kirik, Kirikou. There were thin grunts in rapid succession. From the Ratman's nest, from the ground beneath his feet, from all sides, a Ratman warrior burrowed out, calling the Rat Pack. This howl of the Ratman leader not only shocks the mind, but also summons its rats to come to its aid. This is a skill that the Ratman leader only uses at the last minute. Countless Ratman warriors launched a frantic attack on all the two-legged beasts as far as the eye could see. Jiang Wangxue was only half a meter away from the Ratman leader. Seeing the swarm of rats, a look of horror immediately appeared on her face. No! Even if she had S-rank abilities, there was no way she could fend off so many rats. Who cared about the Ratman leader? She hastily condensed frost and protected her surroundings against the incoming Ratman warriors. Zhu Qianlong didn't care about attacking Wang Guan, and the thunder wrapped around his body, blocking up the Ratman's approach. The others were not as strong and their expressions changed miserably as they panicked and tried to escape. But one after another, the rats pounced on him and stabbed his body. The scene was filled with screams and cries of pain. There were also a few rattlers that pounced on the frozen Wang Guan. But before they could touch Wang Guan, click, 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 cracks appeared on Wang Guan's ice sculpture-like body, and then it completely ruptured. Shaking himself, the crushed ice rustled. On his rigid face, he could not see the slightest pain, but was comfortable, quite soothing indeed. Earlier, Wang Guan had probed Jiang Wangxue, and in the word information, Jiang Wangxue possessed not the S-ranked Ice Witch ability, but only the D-ranked Mist of Healing. Obviously, this is a healing class ability. To Wang Guan, the ability Jiang Wangxue possessed was the Mist of Healing. Although the frost breath froze him, he was not harmed, but he was healed instead. What about the exhaustion that has built up from the high school exams up to now, and some of the skin injuries that have been fully recovered? Oh, interesting. Wang Guan felt a little ridiculous. Waving the wooden stick in his hand, he decapitated the pouncing rat man. Jiang Wangxue, who was releasing her cold chi to freeze the pouncing rats, was shocked to see Wang Guan's figure, then hastily cried out in a floored manner, "Wang Guan, brother, you quickly come to help me. I was wrong before. You forgive me this time, okay?" Her voice was thirsty and pitiful. There were others who had been pounced upon by the rattlers and were badly injured, and were also crying out for help. "Wang, brother Wang, save me. You promised us before that you would help us. Brother Wang, I was wrong before. Please save me." Wang Guan was indifferent to these cries for help. The shadows of the stick in his hand flew, cutting a bloody path through the rats and heading towards the Ratman leader. Since his parents disappeared 8 years ago, living alone, he has long seen too many people and honed his strong will. He still uses a smile and faces everything around him. He was never shy about helping his classmates and was a warm and generous person. But at the same time, he has his own insistence and bottom line. I treat you as classmates and peers. But when you guys are sneering at me because I awaken my F-class abilities. In the face of Jiang Wangshua's sneak attack, you guys aided and abetted the attack on me. Then I'm sorry. I can't possibly treat you all the way I used to. What do I care what happens to you next? I have been kind enough not to patch you guys up. The cries for help quickly faded. Jiang Wangxue exerted her ability with all her might. But in the end, it was hard to beat the swarm of rats. She was stabbed in the body by the spears of the ratmen. Another rat pounced on her and began to tear at her. "Wang Guan, you are so heartless. You promised to protect me, but you all lied to me. Her voice became harsh and vicious, interspersed with guttural screams that were quickly drowned out by the rats. Zhu Qianlong's thunder ability couldn't stop the rat man for too long, not to mention that he was already injured. Soon it was similarly drowned out by the rats in screams of dismay. And Wang Guan cut a bloody path and finally arrived at the ratman leader. The rats were just groundhogs to him, but it was quite difficult to have hordes of groundhogs swarming over, and wielding a sword to kill them was also a labor of strength. Good thing it's almost over. He rushed the pile in front of him and raised the wooden stick in his hand. Inside the large conference room outside the illusion, the school leaders stared at the image on the light screen, each of their bodies tensed, and they were even more furious. How can Wang Guan completely ignore his classmates? He has an extreme weapon in his hand, clearly raising his hand. Even if you don't care about the others, at least help Jiang Wangxue and Zhu Qianlong. How could we teach such scum in our school? They growled low in exasperation. The director of instruction slammed the table even more angrily. As they were saying these words, they didn't bother to think at all that these people had previously prepared to attack Wang Guan. Wang Guan can definitely get good grades nowadays and even set new school records. But school leaders didn't love him for it. The reason is simple. What honor a graduate can bring to the school is looked at not only in terms of scores, but also in terms of future prospects. If the graduates become big names in the league in the future and make great achievements on the frontline battlefield, the school will be honored to follow them, even get more resources dumped on them by the alliance. Mei Wang Guan. Even if he got a high score, it was only because he had picked up that superb weapon. Even if you go to Longjing, I'm afraid it won't take long for you to drop out. With the F-rank crap natural ability out there, there's no way it's going to be promising. It's not even an honor for the school. It's blackmail. In this world, ability means everything. Compared to Wang Guan, the school leaders cared more about Jiang Wangxue and Zhu Qianlong. That's the kind of seed that will bring honor to the school. But now, these two seeded players will be Wang Guan pit death. As the school leaders watched with reddened eyes, Wang Guan ended the Ratman leader with a single stick. Barely a few seconds apart. High school. Just about over. It's not too late. As long as the two of them aren't broken, and the college entrance exam is over, they'll automatically recover from their injuries. The principal said hurriedly. Chapter 8. He really doesn't want to bully the little kids. The end of the college entrance examination, Wang Guan body by the scenery. The tide recedes. After a moment of heavenly spinning, he rejoined the playground. The extreme wooden stick in his hand had disappeared without a trace. Weapons picked up in the illusion will naturally disappear when you leave. It's a pity. Wang Guan had some regrets. The number of candidates on the playground was half the number compared to earlier when they entered the illusion. Wang Guan's side was even more empty. The elimination rate in high school is just so brutal. However, Wang watched Jiang Wangxue beside him. Though they were swamped by rats, torn and attacked, and badly injured. But after all, she was an S-ranked ability, supported by the ice-cold power that kept her alive. As long as there's a breath left, you'll be back to your old self after the high school exams. It's just that, having recovered physically, the damage done to the psyche is not so easily quelled. Jiang Wangxue, paralyzed on the ground, trembling, his face pale, could not help but let out a painful moan. It was as if she could still feel it. The taste of the rats tearing at her body and gnawing at her flesh and blood. Suddenly, she looked up at Wang Guan, her eyes indescribably cold and vicious. That hatred was like substantial ice. Heh! Wang Guan laughed lightly and twisted his head back. He no longer had any feelings for Jiang Wangxue, and was even more open in his heart and had no shame. Scanning around, Wang Guan saw another figure. Did Zhu Qianlong also survive? Zhu Qianlong, who possessed the A-class ability Thunder Warrior, also survived. Like Jiang Wangxue, he was overwhelmed by the rats and suffered great psychological damage. But in the end, he survived. It was now crouching and shivering on the ground. This high school exam is so hard. I can't believe so many people have been eliminated. I met the rats and almost got killed by them. It was horrible. I definitely don't want to fight any more abyssal monsters in the future. I wonder what I got on the test? The surviving candidates heartily murmured. Someone suddenly shouted, "The list is released. The score rankings are out." Along with this sound, everyone's gazes were attracted to the huge light curtain erected next to the playground. The illusion ends and the scores of the surviving candidates are instantly presented. Wang Guan also came over. Before he could see the scoreboard, he suddenly realized that quite a few people were looking towards him in unison. Eyes with shock, disbelief, envy, jealousy. What kind of vision is this, everyone? Wang Guan froze. When he saw the scoreboard, he understood why. Because of this scoreboard, the genus is a bit of a departure. First place, Wang Guan, F-class ability 2135. Second place, Jiang Wangxue, S-class ability 524. Third place, Zhu Qianlong, a class ability 509. 2,000 points? Wang Guan was also a bit surprised. He could foresee that he would get first place, but he didn't expect the score to be so high. While in the illusion, he would initially estimate his score. Then it was too much trouble and I gave up. Especially when finally confronted by the leader of the rats, and the rats it summoned. There is a 500-point reward for killing the Ratman leader alone. Those summoned Ratman warriors, it was even more unknown how many he had killed. Well, I wasn't trying to be so dramatic at first. I didn't expect to accidentally wow the crowd. Around Wang Guan, after a moment of stagnation, a burst of noise suddenly erupted. Holy, 2,000 points? How did that happen? He still has F-rank abilities? Cheating, huh? As I recall, the highest record of the previous college entrance exams in Tianhai City was only 1,905 points. This year's high school exams are still particularly difficult. In fact, Jiang Wangxue and Zhu Qianlong weren't too bad either, and they both got a score of 500 plus. In years past, it would have been the center of attention. But this year, the first-place finisher is just too good, a breakaway lead. Second and third place were overshadowed by first place. The second and third together are only half of the first place. Who can justify this? On top of that, he's still an F-rank ability. When did the F-rank ability become so strong? As the crowd was surprised and confused, the crowd was suddenly pushed aside and a figure squeezed through. It was Zhu Qianlong. His body erupted with blue electric light, and his face was filled with anger. He had calmed down, but when he saw the score, his heart was filled with anger again. How could a mere F-rank ability dominate and far exceed his score? It was good luck, though, picking up excellent weapons. Moreover, if Wang Guan hadn't made him make a wrong judgment, he wouldn't have rashly attacked the Ratman leader. Later on, they were also attacked by rats and suffered that terrible pain. It's all Wang Guan's fault. Plus, he had long had quite a few conflicts with Wang Guan, so where could he hold back any longer? The top student of our school, is it? I'd like to try your level, Wang Guan. Do you dare to fight me? He said to Wang Guan with a provocative face, leaving the exam room without an extreme weapon. He, Wang Guan, was only a mere F-class ability. Wang Guan frowned and cast a probe on Zhu Qianlong. Seeing the information on the words scoped out was a slight shock. This probing information, I fight with him, is not bullying? He turned his head away in amusement, not wanting to pay attention. But Zhu Qianlong refused to give up. Baring his hand, a lightning bolt was inspired and blasted into the ground in front of Wang Guan. So you're scared? The number one in our school is still a pussy. He smiled smugly. It elicited a chorus of laughter from around the room. Everyone was more or less unconvinced by Wang Guan's accomplishments. Jiang Wangxue also stood in the crowd, watching the scene with a few moments of anticipation and excitement. What are you guys doing? This is a school, and even after the entrance exams are over, you're still students here. Wang Guan's class teacher, Zhang Huimin's voice, suddenly rang. This middle-aged man hurriedly ran and stopped between Wang Guan and Zhu Qianlong. Teacher, Wang Guan hurriedly greeted. I thought to myself, it's still the classroom teacher who will defend her students. He should be able to live up to his teacher's expectations with these high school grades, right? But next, he saw Zhang Huimin suddenly look at him. Wang Guan, apologize to Zhu Qianlong. We are all classmates. Don't make a scene. Apologize? Me? Wang Guan froze. Zhang Huimin said with a straight face. That's right. How could Zhu Qianlong find trouble with you for no reason? Don't you have any introspection? I reflect on what? Wang Guan was stunned. The other leaders of the school, one after the other, arrived here. The short-tempered director of instruction coldly grunted. You still have the face to say that. You picked up an extreme weapon, not going to help your classmates even if it's not enough. And in the end, you also saw death to your classmates. I don't know how many people were eliminated because of you. The principal also sighed heavily. They can be your classmates. The crowd, all around, didn't know exactly what had happened. But when they heard the school leaders say this, the eyes that looked at Wang Guan took on a few different colors. Wangxue, do you know what happened? Someone asked Jiang Wangxue. Jiang Wangxue glanced at Wang Guan, a face of disappointment. I was at the scene at the time. I don't want to say more about the specific things, only I didn't expect that Wang Guan would be so cruel. Even I was almost killed by him. Her words caused even more of an uproar, and Wang Guan was infuriated and laughed when he heard it. Jiang Wangxue is a good team master. Why didn't you realize it before? He suddenly realized that even if he got 2,000 points, the fault lead. But awakening the F-rank trash ability is an original sin. In this world, competence is the future. He was only able to get this achievement because he was lucky enough to get an extreme weapon. So compared to him, they valued Jiang Wangxue and Zhu Qianlong, the two students who had awakened powerful abilities. What are you still standing there for? Wang Guan, hurry up and apologize. Zhang Huimin urged. I'm not wrong, why should I apologize? Wang Guan's rigid face was incomparably firm. You! Zhang Huimin was filled with annoyance. Teacher Zhang, since our top student of the college entrance exam is not convinced, let me teach him. Zhu Qianlong sneered. Electricity erupted in the palm of his hand, emanating an aura of danger. Only by teaching Wang Guan a lesson in person could he relieve the bad anger in his heart. School leaders shook their heads in disbelief and stopped intervening. The crowd moved out of the way of the field. Zhu Qianlong's face, under the flickering electric light, took on a few grimaces. Wang Guan, I want to see how long you can still be tough. Wang Guan just sighed somewhat helplessly. He had already cast a probe on Zhu Qianlong just now. And the results? Scouting. This is an ordinary young child, with an unruly character, thin physique and unawakened abilities. He really doesn't want to bully little kids. Chapter 9. I must have been careless not to flash the... Zhu Qianlong swung his fist, dragging paths of blue electricity as he lunged toward Wang Guan. It was as if he had truly transformed into a war general condensed by thunder. With the ability added on, It would never be possible for Wang Guan's physical qualities to resist this terrifying punch. Let Zhu Qianlong teach him a lesson, so that he knows what it means to have a high heaven. The school leaders stayed out of the way, making no secret of their favoritism towards Zhu Qianlong, an F-ranked ability person or a junk ability like probing. Even if you rely on good luck and get a high score, you can't have a future. They even thought that it would have been perfect if the one who got that extreme weapon was Zhang Wangxue or Zhu Qianlong. Wang Guan was really self-aware, and should have taken the initiative to contribute to his classmates when he picked up the very best weapons. Zhu Qianlong's attack turned on a dime. The fist wrapped in lightning was about to land on Wang Guan's face. Then, snap! Wang Guan looked calm and raised his hand to throw out a slap. The big slap technique, specializing in bare children. Zhu Qianlong's forward body, spinning, flung out. Electricity crackled and flared in all directions. It rolled for 7 or 8 meters before stopping. Scene. Everyone's eyes widened in stupefaction. What the hell? An A-ranked ability of the lightning system, being thrown off by an F-ranked trash ability with a slap on the wrist. Zhu Qianlong climbed up in a daze, and the left side of his face, quickly reddened and swollen. In his eyes, tears of humiliation flowed uncontrollably. It can't be. I must have been careless and didn't flash. He murmured under his breath, once again erupted with electricity, roared, and lunged toward Wang Guan again. Snap! Wang Guan backhanded another slap. Zhu Qianlong spun in the opposite direction and once again flung himself out and rolled to the ground. As he struggled to his feet, the right side of his face was red and swollen with it. The whole face was swollen to a pig's head. Left-right symmetry. This is much smoother. Wang Guan commented with a smile. He shrugged it off and continued to walk towards Zhu Qianlong. Zhu Qianlong's pig-headed face had completely lost sight of his earlier open-mindedness. Snot and tears came down in unison. He felt like a child facing an adult in front of Wang Guan. So weak and powerless. When he saw Wang Guan approaching, he instantly trembled in fear. Originally climbed up the body, put on sound. Again to Wang Guan kneeled down. Wang brother. You let me go, I'm wrong. Stop. The head of the teaching staff, the first to react, bellowed in a loud voice. The other school leaders hurriedly escorted Zhu Qianlong behind them. Wang Guan, how could you lay such a cruel hand on a classmate? Class teacher Zhang Huimin questioned. Blaming me for hitting hard? Wang Guan was shocked. Just now, Zhu Qianlong's abilities were all used. If he hadn't probed him as a young child, then the injuries he might have sustained would have been much more serious than this. Now that I've killed you back, you're blaming me for being cruel? Do you guys want to be so double-standard? Looking at the annoyed looks of the school leaders, Wang Guan shook his head in disappointment. If it were a peaceful world, getting a high score on a test would be respected even if you had problems of your own. But this was the world of universal professions, and from the time he awakened his F-rank ability, then doing anything was wrong. And he doesn't want to tell anyone else the truth about his ability bug. Figuring this out, Wang Guan didn't say anything else and turned to leave. The high school entrance exam is over and he has graduated from here. Since he disliked his F-rank ability so much, there was no need for him to stay here. What are you doing? Stop! Zhang Huimin was furious, but Wang Guan ignored him. The figure just walked away alone. The candidates, who were originally ravenous, only then broke out into a heated argument. Isn't Wang Guan an F-ranked ability, that he could crush Zhu Qianlong? Make Zhu Qianlong cry. His ability, isn't it an F-rank probe? It's impossible to make a mistake in the GCSEs. Jiang Wangxue thought of something. It's because Wang Guan's physical attributes are stronger, right? Wang Guan was originally a schoolmaster, hardworking, and his physical attributes far exceeded those of ordinary students. Although his abilities were trash, his physical attributes were still far superior to Zhu Qianlong's now. Coupled with Zhu Qianlong being too gullible, this has led to this situation. So what? You're just a trash ability user after all. Looking at Wang Guan's departing back, Jiang Wangxue bit her lips in spite. School leaders scrambled to pick up Zhu Qianlong and arrange for treatment. The principal also comforted Zhu Qianlong. Qianlong, don't be discouraged. You're just a little bit worse than Wang Guan in terms of physical attributes. This gap will soon catch up. He also believed that Zhu Qianlong was defeated because of his lightheartedness and Wang Guan's attribute advantage. It's an advantage that will soon be gone. This is because of the powerful abilities that have a booster effect on physical attributes. For the same 1 point of effort, A-ranked and S-ranked abilities, they will receive 1.5 and 2 points of attribute enhancement. An F-ranked ability user, on the other hand, would only get a 1-point attribute boost. It wouldn't take long for Zhu Qianlong to develop his abilities and his physical attributes to catch up, so he could easily finish off Wang Guan. Not to mention a rank and S-rank abilities, tapping into the potential, the battle power will be qualitatively improved. So, Zhu Qianlong regained his composure, and the look he gave Wang Guan's back was once again filled with malice and hatred. It's such a shame today that I've beaten him into a pig's head, and made him kneel and beg for forgiveness. It was the shame of his life. This is a debt that he will definitely not easily forget. On the way home, Wang Guan had already put all the unhappiness from earlier behind him. With a thought, the attribute panel appeared in front of him. Before the ability is awakened, to know your physical attributes, you need to be tested with an exclusive instrument. Once an ability can be awakened, the ability user can view their attribute panel. Ability, Probe F. Level, First Order. Skills, none. Physical fitness, 9.5. Speed, 8.8. Spirit, 9.1. Ability users were divided into ranks, and Wang Guan was now in the first rank. The average of the three-dimensional attributes exceeds 10 points, and you enter the second order. I'm only one step away from ascending to the second order. Although Wang Guan's scrying bug ability, properly utilized, would be very powerful, Wang Guan did not ignore the importance of physical attributes, because he knew that the scrying ability itself had limitations. Probing will fail when encountering a target with too high a level. Certain special items that can also block probing. Probing also can't affect things that don't have a physical presence, such as harsh environments, disasters, etc. If he couldn't probe the target's word information, his bug ability naturally wouldn't work. The only way to get through a crisis peacefully is to have excellent attributes of your own. Moreover, his scrying can take powerful monsters and scry them into ordinary beasts. It is also possible to take ordinary beasts and probe them as powerful monsters. Therefore, Wang Guan still needed to improve his physical attributes and level up. Physical attribute enhancement gets harder the further back you go. My ability has no increase effect, and attribute enhancement, even more so, is a struggle and requires the consumption of a lot of resources. But perhaps, I can use the probe to discover any special opportunities? Along the way, he kept probing everything around him, just not much to show for it. After all, probing a wooden stick into an extreme longsword was an ultra-low probability event that was not so easy to come across. Wang Guan was in no hurry. The exertion of an ability like scrying anyway was minimal, and he hardly ever felt tired. Toward evening, Wang Guan returned to the outside of the neighborhood where he lived. Feeling a little thirsty, he walked into a milk tea store on the side of the road. This milk tea store, with a small but well-cleaned storefront, had a few tables set up in the open space outside. The owner is a single mom who worked hard to raise her children. Wang Guan often came to patronize the business and was already very familiar with the store owner. Sister one, give me a cup of milk tea, the original Black Pearl one. Arriving in front of the milk tea store, Wang Guan shouted. One moment. The owner's name was Zhou Wan, a woman in her 30s with quite a bit of charm. She quickly brewed a cup of milk tea and handed it to Wang Guan. Sitting at a table outside the milk tea store, serving milk tea, Wang Guan first came to explore. It was a habit he had now developed. An ordinary cup of milk tea might be probed as some kind of agaric, but when he finished probing and saw the word information, he couldn't help but stare. Scouting. This is a primary physique strengthening potion that boosts qi and blood and strengthens the physique. Wang Guan. Crap. The surprise came as a surprise. Caught off guard. Reinforcement potions were developed by the major consortia of the Alliance, and they were rich in energy. Whether it is taken by an ability or an ordinary person, it can effectively enhance physical attributes. Very expensive, of course. The least effective primary strengthening potion cost $20,000 for a small tube. It was far beyond what Wang Guan could afford. Now, a cup as big as all of them? Chapter 10 Potions can be a staple too. Wang Guan looked a little excited as he inserted a straw and took a sip of the milk tea in his cup. The original simple milky flavor changed to a refreshing medicinal scent. The thick liquid was swallowed into the mouth and instantly turned into a hot stream that flowed into the body, warming it up. This is indeed the primary physical strengthening potion. Wang Guan was sure that there was no mistake, and his heart rejoiced. For everyone else, it's a cup of regular milk tea that sells for $5. But to Wang Guan it was a strengthening potion worth a lot of money. Still by the glass, 1 cup is better than several tubes. I didn't think I'd explore all the way and end up finding opportunity on my doorstep. After drinking several sips in a row, Wang Guan thought of something else. Hurriedly, she said to the busy Zhou Wen behind the counter, "Sister One, I need a few more cups, coconut milk tea, fruit-flavored milk tea, honey milk tea." He ordered several of the flavors on the milk tea store's menu, one by one. According to his experience, since Wen's sister milk tea shop, the original black pearl turned into a physical strengthening potion. Then none of the other flavors should be easy either. To have so many? Can you drink it all, little Wang? Zhou Wen was a bit surprised. Sister Wen's milk tea is too good. I'll pack it back later and drink it. Wang Guan smiled cheekily. Like to drink? Then drink more. That was soothing for Zhou Wen to hear, and she smiled and got busy. Soon, a cup of milk tea was delivered to Wang Guan. Wang Guan probed one by one. He scopes out coconut milk teas. Probe. This is a primary spiritual strengthening potion, which can brighten the eyes and calm the mind, and condense the spirit. He looked to the fruity milk tea. Probe. This is a primary speed-enhancing potion that soothes the muscles and strengthens the nerve reaction speed, followed by honey milk tea. Probe. This is a primary healing potion that restores physical wounds and enhances physical endurance. Continue. Probe. This is a primary energy potion that restores physical fatigue and invigorates the spirit. Probe. This is a primary sleeping potion that will bring you deep sleep and harmonize your body and mind. Sure enough, all of Wen's milk tea will be scoped out by me as precious potions. Wang Guan's eyes lit up. These potions are all worth a lot of money, even though they are elementary. Even if Zhu Qianlong was of that kind of family, it was impossible to enjoy it at will. But for Wang Guan, $5 to start, the most expensive is $12. How does this other guy compare? Wen's milk tea store, what a treasure trove. Wang Guan sighed in his heart. Suddenly, he was struck by another thought. Since every kind of milk tea here is a precious potion, wouldn't one, who made them, be even more remarkable? He probed for word information, though buggy and misplaced. But there is also a correlation between the messages of these bugs. Thinking of this, he hastily cast a probe on Zhou Wen. Scouting. This is a junior pharmacist, with a gentle and eclectic character, with an S-rank natural ability, master of potions. Potion master. Zhou Wen, who was able to brew primary potions with her hands, was really no ordinary person in his probing. S-rank natural ability potion master. As far as Wang Guan knew, there would be no more than 5 S-ranked natural abilities like potion master in the entire alliance. And they are all controlled in the hands of major consortia and families. He's really found a treasure. With Wen's milk tea store, I can easily get all kinds of potions. And it's only a strengthening potion for me. For everyone else, it's just plain old milk tea. In this way, even if my ability doesn't have an attribute increase, I'm not afraid of being pulled apart. Wang Guan held a few cups of milk tea, taking a sip of this and a sip of that. Soon the body felt parched. The potency of the strengthening potion began to take effect. He hurriedly settled the bill, packed several cups of milk tea, and carried them back to his house. The house, which was left behind after the disappearance of his parents, wasn't that big. 2 rooms and 1 bathroom, enough for 1 person. One of the rooms he designed specifically as a workout room. It's filled with all kinds of exercise equipment. He immediately began to exercise his physique and dissipate the medicinal properties in his body. When the dryness of the body subsides, you take a big gulp of milk tea to renew the medicinal properties. It usually takes a few days for the potion to be completely consumed. Wang Guan would undoubtedly waste a great deal of medicinal power in this manner. But Wang Guan didn't care at all. A few dollars, he wasn't concerned. When the grinding muscles start to get sore and tired, take a sip of the energy potion. When you are mentally sleepy, you drink sleeping pills and enjoy a period of perfect sleep to restore your spirit. The potion is so rich in energy that you don't even need to eat. He proved firsthand that potions can be a staple. Wait until the next afternoon. Several cups of milk tea had been consumed. Your rank is raised to the 2nd order. Logically, Wang Guan completed his ascension. Ability, Probe F. Grade, 2nd order. Skills, none. Physical fitness, 11.2. Speed, 10.3. Mental, 10.5. Too bad I didn't get to comprehend the skill. As he took a refreshing shower and wiped his hair and came out of the bathroom, Wang watched his attribute list and thought with some regret. By raising the level, the physical quality of the ability will be qualitatively improved. There is also a probability of realizing exclusive skills. But where is the exclusive skill for the scrying ability? Not having comprehended the skill was actually within Wang Guan's expectations. Whether an ability is powerful or not, in addition to physical attributes, skills are also paramount. When you ascend to the second rank, you can cultivate skills. I don't have exclusive skills, so I can only learn those that don't require an ability base through secret books. But these things are worth a lot of money. Wang Guan picked up his phone and checked the prices of the secret books on the skill trading platform. Warrior Fighting Technique, Grade E quality, worth $70,000. Iron Cannon Straight Fist, F rank quality, worth $40,000. Black Scorpion Raid Technique, F rank quality, worth $45K. These skills don't require an ability base, and they're expensive even if they're not high quality. Wang watched and was secretly staggered. Not something Wang Guan could afford. When his parents disappeared, they left him an inheritance and a pension from the Union government, but not much of that money is long gone. Even if he is now eating potions for dinner. Nor does it change the fact that he is a pauper himself. Looks like we'll just have to find a way to pick up the slack with our scrying abilities. Wang Guan thought somewhat helplessly. In this world, after the college entrance examination, before entering the university, you have to go to the trial battlefield for military training. Although military training is not as brutal as the college entrance exam, it is still dangerous. Since he had ascended to the second rank, it was also very necessary to prepare his skills in advance. As he swiped through the mall, he left the house and headed to Wen's milk tea shop, ready to buy another batch of potions. At that moment, a message popped up on his cell phone. The overall league high school rankings are out. The high school exams are standardized by the union, and one school corresponds to one exam area. The exams are over and the results for the separate test areas are available instantly. But it takes a while for the combined rankings to come out for a total of 53 cities and hundreds of high schools across the league. Wang Guan hurriedly opened the high school rankings. First place, Tianhai City, 2135. Second place, Tianjing City, 2031. Third place, Ling Hill City, 1925. 100th place, Dongzhou City, 756. As is customary, the rankings list the top 100 results. Only the candidate city is displayed. All other information is hidden. Even the schools of the candidates have issued a gagging order strictly prohibiting the leakage of information about these candidates. It was because the candidates who made it to the top of the list were, without exception, the mainstay of the future alliance. Announcing the detailed identity might provoke the abyssal forces to target it and prematurely abort it. Of course, Wang Guan knew that the one in first place was himself. His 2,135 points got him all conference honors for his senior year. High school seniors from all over the league. This was originally a good result that Wang Guan didn't even dare to think about, but now he was in a calm mood. Having your own ability to probe for bugs, that's only going so far. But, looking at the ranking, Wang Guan thought of something. The school has high school awards, and there are bonuses for good grades. I'm afraid the reward for getting the league-wide high school entrance exam will not be less than $200,000. This amount of money was just enough to relieve him of his urgent need to buy skill secrets. Although he had fallen out with the school before, he deserved this bonus, and there was no reason for him to refuse it. Thinking of this, Wang Guan hurriedly took out his cell phone and dialed the class teacher, Zhang Huimin. Tell Zhang Huimin about the high school bonus. However, sorry, student Wang Guan, you didn't meet the bonus criteria. From the cell phone came Zhang Huimin's somewhat apologetic voice. Chapter 11. A small milk tea store hides hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I didn't meet the bonus criteria? Wang Guan was shocked. He's well acquainted with the bonus criteria of Tenkai Sanaka. Get top school, over 500 points. Get ranked in the league. These are the range of rewards. Wang Guan is now testing for the top spot in the league. Turns out, and he said he didn't meet the criteria for the bonus? He patiently asked, Mr. Zhang, are you sure? According to the school's reward standards, candidates must at least awaken AB rank or higher ability to qualify for the reward. Zhang Huimin explained, although you have good grades, what you awakened was only an F rank ability, so you didn't meet the standard. Wang Guan frowned. Awakening at least be rank or higher abilities. Where is this in the school reward criteria? He had previously been ambitious for the prize money, so naturally he had studied the terms and conditions properly. Zhang Huimin coughed. This is the standard that the school leaders just set. Just set the standard? Wang Guan was infuriated. Just for not giving me a reward? Student Wang Guan, how can you say that the school is also trying to improve the reward system? How can it target you? Zhang Huimin stammered a bit. Schools give bonuses to outstanding candidates to help them grow faster and give back to their alma mater in the future. It's like an investment. Wang Guan was only an F-rank ability, destined to have no future, and the bonus was a waste to give him. Might as well invest in the more promising Jiang Wangxue and Zhu Qianlong. That's it. The teacher has something else to do, so I'll hang up now. Zhang Huimin hung up the phone hastily. Wang Guan, who had already arrived outside Wen's milk tea shop, had a changing expression on his face. All kinds of dislike for him because he awakened trashy abilities. The reward criteria can be changed at will in order not to give him a bonus. In fact, Wang Guan could have gone to City Hall and sued the school, but he wasn't going to do that. It's time-consuming and doesn't always turn out well. The ability to trash the world is an original sin, and City Hall may not be toward him. But he knows that his probing is not a junk ability. That's good. I don't want to owe them anything more. Wang Guan sat down at the dining chair outside the milk tea store. There were no other customers in the store at this hour. A tigerish little boy, wielding a wooden stick, was running around outside the store. This is Zhou Wen's son, Yuan Xiaoqin, 8 years old. School was out, so he played at his mom's store. He was at the age of mischief, wielding a wooden stick, practicing his own swordplay, and woo-wooing in his voice, enjoying himself. Looking at this childlike image, Wang Guan's depressed mood relaxed a little. He suddenly had a thought in his mind. One was scouted by me as a potion master, so I wonder what her son, Serenity, will be scouted for? Thinking of this, he cast a probe on Yuan Xiaoqin. Then, scouting. This is a swordsmanship genius with S-rank natural ability, sword saint, and self-created D-rank skill, great windmill sword technique. Wang Guan, ? This 8-year-old brat in front of him was probed by his bug ability as a sword Dao genius, has the natural ability of an S-rank sword saint. He also created his own D-rank sword skill called the Great Windmill. Wang Guan was dumbstruck. He had thought that Zhou Wen's potion master was amazing enough. I didn't realize that her son was even better, possessing the sword saint talent. A small milk tea store hides hidden talents. It's not unusual for the child of a potion master to have the talent sword saint. Ability awakening and bloodline are also important factors. Then Wang Guan's eyes lit up. Yuan Xiaoqin created this great windmill sword technique of his own, even if it is a blind force swinging a stick. But scrying says it's a D-ranked skill, and it is a D-ranked skill. So, can he learn this skill in his hands? It's not like you have anything to lose by trying anyway. Success and that skill set is in hand. Thinking of this, Wang Guan hurriedly waved at Yuan Xiaoqin. What kind of milk tea are you drinking, brother Wang Guan? Yuan Xiaoqin hurried over and asked. Although he was naughty, he knew to empathize with his mother and thought that Wang Guan was going to order a list. Although Wang Guan called Zhou Wen's sister, Yuan Xiaoqin was used to calling him brother. They each argued their own. I don't drink milk tea. Wang Guan was all smiles. Just now, looking at your swordsmanship, it seems to be very powerful. At the mention of this, Yuan Xiaoqin was instantly smug. This is a sword technique that I created with great difficulty, so it's naturally very powerful. Yuan Xiaoqin hugged the wooden stick, her little face raised. Could you, then, teach me this sword technique? Wang Guan smiled even more affectionately. Yuan Xiaoqin froze. You want to learn my swordsmanship? That's right. Yuan Xiaoqin first showed a hint of doubt. Then it dawned on her. Brother Wang Guan was no less than a college student, and had discovered the wonders of his great windmill sword technique. He had a, I'm not that easy to impress, look on his face, and his big eyes twinkled wryly. And the price, what is it? He asked. Wang Guan thought for a moment and stretched out his left hand, spreading 5 fingers. Yuan Xiaoqin, a little kid. $500 should do the trick, right? However, when she saw Wang Guan's outstretched palm, Yuan Xiaoqin's little face wrinkled. Only 5 pieces? It's a sword technique I practiced with great dedication. He protested. Wang Guan froze. Kid brother expectations so low? Actually, I meant $50, he said in a rush. Yuan Shaoqin immediately cracked her mouth. Deal. So Wang Guan told Zhou when that he wanted to take Yuan Shaoqin to play in the neighborhood. They were all old neighbors, and Wang Guan had even tutored Yuan Shaoqin's homework before. So Zhou entrusted him and agreed without much thought. Then he took Yuan Shaoqin to a nearby park, ready to be preached to by the kid brother. While passing by an internet cafe, Wang Guan stopped by to go in and complete his college entrance exam. The university he targeted was naturally Longjing University. It's the best college in the conference. It represents the best faculty and the best training facilities. Best of all fees are waived for high achievers. Longjing University's score line this year is 505 points. Looking at the scores alone, I'm sure I'm fine. And there's nothing in LKU's recruiting profile that requires competence. Just as Wang Guan began to learn swordsmanship from the kid brother. Ryukyung University. Admissions Office. Several members of the admissions office quickly saw Wang Guan's volunteer. But when they called up the file and saw Wang Guan's details, in the office, everyone was dumbfounded. Is there a mistake? How come the first place is an F-ranked ability or probing? The file was confirmed by the union. There can be no mistake. How did an F-ranked ability get 2,000 points? That unseen genius from the Yin family in Tianjin has more than 100 points less than him. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. The details of the top 100 candidates in the league are hidden. Detailed files can only be seen by the university after the application for volunteering. The director of the admissions office, uncomprehendingly, went through the file carefully. So he picked up an extreme weapon and got so lucky. I told you, how could a third-rate high school like Tianhai No. 3 appear to have such a character? He finally realized why. There is a probability of brushing out a superb weapon in the illusionary realm, and some people have had good luck picking it up in the past in the high school. Just with the help of extreme weapons, get the results, even if it is good, it is still false. As an F-ranked ability with an extreme weapon, he was able to get the first place in the league. It showed that the candidate named Wang Guan had good qualities himself. But after all, he was an F-rank trash ability user, and his future was in jeopardy. LKU has not been attended by students with less than AB grade in its history. Is this a precedent to be set? Knowing he couldn't make a decision, the director rushed to report the situation to the school board. After a related discussion, he got a response. Since we applied to our school and the conditions were right, we had no reason to reject it according to the league's enrollment rules. The female secretary, who was with the principal, came to the recruiting office in person. The director nodded, and the school looked to be recognizing it. But the female secretary's tone, however, suddenly turned. We took him in according to the rules, but whether or not he can successfully enroll in school also depends on whether or not he has that ability. The director's body shuddered. What does the board mean? Entrance military training? Place him in the 23rd trial battlefield. Military training is a mandatory experience that candidates must undergo before entering college. Participate in actual combat killings in the battlefield to sharpen your heart. Only then can you become a qualified college student. Usually, trial battlefields are relatively safe. But Battle Zone 23, that's one of the most dangerous trial battlefields. Freshmen are here for military training, and the elimination rate has always been staggering. Not to mention Wang Guan, an F-class ability person. Chapter 12. A town once attacked by bloodthirsty demons. Parks, small empty squares. Yuan Shaoqin held a wooden stick and demonstrated her swordsmanship with a flourish. This way, and this way again, to make the stick, no, the sword, stab out from this angle. He explains his swordsmanship in detail. Wang Guan watched from the side with a serious face, the same ordinary wooden stick he had picked up in his hand, following a piece of BB. The heart is more or less ashamed. Yuan Shaoqin finished rehearsing once and started a second time at Wang Guan's request. Shaoqin, this second time of yours is different from just now, it seems? Wang Guan commented. Yuan Shaoqin froze. Ugh, is that so? Then this time will prevail. Hiss. Sweat flowed down Wang Guan's brain. Kid, isn't this swordplay too easy? Can this really be a skill? But thinking about the magic of his probing bug, he still practiced along with it against a strong sense of shame. A few nearby grandparents, walking the streets, saw the scene and pointed from a distance. Wang Guan feels his feet are fastened out of the 3 rooms. Practiced like this all afternoon. Yuan Shaoqin went back and forth, demonstrating for Wang Guan I don't know how many times. His demo is actually pretty simple, just swinging a stick around blindly, and it's not a lot of work to learn. But the point is, he doesn't repeat what he demonstrates every time. You don't just memorize those paths, you have to memorize the meaning inside. Do you understand the meaning? The kid brother taught so. What kind of meaning is there in swinging a stick blindly? Wang Guan growled inwardly. In the evening, Zhou Wen came to call Yuan Shaoqin for dinner. Wang Guan was in the park by himself, continuing to practice. Although I have probed that Yuan Shaoqin is a sword saint and created her own sword technique, it seems that there is no way for me to take this skill and learn it in my hands. The thought had begun to well up in his mind. But just then, as he once again contemplated Yuan Shaoqin's blind maneuver, he flung out a stick. Phew! There was a wind blowing up around him. Wang Guan's body trembled as he could clearly feel the wind and manipulate it. He seems to have gotten the hang of it somehow, accompanied by a wooden stick in his hand to guide him. A tree near the plaza shook with a crash. A leaf, rustling down. Congratulations, you've mastered a new skill, windmill. This. Wang Guan's spirit was revitalized, this great windmill sword technique of his, practiced. Hurriedly, he opened the attribute panel. A new skill icon appeared in the skill bar. Great windmill. D rank skill, sword technique type skill. Able to use sword chi to integrate into the wind. Injuring the enemy invisibly, current initiation 3%. It really worked. Wang Guan was pleasantly surprised that he had managed to learn the D rank skill of waving a stick around blindly. A low-ranked ability user like Wang Guan was best suited to learn E and F rank skills. Learning D-ranked skills is unknown to be many times more difficult. But Wang Guan learned it in one afternoon. Serenity's blind swinging sword technique was scouted as a skill by me. I can learn this skill. But essentially, learning the same way he blindly waved his stick, Wang Guan couldn't help but laugh out loud. This probing bug ability of his own was really too strong. In the future, if the kid brother researched any more sword techniques, wouldn't he still be able to learn them quickly? After familiarizing himself with this skill some more, when it was completely dark, Wang Guan called it quits and looked for a place to eat dinner. Went to Wen's milk tea store and wholesaled a batch of potions. Carrying just returned home, his cell phone suddenly received a message. Congratulations! You have been accepted into Longjing University as a new student. It's a world where all sorts of organizations work quickly. Wang Guan's college entrance exam volunteers were sent out for only a few hours and received a response. He was successfully accepted into Ryukyung University. With joy, the message was scrutinized. Soon, Wang watched the back mentioned. You have been scheduled for military training, 3 days from now at 10 a.m. Please rush to Tianhai City's West Railway Station and board the train to the 23rd Trial Battlefield. If you miss the time, you will be considered to have given up military training and enrollment. Military training starts in 3 days and the 23rd Trial Battlefield? Wang Guan hurriedly searched for some information on his cell phone. A frown quickly creased his brow. The 23rd Trial Battlefield, located in the north of Lingshan City, was a town called Ping'an. 13 years ago, a bloodthirsty demon suddenly appeared in the peaceful town, shattering the town's long-standing peace, and nearly half of the civilians were killed. Bloodthirsty demons are a type of abyssal monster. Abyssal monsters had a similar class division as ability users, and the rat race that appeared in the high school exams were only second-order monsters, which were just small caramels among the abyssal monsters. But the bloodthirsty demon, at the very least, had a fifth-order strength. They feed on blood, and beasts and humans whose blood it has sucked will become its puppets. This kind of golem was called a bloodthirsty beast. The bloodthirsty demon in the peaceful town was eventually suppressed and killed by the army station nearby, but the effects it caused lingered on. Today, there are still quite a few out-of-control bloodthirsty beasts operating in the vicinity of Peaceful Town. Later, the town of Ping'an turned into the 23rd Trial Battlefield for college freshman military training. It is also one of the most dangerous trial battlefields. Every year in military training, there are many casualties. My military training was even arranged here? A few moments of embarrassment flashed across Wang Guan's face. He wasn't scared, he felt. LJU seems to be doing this on purpose. In the past, Ryukyung University never arranged for candidates to come here for military training. LKU doesn't like my F-rank crap natural ability. I applied to Longjing University, they didn't want to accept me and couldn't outright refuse. So they placed me here for military training? Trying to scare me off? or get me to fold in Peace Town? A stern light radiated from Wang Guan's eyes, revealing a resolute look. I'm afraid. I'm going to disappoint you. In everyone's eyes, he got this league first place finish by luck. But he knows himself that he relies on his own abilities. It's just that this ability, which concerns the secret of his parents' disappearance, is something he can't possibly tell anyone else. Don't want me to get into Longjing University? Then I have to go in. Big deal. You can drop out when you get in. Systematic training in college is important to Wang Guan. But with his bug ability in place, he doesn't really necessarily need to rely entirely on the university's resources. Gathering himself together, Wang Guan started drinking milk tea and exercising. Enhance your attributes by taking a primary enhancement potion. Take some more time out of your day to practice your newly acquired skills. He wanted to get his physical fitness qualitatively upgraded before military training. 3 days later, the morning hours were just dawning. Inside the neighborhood park, brush, 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 Wang Guan waved the wooden stick in his hand, making a burst of cracking sounds. There was silence all around, only the whimpering wind, blowing. Suddenly, bear with me. A burst of cracking sounds rang out, and a crack several inches deep inexplicably appeared on the trunk of a large tree in the distance. The tree shook violently. Skill, windmill. This skill Wang Guan could now skillfully apply and master the tricks of the trade. It was said to be a sword technique, but it had no stances. It could just inspire sword chi, hidden in the wind, invisible and faceless. It can turn into a wind blade and traumatize the target when caught off guard. Suffice it to say, this $50 skill set is pretty cool in every way but the name. Wang Guan rehearsed his sword technique, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and checked his attribute panel. Ability, Probe F. Grade, Second Order.
Skill, windmill de, novice.
Physical fitness, 16.1. Speed, 14.5. Mental, 15.4. During these 3 days, Wang Guan had already practiced his skills from introductory to novice level. The 3-dimensional attributes, supplied by Wen's milk tea, have also improved considerably. However, the effect of continuing to take milk tea now on the increase of physical attributes is already very weak. Primary strengthening potion, the enhancement of physical attributes, is limited. But that's okay. After all, Sister One was a master pharmacist to Wang Guan. In the future, she may not be able to brew intermediate and advanced potions. Right now, among the freshmen of the same senior high school class, even with the ability to add on, there weren't many who were afraid of reaching the second rank. Plus the skill windmill as a backhand. There was no doubt that Wang Guan would give those who looked down on him a surprise in the upcoming military training. Today is the day of departure for military training. Chapter 13. What about a milk tea addiction? Returning home from the park, Wang Guan first took a shower and simply ate some breakfast. I had just gathered my things when there was a knock on the door. Outside the door, it was Zhou Wen and Yuan Shaoqin with big bags of stuff. This is in preparation for moving here to Wang Guan. Zhou Wen herself was renting a room in this neighborhood, and a few days ago Wang Guan had heard her complain that the landlord was going to raise the rent. So with a thought in his mind, he proposed that Zhou Wen move into his house. Anyway, with military training coming up and college in his future, he won't be back most of the time. It's a waste to leave the house vacant, so it's a good idea to rent it to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen agreed after a slight hesitation. Contracts and everything are signed. Moving in today. Xiao Wang. Your place is so nice and the rent is still so cheap. Thank you so much. Zhou Wen was a little embarrassed. I'm the one who should be saying thank you. I was worried about having no one at home when I left the house, and the house won't be much of a crowd when it's vacant for a while. Wang Guan picked up his travel bag and said with a smile, Sister, when you really want to thank me, then when I come back later, make me something delicious. Another important reason for renting the house to Zhou Wen's mother and son was that he wanted to maintain a good relationship with the mother and son. This is the mother of all crouching tigers and hidden treasures. That's for sure. You haven't tasted Sister's cooking skills yet. When you come back from military training, I'll make sure to let you have your fill. Zhou Wen smiled and made a promise. I'm looking forward to it. Wang Guan was really looking forward to it. Wen's cup of milk tea is all fortifying potions. Then the cooking must be extraordinary, right? The resources he needed for his future path of advancement depended on Sister One. Give Zhou Wen the keys to the house. Before leaving the house, Wang Guan rubbed Yuan Shaoqin's head again. Little Serenity, I see that you have a great future in the sword path. So don't forget to keep practicing your sword skills, he said half jokingly and half seriously. Brother Wang Guan, you should also practice the sword techniques I taught you diligently, so you don't get rusty. The kid brother also pretended to be serious about his instructions. Zhou Wen just thought it was the two of them having fun and smiled without saying anything. Carrying a travel bag, Wang Guan left the house. Along the way, the sound of bam, bam, bam came out of his backpack from time to time. Inside, in addition to some clothing, there was a single vial. Zhou Wen's primary strengthening potion was of little use to Wang Guan now. Can be healing potions, energy potions, sleeping potions and all that and still be of great use. Last night Wang Guan specifically liked to buy several cups, find a small bottle to store in. With potions like healing and energy, this vial is enough to be effective. For others, these are small bottles of assorted milk teas. But to Wang Guan, they were various potions of great value. He was still well prepared for this military training. Take a taxi to the west station of Tianhai City. Today is the day of the university freshman departure. Tianhai City, a total of 7 stations. Each station is gathered full of freshmen and send off relatives and friends. Wang Guan's side was all alone. He has no family and his friends at school are estranged because of exams. He was in little discomfort, however, and began to look for his train. Passed a train and saw a crowd around that car. Wang Guan saw Zhang Huimin, the class teacher, and several leaders from Tianhai 3rd Middle School among them. Surrounded by them in the center were none other than Jiang Wangxue and Zhu Qianlong. Both of them scored more than the Longjing admission line and successfully entered Longjing University, and today they are also going to the trial battlefield of military training from the West Station. Their military training on the same trial battlefield. School leaders have high hopes and eager expectations for them. It was a stark contrast to the unattended side of Wang Guan. Wang Guan didn't care, just smiled faintly and walked away. Zhu Qianlong and Jiang Wangxue, who had already gotten into the car, had seen Wang Guan's figure. Humph. He still has the guts to participate in military training. Zhu Qianlong was filled with resentment as he watched Wang Guan walk away. The face that had previously been beaten into a pig's head had been restored as before. But the resentment in his heart was obviously not so easy to dissipate. He said in a cold voice while helping Jiang Wangxue carry her luggage. Wangxue, you know what? My dad introduced me to a Longjing senior. He told me that Longjing University actually didn't want to accept Wang Guan, F-class trash ability. There's no precedent in Longjing, so he sent him to the 23rd trial battlefield for military training and arranged. Hearing Zhu Qianlong's words, a hint of pleasure flashed in Jiang Wangshue's eyes. She also hated Wang Guan's bad luck, but she put on an intolerant look on her face. Qianlong, don't say it. He is our classmate after all. Zhu Qianlong hurriedly shut up and said with an appreciative face, Wangxue, you're really kind. The two behaved quite intimately and sat down next to each other in the joint row of seats. Jiang Wangxue had a cordial smile on her face as she chatted with Zhu Qianlong, but in her heart, she was already a little impatient. She didn't like Zhu Qianlong. The other party's family was good, but it wasn't much of a big deal. Class A abilities are also a bit unworthy of themselves. But since he had gotten into Longjing with himself, he didn't mind giving him something to look forward to, and giving him the chance to take care of himself. Kick him out when you meet someone better. Wang Guan found his train, boarded it, registered his identity, and soon departed. The train pulled away from the protective walls of Tianhai City. Through the windows of the car, there is an endless forested wilderness with few people in sight. From time to time, pieces of crumbling complexes could be seen, dotted among them, human towns that had once been destroyed by abyssal monsters. This was the first time Wang Guan had left the city where he lived. There was some apprehension, but more than that, there was a yearning for the unknown. His mom and dad were explorers, passionate about exploring the secrets of this world. Perhaps he inherited some of mom and dad's nature as well. When I'm strong enough, I'll definitely head to that divine hall to find out what's going on. Wang Guan secretly thought in his mind. Since his high school exams, he's had a headache and hasn't had another attack. This made Wang Guan certain that his probing bug ability was indeed related to headaches. More than anything, it has nothing to do with the exploration and disappearance of his parents within the temple. This made him more interested in that shrine. Even more, the location of training battlefield number 23 was quite a distance away from Tianhai City. Wang Guan followed the guidelines and took the train for a day, arriving first at the city of Lingshan. Got on the train here for the town of Peace. Before getting into the car to head to this 23rd military training battlefield, according to the regulations, the luggage that Wang Guan brought with him went through a check. Certain special items are prohibited, such as powerful weapons, equipment, potions with special effects. But the bottles and jars in Wang Guan's duffel bag were just milk tea to outsiders. Just milk tea would be no problem, naturally. But the inspectors looked at Wang Guan with somewhat odd eyes. What's wrong with this? What's with the milk tea addiction? It was late in the evening when we finally reached our destination. There are actually easier ways to get around in this world, but there are safety hazards and a hefty price tag. Trains, the most common and safe way to travel. When the train stopped and Wang Guan got off alone, he found himself standing in the middle of a ruin. It was used as a humble station. Surrounded by dark forests, it had a barren, eerie atmosphere. Ahead were a few scattered lights, and that was the town of Peace. He will spend the next month here to kick off his entrance military training. Looking around, Wang Guan quickly saw a tower-like figure. It seemed to be waiting for him here. Wang Guan. When the figure saw Wang Guan, he spoke, "You're the last freshman to arrive. I'm your instructor." Getting a little closer, Wang watched to see his full face. It was a middle-aged man in his late 40s or so, with dark skin and a stocky body. Hair was a mess, a beard. Overall, it gives a rugged look. What concerned Wang Guan the most was that his bare, stout arms were densely covered with scars. And I don't know what caused it. Wang Guan subconsciously cast a probe on him. But when he saw the results of the probe, Wang Guan was slightly stunned. Chapter 14. I'm always happy to help people. The probing of the middle-aged man in front of him resulted in a string of question mark. His rank, at least, has reached the 4th rank. Wang Guan made a judgment. There are some cases where the probing ability fails to read. He had already tested it, and with only a 2nd rank currently, he could probe up to a 3rd rank target. In other words, when facing opponents below the 4th rank, no matter if it was an ability or an abyssal monster, all of them would be affected by Wang Guan's bug scrying ability. There is a high probability that it will be taken at will by Wang Guan. Being unable to probe the middle-aged man in front of him proved that his strength had reached at least the 4th rank. To be a military training instructor in Peaceful Town with this kind of strength, it was normal. "Come on. I'll take you to the dorm." The big man looked Wang Guan up and down a few times and turned to lead the way. Wang Guan lifted his luggage and followed behind, trying to chat with the other person. It's just that the instructor doesn't say much and has a cold attitude. By the time he came to the military training dormitory, he was known only by his name, Su Weiqing. The 23rd trial battlefield, also known as Peaceful Town, still had some ordinary residents living here, but not many anymore. By now it was completely dark, and only sporadic lights could be seen in the few staggered houses. The military training grounds are located on the west side of town. It was much more lively by the time we got here, with lights coming through from a number of the houses. It was originally housing for the town's residents, but now it was being used as a dormitory for military training freshmen. There are about 100 freshmen who come here for military training. Instructor Su Weiqing led Wang Guan outside one of the rooms and explained a few more precautions before leaving. Wang Guan felt that this instructor seemed to care about the new students despite his cold attitude. Push the door and enter. It's a quadruple room. 3 other freshmen have taken up residence. Finally, I thought we were the only 3 in the dorm, a big tall man said with a big grin, enthusiastically helping Wang Guan carry his luggage. "What's your name, buddy?" "My name is Gao Chong. I'm from Kunshan City." He had an inch of hair and looked rather brash, introducing the other 2 at his own pace. One of them, with a skinny body called Zhang Yong, had a pair of big slate teeth and a somewhat comical appearance, and came from the city of Zizhou. The other one was medium-sized with strange white hair and a good-looking face, seemed to be only 15 or 16 years old, and his name was Tong Ro. It's from the nearby city of Lingshan. Everyone came from all over the Union and attended different schools, but were placed in the same place for military training. "Hello, everyone. My name is Wang Guan, from Tianhai City." Wang Guan gathered his things and introduced himself with a smile. At the same time, he habitually, one by one, probed a few of his roommates. "What ability have you awakened?" "I'm a C-rank ability of the Alienation Department, Steel Bones." Gao Chong continued, showing off his biceps in the process. He was happy with his abilities, apparently. A C-ranked ability person is already considered relatively outstanding. "Me?" Wang Guan didn't hide it. "I'm an F-class scout." He saw the bug word message floating on Gao Chong's body. "Probe." This is a dying old man with an aging body and a staggering gait. I didn't realize that Gao Chong, who was strong and fit, was scouted as an old man. In the future, Gao Chong would just be a senile old man to Wang Guan. Then one has to be careful not to accidentally break him, and the three of them were stunned when they heard Wang Guan's words. An F-class probe? How is that possible? Zhang Yong, who had a pair of large slate teeth, had a disbelieving look on his face. How is it possible for a scrying ability person to get into a university and come here for military training? I'm all D-level. Wang Guan vision Zhang Yong on the emergence of word information. Scouting. This is an ordinary boy, average-looking, cowardly, with a D-grade natural ability. Sprinting? I'm more lucky, I guess. Wang Guan smiled as Zhang Yong's probing results were okay. The three revealed skeptical expressions, thinking that Wang Guan was joking. At this time, Wang looked towards the white-haired child line and opened the probe. Results. The information of the words read, once again, is displayed as question mark. Wang Guan was shocked. Su Weiqing was powerful as an instructor, so it was normal that he couldn't probe. But this white-haired teenager as a candidate also had the strength of the 5th rank upwards. That's not possible. Is it because he has items on him that shield him from probing? When Wang Guan was surprised, the child line suddenly eek and hastily took out a pendant hanging on his neck. The pendant was emitting a faint shimmering light. He quickly understood what was going on and looked at Wang Guan. This is the protective pendant my mom gave me, you were just probing me? Then he showed a shocked expression. Your natural ability, it's really probing? Gao Chong and Zhang Yong, first surprised to look at the child line. This white hair actually have protection pendant? This kind of protective enchantment effect props are not cheap. Then they looked at Wang Guan in surprise. Since there is a child line to do the verification, then it seems that Wang Guan is really a probe ability person. Ha! Then your physical attributes must be pretty good. This year's exam questions can be particularly difficult, Gao Chong said in an odd tone. His enthusiasm for Wang Guan immediately receded quite a bit. Zhang Yong, who was about to help Wang Guan clean up his bed, also put down his hands. Wang Guan looked calm and smiled. It's not bad. This world of universal abilities, the chain of contempt between abilities, is just so real. On the contrary, it was the Tong line that treated Wang Guan as they had just done. Brother Guan, try some. I brought treats from my hometown that you can't get anywhere else. He also shared the cookies he brought with Wang Guan. Thanks. Wang Guan thanked him. Give me 2 pieces as well. Seeing this, Gao Chong was not polite at all and took the initiative to take 2 pieces. He thought in his heart that the child line should have a good family history, but not strength. Just now, he exposed himself and possessed a D-rank ability of the energy system, Shockwave. Zhang Yong is similarly D-ranked in ability. Wang Guan is even a garbage F grade. Then this dormitory Gao Chong deserves to be the boss. Wang Guan followed and took a bite of that cookie, and it did taste good. He didn't probe the cookie, and from experience, the results of the bug probe showed a higher probability of it being a normal food. It's supposed to be a pretty tasty snack. Don't probe into something common. Wang Guan, the Alliance's top student in this year's college entrance examination, is from Tianhai City. You are from Tianhai City? Do you know who it is? Gao Chong crooked on the bed, eating a cookie, and asked. I know him pretty well. Who is it? All 3 men's eyes went to them. Wang Guan pointed at himself. That's me. The 3 were silent for a few seconds. Then they all laughed, thinking that Wang Guan was joking. Wang Guan secretly shook his head. No one believed in telling the truth these days. Gathering up his bed, he prepared to fetch some boiling water to soak his feet. Just now, Su Weiqing said that hot water is supplied here. Seeing Wang Guan preparing to leave with the basin, Gao Chong hurriedly said, Wang Guan, you hot water more? I need to soak my feet too. Wang Guan froze for a moment and nodded with a smile. Good. Hot water was quickly called and half of it was given to Gao Chong. Soothing. Gao Chong began to soak his feet, sighing under his breath. He suddenly thought of something and took out his own drinking cup, handing it to Wang Guan. Ugh. I'm thirsty. Please go get me some more hot water to drink. It was obvious that he was deliberately making things difficult for Wang Guan, trying to make a statement about being in the dormitory by doing so. The line of children sitting on the bed reading a book frowned slightly. Zhang Yong, on the other hand, watched the scene with a smile. Wang Guan, who had already started soaking his feet, gave Gao Chong a funny look. That's the way to play it, isn't it? After thinking about it, he redressed his shoes, took the water cup and went to get a cup of hot water for Gao Chong. When Wang Guan, who had washed his feet and had already made his bed and was ready to sleep, suddenly heard Gao Chong say again, "After rushing all day, my back is sore, Wang Guan. Please help me pinch my back." With that, he flopped down on the bed. It was as if Wang Guan was treated as a little brother. Yeah. The smile on Wang Guan's face grew even wider. He walked over to Gao Chong's bedside and dropped his fingers to his broad, toned back. "You use some force, my body is strained. I can't even feel it with less force," Gao Chong added. "Good." Wang Guan said he understood. "Since you said so, then." Gao Chong squealed with an ow. It felt as if his back was caught in an iron vise, and his bones seemed to be shattering. "You're so strong. Pain, 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 ow. Stop it. Ah." He cried out in alarm and tried to get up. However, his body was pressed down by Wang Guan, surprisingly making him completely unable to struggle in the slightest. "That's how massage works. The more it hurts, the more effective it is, and I'm still very professional in my approach." Wang Guan smiled with a friendly face. Gao Chong instinctively stimulated his ability, and the skin on his back transformed into a greenish color with a metallic hue. His body now was hard as steel. Usable. He was still deadlocked by Wang Guan, his fingers kneading wantonly like pincers. It made a popping sound like metal cracking on his body. Steel and iron bones were defenseless in front of Wang Guan. After all, to Wang Guan, Gao Chong was an old man on the verge of dying. Tong and his party and Zhang Yong watched the scene with jaws agape. Wang Guan did not use any abilities, nor did he seem to be a skill. By virtue of that, only the strength of the fingers. The action looks even more casual, but it makes Gao Chong unable to move. Wailing, it wasn't until lights out time came and the house fell into darkness that Wang Guan let Gao Chong go. "Oh, I'm a person who's always happy to help people. We're all in the same dormitory, so if there's something you need to do, you can still find me," he added cordially. Gao Chong did not say anything, just lying on the bed, making whimpering sounds. He was moved to tears. Chapter 15, First day of military training. Start by hooking everyone up with bug words. The dormitory was plunged into darkness. Wang Guan lay on his bed, feeling the first night after leaving home. The sound of Gao Chong sobbing came faintly. Wang Guan knew the difference and didn't injure him, just giving him a lesson. With his C-ranked ability person or his altered system physique, he would be able to recover the next day. In fact, Wang Guan is really a very kind and helpful person. When I first arrived at the dormitory, I didn't want to get into the whole stand-up routine. But to think that he is just an F-class ability person and is kind to people, then want to bully him, that's not right. With the moonlight coming through the window, Wang Guan slowly entered dreamland. The next morning it was still light. The silence was suddenly broken by a shrill, honking horn. All the new students in military training get up in a hurry, simply wash up and rush to the playground to gather. Under the command of the instructor Su Weiqing, they formed a square formation and started running drills. It took 10 laps along the painted track, with the sky brightening up, to stop. Then it's an hour for breakfast and free time. After the squad was dismissed, hundreds of freshmen, hot off the press. They were strangers to each other, not knowing each other's names or where they came from, and they're going to live together for the next month. Naturally, they all wanted to get to know the people around them as soon as possible and know each other's strengths. Wang Guan also took the opportunity to continuously conduct probes and put bug words on everyone. Probe. This is an ordinary girl. Probe. It's a boring middle-aged man. Probe. This is a highly skilled cook. To be able to go to college and participate in military training is a remarkable level in its own right and qualifies as the human elite. However, under Wang Guan's probing bug ability, they were all ordinary people who were no more common. Very much in line with what Wang Guan summarized as the law of common. Of the freshmen, most are no threat to me except for a few special ones that need attention. Finally, Wang Guan came to a conclusion. When he puts a bug word on it, the word information will always be there. Wang Guan did this as an insurance policy for himself. Long Jing arranged for him to come here for military training, probably with bad intentions. Something had to be guarded against. Of course, bug words only work when facing themselves and do not affect them on their own. He walked into the humble cafeteria with his 3 dorm mates. "Quan, there are empty seats here." Gao Chong, whose body had already recovered, took the first position and greeted warmly. Zhang Yong followed and picked up the dinner plate. Guan, why don't you sit down? I'll go help you with your meal. I'll just do it myself. Wang Guan refused. Tong and his party handed Wang Guan a dinner plate. Then, Brother Guan, let's go together. Although we all just met yesterday and became housemates. But under the influence of Wang Guan's charisma, the relationship has become cordial yet. The breakfast served here was simple, if not crude. Each person had a bowl of soup made with wild greens and potatoes and 2 rough pasta cakes. There wasn't even a speck of grease in the whole meal. Holy, is this human food? Is this what you eat for military training? Is there a small stove? I can pay for it. Don't even think about it. I asked around yesterday. This is the only thing the food has. If you don't eat it, you'll just go hungry. My pets eat better than this. Inside the cafeteria, there was grumbling everywhere. This is too hard to eat. Where can I find the strength to train by eating this? Next to the dining table, Zhang Yong nibbled on a pasty, with a sickening look on his face. Wang Guan also frowned slightly. After thinking about it, he turned on probing at the food in front of him. His scrying bug ability, according to the common law, delicious things that are easy to scry into common ordinary food. Similarly, something that is hard to eat has a high probability of probing as a common food. And just as Wang Guan expected, probe. It's a big meat bun with a big, thin filling and delicious flavor. Probe. It's a bowl of pork bone ravioli, nutritious and flavorful. All are the most common and ordinary foods in today's life. Finishing his exploration, Wang Guan's eyes lit up. He hadn't eaten since last night, and after running drills this morning, his stomach had long been flattened with hunger, so he immediately grabbed the pasty and began to feast on it. From time to time, he took a sip of wild vegetable soup, full of enjoyment. Gao Chong and Zhang Yong, who were having a difficult time, were shocked when they saw this scene. Worthy of being Brother Guan, this kind of meal can be eaten so sweetly. The two exchanged glances. No wonder they had that kind of strength. Surely not an ordinary person. Then they noticed the child line. The white-haired teenager's brow had furrowed, obviously not used to the taste of the meal, but still struggling to swallow. Once they were familiar with the texture of the food, they began to wolf it down as well. Gao Chong and Zhang Yong once again opened their eyes wide. Next to Wulong, there's Phoenix. Wang Guan was also a bit surprised. He has protective props, and his family should be good enough to put up with all this food? This child line seems to be not simple. Wang Guan secretly judged in his mind. The child line has protective props. Wang Guan cannot give him a bug word. Naturally, he is quite concerned about him. At this time, the instructor, Su Weiqing, was also in the cafeteria, eating the same meal as everyone else. He secretly gauged the crowd's reaction. Seeing how everyone was all over the meal, he couldn't help but secretly shake his head. If you go to war in the future, you'll already be happy to eat this kind of meal. Soon, he noticed Wang Guan's table. Seeing the line of Wang Guan and Tong who were wolfing down their food and eating extraordinarily sweetly. Those two are not bad, he commented in his mind. After breakfast, Wang Guan and his buddies took a look around the peaceful town. Tong and his party, the 3 of them, had arrived yesterday afternoon and were already quite familiar with the place, making introductions to Wang Guan along the way. The east side of Peaceful Town is a residential area, and freshmen can head over there during free time. It is possible to exchange some of your daily necessities with the townspeople. However, it is prohibited to disturb the residents. The town is surrounded by a protective fence, and it is strictly forbidden to leave the protected area without permission. According to the instructor, there is a large number of bloodthirsty beasts operating outside the fence. One of the purposes of military training was to engage in actual combat with these mutated beasts and complete the regular purges of them. The house to the south, the instructor specifically warned against approaching it. Gao Chong pointed at a house in the distance and said, that house was famously far from the rest of the town, and the walls seemed to have been thickened. It looks rather odd. What's going on there? Wang Guan was a little curious. The child line explained, I heard that the instructor's daughter lives there. Instructor's daughter? Wang Guan remembered the rough look of instructor Su Weiqing. Did he turn out to have a daughter? But why live in a place like this? The morning's military training soon began. Everyone was issued a set of camouflage uniforms first, which unified the military training clothes. The military training in this world is not the square step thing, but physical training and fighting exercises. Later on there are wilderness adventures, practical exercises with bloodthirsty beasts, and more. During the morning, weight running, cold weapons training, various training programs took turns. Between sweating, Wang Guan noticed a young man, about 25 or 26 years old, walking near the playground. Dress appropriately and straighten up, was surveying the freshman in military training with his back turned. Do you know who this person is? Wang Guan asked the line of children around him. Oh, he's the military training officer. His name seems to be Li Yangshan, from Tianjin. Tong Rou, who had arrived here before Wang Guan, glanced at the introduction. A drill sergeant, an officer responsible for overseeing the affairs of military training. In the battlefield of trials, the duties are quite a bit higher than those of an instructor. How come the military training officer is from Tianjin City? Wang Guan's heart questioned. Tianjin City was the most prosperous city in the alliance, the general capital of the alliance government, as well as the best Longjing University in the alliance, were located in Tianjin. And the town of Ping'an is near the city of Lingshan. Shouldn't military training officers usually be called from Lingshan City? The childline shrugged. Who knows about that? At that moment, Wang Guan suddenly felt that Li Yangshan's gaze, looking toward him. When Wang Guan twisted his head to look, Li Yangshan's line of sight had already shifted away. Focus! Don't look around! Instructor Su Weiqing walked over and bellowed. Wang Guan hurriedly focused on his training. Everyone was incredibly tired after the morning's workout. The meal arranged by the cafeteria, roasted potatoes with brown rice, remained unpalatable. But underneath the exhaustion and hunger, there was no one left to be picky. So fragrant. Wang Guan was still the one who ate the most deliciously. After all, halibut rice tastes really good. By the afternoon, the instructor had arranged for live sparring. It's going to be 2-by-2 head-to-head. Member combinations all randomized. And the military training officer, Li Yangshan, silently appeared at the edge of the playground. Chapter 16. You play with your brain, and you dare to fight me with your fists? The live sparring has begun. The opponent Wang Guan was placed against was a girl. Petite, with short, dry hair and wheat-colored skin. She was cute and long. As he spoke, he revealed 2 sharp little tiger teeth. Little brother. My name is Anya, what's yours? She greeted enthusiastically. Wang Guan. Oh, little brother Wang Guan, please save your hands for later. I'm a mental ability and I'm not very good at fighting. Anya pleaded with a pouty face. Mental ability, characterized by the development of mental thoughts, the ability to control things with one's mind, influence beasts, control puppets, and so on. Self-contained physique is usually weak. But when he heard her say that, Wang Guan's expression was a bit odd, because he had scoped out the girl at noon. Scouting. This is a strong young girl, strong in flesh, fierce and warlike, with a class ability, Warhorn, second order. Strong girl with strong flesh. Warhorn, as you can tell from the name, is to increase the battle spirit buff. It was still the same second order ability as Wang Guan. This Anya was one of the few who were a threat to Wang Guan, though she was petite, as if she could cry for a long time with one punch. But to Wang Guan, she was a King Kong Barbie. I didn't realize that the opponent the instructor had arranged for himself was, on the contrary, her little brother. I'm on O. As Wang Guan pondered, Anya greeted him and snatched him up. She was not a good fighter and her attacks were simple and direct. But Wang Guan hurriedly entered a state of total alert, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. Bang! He brought his arms together to block Anya's punch. He only felt a fiery pain, and his body stumbled backward a few steps before he could stabilize his footing. Anya spins her body around and lands another side kick. Wang Guan hurriedly bowed to fend it off again. There was another bang, and the body shook violently. Rub. Really fierce. Wang Guan's physical attributes were definitely one of the best among the freshmen in military training. But cannot stop the girl in front of me hanging, For a while, the young girl seemed to be pressing Wang Guan to fight. Ha! Anya herself was shocked. So you're that good? Li Yangshan, who was standing not far away, was looking over here. This girl is a psychic ability. Her physical quality is extremely poor. To fight her, I can't believe it's all such a struggle. What a waste. With this, you still want to go to Longjing University. He made his assessment silently, the corners of his mouth quirking up slightly. Originally, he was worried that Wang Guan had something special. But looking at him now, it should be easy to set him straight. The sparring continued for some time after. The instructor, Su Wei-chang, finally called a halt so that everyone could rest. Anya, already red-eyed from the fight, stopped with intent. Wang Guan only felt a soreness in his body and huffed and puffed. King Kong Barbie, really fierce, almost broke him apart. Anya, for her part, looked confused and surveyed her small fists. She could feel that Wang Guan's blocks and attacks just now were very powerful. But he easily defused it himself. The heart is even more full of wariness, as if the god of war possessed. At this time, Li Yangshan, who was originally standing by the side, suddenly walked over. You! He pointed at Wang Guan. Come out! Wang Guan was slightly puzzled and stepped out. Is there something wrong? With this level of yours, how are you qualified to participate in military training?
Li Yangshan shida ludli.
The crowd looked over curiously, wondering what was going on. Li Yangshan looked at the others and said with a few hints of mockery, Do you know the power he awakened? What it is? It's probing, the trashiest ability in F class. He was just lucky to get the scores to get into college. He just wants to unabashedly suppress and insult Wang Guan. Tell everyone that Wang Guan was just an F-rank trash ability user, and make him lose face in front of the freshmen in military training. And upon hearing Li Yangshan's words, the crowd stirred and looked at Wang Guan with strange eyes. Anya's little face wrinkled. So that was it? This military training officer from Tianjin City is specifically coming at me? Wang Guan pondered in his heart, taking advantage of the fact that he was close to the other party to secretly cast a probe. But the probe failed, resulting in a string of question mark. It shouldn't be because of the protective props, but the fact that he possessed a rank above the fourth order. The military training officer is not low in authority, and there must be a hard and fast requirement for strength. Probing took only a very short time. Wang Guan kept his expression calm and said in a deep voice, Military training officer, I don't think ability determines anything. Li Yangshan was full of cold smiles. Who told you this crooked theory? That's good. He pointed to a boy, Qin Zhuang. Come out and practice with Wang Guan. The boy named Qin Zhuang was a bit short, but very strong-looking. It was one of the strongest among all the freshmen in military training. Possesses the flame-based a rank ability, Flame Dominator. Now that the rank had reached the second stage, it meant that he might have comprehended the skill. Even without using his abilities, just with his physical attributes, he was already very strong. Being named by Li Yangshan, he was slightly stunned, then revealed a look of ecstasy. At the end of military training, the military training officer will give an evaluation based on each person's performance. High and low evaluations have a significant impact on college life. Now Li Yangshan was clearly trying to make things difficult for Wang Guan, and if he was satisfied, he would definitely be able to raise his rating. Yes, sir. Qin Zhuang hurriedly stood out, his eyes looking at Wang Guan with contempt. A District F-ranked ability person could easily be dealt with by himself. Li Yangshan seemed to think that it wasn't enough and continued. The purpose of military training is to make you understand the cruelty of the battlefield. So show your full strength. The implication was that Qin Zhuang didn't need to keep his hand. The freshmen on the scene were in an uproar. Did this kid offend the military training officer? What offense? This world dish is the original sin. Is the military training officer trying to force this kid to quit of his own accord? Quitting military training is the equivalent of quitting college? They murmured, most of them showing a look of amusement. There were also quite a few people who showed worried expressions. Like dorm mates, Guan should be fine, right? Gao Chang whispered. After being repaired by Wang Guan, he was very respectful and concerned about him. At this time, the instructor, Su Weicheng, said with a tangled expression, Supervisor Li, is this some? He had a good impression of Wang Guan and didn't want him to be given a hard time. Don't worry. I'll take the blame for anything that goes wrong, Li Yangshan said indifferently. Su Weicheng could only stop talking and looked at Wang Guan with some worry. Wang Guan walked toward Qin Zhuang in silence. Hey, I'll keep you alive, Qin Zhuang arrogantly said. Bear. He was covered in orange flames and transformed into a fireman, whistling and pouncing on Wang Guan. This seems like a completely unequal fight, and that's how it starts. In the face of this ferocious attack, Wang Guan was far less urgent than when he had faced Anya earlier. He stood calmly in place. There was no hiding or resistance. Is he resigned to his fate? Quite a few people have had this thought. But the next moment, just at the moment when Qin Zhuang's figure of burning flames crossed paths with Wang Guan. Wang Guan blasted out a fist, and the shadow of the fist pierced through the flames and accurately smashed onto Qin Zhuang's face. Bang! Qin Zhuang fell headfirst, the flames on his body quickly extinguishing. He hadn't had much play yet and passed out. Clean and simple, the battle ended unexpectedly. Scouting. This is an ordinary boy. With D-rank ability, thought enhancement, Wang Guan had long ago probed Qin Zhuang. In front of Wang Guan, Qin Zhuang's ability was thought enhancement, which belonged to the alienation department skill. As the name suggests, it is the ability to enhance the speed of thought. You play with your brain and you dare to fight me with your fists? The scene fell into a silence that lasted a good 10 seconds. Second order, a ranked ability person was knocked down by a punch, although in Wang Guan's feeling, Qin Zhuang was just an ordinary boy with enhanced thinking. But in the eyes of the others, this was indeed a powerful rank second order ability. The image in front of me is so impactful. Li Yangshan's smile had frozen on his face. This result was completely unexpected. How did he just do that? Did you see it? It seems like he just waited for Qin Zhuang to get close and threw a punch. Qin Zhuang fell down. He can't be able to detect Qin Zhuang's weakness, right? Qin Zhuang is a second-ranked ability, and he also released flames. Wang Guan's attributes aren't low. I'm afraid. The scene erupted into a burst of discussion, speculating on how Wang Guan had done it. No one expected the outcome. Gao Chong and Zhang Yong, who had gotten excited, were worthy of their Guan brother. The Tong line, on the other hand, had a shifting expression and didn't know what it was thinking. There were also quite a few people who suddenly looked at Anya, each one in awe. This was because they had seen earlier that Anya and Wang Guan had fought equally, even vaguely suppressing. Now Wang Guan KOs Qin Zhuang with one punch. Doesn't that mean that the girl is stronger? Anya was once again baffled. Ugh, ugh. The military training officer, Li Yangshan, came back to his senses at this time. He glanced at Qin Zhuang, who had fallen asleep, and a look of annoyance flashed across his face. It's not over. Chapter 17. The bug words that have been probed this time are outrageous. What a loser. Li Yangshan rushed Qin Zhuang with a low curse. Then he rebuked Wang Guan. Wang Guan, how dare you lay such a heavy hand on him? Don't you have any regard for fellowship? Wang Guan, ? You were the one who wanted to bring out your full strength, and now Qin Zhuang is knocked down, and you're blaming me for disregarding my fellowship? Good, very good. This kind of baseless accusation was so familiar to him. When he had violently beaten up Zhu Qianlong, the school leaders had looked like this. Originally, Wang Guan was just skeptical, but now he was sure. This military training officer was really coming for himself. Although Longjing University had accepted him, they didn't want to see him actually enter their school. What, you don't feel convinced? Seeing Wang Guan's expression, Li Yangshan sneered out. So stubborn and unbearable. I see the need to let you know the importance of lightness. He swept his eyes over the crowd of freshmen, still wanting to pick someone to practice against Wang Guan. In his judgment, just now, Qin Zhuang was just too wasteful and was drilled by Wang Guan before he was knocked down by a punch. But no matter what, Wang Guan would just be an F-rank probing ability with good physical attributes at best. Among the freshmen present, there were still a large number of those who were stronger than him. And seeing Li Yangshan's expression, Wang Guan's gaze then followed suit and swept towards the crowd of freshmen. There was even a hint of anticipation on his face, as if to ask, still there who? Of all the new students except for the line of children who had failed to probe and didn't know the depth, and Anya, who had been probed as a Vajra Barbie. The others, he really doesn't carry fear. Wang Guan, you have indeed gone a bit overboard. However, before Li Yangshan could pick a good man, Instructor Su Weiqing suddenly stood out and stopped in front of Wang Guan. His rugged face had a cold expression. I'm punishing you for running laps and not stopping until you do. As he spoke, he winked at Wang Guan. Wang Guan froze, then realized. Su Weiqing did this on purpose. On the surface, it was corporal punishment, but in actuality, it was defending and preventing Li Yangshan from continuing to make things difficult. God knows what else he'll get up to. This instructor is still more toward him. Yes, instructor. Wang Guan hesitated slightly before making his decision. Although he was indignant in his heart, he wasn't someone who didn't know how to adapt. Turned decisively and started running laps along the track. Li Yangshan immediately looked at Su Weiqing unhappily. Who told you to be nosy? He'll learn his lesson, Su Weiqing said with a bashful face, letting himself be taken away by people to save Qinzhuang and continue to start the military training process. Li Yangshan snorted coldly and had to choose to stop for now. Running was nothing difficult for a second-order ability. While running, Wang Guan pondered the situation at hand. Li Yangshan will surely make another demonic act. I can't probe him, I'm not his opponent, but he's a military training officer, so he shouldn't take the initiative to make a move against me for the sake of face. Commanding other freshmen to give me a hard time? Then I don't bring fear. But being passive all the time is not my character. Gotta find a way to be proactive about this mess. The time, soon enough, was evening. Wang Guan had circled around the peaceful town and had already lost count of how many laps he had run. With his strong physique, he was also incredibly tired at this point. He was sweating like a pig and felt even more thirsty and hungry. As he rounded a house, he propped himself against the wall and took a short break. Just then, Do you want some water? A timid, clear female voice rang in his ears. Wang Guan froze and realized that the sound was coming from the house beside him. The walls of this room have been reinforced in an odd way. There was a window, but there were bars welded on it as well. A figure stood in front of the barred window and was handing out a cup. This is a resident of Peaceful Town? Wang Guan thought to himself, then looked around and realized something. It's the house of the instructor's daughter. The instructor had specifically designated this place as a restricted area, forbidding others to approach. Wang Guan didn't think that much about running laps, and he had just passed in front of this house several times. Perhaps the instructor's daughter, seeing that he was thirsty and tired after running for half a day, kindly handed out water. You've got a nice voice. You must be pretty. Thanks to, Wang Guan said, his eyes peering curiously inside through the fence. His body followed with a violent shudder. The lighting in the room was dim, but Wang Guan could still see the figure in full. It was a girl in a white dress, but her arms and face were covered with a red layer of ghastly scars. Thinning hair draped over her back. The facial features were somewhat distorted. The mouth was full of sharp teeth, and the image was indescribably hideous. The shock of the moment was especially good for the beasts and monsters encountered during the high school exams. Almost instinctively, Wang Guan opened his probing. Then, scouting. This is a beautiful girl, magnificent, with an orchid heart, with S-class abilities, super magnetic armament. Wang Guan, ? No, although I've gotten used to the buggy words of the probing ability, this time, it's not too far off the mark. He almost just said, monster. Okay? Beautiful girl. Also has S-class ability. Super magnetic armament. Looking at the girl again, the earlier discomfort was gone. Just like when Jiang Wangxue was first probed, it showed that Jiang Wangxue was just an ordinary girl with mediocre looks. That Jiang Wangxue, who was the school flower of the 3rd middle school, was an ordinary girl with mediocre looks in Wang Guan's eyes. The girl in front of her, I don't know if she's sick or injured, has a horrible face. But in Wang Guan's eyes, she is just beautiful. I used to be face blind, but not like this. He couldn't help but spit in his mind. When it calmed down, he suddenly made a new discovery. The girl's arms and legs were chained. Why? Wasn't this fortified house meant not to protect her, but to restrict her movements? At the moment, the girl held a glass of water out over the gap in the fence. The hand, covered in red scars, was trembling slightly. Hanging his head low, he seemed to fear the gaze of others, as if he was worried about his good intentions and being rejected. Thanks, I was feeling thirsty. Wang Guan looked normal and said as he took the glass of water. He wasn't worried about the cup of plain white water, what was wrong with it. Because after probing, the glass of water was tagged with the bug phrase, fresh orange juice. Even if there was a problem, then it was just a glass of juice to Wang Guan. Knock, 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 knock. Wang Guan tilted his head and drank it all in one go. It's a rare treat to be thirsty and immediately have a glass of juice. He let out a whine of enjoyment. The girl was a little surprised and stunned as she looked at Wang Guan, her eyes shining brightly. Wang Guan realized that even without the bug word influence, her eyes were actually beautiful. Returning the cup to her, Wang Guan was about to ask her what was going on. A stern voice suddenly came from behind him. What are you doing? Instructor Su Weiqing hurriedly ran in, his face full of anger. But when he saw the cup of water that Wang Guan handed back, his expression froze. Instructor, I was a little thirsty and just drank a glass of water. Wang Guan hurriedly explained and smiled placatingly at the girl behind the barred window. The girl also explained, "Dad, I think he must be thirsty after running for half a day." Su Weiqing looked suspicious and showed a few more moments of shock. With her own daughter in this condition, not to mention the college students from the big city, but also the residents of the peaceful town, all of them were afraid to avoid her. But Wang Guan didn't seem to care, even dared to drink the water she handed her. On this teenager's face, Su Weiqing could not see any expression of disgust, fear, etc. in the slightest. "Your corporal punishment is over," Su Weiqing continued. "Hurry back to the dormitory." "Yes, instructor." Wang Guan was not in a good position to ask about the girl again and turned to leave. Su Weiqing added, "Li Yangshan is deliberately making things difficult for you. I can't protect you all the time, so be careful." "Thank you, instructor, I know." Wang Guan agreed, waved at the girl and left the place. It seemed that his own attitude towards the girl had endeared him to the instructor. After walking away, Wang Guan twisted his head to look. Su Weiqing stood in front of the barred window and was talking to the girl. "What is this girl's name? I don't know what kind of story she has on her." Wang Guan thought in his heart. Military training was long over by this time and the cafeteria was closed. However, when Wang Guan dragged his tired body back to the dormitory, he saw the 3 people in the dormitory, bringing a few pasties to the front. "It's a special saving from their dinner." "Thanks." Wang Guan was quite touched, wolfed down the meat buns. "Brother Guan, why did the military training officer deliberately make things difficult for you?" Zhang Yong brought a cup of hot water and asked strangely. Wang Guan chewed his food. "Maybe he can't stand me." As he was speaking, an ear-piercing honk suddenly resounded through the night sky. Chapter 18 Pandemonium. "I'm in a hurry, you guys get together." The military training came to an end at night, when it was supposed to be free. But when they heard the sound of the bugle, the freshmen, who had been drilling all day and were ready for a rest, had to get up again and rejoin the playground. The playground has been lit up with searchlights. The freshmen quickly set up in squares. "I'm all ready for bed." "What the hell? There's still night practice at night." "It all depends on the instructor's mood if you want to practice at night." There was a lot of talk. Wang Guan soon saw that Li Yangshan's figure appeared at the front of the squad. His gaze looked in Wang Guan's direction, revealing a cold smile. "Students, today is your first day of military training. So in order for you to deepen your peer bonds, let's play a game," he said loudly. Then he described the rules of this game. The name of the game, Smash. The rules were also simple. He would give everyone a sign and then arrange for everyone to spread out. The game starts and all each person has to do is to search and attack the others and grab each other's tiles. The first person to get 10 tiles will be the winner. Getting a superior win will be recorded and will be good for military training evaluation. Li Yangshan concluded. The crowd of freshmen burst into a lively discussion. This game is said to deepen friendship, but it feels like if you play it down, even the best of friendships will turn over, right? At the same time, many people subconsciously looked at Wang Guan. They vaguely understood that Li Yangshan wanted to play this game for fear that he was targeting Wang Guan. Wang Guan had been running all afternoon, and his physical strength was afraid that he had long been exhausted, and he hadn't even eaten dinner. Where's the stamina to play Smash? And Li Yangshan was the military training officer, who for some reason deliberately targeted Wang Guan. Then, in order to curry favor with him, later on, I'm afraid that many people will aim at Wang Guan. This is really going to screw Wang Guan to death. Several people in the party looked at Wang Guan with eyes that had no longer concealed their malice. This included Qin Zhuang, who had been smashed unconscious by Wang Guan in the afternoon. His injuries were not serious and he had long since slowed down, and now he looked like he wanted to eat Wang Guan. Can't wait to make up for the impression I made on Li Yangshan's mind. But Wang Guan didn't care in the slightest. There was anger burning in his eyes. So playful was it? Instructor Su Weiqing hurried over, lowered his voice, and frowned as he argued with Li Yangshan. He had no idea about this sudden need to play a battle royale game. However, Li Yangshan was after all a military training officer, a higher-ranked official, and directly ignored Su Weiqing's protests. "Now let's start the game," he announced with a smile. He handed out a plaque for each new student. Again, the directions were assigned in turn, and the freshmen were told to go and take their places and wait for the smash to begin. He also purposely separated the Tong line, Gao Chong, and the others from Wang Guan. "Brother Guan, be careful later. I'll be the first to rush to you." The boy's line lowered his voice. I'm fine. Just protect yourselves. Wang Guan shook his head, and the bearing he had been assigned was located at the westernmost part of the town. Here are several damaged, abandoned houses in a jumble. The searchlights from the playground, they don't even reach here. It was quite eerie in the cool moonlight. Wang Guan looked around for a moment and pulled out a vial from within his pocket. Unscrewing the sealed lid, the brown liquid inside, tilted his head back and gulp 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 down. This coffee and milk tea. I just took the opportunity to take it with me. Of course, to Wang Guan it was a primary energy potion. Before traveling to military training, freshmen's luggage is inspected and all kinds of pharmaceuticals are prohibited. But Wang Guan's milk tea brought it easily. The energy potion that he had drunk turned into a warm current that quickly flowed throughout his body. The fatigue that had built up from the previous afternoon's run and near physical exhaustion quickly dissipated under this warm current. Wang Guan let out a groan of comfort and suddenly made a realization. Hurriedly, he opened his attribute list. Ability, Probe F. Grade, Second Order. Skill, Windmill Novice. Physical Fitness, 16.6 plus 0.3. Speed, 15.1 plus 0.4. Mental, 15.9 plus 0.3. The three-dimensional attributes have improved a lot from noon. Wang Guan's eyes lit up. After the start of military training, there was a small increase in attributes along with various training. But it's nowhere near as much growth as it is now. It turns out that taking an energy potion in overwhelming exhaustion by running and squeezing out physical strength works so well, then make sure to capitalize on that in the future. While he was thinking this, the shrill sound of the horn, once again, rang out. This means the Smash game, officially, has begun. Hundreds of freshmen attending the military training were transformed into hunters, or prey, and began searching for targets, or finding places to hide. Wang Guan still stood in the gloomy ruins and didn't move, because he knew that soon someone would come forward. He didn't have to wait long. The sound of footsteps came over. There, the orange flames burned up, emitting a flickering fire. The light revealed Qin Zhuangjing's face full of ferocity. He did look for it first thing. Not only him, but behind him were three other men. To be able to find this place so quickly, they had obviously gotten a tip from Li Yangshan. It was my negligence this afternoon that allowed you to take advantage of the situation. Now you don't have that good of a chance. Qin Zhuang sneered, his voice filled with malice. He himself, a second-order ability user, was knocked out by Wang Guan's punch. This is not only evaluated in the eyes of the military training officer greatly reduced. More than that, it was his shame. He turned his head to the other three. You guys guard the perimeter. Don't let him get away. Let me have some fun. According to the rules of Smash, they were supposed to be hostile to each other. But when faced with the most tantalizing prey, they don't mind joining forces first. So what do I tell the drill sergeant later? Let's just say we knocked it down together. Hey, be careful not to cripple him. Don't worry. The drill sergeant won't blame us. They also smiled and said, looking extremely confident in their own strength. In fact, they were indeed the wave with the most outstanding strength in this military training. It was specially selected by Li Yangshan. Wang Guan listened to them with a calm expression and a dark smile. His eyes swept over the bug words on their bodies. Normal boys with mind-enhancing abilities. A barber with excellent craftsmanship. P.S. In this world, only those who fail to awaken powerful abilities and have no strength will engage in life occupations such as barbering. A patient who is seriously ill. The average high school student who has not yet awakened. Just you guys still want to surround me? Qin Zhuang had turned into a fireman once again. The blazing flames caused the temperature of the scene to rise a few points. Qin Zhuang, who possessed the ability of the Flame Dominator, fully utilized his power, and his face was the focus of the flame protection. Never let Wang Guan have another chance to attack himself. His fists, before they touched his face, would be scorched by the flames. Burn! Qin Zhuang roared, roaring flames, and lunged at Wang Guan. Wang Guan didn't wait for him to get closer this time and moved after him, charging toward him. The two figures instantly exchanged blows. Under the flame enhancement, Qin Zhuang's speed, originally, was extremely fast. But the moment they crossed paths, Wang Guan's speed seemed to be a few points faster. With a sensitive short stance, he dodged Qin Zhuang's flame-wrapped fist and blasted out his right fist like a cannonball. Bang! A precise and ferocious blast hit Qin Zhuang in the stomach. Wow! Qin Zhuang cried out in pain, spewing out globs of flame as his body instinctively bent over. It's all said and done. Playing with your brain to spar with me, what fista? Wang Guan's speed did not decrease, and his fist pushed against Qin Zhuang's stomach, carrying him onward and slamming him. The three people guarding the surroundings, whose faces were originally still wearing a theater-like smile, had their smiles solidified at this moment. Holy! One of them exclaimed, because Wang Guan toppled Qin Zhuang and lunged in his direction. Wow! A handful of Qin Zhuang, who was burning with flames, was thrown at him. It was as if a ball of fire had been thrown out. They collided and rolled to the ground. It's so hot. Ah! The man's hands were scrambling to push Qin Zhuang away. The flames burned on him, causing him to let out a continuous cry of pain. Qin Zhuang's blaze is clearly not a teammate without injury. The other two saw this scene and immediately revealed a vigilant look. But Wang Guan's figure had already rushed toward them right after him. The four of them hadn't wanted to surround Wang Guan. In their thoughts, fighting alone, as long as they were careful, they could definitely clean up Wang Guan. To this F-ranked ability person, striking out together is really too much of a drop. But the result? Wang Guan didn't give them a chance. I'm in a hurry. You guys go together. Chapter 19. He's not the prey. He's the most dangerous one. The hunter. Wang Guan opened the group strongly, not bothering to fight alone, and directly beating the group. By himself, he swarmed the other four. The strength of Qin Zhuang and the other four belonged to the top among the freshmen in military training. But after being hung up on bug words by Wang Guan in front of Wang Guan, they are just barbers, seriously ill patients, and unawakened people. This kind of Wang Guan fights for in one breath without any difficulty. Qin Zhuang, who had previously been thrown out as a fireball and collapsed on the ground, had fiery flames wrapped around his body and roared angrily as he tried to get back up. Wang Guan, I'm going to get killed. Wang Guan rushed over and punched him in the head, and he went down again. Then Wang Guan gave a flurry of output to the other three. Qin Zhuang hadn't fainted yet, and he grew angrier and angrier as he struggled to get up once more. Wang Guan came charging in again and kicked him over again, then continued to output on the other three. The three of them used their abilities, but they seemed useless in front of Wang Guan. Is this his skill? The punch is so powerful. My petrified skin is useless. So fierce. How does he work out? My shockwave hits him like nothing. Yelling and screaming, they were pressed and violently beaten by Wang Guan. And Qin Zhuang is the worst. Since the beginning of the fall, has not been able to get up. When Qin Zhuang tried to get up for the third time, he was slammed down by another punch from Wang Guan. He stifled an unwilling grunt and finally fainted. The flames on his body went out, returning the ruin to dimness. By this point, the other three too had all stretched out on the ground. From start to finish, it only lasted a minute. Standing in the middle of the four, Wang Guan moved his body. It's just a warm-up, I guess. He leaned over and removed their tags from the four men, tucking them casually into his coat pocket as he surveyed his surroundings. You want to play Smash, right? Then I'll have a good time with you. Just then, whoosh, one thing at an extremely fast speed flew toward Wang Guan. Straight into Wang Guan's thigh. It was a finger-thin, 2-centimeter-long piece of branch. One end was sharpened to a very sharp point. A dozen meters away, a boy hid behind a half-collapsed wall, his eyes staring in Wang Guan's direction in the darkness. He's manipulating this branch. Psychic ability, mind control. He had actually been hiding here for a long time, witnessing the entire battle and remaining silent. It was only in the moment when Qin Zhuang's four were settled and Wang Guan was slacking off that he suddenly struck out. The spirit department's ability to fight head-on is not good, and it is best at hiding behind the curtain and sneaking in. First, I'll severely injure Wang Guan, then I'll be able to take him down at will, and then the military training officer will definitely look at me differently. In the heart of this mind power ability person, he had already begun to snicker. However, snap! The sharp branches that flew at high speeds and shot at Wang Guan's body only made a soft sound. The branch didn't pierce Wang Guan's thigh as expected, but just stuck to Wang Guan's leg. Wang Guan took down the branch that was attached to his leg. Seeing the shape of the branch, he stared slightly, looking around. Who threw the knife handle? Nimble ability! Exclamation point! Shocked, his body trembled and he accidentally bumped into the half-collapsed wall. A broken brick fell with a crash. He was shocked in his mind. Looking at Wang Guan again, he found that Wang Guan's figure had disappeared. Where did he go? Panicked, he glanced from side to side, suddenly sensing something and turning his head slowly. Under the dim, cool moonlight, Wang Guan appeared smilingly. Thought control, Wang Guan muttered under his breath. Without waiting for the LYB to speak, he slammed his fist down with no mercy. Bang! The chanting powerhouse, his head lolled and he fainted. Probe. This is a highly skilled cook. Wang Guan had scoped him out long ago and hung up the bug word. His chanting ability just didn't exist to Wang Guan. The branch flew in front of Wang Guan and directly lost its numinous control. From this mind power ability person, Wang Guan picked up the sign and put it away. His figure silently blended into the darkness. From time to time, bursts of shouts, shrieks, and cries of pain resounded from all parts of the peaceful town. Various abilities inspired light that flickered everywhere. It was obvious that this pandemonium was prepared by Li Yangshan for Wang Guan. In order to please Li Yangshan, many people were searching for Wang Guan. But in this pandemonium, Wang Guan was not the prey. He's the most dangerous one, the hunter. The petite Anya hunkered down and carefully stalked through the shadows. What's a good reason to play Smash? I hope no one finds me, muttering under his breath. But things are not as they should be. Just around a corner, she met up with a tall boy, out of nowhere. Welp, Anya huffed backward. Instinctively, he was about to raise his hands and simply and directly admit defeat and hand over his cards. But it's you. The boy saw Anya, but he wore an expression of even more shock and fear than Anya's. I concede, he shouted ahead of the others. Don't make a move. I'll give you my card voluntarily. As he spoke, he threw his cards over decisively and held up his hands. With a look of apprehension and fear, he stepped back. After pulling away, turn and run as if facing an abyssal monster. Anya, ugh. In the afternoon, when she practiced against Wang Guan, she suppressed him, causing many people to have a rather wrong judgment about her strength. When I met her, I was surprised that I conceded defeat even more mellowly than she did. Anya picked up the sign on the ground in a blindfold. Still, she shook her head, an amused expression emerging. Then as soon as he turned around, he saw that there was another person, standing not far away. Is none other than Wang Guan. Anya huffed back again, her body stiffening slightly before she tried to raise her hands in surrender. But Wang watched Anya, did not do it rashly, and his look was full of vigilance instead. Can you not be vigilant? In Wang Guan's eyes, Anya was a King Kong Barbie and a war horn. It's tricky. Thus, Wang Guan made an instant decision and nodded at Anya, smiling gently and displaying his goodwill. Then slowly backing away, his figure blended into the darkness and left. Anya. Ugh. She looked at the direction Wang Guan had disappeared in and was once again in a blindfold. She knows her own business, her 3D attributes are a mess, and she's extremely bad against the elements. In the afternoon she was puzzled, with Wang Guan's strength of KO Qinzhuang with one punch. How could she be equal to him and vaguely suppressed? It's clear that you can yourself up with one punch. Then there is only one truth. He was holding back on himself at the time and couldn't bear to hurt her. Now, when he met himself in pandemonium, he didn't give him a hard time and smiled at him. So, does he like me? That was the only answer Anya could come up with. Recalling Wang Guan KO Qinzhuang's heroic appearance, the pretty face could not help but blush. The center of the playground, illuminated by the bright light of a searchlight. Instructor Su Weiqing paced back and forth impatiently, looking around worriedly from time to time. Li Yangshan, however, was calm and had a smile on his lips. The pandemonium had been going on for more than half an hour. I'm sure that Kid Wang Guan must have suffered a lot already. He had deliberately hinted at a number of people to deal with Wang Guan. Qinzhuang can't do it alone, so if a few people are together, they can always take it down steadily, right? Even if Wang Guan was strong, could he withstand these people taking turns? Not to mention, he'd been running for half the afternoon and was already exhausted. Either you have the sense to voluntarily quit military training yourself, or wait for me to play you to death, Li Yangshan thought triumphantly in his heart. It was also at this time, at the edge of the playground, a figure suddenly walked over. Carrying a bunch of tiles in his hand, he has collected 10 tiles? So fast. Li Yangshan and Su Weiqing were all slightly stunned. They quickly saw who the man was. How is he? Chapter 20 Outrageous Battle Record. You're telling me this is an F-rank garbage ability person? The man who approached had white hair and a pretty face. Slightly younger than the other military freshmen, only 15 or 16 years old. It's a line of children from Wang Guan's dormitory. The camouflage uniform he was wearing was already a bit broken and vaguely stained with a bit of blood, so it seemed that he had experienced a vicious battle. Walking up to Li Yangshan and Su Weiqing, the teenager clattered and threw a bunch of cards on the ground. I've collected all 10 tiles. The game can end now, he said faintly. Li Yangshan was stunned. He actually hinted at a portion of his people to stall Wang Guan's housemates to avoid them from converging with Wang Guan. But I didn't expect one of the children in the line, but it was the first to collect 10 plaques. The military training registration roster shows that Tong's line is from the nearby city of Lingshan and possesses the energy department's D-rank ability, Shockwave, can consume energy from the body and release a shockwave to attack the enemy. It's not a bad ability, but it's not an excellent one. Physical attributes are also just about average for a freshman. He can fight so well. Su Weiqing reacted and hurriedly took out the device and pressed the sounding button. An ear-piercing chirping horn rang through the night sky, announcing the end of the pandemonium. The boy's line sighed in relief and reached up to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Another worried look around at the darkness. After the great chaos began, he had wanted to immediately go forward to find Wang Guan and help him out. But a few men soon surrounded him and pestered him. He could only change his tactics. Collect 10 tiles quickly and end this game, or else Guan will be in danger. Those few with the best strength have gone to him. So many people, even if I meet them and let go of my restrictions, I can't easily cope with them. I hope it's not too late. Should he be okay? The child line thought with some concern. The freshmen participating in the pandemonium stopped fighting when they heard the sounding of the horn. One by one, from all directions, they returned to the playground. All of them were more or less in a state of disarray, and some of them were hanging wounded. Many of them were injured by the child line and snatched the sign. Seeing this white-haired teenager, they all revealed expressions of awe. This kid is smaller than all of us, but he's so strong. Surprisingly, he was the one who collected all 10 tiles first. I was knocked away without even touching him in one shot. Is this a shockwave ability? Is the energy department this strong? It always felt like there was something evil about him. They discussed in low voices, not realizing that Wang Guan's roommate, too, was a ruthless character. Anya is back here too. Everyone else had more or less a mess on them, but she was clean, as if she hadn't fought anyone at all. Eyes scanned the area searchingly, as if looking for others to figure. Li Yangshan saw the sign she was carrying in her hand and was slightly stunned. She even got other people's signs as well? This young girl's information he knew in detail. The physical attributes weren't outstanding, but she possessed rare psychic abilities. Used well, it will be very powerful. She just apparently hasn't been able to dig in properly, so seeing that Anya was able to get the license, Li Yangshan was more or less surprised. As for her practicing against Wang Guan in the afternoon and fighting like a match, it should just be that Wang Guan deliberately let the water out. Humph. That kid is so cunning. He must have done it on purpose to make himself make a wrong judgment. More and more people are returning to the playground. When Gao Chong came back, he had already taken off his camouflage top, revealing his lean upper body, and he had obviously experienced a vicious battle. However, he had just managed to beat both of them and get 2 tiles, and was quite proud of himself. Only, the expression froze when he realized that it was the child's line that ended the game. I'm just more lucky. The child's row of showy face explained with a bit of coyness. Is that something that can be explained by luck? Of the 4 people in the dormitory, Wang Guan was better than himself even if he was. This white-haired boy is so topsy-turvy too. It's really crouching dragon phoenix chick. Luckily, Zhang Yong, who was in the same house, had his sign snatched and was beaten to a pulp, so that he wouldn't be at the bottom of the list. Where's Guan? Has he not returned yet? Gao Chong asked as he looked around. No, I hope nothing will happen to him? The child line was a little worried. Li Yangshan also noticed that Wang Guan hadn't returned yet, and the corners of his mouth gradually hooked up. That kid must have been beaten up so badly that he's afraid he can't even stand up, right? He thought darkly in his mind. At the same time, it was a bit strange. But Qin Zhuang and the others, how come they didn't come back either? In addition to them, there were at least 2 dozen others who had not made it back. It was at this point Yeah, Wang Guan is back. Anya's brittle voice suddenly shouted. The gazes of the crowd simultaneously saw Wang Guan's figure walking over from the distance. He was in a bit of a mess and had obviously been through a vicious battle but was clearly not injured. Along with walking, there was a ding-dong sound. It was only when he got closer that the crowd realized it was a sign he was carrying in his hand. Quantity. I'm afraid it's got to be $30. This military training is only hundreds of people in total. Under the surprised and quiet gaze, Wang Guan walked to Li Yangshan. With a crash, the sign in his hand, he threw it to the ground. Qin Zhuang and the others accidentally all fainted, and there are a few injured ones. Please arrange for someone to go and look for them, he said to Li Yangshan. The sign thrown to the ground had too much impact, and his voice was flat, but it gave a sense of sharpness. The playground was silent and everyone looked over in shock. The people he grabbed the sign from fainted and were injured? You! Li Yangshan was dumbfounded, unable to even speak for a while. What, are you going to blame me for disregarding my fellowship? Wang Guan looked straight into Li Yangshan's eyes and asked with a provocative voice. No, of course not. Li Yangshan subconsciously spoke. He was a military training officer and his strength exceeded Wang Guan's by quite a bit. But at this time, in front of Wang Guan, he actually felt a sense of oppression, which subdued him somewhat. Including Qin Zhuang, those who hadn't returned yet could be said to be the strongest group of people among the freshmen in this military training. All of these superior students, surprisingly, had folded into Wang Guan's hands. For a moment, he had a few moments of fear. Li Yangshan quickly calmed down. Ahem, you did well. Instructor Su Weichang busily said. Wang Guan, you can rest on the side first. There was the same surprise in his eyes, but more relief. Then he rushed to arrange for people to go to the aid of fainting and injured students. As a trial battlefield dedicated to military training, this place was quite simple, but it also had good medical facilities. As long as you're not dying from serious injuries, you're basically fine. At this point, the scene had completely exploded. That's a bit outrageous, isn't it? I can't believe I got so many cards. He's not planning on taking out everyone if the game doesn't stop, is he? You're telling me that this is an F-rank trash ability? Is the probe? The one I understand. He's tougher than that white-haired kid. The crowd did not hide the surprised and awe-inspiring gazes they looked at Wang Guan with. The most frightening thing was that Wang Guan was physically punished this afternoon and ran for a full afternoon. A normal person would be at the end of their tether already. Wang Guan, however, is fine in kills like nobody's business. What kind of body is this? They couldn't help but be glad that they hadn't encountered Wang Guan in the pandemonium, not to mention that they hadn't taken the initiative to pick on Wang Guan in order to curry favor with the quartermaster. Wang Guan was now, in fact, still a bit unfulfilled. Many saw him as prey and immediately attacked when they encountered him. He was not polite to these people and repaired them one by one. Li Yangshan wants to teach him a lesson with smash. It was just as well that he wanted to use the game to give the others a shock. Save yourself from screwing up for Li Yangshan later. It's a shame the game is over so quickly. There are still a lot of fish out of water. The first one to get 10 tiles was you? Learning this, Wang Guan asked the boys' line with some surprise. I was worried that you were in trouble and wanted to end the game early. Tong Line with Koi said, while his eyes are full of shocked incomprehension. But it seems that I think too much. Guan brother, how did you do it? Oh, I just have more actual combat experience and better physical attributes, I guess. Wang Guan explained so. A bright light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the boys' line. The child line is really a bit of fun. Zhang Yong, sorry for dragging you down. Wang Guan added to Zhang Yong in the dormitory. Zhang Yong lost his license and was beaten up. Because of Wang Guan's status as a housemate, he was more or less implicated. Unfortunately, although Wang Guan had a healing potion, the potion was only effective for himself, and for others it was just milk tea. No, I have nothing, Zhang Yong said hurriedly, his tone a little reluctant. After settling the fainted and injured people, the instructor, Su Weicheng, announced the dismissal. As for the winning rewards of this big mess, no one in the sense mentioned. Li Yangshan, military training officer, the mood is obviously not very good. This long first day of military training is finally over. The playground gradually dispersed. Li Yangshan went back to his residence. He had regained his composure and his face was cloudy. To be able to get the Alliance High School certificate, His own qualities aren't bad besides picking up an extremely valuable weapon. I've heard that he's known as the school bully in Tianhai 3rd Middle School. It's quite deserved. But what's the point? F-rank trash ability, destined to have no future. Longjing University doesn't want to waste resources on him, Li Yangshan thought through clenched teeth. He had traveled a long way and had been sent here from Tianjing City in order to prevent Wang Guan from completing his military training. Since the other students can't do anything about him, that'll have to be done in person. It's not a good idea to do it here, but when we start the field practice, there's a big opportunity to do it. Chapter 21. Who says that with F-rank trash abilities, progress is slow? Li Yangshan held a game of Smash, saying that it was meant to deepen the bond of companionship. Although it was clearly bull, it did turn out to accomplish its purpose. Over the next few days, these hundreds of military students really united quite a bit. Mainly because of Wang Guan's strong performance, everyone spontaneously coalesced. In a group, if someone shows strength that overrides others, it will be hard for others to make waves. Even Qin Zhuang and those who were not convinced in their hearts didn't dare to just mess things up. No matter how high-minded and proud you were, you had to hold it in front of Wang Guan. After morning exercises, go to the cafeteria for breakfast. Everyone looked at Wang Guan quarters and his group, their gazes carrying awe in their little hearts. This dormitory not only has Wang Guan, a fierce man, but the white-haired teenage boy and his party are also not to be underestimated. Gao Chang also belongs to the upper level among the freshmen in military training. Wang Guan was used to this kind of gaze, but someone looked over as if it was different. He suddenly felt something and turned his head to see that it was Anya looking at him. The eyes were a little strange, a little reproachful, and a little expectant, and when they made eye contact with Wang Guan, they hastily flung their heads away again. Wang Guan, this Ms. King Kong Barbie, seems weird lately. After breakfast, the morning training began. Su Weiqing is an old instructor, and the equipment of the 23rd Trial Battlefield is very simple, but Su Weiqing still arranges it in a well-organized manner. After a few days of training, everyone's attributes have grown. There were quite a few people that had managed to break through from the first rank to the second rank and mastered exclusive skills. At the end of the high school year, college freshmen are generally only first order. One of the purposes of military training is to allow new students to break through to the second order during training. When you enter college, you can arrange for training in just the right skills. When the students were training, Li Yangshan's figure often hovered around the playground. He was still very much targeting Wang Guan and managed to physically punish him every chance he got. But when it comes to corporal punishment, Wang Guan, who told you to run with such weight? Li Yangshan found a random excuse to reprimand Wang Guan. Before he could say a few words, Su Weicheng stepped forward. Wang Guan, run laps for me. Yes, instructor. Wang Guan agreed and went off to run laps with a smile. A process that works, leaving Li Yangshan standing in place with a messy expression. Being so proactive makes him feel completely unfulfilled. It has been the norm for Wang Guan to be penalized for running laps these days. He sweated profusely each time, his stamina pressed to the limit. It looked miserable, but he relished it. Every time he ran laps, Wang Guan would deliberately pass by that odd hut. The instructor's daughter, who would watch him silently from a barred window. Wang Guan already knew that the name of this girl, who was covered in hideous scars and had chains on her body, was Su Mengmeng. Very cute name. In Wang Guan's eyes, she was indeed a lovely girl. By noon, the corporal punishment was over. Wang Guan panted, came to the barred window, took the juice handed out by Su Mengmeng, and drank it freely. Much more comfortable. Wang Guan handed back the cup of water. Thank you, every time I labor you. No, it's okay. The hideous, ghastly, and lovely, beautiful girl bowed her head. Meng Meng, are you bored when you stay in the house every day? Wang Guan moved his limbs and asked in a casual manner. No. Dad got me a lot of books. I love to read. Su Mengmeng pointed to the bookshelf of the house, which was filled with books of all colors. Communication is poor here in Peaceful Town and there is no internet access, but reading a book is indeed a good pastime. Really? I quite like reading books too. Wang Guan smiled and said, if there's a chance in the future, can we exchange our favorite books? Yeah. Su Mengmeng was pleasantly surprised. In the distance, instructor Su Weiqing quietly watched this scene. He didn't come over to interrupt, just his rugged face with a faintly pleased look. It's been a long time since I've seen Mo so happy. After a brief chat, Wang Guan waved goodbye. Su Mengmeng waved her hand and reluctantly watched Wang Guan walk away. Every time he finished running laps, Wang Guan would find a chance to chat with her for a while, because he thought the girl must be lonely being cooped up in the house every day. He's felt what it's like to be alone, so he can better appreciate how awful it can be. With the exchanges these days, even without the influence of the bug words, Wang Guan could feel the gentle kindness under the girl's hideous exterior. What's going on with her injuries, anyway? Curiosity grew in his mind. It was always a bad question to ask Su Mengmeng or the instructor directly. A middle-aged woman came face to face. It was a small-town resident, weather-beaten, very plainly dressed, and carrying a food box in his hand. "Auntie Zhang, have you come to bring Mengmeng food?" Wang Guan greeted. He had met Auntie Zhang a few times and knew that she was in charge of Su Mengmeng's daily life. "Hey, little Wang, have you been penalized for running again?" Auntie Zhang teased. Most of the townspeople are mute and few speak, and rarely take the initiative to interact with the military students. However, Wang Guan was a kind person, so Auntie Zhang was willing to talk to him more. "It can't be helped. The military training officer doesn't see me well." Wang Guan laughed at himself. With a flutter in his heart, he finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, "Auntie Zhang, on Mengmeng, what's going on?" Aunt Zhang's expression changed slightly and she sighed again, but still compassionately explained, "Mengmeng, this child bitter when he was bitten by the bloodthirsty demon as a child, fortunately did not die, but was contaminated by the breath of the abyss, and became this, alas, a bloodthirsty demon?" Wang Guan knew that the peaceful town had been attacked by bloodthirsty demons. Being attacked by a bloodthirsty demon and infected with the breath of the abyss, it mutates into a bloodthirsty beast. To this day, there are still quite a few bloodthirsty beasts active in the dense forest outside. And now Su Mengmeng, this appearance, because infected with the abyssal breath, although she hadn't completely changed into a bloodthirsty beast, she was on the verge of mutation. That's why they were chained up and kept inside a heavily guarded house. Mentioning these things, Aunt Zhang seemed to recall the horror of the bloodthirsty demon. Her expression became fearful, and her eyes moistened for a few moments. "I'll never forget that day. My son, his body." Speaking here, she hastily shook her head. "Things are all in the past. I hope that Mengmeng's injury can slowly become better. There must be a chance." Wang Guan said silently. After parting with Auntie Zhang, Wang Guan walked towards the cafeteria, reached an unoccupied corner, and took out a small bottle of milk tea from his coat pocket. When special coffee milk tea, which was a primary energy potion for Wang Guan, opened the lid and tilted his head back to drink. Things like milk tea don't have a long shelf life. However, probably because it was hung up on a bug phrase by Wang Guan, it was kept under seal and has not deteriorated until now. As the medicine entered his mouth, Wang Guan's tired body quickly regained its energy. He hurriedly checked his attribute panel. Ability, Probe F. Grade, Second Order. Skill, Windmill Novice. Physical Fitness, 19.1 plus 0.3. Speed, 18.2 plus 0.3. Mental, 18.6 plus 0.2. By running laps, squeezing the limits of his body, and then drinking an energy potion, his physical attributes received a small wave of growth. Thanks to the physical punishment in the past few days, Wang Guan had made rapid progress. When the other students had just stepped into the second rank, he was already about to impact the third rank. So what if it's an F rank trash ability with no attribute increase? His rate of improvement was by no means slower than the others. Most importantly, Wang Guan had already confirmed through his instructor that Li Yangshan was a fourth-ranked ability. When he himself was in the second order, he could probe up to a third-order ability person. Then, as soon as he ascends to the third rank, Li Yangshan should be able to be affected by his own ability. Speaking of which, I should really be thankful to Li Yangshan for changing his tricks every day to make me suffer corporal punishment. Wang Guan thought amusedly, walking into the cafeteria. Afternoon training soon to begin. Having just formed a square, Li Yangshan suddenly walked to the front of the line. "Everyone's progress has been obvious in the last few days of training, so we can begin the next step," he announced. "Tomorrow, we will leave the safe zone of the town and head outside to the dense forest to start field combat." There was an uproar. "It's only been a little over a week, and you're going to be in the field for real? I heard that there are bloodthirsty beasts out there, and those are all mutated beasts of at least 2 orders. It's too fast. I've only just entered the second stage. Will it be dangerous? They couldn't tell you how worried they were. After all, the peace town, the 23rd trial battlefield, the danger factor of military training has always been great. It is said that there are many casualties every year in the field in actual combat. Instructor Su Weiqing's face changed slightly. Li Yangshan, isn't this too presumptuous? I've already reported to the top. It's decided. But Li Yangshan was very decisive. Everyone has trained very well. I believe that in the field practical combat, there will be good results. As he spoke, his eyes swept over the crowd of students. The eyes rested on Wang Guan, not hiding the malice in them. Wang Guan also looked at him and similarly revealed a smile. Looks like he can't wait to take me on himself in a real battle in the wilderness? Just as well, I don't want to keep putting up with it. In the wild, my bug scrying ability, the power can be maximized. Chapter 22. What boy could resist? A stick so handsome? The morning hours were just dawning. The military students of the peaceful town were then assembled and ready to go. Leaving the safe zone for the first time and heading out into the wilderness, the group was longing with a bit of trepidation. Starting the field practicals with a few days in the wilderness, Wang Guan made a special trip to say goodbye to Su Mengmeng. When he returned to the team, Gao Chong asked curiously, "Brother Guan, did you go to the instructor's daughter again?" It was no secret that Wang Guan knew that daughter of the instructor and often went to the other side to chat. "Tell me honestly, isn't the instructor's daughter pretty?" Tong Lin lowered his voice and asked in a prodding manner. A few of the boys around him, their ears perked up. "Indeed quite beautiful. Just sick. Must stay in the house. All the time you guys cannot go to bother her." Wang Guan also counted truthfulness. It was naturally impossible for him to tell everyone about Su Mengming's true condition. The boys let out a knowing laugh. Wang Guan rolled his eyes breathlessly. The team assembled and set off in great style under the leadership of instructor Su Weicheng and military training officer Li Yangshan. The wilderness is full of dangers, with the presence of all kinds of mutated beasts, bugs, and even some plants that have mutated and will actively attack living things. And near Peaceful Town, the most dangerous is still the bloodthirsty beast. These twisted and mutated monsters feed on blood. You must keep in mind that the first thing you do when you are injured is to treat your wounds, otherwise you will invite them in. Along the way, Su Weicheng loudly explained the precautions. According to the general military training process, it is usually only at a later stage of training that the field practice begins. However, Li Yangshan started the process in advance, and many things Su Weicheng could only be informed temporarily. It was the height of summer now, but it wasn't hot near the peaceful town, and there was even a light shade in the early mornings of the wild and dense forest. The marching party, after an initial apprehensive silence, gradually came to life. Everyone felt the distinctive scent of the dense forest and curiously explored their surroundings. "This pair of gloves of mine, but into the grade of the weapon, before going to college my father specially bought me." At the front of the group, Qin Zhuang, who possessed the Flame Dominator ability, was proudly showing his gloves to his companions. The gloves were encrusted with iron and looked quite cool. Into the grade, that is to say, it is not a mortal product and has a certain specialization. Freshmen are allowed to bring weapons and equipment to military training. They are just taken away before entering the town. However, it will be returned during the field trials. After all, weapons and equipment are part of an ability's strength. Apart from Qin Zhuang, many people used their own weapons and equipment. Wang Guan dormitory of Gao Chong, wearing a pair of Finger Tiger. It's not classified, but it's a fine product, which can greatly utilize the power of steel bones. "Brother Guan, you're so strong in physical combat. Haven't you prepared any weapons?" Gao Chong also asked curiously. Wang Guan, Tong and his party, and Zhang Yong in the dormitory are all unarmed and unarmed.
No.
Wang Guan replied. His eyes kept sweeping over the branches and sticks that had fallen into the forest. Occasionally, he would pull off branches and hold them in his hands to survey them. How would that work? Look at Qin Zhuang and the few of them. They are all equipped with weapons. What if they pick another fight? Gao Chong couldn't help but worry. Qin Zhuang's group had always been a bit displeased with Wang Guan. He's also gotten very close to Li Yangshan these days. The field actualization, they were equipped with weapons and were much stronger, and they would definitely look for opportunities to make things difficult for Wang Guan. Then they can try, Wang Guan said with amusement. He raised his head just in time to see Qin Zhuang's gaze looking over. Eyes full of provocation. Gloved fists collided, bared, bursting into a cloud of sparks. Ha! Although he had been knocked out by Wang Guan several times, but when he got his own gloves, he was thinking that he could do it again. Wang Guan shook his head in amusement and continued to search for branches and sticks. Brother Guan, what are you looking for? The boy's line asked strangely. The white-haired teenager showed exceptional strength during Smash. But in front of Wang Guan, he had always been very deferential. I'm trying to find a suitable wooden stick, Wang Guan said rightfully. At this time, he was constantly casting probes on the sticks he saw. His scrying ability hangs a bug word on the target. The word information is wrongly randomized, but still has some connection to the target itself. The bug words found in the stick probe are all stick-like implements. For example, probe. It's a rolling pin. It's not only for cooking, it's also a weapon while it lasts. Probe. This is a crowbar, sneak door to pick locks, essential tools, physical sword saint exclusive. Probe. It's a wrench. As a mechanic, it's normal to carry a wrench with you. Probe. It's a clothesline pole. According to the law of ordinary, the results of the investigation are things that are often seen in everyday life. But with a large enough base of exploration, you can always come across items that are not ordinary. And inside the dense forest, sticks are plentiful. It was shortly after Wang Guan replied to the child line. Probe. This is a grade E Vajra mortar and pestle, cast in steel, heavy and mighty, breaking the trick with force. Wang Guan's eyes lit up. The stick in front of me was not as good as the A-grade longsword that he had picked up during the entrance exams, and it didn't have the special effects of enchantment, but it was good enough to use. He happily picked it up. The stick, formed by two vines entwined together. It is about 1 meter long and the overall shape is very workmanlike with the right thickness. You can feel its heaviness in your hand, and it's very powerful to fling it around. It was now a Vajra mortar and pestle to Wang Guan. Hoo-hoo. After waving it around, Wang Guan nodded in satisfaction. The Tong line and Gao Chang's few people, their eyes widened. You're not planning to use it as a weapon, are you? They asked. Can't I? Look how cool it is styled and how smooth it is. Wang Guan laughed. What boy could resist a stick this handsome? It will be used until a more suitable stick is found. Crowd. In the distance, Qin Zhuang and the others laughed out loud when they saw Wang Guan pick up a wooden stick as a weapon. You can even pick up an iron bar, a wooden stick. And the military training officer walking on the side of the group, Li Yangshan, also saw Wang Guan wielding the wooden stick. He understood Wang Guan's experience with the college entrance examination and knew that Wang Guan was lucky to have picked up an extremely valuable weapon in the shape of a wooden stick in order to make a big kill and get the top prize in the alliance. Now he picks up a stick. Heh, do you want to recreate the experience you had at the entrance exam? The dense forest of the wilderness will not give you a refreshed extreme weapon. That's ridiculous. He shook his head dismissively. The sun was getting brighter and it was already mid-morning. Just then, everyone be careful. The instructor, Su Weicheng, suddenly warned in a low voice. The group stopped at once, alert. Bloodthirsty beasts. Su Weicheng continued, reaching out and pointing in a direction. The crowd looked, and in the middle of the bushes and weeds, a blood-red mass was vaguely writhing. It was a bison-like beast, only its body was reddish, as if it had been skinned and covered with dense scars. It was leaning down and gnawing on something, its mouth full of sharp teeth, fierce and hideous. This is the bloodthirsty beast?
Wang Guan subconsciously remembered Su Mengmen.
The red scars that covered her entire body looked like this as well. The students in the group have been holding their breath a bit. Mutant beasts have a similar level standard to that of an ability, and bloodthirsty beasts are at least second order. And the mutated beasts and even abyssal monsters that were encountered in the high school illusion realm were all of the first rank. Encountering this kind of mutated beast for the first time, they were more or less scared and terrified. Su Weicheng quickly determined that this was the only bloodthirsty beast in the vicinity. It was a great opportunity, and he was going to take the chance to show the students how to deal with them. But at that moment, Li Yangshan suddenly spoke. Wang Guan, you go and settle it. Wang Guan, who was casting a probe on the bloodthirsty beast, was slightly stunned. The others gazed over. Among our students, you are recognized as the strongest. Li Yangshan smiled and said, it should be easy for you to deal with it. Just demonstrate it to everyone. Li Yangshan, Wang Guan also encountered a bloodthirsty beast for the first time. This isn't right, is it? Su Weicheng said with a sullen face. What's wrong with that? I have high hopes for student Wang Guan. He can definitely handle it. Li Yangshan looked at Wang Guan, his eyes lingering on the wooden stick in Wang Guan's hand for a moment. If you can take it out, I'll record it on my military training file. That said, he made no effort to hide the malice he was deliberately targeting. The child line, Anya and the others were a bit indignant and worried. Qin Zhuang's group, on the other hand, revealed looks of anticipation and excitement. Wang Guan stared at Li Yangshan for a few seconds and laughed out loud. Then, line it. He carried a wooden stick and walked calmly towards the bloodthirsty beast. Chapter 23 Instructor Mighty. Military boxing can still be fought like this? Be careful. The bloodthirsty beast has sensitive movements. When bitten by it, it will instantly draw a large amount of blood and release a paralyzing toxin. Seeing that he couldn't stop it, Su Weicheng hurriedly reminded. I know, instructor. Wang Guan thanked. Su Weicheng thought of something and looked at the crowd. Which one of you will lend him a weapon? He himself specializes in bare hands and has no weapons with him. If I had known that Wang Guan didn't have a weapon of his own and could only find a wooden stick, I should have given him a piece of handy equipment before I left. There were people in the group who were ready to contribute their weapons. I don't think that's necessary, is it? Li Yangshan, however, said, if we encounter danger in the future, there will be no one to provide weapons, and doesn't he have a handy weapon in his hand? You! Su Weicheng got a little angry. This is too much bullying. Instructor, it's fine. I don't need any other weapons. Wang Guan, however, twisted his head. He had walked in front of the bloodthirsty beast. The bloodthirsty beast, which was muffled up and eating, quickly noticed Wang Guan and immediately let out a threatening roar from its mouth. The blood-red eyes were full of ferocity, and he lunged headlong at Wang Guan. It is shaped like a bison and as big as a bison, but the pounce was like a tiger hunting for food, instantly arriving in front of Wang Guan. Be careful, Anya shouted with concern from the team. But then, he saw Wang Guan dodge the bloodthirsty beast's pounce with a flash. Buzz. The wooden stick in his hand swung in a semicircle, breaking the air and whistling. Bang! It ruthlessly smashed into the bloodthirsty beast. The bloodthirsty beast's body tumbled and flung itself away. It landed on the ground and shook its body, which was dented where it had been hit. Roar! Barked a few points weaker, obviously a few more points of fear for Wang Guan. But it was vicious by nature and made a gesture to fight back. Wang Guan had already rushed toward it ahead of him. The stick buzzed and went at it. For a while, instead of Wang Guan fighting the bloodthirsty beast, he was chasing the bloodthirsty beast. The bloodthirsty beast was indeed powerful, but Wang Guan had already branded it with a bug word. Exploration. This is a ferocious wild boar, strong and heavy, ferocious and aggressive. Among ordinary beasts, boars were considered difficult. But in the end, they are just ordinary beasts. Where was the opponent of Wang Guan, who was now a peak second-ranked ability user and also held an E-ranked Vajra mortar and pestle? It's not difficult to deal with at all. By the time a few sticks went down, it was on the ground and completely immobile. For that matter, it was still Wang Guan who had intentionally kept his hand in order to avoid showing too much astonishment. The crowd at the scene, all of them had their jaws dropped. I didn't expect this hideous monster to be killed just like that. It seems like the bloodthirsty beast. Isn't that powerful? Surprisingly knocked to death with a stick? Wang Guan's current physical attributes, how much have they reached? It's because this bloodthirsty beast is weaker, isn't it? Many people whispered. While they were surprised by the strength Wang Guan had displayed, they were also skeptical about the danger of the bloodthirsty beasts. It even felt like, I'm okay. Li Yangshan had been dumbfounded. He had wanted to make things difficult for Wang Guan, but he had ended up pretending. This kid, he's really kind of evil. Su Weicheng was equally surprised, but he quickly came back to his senses. The bloodthirsty beasts are very dangerous, so don't underestimate them. He rushed his classmates. But just now Wang Guan. Someone was puzzled. That's because Wang Guan is strong. Su Weicheng had a serious face. Although student Wang Guan's movements looked casual, that's because every attack he made was just right. The angle and timing of his strikes were precise to the extreme, which allowed him to easily grasp the rhythm of the battle. In his words, he did not mince words in praising Wang Guan. As an instructor, he had a wealth of combat experience and a very sharp eye. What the others saw was just Wang Guan easily and casually resolving his targets. And yet, he could see the subtleties. Although he had long had an extremely high opinion of Wang Guan, it still produced an unexpected surprise. This student, with his fighting talent, exceeded his own imagination. Wang Guan couldn't help but blush slightly even though he was thick-skinned enough. It's true that he's not a bad fighter, but he's not as good as his instructor brags. So I'm fighting a target with a bug word hooked up to it, in the eyes of an expert? He thought darkly in his mind. The crowd couldn't help but let out exclamations when they heard this undisguised commendation from the instructor. It only feels unknown. The Tong Line, Anya, Gao Chong, and the others looked at Wang Guan with even more admiration. However, there are many who are not impressed and think that the instructor is making a show of being a good person. The bloodthirsty beasts that were killed spread gusts of black mist on their bodies, and their bodies rapidly decayed and turned into rotten meat, emitting a foul odor. Wang Guan hurriedly covered his nose and walked away, returning to the group. He came in front of Li Yangshan and looked at the other party with a provocative look. I hope I didn't disappoint the drill sergeant with my performance. Li Yangshan tightened his face and squeezed out his voice through clenched teeth. Of course, I will give you excellent records. His constipation-like reluctance and compulsion to admit it made a number of the students, low and loud, laugh out loud. So Li Yangshan face even worse. Let's keep going, Su Weiqing shouted, urging the team to keep moving, and an encouraging nod at King's Point. The group set off, the crowd still whispering about the battle they had just fought. Many others followed Wang Guan's example and picked up wooden sticks to hold in their hands. Seriously, Wang Guan holding a wooden stick is really quite handsome. The territory around Peaceful Town is relatively safe. But along with going deeper into the wilderness, it's easy to encounter mutated beasts. Soon, they once again encountered a bloodthirsty beast. The bloodthirsty beast seemed to be foraging for food. The body was blood red, the eyes showed fierce light, and the appearance was like a mountain wolf. Bloodthirsty beasts was the collective name. All beasts that had their breath contaminated by bloodthirsty demons and mutated were called bloodthirsty beasts. The one just now was a cow type. This one may have originally been a mountain wolf and remained wolf type after contamination. It immediately wailed and lunged this way upon seeing the military training team. Look out, everyone! Su Weiqing hurriedly reminded everyone and prepared to arrange for the students to meet the battle. But with a mischievous sound, a figure rushed out ahead of him, his body burning with flames. It was Qin Zhuang who had the ability of the Flame Dominator. Stop! Don't be presumptuous! Su Weiqing hurriedly stopped it. Leave this one to me. But Qin Zhuang shouted arrogantly. Although he had been beaten up by Wang Guan one after another, he had rekindled his confidence after equipping his boxing gloves. Look at my Inferno Fist! Flames wrapped around his right fist as he slammed his head down towards the bloodthirsty beast. Inflammatory Fist. This was the exclusive skill of the Flame Dominator, which he had comprehended when he ascended to the second rank. It's just that when I fought with Wang Guan before, I didn't even have a chance to use it because I lost too quickly. Now, as soon as he struck, he used the skill. I'm going to kill it in seconds. Qin Zhuang was still thinking in his mind. What Wang Guan could do, there was no reason why he, an A-ranked ability user, couldn't do. Then, facing the fist he blasted out, the bloodthirsty beast suddenly rolled on the ground. Rumble! The flaming iron fist smashed into the ground. Ah, it missed! Qin Zhuang froze. Ow! The bloodthirsty beast had pounced from the side. Qin Zhuang hurriedly swung his fist to block it, urging the flames on his body and wrapping his entire body. He was transformed into a fireman, with flames wrapped around his body. However, the defense of this flame was not considered strong, and attacks against him could avoid being burned if they were fast enough. The bloodthirsty beast clawed and bit, launching savage attacks while sensitively dodging his counterattacks. He was quickly scratched with several cuts on his body. Though he also hit the bloodthirsty beast with a few punches, causing many places on the bloodthirsty beast's body to be burned by the flames. But this didn't make the bloodthirsty beast retreat. Instead, it provoked its ferocity more and more. Okay, what a terrifying monster. I have no way to easily defeat it. This thought flashed through his mind. With this thought together, the loopholes in the battle grew. Wang Guan, who was standing among his classmates, shook his head with a bitter smile. Why is this necessary? Suddenly, the bloodthirsty beast pounced on Qin Zhuang as soon as he fell to the ground. Cracking open his bloody mouth, he was about to bite into Qin Zhuang's head. Help me, he cried out in a rush. Instructor Su Weiqing's figure violently rushed out. With a rise and fall, he arrived in front of the bloodthirsty beast. The bloodthirsty beast sensed the threat and grinned at Su Weiqiang, letting out a hiss. Su Weiqiang sank his waist and raised his fist. Bang! His scarred right fist smashed straight into the bloodthirsty beast's skull. Miso. This seemingly simple punch had tremendous power, and the bloodthirsty beast's hideous body was blasted out like a cannonball. It stopped only when it hit a large tree. The large tree was thick enough to be the thickness of a man's waist, and shook violently for a while, the leaves rustling down. When he looked at the bloodthirsty beast again, it had already turned into a puddle of mud, with black mist rising and rapidly decaying. With a single punch, he roughly knocked the bloodthirsty beast into slag. Don't be gullible in the face of any mutated beast, and don't panic, Su Weiqing, who withdrew his fist, coldly warned Qin Zhuang. The crowd of students, on the other hand, were stunned by the instructor's outburst. The instructor was so good? Wang Guan is also a little surprised. The original instructor, there is this kind of combat power. At this point, military physical fist. Li Yangshan, who was standing not far away, suddenly muttered. He recognized what the fist technique Su Weiqiang used was. But immediately afterward, he was a little hesitant. Can still fight like this? Chapter 24 Protein-rich, chicken-flavored, crunchy. The instructor uses what, military-style boxing? Wang Guan heard Li Yangshan's words and muttered suspiciously to himself under his breath. He naturally knew what military-style boxing was. This is a boxing skill with only the lowest F rank, the base of the basics. According to the normal process of military training, the instructor would teach this skill when all the students had risen to the second rank. Skills that every student learns for free. Its quality, as you can imagine. However, this military physique fist in Su Weiqing's hands clearly displayed a power beyond what it was supposed to have. Even Li Yangshan was shocked. The instructor turned out to be so fierce. The crowd whispered. These days, Su Weiqiang had been in a weak position when facing Li Yangshan. In many people's hearts, they were more or less contemptuous of Su Weiqing. But now that they saw him kill the bloodthirsty beast with a single punch, everyone's attitudes had produced a change of heart.
Su Weiqing rimand salin.
He admonished Qin Zhuang and treated the injuries on his body to avoid attracting more bloodthirsty beasts by bleeding. When you encounter the bloodthirsty beast again, all of you should not act rashly and listen to my arrangements, he shouted to all the students. Yes, instructor. The students responded in unison. Keep going. The procession moves on. Qin Zhuang was supported by his companion. He was not seriously injured, but his face was full of frustration and his gaze was lifeless. Is the difference between yourself and Wang Guan really that big? Don't be discouraged. The bloodthirsty beast you encountered is more powerful than the one Wang Guan fought. Li Yangshan silently walked to his side and softly comforted him. But I was... Qin Zhuang faced Li Yangshan with a face of self-reproach. He let the military training officer down one after another and didn't expect the training officer to comfort him. The wooden stick in Wang Guan's hand may be somewhat special. Li Yangshan twisted his head and swept his eyes at the wooden stick there in Wang Guan's hand. Special? Qin Zhuang was surprised. Li Yangshan explained. Wang Guan's awakening is probing, and although this ability is garbage, it is still useful when looking for things. The wooden stick he picked up may have some kind of mystery. That wooden stick! Qin Zhuang several people have looked at the wooden stick in Wang Guan's hand. Seeing their appearance, a hint of mockery flashed in Li Yangshan's eyes. Picking up a wooden stick was the ultimate thing. How could this kind of thing always happen to Wang Guan? Let's just say that this kid does have a bit of talent when it comes to actual combat. He said this to Qin Zhuang and the others in order to make them regain their confidence. These are the guys he still has a use for. Over the next few hours, the party encountered several more bloodthirsty beasts in quick succession. Ran into a few mutant beasts as well. The dangers were solved in an organized manner under the arrangements of the Suvarnabhumi. Gives a lot of people real-world experience. Wang Guan was always on the lookout and alert for Li Yangshan. It was probably because the strength that Su Weiqiang had displayed made him wary. The next all did not make any more demons and just stayed with Qin Zhuang and the others. The party trekked along, rested briefly at noon, ate the dry food they had brought, and then continued on their way. They weren't roaming around. They were heading to a campsite in the wilderness. It was originally a factory that was abandoned after the Abyssal invasion and turned into a camp for military training field combat. made it to the campground without incident by mid-afternoon. For the next few days, they would be stationed here, using this place as a base to clean up the bloodthirsty beasts that were moving around the perimeter. Some repairs were made to the place under the command of Sioux City. Build simple fortifications and prop up a marching tent. It was soon dark and the campground was lit up. Wisps of smoke, slowly rising, the instructor arranges for people, cooking simple food. Wang Guan, who had completed the task of building fortifications, and his companions returned to the camp when they saw Su Weiqing squatting by the fire and waving at them. "I found something good. It tastes great. Come and try it," he said. When he approached, he only saw that on the plate in Su Weiqing's hands were a few pieces of black stuff. There was a faintly burnt aroma emanating from it. "What is this?" Zhang Yong asked curiously, reaching for it. "A kind of beetle, rich in protein. If encountered in the wild, it's a good thing to maintain the body's energy," Su Weiqing explained with a teaching implication. But the few students around the fire were resistant. Zhang Yong's hand, which had reached over, also snapped back. "Roasted bugs. That's a bit too much of a psychological challenge, isn't it? If you guys enter the wilderness alone in the future, this is a necessary survival skill."
Su Weiqing continued.
He looked at Wang Guan expectantly. Wang Guan was also instinctively very disgusted. "Could be soon." Probe. "It's a crispy piece of fried chicken nuggets with a crunchy crust that sucks your fingers back into the flavor." Fried chicken nuggets. Since it was tagged with this bug word, it was a fried chicken nugget to Wang Guan. The revulsion in Wang Guan's heart immediately dissipated. Pick up a piece, bring it to your mouth and chew on it. The expression on his face quickly became one of enjoyment. "Brother Guan, what flavor is this?" Seeing him eating so flavorfully, Gao Chong couldn't help but ask. Wang Guan gave a thumbs up. "Chicken flavor, crunchy." At Wang Guan's performance, Su Weiqing once again revealed a pleased expression. "Then I'll have a piece." A white-haired boy with a line, seeing the situation, made up his mind, also picked up a piece of it and sent it into his mouth, trying to chew it up. However, his face was clearly not as relaxed as Wang Guan's. What kind of good food are you guys eating?" Anya, who was petite, curiously came over, seeing Wang Guan eating with a face of enjoyment. She then held out her hand. "Let me taste it too." The instructor handed over the plate and she couldn't wait to pick up a piece and stuff it in her mouth. "Well, it tastes kind of weird." "What the hell is this?" she asked vaguely. "This is a roasted bug." Wang Guan stifled a laugh and replied. Roasted bugs?" Anya's small face stiffened and immediately twisted her head. "Why you? It took half a day of puking to get up with the help of 2 female classmates." She pouted and looked at Wang Guan. "Why didn't you say me earlier? I hate bugs the most." Wang Guan stayed, and King Kong Barbie's pout was so impactful. Su Weiqing looked at Anya vomiting all over the place with a somewhat odd expression. "Anya-san, you hate bugs? Then how did you awaken that ability?" he asked. Anya grimaced. "I wondered that too." She glanced at the plate of roasted bugs with some trepidation and hurriedly walked away with some of her classmates. "Instructor, what ability did Anya awaken?" Wang Guan asked curiously as he picked up another roasted chicken piece and stuffed it into his mouth. These days of military training, the students have become familiar with each other. The abilities that everyone had awakened were also basically known already. Only Anya, it was only known that she was of the spiritual faculty. What exactly, even her fellow housemates were not sure. In Wang Guan's bug scouting, it is the war horn. Her ability. Since she doesn't want to talk about it, it's not good for me to reveal it. Su Weiqing had read the roster and knew something about the students' information, but he didn't want to reveal it freely. The crowd was instantly disappointed. Listening to what the instructor said just now, her ability seems to be related to bugs? Wang Guan guessed in his heart. That plate of fried chicken pieces ended up mostly in Wang Guan's mouth. It made the instructor nod repeatedly to Wang Guan. The camp was located in a dense forest, and when it was time to rest for the night, the instructors arranged for shifts of night duty. Although the first night of field practice was a bit of a toss and turn for everyone, the night passed peacefully. No harassment from bloodthirsty beasts or other mutated beasts. Early the next morning, according to the plan, everyone would form small teams to search and clean up the bloodthirsty beasts in the neighborhood. Wang Guan was ready to team up with Tong and his party and Gao Chong. King Kong Barbie Anya and a few classmates joined in. But they had just spontaneously formed a team when Li Yangshan suddenly named them Wang Guan. You join this team of Qin Zhuang. What? The few people who were familiar with Wang Guan were shocked. Qin Zhuang and the other 4 people standing beside Li Yangshan looked over wistfully. Su Weicheng hurriedly walked over. Acting in a group, it's best to have a tacit understanding with each other. Tacit understanding is also cultivated. Li Yangshan smiled and said, I know that Wang Guan and Qin Zhuang and the others have a strained relationship, so I purposely gave him this opportunity for them to cultivate their feelings. Qin Zhuang followed suit. That's right, we have some misunderstandings with Wang Guan's classmates, so it's a good time to deepen our relationship. But Su Weicheng naturally didn't believe in this nonsense. Instructor, I'm joining their team. But Wang Guan suddenly took the initiative and stood out carrying that wooden stick. Li Yangshan finally decided to make a move. It seems to be to arrange Qin Zhuang what these people do. Just as well, he'd waited long enough. Chapter 25. Who are we going to with who, anyway? Wang Guan just agreed and joined Qin Zhuang's squad. It made Li Yangshan, who had prepared many pretexts, freeze. Brother Guan, why don't we go talk to the instructor and I'll join the team as well? The Tong line came over and proposed worriedly. Li Yangshan had been with Qin Zhuang and the others recently, and it was clear that he didn't have good intentions, and now he was definitely preparing to take advantage of the opportunity to deal with Wang Guan. Gao Chong and Anya, a couple of familiar pals, were also worried. Don't worry, I know what's in my heart. Wang Guan comforted his little friend. Just take care of yourselves. He took the traveling bag from Zhang Yong's hand and prepared to depart. Be careful. Su Weicheng could only remind Wang Guan in a deep voice when he saw how active he was. I know, instructor. Wang Yao nodded. He had the confidence to defend himself, but he still appreciated the instructor's concern. Then he walked over to Qin Zhuang and the others and said with a smile, Please take care of them. There were a total of 4 people on Qin Zhuang's side, and they were the same 4 people who had first approached Wang Guan on the day of the big fight. They were also the ones who had been beaten up the most by Wang Guan who let them venture out first. They were laughing a little smugly, but when they saw how calm Wang Guan was, they suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. How? Does it seem like he's the one scheming? The squad quickly set off and left the camp. With an ugly face, Su Weicheng continued to arrange the tasks for the other students. Suddenly, he saw Li Yangshan preparing to leave the camp as well. What are you going to do? Su Weicheng asked with a frown. I was worried that the students were in danger, so I went to take care of them in secret. Li Yangshan said falsely, These students in the camp are in your hands. Without giving Su Weicheng a chance to say anything else, his figure flashed and he rushed into the dense forest. That was exactly the direction that Wang Guan, Qin Guan and the others had left. Su Weicheng was very defensive of Wang Guan and strong. That was why Li Yangshan had arranged for Wang Guan to leave the camp first. And as an instructor, Su Weicheng is responsible for the safety and security of all students. He had to stay in the camp. As for how angry Su Weicheng was afterward, it didn't matter. What happens during military training is still up to him, the military training officer. The small group traveled through the dense forest. Qin Zhuang is a Flame A rank ability, Flame Dominator. Their other 3 abilities, respectively, Alienation B rank ability to petrify skin, Energy-based A rank ability, Shockwave, Altered A rank ability, Werewolf. Among them, all of them, except for the Werewolf ability, had already reached the 2nd rank. However, the Werewolf ability person can be bestialized, and although he or she is only of the 1st rank, the physical body is enhanced after bestialization, and he or she can also reach the strength of the 2nd rank. They were all very strong and made their way to the northwest. Wang Guan traveled with them, and the 2 sides were clearly separated. Only Wang Guan was seen carrying that wooden stick and waving it around in a haphazard manner, looking a bit ridiculous. But Qin Guan and the others were staring at the stick with blazing eyes, though they each had weapons that were still worth a lot of money. But when compared to the stick, it doesn't smell good. Wang Guan, who was walking ahead, was also keeping an eye on the 4 of them. They seemed to care about my stick. Noticing that their eyes always lingered on the wooden stick in his hand, he was amused. Suddenly, he saw a tree in front of him that was covered with red wild fruits that looked very attractive. The team came across this tree on the road yesterday. The instructor made a point of reminding the group that this tree is common in the neighborhood, but the fruit is sour and poisonous, so don't just eat it. However, Wang Guan reached out and picked one and ate it. Probe. It's an apple tree, sweet, juicy and refreshing. It was indeed delicious, and it filled his mouth with juice. Qin Zhuang and the others who followed behind were stunned when they saw this scene. Didn't the instructor say the fruit was inedible? Maybe it's not the same kind as what the instructor said? Wang Guan has scrying ability. Surely he won't be mistaken. He ate it. What are we afraid of? We try it too. So they picked one each, and without much thought, opened their mouths and bit into it. Yue, and then they threw up together. Can people eat this stuff? I'm sorry. Maybe I'm more heavy-mouthed. Wang Guan twisted his head to look at them and explained with a smile. The foursome kettle rinsed their mouths with an annoyed look on their faces. The squad moved on. Wang Guan suddenly saw a brown mushroom growing on the ground in front of him. As we all know, mushrooms encountered in the wild, it is best not to eat indiscriminately. Be careful to lie directly on the board. But when Wang watched it, his eyes lit up. He picked one and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing on it and showing a face of enjoyment. Scouting. It's a piece of chocolate, rich and refreshing, full of energy. It's amazing to come across wild chocolate. You don't have to try this? The four men who followed froze again. This mushroom is edible? It's not going to be another lie, is it? He's swallowed it all. Can't be wrong, can he? It seems pretty tasty. Why don't we try some? They exchanged glances. And in the end, Wang Guan ate too much and couldn't help but follow suit and pick one as well. One person carefully tasted it first and found that the taste was really okay and there was no other abnormality, and only then did the others follow and eat it. Then, when they were ready to eat the second one, they were suddenly paralyzed one after another in the mouth and tongue, and their faces swelled up. Mushrooms are poisonous. Yeah. Maybe you guys are allergic to this mushroom? Wang Guan looked innocent. The four men gestured angrily. @ hashtag. Their tongues are so swollen they can't speak properly. Hurriedly rummaging through his backpack for the antidote to take it. Each student carries medication, bandages, and other medical supplies in their marching bag. There's also mosquito-repellent incense, a compass, and other things you might use in the wild. Li Yangshan, who was quietly following behind, saw this scene and his face turned green. This bunch of losers. It was obvious that Wang Guan was teasing them. The antidote is just a common drug, but the mushrooms aren't too toxic. Qin Zhuang, four people did not have life safety. Just one turned into a sausage mouth. Where is this going? Wang watched them with amusement in his heart. I hope you guys don't get played by me first. Ever since he entered this wild and dense forest yesterday, he had been constantly scouting everything he encountered around him. Found quite a few interesting things. It's just that with a large troop and an instructor around, he can't just eat blindly. But now, naturally, you don't have to care that much. They moved on. The eyes of the sausage-mouthed quartet looking at Wang Guan were already about to spit fire. Of course, they don't dare to follow Wang Guan and eat blindly anymore. Kirikou, Kirikou. A shrill cry suddenly rang out from above. A few people looked up, and between a few tall trees, a flash of red was jumping around. It was none other than a bloodthirsty beast, shaped like a skinned monkey. It had set its sights on Wang Guan and the others, tumbling between several large trees nearby, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Wang Guan waved the wooden stick in his hand and looked at it with interest. Bloodthirsty beasts was a collective term for a class of mutated beasts, so when encountering them, they needed to be explored one by one. Wang Guan quickly gave this bloodthirsty beast a bug word. Spy. This is a common squirrel. It has a hoarding habit. Be careful not to move its food. Almost as soon as the probing was completed, the bloodthirsty beast suddenly leapt up from the tree trunk, hissing and pouncing on Wang Guan. It may have seen the half-chewed fruit in Wang Guan's hand. As for Qin Zhuang and the other four, their eyes lit up when they saw this bloodthirsty beast, which had even taken the lead in attacking Wang Guan. Good chance. While Wang Guan was entangled with the bloodthirsty beast, he secretly attacked him. They rushed Wang Guan and made attacking gestures. But before they could make a move, they saw Wang Guan buzzing the wooden stick in his hand, swinging it round and flinging it out. Bang! It smashed head-on into the bloodthirsty beast that was pouncing down. The monkey-shaped bloodthirsty beast was sent flying out horizontally, smashing into the ground and turning into a puddle of mud. The black mist rose and decayed rapidly. Seconds. The bloodthirsty beast that Wang Guan had killed yesterday was hung with the bug word for boar, which was originally a ferocious beast. Plus, at the time, He had stayed his hand in order not to cause too much of a stir, so it took a while before it was resolved. And now the one he encountered was just a district large-sized squirrel, and with all his strength, he naturally finished easily. Wang Guan slung the wooden stick over his shoulder, turned around, and looked at the 4 people who made a move, but their movements froze. "What were you guys just now going to do?" he asked in amusement. Eyebrows, anti-eyebrows end. For sausage mouths busy waving their hands. Wang Guan laughed, as if he believed them, and picked up a bone from the pile of rotten meat, wrapped it up and put it in his bag. After solving the bloodthirsty beast, collect some of the bones for proof of kill, which can be exchanged for rewards. The squad continued on its way. Soon, an abandoned building appeared ahead. There are mines nearby, and this was originally a place for miners to rest. When the bloodthirsty demon incident broke out 13 years ago, this place was the hardest hit, and it was deserted after that. Seeing this abandoned complex, the eyes of Qin Zhuang and the other 4 became somewhat hesitant. Last night, Li Yangshan mentioned this place to them, told them about the intelligence here, that there was a good chance to deal with Wang Guan, and asked them to find a way to lure Wang Guan here. But now, having arrived here with Wang Guan, they were all a bit hesitant. And just then, they saw that Wang Guan was walking towards that building on his own and waving at them. "What are you guys waiting for? Get over here," he called out in a friendly manner. 4. Who's going to who? Chapter 26. Oops. Good luck picking up a good weapon. This gathering of miners had been deserted for a short time, and the houses remained almost intact. It was just overgrown and desolate. Qin Zhuang and the 4 of them ended up being cautious and followed Wang Guan as he stepped into it. They passed from building to building, finding no sign of the bloodthirsty beasts here. Wang Guan gazed and suddenly looked at a large tree next to the gathering place. The large tree had coiled branches and was gray and white, drooping a branch as thick as a tentacle. It's the time of year when everything is green, and there's not a leaf to be seen on this tree. But it was clearly not dead. It was alive and well. Wang Guan walked a little closer and realized that the ground below the strange tree was littered with the remains of dead bones. This tree. Wang Guan thought of what the instructor had mentioned, that not only monsters but also plants were affected by the abyssal breath and mutated. A few plants have likewise mutated and become aggressive, actively attacking those who approach. This strange tree in front of us, I'm afraid it's this kind of mutated plant. Isn't it? The 4 Qin Zhuang also saw the strange tree, the 4 sausage mouths, and exchanged glances in a hurry. The military training officer, Li Yangshan, who knew the information about the miners' gathering place, had specially mentioned this strange tree to them. This strange tree is called Panji tree, which is a mutated plant. The one branch that hung down was like a tentacle that would attack any living thing that came near, strangling and absorbing the nutrients from it. Possesses strength comparable to that of a third-order ability. But as long as you don't go near it, there's no danger. When the miners built the gathering place next to it, they wanted to use it to keep the gathering place safe. Now, as long as Wang Guan steps into it, but unfortunately, Wang Guan just stood at a distance and surveyed it without stepping into its attack range. Actually, Wang Guan wasn't worried about being attacked by it. Because... Spy. It's a dead willow tree, withered leaves and withered branches, hit with the bug phrase, and now it was just an ordinary dead willow tree to Wang Guan. Of course, Wang Guan hadn't shown this, treating it as an undercurrent. When you get back into danger, get under the weird tree and come after me if you can. He turned to the 4 sausage mouths with a smile. What were you expecting? The 4 Qin Zhuangs hastily averted their eyes. Wang Guan smiled as he continued to explore the neighborhood. He walked into one of the tallest houses in the gathering. The house had reinforced walls and heavy iron doors. It's a safe house for the gathering place. Camps and gathering places built in the dense forests of the wilderness are designed with such a safe house. If you are attacked by a mutant beast, you can hide in it. When Wang Guan stepped into the dark room, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound. Looking up, it was an insect that somewhat resembled a hornet. A number of them are just flying around. The quartet that followed into the safe house looked suddenly nervous. They knew that the insect was called a saber-toothed wasp, a mutant insect. Individuals are not powerful, but can appear in groups and be very troublesome. The overall strength of the swarm should not be underestimated, and it's hard to clean them thoroughly. A saber-toothed bee colony consists mainly of mother bees and worker bees, and as long as the mother bees are present, a steady stream of worker bees can be born. And by killing the mother bee, as long as there are worker bees that miss the net, they will evolve into a new mother bee. The swarms of saber-toothed bees here at the miners' colony have been cleared out a few times, but they quickly resurface. At this moment, the minds of the four Qinzhuang recalled what Li Yangshan had said to them last night. Find a way to lure Wang Guan near the swarm and actively attack the hive, and the saber-toothed bees will frantically attack nearby living things. And you, by activating your abilities, can resist the harassment of saber-toothed wasps for a short time. Wang Guan is only strong in physical attributes and has no abilities sufficient to protect his body, and will be at your disposal when the time comes. The good opportunity Li Yangshan referred to was the swarm of saber-toothed bees. The four were careful, trying not to startle the saber-toothed wasps that were flying around. Soon, one of them spotted the target. There it is! In the corner of the ceiling, hanging against the wall, was a beehive that looked like a giant lantern. A single saber-toothed wasp that was moving in and out. The four of them couldn't help but swallow their saliva as they looked toward Wang Guan, who was standing not far away with his back to them, staring at the saber-toothed wasp. Do it! Qin Zhuang shouted in a low voice. Their swelling is much better and they can speak normally. One of the werewolf abilities. His body swelled and sprouted tufts of coarse black hair, and his face grimaced up and changed into a wolf's face. Swish! He pounced on Wang Guan, but did not attack Wang Guan. But, as soon as he did, he snatched the wooden stick from Wang Guan's hand, snatched it off, and quickly stepped backward. At the same time, the clang, the one with the shockwave ability, waved his arm at the saber-toothed hive on the ceiling. Invisible vibrations that spread out. Pop! The hive affixed to the corner of the wall shook violently, and the whole thing fell down. Buzzing and buzzing, a saber-toothed wasp crawled out of the hive one after another, as if it was a burst of black mist, spreading towards them. Flames burned on Qin Zhuang's body. That petrified ability, the skin changed to a gray stone texture. A werewolf ability has a hardened body, exuberant black fur, and extremely strong defenses. A shockwave ability can ward off saber-toothed wasps from approaching by constantly releasing vibrations on the surface of the body. All of them are capable of resisting saber-toothed wasps to a certain extent. Haha! Finally got it! The werewolf ability person let the saber-toothed wasp fly around him, grabbing the wooden stick and dancing around. In passing, he threw his original weapon first to the ground. That's an F-grade alloy longsword. The swarm of bees coalesced into a black mist that hovered around. Qin Zhuang and the other four were emboldened by their ability to protect themselves, and they looked at Wang Guan smugly and expectantly. The swarm of saber-toothed bees was enraged, and Wang Guan's wooden stick had been lost. Let's see what he can do now. However, they realized that Wang Guan was looking at them with an indescribably odd look. Faced with a black mass of saber-toothed wasps, he didn't panic and found something from his bag. That's mosquito-repellent incense. The wilderness and dense forests are infested with mosquitoes and insects, some of which are mildly toxic. So every military training student's marching bag are prepared with special effects of mosquito-repellent incense. Wang Guan held the mosquito-repellent incense in his hand and quickly lit it. He's going to use mosquito-repellent incense to repel the swooping saber-toothed wasps? That is a saber-tooth wasp. The four Qin Zhuang understood Wang Guan's intentions and couldn't help but all burst out laughing. What did he think? Mosquito-repellent incense. Haha. Did he turn out to be so funny? Wang Guan, if you kneel down and apologize to us now and obediently quit military training, we can let you go. Did you have fun teasing us along the way just now? They were laughing and joking while surrounding Wang Guan, ready to block him from escaping from this room. But soon, they couldn't stop laughing a little. Because they see, the black swarm of bees flew around in the dimly lit room, but avoided Wang Guan's side. Around Wang Guan's body, a vacuum band formed. The mosquito-repellent incense in Wang Guan's hand, with its green smoke curling up, could actually repel saber-toothed bees. The swarm of saber-toothed bees, rather than attacking them, did not approach Wang Guan in the slightest. For people, ? Wang Guan held the mosquito-repellent incense and laughed so hard that his shoulders shrugged. Probe. This is a flower-spotted mosquito, commonly found in damp and dark places, sucking blood for its livelihood. The first time the king watched the saber-toothed wasp, he hooked it up with a bug phrase. Scout 1 and the whole swarm will have an effect. So he was emboldened and quietly cooperated with Qin Zhuang and the others in their drama. In fact, even if there were no mosquito-repellent incense, just simple mosquitoes would not pose a threat to him. But since there are mosquito-repellent incense, it's a good idea not to use it. Seriously, the special effects mosquito-repellent incense, it's really good. Qin Zhuang, 4 people, froze for a moment, looking at the green smoke, Wang Guan's smiling face, suddenly panic. Instinctively, they were about to make a dash for the outside of the house. But just then, a figure flashed through the door. The thick iron door closed with a bang. The already dimly lit room grew a few shades darker, with only a few rays of sunlight coming in through the small skylight above. Military training officer? Qin Zhuang saw the silhouette, his face under the flames, suddenly anxious. You quickly open the door. Saber-tooth wasps are useless to Wang Guan. His glove-equipped fists banged against the iron door. Sparks erupted from the iron door, but it didn't budge. The house was built for defense against mutant beasts and was very strong. Even with their powerful abilities, it was difficult for them to easily break through. "Let me!" The werewolf ability shouted, raising the wooden club in his hand. This was an extremely high-quality creation with extraordinary power, so it might be able to break through the iron door with a single blow. With a yell, he swung his wooden stick and slammed it against the iron door. Then, snap, the wooden stick broke with a sound. How did break? It doesn't seem to have any magic to it at all. Just plain old sticks. The werewolf ability user thought of something and hurriedly went to find his own alloy longsword that he had just casually thrown to the ground. However, turning his head to look, he saw that Wang Guan was walking over and bending down to pick it up. Waving it in his hand, Wang Guan nodded in satisfaction. Oops. Good luck picking up a good weapon. Chapter 27. Surprised. Surprised? Wang Guan gripped the alloy long sword, familiarizing himself with the feel of it. He didn't bother probing the sword because according to the law of common, probing the sword would result in a great likelihood that it would just be an ordinary utensil like an ordinary fruit knife or machete. But as long as you don't put a bug word on it, then it's an alloy longsword. A grade F grade was no match for the previous grade E Vajra mortar and pestle in terms of quality alone. But Wang Guan's biggest killer weapon was his sword skill. With this sword, the power can be maximized. Carrying his sword, he just smiled at the 4 Qin Zhuangs without taking the initiative to attack. Because he wanted to save his strength, Li Yangshan must still be nearby. Qin Zhuang and the 4 others, all of whom had panicked and looked terrified, kept bombarding the iron door in an attempt to break it open. The swarm of saber-toothed bees buzzed and roared, attacking them one after another. These mutant insects are very aggressive, mothballing their way to the flame even though they will be burned, swatted, or shocked to death if they get close to their target. Of course, afraid of the mosquito-repellent incense in the hands of Wang Guan. But it is true, although the abilities of Qin Zhuang's few people were able to block the saber-toothed wasps, continuously performing their abilities would consume their physical strength. Even those high-ranked ability users couldn't maintain their ability state for a long time. Their abilities, in particular, are still extremely physically demanding. Mosquito-repellent incense. In the heat of the moment, one of the petrified ability users thought of something and scrambled to rummage through his backpack to find a mosquito-repellent incense and lit it on Qin Zhuang's body. He held it up hopefully. Then, instead of backing down, the swarm attacked harder. Perhaps the smell of the mosquito-repellent incense made them more uptight. The mosquito-repellent incense didn't work. The incense in Wang Guan's hand is different. Never mind. Open the door first. Open the door, we won't last long. Military training officer. Brother Li. MLGBD. They had completely panicked and started to break into a fit of rage. The shockwave ability, who had weaker defenses and still greater physical exertion, had already been stung by the saber-toothed wasp, letting out a continuous cry of pain. The saber-toothed wasp is so called because its mouthparts are very sharp, like a sword. Tetsu can rip off a piece of flesh and blood. Wang Guan looked at them quietly. It's like ignoring those classmates during high school. Since he was compelled by Li Yangshan to deal with me, then you are to blame for all the consequences. His gaze was suddenly drawn to the saber-toothed wasp nest next to him, falling to the ground. The hive wasn't strong, and it had shattered from the concussive attack and the fall to the ground. Quite a few young bees were crawling around. But among them, one saber-toothed wasp stood out. While the other saber-toothed wasps are gray, this one is black and yellow, a bit larger and prettier looking. It had been injured, with one wing somewhat broken, and had no way to fly. Is this a female bee? Wang Guan's heart stirred and he walked over. Mutant insects are also a type of mutant beast, and the mother bee is the most important in the colony. This is something that, if captured, might be useful later. Thinking of this, Wang Guan hurriedly took out a bottle of milk tea from the small bottles in his backpack. Participating in the actual battle in the field, he naturally brought all the milk tea potions with him. There are 4: energizing, healing, sleeping, and detoxifying. What he pulled out was a bottle of chrysanthemum milk tea, unscrewed the cap and tilted his head back. This kind of milk tea was a primary antidote potion for Wang Guan. Then, using the empty bottle, he pushed the female bee, which was the king of mosquitoes, to Wang Guan, into the bottle and put the lid on it. He stuffed the bottle back inside his backpack. By this time, Qin Zhuang, a few people had already broken their defenses, both physiological and psychological. Even the petrified skin and the werewolf bestiality were bitten through by the saber-toothed wasps, causing them to cry out in pain. Already covered in blood, he flopped weakly to the ground. The shockwave ability users with even weaker defenses were even more miserable. Their bodies were covered in blood and flesh, and they fell to the ground with little to no sound. Qin Zhuang was slightly better. After all, the flames wrapped around his body. As long as the flames were not extinguished, the saber-toothed wasps would have a hard time touching his body. But sustaining the flame state and pounding the iron gate one after another, consuming his physical energy, had also brought him to the end of his strength. Damn Li Yangshan! Wait for me to go out! His hoarse voice kept cursing. Now he had realized that Li Yangshan had not put them in his eyes from the beginning. But they want to use them to deal with Wang Guan.
Suddenly, boom!
The thickened iron door, after Qin Zhuang's successive blasts, had long been bulging outwards, and after receiving another punch, it finally burst open completely. He managed to smash the iron gate open. Qin Zhuang's face was delighted as he rushed out. The flames on his body were also nearly extinguished. Escaped from life. Feeling the bright sunlight outside, Qin Zhuang thought with relief while rushing sharply. But suddenly, a pair of strong hands, grasping him head-on, choked him. Li Yangshan stopped in front of him and grabbed his throat, his face gloomy and horrible. Military training officer. Qin Zhuang spoke with difficulty, trying to break free. Having fun scolding me? Li Yangshan said coldly. With a forceful click in his hand, he just twisted Qin Zhuang's throat and threw him aside. It started with these few losers who were instructed by him to target Wang Guan. The end was already predetermined. In the houses, a saber-toothed bee flew out. Some of them pounced on Li Yangshan, but Li Yangshan waved his hand, resounding bursts of crackling sound, sweeping them away. As a 4th-ranked ability user, he had enough strength to deal with these mutated flying insects. Wang Guan's figure slowly walked out of the house. One hand cupped the mosquito-repellent incense and the other carried the alloy sword. Seeing Qin Zhuang, who had fallen in front of Li Yangshan, he was a bit surprised. He worked for you, and you killed him just like that? When Li Yangshan saw that Wang Guan was unharmed, he slightly revealed a look of surprise and swept his gaze over the mosquito-repellent incense in Wang Guan's hand. Can mosquito-repellent incense repel saber-toothed wasps? How can that be? He must be hiding some secret. A hint of greed and viciousness flashed in Li Yangshan's eyes as he coldly said, "When you die, it's my call as to what happens here." Then he suddenly showed a look of righteousness. Wang Guan, Qin Zhuang, and the others are your companions. Even if they don't get along with you, you can't get them killed, right? Wang Guan was sighing at the blackness of his hand when he heard these words and froze for a moment.
Krep, zo inżynier preachi.
You've got to find a good reason before you do it, right? Qin Zhuang's body is still lying at your feet. Since the words have come to this point, the carriage and horses are set out, and Wang Guan is too lazy to talk nonsense. The long sword in his right hand was raised, and it was a swing. Li Yangshan was on full alert, but when he saw that Wang Guan was just standing at a distance, waving his long sword, he was puzzled. It's like just blindly waving a sword. What's he gonna do? Even with ample combat experience, he was fully alert to Wang Guan. Li Yangshan was also a bit confused for a while, but the next moment he heard the wind. Phew! Li Yangshan's face suddenly changed drastically, and he instinctively moved his figure. But it was already too late. Swish! The wind blades, whose trails were strangely hard to find, instantly chopped down his body. Windmill, a skill learned from a kid brother, not only had an outrageous name, but an even more outrageous way of casting it. And that outrageousness is exactly what it pretends to be. Bared. Li Yangshan's clothes burst and blood splattered. The body tumbled out and only just managed not to fall. A ghastly wound appeared on his face, and his upper body clothing shattered, revealing inside a light gray tight garment. This clothing blocked most of the attack damage. Protective clothing? A hint of pity flashed in Wang Guan's eyes. Protective clothing belongs to defensive equipment, made by special methods, can resist certain attacks, and is expensive. Wear something that can't be probed for a while and hook it up with a bug word. In fact, Wang Guan had taken into account that he had protective equipment on him, so he had aimed his attack at his neck earlier. But he reacted with alertness and avoided the vitals. Skill. You have actually mastered this kind of sword skill? At this moment, Li Yangshan had a face of shock and anger. He didn't expect Wang Guan to be able to master swordsmanship skills. It had never been revealed before. If it wasn't for this T1 protective armor on his body, he was afraid that he would die a horrible death on the spot. With a furious cry, he was about to charge at Wang Guan. Wang Guan hurriedly swung his sword in a flurry of blind force. Li Yangshan's body trembled and hurriedly clutched his chest in vigilance, sensing the surrounding movements. Wang Guan spread his legs and ran. It's just a blunderbuss. Damn it! Li Yangshan immediately rallied. With the speed of a fourth-ranked ability user, he was about to catch up with Wang Guan in the twinkling of an eye. But suddenly, he saw Wang Guan rushing toward the edge of the miners' gathering, the mutated strange tree. What a fool! Asking for death. Li Yangshan recognized the strange tree and secretly rejoiced in his heart. But then he saw that Wang Guan rushed to that pan-branch tree. The tentacle-like branches hanging down from the strange tree, however, did not move and did not attack Wang Guan at all. Huh? Is this tree dead? Li Yangshan made a judgment. In the past, he might have been more cautious. But now, in the heat of the moment, there was no time to think about it. He followed and rushed into the range of the strange tree's cage. Then, the strange tree's branches, which were originally as if they were dead, instantly moved.
刷刷刷，把李阳山的身体卷了起来。
Surprise, surprise, surprise? Chapter 28 Good work. When rewarded, the panicle tree with gray branches turns into a horror predator. A tentacle-like thick branch rolled up Li Yangshan's body, strangling and twisting, but it completely ignored Wang Guan's presence. Because Wang Guan had put a bug phrase on it before, it was a dead willow tree to Wang Guan. However, seeing the strange tree branches wrapping around Li Yangshan, Wang Guan didn't let up in the slightest. Immediately waving the alloy sword in his hand, he performed the great windmill skill, swinging up invisible and faceless wind blades to greet the struggling Li Yangshan. Accompanying Li Yangshan's muffled grunt, there were spots of blood spattered out. The blood was quickly absorbed by the branches of the disc tree. Tasting the blood, it became even more furious.
可就在这时，啪啪啪，半空中纠缠成一团的枝干中，响起阵阵爆裂的声音。
Wang Guan raised an eyebrow and his figure quickly retreated. Rumble. The mass of branches completely exploded, shattered branches flying around. Li Yangshan landed on the ground, a trace of green smoke faintly rising from his body, but his appearance was incomparably wretched. One leg was dripping with blood, cut by Wang Guan's wind blade. His face grew angrier and angrier, and it looked even more hideous against that horrible wound. Explosion! This is his ability. Wang Guan, who was already standing 7 or 8 meters away, judged in his heart. Li Yangshan had never shown his abilities since he came to Ping'an Town. Instructor Su Weiqing also only knew that he was a 4th-ranked ability user, without knowing exactly what his ability was. Just now, he had exerted his ability and blasted away the branches of the strange tree that bound him. The monstrous tree was heavily damaged, and its remaining branches curled up into a ball. The trunks of the trees shook as if they were wailing. The fact that this strange tree could be tagged with a bug word proves that the combined strength less than 4th order. Naturally, he couldn't take out Li Yangshan, who was a 4th-ranked ability. All of this was expected by Wang Guan. Pop, pop, pop. He stood at a distance and clapped his hands together with a look of certainty. Good work. When rewarded,
Yangshan Li.
He let out an angry cry and lunged at Wang Guan. Wang Guan turned around and ran, while continuously waving the longsword in his hand. Hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo. A gust of breeze swirled around the area, transforming into a terrifying wind blade that chopped at Li Yangshan, who was in hot pursuit. Li Yangshan's figure flickered and dodged in a sorry state. It slowed him down tremendously. Coupled with the injury on his leg, with his strength of the 4th rank, it had also become difficult to catch up with Wang Guan, who was only at the peak of the 2nd rank. Wang Guan, I will never let you go. You're dead today. Don't try to escape from me. Couldn't catch up with Wang Guan. Could only hiss loudly and vent his anger this way. Worthy of being a 4th-ranked ability user. The vitality is just exuberant. Wang Guan commented in his heart as he ran. Li Yangshan was 2 steps higher than himself, and even if he was injured, it was still tricky for him. But he wasn't panicking at all. This is the wild and dense forest. His BUG scouting ability can be maximized here. There are ways to play people to death. After running for an unknown amount of time, Wang Guan suddenly realized that in front of him was a sunken basin terrain. It was filled with a gust of light green mist. The mist surged as if it were flowing liquid. Miasma? Wang Guan's eyes lit up. Instructor Su Weiqing had mentioned that some special terrains in the dense forest would form miasma, which was toxic. Even instructors can't last long in them. Only 1st and 2nd order military students, if you encounter one, don't rush in. Wang Guan recalled the instructor's admonition in his mind, but without hesitation, he plunged headlong into the miasma mist. Bug scrying ability that doesn't work on large areas of terrain. Maybe in the future he would be able to do it as he leveled up, but not yet. But rushing into this miasma forest, he certainly wasn't trying to die. Rather, it suddenly occurred to him that he had drunk the antidote potion earlier. The antidote potion, even if it was only elementary, was more effective than the antidote that every student was equipped with by an unknown amount. And when you take it, you will also gain a poison resistance effect for a period of time. I drank a bottle of antidote potion only after freeing up the bottle to catch that female wasp. And I didn't realize it would be exactly useful now. Li Yangshan, who was in close pursuit, came to this miasma and hurriedly stopped his pace. With some hesitation in his eyes, Wang Guan unexpectedly rushed into this miasma. Doesn't he know the horror of miasma? Or did he have something like an antidote potion on him that could resist the miasma attack for a short time? And the antidote potion, even if it's just a beginner's one, costs tens of thousands of dollars for a tube. You don't even have this kind of stuff with you yourself. While he was hesitating, Wang Guan, who had drilled into the miasma mist, suddenly turned back and waved at him from afar. You come here.
Yangshan Li.
He gritted his teeth fiercely. Wang Guan should be a 2nd-ranked ability user now, and he himself was 4th-ranked. Even if he took an antidote potion, he might not be able to last longer in the miasma than himself. If he had targeted Wang Guan in the beginning, it was because of the mission. Now then, he was really already hating Wang Guan with a passion. This kid is just too angry. He pulled the common antidote that came with his military training from his body and stuffed it into his mouth. While chewing, he rushed into the miasma. Wang Guan introduced Li Yangshan into the miasma forest and ran wildly all the way. While running, he kept blindly waving the alloy sword in his hand. In the miasma surge, gusts of wind blades continuously swung up in all directions, chopping at Li Yangshan behind him. It didn't matter if it hit or not, what mattered was that it could harass Li Yangshan. Alas, it is play. Anyway, he still had quite a few energy potions in his backpack and wasn't afraid of physical exertion. I must kill you. Li Yangshan let out a sonorous roar, chasing after him with impotent fury. A flurry of you and me in the miasma forest. Suddenly, Wang Guan's pace lurched, and a figure blurred in front of the miasma-filled air. Was creeping, crawling over quickly, vaguely red. Bloodthirsty beasts? There are still bloodthirsty beasts active in a place like this? Thoughts flashed through Wang Guan's mind, and when he saw the appearance of the bloodthirsty beast, he was slightly stunned, because unlike the bloodthirsty beasts seen before, this was only in human form. As if a skinned human being. It was mutated after humans were attacked by bloodthirsty demons. Coach had mentioned that human-type bloodthirsty beasts were usually more terrifying than beast types, and that each one had the strength of the 3rd rank. More cunning, more vicious. It was rapidly rushing towards Wang Guan. The panic on Wang Guan's face flickered. Probe. Probe. It's a poor beggar, alone and hungry. It turns out that human-type bloodthirsty beasts in bug probes present human information. Also hung up on beggar's bug word. Wang Guan was instantly happy. Li Yangshan, who was following closely behind, also noticed the humanoid bloodthirsty beast that was pouncing toward Wang Guan. A glint in his eye, Let's see where you're going to run now. He also stopped his pace, ready to wait for the bloodthirsty beast to attack Wang Guan and reap the benefits. However, just as the bloodthirsty beast was about to pounce on Wang Guan, he saw Wang Guan quickly take off his backpack, grabbed out something, and threw it out. The distance was close enough for Li Yangshan to see clearly. Is that a pasty? It was the dry rations that were prepared in each student's marching backpack. Li Yangshan was confused again. What kind of path is this? But what makes him even more confused is the bloodthirsty beast that fed on blood grabbed the pastry, stuffed it into its mouth full of sharp teeth, and gnawed on it. A look of satisfaction after days of starvation and finally eating food. Then it bypassed Wang Guan and lunged at Li Yangshan again. Li Yangshan instantly woke up and quickly backed away. At the same time, hurriedly from his body, rummaged out a piece of bread and threw it at the bloodthirsty beast as well. As a military training officer, he naturally brought better food than the average student. Human-sized bloodthirsty beasts that turn out to be dispatchable with food? He thought with some doubt still in his mind. But the bread was thrown at the bloodthirsty beast, which just swept it away and paid no more attention to it. The ferocious light in his eyes instead became even more victorious. A humanoid bloodthirsty beast is capable of simple thinking. It's probably feeling insulted. Roar. It let out a roar and pounced on the prey in front of it. Li Yangshan was unable to escape, so he could only maneuver around it. He was barehanded and had no other equipment or weapons other than that protective suit. A crackling sound erupted between the swings. The bloodthirsty beasts, on the other hand, were all about instinct, biting and scratching, and were not afraid to die. What a grueling tussle. His ability to create explosions doesn't seem to be strong, nor does he have any other skills. Just now, blowing up the bindings of the pan-branch tree's branches should just be the result of him being more restrained against that mutated monster tree. But it's not bad to be heavily injured and still be able to fight a third-ranked bloodthirsty beast like this. Wang Guan stood by and commented. Overall, the fight was beautiful. He pulled 2 small bottles of milk tea out of his backpack, unscrewed them and drank them. One bottle is an energy potion to replenish stamina. A vial of antidote potion to maintain poison resistance for a period of time. The potency of the medicine turned into warmth and melted away in the body. It made the exhaustion in Wang Guan's body, and the discomfort from being in the miasma for a long time, clear away. By this time, Li Yangshan had a bloody battle and finally managed to kill the beggar bloodthirsty beast. However, he was also heavily damaged, his protective armor was torn, his body a bloody mess, and he was panting, obviously no longer capable of fighting. His mind was filled with disbelief. He is obviously a 4th-ranked ability user, and the one he has to deal with is only a mere F-rank 2nd-rank trash ability user. Why did you end up in this situation? Lifting his head, he saw that Wang Guan had come before him, his face cold. You can't kill me. I'm a military training officer. It's Longjing University. It's because they don't want to accept you, and they don't want to be influenced by public opinion that they let me embarrass you. If you kill me, you're bound to attract trouble. The fear that instantly surged up made Li Yangshan busy shouting. Ha! Wang Guan couldn't help but laugh. When you're dead, it's my call on what happens here, he said with a few moments of mockery, which was what Li Yangshan had just said to him. Now the original words are returned. Then, without hesitation, the sword chopped down. Chapter 29. I was prepared to fight to the death, but I didn't realize you were more afraid than me. Li Yangshan just fell into a pool of blood. Wang Guan looked calm. This was actually his first time actually killing someone. But when he did it, he didn't hesitate, and there was little discomfort in his mind now. After all, Li Yangshan hadn't looked for trouble from him in the past few days, and had even moved to kill him. Now that you're dead, blame yourself for choosing the wrong path. By the way, my physical attributes. Wang Guan thought about this matter and hurriedly called up his attribute panel. Ability, Probe F. Grade, 2nd order. Skill, Windmill Novice. Physical fitness, 19.8 plus 0.5. Speed, 18.6 plus 0.4. Mental, 19.1 plus 0.4. 3-dimensional attributes. All of them have made considerable progress. Wang Guan was surprised in his eyes. Being chased by Li Yangshan for a while seemed easy, but it was actually quite thrilling. No matter what, Li Yangshan was an ability that exceeded him by 2 orders. After this experience, after taking the energy potion, he boosted up quite a bit. When the average of the three-dimensional attributes reaches 20, you can step into the third order. It's only one step away. In fact, according to Wang Guan's original intention, he wanted to raise to the third rank in a real battle in the wilderness before going against Li Yangshan. Because stepping into the third order, his ability to probability, will be able to affect the fourth order of Li Yangshan. I didn't expect Li Yangshan to be so impatient and take a shot at him. Luckily, my bug ability is powerful enough. Wang Guan shook his head and laughed as he looked at Li Yangshan's corpse. After a brief look through, there was nothing useful for me. The most valuable part was the protective armor, which was also torn. While Wang Guan was considering what to do with the body, suddenly he heard the sound of crawling, accompanied by a low growl of ho ho ho. It's bloodthirsty beasts, and there are quite a few of them. The smell of blood on Li Yangshan's body drew them here. With a flash of his mind, Wang Guan quickly left the corpse's side while treating the bloodstains on the alloy sword. He hid behind a large tree. Soon, in a miasma-filled blur of vision, Wang Guan vaguely saw the figures of several bloodthirsty beasts rushing over to Li Yangshan's corpse. They were all humanoid, prostrate, and surrounded the body. In the middle of this miasma forest, there are even so many human-sized bloodthirsty beasts. Wang Guan held his breath, trying not to make a sound and being careful. One after another, they cast probes on these bloodthirsty beasts. Probe. This is a professional dancer. Probe. This is an ordinary Moncler outlet. Probe. This is a flirty housewife. Probe. This is an ordinary elementary school student. The miasma here, it seemed to have an effect on the vision of the bloodthirsty beasts. It made them not notice Wang Guan at first. Wang Guan, who was hiding next to them, smoothly gave them bugwords one by one. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly, his eyes gradually becoming excited. As luck would have it, the scrying of these bloodthirsty beasts turned out to be ordinary. Ordinary people can be dealt with better than beasts. If you do the math like that, they are much weaker than the beastly bloodthirsty beasts, all of them. I can fight 10. But suddenly, Wang Guan realized something was wrong. Huh? They didn't immediately lick the corpse blood. The bloodthirsty beasts just surrounded Li Yangshan's corpse without tearing it, as if they were waiting for something. Just as this thought appeared to Wang Guan, in the miasma mist in the distance, a bloodthirsty beast that was a full size larger than the other bloodthirsty beasts crawled over. This bloodthirsty beast is also humanoid, but it had extraordinarily thick limbs, an elongated head, and a huge mouth. The slender tongue fluttered, and clear mucus continued to drip from the corners of his mouth. The body was a dark red color, a muscle texture could be seen, and a tail trailed behind it. It's humanoid, but it doesn't look like it was transformed from a human. Most importantly, when Wang Guan opened the probe, the result was a string of question mark. It leveled up at least to the fourth order. This isn't an ordinary bloodthirsty beast. It won't be a bloodthirsty demon, right? Speculation surged in Wang Guan's heart. The bloodthirsty demon was an alien monster that crawled out of the cracks of the abyss. It's the people and beasts that are tainted and mutated by the bloodthirsty demon that are called bloodthirsty beasts. Usually, bloodthirsty beasts only had strength comparable to second or third order ability users. The one in front of him, with an exceptional form and a rank of at least fourth order, could only be a bloodthirsty demon. After determining that it was a bloodthirsty demon, Wang Guan further discovered that it had multiple dents and some hideous scars on its body, as if it had been heavily injured. Could it be the one from more than 10 years ago? Wasn't it said that it had already been suppressed and killed? Surprisingly, it didn't die. Wang Guan was shocked in his heart. This thing, the current self, is in no way a match. Immediately, he moved gently and slowly backed away, ready to leave the area. Off to the side, the bloodthirsty demon, who had already come up to Li Yangshan's side, was suddenly alert and looked violently in Wang Guan's direction. Raising the slender head, he cracked his huge mouth and let out a piercing roar. Hiss! It was perceptive and found Wang Guan. The humanoid bloodthirsty beasts that surrounded it received instructions and immediately turned in Wang Guan's direction one after another. One crawled quickly across the ground and fluttered. Wang Guan was shocked in his heart and immediately entered a fighting position. Swish! He jumped out from behind the tree, and with a sword, he slashed the bloodthirsty beast that lunged at him first, flying out. With a kick, he stomped the one lunging next to him, snapping and popping its head off. Another bloodthirsty beast pounced, and the long sword in Wang Guan's hand swung back, cutting it down underneath him. Along with his long sword waving, bizarre and invisible wind blades chopped down on different bloodthirsty beasts one after another. What the course of the battle exemplified was a hack and slash that traveled. After all, with the bug word hooked up, this fight really wasn't much of a challenge for him. But Wang Guan didn't relax or take it lightly in the slightest, because he knew that when the bloodthirsty demon launched its attack, he might have to account for it here. Can't tangle with them much. Must find a chance to escape as soon as possible. He thought quickly in his mind, looking for an opportunity. However, bloodlust was originally crawling over shamefully high as well. But see Wang Guan, afoot a small child, it froze in its movements and even vaguely began to tremble. Then, twisting his head and biting up Li Yangshan's corpse, he scattered his legs and ran away. Couldn't fight, slipped and slid. Wang Guan, who was trembling with fear, froze for a moment when he saw it escape just like that. I was about to find a chance to escape. How did it get away first? This is because bloodthirsty demons possess sufficient thinking ability, unlike those bloodthirsty beasts. Seeing how easily I took care of the bloodthirsty beast, you thought I was powerful and were intimidated by me? Thinking about this, Wang Guan's expression suddenly became odd. I was ready to fight to the death. I didn't realize you were more afraid than me. He cut that last bloodthirsty beast to the ground with his sword. The dead bloodthirsty beasts quickly filled with black mist and began to rot. In the end, all that's left are rotting bones. Wang Guan alerted his surroundings, and there was no trace of the bloodthirsty demon long ago. It just fled and took Li Yangshan's body with it. Not daring to stay here any longer, Wang Guan followed the way he came and rushed outside the miasma forest. There was no more collecting the bones of bloodthirsty beasts, because even if you collect corpses and bones, it's about hard to believe that he single-handedly solved these humanoid bloodthirsty beasts, running all the way through the miasma forest without encountering any more accidents. Wang Guan smoothly appeared outside the forest. Phew, I didn't expect the bloodthirsty demon to still be alive. Luckily, I bluffed it, leaving the miasma-ridden environment. He was so distraught that he hastily knocked back another bottle of chrysanthemum milk tea antidote potion. It's already afternoon. He pulled out his compass and discerned his bearings, heading first in the direction of the miners' gathering. Wang Guan, just after walking for a short while, Su Wei Cheng's shouts suddenly came over. Looking up, the robust figure of the instructor burst out of the dense forest ahead. Instructor! Wang Guan was surprised. Why are you here? I saw that you were delayed in returning and came over to look for you. Su Weicheng's rough face was covered in sweat, and he did not hide his elation even more. He looked Wang Guan up and down, saw that Wang Guan was just a little bit messed up and not injured, and nodded his head in relief. I'm glad you're okay. Well, I'm fine. Wang Guan was a little touched by the fact that the instructor needed to carry a lot of responsibility and pressure by leaving the students in the camp like this. Where are Qin Zhuang and the others? And Li Yangshan, he's right behind you. Su Weicheng looked around again and asked suspiciously. Wang Guan's expression stiffened slightly, although the instructor was very defensive of him. This was after all about the death of the military training officer and the 4 students. His mind raced with quick electricity, and he opened his mouth to explain. Their unfortunate sacrifice. We were careless just now and encountered a group of human-sized, bloodthirsty beasts. Very ferocious. By the way, instructor, we also saw a bloodthirsty demon. It should be the one that attacked Peaceful Town 13 years ago. It's still alive. Wang Guan was ready to find bloodthirsty demon to take the blame. Qin Zhuang and the others died from saber-toothed wasps and Li Yangshan, who was taken out by the bloodthirsty demon. It has nothing to do with him, Wang Guan. As he said, a couple of people hung up, so what happened, his call. But before he could make up his story, Su Weicheng's body suddenly trembled. You met a bloodthirsty demon? That beast really didn't die, he said in a slightly shaky voice, his eyes instantly red. The look was more than a little agitated, and a little cold with a bone-deep hatred. He looked at Wang Guan, not paying any more attention to Li Yangshan and the others, and said, almost gritting his teeth, where? Chapter 30 The pussy I was about to put on just got robbed. Wang Guan was stunned for a moment before he understood the reason for Su Weicheng's reaction. Mo was bitten by a bloodthirsty demon and became what he is now. Moreover, in the beginning, More than half of the people in Ping'an town died tragically under the bloodthirsty demon. It could be said that this bloodthirsty demon had a deep hatred with the instructor. Listening to Su Weiqing's words, he had actually long suspected that the bloodthirsty demon was still alive. Thinking slightly, Wang Guan pointed in the direction of the miasma forest. It's in that miasma forest? Instructor, I'll take you to it. No, you stay here, Su Weicheng said instead. Not allowing Wang Guan to say anything else, with a flash of his figure, he rushed in the direction of the miasma forest with all the fury. Instructor! It had disappeared amidst Wang Guan's shouts. The instructor's strength is definitely much stronger than Li Yangshan. If the person who is chasing me is replaced by him, I definitely don't have the means to handle it so easily. Seeing the speed displayed by the instructor, Wang Guan sighed in his heart. There was no doubt about the instructor's strength. Blasting a bloodthirsty beast into scum with a single punch was absolutely majestic. Of course, facing humanoid bloodthirsty beasts, Wang Guan probably felt even more imposing as he hacked and slashed his way through a bunch of them. But after all, it's relying on the bug-probing ability. It wouldn't be enough against a bloodthirsty demon. That bloodthirsty demon has a wound on its body and is still scared by me. I wonder if the instructor can solve it. The miasma forest will also have an effect on him, right? Wang Guan also had a few faint worries in his heart. He waited in place somewhat anxiously, and it wasn't until the sky began to darken that he saw Su Weiqing rushing back. A few moments of frustration lurked on his face. Instructor, you didn't find it? Wang Guan was first delighted, then asked in a hurry. Su Weiqing shook his head and said in annoyance, It escaped. This cunning thing. It has already left that miasma forest. He pulled out another bottle in his hand, in which was thick goo. But I found this, enough to be able to prove that it is indeed alive. The slime in the bottle was from the bloodthirsty demon's mouth. Su Weicheng looked at the slime in the bottle, hatred burning in his eyes. Instructor, are you okay? Wang Guan asked with concern. 13 years ago, I wasn't able to protect the town and protect Mo. All these years I've worked out hard and pressed my limits just so I could take care of it myself. Su Weiqing gritted his teeth and said, I must finish it off myself. Then his face relaxed a little, looked up at the sky and said, Wang Guan, let's go back to the camp first. The two headed for the campground. Instructor, Qin Zhuang's and their bodies are still in the miners' gathering place. Wang Guan remembered this and spoke. After all, they are fellow military trainees. It's still a good idea to do things like collect bodies. And they still had equipped weapons on them, even if they couldn't use them themselves. Taking them away would sell them for a lot of money. Wang Guan has always been thrifty and frugal, so he can't see good things being spoiled. When I came, I went over to the miners' colony. Su Weiqing, however, shook his head and said, There are traces of battle there, but I didn't see their corpses.
No corpse.
Wang Guan froze. One of them is still alive. No, at that time, Qin Zhuang had his neck broken by Li Yangshan. Several others, which Wang Guan had also confirmed before taking on Li Yangshan, had been killed by swarms of saber-toothed wasps. It should be the smell of blood that attracted the bloodthirsty beasts and took their corpses away. Su Weiqing explained that he knew this wild and dense forest much better. Take the body away. It suddenly occurred to Wang Guan that the bloodthirsty demon had been bluffed by himself earlier, yet he still didn't forget to take away Li Yangshan's corpse. All bloodthirsty beasts are puppets of bloodthirsty demons. The bodies of Qin Zhuang and others have now been taken away. They won't be transformed into bloodthirsty beasts, right? Wang Guan asked in surprise. I guess not. Su Weiqing thought for a moment and denied. Bloodthirsty demons are unable to transform corpses, and taking away corpses should only be for the purpose of devouring blood and flesh. Instead of continuing to dwell on this issue, he asked curiously, Wang Guan, between you and them, what exactly happened? At the time, Wang Guan had already thought of a reasonable explanation. Qin Zhuang and the four of them, guided by Li Yangshan, wanted to harm Wang Guan. They destroy saber-toothed wasp nests, attracting swarms of bees to attack, and end up in a cocoon. Li Yangshan closed the iron door of that safe house again. When Qin Zhuang managed to break open the iron door with great difficulty, he was killed by Li Yangshan instead, and tried to frame Wang Guan, who had been spared. Then Li Yangshan launched a hunt for Wang Guan. They escaped into the miasma forest, but accidentally encountered several human-sized bloodthirsty beasts, as well as bloodthirsty demons. Li Yangshan was entangled by the bloodthirsty demon and died of exhaustion. Wang Guan is lucky to escape with his life and meets his instructor. This is a very vague statement that completely hides the bug-probing ability. There are some holes in the fine print. But the instructor just nodded after hearing that. Okay, I'll report back. Just believe it? Su Weicheng smiled at Wang Guan. Everyone has their own secrets, what Li Yangshan is ready to do. I have seen it in my eyes. His death is just to blame, and it's not your fault. Alas, it's a pity that Qin Zhuang those students. Wang Guan's heart was touched. As an instructor, Su Weicheng was indeed sincere in looking out for his students. Moreover, thanks to his previous performance and the way he treated Su Mengmeng, the instructor was more defensive of himself. But my report may not be believed by those above me, Su Weicheng added worriedly. Li Yangshan was obviously instructed, and now that he's dead, the people behind him may not stop. I understand. I'll be careful. Wang Guan looked resolute. Longjing University had even sent someone specifically to stop him, even going so far as to kill him. This university, he really doesn't want to go to. But there's a caveat. It's up to me, not you, to go to college. The two of them rushed quickly through the dense forests of the wilderness. It was already completely dark. Su Weicheng took out the lighting and led the way in front. Suddenly, in the distant night sky, a bit of bright light flickered up and collapsed into 10,000 points of fire. It's the direction of the camp. They sent a distress signal. Su Weicheng's expression changed. He should have stayed at the camp and taken care of those students, but when he saw that Wang Guan was delayed in returning, he was concerned in his heart. And only after the child line, Gao Chong and their persuasion before venturing out, signaling now proves that there's been an accident at the camp. Let's speed up. Su Weicheng gritted his teeth, and his darting figure instantly picked up speed. Wang Guan followed close behind with the same worry in his heart. That bloodthirsty demon left the miasma forest, wouldn't be rushing over to steal the house, right? The densely forested camp, built in an abandoned factory, is in the midst of a fierce battle. Just a moment ago, in all directions, a single bloodthirsty beast suddenly emerged. These bloodthirsty beasts are beastly. They've launched themselves at the place in a frenzy. The fortifications around the camp were quickly washed down. Where did so many bloodthirsty beasts come from? Instructor, military training officer. Where the hell did they go? Don't panic, everyone. Gather around. So many bloodthirsty beasts. We're done for. The students have been thrown into a panic. They had experienced the brutal high school exams, and many of them had also tackled bloodthirsty beasts with their own hands. But with so many bloodthirsty beasts pouring out at once, it still made many people instinctively panic. A white-haired boy and his party gathered with Gao Chong, Zhang Yong and Anya, their squads that moved together. Boom! Boom! The child's line waved his hands, inspiring a gust of invisible waves and releasing shockwaves. Shockwave and shockwave, both energy-based abilities. But the shockwave, regardless of its level and lethality, is actually quite inferior to the shockwave. However, the shockwave unleashed by the Tong line was so powerful that it could directly blast a bloodthirsty beast several meters away. At this time, from the dense forest next to them, 7 or 8 more bloodthirsty beasts rushed out, killing their squad in unison. The members of the squad, their faces were shocked. The child line suddenly stepped out in stride. On the white-haired teenager's face, there was no fear and his eyes were stern. Looks like it's time to show real strength. He opened his arms, and there were invisible air waves that were condensing in front of him. But just as his arms were about to close, swish, a figure slanted out to kill. Holding an alloy long sword in his hand, the light of the sword flashed, accompanied by the whistling wind and waves. Charging into the group of foreign beasts, his figure swayed as he continuously chopped at them. Quan! A few people from the squad, all of them were delighted. The Tong line that was about to zoom in, but his movements froze. The person who came was none other than Wang Guan, and he wasn't afraid of having his abilities exposed now that he was like this, because he was using a sword. In retrospect, he could tell people that his best skill was actually swordsmanship. It had been hidden and used as a bottom card before, but only now was it actually used. And he did possess a set of D-rank sword skills. Against this group of bloodthirsty beasts, there was no time to use the ability. With just the great windmill skill and nearly third-ranked physical attributes, he quickly ed them to the ground. After resolving the bloodthirsty beast, Wang Guan turned his head and nodded at a few people, carrying his sword and killing elsewhere. The child line looked at the ground, the rapidly decaying body, and wanted to cry. The pussy I was about to put on just got robbed. Chapter 31. Wang Guan, do you want skills or not? Wang Guan arrived back in time, and the instructor naturally arrived as well. With all the firepower, simple and rough punches, he blasted a bloodthirsty beast away. This, coupled with Wang Guan's performance, caused the panicked situation in the camp to be quickly stabilized. Many people were secretly shocked that Wang Guan possessed a sword skill. It was already a strong performance with a hidden undercard. Among the military training students, although Wang Guan's ability level was the lowest and his ability had no physical attribute bonus at all, but his current attribute value was, without a doubt, the highest. Combined with the killing power of D-rank skills, even without using Bug scrying, he was still a breakaway leader in battle power. And at this moment, the bloodthirsty beasts suddenly laid down. As if they had received orders, the ones that still remained turned around and left the camp. A number of students were injured, but fortunately there were no fatalities. A bite from a bloodthirsty beast will infect you with a paralyzing toxin and cause massive blood loss, but will not mutate. The only way to transform is to be bitten by a bloodthirsty demon himself. The bloodthirsty demons are manipulating and driving them. Settling down the situation, Su Weiqing found Wang Guan. It has been hiding for over 10 years, and now that it's been exposed, it immediately started to act. But it doesn't seem to have appeared here. After we came back, the bloodthirsty beast quickly withdrew. Wang Guan surveyed the dark dense forest surrounding the camp. I thought to myself, bloodthirsty demon can't be afraid of me, right? Instructor Su Weiqing should also be the object of its fear. It's very cunning, so of course it won't show itself rashly. But since it's been discovered, it will definitely regroup its bloodthirsty beasts, Su Weiqing said in a deep voice. Although the bloodthirsty demon was terrifying, its individual strength was only of the 5th or 6th rank. What was even more terrifying was the bloodthirsty beasts it transformed and controlled, and the transformation in a very short time can be accomplished. Humans are the best to convert. That's why it controls the golem and tries to attack the camp. Speaking of this, Su Weiqing thought of something and his face changed. The bloodthirsty demon surely won't spare the town. We have to get back as soon as possible to protect the town and also seek support from the army. I'm afraid that the bloodthirsty beast demon incident from 13 years ago is about to repeat itself. However, it was now dark, and traveling at night in the dense forest would only give the bloodthirsty beasts a chance to attack. Although Su Weiqing was agitated in his heart, he was not overwhelmed by anger. He methodically arranges everyone, rebuilds the fortifications, and gathers everyone together in one piece. Let's get through this night and return in the morning. At the same time, the matter of the bloodthirsty demon, he did not hide it. The students who participated in the military training were all college students who were not strong-willed enough to be brushed off by the college entrance exams long ago. Fear causes panic, but it can also cause growth. Into the night, Wang Guan and the small team consisting of Tong's Line and Anya gathered around the fire and took turns keeping watch. Several people inquired about Wang Guan's encounter today. Li Yangshan, Qin Zhuang and others did not return. Su Weiqing only said that they were unfortunately killed, but did not say the details. So Wang Guan reinterpreted that speech again. Finally, he wiped the stains on his alloy sword and said with a look of regret, I also didn't expect Li Yangshan to be so ruthless. Qin Zhuang and the others are too pitiful. A few people also sighed in awe and couldn't help but measure the sword in Wang Guan's hand again. If I remember correctly, this is from that werewolf powerhouse. The crowd had the sense not to ask more questions. After a moment of silence, Anya said in disbelief, Li Yangshan is completely rushing at Wang Guanyu. How exactly did you offend him? Wang Guan didn't say the reason outright, but just said with a bitter smile, maybe it's because he can't stand to see that my F-ranked ability person got into college. I don't think ability determines anything either, Anya said with a puckered little face. Ha! Knowing that the Vajra Barbie girl was comforting herself, Wang Guan smiled thankfully. Suddenly, he thought of something and reached for his marching bag. Anya, I found something earlier that might interest you. What's good? Anya burst into anticipation. The little brother is in the wilderness, and surprisingly, he doesn't forget to bring himself a gift. She then saw it. The bug in a vial. What kind of girl gives a girl a bug as a gift? She was about to complain a few times when she suddenly sensed something and her expression froze. Huh! What Wang Guan took out was precisely the saber-toothed female wasp that he had caught earlier. After half a day inside the vial, it did not lose its vigor and crawled around. Anya stared at it for a moment before her eyes suddenly lit up. She took the bottle and unscrewed the cap. This is a saber-toothed mother wasp, Wang Guan hastily reminded. Although the female wasp was injured, she was still dangerous. But before he could finish his sentence, he saw the mother bee crawling out of the bottle. Instead of attacking Anya, it crawled merrily over Anya's fingers, its wings vibrating constantly. You can control it? Wang Guan asked in surprise. I can not only control it, I can manipulate its swarm through it, Anya explained. Instead, the little face twitched and struggled to keep his hands away, resisting beyond measure. She really hates bugs. The ability that favored awakening was related to bugs. Cultivate and manipulate a swarm of bees? Wang Guan's eyes lit up. It's not a normal psychic ability that can do that, is it? Manipulating an entire swarm of saber-toothed bees is definitely not bad. Gao Chong looked at the black and yellow female wasp with sharp mouthparts and couldn't help but jump with his eyebrows. Anya, what exactly is your ability? Anya, who had been refusing to divulge her abilities, now had no need to hide them anymore. Alas, I was unlucky enough to awaken an ability called Heart of the Swarm, which is still S rank. S class. The students around the fire were a little startled. This petite and cute girl is actually an S-class ability person. Most of the students who came to the 23rd trial battlefield for military training were C-rank and D-ranked ability users. A handful of A's and B's are already pulling their weight. And with the S rank, it seems that Anya is the only one. Heart of the Swarm. This ability sounds powerful. When the actual battle sparring, Anya and Wang Guan fought a match, and many people guessed that her strength was not inferior to Wang Guan. Then a few days later, no one mentioned it. Now, once again, she shocked the crowd. Anya held back her nausea and carefully touched the female wasp on her hand and said to Wang Guan, "Thank you. I've been trying to find the right bug and saber-toothed wasps couldn't be more perfect." She had actually taken the initiative to apply and come to this military training base in order to find the right bugs. Because this is where you can travel to the dense forests of the wilderness. She was still a little frustrated that it was going to be for nothing. She didn't expect Wang Guan to give her a surprise. So coincidental that it helped her catch the right bug? He really likes me. Will you sell it to me? I will pay you the price according to the market price. Anya said with a bit of petulance. Sure. Wang Guan naturally agreed. Wasn't the point of catching this big mosquito to sell it for money? Then he ignored the petulance on Donkey Kong's face. A bit of bargaining set the price at $200,000. Payment will be made when military training is over. Although it was quite unfortunate that he didn't manage to pick up the equipment and weapons of Qin Zhuang's several people. But at least he made a small profit. Most importantly, it also greatly strengthens your own side. Next, Anya held her finger against the mother bee and activated her ability to try and get her to rally the swarm. Mother bees can contact and control their colony through special signals. Such signals naturally have range limits, but Anya's Heart of the Swarm greatly enhances the range of signal propagation. Maybe she can call back all the saber-toothed bees that flew apart from the miners' gathering place? Wang Guan thought in his heart. The killing power of the swarm of saber-toothed bees was still fresh in his mind, and the average bloodthirsty beasts were unable to fight against it. Though for yourself, it's a swarm of flamboyant mosquitoes. The night passed peacefully. The bloodthirsty beasts did not attack the camp again. Early the next morning, the crowd of students returned to the town under the leadership of the instructor. Several of the wounded, in turn, were carried on their backs to make the journey. On the way, everyone was in a somewhat subdued mood, glancing around in alarm from time to time. There was any slightest movement that could trigger a panic. But after rushing for a few hours, they didn't encounter a single bloodthirsty beast. Not even a mutant beast was encountered. You can meet a lot of them when you rushed to the camp a few days ago. Anya maneuvered the saber-toothed mother wasp and had gathered back quite a few saber-toothed wasps. The swarm buzzed above her head, dancing into a ball. She controlled the swarm with a torn face. It's not skilled yet, but at least it ensures that the saber-toothed wasps are not allowed to harm their classmates. By communicating with the swarm, she was also able to use the swarm to probe the conditions of a certain range of nearby areas. Again, there was no sign of the bloodthirsty beast. This is not good. because this proves that the bloodthirsty beasts active in this dense forest are being summoned by bloodthirsty devils to form a terrifying beast herd. By mid-afternoon, the team made it back to the safety of the town without incident. From a distance, he saw that the town was still peaceful, with no signs of being attacked by the bloodthirsty beasts. Su Weiqing, who had been on the edge of his seat all the way, finally settled down. The military training team returned to the safety zone. Instructor Su Weiqing told everyone to go back to the dormitory to tidy up first, so he couldn't wait to see his daughter. At that moment, he suddenly thought of something and pulled Wang Guan aside with a solemn expression. "Wang Guan, do you want skills or not?" he asked seriously. "I want to take my set of skills and teach them to you." Wang Guan was stunned for a moment, and his expression was joyful. "Of course. Instructor, what skill is it?" "Military-style boxing," Su Weiqing replied, watching Wang Guan show a puzzled expression, and continued, "But it's a power-enhanced version. Ordinary military boxing is known as the cheapest F-rank skill. For all military students, it's free. It's more for strengthening the body than for fighting." 13 years ago, when the bloodthirsty demon incident occurred, Su Weiqiang was only a second-order ability. The only skill that he has mastered is a set of military boxing. But with his bone-deep hatred and strong will, he kept drilling this cheapest set of skills. Through efforts mixed with blood and tears, the skill was successfully improved to give it a decent killing power. You could call it Military Stance Max Edition. It has reached a D rating. Instructor, I want to learn. Chapter 32. Wang Guan, who was okay with the high school exams. The instructor had demonstrated his strength, and Li Yangshan judged that he was using military-style boxing, but the power was beyond imagination. Only now did Wang Guan realize that what the instructor had used at that time was indeed military boxing. But the power-enhanced version is a D-rank skill. Wang Guan naturally wouldn't give up this rare opportunity. "Can I learn this skill, though?" he asked again worriedly. Low-ranked ability users learning D-rank skills were afraid that it wouldn't be very easy. He was able to master the D-rank skill windmill, which belonged to the card Bug. "My military style of boxing is difficult to say the least and simple to say the least." Su Weiqiang laughed. "Because there is an important prerequisite for learning it." "What conditions?" Wang Guan hurriedly asked after him. The instructor laughed. "Don't worry, you're the perfect fit. It requires the practitioner to be an F-ranked ability, as well as the will to press the limits and hone the flesh." Then Su Weiqing introduced that he himself was actually an F-class ability. The ability is called marking. After being marked by him with a signal on the target, he can sense the orientation of the target within a certain range. The reason he was able to find Wang Guan in the dense forest before was because he had marked Wang Guan's body first. F-rank abilities are basically functional in this way. There is no additive effect on physical attributes or combat abilities. But it is this ineffectiveness that is the key to practicing military-style boxing max. Unaffected by ability to maximize physical mobilization. Instead, those with highly gifted abilities were unable to learn it. Wang Guan secretly sighed in relief after hearing the instructor's words. His scrying ability, despite the bugs, met the conditions for learning this skill. After agreeing to learn the skills, Su Weiqing hurriedly went to find Su Mengmeng. Away for a few days, he was really worried about his daughter. The instructor turned out to be an F-class ability user as well. "I'm afraid that's a big reason why he's looking at me favorably." Wang watched the instructor's back and thought in his heart. Being an F-ranked ability, he took a cheap set of skills and raised them to D-rank. Squeezed the potential even more and raised the level to what it is now. Only to one day, personally solve the bloodthirsty devil. This persistence and will of the instructor made Wang Guan stand in awe. The students returned to the town of peace. The bloodthirsty demon reappeared, and the terrifying bloodthirsty beasts began to gather in the dense forest. Crisis is present, but military training still has to continue. This world is facing an abyssal invasion, and all the people are capable, or you could say all the people are capable. Military training encounters emergencies. That contingency, then, is part of military training. From the day they awaken their abilities, the ability user has to carry this cruel mission. The town of Ping and has no communication with the outside world, but it is accessible by road. There are even vehicles transporting supplies that come and go once every few days during military training. Through the transportation vehicle, Su Weiqing reported to the city hall about what had happened to Li Yangshan, Qin Zhuang, and the others, as well as the critical situation where the bloodthirsty demon had appeared and was gathering the beasts. The bottle of bloodthirsty demon slime was sent along with it. The purpose of collecting the slime was to prove that the bloodthirsty demon had indeed reappeared. City Hall responded quickly and will be arranging support in a few days. Over the next few days, in a state of trepidation, military training continued. The instructor began to teach everyone military boxing. It's just the normal version, but it's more or less useful when facing bloodthirsty beasts. As for Wang Guan, he was at the edge of the playground, learning the max version of military boxing. Hoo. Following Su Weiqing's instructions, Wang Guan kept practicing a few simple poses. Straight punch, whip leg, iron mountain leaning. These are actually normal military boxing poses. But Wang Guan had to repeat them thousands of times every day with his unique method. Repeat these motions over and over again, as I have taught you, and turn them completely into your flesh and blood, into instinct. Only then can we comprehend a stronger military-style fist max from it. That's the gist of it. Originally, seeing the instructor give Wang Guan a small cooking, many students were still jealous and felt that the instructor was biased. But after discovering the way Wang Guan practiced, most people dispelled that idea. It's total torture. Some people practiced along for half a day before they couldn't take it and gave up. It is noon. This concludes the morning's exercises. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Wang Guan stepped aside. The place where they practiced was right next to the room where Su Mengmeng was. Seeing that he stopped practicing, Su Mengmeng hurriedly handed out a cup of water from inside the barred window. Receiving the fresh orange juice, Wang Guan drank it down freely. Thanks, Mo. He handed back the glass of water and smiled. Are you tired? Su Mengmeng, whose face was hideous but not without gentleness and kindness, asked with concern. It's not bad, Wang Guan said easily. Put in the hard work and see the rewards every day. Plus, his character was already resolute, so he didn't feel any hard work. As per usual, he chatted with Su Mengmeng for a while and dragged his tired body towards the cafeteria. By the way, he took out a small bottle of coffee milk tea energy potion and tilted his head back to drink it. The body was tired and instantly swept away. View the properties panel. Ability, Probe F. Grade 3rd order. Skills, Windmill Proficient Military Style Fist Master. Physical Fitness, 21.7 plus 0.3. Speed, 20.6 plus 0.3. Mental, 20.4 plus 0.2. 2 days ago, Wang Guan had officially stepped into the 3rd rank. Being taught skills by Su Weiqiang, combined with the energy potion, the effect was still strong. Now that he had revealed that he knew the skill of swordsmanship, he took time out every day and wielded it blindly. Successfully took windmill from novice to proficient. The list of skills also includes an additional military-style fist. This military physical fist, which was a normal F-rank skill, was just already at the Zhongshe level. Skills are categorized into 5 realms based on proficiency: introductory, novice, proficient, expert, and grandmaster. In order to practice military-style fist max, you need to pile up your normal military-style fist to the highest level first. Then, following the method taught by the instructor, he continued to squeeze the potential and exceed the limit. This is how you can master a stronger military-style max. Wang Guan felt like he was getting close. Go to the cafeteria and find your fellow housemates. Start feasting. Brother Guan, it's so tiring for you to practice like this every day, Zhang Yong exclaimed with a sigh. Wang Guan chewed on the delicious marinated meat rice and casually said, There's no way with my F-rank ability. I can only work harder, otherwise it's hard to go to college. Gao Chong looked admiring. No wonder you're so powerful. The child sitting opposite Wang Guan's line, but suddenly said, Brother Guan, why don't you transfer to a military school? Military school? Wang Guan froze. The child line, who was nibbling on a coarse meal, explained, Most universities are ability-based, but military schools place more value on strength in comparison. Low-level abilities can spell out a future if they work hard enough. He paused and said in a joking tone, For example, the Vanguard Military Academy I attended is a good choice. Why don't Brother Guan consider it? Pioneer Military School? Gao Chong couldn't help but laugh. Pioneer Military School is one of the best universities in the 2nd echelon under Longjing. It can be said to be the #1 military school in the Alliance. That's to say that you can transfer. He smiled and laughed and suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, did you just say that you attended Pioneer Military Academy? I remember the acceptance line for Pioneer Military Academy. It was 490 points. Previously, the boy's line only mentioned that he went to a military school. But there's no mention of it being the number 1 military school in the Union. The child line again showed that coy expression, "My high school score is okay." Gao Chong had a feeling of being choked, and when he thought about it, the daily performance of the child's line did have a kind of toughness that did not match his appearance. Transfer to Pioneer Military Academy? Wang Guan rubbed his chin, his expression gradually brightening. Not a good feeling about LKU anyway. This choice, it seems like a good one, and when Gao Chong and Zhang Yong saw Wang Guan's thoughtful look, they were stunned again. It was surprising that Quan was considering the suggestion. Then his high school scores. When Wang Guan saw everyone looking over, he smiled and said, "My score on the college entrance exam is not bad." Meaning, no pressure to transfer to Pioneer Military Academy? The strength he showed is indeed stronger than the child line. "You two monsters." Gao Chong and Zhang Yong, who only scored 200 or 300 points in the college entrance exam and were really okay, were speechless. "Why are you guys in military training? You're grouped with us." Gao Chong couldn't wait, so he wanted to ask them how much they had taken in the college entrance exam. But then, a student suddenly hurried into the cafeteria. "Here it comes. Here it comes. Here's our backup. Support for the peace town here, finally. I don't know which army." Wang Guan, along with the other students, hurriedly left the cafeteria and curiously made their way to the dilapidated station outside the town. A bus that had pulled up. Instructor Su Weiqing also rushed over, standing outside the bus. Just some disappointment and anger on his face. For it was not the army he had expected that rushed to his support. Instead, it was a group of students who were also in military training. Wang Guan, who was looking from afar, also saw the people who drilled out of the bus in a fishbowl. When he saw 2 of the familiar figures, his expression was slightly stunned. Jiang Wangxue, Zhu Qianlong? These 2 old folks from Tianhai City were surprisingly among them. This is the military training freshman of Longjing University. Rushing to support. How could it be them? Chapter 33. Sorry, he's posing so well. I'm hitting it smoothly. Peaceful Town's military students from different universities. But in a top institution like Longjing University, freshmen are arranged to have military training together. Only Wang Guan, arranged with malice. Now that the bloodthirsty beasts are massing and the town is in danger, the instructor seeks support. The one who came was, surprisingly, an army freshman from Longjing University. No wonder Su Weichang was disappointed and angry. These Longjing University students, about 30 of them, wore uniforms but not camouflage. Instead, they were specially customized silver-white outfits, making them, one by one, seem to have a much more noble temperament. "Are you the instructor here? My name is Lin Zidong, a second-year student at Longjing, responsible for leading the Longjing freshmen to military training here." A man who appeared to be no more than 20 years old made a self-introduction to Su Weichang. He had an upright figure and a gentlemanly look, and he spoke with a faint smile. "How come it's you guys? The support I was hoping for was the army." Su Weichang questioned in a deep voice. "We're enough." Lin Zidong was a bit upset as he pulled out an envelope from his body. The envelope was sealed with waxed clay with the Union government's mark. A pair of hands clasped together with a sky full of stars in the background. "I have been promised by the Alliance that a hunting mission will open here." He pulled away the waxed clay and opened the envelope. Pop, and the envelope bursts into flames of its own accord. At the same time, regardless of whether it was Ping'an Town or Longjing University, prompt messages appeared in front of the eyes of all the students here who were participating in military training. Reminder: you have opened a hunting quest. Goal: hunt bloodthirsty beasts. Level: dangerous. Time: end of military training or kill the bloodthirsty demon. Note: killing bloodthirsty beasts and bloodthirsty devils will earn bonus points, which can be exchanged for different rewards. Seeing the prompt message displayed in front of him and the corresponding quest panel, the students on the side of Ping'an Town revealed a look of surprise. Opening a hunting mission? It's Longjing University, applying to set up this event as a hunting mission. Are they unaware of the horror of the bloodthirsty beast? Where's the promised military support? They, who had already seen the terrifying bloodthirsty beast, didn't look too good. Wang was also surprised when he saw the prompt in front of him. Similar to the high school trial illusion, the Alliance has the power to set the tasks, make the rules and rewards. But now in this situation, There is no military support and the place is set up as a hunting mission for military students. It is not too much of a child's play. The instructor, Su Weicheng, didn't get the hint, but when he saw the envelope and the look on his own student's face, he understood what had happened. The face turned ugly. His voice drew up a few points. That is a bloodthirsty beast herd, and there is a bloodthirsty demon. The town is in peril, yet military students are set to task? Isn't this a disregard for the safety of the residents and students here? Oh, freshmen are different from freshmen too, Lin Zidong said with a bit of pride. The freshmen of Longjing are all elite ability users, what you can't do. We may not be unable to do. In his words, there was a kind of naked contempt and disdain for the military trainees of Ping'an Town. There was some commotion among the students of Peaceful Town. But thinking about the identity of these people, he could only suppress his heart's displeasure. Lin Zidong no longer paid any attention to Su Weicheng and led the students from Longjing straight towards the town. The Longjing students, curiously, looked around. When they saw the Peace Town military trainees in their dirty camouflage uniforms, they all wore expressions of instinctive disgust and looked as if they didn't want to stand in the same place as them. Competence is the future. Most of them were S-ranked Abelites who had gotten into Longjing and had a bright future ahead of them. Facing these second-rate students in Ping'an Town, they felt superior. There were Peace Town students who tried to say hello to them and they loved it. When they entered the town and saw the harsh environment, they couldn't tell you how disgusted they were and complained in low voices. Wang Guan stood in silence among his classmates and first probed these Longjing students one by one. Meanwhile, he was studying the hunting mission. After killing the bloodthirsty beast, the quest panel will automatically accumulate points that can be exchanged for rewards at the end of the quest. Includes potions, weapons, equipment, skill secrets, and more. Potions and weapons don't interest Wang Guan, but skills and equipment, on the contrary, are quite useful. Suddenly, Wang observed a pair of eyes looking towards him. It's a student at Ryukyung University. Zhu Qianlong had been looking for Wang Guan's figure ever since he arrived here, and it was only now that he finally found it. He pointed at Wang Guan and said something to the students around him with a bad smile on his face. Those students looked over with scrutiny, curiosity, and a few moments of disdain. Is this the guy who got lucky and got the first pick of the league? A mere F-ranked ability user who got lucky with high scores and still wants to go to Longjing University. Jiang Wangxue also looked over. Her eyes were cold, and she turned her head after giving Wang Guan a faint look. The students around Wang Guan realized that something was wrong. How come the senior student from Longjing seems to know Wang Guan? Being puzzled, Zhu Qianlong had already walked over this way. He did not conceal the hostility and ecstasy in his eyes, as if he were looking at a lamb to the slaughter. The crooked corners of his mouth were pulling up to his ears. Wang Guan, can't wait? Old classmate, why don't you say hello? Thought you'd hung up. Zhu Qianlong waved at Wang Guan, electric light flashing on his body. I'm relieved to see that you're fine. It's been a long time, let's spar. The crowd rushed to get out of the way, and Wang Guan stood out somewhat helplessly. Are you sure? Seeing this scene, Su Weicheng rushed over to stop it. Leader Lin, since we're going to deal with the bloodthirsty beasts together, it's best if we don't have any conflicts between us, he solemnly said to Lin Zidong. Lin Zidong gave Wang Guan a playful look. I don't see how it would matter if we cut a deal. He smilingly rejected Su Weicheng. Subterranean Dragon is only a downstream level amongst us. Looking at his outbursts gives you guys an idea of the gap between you and us, and that's good for the next action. Su Weicheng froze. What does Leader Lin mean by this? Next, the action here will be led by us. You'd better all listen to us. Lin Zidong said savagely. He wants to take control and dominate first. Keep those second-rate college students out of trouble. And this time to go, the school leadership also specifically explained to him to take good care of this Wang Guan. Just in time for Zhu Qianlong to teach him a lesson. 2 birds with 1 stone. You! Su Weicheng still wanted to block. Instructor, it's okay. I kinda miss my old classmates too. Wang Guan, however, took the initiative and said, nodding to the instructor, signaling that there was no need to worry. As he spoke, he tried to hold back a laugh, but the corners of his mouth twitched up slightly. He walked towards Zhu Qianlong while starting to pull the sleeve of his right arm. Humph, you're still putting on that look. I'm a completely different person than I was more than half a month ago. Zhu Qianlong watched Wang Guan walk over calmly and immediately yelled. Electricity immediately wrapped around his body, revealing a face full of arrogance. The shame you once gave me, I'm going to give it all back. Today, I'm going to beat you to your knees and beg for mercy." He shouted, and carrying thunder and lightning, he lunged at Wang Guan. Brilliant electricity wrapped around his right arm, bared. During this half-month of military training, he had managed to ascend to the second rank. Comprehend the exclusive skill, Electric Light Fist. More than twice as strong as when the entrance exams had just ended. As for Wang Guan, he was a District F-class ability, with no exclusive skills and no attribute enhancements. Nowadays, I'm afraid it's hard to step into the second rank, right? The ability to fight in real life early on is worlds apart from yourself. Let's see this electric fist of mine blow you up completely. The students of Longjing University watched this scene with smiles. The people of Ping'an Town, on the other hand, all had worried eyes. Then, snap, a resounding slap, crisp and clear, spread far and wide. Then he saw Zhu Qianlong, who had rushed in front of Wang Guan, his body spinning around, dragging the electric light rolling and flying out. Jiang Wangxue only feel this scene. Deja vu, scouting. This is an ordinary young child, with an unruly character, thin physique and unawakened abilities. Wang Guan had hooked up Zhu Qianlong with this bug word in the first place, and the word would remain valid, unless a decade or so has passed and the young child in the word grows to adulthood. Otherwise, Zhu Qianlong would always be just a bear child in front of Wang Guan. Big slap technique, specializing in bear children, and when he slapped Zhu Qianlong half a month ago, Wang Guan was only at the first rank, and now he was at the third rank. This slap went down. Even if he had retained his strength, the damage Zhu Qianlong received was exponentially increased. A few broken teeth spewed from his mouth, and after rolling to the ground in a sorry state, the electricity dissipated and he passed out on the spot. Everyone on the site. "I'm sorry, he was posing too well and I hit the smooth." Wang watched the fainted Zhu Qianlong, and then looked at Lin Zidong with an innocent face. "I slapped him twice before, and he was still able to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. I really didn't expect to faint. With a slap now." The words were earnest and full of sincerity. Lin Zidong. Chapter 34. What kind of hidden identity are these two old sixes playing at? Zhu Qianlong was an A-ranked second-order ability with the ability of a Thunder Warrior, which was very powerful. Surprisingly, it's just so lousy, being slapped in the face. For a moment, Lin Zidong forgot to speak. The school leaders in Longjing didn't like Wang Guan, an F-class trash ability person. The military training officer, Li Yangshan, was previously arranged to solve this problem. But for some reason, Li Yangshan died in the wild and dense forest. Before bringing his team here, Lin Zidong had been signaled to stop by and solve this little problem. But now, this Wang Guan, it's a bit interesting. Lin Zidong tugged at the corner of his mouth. "I thought it was just a passing thing, but it looks like it's worth having a good time with him." While thinking like this, an uproar had rung out behind him. The students of Longjing University, after a brief moment of dumbfoundedness, immediately became enraged. Although they started the trouble first, Zhu Qianlong was after all fighting on their behalf. Wang Guan knocked him down in such a way that its excessiveness made them all feel insulted. Even though they were shocked at the power displayed by Wang Guan, several people still rushed out. Most of the students who were able to attend Longjing University were S-ranked abilities, and A-ranked abilities were in the minority. Their abilities, too, are in the strongest category for combat. In an instant, there were flames, lightning, gusts of wind, and many other attacks that swept toward Wang Guan. Lin Zidong had a light smile on his face and didn't stop them. "Quickly dodge." Instructor Su Weiqing only had time to warn loudly. Wang Guan was still standing in place, his expression calm. He had already given these people successfully the bug word. Among these people, only the leader, Lin Zidong, possessed a strength of no less than the 5th rank and could not be probed. But true to his position as leader, he didn't make a move. And these guys who did it, probe. This is an ordinary girl with E-class ability. Probe. This is a professional DJ. Probe. This is an average alcoholic. Probe. This is a Thai comedian. For Wang Guan, none of them can fight. In the face of their annoyed group attack, a hint of coldness flashed in Wang Guan's eyes as well. "Can't afford to play. Can you? Then don't play. The crisis of the Bloodthirsty Beast group is current, and you guys are still deliberately messing things up. So let's just beat you into submission first." But as Wang Guan was about to make his move, a figure, already one step ahead of him, flashed in front of him. With a conspicuous head of gray hair. Is the boy's line? This teenager, who had always given Wang Guan a special feeling and had a very humble attitude, unexpectedly stopped in front of Wang Guan, against the several oncoming attacks. He opened his arms and slammed them back together. Boom! A dull roar suddenly exploded. Invisible waves of chi tumbled and surged in all directions in front of him. Those flames, thunder lights, and gusts of wind that came in the face have strangely dissipated and become invisible. Several of the Longjing students who had rushed toward Wang Guan's face changed drastically, and their figures stumbled backward uncontrollably. Even Lin Zidong couldn't help but take half a step back when he was affected by the air wave. Su Weicheng, the instructor standing among them, only shook his body, but his rough face was already filled with shock. Wang Guan was equally surprised and turned his body sideways, surveying the side of the line of children in front of him. He was wearing a faint smile, his eyes vaguely quick. Crap, I knew that this kid was deep, but I didn't expect it to be so top. It was able to block the attacks of several Longjing University freshmen and knock them back out of the room. This could never be just a shockwave of D-rank abilities. Who are you? Lin Zidong's expression changed drastically as he lost his voice and asked. In the information he had gotten, it didn't say that there were any more such students in Peace Town. Instead of answering Lin Zidong, the Tong line asked, "That Yin Feng fellow? Why isn't he among you?" Yun Bong? Lin Zidong froze for a moment and instinctively replied, Of course he won't be with us. Yin Feng, from the Yin family in Tianjin City, was the most highly regarded young generation in recent years. After placing at the top of the list in this year's entrance exams, he chose to attend Longjing. Many people believed that he was the real scholar, and Wang Guan was just a filler. Those students who got into Longjing could be considered high achievers and geniuses everywhere. But there is still a huge gap with this kind of character. Military training, of course, he couldn't be together, having his own training planned. Really, that's a shame. The child's line sighed softly. I would have liked to fight him. Fight him. When Lin Zidong heard this, he subconsciously wanted to scoff. Who do you think you are? Still want to fight Yin Feng? But suddenly, his eyes fell on the child's line of conspicuous white hair and the tender face of only 15 or 16 years old. The intelligence he had read earlier suddenly came to mind. For this year's entrance exams, the third-ranked student in the league, from Pioneer Military Affiliated High School in Lin Ama City, enrolled in Pioneer Military Academy. Identifying names are military secrets. Only sure he was 16 and had conspicuous gray hair. You're the one who came third in the whole league in this year's college entrance exam? Lin Zidong asked in shock. The child's line smiled habitually, coyly. It's me, he admitted. The students of Longjing University were shocked. The Ping and Town students, from the moment they saw Wang Guan slap Zhu Qianlong, had been in a state of confusion. When the boy and his party, on their own, blasted away a few of Longjing's high achievers, they were even more dumbfounded. Cluelessness after cluelessness. It wasn't until now, when he heard Lin Zidong's words, that he suddenly woke up. Third in the league for the kids line? The report said that the scout is from Lingshan City, and the child line is also from Lingshan City. That makes sense. I've always thought that the child line was evil, and that the ability wasn't like a mere shockwave. No wonder he was so good at the big fight that night. But he's third in the league. Why is he in military training with us? Maybe because it's close to home. They have discussed it. The aura that was originally suppressed by Longjing University was instantly intense. It's amazing that third in the league is all of them. Then what is this group of high achievers in Longjing? After revealing his identity to himself, the Tong line twisted his head and looked at Wang Guan with an embarrassed face. Guan, I'm sorry. My mom won't let me reveal my identity, he said. Wang Guan was equally surprised, but it wasn't as serious as the others. Of the military trainees in Ping and Town, only Tong and his party had no way to probe because they had protective props. He had been paying close attention to Tong's line and sensed that there was something unusual about him. Now it turns out he turned out to be third in the league. It's not really too surprising. Well, I can understand. Wang Guan nodded in understanding. Gao Chong, Zhang Yong, and the others all looked dumbfounded. Just now, when they were chatting, they mentioned the score of the Tong line, and what the Tong line said was, my score in the college entrance examination is not bad. And third in the league. Remember, like 1925 points? You call that okay? How embarrassing for us who scored over 200 points. Compared to the excitement on the side of Ping and Town, on the side of Longjing University, each and every one of them had a gloomy face. Lin Zidong's face changed even more. The school had high hopes for them by letting him lead the team, traveling here and opening the hunting mission. Solving the threat of the bloodthirsty beasts here would also bring honor to Longjing University. By the way, let's address this little issue of Wang Guan again. But they didn't expect that at the very beginning, their people would be truly punched in the face by Wang Guan. There's also a third in the league popping up amongst the opposition, completely overpowering their side. He was secretly furious when he suddenly had a change of heart and looked at Wang Guan. Wang Guan was the top student in the entire league's college entrance exams, as well as a student at Longjing University, although he is not worthy of Longjing University at all, but now it is possible to use his name to press the child line. Thinking of this, Lin Zidong immediately smiled and walked out. To be able to get to the third in the league, it's true that you're famous. No wonder you're so powerful, he praised. Then, with a smile, he looked at Wang Guan. Senior Wang Guan, it was a joke just now. Huh. I hope not, you have to mind, we're just a little curious about you. But anyway, we're also future classmates. Everyone, I'm actually looking forward to meeting you. The all-conference first-teamer. Lin Zidong finished his sentence with a gracious face. And the students of Peaceful Town, hearing these words, had completely exploded. Not. Guan is a student of Longjing University. That usher, he said he's an all-conference first-teamer. Did I hear right? The fierce man who scored 2,135 points in the college entrance exam is Wang Guan? This is too outrageous. Isn't it? Why do I feel that with Wang Guan's performance, it's quite reasonable? Holy, even if the league scouts are there, the league champions are there? What kind of feng shui is Peaceful Town? Everyone was completely shocked by the shock of, there are still experts. Gao Chang, Zhang Yong, and the others, on the other hand, were once again dumbstruck. They thought of what Wang Guan had just said. My high school scores are not bad. These two old sixes. You two are at the forefront of the alliance. What are you playing at hiding your identities? By saying this, Lin Zidong was declaring that the league's top student was a student of their Longjing University. He affectionately went to pull Wang Guan's arm. Come on, I'll introduce you to your classmates. However, Wang Guan shook off his hand. Let's see. Forget it? Wang Guan said with some amusement. Chapter 35 Unexplained S-Class Ability, Entropy Domination. Longjing University disliked his F-rank trash ability and sent him to Ping'an Town for military training. And a military training officer was sent over to deliberately make things difficult for him. Just now, these students from Longjing University also looked like they didn't care for each other. What, are you treating him like a classmate again now that you've realized that the league's first team name is still useful? Wang saw Lin Zidong's intention and naturally refused without hesitation. Lin Zidong's face turned cold. Wang Guan, what do you mean? I treat you as my classmate in Longjing, you're an F-class trash ability person. Even if you don't appreciate it, how dare you reject it? I suggest that we follow the instructor's arrangements for all the next actions. Wang Guan ignored Lin Zidong and continued. The instructor had a blood feud with the bloodthirsty demons, and was even more familiar with them. Trying to get through a crisis, it's only fitting that he dominates everything. Lin Zidong is trying to fight for the dominant position, which is totally adding to the confusion. The child line followed. I agree. We should listen to the instructor next. They have a league first-round pick and a league top pick. It is natural to push the instructor at the same time to carry the most weight. The instructor was standing stiffly, his rugged face, a little dumbfounded. It was only when he heard the two men mention themselves that he woke up and nodded slightly at them. Wang Guan and Tong Xing were the two students he valued the most in this military training. Wang Guan, in particular, had even taught him all his skills. But he also did not expect that these two are so head. Wang Guan, do you still want to go to school in Longjing? Lin Zidong couldn't maintain his calm any longer and growled in a low voice. Honestly, not really. Wang Guan shook his head, revealing a few expressions of disgust. He glanced at the boys' line, since the boy was an Alliance scout and entered the Vanguard Military Academy. Then the earlier suggestion of transferring to the Pioneer Military Academy was clearly not just talk. I'm afraid there really is a way to help him arrange this. Now he was really heartened. Tong Xing understood the meaning of Wang Guan's eyes and nodded with a smile. Without saying anything else, The two of them just turned around and walked away in front of Lin Zidong's somewhat dumbfounded gaze. Lin Zidong froze in place. Then anger flared in his eyes. He didn't expect Wang Guan to reject his good intentions and say that he didn't want to go to school in Longjing, although he, like many others, felt that Wang Guan, an F-rank trash ability user, didn't deserve to go to Longjing University at all. But Wang Guan's look made him even angrier. Who do you think you are? How dare you dislike Ryukyung? Let's go. I'll help you guys arrange your residence first. Instructor Su Weiqing had already regained his composure and said in a deep voice to the students of Longjing. Learning the identities of Wang Guan and Tong's line soothed his heart. Perhaps the alliance government just knew that Wang Guan and Tong and his party were here, and that's why they set this place up as a hunting mission? Lin Zidong had wanted to dominate the action here, but after what had just happened, he could only hold back for now. Then, I will trouble Instructor Su, he reluctantly said. The students of Longjing, looking at the figures of Wang Guan and Tong's line, all had somewhat complicated eyes. The third in the league is really powerful. Even Wang Guan doesn't seem to be as wasteful as rumored. Zhu Qianlong and Jiang Wangxue were Wang Guan's classmates, and the Wang Guan they spoke of was nothing more than good luck to get a high score. Just now, along the way, Zhu Qianlong was still in high spirits, threatening to make Wang Guan look good. It turned out to be a slap in the face. If this is a waste, then wouldn't Zhu Qianlong be worse than a waste? Among them, Jiang Wangxue watched Wang Guan's figure walk away and was somewhat moved. I didn't realize that in the past half a month or so, not only has he not been pulled down, but he's even stronger. Then a cold light flashed in her eyes. Throughout, he didn't even look at me. Wang Guan, Tong, and his party walked back to their classmates in Peaceful Town. Everyone gathered around them, murmuring with awe. As for Wang Guan's transfer to the Pioneer Military School, he didn't bring it up right away. This matter would wait until the end of the military training. Just now, when Lin Zidong burst out my identity as the Alliance Scholar, this kid wasn't surprised at all. It seems like he knew who I was from the start. In Wang Guan's mind, he was secretly thinking, the Alliance's top student and scout, appearing on the same trial battlefield, also became housemates. What kind of coincidence is that? I'm afraid that the child line is to know that Wang Guan is here, and only deliberately also to hear military training. Can't be that, from the beginning, they were ready to help the Pioneer Military Academy dig in, can it? While thinking about this, Gao Chang and Zhang Yong came over with some excitement. Brother Guan, I really didn't expect you to be an Alliance Scholar, tricking us so hard, Gao Chang complained. Wang Guan smiled. I didn't want to lie to you guys. I just met you and said, it's you guys who don't believe me. Ha! Gao Chang and Zhang Yong were stunned. Then it dawned on them that the night Wang Guan had just arrived, they had asked Wang Guan if he recognized that Tianhai City's top student in the college entrance examination. At that time, Wang Guan pointed to himself and said, "Recognize, that's me." He, surprisingly, didn't lie. But who could believe such outrageous things at the time? The crowd talked and laughed and re-entered the cafeteria. Originally, we didn't wait for the army to support us, and everyone was still a little uneasy in their minds. But when he found out the identities of Wang Guan and Tong's line, he settled down quite a bit. These are two fierce people who can score 2,000 points in the college entrance exam. As for Wang Guan's F-class ability, with the experience of the past half a month, no one still dared to be unconvinced or nitpick. It's probably because of the two of us being here that big head of the Union government agreed to it, setting up hunting missions here, waiting for the people surrounding it to become less. The child's line side. The big brain he refers to is a superintelligent AI that is responsible for all the information of the power users within the Alliance government. Things like setting up tasks are handled by this AI system. The attribute panels that can be mobilized by each ability are also detected and calculated by it. So, Wang Guan's knowledge of this area was obviously not as good as the Tong line. He suddenly had a thought in his mind: would his own bug ability also be within the detection range of this intelligent AI system? At the mention of abilities, Wang Guan thought of something and asked the boy's line, "Speaking of which, what exactly are your abilities?" He couldn't, naturally, be some kind of D-rank ability shockwave. Several people around the table looked over expectantly. "My ability is called Entropy Mastery, an S-rank ability," the child line explained somewhat coyly. Belonging to the energy system, it can dominate and manipulate all energy changes. The fiery flames, lightning, and other attacks that the Longjing students had just unleashed on Wang Guan suddenly dissipated when they encountered Tong and his party. It was just dissolved and absorbed by the boy's line with his ability. He can collect the energy in his body and release it at the right time. It even simulates lower-order abilities in the energy department like Shockwave and Shockwave. Upon hearing his introduction, the crowd sighed with uncertainty. These S-class ability users were simply naturally crushed against lower-ranked ability users. Then again, Wang Guan, who only has F-rank ability, can have a battle power comparable to S-rank ability users, which seems even more remarkable. Our peaceful town is really a crouching tiger hiding a dragon. The League high school students and scouts, right next to me, who would dare to believe that? And Anya, she's way beyond us too. Yes, the heart of the worm is indeed majestic. There was a lively discussion and another S-ranked ability was mentioned, Anya. And mentioning Anya, Wang Guan couldn't help but think, I wonder how many saber-toothed bees she has gathered now. This Miss King Kong Barbie. She's not here right now. Manipulate the saber-toothed female wasp and summon the swarm to rendezvous. Although her manipulation power had been greatly improved now, the saber-toothed wasps flying around were not only too much for her to bear, but even more so for the others around her. This thing belongs to a mutated insect that can tear off a piece of flesh and blood in one bite. So the instructor arranged other accommodations for her so she could learn to maneuver and rally the swarm in peace. Peaceful town fringe area. Inside an abandoned room in a building that is still intact. Buzz off. Swarms of saber-toothed wasps that are flying around. These days Anya's results are apparently pretty good. She sat cross-legged on the ground, gnawing on a pasty in depression. The black and yellow female bee, lying on her hair, her wings constantly vibrating, resembling a tiny hairpin. She wasn't there for the earlier confrontation with the Ryukyo students. But with the vision provided by the swarm, it was a good idea to figure it out. In fact, when those few Longjing students attacked Wang Guan, she was about to manipulate the swarm to attack them if Tong and his party hadn't made the first move. Little brother is actually that alliance scholar, so powerful. Tong Ro, this kid, the origin is surprisingly also so big. I said I felt that he was strange. But why do I have to stay here? Alone little brother won't even come to see me. The young girl muttered under her breath, glancing at the saber-toothed wasps that were flying around his head. His little face was filled with disgust. Though full of whining, she knew the difference. Still continuing to unleash their abilities, spreading the mother bee signals and summoning saber-toothed bees. The swarms of saber-toothed wasps in the dense forest were not only found at the miners' gathering place, but also in other places. Not only did she retrieve the mother bee's old gang, but she also lured in a number of other colony members. The heart of the worm. It's that strong. At the same time, some of the swarms were also being maneuvered to scout around the town and take care of the security. It's been pretty quiet around town for the past few days, but just then, Anya, who was half squinting her eyes, sensed something and her body trembled slightly. Near the town, traces of bloodthirsty beasts appeared. It's coming together in clusters. Are they finally going to launch an attack on the town? Chapter 36. Wang Guan's actual combat ability seems to be mediocre. Bloodthirsty beasts are starting to gather near the town. Anya quickly took the news and informed everyone. Upon learning of the situation, Su Wei-chang immediately ordered the town to go on alert. The ordinary inhabitants of the town rushed to hide in a cellar, the safe house of the peaceful town. Over these days, some of the residents had already evacuated the town under the arrangement of Su Wei-chang, but there were still many people who were unable to leave in time. A few young and strong men with fighting ability and the military trainees were responsible for defending several key locations in the town according to Su Wei-chang's instructions. The reason why Pingyang town can be built in the wilderness and dense forest, the location naturally has certain advantages, plus constructed protective walls and emergency additional fortifications. It could at least temporarily block the attack of the bloodthirsty beasts. The students from Longjing had just arrived and had to go into battle. All of them were a bit disgruntled and complaining, but they eventually listened to the instructor's commands. Roar! Kiki! In the dense forest in the distance, there was a constant hissing sound. From these sounds, one could sense how large their numbers were. There were also several bloodthirsty beasts with the ability to fly, hovering in the sky. They've surrounded the town, and the back roads have been cut off by them. In a clearing in the center of the town, Anya maneuvered the swarm of bees, constantly scouting the surrounding area. Wang Guan found the saber-toothed female wasp and gave it to Anya, which definitely helped a lot. Instructor Su Weiqing stood beside her, and when he heard these words, his brows furrowed slightly. As soon as the students from Longjing arrived, they immediately attacked and deployed the beasts to cut off the back roads to prevent us from leaving. That beast has been secretly watching this place. When they realized that the ones who came were just students, they immediately attacked. These thoughts flashed through Su Weiqing's mind. Ask Anya, can you find out where the bloodthirsty demon is? Nope, can't see it. It's out of my detection range right now. Continue to detect it, and notify me at the first opportunity when you find its traces. Su Weiqing regretfully said. That beast is still cunning and won't show up easily. The town's gateway to the dense forest. This is still the most dangerous place, even though there are a lot of fortifications set up here. The beasts attacked the town from the dense forest, and this place took the brunt of it. Wang Guan, Tong's Line, and other people with the best strength were all placed here. Quite a few students from Longjing were also here, in a somewhat depressing atmosphere, waiting for the beasts to arrive. This group of students from Ryukyang, as annoying as they are, I have to say that they're all pretty good looking, perhaps too nervous to find something to distress. Gao Chong lowered his voice and spoke to the people around him. He pointed to a Longjing girl in the distance. Look at that girl. She's really pretty, absolute goddess level. The crowd followed his finger and agreed. It was indeed a very pretty and outstanding girl, with a cold and arrogant superb temperament set off by a silver and white uniform. Among the students here in Ping Town, I'm afraid that only Anya could match the other party. But Anya had short hair, wheat-colored skin, a petite frame, and a cute sort of look. The personality also jumps off the page and is not a style. Wang Guan followed suit, but then twisted his head. Quite average The person they were looking at was Jiang Wangxue. In Wang Guan's probing, this was an ordinary-looking plain girl. This is still average? Gao Chong was surprised. Are you face-blind, Brother Guan? And yeah, you also said it's average-looking. Wang Guan was speechless. He actually thought Anya was okay-looking. It was the King Kong Barbie immediacy that was too strong. It must be that the coach girl is too pretty, and only after Guan saw her did he think that the other girls were average-looking. Zhang Yong said with a smile. Only the coach's daughter, whom Kun rated as beautiful. Unfortunately, other than Wang Guan, no one else had seen each other. It dawned on the crowd that they were even more surprised that this iceberg beauty was average in comparison. So how beautiful must the coach's daughter be? Wang Guan was speechless once again. Okay, I admit I'm face-blind. While they were talking here on the side of the Longjing students, Jiang Wangxue noticed the gazes they were looking over and frowned to reveal a few moments of displeasure. Zhu Qianlong, whose face was red and swollen with missing incisors, had already woken up and was standing beside her with a pleasing face. Wang Guan must have had help and used his ability to influence me. When I hit his side, I felt that I suddenly lost my strength. He prattled on to save his honor. Just missing incisors and a little leaky speech. What does that have to do with me? Jiang Wangxue said coldly, her tone distant. Isn't this my intention to take out the anger for you as well? Zhu Qianlong said in a hurry. During the time he attended military training, Jiang Wangshue's attitude towards him became increasingly cold. He was ecstatic about this trip to the peaceful town. Because he knew that Wang Shui didn't say anything under her breath, but she had actually been holding a grudge against Wang Guan. As long as he gave Wang Guan a good thrashing, he would surely make Jiang Wangxue happy. I didn't expect to be slapped to the ground again. He was about to say something else, when Lin Zidong's voice suddenly sounded in his head. Shou senses the malice of the beasts. They are about to charge, all be on guard. Yes, dozens of voices of Longjing students responding resounded in their heads. Their intentions, now connected, can talk through the mind. This comes from one of them, a girl named Nguyen Ashou, who possesses an S-rank psychic ability called Queen of Hearts, extremely telepathic and can create a network of psychic connections for all. Of course, right now, this mind network is limited to their Longjing students. Almost as soon as the exchange had just ended. Boom! Boom! In the dense forest ahead, the grass shook and the ground emitted a heavy rumble. Accompanied by different shrill roars, a beastly bloodthirsty beast with different forms swarmed out of the dense forest one after another. Cracking open his horrifyingly huge mouth, he waved his sharp claws and rushed towards the town. A beast that looked as if it had been skinned and hideous, causing the Longjing students who saw it for the first time to be somewhat shocked. But after all, they were highly talented students, and they quickly regained their composure. The battle begins. Above the sky, bloodthirsty beasts with the ability to fly swooped down ahead of the others and charged at the town. Two of them pounced on Wang Guan and the others here. Upon finishing them off, the wall in front of them was suddenly peeled back with gaps. A bloodthirsty beast frantically burrowed in, hissing and pouncing on the human in front of him. Taken by surprise, the crowd panicked slightly. The child's line suddenly took a flying leap across the wall and smashed down in the middle of the beasts on the other side. The beasts quickly pounced, nearly drowning his figure. But then there was a boom as the impact erupted, sending the bloodthirsty beast flying in all directions. The teenager who has shown his cards and stopped pretending is on fire. A self-serving effort to plug holes on the other side. The child line is awesome. Watch out. There's one pouncing on the side. I'll take this one. Watch out, everyone. This one's a bit powerful. A succession of shouts, rising and falling on each other. However, thanks to the strong strike of Tong and his party, the beast's attack was eased and the rear was temporarily stabilized. Bang! Wang Guan slammed his fist out, sending a pouncing bloodthirsty beast flying out. Compared to Tong and his party's great killings, his battle was very tame. There was no use of that alloy sword, nor was there any rush to put a bug word on the bloodthirsty beast, just performing military-style fists and attacking, because it's not yet the height of the battle. He wanted to take the opportunity to hone his military boxing skills, trying to take normal military-style fist and advance to military-style fist max. In addition to the dharma that needs to be taught by an instructor, going beyond the limits is of utmost importance. Nothing squeezes one's potential more than a fierce battle. The bloodthirsty beast that had been smashed away once again climbed up and lunged at Wang Guan. It was only after being supplemented with another whiplash by Wang Guan that it completely lost its vitality and rapidly rotted. Congratulations on killing the bloodthirsty beast. You get 5 points. Along with the kill, the same prompts as in the college entrance exam flashed before his eyes. Mission points, not the same as the college entrance exam points. Killing a beastly bloodthirsty beast alone gives you 4 to 7 points. If they teamed up to kill, the Alliance's intelligent AI system would also be able to distribute points based on the contribution of the kill. Wang Guan continued to pounce on the next bloodthirsty beast. The students of Longjing, likewise, began to fight fiercely. Their level of combat power naturally far exceeded most of the people in Peaceful Town, and they were able to easily block the bloodthirsty beasts that rushed in. But it was dwarfed by the entropic mastery of the child's line. While fighting, they were also exchanging information quickly with the help of the mind network. That Wang Guan kid's battle performance. How was it? Lin Zidong, who wasn't here, sent out an inquiry. It seems like it's pretty common. Looking at his strength and speed, his attributes shouldn't be low, but is this military physical fist he's using? Using such cheap skills, there doesn't seem to be much in the way of weapons or equipment. Our Alliance scholar is too shabby, isn't he? It's normal, F-rank trash abilities don't have exclusive skills anywhere, and he probably doesn't have the money to buy secret skill books. Overall, this Wang Guan's practical combat ability seems mediocre. Then Zhu Qianlong. It was an accident at the time. I was under the influence and he must have cheated. Zhu Qianlong hurriedly defended himself within the mind network. He looked in the direction of Wang Guan, and lightning flashed in his eyes. Chapter 37 Comprehend the new skill, Mighty Enhanced Military Physical Fist. In addition to attacking the gate, the Bloodthirsty Beasts group also attacked several other places, and similarly launched an attack. Anya manipulated the swarm of saber-toothed bees and was able to grasp the situation of the battlefield at first glance. Su Weiqing's figure, running around within the town. Wherever he couldn't resist, he would make up for it in time. On the roof of a small building, Lin Zidong stood with a girl and didn't participate in the fight. The girl wore a ponytail and glasses, and looked very Wunshio. Leader Lin, aren't we going to help them? Seeing Su Weicheng's figure running back and forth from afar, the girl suggested, I can take the people of Ping in town and plug them into the mind network, making it easier for them to communicate. She was none other than the S-ranked ability with the Queen of Hearts, Nguyen Mao. No, you just need to connect our people. Lin Zidong refused. But aren't we comrades in arms fighting the bloodthirsty beasts together? Ruan Shou was puzzled. Teammates? They deserve it. Lin Zidong was disdainful. We're the main force of the battle. Just take care of us. As long as I can kill the bloodthirsty demon, I'll be able to end the battle immediately. In his hand, he was carrying an alloy longsword. This was a D-ranked weapon that he had purchased at great expense, and it could greatly utilize his own Gale-like abilities. Although the bloodthirsty demon was an abyssal monster, it was only at the strength of a fifth-order ability. As long as he met him, he would definitely be able to decimate his opponent. He didn't participate in the battle and stood guard, just waiting for his opponent to appear. Looking away from the surrounding dense forest, where the beasts were surging, he asked, "Have you found the whereabouts of that bloodthirsty demon?" Nguyen Asho is a mentalist, and his abilities are mainly in the area of telepathy. However, she is equally capable of mind manipulation and can invade the minds of bloodthirsty beasts within a certain range, gather intelligence through their chaotic will. Of course, this kind of long-distance invasion only worked on simple-minded mutated beasts like the bloodthirsty beast. If you're going to invade a human mind, you have to be up close and personal. No, the bloodthirsty beast's mind is so confused that it's hard to find useful information. Nguyen Asho shook his head, his expression flashing with a hint of disgust. Invading the consciousness of bloodthirsty beasts and searching their memories was not a pleasant task. "Keep looking," Lin Zidong said in a deep voice. He stared at a few of the battles, and the quest panel appeared before him. Panel to see the instant ranking of points. Browsing through the ranking information, the top ones are all LJK students, fully highlighting the strength of LJK's highly talented students. Only, now at the top of the list is a line of children from Peacetown, and it's still way ahead, with 182 current points. The second place finisher, Jiang Wangxue, only scored 73 points. Lin Zidong didn't have anything to be frustrated about other than sighing. It should be said that this was par for the course. That was after all a genius comparable to Yin Feng. Scrolling down the list, he found Wang Guan's name, currently ranked 33rd with 27 points. Not to say that they couldn't compare to the elites of Longjing, there were many second-rate students here in Ping'an Town that surpassed him. Humph, looks like I really overestimated him before. Lin Zidong snorted coldly. At that time, Wang Guan slapped Zhu Qianlong unconscious, causing him to be really taken aback. Turned out to be nothing more than that. Through the feedback from his classmates, Wang Guan was nothing more than an outstanding physical attribute with mediocre combat abilities. Only cheap skills like military-style boxing. Maybe, as Zhu Qianlong said, he was under the influence at that time before he was knocked out by Wang Guan's humiliating slap. Looks like it won't be hard to settle this kid. Thinking of Wang Guan's abominable attitude earlier, a trace of coldness flashed across Lin Zidong's rather civilized face. The main entrance to the town facing the dense forest. The fierce battle continues. The bloodthirsty beasts continue to flow, pouring out of the dense forest. The town's protective wall has been destroyed in a number of places. The pressure on the crowd increased quite a bit. Bang! Wang Guan was still using his military body fist and attacking the bloodthirsty beast. His ordinary military physical fist, after the special training from the instructors these days, had already reached the Zhongshi level. In conjunction with the power generation method taught by the instructor, he vaguely grasped what was going on in this intense battle. Just a little bit, a hint of opportunity to make a breakthrough. Hoo-hoo! He exhaled loudly, regulating his breathing. Eyes focused on the immediate, pouncing bloodthirsty beast. A fist blasted out. Then came the next punch. Bared. There was the sound of electricity bursting forth, suddenly ringing at his side. Zhu Qianlong, the Thunder Warrior general ability, fought against the bloodthirsty beast and approached Wang Guan with a grim, unsympathetic expression. Wang Guan noticed, but only glanced faintly and twisted his head back. Not a care in the world. Anyway, to him, no matter how much of a demon Zhu Qianlong was, he was just a bare child messing around. If he dared to sneak attack, Wang Guan wouldn't mind throwing him right into the beasts. Seeing this reaction from Wang Guan, Zhu Qianlong's expression became even more gloomy. "You look down on me?" His eyes grew more and more grim as the evil came to him. The battle was raging now, so no one should care if they secretly attacked Wang Guan. It's okay even if we get caught. Longjing University doesn't like Wang Guan, and I'm afraid they're begging for Wang Guan to die here. He himself will definitely be bailed out as well. After all, the value of his Thunder Warrior general ability is far more precious than Wang Guan. With these thoughts quickly flashing through his mind, Zhu Qianlong looked at Wang Guan and waited for an opportunity to strike. But just then, boom! With a loud bang, the town's reinforced gate suddenly shattered. A large, imposing figure hissed and lunged in. It was a black bear-shaped, bloodthirsty beast. It might have originally been a mutated black bear, with a sturdy body, standing upright at nearly 3 meters tall. After being transformed, its body was blood red and its claws and teeth were even sharper. Unspeakably hideous and terrible. Holy! It's not an ordinary bloodthirsty beast. Get out of the way. Look out, everyone. A gasp came from the crowd. This blood-colored giant bear was far more terrifying than an ordinary bloodthirsty beast. It rushed forward and tackled a man head-on. That person was none other than Gao Chong. His ability of steel and iron bones was fully activated. His body skin transformed into an iron blue color, but he was unable to break free from the giant bear's suppression. The giant bear opened its terrifyingly huge mouth and let out a roar, its huge claws slapping underneath it. The students from the nearby Peace Town rushed to try to attack the giant bear. But no matter if it was a weapon or an ability or a fist that landed on the giant bear, it couldn't affect it in any noticeable way. The child line was still guarding the outside and had no time to look over here. The students of Longjing had the strength to deal with it, but no one dared to come over to rescue them when they saw the hideous appearance of the giant bear. Just then, Wang Guan made a dash and leapt up. The right fist, which had long been refined by thousands of hammers, smashed into the giant bear with a cracking sound. Gao Chong is his roommate and has always been on good terms. Seeing that he was in critical condition, the concern that instantly welled up in his heart caused a certain state in Wang Guan's body to finally break through the critical point. This was the glimmer of opportunity he had waited for. That's what it feels like. Boom! With a roar, the scarlet giant bear's body of over 1,000 pounds shifted out horizontally several meters away. A horrifyingly large hole appeared as the flesh and blood on his body crumbled. Congratulations! You've mastered a new skill, military-style fist max. As Wang Guan's body landed on the ground, hints appeared in front of his eyes at the same time. The original military fist has been replaced by military fist max in the skill list. D rank skill, current entry level. It finally worked. Wang Guan didn't hide his surprise. Thanks. Gao Chong scrambled to his feet in a panic, his tone tinged with a few moments of doubt. Guan's punch, it seems a bit fierce. Everyone else who noticed this place subconsciously revealed a shocked expression. Zhu Qianlong, who was about to launch a sneak attack, froze in place. Scarlet giant bear, badly injured, but not yet dead. The injury fueled its ferocity even more. Its eyes were bloodshot and with a roar, it charged toward Wang Guan once again. Wang Guan was in no hurry, sinking his waist and landing on his horse, clasping his fists to his chest. It couldn't be more standard than the military stance. However, when the giant bear came in front of him, boom, the fist was like a cannonball coming out of a cannon, creating a circle of air waves around it. The fist carried a wave of air and blasted into the chest of the giant bear that rose up humanly and swung its claws. It looked like a flat-out straight right. Boom! The giant bear's body, however, involuntarily fell backward and flew, splattering blood and flesh in all directions. As it hit the ground hard, it quickly filled with black mist and began to rot. Congratulations on killing the bloodthirsty beast. You've earned 11 points. A prompt appeared before Wang Guan's eyes. This blood-colored giant bear was indeed not an ordinary bloodthirsty beast. I'm afraid that it had third-order strength, comparable to those human-type bloodthirsty beasts. But it was finished off by Wang Guan in 2 punches, and before that, Wang Guan hadn't even put a bug word on it. Military physical fist max, worthy of being a D-ranked skill with extraordinary power. The students of Ping in town, greatly encouraged, shouted that Wang Guan was bullish. The students of Longjing, on the other hand, were shocked. He's really using military-style boxing? You can't go wrong with the pose, but the power. How is that possible? Leader Lin didn't even have this kind of power when he used his military-style fist. Did he? I'm afraid this has the power of a D-rank skill, right? A succession of exclamations of astonishment emanated from the network of minds. And what shocked them didn't end there. The blood-colored giant bear crashed through the gate, and more bloodthirsty beasts frantically poured in. After Wang Guan resolved the giant bear, he immediately rushed toward the group of bloodthirsty beasts. Having already successfully comprehended the military physique fist max, then the next step was to fight with full force. He stopped holding back and blasted out with his fist. With the power-enhanced version of the military body fist skill, almost every punch could take away a bloodthirsty beast. Mighty and mighty. Where was the previous situation? where it took half a day of entanglement to settle a bloodthirsty beast. Even with the bug-probing ability, sometimes a single punch could directly penetrate 2 to 3 bloodthirsty beasts. The bloodthirsty beasts that poured in from the broken gate were almost blocked by him. Alone. What happened on your end? In the Mind Network, Lin Zedong's unintelligible exclamation of surprise rang out. Still focusing on the point rankings, he was surprised to find out. Wang Guan, who had been ranked 33rd, suddenly began to move up the rankings rapidly. Chapter 38 Anya. Both the swarm. You. Wang Guan suddenly became so powerful just now. I saw him kill 2 bloodthirsty beasts with a single punch. This guy has been hiding his strength all along? But what he's using right now is military boxing, even have this kind of power? Could it be some sort of advanced skill of military boxing? The voices of the Longjing students, one after another, rang out in the Mind Network, indescribably shocked. This was Wang Guan's true strength. Jiang Wangxue continuously condensed an ice cone in the air and shot it at the bloodthirsty beasts. Her ice pick could not only heavily damage the bloodthirsty beast, it could also freeze it, which was an exclusive skill of the ice which that she had comprehended. Noticing Wang Guan's actions, her eyes trembled slightly, incomparably surprised. Zhu Qianlong had already prepared a sneak attack, but when he saw Wang Guan's great power, he was directly dumbfounded. So how could he dare to make a move? Hearing exclamations of shock and even heartfelt gratitude in the Mind Network. Now that Wang Guan has shown this kind of strength, it doesn't seem so humiliating for him to be knocked out by a slap in the face. Wang Guan stood at the broken gate and killed 1 bloodthirsty beast that came pouring in one after another. His battle was even more impactful than the Entropy Sovereign Child and his party who were slaying outside. After all, the power of the child's line lay in his ability. Wang Guan, on the other hand, was punching to the flesh and fighting close to the body, which was even more powerful. Howl! In the sky, a sudden burst of shouts rang out. It was the 2 bloodthirsty beasts with the ability to fly that noticed Wang Guan. The number of such bloodthirsty beasts with the ability to fly among the beasts was extremely small, but their threat was the highest. Hovering in the air, it suddenly swoops down to launch a surprise attack, leaving one defenseless. A number of students have already been scratched by them. Now they aimed at Wang Guan's figure. These were 2 strange birds of different forms, both red in color. The feathered wings were rotting, but strangely did not affect speed or resourcefulness. Howl accompanied by sharp, ear-piercing cries, they attacked Wang Guan. When Wang Guan swung his fist to counterattack, they immediately vibrated their wings, dodged away sensitively, and quickly flew into the sky again. It caused Wang Guan to need to spend quite a bit of energy to be wary of their attacks, which affected him greatly. Jiang Wangxue condensed ice cones in his hands and shot them around, glancing at the strange bird that was wrapped around Wang Guan. Her exclusive skill was long-range attack, which could easily restrain these 2 strange birds. But she had no intention of making a move to help Wang Guan out. A sneer of anticipation even surfaced on his face. Suddenly, when those 2 strange birds swooped down again to harass Wang Guan, with a swish, Wang Guan drew a sword from behind him. That F-class alloy sword, Wang Guan had always carried it with him, only he hadn't used it. Huffing and puffing, Wang Guan flung his sword around a few times, looking like a blind man waving it around. The 2 monstrous birds' sensitive figures flipped and fled back into the sky. But, whoa, wow, invisible wind blades roamed over their figures, and under the stunned gaze of the students below, the figures of the 2 strange birds were directly split apart. The remnants of the body fell helplessly, trailing black mist, and when it landed on the ground, it had already turned into rotten mud. The 2 flying bloodthirsty beasts were finished off in a single strike. Damn, annoying! Wang Guan muttered under his breath and swept a glance at the kill prompt that floated in front of him. When I was harassed by these 2 strange birds just now, I had already hit them with bug words one after another. Exploration. It's a common sparrow. Spotting. It's a ferocious falcon. The wind blade inspired by the great windmill skill was strong in its bizarre and inexplicable attack trajectory, and slightly less lethal. It was difficult to kill a 2nd or 3rd ranked mutant beast with a single strike when chopping into it. But with the bug word hanging on it, it's just a normal flying bird. Only then could he be easily killed by the wind blade inspired by Wang Guan. The students of Ping'an Town, used to Wang Guan's might, didn't feel anything. But the students of Longjing, seeing this scene, were once again shocked. He He just used a sword skill? One sword killed those two strange birds. He even has such a powerful skill. I'm afraid the power of this sword skill is no weaker than even Leader Lin. And that boxing skill. Jiang Wangshua's eyes trembled in shock. Her ice pick technique. She also did not have the certainty that she could kill, or two in one blow. At this moment, the students of Longjing no longer looked at Wang Guan, who held a sword in one hand and a fist in the other, with the contempt they had earlier. This F-class ableist is not just all about good luck to get to the top of the conference. The roof of the small building. Lin Zidong's face became increasingly ugly. Wang Guan possessing a set of boxing skills doesn't count, but he even has a set of sword skills, all of which are still very powerful. He wasn't there, but he knew what was happening on the scene through mind-net communication. The time between awakening his ability and now is just over half a month. How did he manage to master two skills? Wang Shua mentioned that he was just an orphan, and his alma mater didn't give him a bonus for his high school exams. And where did he get the skill secrets from? That guy Li Yangshan, being played to death by this kid, doesn't he seem to be unjust? Lin Zidong thought darkly in his heart as his gaze continued to focus on the current point rankings. After Wang Guan finished comprehending the military physical fist max, he went on a killing spree. The points earned began to soar. After such a short while, he had already killed his way into the top 10. And then 9th place, 8th place. Soon it reached 3rd place. Almost without stopping, he crossed over to Jiang Wangxue, who was in 2nd place. The points growth rate is non-stop, continuing to catch up with the fault first child line. Lin Zidong couldn't help but furrow his brows. Coming here on a hunting mission, he had a strong sense of honor for the Longjing University he represented, not taking the students of Peaceful Town seriously at all. In his thoughts, the Longjing students were the mainstay of the hunt, and as a matter of course, their grades should have crushed the second-rate college students of the Peaceful Town. But now, just a pure child line this variable even. Even Wang Guan had surpassed their Longjing students, and he absolutely could not accept it. With Wang Guan's previous attitude, he naturally would no longer treat Wang Guan as a Longjing student. And just then, Lin Zidong suddenly realized that there was another person whose name had also begun to rise rapidly. That's Peaceful Town of Anya. Lin Zidong! Exclamation point. How come there are still masters? Anya didn't feel like a master. As a psychic ability with a delicate body, she did not participate in the battle. I just want to help people grasp the situation on the spot, give them vision, and quietly stay in the back. Even if she didn't participate in the battle, she, who was responsible for detecting the battlefield, played an extremely strong supporting effect. She was still gaining points in a steady stream, not a low ranking in the mid-20s. The battle became more and more scorching, with the bloodthirsty beasts attacking from different places, and instructor Su Weicheng running around. Suddenly, with the help of her swarm vision, she realized that to the south of the town, a group of bloodthirsty beasts had broken through the protective wall and burrowed into the town. There stood a grotesque house, a group of bloodthirsty beasts that are trying to destroy the wall and burrow into it. The house of the instructor's daughter there. Onyo froze. The house itself was fortified as if it were a safe house. Plus, Su Mengmeng was in a special situation, so she didn't enter the cellar like the other townspeople. Now a group of bloodthirsty beasts have picked up the trail of the instructor's daughter and are trying to capture her. Anya immediately wanted to inform the instructor, but the instructor was a long way from her now. There were no other students near that house either. Without much hesitation, Anya immediately made up her mind and rushed towards there. The saber-toothed female wasp, lying on her hair as if it were a hairpin, vibrated her wings to signal. Buzzing, the scattered saber-toothed bees quickly converged at her call. It was black as if a dark cloud had enveloped her head. The bloodthirsty beast that noticed her approaching and was destroying that room. A few immediately hissed and grinned and lunged ferociously. Instinctively fearful, Anya hurriedly drove the swarm to attack. The swarm of saber-toothed bees picked up the signal and buzzed and swept through the bloodthirsty beasts. Hiss! Roar! These beastly bloodthirsty beasts of various forms were surrounded by the swarm of bees. Letting out a shrill roar and flailing his claws wildly didn't help. Swarms of bees attacked it and it was quickly bruised all over. The rotting flesh and blood on his body was peeled away bit by the sharp mouthparts of the saber-toothed wasps, splattering blood and flesh in all directions. Almost in the blink of an eye, these bloodthirsty beasts lost their vigor and turned into a puddle of mud. The swarm of saber-toothed bees was already very terrifying, comparable to a third-order ability. And under the influence of the heart of Anya's swarm, they were now even more numerous, and the hive mind was even better than it had been before, having been completely transformed into one. The attack was already much stronger than before. Seeing this scene, Anya froze slightly. Manipulating a swarm of bees to attack a target turned out to be so strong. As if she sensed something, she murmured softly under her breath, "I!" Both the swarm. After completing the sensation, the little face changed again. You bent over and threw up. At one with the swarm, she can see what the swarm sees and feel what the swarm feels. Therefore, the taste of the swarm attacking the bloodthirsty beast just now was all truly perceived by her as well. That really isn't a comfortable experience. The other bloodthirsty beasts that were trying to burrow into the house stopped moving. They seemed to judge that Anya was a stronger threat. So hissing, they all lunged at Anya. Don't come over, wait a moment," Anya shouted, waving her hand in a hurry. While shouting, the swarm surged and swept through the beasts, harvesting them in groups. Her points ranking began to soar. Lin Zidong, who was concerned about the points ranking, turned a little green. The one called Anya has killed the top 10. The rate of improvement is not much slower than Wang Guan. Chapter 39 Final Card Bug Reaping a Wave, ranking number 1. Watching the changes in the rankings on the scoreboard, Lin Zidong's breathing became a few points thicker. Among the Longjing students, he was supposed to be the strongest, and as a student leader, he was likewise within the scope of the mission. As an instructor, Su Weiqing would not be qualified to participate in the mission, and there were no points for killing bloodthirsty beasts. But Lin Zidong hadn't been able to make a move, and had only solved a few flying bloodthirsty beasts that wanted to attack the place. If he gave it his all, his results definitely wouldn't be much worse than Wang Guan's. But he wanted to retain his strength to deal with the bloodthirsty demon. After all, the bloodthirsty demon could be considered a quest boss, and possessed the greatest benefits when killed. However, the bloodthirsty devil has never shown up. Mamoru. No sign of the bloodthirsty demon yet? He asked the girl beside him with some anxiety. Ruana Sho, who was using telepathy to search for traces of the bloodthirsty demon, shook his head. No, I can't find any traces of the bloodthirsty demon. But it was shortly after Lin Zidong asked. Something's wrong. The bloodthirsty beasts seemed to have received a signal. The bloodthirsty demon gave them a retreat order. Retreat. Lin Zidong froze. He himself has not yet made a move, and the bloodthirsty devil has not even shown up. Why are they retreating? The bloodthirsty beast is the puppet of the bloodthirsty demon. The bloodthirsty demon gave the order to retreat, and the group of bloodthirsty beasts that were frantically attacking the town immediately stopped fighting and turned around and ran. How did they withdraw? We beat them. Bloodthirsty demon doesn't seem to have appeared yet. Haha, we won. The students who were caught up in the fierce battle at the gate of the town facing the dense forest were overjoyed to see the bloodthirsty beasts turning around and burrowing towards the dense forest. It was still unknown what had happened, but this kind of brutal battle was never a good experience. One by one, they let out a cheer. On the side of the Longjing students, they also revealed a relaxed look. The line of children who carried the pressure in front and fought fiercely for half a day were already panting and collapsed on the ground without any image. Still, it's the first time that the ability has been unleashed so consistently. Despite his exhaustion, he didn't look like a mess, and he didn't even have a bit of blood on him. The master of entropy, manipulating energy changes. The kinetic energy of the bloodthirsty beasts that pounce is also energy, and when he activates his ability, he can perform a kinetic flip to bounce them off as they approach. This kind of ability, even among the S-class, was located at the top of the hierarchy. He had just finished sighing when he suddenly saw Wang Guan running past and chasing after the bloodthirsty beasts fleeing toward the dense forest. "Brother Guan, don't go after him," he shouted hastily. The others also saw the scene and were shocked. "Crap, it's so hard to get the fight over with, we can't even relax enough." Surprisingly, Wang Guan hadn't had his fun yet and wanted to continue the chase. Too fierce. The students of Longjing, too, had sideways glances, but there was also some gloating. How dare you chase them into the dense forest? Isn't this looking for death? But they thought wrong. Of course, Wang Guan knew that a poor enemy could not be pursued. He just wants one last harvest. He stopped before stepping into the dense forest, his eyes sweeping over the several bloodthirsty beasts ahead of him. When he was chasing after them just now, he had already completed his exploration of this group of bloodthirsty beasts. Scouting. It's a common moose. Spy. It's a ferocious squirrel. Scouting. This is a brutal wolverine beast, a fourth-order mutant beast. Exploration. This is a simple panda. He raised his alloy longsword and took a blind swing. Phew. The sound of wind blew, and the wind blades, one after another, chopped at a group of bloodthirsty beasts that were huddling together. Wow, wow. There was a splash of blood and flesh, and the bloodthirsty beasts were cut over. In the black mist, the group of bloodthirsty beasts only had one remnant left, hastily climbing up and fleeing in a sorry state. It's the bloodthirsty beast scouted as a fourth-ranked wolverine beast. Though probing the bloodthirsty beasts resulted in mostly ordinary beasts, small probability can still probe for awesome word results. So earlier in the battle, Wang Guan was quite restrained from using his bug probing ability. It was only now that I saw them trying to escape that I hurriedly stuck a bug to harvest a bunch of them, which turned out to be pretty good. That wave brought in 53 points. He turned and walked back, assisting the paralyzed child line in the process. The crowd's expressions were a bit dumbfounded, stunned by this last wave of Wang Guan's harvest. The wind blade inspired by the sword skill could instantly kill so many bloodthirsty beasts. He really is an F-class trash ability person. At this time, Wang Guan's camouflage uniform was already a bit tattered and stained with blood. It looks a bit of a mess. At the same time, it is indescribably powerful and dominating. And seeing him return, Zhu Qianlong thought of his earlier attempt to sneak attack and hurriedly panicked and hid behind the crowd. Jiang Wangshua's eyes were a bit dull, seeing the battle just now. She couldn't help but reminisce about her 3 years in high school. At that time, Wang Guan was that outstanding as the class scholar, always all the time attracting the attention of others. She was then captivated. "Brother Wang Guan," she subconsciously called out softly when Wang Guan approached. The king looked at her, gave a soft "oh" and walked away, distant as if not familiar at all. Jiang Wangshue. A few moments of shame surfaced and she bit her lip hard. I even took the initiative to call out to him, and he ignored me. Then, Jiang Wangshue thought of something and hurriedly opened the quest panel. In the battle just now, she did very well and her grades should be good. However, seeing the rankings, she was stunned. The first place is none other than Wang Guan with 423 points. Then came the child line for 112 points. Wang Guan, that last wave of harvesting, points just over the child line. And in third place, a girl named Anya with 215 points. It was only 1 point higher than Jiang Wangshue, who was in fourth place. I'm actually the fourth. Who is this Anya? Jiang Wangshue looked annoyed. It was just a matter of losing to Wang Guan and Tong Yi. I can't believe I lost to this unknown girl in Peace Town. The students of Longjing at this time also paid attention to the rankings. They were dumbfounded for a moment. Rankings are generally high for Longview students, though, but the top 3 in the rankings are all military trainees from Ping and Town. Mission points can be exchanged for rewards, and there are special rewards for the top 3 rankings. This special reward is arguably the most valuable. Now, is all for Peace Town? In contrast to their silence, there was a continuous gasp of surprise from here in Peaceful Town. Holy! Tong and his line are so awesome with Guan. The break is leading. Anya is even third? Is her swarm of saber-toothed bees that powerful? I only got 35 points. Although Longjing students are great, the top 3 are ours. Wang Guan also scanned the rows, and he didn't care about the results. No amount of points could be more valuable than the skill military stance max. He patted the boy's line on the shoulder and apologized for passing him at the last minute. The child line didn't care and shook his head with a smile. Brother Guan, thank you for saving me. Is that the enhanced military boxing that the instructor taught you? Did you learn it? Gao Chong asked with gusto. Seeing Wang Fong nodding his head in certainty, Gao Chong looked remorseful. I should have known that I would have followed the practice. In fact, the instructor, Su Wei Cheng, didn't mind if the others followed suit. But being ineligible is one thing, and a lot of people can't stick around. Do you think it's over? The child line was not surprised that Wang Guan had learned the instructor's skills, and he asked with some concern at this point. No. Wang Guan made a decisive judgment. The bloodthirsty demon is very cunning. This attack, I'm afraid it's just a test. The bloodthirsty demon never seemed to see the trail. Meanwhile, the strongest of the bloodthirsty beasts were those transformed from humans. They could be considered elite monsters, but the beasts had attacked earlier without seeing a single one. The bloodthirsty demon had yet to bring out its strongest power. Well, you guys go ahead and place the wounded here. Wang Guan thought of something, hurriedly explained a few words to Tong Ro and Gao Chong, and left the place. After the beasts came, Su Mengmeng didn't hide in the cellar and remained inside her house. Although the house had been reinforced, Wang Guan was still a little worried. Spending time together these days, even without the buggy word effects. He had also come to regard this kind, poor girl as a sister. The bloodthirsty beasts that rushed to Mo's hut were quite numerous, but almost all of them died horribly under Anya's swarm. After killing the swarms one after another, Anya also found the trick. The bloodthirsty beast was a mutated beast, and although it was contaminated by the abyss, it was alive itself. Live and let live. Manipulating saber-toothed wasps doesn't require tearing them apart physically. Just destroying the brain, heart, and other parts of the body can disable them. It's much easier to find the trick and then solve it. But is also really more disgusting. When the bloodthirsty beasts began to withdraw, there were no more than a few left of the bloodthirsty beasts that had rushed here. Something must be done to shield some of the swarm's senses. Who can stand this? She held onto the wall, her little face white, almost didn't spit out the overnight meal. Ha! Suddenly, she looked at the reinforced barred window in front of her, and a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes. It is widely rumored among classmates that only Wang Guan has seen the instructor's daughter and claimed that she is very pretty. What kind of pretty girl can make a little brother say that? And go to her often? Manipulating the swarm before, she'd never peeked in here either. At this moment, Anya couldn't hold back her curiosity after all and secretly probed into the house. Then she saw the young girl who was cowering in the corner and was shivering. And what a teenage girl looks like. Startled, Anya instinctively jumped backward out of the way. How? How does this look? She looked shocked. The sound of running sounded behind them. The instructor, Su Weiqing, ran over with a face full of concern. Seeing the bloodthirsty beast's bones scattered all over the ground, he looked startled and hurriedly checked that room. Only after confirming that Su Mengmeng was unharmed did she breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you, he said to Anya. Anya blanched, or maybe she just threw up and said with some surprise, Instructor, she's your daughter? Well, she is just sick. That was all the instructor could explain. There was a strong sadness hidden in his eyes. After supporting Anya away, Su Weicheng hurriedly opened the heavily blocked iron door and drilled into the house. Mo, are you okay? I'm sorry. Dad didn't realize what was going on here just now. He was busy apologizing. Su Mengmeng shrank in the corner, her body constantly trembling. The red scars on her body seemed to come to life. It's writhing and spreading to the little intact skin left on the body. Hearing the voice, she raised her head to look at Su Weiqing, and those big bright eyes had turned blood red. Daddy, I want to drink blood. Chapter 40 ranking in the top 3 and a special reward? Wang Guan rushed to Mengmeng's hut, and at the same time, he fished out 2 small bottles of milk tea from his body and tilted his head back to drink it. Honey milk tea, chrysanthemum milk tea. To Wang Guan, they were primary healing potions and primary antidotes. Wang Guan had purposely brought it with him before the battle. After a bloody battle, his body inevitably suffered some injuries. Being wounded by a bloodthirsty beast will infect you with a paralyzing toxin that isn't fatal, but still has some effect. It is also extremely difficult to stop bleeding from wounds. Taking these 2 potions made Wang Guan instantly feel much more refreshed. He came to the front of the hut just in time to run into Anya, who was leaving. Wang Guan, the short-haired girl greeted in surprise. A swarm of bees buzzed around her head in confusion. Anya, you ranked well, but your face seems bad. Wang Guan asked Vajra Barbie with concern. He was glad in his heart that he had caught the saber-toothed bee's female at that time and handed it over to Anya. The heart of the swarm manipulates a swarm of saber-toothed bees, and the killing power is truly extraordinary. Ugh, don't mention it. Anya shook her head bitterly. There was no injury on her, though. But the psychological damage is not easy to tell. After chatting with Anya, Wang Guan hurriedly said goodbye and ran toward the hut. Anya looked at Wang Guan's figure and was suddenly thoughtful. That girl is so poor. Wang Guan always goes to find her. It turns out that it is not because she looks pretty. Little brother sure is gentle. Wang Guan had come to the front of the hut. Seeing that the door to the room, which had never been opened before, was already open, he hastened to get inside. But when he just went in and saw the picture in front of him, he couldn't help but be shocked. Instructor, I am Fine. Su Weicheng, who was squatting on the ground, hurriedly said to Wang Guan. At this moment, Su Mengmeng was holding his outstretched arm and sucking his blood. On his arm, there was an additional cut made by a knife. Mo was saved in time after being bitten by a bloodthirsty demon and luckily didn't lose herself. But every once in a while she would be on the verge of insanity and would need to drink human blood in order to be relieved. Su Weicheng explained softly. Wang Guan looked a bit dumbfounded as his gaze fell on Su Weicheng's arms. His arms were covered with dense wounds. Wang Guan had originally thought that it was a mark left by a battle or exercise. It turned out that it was to let Su Mengmeng drink his own blood. The blood redness in Su Mengmeng's eyes gradually faded. The scars on his body no longer wriggled and spread. She quickly regained her senses. A flicker of disgust at herself flashed across her face as she realized that she was holding her father's arm and sucking his blood. And when he realized that Wang Guan was standing on the side, there was even more trepidation in his expression.
Wang Guan,
She was scared, worried that this friend she'd met so easily would hate her for it and think of her as a monster. It's nothing, Meng Meng, you're just sick. Wang Guan hurriedly revealed a smile. He comforted the poor, sensitive girl. You'll be able to recover later. The instructor and I will help you. Some relief surfaced in Su Mengmeng's eyes, as well as gratitude. She nodded vigorously. I believe in Dad. And you, Wang Guan. Meng Meng, how do you feel now? Su Weicheng asked in a soft voice. I am fine, Dad. Then you take a good rest first. Dad and Wang Guan still have some things to do, Su Weicheng said, leading Wang Guan out of the house. He carefully checked around the house to make sure it was safe before leaving. Su Mengmeng dragged her tired body and lay on the cot in her room. She was still shivering softly, her body curled up. Actually, she lied. She's not good right now. Every time the bloodthirsty symptoms kicked in, she could see a terrifying figure in a trance. That was the bloodthirsty demon that had brought her all this disaster. Now, it seems that because it's right in the neighborhood, that terrifying figure was about to grab her. She could already hear her partner's soft murmur in her ear. Wang Guan and the instructor left the Mo's hut. Finding out that Su Mengmeng needed to drink blood to relieve her symptoms, Wang Guan was a little surprised, but not really surprised. Bloodthirsty beasts originally feed on blood. After Su Mengmeng was bitten by the bloodthirsty demon, she didn't fully transform because she was saved in time. But that was, after all, an abyssal monster that had already left an indelible impact on her. And killing the bloodthirsty demon might restore Su Mengmeng to normal? Wang Guan could better understand the reason why the instructor had pressed the limits and worked so hard to grind over the years. The bloodthirsty demon never showed up, nor did those humanoid bloodthirsty beasts. The instructor didn't continue to talk about Su Mengmeng. He looked at the dense forest in the distance and said in a grave voice, "This attack is just a test. It's draining our strength, and it will keep harassing us for the next few days, until we are exhausted and psychologically broken." He knew the bloodthirsty demon very well, and had even experienced the battle 13 years ago. The bloodthirsty beast swarm, in this battle, was killed by a few hundred. But these couldn't make much of an impact on the bloodthirsty demon. It had been lurking in the dense forest for more than 10 years, and I'm afraid that it had already quietly transformed an unknown number of bloodthirsty beasts. There is no fear of depletion of quantity. In comparison, the military trainees of Peaceful Town, although individually strong, were generally stronger than the bloodthirsty beasts. There were also Wang Guan, the instructor, Tong and his party, and some of the Longjing students, all of these powerful abilities. But after all, they were limited in number and could not possibly win such a war of attrition. The only way to end this was to get rid of the bloodthirsty demon once and for all. I'll have Anya try more to see if she can spot it, Wang Guan said. The only member of their group with detection abilities was Anya's swarm of saber-toothed bees, but it wasn't very wide. Beyond that range, there is only a recall for saber-toothed bees, and no senses can be shared. I don't know if there's any better detection on the Ryukyuan student side. It's just that these people obviously don't want to work well together. If I get the chance, I'll mark it.
Su Wei Chen Ken Tinyud.
His ability to mark a target. After that, it is possible to sense the location of the target and determine the target's actions. This time, the beasts attacked, and although the peaceful town resisted, there were still quite a few casualties. After counting, a number of people were wounded, including the military trainees from the town of Ping and 3 of whom were unfortunately killed in action. 2 of the townspeople's participants in the war were also killed in action. There were no deaths among the Lonking students, but there were a few injuries. The joy of repelling the bloodthirsty beast was quickly replaced by an atmosphere of grief. The instructor explained a few words to Wang Guan and hurriedly got busy. Arrangements were made to care for the wounded and to repair the broken protective wall. The bodies of the 3 dead students and the 2 local residents were arranged to be buried in a mausoleum within the town. Wang Guan simply washed up and went to join his buddies. Everyone was in the cafeteria except for the people working on the restoration of the protective wall. The atmosphere was a bit depressing. Thinking of the 3 students who had died in battle, Wang Guan's expression was also a bit mournful. I didn't actually know them well, but after all, we had been in military training together for half a month. Passed away just like that. The world is so cruel. The wounded were also housed here, mostly with minor injuries, but a few were quite badly injured. Common antidotes and healing medicines, as well as basic medical facilities, are not in short supply in the town. But these don't have the magical effect of potions. However, the potions were all made by ability users and were very precious and rare. Military training is for trials, and carrying such items is also prohibited before entering this place. Wang Guan's milk tea is kind of stuck in a bug. Unfortunately, others take it without any effect. I hope they can pull through, Wang Guan thought in his heart. Brother Guan. The top 3 on the leaderboard now are all students from our peaceful town. Gao Chong came over and said to Wang Guan in a rather relieved manner. I heard that after the mission is over, the top 3 ranked students will have special rewards, although we all share the threat of bloodthirsty beasts. But there is still a huge gap between the peaceful town and the students of Longjing. The original Peace Town students, but also self-conscious short people. But seeing the ranked scores made them a lot more confident. A special reward? I wonder what it will be. Wang Guan was also a bit curious. The special rewards for this kind of quest should be points, merits, and the entry qualification for the secret realm. The line of children standing right next to each other know this aspect very well. Secret realm. Wang Guan froze. Merits he knew, the secret realm was the first time he had heard of it. This information is classified in both the civilian network and general education. The unique territory formed by the secret abyssal rift, the school site of the Vanguard Military School, was built in such a place. The child's line explained, but the secret realms that are used as rewards should all be newly formed. They're dangerous inside, and there will also be great opportunities. So, Wang Guan was interested in this special reward. After inquiring in detail with the children, he went to look for Anya, who was squatting in the corner, surrounded by mosquitoes. It was getting dark. When it was time for dinner, the students from Ryukyung were not used to the food here and complained. But it made the students of Peace Town, who were already accustomed to the diet, eat even better. In the evening, the instructor arranged for everyone to get together. Prepare to set up a tent in the playground to rest. Everyone stayed out in the open, able to deal with possible harassment from the bloodthirsty beasts at any time. It's the safest way to go. The ordinary inhabitants of the town, too, will continue to take refuge in the cellars. Peaceful town students naturally had no problem with it. But the Lonking students were having none of it. Let's huddle with them and sleep in tents? Aren't there a lot of empty houses in the neighborhood? Even if the bloodthirsty beasts do take advantage of the opportunity to harass us, we're still capable of protecting ourselves. It's rather more dangerous to be with them and sleep on the playground, isn't it? It's not like they want us to protect them, is it? They have protested to the city of Sioux City. Bloodthirsty demons are very cunning, and staying inside the house makes it easier to be targeted and attacked. Su Wei Chang said with some anxiety, "This is my experience." Lin Zidong, as the leader, stepped forward. "Instructor Su, your experience is useless to us. You've seen our strength before. Didn't get a top 3 finish though. But the next in the rankings is almost exclusively their members. Although there were only 31 of them, their combined strength was indeed a great deal stronger than that of Peaceful Town. We have our own arrangements, that's all," he said very decisively. In the first battle with the bloodthirsty beasts, the top 3 were all snatched away by Peaceful Town. This made Lin Zidong very angry. There was also no previous attitude towards Su Weiqing, the instructor. The instructor, Su Weichang, continued to argue with them, but they made up their minds. Self-consciously, he chose a couple of houses to use as resting places. Chapter 41. If I personally take action, the bloodthirsty demon isn't a handful? The students of Lonking took up residence in a couple of houses located in the middle of the town. Of course, despite his arrogance, Lin Zidong was not a complete idiot. He made some arrangements for groups of several people to look after each other. Members are prohibited from acting alone. It is also important to notify everyone immediately of any danger. Everything was laid out in a very organized manner. Then he found Nguyen Shou. Can you consistently sense the neighborhood tonight? Nguyen Shou's Queen of Hearts ability can psychically sense thought activity within a certain range of the neighborhood. By doing so, it can be determined whether or not a bloodthirsty beast is present.
No.
But Nguyen Shou shook his head. There's no way for me to consistently sense an entire town this big. She suggested, how about working with them? That Anya is also of the spirit lineage and can manipulate swarms, so it's even more foolproof to work with her. Anya got third place, so naturally they had investigated each other's information. But when he heard Ruan Shou's proposal, Lin Zidong's face changed. No, we're not working with them. He was still reeling from today's loss. The Longjing students he led were the elite of the elite, and he didn't need to work with those second-rate college students. After a pause, he continued, what if you only perceived around these rooms? In that case, I can last all night should be fine. Ruan Shou thought for a moment. But is that good? If the bloodthirsty beasts rush into the town, don't they have a swarm? We just need to protect ourselves. Lin Zidong said. Then, well, Ruan Shou was a bit hesitant, but seeing Lin Zidong's firm attitude, he had to agree. It's late at night. Lighting dotted around the town. This lighting, made by an ableist, stays bright for a long time. There were also several fires lit on the playground, and a tent surrounded the area. Although it was the height of summer, the temperature here in Peaceful Town had always been low, and there was a big difference between day and night temperatures, so it was still quite shady and cool at night. The students have been resting. A couple of rotating students, responsible for patrolling the perimeter. Anya's tent, a bit far from the others. The tent, which was light green, is now black, for it was densely packed with resting saber-toothed wasps. Anya had gone to sleep, but there were still some saber-toothed bees wandering around. She is one with the swarm and can drive saber-toothed bees to scout her surroundings even in her sleep. The saber-toothed wasp could autonomously distinguish the scent of bloodthirsty beasts and could immediately warn her if it was found. The night was quiet. The silence was a little eerie. Usually after nightfall, from time to time, you can still hear from the distant dense forest bursts of animal roars. But now there's nothing. In the dark, dense forest, several figures carefully climbed up to high places. Bloodshot eyes, staring in the direction of the town. It was a couple of human-sized, bloodthirsty beasts. They are transformed from humans, have some ability to think, and are more intelligent, even cunning. Now they are waiting for an opportunity. The night passed peacefully. When the sky was slightly bright, Jiang Wangxue, with an annoyed face, left the house where she was resting. Huddled with a couple of girls, she rested poorly. And coming outside the house, she saw, at a glance, a figure running in the playground. It was Wang Guan. Although the instructor no longer required morning exercises at this critical time, Wang Guan still held on to the habit. F-rank garbage ability, the only way to barely catch up with the others is to work out this hard, right? Jiang Wangxue couldn't help but bellyache. Yesterday, she took the initiative to talk to Wang Guan, and as a result, Wang Guan ignored her, making her very indignant. He's obviously the one who did that to me first at the entrance exam. The sound of insects fluttering in her mind in indignation suddenly rang in her ears. Looking up, it was a couple of saber-toothed wasps that were flying around. Jiang Wangxue knew that this was the swarm manipulated by that Anya. 1 point above himself in yesterday's fight. Stealing what would have been her third place. The sight of the swarm made her feel even more irritated in her mind. Humph! While no one cared about this side, she waved her hand to condense an icy cold mist. A few saber-toothed wasps instantly turned into ice sculptures and fell to the ground. Anya, who was sleeping, couldn't help but shiver. Sitting cross-legged inside the house, Nguyen Shou was quietly using the Queen of Hearts ability to sense the surroundings. As an S-rank mental ability, Her mental attributes far exceeded those of her classmates. I hadn't slept all night, and I didn't feel how sleepy I was. With her psychic perception, she couldn't see a clear picture, but can tell any thinking creature like radar. The human mind is more complex and very easy to distinguish. The chaotic thinking of the bloodthirsty beasts had also become familiar to her. She just needs to focus on those two minds. A number of students have already started their activities early in the morning and are staying in the neighborhood. Suddenly, her mind sensed something. There were two men inside the next house, leaving the room and burrowing into a house a little farther away. The two had active minds. Are they? Nguyen Asho quickly realized who these two men were. Although it's only been half a month since the start of military training, it can't be stopped by the fact that there are gifted people who have already started to fall in love. These two have then developed into lovers, pairing off every day. It's only been one night and you can't help but want to kiss me? Well, the two of them operating in a group doesn't count as going against the leader's orders, does it? Ruan Asho thought in his heart, not wanting to disturb the good things of the two. But just when she was ready to stop paying attention, suddenly, he realized that there were three other consciousnesses that approached those two. It's three humans with somewhat numb minds. Are these the residents of the town? She'd met the residents of this town yesterday, and they had this numbness and dullness and lack of energy in their thinking. It was the realization that it was dawn and crawling out of the cellar. Maybe that's where their house is. Guessing so, Ruan Asho wanted to take a closer look. Suddenly, she felt a surge, an unmistakable chill of malice. The lovers' minds, then, became alarmed and quickly fell silent. It all happened so fast. The three evil consciousnesses began to quickly move away. It's them, they're coming, Ruan Asho exclaimed in shock. Since she hadn't encountered any human-sized bloodthirsty beasts yesterday, she hadn't been able to tell the difference. Those three evil consciousnesses belonged to human-type bloodthirsty beasts. Quan, what's happening here? The students of the peaceful town, awakened by the clamor, hurriedly rose from within their tents, gathered around to where the Ryukyung students were resting. Seeing that Wang Guan, who was practicing in the morning, had already arrived here, Gao Chong hurriedly asked. They were attacked by bloodthirsty beasts this morning and two were taken. Wang Guan already knew what had happened and explained with a cold face. Those two are now dead and removed from the point standings. Wang Guan didn't gloat, but he did get a little angry. The two captured students were most likely transformed into humanoid bloodthirsty beasts. The students of Longjing all looked panicked. Lin Zidong was even more incomparably angry. I didn't distinguish those bloodthirsty beasts. They are almost the same as humans, almost the same. Ruan Asho sobbed softly, his face full of self-reproach. Among the Longjing students, someone suddenly looked at the students of Peaceful Town. What about you guys? Didn't you find anything either? That's right. That nasty bug has been flying around the neighborhood. How is it possible that we haven't found any sign of it? Couldn't have intentionally not warned us, wanting to see us get unlucky? Hearing their questioning, the students of Peaceful Town, in turn, became a bit unconvinced. Anya was even more flustered to explain. I don't know. The saber-toothed bees I sent here yesterday, for some reason, suddenly all disappeared. If the swarm is still there, even if she was sleeping and a bloodthirsty beast appeared, she would be the first to notice. Jiang Wangxue, who was standing among the Longjing students, thought of something and her expression changed slightly. But it was soon back to business as usual. Pretended like nothing had happened. The Ryukyung students don't believe Anya's words and think she's just doing it on purpose. It was natural for the students of Peaceful Town to defend one of their own. The students on both sides of the fence looked like they were about to get into a fight. Eventually the instructor came over and calmed everyone down. Captured by bloodthirsty beasts, especially humanoid ones, they should be dead by now. The instructor, Su Weiqing, had a sad face, but still talked to Lin Zidong. So much for the fear that they would try to enter the dense forest to rescue their companions. The dense forest nearby now was the territory of the bloodthirsty beast. Lin Zidong snorted coldly and angrily turned around to go back to the house. Ruan Asho followed him with red eyes, still blaming himself. But just shortly after returning to her room, she suddenly froze slightly. I think I perceive them. Longjing students, all of whom have joined Nguyen Asho's mind network. That pair of captured lovers. In their consciousness, both left the imprint of Nguyen Asho. A moment ago consciousness fell silent, But now she vaguely felt it again. They're still alive? Someone asked. No. Their minds seemed to have stalled. But I sensed the imprint I left behind, coming back to life, along with pain, fear. Nguyen Asho showed a pained expression, guessing what that meant. They are in the process of being transformed and mutated by bloodthirsty demons. Bloodthirsty demon? So, you can determine the location of the bloodthirsty demon. Lin Zidong's eyes lit up. Seeing Ruan Asho nodding in confirmation, someone immediately suggested, then let's go find it right away and go inform the students of Ping in town. Don't inform them. Lin Zidong thought for a moment and made a decision. This will scare the snakes? We will organize a small team of our own and go to solve it. Seeing the faces of his classmates was a little worrying. Lin Zidong, full of confidence, raised the sword in his hand. He didn't participate in yesterday's battle though. However, he already had his own judgment on the strength of the bloodthirsty beast. Don't worry, I'll lead the team myself this time. You guys only need to be responsible for dealing with the bloodthirsty beasts. Leave the bloodthirsty demons to me. If he personally made a move, the bloodthirsty demon wouldn't be a handful. Chapter 42 they set out confidently, but it turns out they came to deliver. Lin Zidong was a 6th order ability in the town of Ping and he believed himself to be the strongest. As for the bloodthirsty demon, according to the data records, this kind of abyssal monster was only at the level of the 5th rank. If he was allowed to encounter it, he could easily solve it and end the incident once and for all. It's the best chance, although the 3 of Wang Guan, Tong Ro and Anya got the top 3. But as long as he killed the bloodthirsty demon, then Longjing University would not have lost face. Lin Zidong singled out the strongest group among the Longjing students to form a squad. The Ice Witch Jiang Wangxue, as the highest-ranked Longjing student, was naturally among them. Zhu Qianlong, who had not been selected, hesitated for a moment before taking the initiative to propose. Leader, I want in on this. Zhu Qianlong was only an A-ranked ability, but the Thunder Warrior was not bad in terms of power. Lin Zidong thought about it and didn't refuse. Good! Zhu Qianlong was delighted and looked at Jiang Wangxue curtly. He didn't want to leave the side of the goddess in his heart. Jiang Wangxue turned to Zhu Qianlong and smiled somewhat reluctantly. Zhu Qianlong, whose face was still a bit swollen, was instantly happy. Since coming to the peaceful town, Jiang Wangxue has refused to pay attention to him. Making preparations, the team formed by Lin Zidong immediately set off quietly. Nguyen Asho, Queen of Hearts, did not move with them. Her abilities are highly effective in assisting, but poor in actual combat. And as long as a mind print is left behind, the range of contactability is immense. Even if you stay in the town, you can freely communicate with your squad members and guide them. After the Longjing squad departed, Wang Guan, who had eaten breakfast, first visited Su Mengmeng, and then with his buddies, patrolled around the town. After turning around, he returned to the playground to see Anya crouching glumly in front of his tent. Swarms of bees swarmed overhead, yellow and black females, crawling around in her hair. There's no way my swarm could have innocently disappeared. Something must have happened. Watching Wang Guan approach, the young girl complained under her breath. She's still struggling with this. Wang Guan also felt that there was something fishy. However, he was more concerned. Longjing students seem to be very quiet this morning. Breakfast is also taken back to eat. The Longjing students, still occupying those rooms, did not participate in patrol duties assigned by the instructor. I just re-sent over the swarm. A couple of them were moving around there. The others were smothered inside the house. Didn't see them. Anya was still maneuvering the swarm, alert for movement around the town. Something's not right. Wang Guan raised a few bad feelings. The students of Longjing, they couldn't have failed to listen to their instructor's advice and traveled to the dense forest privately before Anya sent over a new swarm. Could they? Just then. Brother Guan, it's not good. On the top of the leaderboards, Longjing students, just now, their points started to change rapidly, and a few of them were suddenly removed from the list. Gao Chang ran over and shouted. Wang Guan's body shook as he hurriedly ran towards where Longjing was resting and opened the leaderboards. Scanning through the point rankings above, he happened to catch a name that turned gray on the list and was removed from the list. It's Zhu Qianlong. Many students, who had already noticed the leaderboard changes, were restless. When Wang Guan arrived in front of the few rooms occupied by the Longjing students, the instructor also rushed over. His rugged face was filled with anger. What happened? What did they go and do? The students of Longjing, too, were now panicking. Ruana Shou panicked and ran out from the room, hurriedly explaining. We found a bloodthirsty demon trail, and leader Lin led people to find it. Lin Zidong led the squad and, following the guidelines, managed to find the place where the bloodthirsty demon was hiding. It was a hidden ravine. Just after entering it, they immediately encountered dozens of humanoid bloodthirsty beasts. Humanoid bloodthirsty beasts possess third-order strength. Although most of the Longjing students were second-order ability users, with their strong abilities, their individual combat strength was far beyond that of a humanoid bloodthirsty beast. It was just that dozens of bloodthirsty beasts swarmed over them, still leaving them in a bitter battle. The bloodthirsty demon was indeed within that ravine as well, but it's also far more powerful and cunning than Lin Zidong thought. This is a trap. The bloodthirsty demon is deliberately trying to lure us to it. Ruana Shou, who had maintained mental communication with Lin Zidong and the others the entire time, had understood what was going on. Among the bloodthirsty beasts, the most terrifying was the human-type bloodthirsty beast. Yesterday, when the beasts attacked, the humanoid bloodthirsty beasts didn't show up at all. Although the instructor had reminded them of the existence of humanoid bloodthirsty beasts and also told them that bloodthirsty demons were very cunning. But they, who were too arrogant, still belittled the dreadfulness of the bloodthirsty beast. Instructor Su Weiqing's rough face was a little twitchy and very angry. He made a quick decision. We have to make a trip over. Wang Guan, one line, you guys come with me. He twisted his head. The strength of Wang Guan and Tong's line was strong, leading the break among the crowd of students. They act with themselves and have enough self-preservation. The two didn't hesitate and nodded their heads in a hurry. Since he had learned of the bloodthirsty demon trail, it was only natural to make a trip over there and try to see if he could get rid of it. At least, let the instructor mark it. This can determine its movement later. At the same time, the corpses of those who have been delisted must be destroyed as much as possible, because they are highly likely to be transformed into bloodthirsty beasts. Ruana Shou thought they were going to save the day and quickly said, "Thank you. I'll add you guys to the mind network." She reached out her finger and lightly touched Su Weicheng's forehead, leaving a mark in the instructor's mind. When Su Weicheng heard the voice in his mind, which suddenly sprang up, he froze slightly before realizing what was going on. The students of Longjing, who have this convenient means of contact, surprisingly have not been open to them. Ruana Shou stretched out his hands again and touched the foreheads of Wang Guan and Tong Xing respectively. However, this time both failed. I have protective props on me that are immune to mind intrusion, the child line explained. Wang Guan was slightly stunned. He has no protective props, except that he put a bug word on Nguyen Ashou yesterday. Ruan Ashou was not a psychic ability in front of Wang Guan. Instead, he's a comedian. I also have protective props. He followed up with an explanation. It was not time to dwell on the matter. It was enough that the trio had an instructor to join the mind network. Anya hesitated for a moment before trying to follow suit. She has a limited range to control the swarm and cannot support it remotely. But the instructor refused. Anya's swarm was lethal enough, but she was physically weak and not suitable for risk-taking. It was too dangerous. Then, the instructor explained that the others should protect the town. With 2 men in tow, he leapt over the tall protective wall and dashed into the dense forest. If the situation is too dangerous, don't engage in a fight and leave immediately. While hurrying, the instructor reminded the two. The 3 of them sped through the mountains and forests, and after about 10 minutes, they arrived at the ravine where the bloodthirsty demon was hiding. On the ground here, there were quite a few bloodthirsty beasts' bones scattered. It's all the Dragon King squad previously resolved. There were also a few sporadic beast-type bloodthirsty beasts that were wandering around. Upon seeing the trio, they pounced hideously and were easily disposed of. They're inside. Now only Lin Zidong and Jiang Wangxue are left alive. Su Weicheng ascertained the status of the Longjing squad through the mind network. Lin Zidong was fighting the bloodthirsty beast, but was already at a disadvantage. Even though his level was higher than that of the bloodthirsty demon, he simply didn't have the experience to deal with this kind of cunning, ferocious abyssal monster. Jiang Wangxue was also being surrounded by several humanoid bloodthirsty beasts. The Ice Witch's ability to have a strong defense that temporarily freezes itself within the ice. It's what has kept her going so far. They set out confidently, but it turned out to be a delivery. Wang Guan slandered in his heart. There she is. Su Weiqing, the instructor who walked in front, pointed in a direction. There, quite against the grain, stood a huge block of ice. The girls in it could be vaguely seen. Several human-sized bloodthirsty beasts gathered around, attempted to break the ice. Wang Guan recognized one of them at a glance, though the body becomes dried out and the skin blood red and scarred. However, Wang Guan could still recognize that this was Zhu Qianlong and could see the missing incisors in his mouth. He was killed by a bloodthirsty demon and transformed into a bloodthirsty beast. Having just been transformed, it was not yet in that flayed look, remaining in a human standing position, not prostrate on the ground. Even retained a few moments of consciousness, scratching and clawing at the ice in front of him, making oohoo noises, more fervently than several other bloodthirsty beasts. They wanted to break through the ice and get the girls inside. I can see that it really likes Jiang Wangxue, and after noticing the figure of Wang Guan's trio, it immediately let out an angry hiss. The first one lunged this way, his blood-red eyes staring at Wang Guan. It is also evident that he really hates Wang Guan. I'll deal with it. Wang Guan stepped out. Killing you. Look out, Snow. Will be happy. The Zhu subterranean dragon bloodthirsty beast spoke indistinctly under its breath. It hadn't lost the ability to speak yet, just that its voice was very hoarse. Pouncing close, the teeth and claws were sharp as they grabbed at Wang Guan. There were hints of electricity flickering on his body, and the ability he once had was not yet completely gone. Be careful, Su Weiqing hurriedly reminded Wang Guan when he saw his leisurely attitude, but the next moment, pop! Wang Guan raised his hand and threw a big ear scratch onto the bloodthirsty beast's hideous face. Boom! The bloodthirsty beast's body spun around and fell hard to the ground. This slap that was attached to the max force of the military physical fist directly cracked its head, slapping it apart. Probe. This is an ordinary toddler who suffers from dementia. After transforming into a bloodthirsty beast, the previously hooked-up bug word remains in effect. Just add suffering from insanity. Chapter 43 Bloodthirsty Demon. I just transformed my elite henchman, and this is gone? You have killed the bloodthirsty beast and gained 20 points. Slapping the transformed Zhu Qianlong to death, Wang Guan had hints floating in front of his eyes. The bloodthirsty beasts transformed by the Longjing students still earn points for killing them, and there are quite a few of them. And seeing Wang Guan slap this bloodthirsty beast to death, Su Weiqing and Tong's line were all a bit shocked. I've slapped him so many times that I'm used to it. Wang Guan explained, is really used to it. When I saw him coming at me, I subconsciously tried to slap him big time. Su Weiqing, Tong and his party were speechless. The other few human-sized bloodthirsty beasts, abandoning their attack on the ice, lunged at them. There were 5 in total, 3 of which were normal human-type bloodthirsty beasts. 2 can be clearly seen as transformed by Ryukyo students. While fighting these bloodthirsty beasts, the huge ice block suddenly shattered, and Jiang Wangxue, who was somewhat wretched and weak, jumped out of it. Her expression was one of surprise more than anything else. Wang Guan. He also came. The only voice in the mind network was Su Weiqing's, and she now realized that Wang Guan had also come here. Soon, of the 5 bloodthirsty beasts, Su Weiqing hammered 2 to death. The child line tackles 1. The 2 bloodthirsty beasts transformed by the Longjing students were resolved rather easily by Wang Guan. Brother Guan, do you have a buff bonus for beating Dragon King students? The boys' line joked with some surprise. It's probably because they just transformed and aren't considered strong. Wang Guan explained. What he said was sort of true. The newly transformed bloodthirsty beast was indeed weaker than when it was completely formed. Jiang Wangxue ran over with a face full of surprise. She glanced at the corpse of Zhu Qianlong, who had fallen to the ground and was rapidly rotting. Her eyes filled with disgust. This punk, and he talks about protecting himself. Are you guys here to save me? Brother Wang Guan, she said excitedly to Wang Guan. We're here to find the bloodthirsty demon. Wang Guan glanced at her and shifted his eyes away without a care in the world. Saving people was just passing by, and he was now treating Jiang Wangxue as a passerby. Not even classmates anymore. But it's dangerous inside. I ran out with great difficulty. Jiang Wangxue was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly said in exasperation. Wang Guan waved his hand. Feel free. Jiang Wangxue had a selfish personality, and when he went inside with her, he had to worry about being backstabbed. The other two ignored her and prepared to continue deeper into the ravine. Jiang Wangxue gave the trio an annoyed look and turned around to run outside. But just after taking a few steps, his expression suddenly changed and he began to keep backing up. When Wang Guan and the others entered this ravine just now, they didn't run into a few bloodthirsty beasts. But now, a group of bloodthirsty beasts converged and blocked the outside of the ravine. The ravine had been formed by a mountain collapse with steep sides, so unless one had the ability to fly, one would have to leave through this entrance. Now, the entrance was blocked by the bloodthirsty beasts. They let out a hiss and started pouring into the ravine. The bloodthirsty demon wants to catch a turtle in a jar? Wang Guan also saw the bloodthirsty beasts that were pouring into the ravine. This abyssal monster, it's really cunning. Just now, he deliberately dispersed the bloodthirsty beasts outside the ravine, and when they entered, he controlled the beasts to block the ravine. Without hesitation, the child lion immediately turned around and rushed towards the entrance of the ravine. His arms spread out, energy brewing between them. As he came to the front of the beast, he violently closed his arms. This was the exclusive skill of his entropy mastery ability, rank D, and it was not bad. Boom! The powerful energy impact blasted the beasts that climbed into the ravine, flying away. Tong and his party followed and stopped at the entrance to the ravine, continuing to resist the beast's entry. Under his breath, he shouted, "I can hold them off for now." The entrance to the ravine was quite narrow, and he stood in the way, quite a one-man show. He was able to hold off the beasts for a while. At the same time, his words were also asking Wang Guan and Su Weiqing if they still wanted to enter the ravine. A trace of hesitation flashed across Su Weiqing's face. "It's a rare opportunity, and I can quickly resolve the human-type bloodthirsty beast," Wang Guan quickly said. Su Weiqing had previously received intelligence through the communication of the mind network. Inside the ravine, there were originally dozens of humanoid bloodthirsty beasts that had ambushed the bloodthirsty demon's elite. But these bloodthirsty beasts had already been solved by more than half of the Longjing students, and the few remaining ones were injured. Bug probes have a high probability of being taken away easily, and the bloodthirsty beasts that the Ryukyuan students transformed into. To Wang Guan, it was a group of ordinary people suffering from insanity. Yes, Instructor Su Weiqing saw the confidence in Wang Guan's eyes and nodded. He knew that Wang Guan had his own secrets, and since Wang Guan said that he could solve the bloodthirsty beast, then he was willing to choose to believe it. Making a decision, Wang Guan and Su Weiqing immediately rushed toward the interior of the ravine. You guys are even trying to..." Jiang Wangxue stared wide-eyed, only finding it incomprehensible. At a time like this, if they didn't hurry to leave, they even had to drill inside the ravine to deal with the bloodthirsty demon. She glanced at the group of bloodthirsty beasts that were constantly being blasted away by the energy blasts of the child's line. She was now physically weak. But staying here will be more dangerous. Making up her mind, she took advantage of the gap between the child's line blasting away the bloodthirsty beasts to quickly dash outside. A portion of the bloodthirsty beasts, attracted by her attention, chased after her. Instead, the pressure was slightly reduced on the side of the child's line. "It's kind of a good thing to do." Wang Guan and Su Weiqing rushed toward the ravine. The ground could be seen constantly, the rotting bones of humanoid bloodthirsty beasts, all of which had been tackled by the previous Longjing students. Without encountering any more bloodthirsty beasts along the way, he came to the interior of the ravine. There is a rather empty territory here. The bloodthirsty demon that Wang Guan had seen was fighting with Lin Zidong. There was a circle of humanoid bloodthirsty beasts surrounding them, a dozen or so of them, most of which were freshly transformed by Longjing students. Still in a human standing position, he kept making guttural hissing noises. They didn't bother to interfere with the fight, and that was more like a bloodthirsty demon teasing Lin Zidong than a battle. Lin Zidong's body, already bruised and battered, seemed to have broken down mentally, wailing. The bloodthirsty demon, on the other hand, let out a piercing shriek, as if he was laughing. Lin Zidong's level, higher than bloodthirsty demon, was physically stronger. There's also a D-rank alloy longsword with decent skills on the side. But he was still being played by the cunning bloodthirsty demon, in the palm of his hand. After Lin Zidong led the Longjing students here, the bloodthirsty demon didn't fight him immediately. Hiding in the back, he commanded the bloodthirsty beast golem and attacked them. Instead, it waited for an opportunity to strike, attacking the students of Longjing, sucking blood and transforming them into bloodthirsty beasts one after another. Here, indeed, is the trap it was designed for. It is to lure some of the students to come. Understanding this, Lin Zidong's original confidence and fighting spirit began to weaken. He loses peace in his mind and becomes irritable and flustered, finally complete domination by fear. But by the time he tried to escape, it was too late. The bloodthirsty demon finally struck. It began to play with its prey, enjoying the abuse. Lin Zidong was indeed strong, but he ultimately had no experience in dealing with such evil monsters. Above all, there is a lack of sufficiently firm and strong will. Just as Wang Guan and the others arrived here, as if the bloodthirsty demon had had enough fun, it grabbed Lin Zidong's body, opened its huge mouth, and bit down on Lin Zidong's neck. Lin Zidong's body rapidly dried up, and the red scars on his body began to coalesce and spread. His eyes widened in horror as his vitality rapidly drained away. Seeing Lin Zidong die, Wang Guan and Su Weicheng did not hesitate much. Su Weicheng's pace did not pause, and with a sound of miso, he leaped over the human-sized bloodthirsty beast and pounced towards the bloodthirsty demon. He was relieved to give his back to Wang Guan. Wang Guan naturally didn't let him down. Immediately after that, the alloy sword in his hand chopped at those human-sized bloodthirsty beasts. These bloodthirsty beasts were transformed by Longjing students. He was chopped over in a piece by Wang Guan with a single stroke of his sword. To Wang Guan, it was just crazy ordinary people. Su Weicheng had already rushed to the bloodthirsty demon and swung his iron fist down. The bloodthirsty demon threw Lin Zidong's torso in his hand, threw it aside, and hissed to meet Su Weicheng. One person and one beast quickly fought into a ball. The bloodthirsty demon quickly sensed that this human in front of him was weaker than the Lin Zidong from earlier. The aura is stronger and more fearless, but it wasn't much of a challenge to deal with. And that other human teenager, that day in the miasma forest, this human easily resolved its puppet beast and startled it away. Later, it drove the bloodthirsty beasts and attacked the peaceful town, hiding in the back and refusing to show itself. A large part of the reason is because of the fear of this kid. But through the intelligence fed back by the beasts, this kid was indeed strong, but it was far from giving him a frightening feeling. Could it be that you're overthinking it? This kid is just your average human elite. The puppet beast that was able to easily kill itself that day could have just been an accident? Humph. Since we've lured him here, let's take advantage of the opportunity to finish him off. In the heart of the bloodthirsty devil has begun to envision the freshness of the blood of this human teenager. At that moment, its blood-red eyes took the opportunity to sweep Wang Guan. It then saw Wang Guan waving his long sword and was hacking the human-sized bloodthirsty beasts, one after another, to the ground. The action is called chopping and slicing. Bloodthirsty demon! Exclamation point! Chapter 44 kinda stuck in a bug? The Longjing students had just arrived in Ping'an Town, and Wang Guan went from one to the other and gave them bug words. Bug probes with results skewed towards the common. According to Wang Guan's statistics during this period of time, when probing other people 99 times out of 100, the target would be probed as an ordinary person. Of the hundreds of military trainees in Ping'an Town, only Anya had been scouted as a Vajra Barbie, and her strength was equal to Wang Guan's. There were only 30 Longjing students, all of whom were results of the general student, comedian category. Right now, they were just mindless ordinary people with no fighting ability in Wang Guan's eyes. There were also several humanoid bloodthirsty beasts transformed by non-Ryukin students. Under the law of normal, the bug words that are probed are also normal. Wang Guan quickly harvested these human-sized bloodthirsty beasts. Points alerts keep surfacing in front of your eyes. While resolving the bloodthirsty beast, he kept an eye on Lin Zidong, who had been tossed aside. Lin Zidong was a sixth-order ability. Wang Guan failed to hook him up with the bug word. Now that the blood was sucked by the bloodthirsty demon and his body dried up, it was highly likely that he would quickly transform into a bloodthirsty beast. If he transformed into a bloodthirsty beast, even if he was restricted by the bloodthirsty beast itself and couldn't reach the 6th rank level, he would still be absolutely terrifying. He must be destroyed as soon as possible. Wang Guan dashed towards Lin Zidong after settling the bloodthirsty beast that pounced in front of him. Swish! The alloy sword in his hand. One stabbed into Lin Zidong's chest. But before the sword could stab in, one of Lin Zidong's withered palms grabbed the blade. A faint red scar had spread across the skin of his dried-out body. Its eyes snapped open and they were bloodshot.
Hiss.
Letting out a hoarse cry, his gaze fell on Wang Guan, bursting with bone-deep hatred. Wang Guan must die. Long Jing doesn't need trash. It still had a few vestiges of its original consciousness left, remembering the task the leader had implied to him. The body struggled violently to rise from the ground. Click! The blade of the sword that was grasped in its hands collapsed with it. This alloy sword had F-rank quality, and it was surprised that it broke just like that. Lin Zidong's hand claws with sharp nails grew and swung down at Wang Guan immediately after. Wang Guan hastily dodged and dropped his broken sword. Bang! Bang! One after another, 2 punches were thrown towards Lin Zidong's chest. The powerful force of the military-style fistmax caused Lin Zidong to involuntarily step backward. Lin Zidong had just begun his beast transformation and his movements were stiff, but his physique was already very strong. These 2 military body straight punches, which could blast an ordinary bloodthirsty beast into dregs, failed to do much damage to him. Instead, it inspired its ferocity. It bared its teeth and grew more and more furious as it continued to lunge at Wang Guan. Wang Guan, on the other hand, leaned down and picked up another sword from the ground. It was the alloy longsword that Lin Zidong had originally used. When the longsword entered his hand, Wang Guan could clearly feel that the sword was unusual and of excellent quality. Holding this sword, he swung it blindly and met Lin Zidong. 2 figures crossing paths. Lin Zidong's animalized body shook and clicked, the dried-up head separating from the body. You have killed the bloodthirsty beast and gained 30 points. The body collapsed helplessly to the ground. Black mist filled the air and began to decay rapidly. Bloodthirsty beasts are tainted mutated beasts that are also living creatures. Cut off your head and you'll die naturally. Heh! Picked up another good sword. Wang Guan sighed in his heart. If he was a little bit later, Lin Zidong would become very troublesome. It's just starting to transform now, plus getting this great sword. That's the only way to get it out of the way without a buggy word added to the mix. But points are not given at all. Kind of stuck with a bug? With this sword in his hand, Wang Guan naturally wouldn't just put a bug phrase on it. Less than a minute had passed from the time he came here to the time he resolved all the humanoid bloodthirsty beasts. He didn't bother to glance at Lin Zidong and immediately pounced on the bloodthirsty demon. Prepare to team up with the instructor and tackle it together. However, hiss! The bloodthirsty demon, who was in the middle of a fierce battle in Sui City, saw the charging Wang Guan. Suddenly, he let out a long whistle and stepped backward. It moved deftly and jumped onto the stone wall of the ravine, like a nimble goat, hopping left and right. Crawling quickly over the stone wall, he fled into the distance. Slipped. Escaped. Escaped. Su Weiqing and Wang Guan were both stunned. This stone wall was very steep, and even if they could barely climb it, they would not be able to catch up with the swift and sensitive bloodthirsty demon anymore. Wang Guan hastily cast the great windmill skill to inspire the wind blade. With the sound of wind, it attacked the bloodthirsty demon. The sword in his hand came with an enchanted special skill, making the wind blades inspired far more powerful than before. When it landed on the stone wall, it could leave an inch-deep indentation. A few wind blades, one of which chopped at the bloodthirsty demon, but failed to do much damage to it. It quickly got out of Wang Guan's attack range and disappeared without a trace. Su Weiqing's face was stunned and filled with regret. Wang Guan's expression was also slightly dumbfounded. Scared away by me again. Bloodthirsty demon is too solid, isn't it? I've left a mark on it and can sense its general location. Su Weiqing, regretful and indignant again, glanced at the direction where the bloodthirsty demon had left and said in a deep voice with Wang Guan. Marked by him, then after that, he could sense the other party's location. Like probing, it's a junk skill with no combat power, but it's just right for now. Being able to grasp the orientation of the bloodthirsty demon made it easier to tackle it later. It's not a complete success, but it's not a small gain. Marking a bloodthirsty demon is one thing. More than that, it solves the hidden danger of the beastly change of the students in Longjing. Su Weiqing swept around to the surrounding, already rapidly decaying, with only tattered clothing left in the form of sets of bones. Heart amazed, their own the student, really in a short period of time, on these humanoid bloodthirsty beasts are solved. Even for myself, I'm afraid I can't do it. But he showed his battle power, and did not exceed the imagination. Of course, Su Weichang was surprised and curious in his heart, but tacitly did not ask anything afterward. Get out of here first. The two rushed to the ravine beyond. Tong and his party were still guarding the entrance, blasting away the bloodthirsty beasts that tried to pour in one after another. The pressure he was under was even greater and more menacing than during the bloody battle yesterday. Because he hadn't joined Wan Asho's mind network, he didn't know the situation on Wang Guan and the instructor's side. But it still won't budge an inch and won't relax an inch. When he heard footsteps coming from behind him, he confirmed that it was Wang Guan and the instructor. His grim demeanor finally relaxed. Let's punch out, Wang Guan shouted, and together, the three of them blasted away the beasts blocking the outside of the valley and rushed out. Then it was a wild ride all the way to the town of Peace. The bloodthirsty beasts pursued for a moment, but soon, seemingly receiving orders from the bloodthirsty demon, they retreated and left. When they returned to the peaceful town, the pursuing beasts had all dissipated. Quan, instructor, you're finally back. Seeing them return, everyone gathered in a hurry. The students at Peaceful Town are excited and thrilled. The students of Longjing, on the other hand, were in a state of sadness through the mind network. They already knew what had happened. The squad organized by Lin Zidong, a total of 13 of Longjing's elite. Near total annihilation, even the strongest leader died. Su Weiqing recounted what had happened within the ravine, deliberately blurring the course of the battle to help Wang Guan hide his secret. The bloodthirsty beasts that had just been transformed into bloodthirsty beasts were weak, and it wasn't difficult to kill them. Not having seen the scene with their own eyes is not hard for them to accept. Wang Guan, on the other hand, took a big gulp of the water handed to him by Gao Chong and summarized it in his mind. It's equivalent to exchanging a dozen or so Longjing students for the bloodthirsty beast pack's elite. The bloodthirsty demons couldn't have gathered any more quickly with so many humanoid bloodthirsty beasts. The instructor also added markings to the bloodthirsty demon to be able to keep track of its location. He also got a long sword of decent quality. When he got the sword, Lin Zidong had turned into a bloodthirsty beast, attacked him and broke his sword. He rightfully deserves possession of the trophy. All in all, not a bad wave. Longjing students, why are there a few missing? Wang Guan suddenly realized something and wondered. They went to meet Jiang Wangxue, Gao Chong explained. As soon as he finished speaking, outside the town's main gate, there were several people, all in a sorry state, running back. It was the group that had just gone to pick up Jiang Wangxue. Jiang Wangxue had previously rushed out of the ravine on his own to escape. As a result, he lured away a group of bloodthirsty beasts and was chased all the way. Luckily, I was able to get a classmate to pick me up through the mind network. Coupled with the fact that the beasts were recalled by the bloodthirsty demon, the group only ran back. She also suffered a lot of injuries and looked woefully out of shape, completely losing her earlier appearance of a high-cool goddess. Upon seeing the three Wang Guan who had returned unharmed first. Jiang Wangxue, Chapter 45, The Marvelous Changes in Su Mengming's Body. Longjing students have suffered heavy losses, and the leaders responsible for ensuring their safety are dead. The rest of them, they all panicked a bit. Nguyen Asho took the initiative to step forward and said that he would obey the instructor next. She knew very well that if she wanted to get through this mission safely, joining the instructor Wang Guan and the others was the optimal solution. It's long past time to let go of the pride of Longjing students. To them, the instructor Wang Guan naturally accepted. These remaining Longjing students were still not weak. To get through the hunting mission, all must be united. Wang Guan is from our Longjing University anyway, some of Longjing students muttered in whispers. Now they no longer felt that Wang Guan didn't deserve Longjing University. Instead, they felt that they were honored that Wang Guan was their classmate. Next, the Longjing senior talent moved into a tent on the playground. Meanwhile, students in the town of Ping'an have joined Nguyen Mao's spiritual network. The level of technological development in this world is not low. But because of the existence of capable people, there is no need for technological devices like battlefield communications to exist. Military technological weapons like guns and missiles have not been developed. With the reaction speed of a third-order ability, you can dodge bullets. Ability users with flesh bonuses can easily harden themselves against bullets. Hot weapons are not at all as good as cold weapons for people with powerful abilities. No matter how many steps apart, the knife is fast. To join the mind network, you need to leave my mind print first. This is just a wisp of intention I left behind. It will not affect your consciousness, much less pry into your memories. Nguyen Asho explained carefully, then asked the child line, "Are you sure you don't want to join the mind network?" The child's line held his pendant and insisted, "Forget it. I'm not used to letting others into my head." Ruan Asho looked at Wang Guan again, and she was similarly unable to enter Wang Guan's mind. Wang Guan claims he also has protective props. I'm not used to it either," Wang Guan explained. Carrying an unspeakable secret, he really didn't want to let anyone into his brain, even if it was harmless. And whether he wanted to or not, Nguyen Asho had no way to give him a mind imprint. Because to Wang Guan, Nguyen Asho is just a comedian. However, Wang Guan and Tong's line do not join the mind network and have little impact. As a student with true number 1 strength, they didn't need to communicate at all times. Fighting with all their might was enough. Wang Guan finally had some time at this point and checked the quest panel. He's still in first place with 685 points. Those humanoid bloodthirsty beasts got 200 plus points in one wave, and quite a few normal bloodthirsty beasts. Tong and his party guarded the entrance to the ravine, and there were quite a few bloodthirsty beasts killed, but they were all ordinary types. The points are still below Wang Guan's, 657. Jiang Wangxue had likewise added a lot of new points and had surpassed Anya, reaching 273 points. However, Anya belonged to the Buddhist girls and didn't care much about the points ranking. After scanning the points ranking, Wang Guan stopped paying attention and opened the attribute panel again. Ability, Probe F. Grade, 3rd order. Skills, Windmill Proficient Military Style Fist Max Novice. Physical Fitness, 26.2. Speed, 23.8. Mental, 23.5. Physical attributes have improved tremendously over the past 2 days. Physique jumped by almost 5 points, and speed and spirit both increased by 3 points. Successive battles were the main reason. Fighting to the death and squeezing the potential, the attributes naturally improved the fastest. At the same time, comprehending the military physique fist max allowed Wang Guan to have a clearer control over his body strength, and the increase in physique attribute points was obvious. Of course, not all skills have an effect on attributes. The windmill from Kid Brother just doesn't have a significant boost to 3D. Now the military physical fist max, too, had reached the novice level from the introductory level when it was first comprehended yesterday. Isn't it better to find some more attribute boostable skills to boost speed and mental attributes? Wang Guan calculated in his mind. The increase in 3-dimensional attributes varies from ability to ability. For example, for mental ability users, the mental attributes improved very rapidly, but the physical body and speed were much worse. According to Anya herself, her spiritual attribute was now almost 30 points. Physique and speed are less than 15 points. Rather, he was also almost 3rd order, that is, he was heavily biased, which is also a common problem in the spiritual lineage. However, Wang Guan was an F-rank ability, and the ability did not have any increase in attributes. Leveling up, 3D is best balanced. Although the rate of improvement is fast, it's not too realistic to improve to the 4th rank in a short period of time. Wang Guan sighed. The average of the 3 attributes reaches 30, which is the 4th order. The bloodthirsty demon was a 5th order mutated beast. If he can raise to the 4th rank, then the bug probe takes effect on the bloodthirsty demon. Just take it as he pleases. Instructor Su Weiqing could sense the bloodthirsty demon's orientation. It still lingers deep in the dense forest. The bloodthirsty beasts that had been surrounding it. Although it had been scared away by Wang Guan earlier, it hadn't given up on attacking the peaceful town. As an abyssal monster, it had a strong instinctive desire for human flesh and blood. Won't give up easily on hundreds of humans in peaceful town. Su Weichang naturally didn't want to let it go, waiting for an opportunity where he could surprise attack and solve it. By the evening of this day, Wang Guan and his buddies completed their routine rounds. "You guys go ahead and eat. I'll be there later." He left the sentence and walked towards the Mo hut. Watching Wang Guan leave, his companions smiled heartily. Quan really cares about the instructor's daughter. I wonder how pretty the instructor's daughter is. Really? I heard Gao Chong say that Brother Guan thinks he's even prettier than that Jiang Wangxue from Longjing. Ugh. It's a shame the instructor strictly forbade us to go over there. They lowered their voices to talk, very curious about the instructor's mysterious daughter. Wang Guan came to the front of the hut. Instructor Su Weiqing had already given the house key to Wang Guan. Open the iron door and get into the hut. Wang Guan suddenly saw that Su Mengmeng was curled up in the corner of the room, as if she was enduring pain. The blood-colored scars on his body wriggled as if they were alive once again. Her bloodlust was acting up again. Meng Meng. Wang Guan hurriedly approached over in concern. No, don't come over. Su Mengmeng's bloodshot eyes, seeing Wang Guan, suppressed the pain and said, It's closer. Is about to catch me. She needs to drink blood now to relieve her symptoms. The instructor wasn't here, and Wang Guan hadn't joined the Mind Network to notify the instructor in time. Without hesitation, Wang Guan made a decision, drew his long sword, and made a cut on his arm, bringing his arm in front of Su Mengmeng. No, Wang Guan, Su Mengmeng was resistant. It's okay. We've agreed that we'll have to take you out again when you've recovered. Wang Guan comforted. Su Mengmeng hesitated for a moment, but still put her mouth on Wang Guan's arm. A somewhat cold sensation. Su Mengmeng's throat gently squirmed. The blood red in her eyes faded quickly. The hideous scars on his body stopped writhing. Soon, she left Wang Guan's arm, and with a timid look on her face, she used her sleeve to gently wipe the wound on Wang Guan's arm. There were tears slipping down quietly, moved and self-condemned. Better? Wang Guan asked softly. Not caring about the injury on his arm, with his current physique, it was nothing. Su Mengmeng nodded gently. I'm sorry, It's okay. Wang Guan rubbed her head. Wang Guan. She opened her mouth a little timidly and lowered her head. If I can't hold on, can you kill me? I know. Dad doesn't want to get his hands dirty. Actually, I should have died a long time ago. Wang Guan's expression changed slightly, but she still tried to pretend to be relaxed. Meng Meng, don't think too much. The instructor and we will definitely kill the bloodthirsty demon. Looking at Su Mengmeng's pitiful appearance, he had never felt more angry in his heart. Bloodthirsty demons be damned. But Su Mengmeng wanted to say something else. Mo, get some rest. Wang Guan smiled and persuaded her, assisting her back to the cot. Chatted with her some more before leaving with a heavy heart. When Wang Guan left, Su Mengmeng's body curled up and trembled gently. With exhaustion and fear, she gradually fell into a peaceful sleep. At this point, she was already half the equivalent of a bloodthirsty demon. The Wang Guan's blood that she drank merged into her body. It's becoming a part of her. Suddenly, there were subtle arcs of electricity in her hand, unconsciously excited by her. Rustling, rustling. The chains on her body, the iron objects in the room, as if sensed, began to tremble slightly. That's influenced by electromagnetism. Scouting. This is a beautiful girl, magnificent, with an orchid heart, with S-class abilities, super magnetic armament. Chapter 46. Longjing University is some kind of trash school. Whoever loves to go to it. It was completely dark. It's a little cloudy tonight and I can't see the stars in the sky. The playground lights had come on. Wang Guan, who had left the hut, shook slightly, which was caused by blood loss. His expression was a little annoyed. When he thought of Su Mengmeng's pitiful appearance when she said those words to him, there was a kind of anger that could not be vented, rising in his heart. While this was happening, there were cries of alarm that suddenly rang out across the playground. Bright light to the east. Wang watched, and sure enough, there was a bright light that was speedily approaching this place. He was instantly alert, but when the bright light got a little closer, it was realized that it looked like a blimp. This is a flying machine that can be used for transportation and passenger transportation. Because of the flying mutant beasts that haunt the skies, the flight routes are all extremely unsafe, and most of the time people rely on trains to get around. But flying vehicles like airplanes and blimps still exist, they are just rarely seen. At this moment, a dirigible arrived at the peaceful town and slowly descended onto a flat land. How did the blimp arrive? It's backup. It must be Ling Shan City Hall arranging backup. But the blimp seems to be commercial, not from the military. Anyway, it must be good. The crowd gathered around with gusto. Instructor Su Weiqing also had a joyful look on his face. Normally, after setting a mission, the alliance government would not send support unless the mission was judged to be about to fail. But it's always good to have support, and it's best for the current situation. However, upon arriving at the rather technological flying boat, everyone saw, however, that the passenger compartment of the flying boat was empty and devoid of people. The cockpit opened and a man with a big beard got out. I'm here to pick up the evacuation, he yelled. Pick up the retreat? The crowd was a bit stunned. The mission wasn't going to be done? Wang Guan swept over the passenger cabin of that airship and realized that it could only hold a maximum of 30 people. The residents of Peaceful Town, plus the students, can number nearly 300. He was surprised and confused when the bearded man had produced a list of names. Only those whose names I read will be allowed to board the blimp, no one else. What does this mean? Su Weicheng asked in shock. I just took a job and came here to pick up some of the guys, and I don't care about the rest, the bearded man savagely said, then began to read the names: Zhang Wangxue, Ruan Ashu, Hijin. Hearing these names, the crowd quickly realized that they were all names of Longjing students. This is a blimp arranged by Longjing University to only pick up students from Longjing. Wang Guan froze. The students of Longjing, exchanging glances with each other, all revealed expressions of surprise. But Nguyen Asho, who stood among them, frowned in anger. You guys went behind my back and sent a call for help to the school? She was a little angry, questioning her classmates around her. Longjing University was very precious to them, the elite students, and regarded them as important assets. In addition to arranging for a leader, they were also given equipment that could send a distress signal. In mortal danger, send a call for help. The school will make the first arrangements to come for help. This was a treatment that only students of Longjing University had. Now, with their backs to Nguyen Asho, they sent a call for help. I suggested it, and everyone agreed. Jiang Wangxue, whose body was still bandaged and somewhat wretched, spoke. We've suffered heavy losses, and with Lin Zidong's leader dead, if we continue to stay here, we'll have to suffer along with him. She had made that decision after fleeing back to the town in the morning in disarray. She had seen the horror of the bloodthirsty demon with her own eyes. Su Weicheng, Tong Xing's line, and Wang Guan, even if they were stronger, they would not be able to fight against that monster. She had a bright future ahead of her. So why would she risk so much to stay here and fight for her life? If you don't, you'll be buried with the rest of the people here. Nguyen Asho volunteered to hang out with the people of Peacetown. So she went behind Ruan Asho's back and encouraged the others to send a call for help. But if we withdraw, it will definitely be harder for Ping'an Town to resist the beasts, Ruan Asho said with some anxiety. Although there were still only 17 students left in Longjing, most of them were S-ranked Abelites and were very strong. With their withdrawal, the town will be weakened a great deal. It's supposed to be their business, what's it to us? Jiang Wangxue, however, said, preparing to board the airship. The students of Ping'an Town, knowing what was going on, all turned ugly. Suddenly, Wang Guan pushed through the crowd and walked toward Jiang Wangxue. Jiang Wangxue reacted sharply and quickly condensed a layer of ice wall around him. A gust of frosty mist emerged from the body. Wang Guan, you do it? She questioned in a cold voice. But just as the voice left his mouth, with a crash, the ice wall was shattered by Wang Guan's kick. The palm of her hand cut through the frosty mist and took her by the throat. Jiang Wangxue instantly panicked and grabbed Wang Guan's arm with both hands. Frost was on Wang Guan's arm, spreading rapidly. Wang Guan was indifferent and his force did not decrease. Jiang Wangxue then condensed 2 more ice cones in the air and smashed them toward Wang Guan. With 2 popping sounds, the ice cone was smashed by Wang Guan with one hand. The power of the ice which seemed useless in front of him. The surrounding crowd, stunned, looked at this scene. Enough, Brother Guan. There are many people here. Tong Lin frowned and persuaded in a low voice. His face too was unpleasant. But in front of so many people, you can't look at Wang Guan and really kill Jiang Wangxue, right? Wang Guan, stop. Instructor Su Weicheng also advised. Only then did Wang Guan let go of his hand. Jiang Wangxue rotted like mud and collapsed to the ground. With a crash, Wang Guan waved his arm, and the previously frozen ice slag rustled and fell. He gave Jiang Wangxue a cold, disdainful look in his eyes and turned around to walk back. A few of Longjing students, looking at Wang Guan with fearful expressions, hurriedly went to help Jiang Wangxue up. The Tong Lin, Anya, Gao Chong, and the others surrounded Wang Guan. Brother Guan, are you all right? The hiss, ice which is really powerful. The Tong Lin was concerned and checked Wang Guan's arm. When it touched Wang Guan's skin, he could still feel a coldness. I'm fine. Wang Guan shook his head. He was genuinely fine and even felt good. Jiang Wangxue had long since been hit with his bug word. The Ice Witch's ability is Healing Mist for Wang Guan. He could completely ignore the damage from Jiang Wangshua's icy cold power. The wound on my arm and the dizziness caused by blood loss have also healed after this wave. At that moment, the dense forest surrounding the town suddenly resounded with a hissing sound. The darkness began to stir. The bloodthirsty demon is driving a herd of bloodthirsty beasts, approaching this place. Su Weichang sensed something and his expression changed. It spotted the rescue blimp, thought we were going to evacuate, and couldn't wait to get started. Hearing Su Weichang's words, he felt the movement of the surrounding dense forest. Everyone at the scene's face changed. The Longjing students, exchanging glances, busied themselves with the dirigible. "Hey, your name is Wang Guan?" The airship pilot, the bearded man, suddenly shouted. He had just heard the instructor call out Wang Guan's name and swept the list in his hand. "You're on the list too. You can come up." Everyone's gazes were directed toward Wang Guan. Wang Guan, also a student of Longjing University, was also on the list. Several of the Longjing students had somewhat complicated expressions. "Wang Guan, it seems that the school has not forgotten you. Come up here." A Longjing student persuaded, already drilling into the passenger cabin. They all knew that the school leaders of Longjing University didn't like Wang Guan, an F-class trash ability person. Putting him in military training at Peaceful Town was intended to weed him out here. Arranging for the blimp to retreat now, the school leaders could completely ignore Wang Guan's name. Having Wang Guan on the list means that Wang Guan's performance has impressed them. Longjing University is ready to accept Wang Guan. The instructor, Su Weicheng, and his companions such as Tong Ro, Anya, and Gao Chong all looked at Wang Guan. Wang Guan felt amused, so he laughed. "Longjing University is some kind of trash school. Whoever likes to go to it," he said without care and with contempt. It wasn't Ryukin who expelled him or pulled a stunt to get him to drop out. He was the one who volunteered that he didn't care about LKU, and by saying that, he was also refusing to board the rescue blimp and leave. "Brother Guan is awesome. Little brother is so cool." Well said. The students who had gathered around them would have all gotten a little flustered as well. Others stared at the blimp, wanting to rush after it. But when he saw the fierce bearded man, he hesitated to act. And upon hearing Wang Guan's words, they had a few more moments of exhilaration. For their part, the students of Longjing were very surprised. Urged on by the bearded man, they got into the blimp one after the other. The weak, unconscious Jiang Wangshue was also brought up. "Mamoru, come on up." Seeing Ruan Asho, who was still staying below, someone urged. "I decided to stay." Nguyen Asho made his decision after some hesitation. She has a network of minds that help immensely on the battlefield, and would be very helpful to Peacetown if she stayed. She didn't have that superior arrogance compared to the other Ryukyo students. After saying these words, he turned resolutely toward Wang Guan and the others. There was also a student from Longjing who, after a slight hesitation, chose to stay as well. There were a total of 15 Longjing students that boarded the blimp. The cabin was still half empty, but the bearded man obviously didn't want to let anyone else in. Wang Guan had already probed him and failed to do so, proving that his rank was not low. If he dares to take this job, he must be quite strong himself. A clash would only add to the casualties. If not, Wang Guan really didn't mind forcing him to stay by force. Hey, good luck." Without delay, the bearded man hurried into the cockpit of the ship. With the roar of its engines, the blimp rose into mid-air and quickly moved away in the night. A few flying bloodthirsty beasts swooped in, trying to block the blimp from leaving. But the airship then sparked a few flames from above, knocking down those bloodthirsty beasts. I don't know if it's the bearded driver's ability or some enchanted weapon. Reminder, Jiang Wangshue, Heejin, and others have been detected leaving the mission range. They are considered to have abandoned this hunting mission and their points are cleared. Hints floated before the crowd's eyes. Their names were removed from the point standings. And outside of Peaceful Town, the figures of the bloodthirsty beasts in the darkness were already faintly visible. "Guys, we're on our own next. We're no worse than those Longjing students. At least we're braver than them and stayed here and didn't run away. Even without them, we can still defeat the bloodthirsty beasts." Wang Guan led the charge. Chapter 47 My BUG probing ability, it still works like this? This time, the bloodthirsty beasts attacked. The battle seemed to reach a white heat from the very beginning. Under the night sky, the terrifying hiss of the bloodthirsty beast echoed. Nguyen Shou's network of minds is immensely useful at times like these. Through the mind connection, all can communicate quickly. The crowd had a premonition in their hearts that this would be the final battle. Whether or not this wave could hold back the beasts and kill the bloodthirsty demon represented the success or failure of the hunting mission. The town's gate facing the dense forest remained the focus of the beasts' attack. There were already quite a few bloodthirsty beasts that had broken through the fortifications and killed their way into the town. Wang Guan, Su Weicheng, Tong and his party, and other main forces immediately rushed here. Thanks for staying. Wang looked toward the boys running beside him. This was the other Ryukyung student, besides Nguyen Amao, who chose to stay. Lanky, dark-skinned, with a top knot of disheveled hair, and somewhat reticent. Even wearing Longjing University that beautiful silver and white uniform, it gave off a wild feeling. You're welcome. I wasn't trying to help you guys. His voice was raw and cold as he looked ahead at the beasts and cracked his mouth. I just want to fight. I'm not interested in anything else. Wang Guan was a bit surprised. Gao Chong came close to Wang Guan and lowered his voice. His name is Ren Yi, he's a fighting maniac, and he's also an anomaly among the Longjing students. Nguyen Shou had just introduced the boy in the mine network. Knowing that Wang Guan hadn't joined the mine network, Gao Chong made a special effort to introduce Wang Guan. What are his abilities? Wang Guan asked. He hadn't seen Ren Yi fight before. This kid is an Alienation S ranked ability, beastification, the type is still rare. Gao Chong explained. Bestialization is a major classification of the alteration line, where the ability allows the person to transform themselves into a beast. There are different types, such as werewolf bestiality. And Reno's bestiality is only to see him let out a long whistle, his already bulging muscles expanding more and more. Bared, his clothing was torn, and his tan skin was already covered in dark brown scales. A thick tail protruded from behind it, sprouting a crocodile-like bloody mouth full of sharp teeth. This half-human, half-beast looks like a Tyrannosaurus rex. Accompanying Gao Chong's words, Ren Yi leapt up and rushed towards the bloodthirsty beasts ahead of them. Wang Guan was stunned. It was the first time he knew of this kind of bestial ability person. His pants, they should be special. He thought silently at the sight of the fierce figure. There were flame-type abilities, and at Su Weicheng's signal, they threw fireballs that smashed into the nearby trees and houses. The blazing flames lit up the battlefield in the darkness of the night. The bestialized Ren Yi seemed to have had his will dominated by his fighting instincts, charging around among the beasts. The hard skin on his body could ignore the attacks of the bloodthirsty beasts. Sharp teeth in his mouth, constantly tearing at the bloodthirsty beasts that pounced in front of him. This way of fighting, though, is not very efficient. Can be fierce and brutal, causing a lot of impact on the bloodthirsty beasts. A buzzing, gusting beeping ensued. The swarm of saber-toothed bees was like a dark cloud, flying around above the beasts and launching attacks. Su Weicheng had specially arranged several students to protect Anya, who was manipulating the swarm. The short-haired girl was straining her little face as she maneuvered the swarm into battle. With her previous experience, she already knew how to maneuver the saber-toothed wasps to quickly kill the bloodthirsty beasts. But the disgusting experience still made her look like she was dry heaving from time to time. But spit and spit and spit and get used to it fast. Although the more and more she disliked the unlucky ability, the killing power of her swarm was definitely not to be underestimated. Wang Guan also joined the fight, holding a sword in one hand and a fist in the other. He already knew that this long sword in his hand was of D-grade quality. There's also the enchanted stunt, Broken Frontier. The effect of this is that it can make the longsword sharper and deal cutting damage to the target when it hits them. In Wang Guan's hands, a single slash of his sword toppled a piece of bloodthirsty beasts, plus a power-enhanced version of the military-style punch. The beasts that surrounded them were blasted out one after another. Being equipped with 2D rank skills and holding a D rank weapon in his hand, coupled with the physical quality of a third-ranked ability. Even without the aid of powerful abilities, the battle power was still a great deal higher than that of an ordinary student by a large margin. From time to time, he would also cast Bug Probe to give stronger-looking bloodthirsty beasts, hit them with bug words, and then harvest them with ease. One after the other, the point prompts flashed before his eyes. While fighting, Wang Guan kept an eye on Su Weicheng. As early as before tonight, he had made plans with Su Weicheng and Tong and his party to encounter another beast attack. If there was an opportunity, Su Wei-chang relied on marked perception to locate the bloodthirsty demon's location in the first place, and as the main force went forward to kill it. Wang Guan and Tong and his party would follow close behind and help him remove the distractions. Earlier the blimp left and the bloodthirsty demons thought the town was retreating. It had come to see the humans within the town as its prey. Driven by bloodthirsty instincts, they immediately launched all the bloodthirsty beasts to begin their attack. So to speak, the entire army attacked. He himself was no longer hiding, so he mixed in with the bloodthirsty beasts. This is a great opportunity to kill it. At this moment, the bloodthirsty demon was preparing to use the cover of the beasts to wait for an opportunity to strike and solve the ability users here one by one, sucking their blood and transforming them into bloodthirsty beasts. This was the strategy it had used earlier in the ravine against the Longjing squad led by Lin Zidong. But it was clear that the trick wasn't working now. It's here. It had just followed the beasts and stormed into the town. Su Wei-chang then spotted it at the first opportunity. With the help of the rapid communication of the mind network, the students located near the bloodthirsty demons quickly retreated in all directions. With an iron fist, Su Wei-chang blasted away the bloodthirsty beasts swarming in front of him and fought to kill it. Child and his party followed suit, maneuvering their abilities to blast the bloodthirsty beasts out of the way, ready to assist the instructor. Hiss, the bloodthirsty demon let out a long, piercing whistle. Wang Guan was going to follow suit and set fire on the bloodthirsty demon. But at that moment, the bloodthirsty beasts around him suddenly surged towards him like a landslide, repel one wave and follow it up with another. Almost a third of the beasts gathered around him, making it difficult for him to move an inch. The bloodthirsty demon controlled the beasts and blocked him. FCK. It's afraid of me and doesn't want me to get close. Wang Guan was shocked in his heart. The bloodthirsty demon was still afraid of Wang Guan now. In its eyes, Wang Guan was very evil and puzzling, and it didn't want to confront Wang Guan yet. Therefore, he controlled the beasts and isolated Wang Guan for a while. Prepare to take care of a few other tricky guys and then deal with him. At this time, Su Wei-chang's iron tower-like figure had already rushed in front of it. With a furious shout, he blasted a furious heavy fist at the bloodthirsty demon. The bloodthirsty demon's strong humanoid limbs crept to the ground, sensitively dodging while not forgetting to return fire. One person and one beast, once again entangled together. But now, unlike the battle within the ravine in the morning, there was a constant influx of beasts around. A line of white-haired children arrived here right behind them, unleashing their abilities to block the beasts from approaching and creating an opportunity for the instructor. But the beasts were swarming, and it was somewhat difficult for him to completely block them down. There were constantly bloodthirsty beasts breaking through the interception and pouncing on Su Wei-chang's side. While Su Wei-chang was fighting with the bloodthirsty demon, he also had to distract himself from dealing with the beasts. Even though he was courageous and fierce, he still quickly fell in the face of this situation. His body was hit by the sharp claws of the bloodthirsty demon one after another. The situation was instantly critical. Brother Guan, Tong and his party shouted under their breath. Wang Guan's heart was anxious when he heard the voice of the child's line. But he was still firmly suppressed by the beasts, unable to move, and even if he fought to leap up, he would still be firmly surrounded by them. Roar! Accompanied by the roar of fury, Tyrannosaurus Rex Renyi. His ferocious figure suddenly killed, tearing a gaping hole in the surrounding encirclement. Wang Guan's eyes lit up. Help me open the road and go over there. But the bestial Renyi, with his black and small round eyes, glanced at Wang Guan. It just turned its huge head and charged off in the other direction. Beastified, he was only conscious of fighting. Being able to recognize his teammates was already the limit, and he couldn't understand Wang Guan's words at all. Wang Guan, beastification really is trading intelligence for power. He could only follow closely behind Renyi and rush out of the encirclement first. But just after taking a few steps, he was once again surrounded by layers of beasts. Reno had run off across the street to who knows where. There was also a group of students that also happened to fall into the beast circle. Crap, what the hell? How the beasts are surrounding us. Quan! They let out a continuous gasp of surprise. Gao Chang and Anya were clearly among them. Anya maneuvered the swarm of bees with great killing power, but she herself was too brittle, and Su Wei-chang arranged a team of men to protect her. I didn't realize that I just happened to be swept up in the beast encirclement now. Seeing Anya, Wang Guan's eyes suddenly lit up. I can jam a bug. He swung his fist and sent a lunging, bloodthirsty beast flying, rushing to Anya's face. Anya, with all your strength, throw me over. He pointed in the direction where Su Wei-chang and the bloodthirsty demon were fighting. The farther away the better. Anya was baffled. Not. Let me throw you out? Finding me with less than 15 points of physique is more or less a bit of an imposition, isn't it? Gao Chang quickly said, Brother Guan, I'll do it. His steel bone ability, which had a great increasing effect on the physical attribute, was already almost 20 points. But Wang Guan still looked at Anya. It's just you. Hurry up. Infected by Wang Guan's urgency, Anya couldn't think any further and grabbed Wang Guan's arm with one hand and wrapped one arm around Wang Guan's waist. Throw it accurately, Wang Guan reminded. Anya then tensed her face, used the greatest strength in her life, and let out a loud ha-ha under her breath. The body spun around and threw Wang Guan in the direction of the dense forest. In Wang Guan's investigation, Anya's strength was not inferior to his own, and she was a Vajra Barbie with the S-class ability, War Horn. War Horn, an ability that should also boost physical conditioning. Now that she was in the battlefield of the beasts, the young girl was surging with battle spirit. She would never be weak with this throw. Just see, miso, like a cannonball. Wang Guan rose up from the ground and leapt over the endless stream of beasts. Gao Chang and the others? Onyo. The beasts surrounding the area, slightly dumbfounded, immediately followed Wang Guan's direction in pursuit. Not bad for King Kong Barbie, fierce enough. Wang Guan was in the air, adjusting his posture and thinking in his heart. What he was going to get stuck with was the bug word on Anya. Now he was about 200 pounds, the ability level up, the strength of his flesh changed, and he weighed more than the average person. But with that one breath, Anya threw him a dozen meters away. A physically outstanding ability person like Gao Chang could never do that. Hiss! In mid-air, a flying bloodthirsty beast lunged head-on. Swish! Wang Guan waved his long sword and split this bloodthirsty beast in half. Using the force to adjust his direction, his figure smashed distantly in the direction of the bloodthirsty demon. At this point, the bloodthirsty demon relied on the harassment of the beasts and had completely gained the upper hand in the battle with Su Wei-chang. With one hand, he tackled Su Wei-chang to the ground. Tong and his party hurriedly waved their hands to release a shockwave, but the bloodthirsty demon hardened against the shock attack. Cracking open its huge mouth, it was about to bite into Su Wei-chang. Suddenly, Wang Guan's figure descended from the sky and charged down towards it without any bias. Bloodthirsty demon? ? Without waiting for it to react, boom! A military-style straight punch had smashed into its body. It flew out sideways and crashed into a house before coming to a stop. The heavy punch with its downward momentum dented a piece of its back. It tumbled and jumped up, letting out a guttural, piercing scream at Wang Guan. There was anger, but also awe and disbelief. As a beast master, it can share the bloodthirsty beast senses. But the battlefield was in chaos, and it never expected that Wang Guan would still be able to fall from the sky. This human sure is scary. Who? This fist smashed down. Wang Guan only felt a raw pain in his wrist. His half-crouched body had just stood up and was about to continue his attack. But as a result, he saw the bloodthirsty demon suddenly turn around and run. Run again. Wang Guan's mind flashed as he swept over Su Wei-chang, who was lying on the ground, and quickly said to Tong and his party, "Take care of the instructor." Then he raised his sword and chased after him. He didn't have the confidence to fight the bloodthirsty demon. But the point was that even the bloodthirsty demon was now afraid of him and didn't dare to fight himself. That's just right for yourself, so you'll have to circle it first. Stalling, allowing the injured Su Wei-chang to stabilize his injuries. Tong and his party blasted away a few bloodthirsty beasts and hurried to Su Wei-chang's side. The direction it ran. Su Wei-chang already had multiple wounds on his body as he struggled to get up. "It's Mo there!" The bloodthirsty demon's current target was indeed none other than Su Mengmeng. 13 years ago, this girl was bitten by it and was lucky not to be transformed into a bloodthirsty beast. But its breath, it stayed inside the girl. The smartest thing to do would be to kill the girl early. But that human man, he kept that girl alive until now. And feed the girl her own blood. What a ridiculous and stupid human emotion. After it rallied the beasts and came near the peaceful town. With the help of its sense of scent, it could sense what was happening around the girl. Knowing that the human man and the teenager both cared very much for the girl. and it is, in fact, long overdue for the girl to be completely transformed. It hadn't been done just to use the girl as a pawn. Let her make the difference when it counts. Like right now. Awaken, my slave. It raves maliciously in an obscure language. Wake the girl up and make her a complete puppet of herself to coerce the human teenager. Outside the Mo's hut, a small team was specifically guarding this place under Su Wei Cheng's arrangement. After the war opened, only a few sporadic bloodthirsty beasts ran over and were easily disposed of by them. When they saw the bloodthirsty demons that rushed over, their bodies stiffened. The boss came straight here? Wow! The iron door of Mo's hut was suddenly pushed open from the inside. Rustling, rustling. Accompanied by the sound of chains shaking. A slender figure, shaking out. Su Mingming's eyes were closed, and the blood-colored scars on her body, which were writhing, almost took over her entire body. She's taking the call. Meng Meng. Wang Guan, who was chasing closely behind, changed his expression. It had been understood what the bloodthirsty demon was planning to do. His eyes suddenly turned a little red, and his heart erupted with anger like a volcano. Was he really going to, with his own hands, send this poor, kind girl away? But just then, a trace of doubt suddenly flashed across Wang Guan's expression. He seemed to develop a very wonderful feeling from the girls. The bloodthirsty demon had already rushed to Su Mengmeng. Its terrifyingly huge mouth split open as if it was laughing in triumph. And Su Mengming's originally tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. In his eyes, electricity flickered. The ghastly figure of the bloodthirsty demon had been a nightmare for her ever since she was bitten as a young girl. Now the nightmare appeared before her eyes. But she didn't feel intimidated, as she always did. There was another force that brought her warmth and courage like she had never had before. The chains that bound her clattered and twined with electricity, trembling constantly. I'm not afraid of you anymore. Su Mengming's still somewhat timid, but incomparably firm voice said. Both hands swung forward, and between the palms of his hands were channels of electric light that burst out. Bared and bared, it bombarded the body of the bloodthirsty demon. It's not thunder. It's high-voltage electricity. Bloodthirsty demon again. Question mark. It didn't even think that this girl, who was supposed to be its puppet, would suddenly unleash this kind of attack. Caught off guard, the body was enveloped by that blue high-voltage current. It trembled violently, and smoke rose, and a charred odor filled the air. Mouth miserable screams, constantly struggling, a time but cannot get rid of this high-voltage electric shock. Wang Guan, who had already arrived here, looked slightly dumbfounded. What is the situation? How does Su Mengmeng have this kind of ability? The ability of this high-voltage electric shock. Wang Guan quickly flashed through his mind the bug word he had typed for Su Mengmeng. This is super magnetic armament. It seemed to have sensed the call of the bloodthirsty demon. There were countless bloodthirsty beasts going crazy, surging towards this place. Su Mengmeng, who released the electric shock, had revealed an anxious look. I can't hold on for long. She had just awakened her abilities and was not yet able to use them consistently. Wang Guan quickly came to his senses from his stupor, and without hesitation, he waved his long sword in his hand and killed the bloodthirsty demon. Broken striker. The long sword was instantly on the bloodthirsty demon's neck, cutting through it. Dawns of electricity, following the long sword, spread toward Wang Guan's body. Wang Guan was ready to accept the pain of this high-voltage electric shock. But to his surprise, the current that caused the bloodthirsty demon to suffer so much pain, but when it fell on his body, it felt warm and cozy, and didn't bring pain. The current released by Mo is ineffective against me? The thought flashed through his mind. The bloodthirsty demon's decapitated body collapsed helplessly to the ground. Even if it was an abyssal monster, this kind of injury was still fatal. Su Mengmeng stopped the electric shock and her body shook as she collapsed. Wang Guan hurriedly hugged her with one hand, looking puzzled and shocked. Congratulations. You've killed the bloodthirsty demon. Chapter 48. I can now understand Wang Guan, why he goes to her every day. Congratulations. You've killed the bloodthirsty demon and gained 230 points. Bloodthirsty demon kill completed. Hunting mission over. Congratulations, you've earned first place in the points rankings. 1103. As the bloodthirsty demon died, a prompt flashed before Wang Guan's eyes. One of the end conditions of the hunting quest was to kill the bloodthirsty demon. Now that this horrible abyssal monster is dead, The mission is over. Wang Guan was a bit incredulous and looked at Su Mengmeng, who was holding her in his arms. A black mist spread out from the girl's body, a tainted scent from a bloodthirsty demon. The bloody scars faded quickly, revealing somewhat pale, white skin. Thinning hair, too, grew back. Her hair was originally black, and it seemed that because of the residual effects of the bloodthirsty demon, the color of her hair was flushed with a few light shades of red. In the blink of an eye, she was back to being a normal girl and beautiful. Wang Guan's pupils trembled a little. It is normal to be bitten by a bloodthirsty demon, infected with the abyssal breath, and kill the bloodthirsty demon before it is completely transformed to be able to eliminate the influence of the abyssal breath. But Su Mengmeng didn't just eliminate the effects. She returned to being a normal girl. There wasn't even a scar left on the body. What's going on? And the ability she just showed. Wang Guan couldn't calm his heart. However, this is not the time to be concerned about such things. Along with the death of the bloodthirsty demon, the countless bloodthirsty beasts that had been causing trouble in the town had undergone mutations. Many of them lost their vitality in the mournful hissing, and the black mist on their bodies spread out, rapidly decaying. This kind of bloodthirsty beast had been transformed just recently, and would die immediately after losing control of the bloodthirsty demon. There were also a small number of bloodthirsty beasts that were not affected by the death of the bloodthirsty demon, but they were similarly in a state of panic and began to flee outside the town in a rout. They are still ferocious, but they have no effect on the situation now. This bloodthirsty beast has been transformed for years and decades. Although controlled by the bloodthirsty demon, it has been able to exist independently of the bloodthirsty demon and can be considered an independent species. The abyssal invasion gave birth to countless mutated beasts, many of which came from this. The town of Peace at Night resounded with cheers of victory. We won? Haha. The bloodthirsty demon has been killed. Brother Guan is awesome. Hunting mission, we stuck it out? We are victorious. Voice breaking. Everyone's emotions, they were overwhelmed. Relying on them alone, they literally resisted the beast's attack and completed the dangerous hunting mission. Su Weicheng, who was drenched in blood, came to Wang Guan and Su Mengmeng's side with the help of the Tong line. Su Mengmeng had gotten up. It seemed to be the first time in over a decade that the girl had left that cramped room. With a few moments of trepidation and curiosity, she surveyed her surroundings, taking in the now cheerful atmosphere. After seeing Su Weicheng, tears of joy flowed from his eyes. Dad! Mo? Su Weicheng was a bit stunned and blinked hard. The light is a little dim here, but you can still see the girl's pretty face and white skin. He couldn't believe that the girl in front of him was his daughter. But there's no mistaking it. It's your own daughter. The bloodthirsty demon was killed. And not only was his daughter no longer affected, she was completely restored to normal. It completely exceeded his expectations. Father and daughter excitedly embraced. The Tong line hadn't seen Su Mengmeng's face before, so he wasn't too shocked to see the current Su Mengmeng. Thought Su Mengmeng's previous condition, which was not serious, was supposed to be like this. He just gave Wang Guan a narrow look of no wonder. The few military trainees guarding the outside of the hut were blinded by fear as the bloodthirsty demon rushed over. Coupled with the dim light, none of them paid attention to how Su Mengmeng looked at that time. Now that the shock had settled, each one of them became excited when they saw the slain bloodthirsty demon. Hurriedly report the situation here in the mine network. Just now we, together with Brother Guan and the instructor's daughter, killed the bloodthirsty demon. Off. Who was it that just kept asking for help on the Mind Network? What the hell is going on? Tell us quickly. To put it simply, the instructor's daughter held the bloodthirsty demon at bay, and Brother Guan was able to defeat him with a single sword. Crap, bull. Is the instructor's daughter that good? What does she look like? Super pretty. Let's put it this way. I can now understand why Wang Guan went to her every day. The network of mines constructed by Nguyen Amao is full of chatter. However, Wang Guan and Tong's line, who hadn't joined, didn't know this. The child's line looked towards the corpse of the bloodthirsty demon on the ground. As an abyssal race, the body of a bloodthirsty demon began to weather rapidly after its death. When the wind blows, there will be nothing left. They were never meant to be in this world as they should be. However, from what remained of it now, it was still clear what kind of attack had been encountered earlier. Coach's daughter, Mo? What is this ability of hers? He asked with some confusion. At that time, he vaguely saw the image of Su Mengmeng releasing a high-voltage electric light. Su Weiqing also asked curiously, Meng Meng, have you awakened your ability? He knew that his daughter hadn't even awakened her powers before. But this is the world of universal abilities, and all people are qualified to awaken their abilities. Even if you don't take the college entrance exam, when you are 17-18 years old and are triggered, you can likewise perceive the power of awakening and awaken your abilities. It was only that the probability of awakening advanced abilities would be higher by taking the college entrance exam and entering the brutal trial battlefield. Yes. Su Mengming's voice was still timid. I now have the ability called super-magnetic armament. With her bright eyes, she looked toward Wang Guan. He vaguely sensed that his awakened ability to fight against the bloodthirsty demon's control was related to drinking Wang Guan's blood. Super-magnetic arms. Just awakened. The boy's line exclaimed in shock. He seemed to have heard of it. What a powerful ability it was. Typically, the ones that don't take the entrance exams and awaken are life faculties or crap abilities. Of course, examples of awakening powerful abilities are not unheard of, just very few. The case of Su Mengmeng continues to be amazing. Is this girl a hidden genius? Wang Guan's expression was also very surprised. Sure enough, it's a super-magnetic armament. The current Su Mengmeng had fully attached herself to the bugwort that had been given to her when she first met her. Scouting. This is a beautiful girl, magnificent, with an orchid heart, with S-class abilities, super-magnetic armament. It left him with a very unsettled mind. Su Mengmeng was affected by his probing. Bug words that totally came true? Wang Guan suddenly thought. Earlier Su Mengmeng bloodthirsty symptoms attacked. Drank his blood? A thought flashed through his mind. She's infected with bloodthirsty demons and drinks blood that becomes part of her body. Because of the fusion of my blood, her bug word, it became real? Well, I can feel that there is some inexplicable connection with her now. The electric current she released just now couldn't hurt me either. Wang Guan seemed to have discovered this bug ability of his, something even more amazing. But what's going on will have to be verified more slowly. The bearded man piloted a dirigible that flew quickly through the darkness of the night. Inside the cabin, the Longjing students, with their heavy and complicated moods, had no interest in talking. Jiang Wangxue sat in the corner seat. She, who had been pinched unconscious by Wang Guan earlier, had already awakened. Only her face was still a bit pale. The red, swollen palm prints could still be seen on the white neck. Thinking of Wang Guan's cold eyes at that time, and the feeling of despair that she could not break free no matter how much she struggled. A flash of fear just couldn't help but appear in her eyes. Wang Guan, who really wanted to kill her, he'd better die in that town, killed by bloodthirsty demons. She cursed viciously. Without the Ryukyuan students, the gang was, well, a lot less powerful. The bloodthirsty beasts had already attacked the town when they flew away earlier. Perhaps the current Wang Guan and those students from the second-rate university had already been killed by the bloodthirsty demons. With such thoughts, it was as if she was in a much better mood. But just then, Wang Guan has successfully killed the bloodthirsty demon. The hunting mission ends here. The smack in the face came as a surprise. Dragon King students who leave the battlefield are considered to have automatically withdrawn from the mission. The points ranking list is removed from the list, and the rankings of the list change in such a way that they can no longer see it. But now that the mission is over, they are still getting reminders. Also see related mission reporting. Wang Guan gets the first place in the points ranking, 1103 points, and receives the reward, 300 points, third-class merit. Also, kill the bloodthirsty demon and gain entry to the secret world of Dragon Forest. The child and his party gained the second place in the points ranking, 873 points, and received the reward, 150 points and third-class merit. Anya gets the third place in the points ranking, 513 points, and receives the rewards, 75 points and third-class merit. Jiang Wangxue scanned through the mission debriefing, her eyes widening and her pupils fluttering. They successfully resisted the bloodthirsty beast tide and won the hunting mission? How is this possible? It's only been an hour since the invasion of the bloodthirsty beasts, right? Moreover, Wang Guan had not only survived, but had also killed the bloodthirsty demon. Taking the top spot in the point standings was rewarded handsomely. There was also third place Anya, who was supposed to have surpassed her opponent in points by the time she left Peaceful Town. Not to mention the various items that points can be redeemed for. Just this third-class merit badge is a huge benefit for the future. Learn certain skills, take on certain tasks, hold certain positions. Many of these require, among other things, the possession of a merit badge. Moreover, Wang Guan had also obtained the Dragon Forest Mystic Realm entry qualification, which was even more precious and represented unlimited opportunities. She was in disbelief when she suddenly noticed something different. When he looked up, he saw the others in the cabin, all looking over coldly. If Jiang Wangxue hadn't encouraged them and sent a call for help, they would have remained in the town and participated in the battle. Definitely enjoy the glory of mission victory and get a lot of points. Everything is out of their hands now. Not only did they lose half their men, they didn't get anything out of it. Although they boarded the blimp of their own accord. But now they blamed everything on Jiang Wangxue. Jiang Wangxue, Chapter 49. Wang Guan is a student of my Longjing University. Early morning. The peaceful town was enveloped in warm sunshine. Although the hunting mission had been won, the beasts had rushed into the town, causing the already dilapidated town to suffer a lot of damage. A number of the students were wounded, and fortunately there were no battle casualties this time. This result has been great. Wang Guan slept comfortably and was awakened in the morning by the familiar sound of a honking horn. No way! Just finished a battle and the instructor isn't even allowed to take a nap. Gao Chang couldn't help but complain. Stretching his arms to get up, though, he jumped with a jolt of excitement at the sight outside through the window. There's a lot of people coming outside. Like the army. A group of soldiers, dressed in dark green uniforms, appeared inside the town and were in a neat square formation. The students, awakened by the sounding of the horn, packed up and assembled in the playground. Everyone wore the fatigue of a great battle, some with layers of bandages. The army is coming to support now? What's the point of coming at this time when the bloodthirsty demons are all dead? Know what mission trial means? After the mission opens, the army won't even support it unless it's confirmed as a failure. You can't blame them. What army is this? The crowd looked curiously at the military figures and exchanged pleasantries. Wang Guan was also filled with curiosity, looking towards the officer who was dealing with the instructor, Su Weicheng. They are the vanguard. A line of children on the side explained in a low voice. The vanguard, one of the 4 major armies of the alliance. This army was stationed in the vicinity of Lingshan City, and the line of children from Lingshan City were naturally familiar with their attire. Moreover, the future of the boys' line of work is still attending the Pioneer Military Academy. If there are no surprises, all will join the Pioneer Army after graduating from the Pioneer Military Academy. Vanguard. Wang Guan had heard of them. This army was named Vanguard because they were the frontline army in the battle against the Abyssal forces and had a great record. Great prestige in the eyes of the general public. The officer waved his hand after dealing with Su Weicheng. The soldiers, who had formed a square behind him, immediately disbanded, beginning to get organized, resting the town in the aftermath of the war. They drove in a couple of military trucks and brought a number of construction implements. There were also medical supplies and doctors to help injured students and townspeople heal. This army is here for post-war support. Brother Guan, let's go first. Tong Xing pulled Wang Guan's sleeve and whispered. He was carefully hiding behind Tall Strong's broad back, as if he didn't want to be seen. Wang Guan was feeling strange. One line. The officer, whose eyes had looked to this place, shouted under his breath. Everyone's gazes, in unison, looked at the child's line. The child line had to come forward sardonically. Lung! Cried weakly under his breath. Brat, what were you hiding for just now? The officer came over to the boy's line in a good-natured manner, looked him up and down, and laughed out loud. It's okay, no injuries, and Master Mother can put her heart down. My mom is just worrying. Blindly, the child line muttered under his breath. He introduced to Wang Guan. This is Brother Long, Zhang Hailong, a second lieutenant, my mom's student. Wang Guan and the surrounding students were all a bit surprised. Not only was the child's line of work not only strong, their origins didn't seem to be simple either. A second lieutenant in the vanguard, a student of his mother's? The child line introduced the students to Zhang Hailong again. Zhang Hailong obviously cared about Wang Guan the most and scrutinized him carefully. Brother Long. Wang Guan greeted with some haste. Please address me as Ensign Yung. Zhang Hailong reminded with a serious face. Ensign Yung. Well, your temperament is good, and your high school grades and your ranking in this mission prove that your practical ability is also good. He nodded in satisfaction and suddenly asked, any interest in transferring to our Pioneer Military Academy? Wang Guan froze so direct. Brother Lung. Let me talk to Brother Kun first. The Tong line quickly interjected and pulled Wang Guan aside. Brother Guan, if you want to transfer to the Vanguard Military Academy, you can talk to Brother Long right now, and he'll be able to help you with the formalities very quickly, he said. Wang Guan had long had the desire to transfer to the Pioneer Military Academy. It's just that there has been a tacit understanding with the child line that they haven't talked about it in detail. Now that the opportunity was at hand, the child's line simply stated it directly. I'd love to, Wang Guan said. Yesterday, he had already told someone that Longjing University is some kind of trash school, and he definitely wouldn't go to this school again. However, there were some things he had to ask before he could transfer to the Pioneer Military Academy. Tell me first, what exactly did you choose to go to Peaceful Town for military training? Don't say it's because it's close to home, he asked. It was a suspicion he'd had for a long time. It seemed that the child's line would come here just to get close to him on purpose. But there's no way he, a third in the league, would do that just to poach him to Pioneer Military Academy, right? The Tong line was not surprised that Wang Guan would ask this question. Still, his expression tangled a bit. I did start out with you in mind, and got someone to make arrangements to share a dorm room with you. He answered honestly, I am interested in you, the first in the league, but the more important reason is that someone entrusted me to take care of you. Take care of me? Wang Guan froze. Tong line nodded and said, anyone can see that Longjing arranged you here for military training, not with good intentions. Sister Rong is worried about your safety, so she entrusted to here to take care of you, but it is clear that you do not need my care. Rong. Wang Guan became more and more puzzled when he heard this name. He didn't recognize this man from his memory. Who is she? It's another one of my mom's students, Tong replied with a line. After a pause, he carefully observed Wang Guan's expression. Sister Rong told me that she knew your parents and was a friend who could live and die with you. Wang Guan's expression froze. Both of his parents were explorers and possessed abilities that didn't specialize in combat, favoring things like exploration and research. Since their disappearance, Wang Guan hadn't found any information about them. Now, surprisingly, I've met a friend of my parents. Seeing Wang Guan become agitated, Tong Ro hurriedly said, that's all I know. For the rest, you can ask Sister Rong when you officially go to school at the Pioneer Military Academy. Wang Guan took a deep breath. Good. He, along with Tong, returned to Zhang Hailong. Brother Long, Brother Guan is willing to transfer to Vanguard Military School, Tong Line said and lowered his voice. The formalities of the matter as soon as possible to complete. Guan Brother Win so prevalent. Be careful of the Longjing side to make trips. Don't worry. I've brought the paperwork. I'll help him with the transfer here. Zhang Hailong nodded his head. Bring the paperwork. Did you guys dig me from the beginning? Wang Guan was a bit speechless, but he still said gratefully, thank you, Ensign Zhang. Zhang Hailong gave Wang Guan an affectionate smile. Call Brother Long. Dragon. Tianjing City, Longjing University. Principal's office. Snap. The short, fat, and somewhat balding principal of Ryukyung angrily flung his water cup on the ground after learning about the course of events in Peaceful Town. A team of 31 people, taking part in a hunting mission, and a second-year student leading the team, and it's amazing that half of them were lost in 2 days. He raged through the office, pacing back and forth. Those are important assets of LKU. How am I supposed to explain this to the Board of Trustees? This year, Longjing University enrolled a total of more than 200 new students. Split into different places for military training, the one dispatched to the 23rd Trial Battlefield Peaceful Town is one of them. As soon as Principal Longjing learned that this place was about to be set up for a hunting mission, he immediately arranged for the nearby military training freshmen to go and participate in the mission. It would have been nice to think that with the quality of his Longjing freshmen and the sophomores leading the way, how can we also shine in the mission and show strength for the school? It turned out to be so pulling down. 14 attrition in 2 days and 1 sophomore. That cocky punk Lin Zidong. At the end of the mission, there were just 2 people in the point standings. One is Ren Yi, who is ranked 4th, and the other is Ruan Asho, who is ranked 12th. On the contrary, Wang Guan surprisingly performed well, first in the points break, and also killed the bloodthirsty demon. Originally put this F-class trash ability person, sent to the 23rd Trial Battlefield, but also specially accounted for a military training officer, special care, just trying to weed him out. Lin Zedong also hinted at it when he led the freshmen to the mission. As a result, I didn't expect this kid to carry on tenaciously and achieve such a good result. The principal couldn't help but sigh. Although it's only an F-ranked ability user, the strength displayed is indeed surprising. High school grades, it seems, are not just all about luck. Schools recruit students for their potential and future. The reason for disliking Wang Guan is that he knows that there can't be any future for F-rank abilities. Lonking has also never confiscated a student with less than a B grade. But now, since Wang Guan has shown this kind of strength, might as well reluctantly recognize him and set that precedent. If in the future he can't keep up with the school program, big deal, will find a way to expel him. This hunting mission, no matter what, the one who got the first place was his Longjing student. It's also a great honor for LKU. At that thought, the principal's angry expression eased a bit and he resumed his seat. But the door of the office suddenly pushed open. Body enchanting female secretary hurriedly walked in. Headmaster, just now Wang Guan applied for a transfer. He wants to transfer to the Pioneer Military School. Going through the military channel. What? The principal jumped up. Refuse him? His school registration has already been filed in our school. He is a student of my Longjing University. No one can transfer him away without my consent. But the female secretary had a difficult face. Before you explained that Wang Guan was not likely to enroll in school anyway, and the school registration did not need to be built first. Now, according to the regulations, it has been transferred. Principal, Chapter 50, entering the Dragon Forest Mystic Realm. I can still bring another 3 people with me. Peaceful town. Zhang Hailong led the team and stationed them in Ping'an town. Though the threat of encountering a bloodthirsty demon opens up a hunting quest. But the month-long military training is not over for another 10 days, and it continues for the rest of the year. Such are the cruel rules of this world. The second day of the hunting mission. Ruan A. Shou and Ren Yi, the 2 Longjing students who stayed behind, left the town to join their classmates. I'm going to have a good fight with you when I next meet you. Ren Yi, who was wrapped in bandages as if he were a mummy, sent a war message to Wang Guan, who came to see him off. The reason this combat freak stayed was simply because he wanted to fight. He charged around after his bestialization, causing a considerable impact on the bloodthirsty beasts, but he also suffered a considerable amount of injuries. Now he was still thinking that he would challenge Wang Guan in the future. Okay, I'll wait for you. Wang Guan laughed. But challenge yourself? Probe. This is a cranky cab driver with an irritable personality but excellent skills. He's afraid he doesn't have much of a chance. But maybe we can work on how to harness him later? Tyrannosaurus Rex riders, it's quite a bandwagon when you think about it. It's an honor to fight with you. Ruan Asho shook Wang Guan's hand rather formally. Me too, Wang Guan stated. Although he was now breaking with Longjing University, he didn't hate these 2 Longjing students in front of him. Ruan Asho and Ren Yi took the car arranged by Zhang Hailong and left the town. Over the next few days, the town resumed its usual rhythm. However, after experiencing the hunting mission, everyone had grown quite a bit, and the degree of the training program arranged by Su Weicheng had lessened quite a bit. What everyone is most concerned about right now is the quest rewards. Only the top 3 have special prizes, the others only have points. Available points that can be exchanged for quite a few goodies. Everyone was flipping through the point reward redemption table, looking for a desirable target. Wang Guan added the rewards and reaped a total of 1,403 points. After making some selections, the items were chosen. He was going to redeem Titan's T1 protection set, which consisted of a 3-piece set of protective armor, protective pants, and combat boots. Though with his bug-probing ability, there is a probability of probing normal clothing as equipment. But the probability is lower than probing a stick as a power weapon. Therefore, Wang Guan felt that it was necessary to prepare an outfit for himself first. Different groups of companies make different equipment with different performance and prices. Titan's T-Series gear is the best bang for the buck out there. The T1 protective armor of the military training officer Li Yangshan had left a deep impression on Wang Guan. It hardened against Wang Guan's unknown number of wind blade attacks, and finally encountered a human-sized bloodthirsty beast attack before it was barely torn apart. This T1 set was enough for Wang Guan for the time being. A 3-piece suit costs $1 million when you buy it outside. Inside the mission redemption table, only 1,000 points are required. That means 1 point, which is equivalent to 1,000 credits. With the remaining 400 points, Wang Guan chose a set of secret skills. Abyssal Viewing Method, D rank skill. It is a skill that is specifically used to refine the mental attributes, through which one can visualize the horrific figures of abyssal monsters and use it to refine oneself. Skills are learned with no requirement for the abilities level. Wang Guan didn't forget the opportunity to equalize his three-dimensional attributes. It's a skill that would cost $400,000 to buy out there. E-rank skills don't even cost more than $100,000, and by the time you get to D-rank skills, they're worth $400,000. The higher the level, the more expensive it is. By the time you get to those S-rank skills, the price is already unaffordable for ordinary ability users, and there's still a price to pay. After making the decision, Wang Guan sighed in his heart. It's better to train kid brother Yuan Shaoqin to create his own skills. After the points are redeemed, things won't be delivered until the end of military training. In addition to the points redemption, Wang Guan also received a third-class merit badge and entry qualifications for the Dragon Forest Mystic Realm. The benefits of meritocracy he had long understood. As for the Ronson mystery, he now knew that the secret realm was a unique territory that arose due to an abyssal rift, which was full of dangers as well as opportunities. Since the beginning of the abyssal invasion, many secret realms, both large and small, had formed over the centuries. Even the Vanguard Military Academy was built on top of a special secret realm. However, the level of danger in them varied from secret realm to secret realm. Have you asked Lung if he knows what's going on in the secret realm of Longsan? At breakfast, Wang Guan asked the child line. He entrusted a line of children to inquire with Zheng Hailong about the information related to the Longsan mysterious realm. Before entering the secret realm, he definitely had to find out what was going on inside. Asked, but Long isn't sure either. But when you get to Pioneer Military Academy, you can check in the school database. The boy's line regretfully shook his head. That's fine. Wang Feng nodded his head. The Tong line suddenly looked at Wang Guan with a few moments of anticipation in his eyes. Having the entry qualification for the Dragon Forest Mystic Realm was not only accessible to Wang Guan. You can also take 3 people and enter them together. Turn around and I'll think about it, Wang Guan said with a smile. He naturally knew what the boy's line meant. Pull me one. The white-haired kid was so strong and had worked well together for a while. Slaying the bloodthirsty demon, he was also one of the main forces. If he was going to enter the secret realm, he should definitely be counted out. As for the other 2 candidates, you guys. Wang watched as he turned to Gao Chong and Zhang Yong at the table. The 2 of them quickly shook their heads. We'd better forget about it. If we enter inside, we're sure to be killed in minutes. They are very self-aware. As a normal ability user, there was no comparison to these monsters. Wang Guan smiled, and his candidates certainly wouldn't be these 2 housemates. With their strength, it was too risky to enter the secret realm. At this time, Su Weicheng and Su Mengming's figures suddenly appeared outside the cafeteria. Instructor Su Weicheng had bandages wrapped around his body. The injuries left by the bloodthirsty demon were quite serious and had not yet healed, but he was full of smiles. The chains on Su Mengming's body had been removed long ago, and she was wearing a simple white long dress. Light red hair, tied casually at the back of her head. Simple attire, but gives a very stunning feeling and a kind of girl-next-door freshness. The students and soldiers who were eating in the cafeteria looked enviously at the girl. I didn't realize that the instructor was such a rugged man, but his daughter was so beautiful and cute. True to form, Kun was selected as the brightest girl in town. Realizing that countless gazes were looking at her, Su Mengming subconsciously ducked behind her dad like a frightened kitten. When he saw Wang Guan, he waved his hand happily again. Wang Guan shouted in a clear voice, so everyone's eyes, in unison, looked at Wang Guan again. Envy, jealousy, but convinced. Wang Guan didn't feel anything special and shook his head with a smile. Su Mengming, who had fully recovered, was familiarizing herself with the outside world. The people she trusted most were the instructor and Wang Guan, and every day when she had time, she would come to Wang Guan for a walk. Wang Guan put down his rice bowl and walked over. I'll take Mengmeng around, he said to Su Weicheng, pulling Su Mengmeng away. There was a murmur in the cafeteria. Anya, who had a swarm of saber-toothed bees around her head, was slightly taken aback by the sight, but wasn't displeased. She had seen Su Mengming's pitiful look. Now that the girl had regained her life, she only felt happy for Su Mengming. I can't think about those things right now. I need to focus on getting good at shot put, Anya said darkly to herself. Throwing the shot put is the most recent training program she's put herself through. In the big battle that night, she threw Wang Guan out a dozen meters in one breath, shocking a circle of people at the time. Although she was no longer able to break out with this kind of divine bravery afterwards, she still had her suspicions. Could it be that she was a hidden stream of body refining? Practice throwing the shot put. Maybe you can unlock some potential. This young girl with more or less big nerves completely did not think that the problem is out of Wang Guan. Mo, have you thought about going to Pioneer Military Academy together? Leading Su Mengmeng, walking on the playground under the morning light, Wang Guan suddenly asked. Su Mengmeng had now awakened her S-rank ability, Super Magnetic Armament. This belonged to the abilities located at the top of the Thunder and Lightning lineage. According to the child's line, the killing power of this ability could be ranked in the forefront of all abilities. Su Mengmeng's physique was weaker, and now she was only a first-order ability user. But she didn't need to use her skills to release the high-voltage electricity that could suppress the bloodthirsty demon. Zhang Hailong, after knowing Su Mengmeng's situation, to help Wang Guan for the transfer procedures at the same time, but also to help Su Mengmeng for the special enrollment, trying to get her into Pioneer Military Academy together. Even if you didn't take the college entrance exam, there is no reason for the universities to reject this precious ability. However, Su Mengmeng had a special past experience that made her leave the town and her father's side. It was a tough decision for her after all. Hearing Wang Guan's words, her expression darkened as she was curiously looking around. I don't want to leave Dad and Auntie Chong, everyone, but... She looked at Wang Guan, her eyes full of reluctance, and subconsciously grasped Wang Guan's sleeve. Wang Guan was the first friend she met. She could also vaguely feel a deeper bond between herself and Wang Guan. Makes her instinctively want to be close and dependent. That's okay. Military training ends in a few days. You can take your time to think about it. Seeing this, Wang Guan hurriedly consoled. Even if you stay here, we can still meet. Su Mengmeng was one of the candidates he was going to bring into the Dragon Forest secret realm. After he makes his choice, it doesn't matter where he is as long as he is capable. All of them could be pulled directly into the secret territory like the high school entrance into the trial battlefield. As for that other candidate, Wang Guan looked up just in time to see Anya's figure. The young girl, who had finished her breakfast, found an iron ball from nowhere. He's yelling ha! And he keeps throwing the iron ball. Wang Guan, did he remind this heart of the swarm? Don't put the wrong skill points on the feed. The remaining days passed quickly. The day of the end of the military training will come in a flash. All the students, Instructor Su Weicheng, the residents of the town, and the military people led by Zhang Hailong were gathering in a circle with gusto. Wang Guan and Tong's line, standing inside the circle. Brother Guan, I'm going to give it my all. The boy's line shouted as he moved his limbs. Wang Guan was similarly stretching his limbs. Let your horse come here. On the last day of military training, the two strongest students decided to officially have a sparring session. Let's see the two who is stronger. Chapter 51 still have to keep figuring out what to do with the card bug open the playground. The two freshman abilities that could rank in the top 3 in the entire league were already engaged in a fierce battle. It was said to be a sparring match, but both of them put out their full strength. Wang Guan clenched his fist in one hand and held his sword in the other, exerting his strongest power. There is no point in hiding anything from the child line in front of you. The long sword in his hand, which seemed to be waved blindly, continuously inspired wind blades that landed at strange angles towards the child's line. At the same time, the figure was moving quickly, finding an opportunity to get close enough to throw a punch. The child line had now only comprehended an exclusive skill of the Entropy Sovereign, which consumed a great deal and would not be used easily. He mostly just relied on the ability itself to fight, controlling the energy changes and transforming the chopping wind blades and Wang Guan's physical attacks into a unique power. It is absorbed and stored and then released, so it can be said to be both offensive and defensive. The battle between the two was not intense, but it made the surrounding onlookers, from time to time, let out bursts of cheers. Without strong abilities, only by virtue of skill and physical fitness. To be able to fight a line to this extent and even vaguely suppress it, Wang Guan's combat talent is indeed not bad. The second lieutenant of the vanguard who was watching the battle, Jung-hae Ryung, nodded his head from time to time. What a great student Pioneer Military Academy received. This power-enhanced version of military-style fist is also a bit interesting. Seeing Wang Guan's attack, Zhang Hailong thought darkly again. He glanced at Su Weicheng, who was pulling his daughter to stand not far away. This set of military boxing max is this instructor more than 10 years as one day of refining, progressing out of regular military-style boxing. This instructor is to be admired. Her daughter has also decided to attend the Pioneer Military Academy. Turn around and apply with the above. Give this peaceful town some care. Zhang Helong made a decision. Su Mengmeng had already agreed to special enrollment to the Pioneer Military Academy. And the town of Peace, which was originally a town that grew out of its dependence on the mines. Over the years, the mines were completely deserted when their resources dried up and they encountered the bloodthirsty demon incident. It was maintained only as one of the bases for military training trials, with funding from the Union. The reason for not extensively clearing the nearby bloodthirsty beasts was out of necessity for the trial battlefield. In the future, we can arrange for Vanguard recruits to come here for special training on a regular basis. There were a lot of F-ranked abilities among the recruits who were not from military schools and joined the army directly. Just the right amount of prerequisites for military stance max. If Su Weicheng had originally intended to teach this skill set, the military would have paid him handsomely. This depleted town will soon be revitalized. Between Zhang Hailong's thoughts, the battle between the Tong line and Wang Guan on the field had also come to an end. A line is still a little bit short after all. The ability of the entropy master, he hasn't been able to fully utilize it yet. Zhang Hailong heatedly laughed out loud. This kid grew up with titles like genius and prodigy, and his awakened abilities were even more powerful. Now that he could meet Wang Guan, a peer-to-peer opponent, it wasn't a good thing for him. Just as he spoke, bang! Wang Guan lands a straight punch to the body of Tong Ro. Tong Line could not completely eliminate the kinetic energy of this punch. Involuntarily, stifled a grunt, fell backward flying, and Wang Guan's movements followed closely behind. Before he landed on the ground, he had already placed the blade of the sword in his hand, onto his neck. Phew! The Tong Line exhaled and dryly waved their hands. I lost. I really still can't compare to you, Brother Guan. You're really great too. Wang Guan said sincerely. He was still quite surprised in his mind. Not only was the child's line powerful in its abilities, it had also stepped into the third stage now, and its three-dimensional attributes weren't much worse than Wang Guan's. It was important to know that Wang Guan had already stepped into the second stage when he came to Ping'an Town, and was stronger than the Tong line. Also been using energy potions and counseling workouts. Learned another military stance MAs that improves physical attributes. Can one say all the way open? None of them turned out to be able to shake off the kid line too much. It was a sparring session, and it wasn't an easy win. The effect of S-class ability users on the increase of physical attributes was indeed very strong. Looks like he had to keep thinking of ways to get a bug open. Seeing the end of the battle between the two, the crowd of onlookers gathered over, filled with awe. The camouflage uniforms on the two men were already a bit tattered, and after the battle just now, they were even more tattered with a lot of holes. So first I went back to the dormitory to change. Brother Guan, when the next time comes, I will definitely defeat you. The Tong line, which usually always had a shy look, had an extraordinarily resolute tone. As he spoke, he took off his coat. By the way, ripped off the odd pendant that had been around his neck for a month, never leaving it in the shower. Wang Guan froze. The probe subconsciously opens. Scouting. This is a professional idol who specializes in singing and dancing rap and playing basketball. At the beginning of the military training, because of the protective props of the child's line, Wang Guan was not able to give him a bug word. This was also Wang Guan's heart problem. That's why when he saw the white-haired teenager take off his props just now, he instinctively turned on his probing. Idol who specializes in singing, dancing, rap, and playing basketball. Well, you continue to work hard in the future. With a regretful face, Wang Guan patted the shoulder of the child's line. The two changed into their pre-military training civilian clothes. The luggage has also been packed for a long time. Everyone was saying their goodbyes as they walked out of the dorm with their duffel bags. Getting along for only a month, but experiencing hunting missions, this kind of life and death comradeship, so that the emotions of the people on the scene, more or less a little sad. Quan, call back. We must get together again sometime. Goodbye, Wang Guan. We all said our reluctant goodbyes. Wang Guan walked towards Su Weicheng and Su Mengmeng, who were hugging each other not far away. Su Mengmeng had decided to attend the Pioneer Military School and was now leaving with Wang Guan. A trip back to Tianhai City first, then together they will go to the school and officially report to the school. Auntie Zhang, who had been taking care of Su Mengmeng, was also here and was wiping her tears. Instructor, Auntie Zhang. Wang Guan greeted, Mengmeng, we should go. It was not easy to recover, but you have to go out of the way, Auntie Zhang said with a look of dismay. Mengmeng is going to school. She can't stay here all the time. Su Weiqing comforted Aunt Zhang instead. It was just hard to hide the sadness of the parting on his rugged face. Su Mengmeng's eyes were even more red. Don't worry, I'll take care of Mengmeng, Wang Guan assured, helping Su Mengmeng pick up her simple backpack. Mengmeng is in your hands, Su Weiqing solemnly said. There was a different kind of emotion in his eyes. He could feel that his daughter had fully recovered and had also awakened powerful abilities. These incredible things seemed to be related to Wang Guan. Su Mengmeng also had a special kind of dependence on Wang Guan right now, and after this month of contact, he could trust Wang Guan's character and person. Tough-willed, not lacking in adaptability and determination. The concern for his daughter is not fake. This was the reason he was willing to let his daughter leave after Wang Guan. Dad, Auntie Zhang. Goodbye. Su Mengmeng reluctantly bid farewell to the crowd and followed Wang Guan out of the town. They are now first-year students at Pioneer Military Academy. The school has arranged a special buggy to take them to the city. The trip to Tianhai City was all set. This is how normal name brand college students are treated. Get into the car and watch the town fade away. Su Mengmeng was a bit down and only gradually recovered after a long time. She began to ask Wang Guan all sorts of questions like a curious baby. Wait for the car to reach the city limits. The cell phone, which hadn't been turned on in a month, beeped with an alert. Your account balance. Plus 200,000. The saber-toothed female bee that was traded to Anya returned to the signal coverage area, and she called the promised 200,000, as promised. Wang Guan scanned the message and smiled as he messaged Anya back. The money has been received. Remember to get ready to enter the secret realm. He had already spoken to Anya and was prepared to take her into the Dragon Forest mystic realm. Vajra Barbie's strength in manipulating the swarm was something he recognized quite well. Him plus the child line, Anya, and the unlimited potential Su Mengmeng. With this configuration, it could definitely blow up the secret world. Anya quickly sent back an okay emoji. Afternoon. Tenkai City West Station. The station was busy today, as it was the end of the college freshman year, and many people were waiting for the freshmen to return from military training. A group of school leaders from Tianhai 3rd Middle School were waiting here. Wang Guan's homeroom teacher for 3 years in high school, Zhang Huimin, was among them. They kept looking at each incoming train. How could Zhu Qianlong die? Isn't military training at Longjing University always safe? There might have been some kind of accident. I heard that a dozen people died in this Longjing military training. We can give Zhu Qianlong a lot of bonuses. It was so hard to produce 2 top students this year, but I didn't expect one to fold here. They talked in low voices and looked anxious. After all, the school had high hopes for Zhu Qianlong. Freshman military training is highly classified and they don't know exactly how it goes, they just get notified of the death. That's why he couldn't wait to guard here today, waiting for Jiang Wangxue to come back. Another train arrives at the station. The doors opened and the passengers got out in a line. It's Wang Guan. Zhang Huimin saw Wang Guan's figure. This is the schoolboy he had high hopes for, but ended up being a huge disappointment. The expressions of the others, too, were somewhat complicated. They knew that even though Longjing had accepted him, he didn't like him and had specifically placed him in a dangerous place for military training. Turns out he didn't expect to make it through military training. Taking Su Mengmeng to sit in the car for half a day, finally returned to Wang Guan in Tianhai City, did not expect to just get out of the car, saw the leadership of Tianhai 3rd Middle School. But they obviously weren't waiting for themselves. To these people, Wang Guan didn't want to say anything else. Pulling Su Mengmeng, he prepared to leave. Wang Guan, is this the attitude when you see a teacher? As a result, Zhang Huimin stopped him unhappily. We can ignore you, but you can't disrespect us as students. Ha! Wang Guan was a little amused. Don't you guys dislike me as an F-rank trash power user? The required high school bonuses can be wiped out by ad hoc rules. How can you expect me to respect you after what you've done? You are also a Longjing student. Do you know what really happened during military training? Zhang Huimin continued to ask. He stopped Wang Guan to ask about this. Wang Guan didn't bother to pay attention to him. Sorry, I've transferred to the Vanguard Military School. Transfer? Zhang Huimin was startled. Everyone else was shocked too. Instead of going to LKU, they went to Pioneer Military Academy, although that was also the #1 military school in the alliance, but the fame, after all, was inferior to Longjing. Zhang Huimin looked exasperated. Such a big thing. Why don't you discuss it with the school? Who let you make this kind of decision? Although they disliked Wang Guan in all sorts of ways, after all, Wang Guan had also successfully enrolled in Longjing University. Tianhai #3 Middle School produced 3 Longjing students this term. Regardless of what the future accomplishments would be, it would be extremely dignified to say it now. All of the faculty inputs at City Hall could be increased quite a bit. As a result, one has now folded and the other has to transfer. In the eyes of the leaders of Tianhai #3 Middle School, Wang Guan's greatest value right now was the title of League Scholar and a spot at Longjing University. Hearing Zhang Huimin's words, Wang Guan was shocked. I've graduated. Why do I need your permission to transfer first? You. Zhang Huimin was so furious that he couldn't even speak as he pointed at Wang Guan. At that moment, the head teacher suddenly shouted, "The car is here." The bus that Jiang Wangxue was traveling on entered the station at this time. They rushed around. Wang Guan swept over Jiang Wangshue's figure on the bus, and a coldness flashed in his eyes. He took Su Mengming's hand. "Let's go." The bus stopped. After Jiang Wangxue got out of the car, a middle-aged man followed and jumped out of the car. "This is Director Chen of Longjing University." Jiang Wangxue hurriedly introduced himself to the leaders of his alma mater. The director of Longjing University? Zhang Huimin and the others were shocked. Although they were all serving in the school, the staff of Longjing University was definitely a big deal to them. Is it because of Zhu Qianlong's unexpected death that he has come to apologize to the family specifically? They greeted him with a pile of smiles. Director Chen, however, ignored them, pushed them away with a face of urgency, and trotted and rushed Wang Guan to chase after them. He had just seen Wang Guan's figure when he was still in the car. "Student Wang Guan, wait!" This Director Chen chased after Wang Guan, revealing a face of eagerness. "Can you reconsider about transferring to the Pioneer Military School?" Chapter 52. What are you doing studying hard when you're not doing something so promising? Seeing Director Chen's behavior, the school leaders of Tianhai #3 Middle School were all a bit confused. And after Wang Guan froze for a moment when he heard the man in front of him, he couldn't help but laugh. LKU disliked him all sorts of times before, going out of his way to arrange for someone to screw up and try to keep him in the dense forests of Peacetown. Now, it was discovered that he showed notable potential, was not the trashy ability user he thought he was, and had also excelled in hunting missions. So you've changed your attitude and want to keep him? I'm sorry, I've made up my mind. Wang Guan refused without thinking. You must have some misunderstanding about us. We value you very highly, Director Chen hurriedly said. Wang Guan laughed coldly. Valuing me enough to send me to Peaceful Town for military training, and looking for a military training officer to take care of me? Director Chen's face twitched as he forced himself to explain. We have high hopes for you and want to inspire you to grow. It was as if he couldn't say it himself when he said it. It was true that Longjing's treatment of Wang Guan before had been a bit excessive. He changed the subject in a hurry. The principal specifically explained that if you transfer back to Longjing, you can receive favorable treatment. We will develop the best learning program for you. You can get scholarships and enjoy supportive policies for key students. He droned on and on, throwing out promises. Of course, these promises are contingent on Wang Guan maintaining his leading grades. But these would not need to be stated. I'm not interested. Wang Guan still refused. His expression was resolute, even showing a hint of impatience. In fact, he had also had deep expectations for Longjing, the #1 university in the alliance. Like other high school students, they see attending Ryukyung University as a goal to strive for. But after what happened and the treatment he suffered, he was left with nothing but disappointment in this university. If there's anything else you're not happy with, we can talk about it again. Director Chen continued to persuade. Zhang Huimin and the others, who were standing in the distance, had already understood what was going on. Longjing University had dispatched this Director Chen, who had traveled thousands of miles to Tianhai City, in an attempt to stop Wang Guan from transferring to another school. Many benefits are promised and the attitude is earnest. But Wang Guan loves to answer. Wang Xue, your cell phone has been turned off before. What is this all about? The class teacher, Zhang Huimin, hurriedly asked Jiang Wangxue. Jiang Wangxue bit her lips and didn't say anything, her eyes complexly looking at Wang Guan. Her mind was also very unsettled right now. On the way back to Tianhai City today, Director Chun suddenly traveled with her. She realized that Wang Guan was actually going to transfer to another school, giving up the opportunity to attend school in Longjing to attend the Vanguard Military School. And Director Chun went to Tianhai City to get Wang Guan back, achieved the highest score on the hunting mission, killing the bloodthirsty demon with his own hands. Among this year's freshmen, he was definitely the most dazzling existence, and Longjing University already didn't want to give up on him. Even if he was an F-rank trash ability user, he had already proved his worth. Then Jiang Wangxue subconsciously rubbed her neck. He was almost strangled to death by Wang Guan at that time, and he still had lingering fears. To do this to me, she thought viciously. Suddenly, she noticed the girl who had been standing beside Wang Guan. Tall and slender, with a head of long, light red hair, casually tied behind her head, and a clear and elegant look. Wearing only a simple, almost austere white dress, old-fashioned, but not at all shabby. Pretty girls, even in sacks, are stylish. In front of this girl, Jiang Wangxue was all a little less confident in her own appearance, no longer. The girl had a somewhat timid expression, but still they were all in the same boat, staring at Director Chun with wide eyes. Separated in the peace town not even 10 days, where did this girl come from? With Wang Guan, the relationship seems to be intimate. That's it. I won't change my mind again. Wang Guan impatiently told Director Chun, pulling Su Mengmeng up and preparing to leave. Director Chun was also a bit exasperated. What can they give you if you transfer to the Pioneer Military Academy? It can make me happy, Wang Guan said lightly. Not just happy, of course, but this reason is the most important. Director Chun was speechless, and when he wanted to continue saying something, a group of people beside him suddenly surged over. Leading the way was a middle-aged man in a suit. He walked straight to Wang Guan. Hello, is this Mr. Wang Guan? The middle-aged man asked enthusiastically. Wang Guan was a bit puzzled and nodded. May I ask who you are? My surname is Lin. Just call me Manager Lin. I'm a member of the Titan Corporation's branch in Tianhai City, and I'm specially here to wait for you. The man smiled and introduced himself. The crowd at the scene was a bit surprised to hear him introduce himself. Titan, one of the top equipment manufacturing companies in the alliance. Their men came for Wang Guan. Manager Lin, do you have anything to do? Wang Guan was also very strange. Manager Lin received a black box in the hands of his men and handed it to Wang Guan. This is the T1 set that you redeemed through the hunting quest, and there's also a set of skill secrets that are in there as well. Thanks. Wang Guan was even more surprised that the equipment exchanged for points would be sent to him after military training would be sent to him. But you don't have to make such a big deal about it, do you? Seeing Wang Guan's confusion, Manager Lin smiled and explained, there's no need to be surprised. I've personally come to inform Mr. Wang Guan that you've been evaluated, within our company, as a potential rising star. Potential rising star? Wang Guan was a bit puzzled. However, Director Chun, Zhang Huimin, and the others all showed shocked expressions. They understand what a potential rising star is. The Titan Group, an equipment manufacturing company, will internally judge each year's incoming ability students. Internally. The judging criteria are extremely strict, not only looking at the natural ability, but also the actual combat performance and mission record are all part of the criteria. Freshmen with potential abilities are recognized as potential rising stars. Given some support, and friendly relations are established in advance. This is similar to an investment. Rising stars will later enjoy special services and purchase equipment at a discount. They can also be commissioned and customized with exclusive gear. Usually the abilities that can be rated as potential rising stars have a good future. However, in the case of Wang Guan, whose ability was awakened just over a month ago, he was rated as a potential rising star. Still extremely rare and shocking. Manager Lin introduced Wang Guan to what a potential rising star was. We decided to give you this rating after learning about your performance in Trial Battlefield 23, Hunting Mission. He smiled and rushed at Wang Guan. F-rank ability. To be able to perform like this, there's no doubt about your potential. Then he exchanged contact information with Wang Guan. After handing over that black box to Wang Guan, he left with his men. In the box was the T1 set that Wang Guan had redeemed. The secret book of Abyssal Viewpoint was also sent along with it. Wang Guan swept a glance at Director Chen, Zhang Huimin, and the others, who were too shocked to speak, and his mood was suddenly much brighter. Took Su Mengmeng out of the station. Director Chen is a little annoyed up. Wang Guan should be the first of the newborn ability to get the potential Nova evaluation. The better he performs, the less LJU wants to give up on him. Zhang Huimin and the others woke up in shock, couldn't care less about Director Chen, and hurriedly asked after Jiang Wangxue. What exactly did Wang Guan do? Why is it suddenly the meat and potatoes? It was only then that Jiang Wangxue spoke about the hunting mission. After hearing her explanation, the expressions of Zhang Huimin and the others were all very wonderful. Got first place in a hunting mission? Also killed an abyssal monster, the bloodthirsty demon. How did he do that with an F-rank ability? With this kind of quest, it's always impossible to pick up another extreme weapon. They're all a little incredulous. The notion that ability means the future is deeply ingrained in them. Even if Wang Guan got the first prize in the league, they still disliked Wang Guan all kinds of times because of his F-rank garbage ability. But now, Wang Guan ruthlessly slapped them in the face. An F-rank trash ability person can have a notable achievement. Drip. Wang Guan, who had already taken a cab and was heading home, had his cell phone suddenly ring. It was Zhang Huimin who called. Wang Guan, the matter of your college entrance examination bonus, we have discussed it. We feel that the previous decision is a bit wrong, and decided to reissue it to you. Zhang Huimin's tone was already very different from earlier. Wang Guan couldn't help but grunt out a laugh. That tens of thousands of dollars in bonuses for high school won't be given when he needs it most for graduation. Now that you've discovered his value, you regret it and want to get back on good terms with him? No need, I don't need it now. Wang Guan said coldly and hung up the phone. He really doesn't need the money now. There was no shortage of weapons, equipment, or skill potions, and Anya's 200,000 was enough for daily needs. Wang Guan, what is that big house for? Su Mengmeng, who was sitting next to her, came to the city for the first time and curiously looked outside. Some of the trepidation of being in a strange place was tinged with a few hints of excitement. Keep asking one question after another. That's the mall. I'll take you around when we have time later. Wang Guan replied with a smile. He was also thinking in his mind. At the end of military training, new students have 3 days off before they need to officially report to school. In fact, he could have just reported to the school. But thinking of Sister One and Brother Kid, he still decided to take Su Mengmeng back to Tianhai City for a trip. Wanted to try and get another bug stuck on this treasure mother and son. I just didn't expect the people from Longjing University to follow them to Tianhai City. By the looks of it, I'm afraid it won't be easy to stop. Thinking of this, Wang Guan took out his cell phone and sent a message to the boy's line, telling him what had just happened. The child's line could represent the Pioneer Military School, and when it came to this kind of problem, it was natural to ask the school to step in. He had long ago memorized the phone numbers of several acquaintances such as Tong and his line and Anya. Don't worry, Sister Rong will be there soon. A reply from the child line was quickly sent back. That friend of Mom and Dad's will come? Wang Guan's eyes lit up. He is also looking forward to meeting this Sister Rong. The cab stopped outside the neighborhood. It was just evening. Returning to Tianhai City from Ping'an Town, the time spent coming back was shortened quite a bit because it was a trip specially arranged by the Pioneer Military School. When he traveled to military training, he left early in the morning and spent a full day waiting until nightfall to reach his destination. Shizuku. Wang Guan took Su Mengmeng and went to Wen's milk tea store. Seeing the potion master Zhou Wen busy in the small store, he greeted her with a smile. Little Wang, you're back. Zhou Wen had spoken to Wang Guan on the phone in the morning, so it wasn't a surprise. Just seeing Su Mengmeng, who was timidly following Wang Guan, was a bit puzzled. This is Mengmeng, my friend. Wang Guan introduced. One, Sister One. Su Mengmeng wasn't used to interacting with strangers and greeted them in a low voice. Mo? Hello. Zhou Wen greeted her warmly, pulling Su Mengmeng and entertaining her with milk tea. She looked at Wang Guan with an odd expression. Is your kid really going to military training? Why did you bring a girl home? Where's Xiao Qin? Wang Guan wasn't in a position to explain anything specific and asked, changing the subject. He didn't see the kid brother. At home doing homework. Zhou Wen said, Xiao Wang, you take Mengmeng home first. When I close the store, I'll make you guys dinner. I've been looking forward to Sister Wen's craftsmanship for a long time. Wang Guan's eyes lit up. Under Zhou Wen's gracious invitation, Wang Guan and Su Mengmeng had a cup of milk tea each and walked all the way home. Wang Guan's was coffee milk tea, which was a primary energy potion for him, just the right amount of relief. Su Mengmeng liked sweet things and asked for a cup of honey milk tea. How's the flavor? Wang Guan asked curiously. Sweet, so delicious. Su Mengmeng's eyes narrowed into a line. It was her first time drinking milk tea. No other feelings? Wang Guan pursued. For example, milk tea melts in your mouth and turns into a warm stream that blends into your body. This is how he feels about drinking milk tea. But Su Mengmeng shook her head a little confused. All right then, Wang Guan said with some regret. Su Mengmeng becoming what he was now had something to do with his bug ability. That's why Wang Guan was curious if the bug phrase would work for her as well. It seems that it really doesn't work. While in town, he actually had quite a stock of small bottles of milk tea, but didn't take it out for Su Mengmeng to taste, because he had also tried replicating what had happened to Su Mengmeng. Deliberately gave the milk tea laced with his own blood to the child line to drink, wanting to see if it would change the potion. Turns out the milk tea is still milk tea and it's a little stale. It had no effect other than making the child's line have diarrhea all night. Utilizing blood to make the bug words become true, it seems that there is still a need to continue exploring. Wang Guan secretly pondered in his heart. All the way back to the residence, he fumbled for his key and opened the door. The room still had the same layout as it had a month ago, but there were more signs of something else as well. Certainly neater and cleaner than when Wang Guan lived alone. The house was a 2-roomed 1-bedroom, and Zhou Wen and Yuan Shaoqin only lived in one of the rooms, fitted with a high-low bed. The bedroom where Wang Guan slept was left as it was. At night Su Mengmeng could sleep in his bedroom and he would be fine on the sofa. Next to the living room table, Yuan Shaoqin, a tiger-headed girl, was lying on the table writing her homework. Seeing Wang Guan and Su Mengmeng come back, she hurriedly greeted happily, "Brother Wang Guan, you're back?" Eyes curiously surveyed Su Mengmeng. Wang Guan introduced Su Mengmeng. Yuan Shaoqin politely called out, "Sister Mengmeng." Naughty as he was still a bit formal in front of unfamiliar strangers and plopped down on his desk to do his homework again. And Su Mengmeng treats strangers with more restraint than he does. Wang Guan settled his luggage and introduced the room to Su Mengmeng. After Su Mengmeng had her attention drawn away from the TV, he came over to the table with an eager face and sat down. "Oh, Serenity, did you create any more sword techniques during the time I was gone?" He touched his kid brother's arm with an expectant look on his face. The windmill skill, although it looks unreliable, is really not bad in terms of power. Whether or not he could continue to whittle down powerful skills in the future depended on Card Kid Brothers' bugs. However, upon hearing Wang Guan's words, Yuan Shaoqin, however, revealed a look of contempt. "Brother Wang Guan, you're so old. Why are you still so childish?" He shook his head and sighed, squinting at Wang Guan. "I should be studying hard now. That kind of childish thing is no longer done." Wang Guan. Crap. He was like a bolt from the blue. "Have you forgotten what you said to each other when you left? What are you doing studying hard when you're not doing something as promising as delving into kendo?" Chapter 53 Abyssal Observations. Fighting bloodthirsty demons again. Taking a wooden stick and waving it around blindly, practicing something like the way of the sword. It may be too childish for elementary school students. But for Wang Guan, a college student, it was just right. "Shaoqin, you are still young. It is the age of fooling around. Don't go astray, ah." Wang Guan earnestly taught and hoped that the kid brother would turn back to the shore. But Yuan Shaoqin was already addicted to her homework and couldn't help herself, completely ignoring Wang Guan. Only when Zhou Wen closed the store and bought groceries to go home did Wang Guan helplessly give up for the time being. After all, they're kids. They shouldn't last long, he thought to himself. I'm still counting on kid brother to continue to create his own skills. The threshold of the sword skill is high, whether it is taught by a master or learned from a secret book. All of them take an ungodly amount of time to master. Those are rank and S-rank sword skills. Not only does it require an exceptionally gifted high-level ability user, but it also requires years of hard work and unremitting practice to barely get started. The kid brother, because of the bug words, turned into a swordsmanship genius in Wang Guan's eyes, with an S-rank ability. Sword Saint. Self-created swordsmanship skills are essentially just blindly forcing nonsense. But it was a real skill for Wang Guan. It's not as difficult to learn, not as much as a real sword skill, because it's essentially just learning to fool around blindly. But it still possessed the power of a sword skill for him. It's kind of stuck in a bug. If he mastered the way to make bug words come true in the future, he wouldn't mind actually making Yuan Shaoqin into a sword Dao genius. But that would be at least after Yuan Shaoqin became an adult. This was different from Su Mengming's situation, who had originally reached the age of awakening her abilities. If Yuan Shaoqin, a little kid, breaks the norm and awakens her abilities now, I'm afraid it will only lead to all sorts of trouble. Shizuku, why has Serenity suddenly changed her nature? While helping one in the kitchen to wash the dishes, Wang Guan asked curiously. In Zhou Wen's eyes, a hesitant look flickered, and she laughed. Just a few days of hot head, and he'll soon be back again. So, Wang Guan hadn't noticed the change in Zhou Wen's demeanor, but these words made him drop his heart. You go out and wait. I'll be fine here alone. Zhou Wen kicked Wang Guan out. Sitting with Su Mengming and watching the TV, Wang Guan smelled the gusts of fragrance coming from the kitchen, and his heart was overwhelmed with anticipation. About an hour later, dinner is served. Zhou Wen greeted everyone with a smile and brought a plate of dishes onto the table. All extremely ordinary home cooking. Wang Guan couldn't wait and explored them one by one. He looked to a plate of red meat on the table. Tancha. This is a plate of braised fire crab, soft and nutritious, taken from the crab meat of the third-order mutant beast fire crab, cooked in a unique way, preserving the nutrition of the crab meat. Then there was a plate of bamboo shoot stir-fry. Probe. This is a plate of wind leaf bamboo shoot stir-fried with beast meat, fresh and delicious, unique flavor, stir-fried with wind leaf bamboo shoots and the meat of mutated beasts. An ordinary plate of sautéed greens. Scouting. It's a plate of specially cooked asparagus, a bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup. Probe. This is a bowl of tiger blood and shark's fin casserole. Even if it was ordinary white rice, after one had served it and handed it to Wang Guan. Scouting. This is a bowl of superb jade crystal rice. Sure enough, Shizuku-san possesses uncommon effects even when she cooks. Wang Guan sighed in his heart. This is the S-rank ability Potion Master. Among those who have the ability to cook, there is the ability to live life as a gourmet. And an S-rank Potion Master could be said to exist at the top of this type of ability. The dishes that one cooks are dietary supplements, which can also be regarded as a kind of medicine. Common ingredients like pork, duck blood, bamboo shoots, and bok choy. After passing through the hands of one who had a bug phrase to Wang Guan, it became crab meat, tiger blood, ground bamboo shoots, heavenly green grass, and other precious and rare special ingredients. These dishes, Wang Guan had even never heard of them. But just by reading the introduction, I know that it is not a mortal product, and it is definitely a great tonic. Little Wang, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and eat. Zhou Wen took off her apron, sat down at the table and greeted, and Meng Meng, try Sister Wen's handiwork. Then I'll be polite. Wang Guan laughed. Su Mengming also revealed an expression of anticipation. The two quickly feasted on the food. Sister Wen, your cooking is so delicious. Su Mengming's eyes glowed. The meal she ate was just plain normal flavors. But the life in the peaceful town, although there is Su Wei Cheng's meticulous care, the usual food remains somewhat crude and simple. Wen's table of home-cooked food was indeed something she had never tasted before. Not to mention Wang Guan. The food on the table was literally bulang in his eyes. The deliciousness of it was beyond his imagination. After swallowing it into his stomach, he could moreover feel his body become warm. Sister Wen, your cooking, it's simply delicious, he said from the bottom of his heart. I've never eaten anything so delicious. Su Mengmeng was sweating from eating. Wang Guan echoed. Sister Wen's craftsmanship is just too good. Su Mengmeng, it's really good. Yes, is that right? Seeing the slightly exaggerated reactions of the two, one was a bit embarrassed. Since you like it, eat more. And Yuan Shaoqin had been shocked and dumbfounded. Is my mom's cooking this good? Feels so ordinary. Look at them not having seen the world. The emotional value of this meal, given to Zhou Wen, went straight to the top. When he finished eating, Wang Guan felt that his body was constantly heating up, as if it was going to burn up. For third-order ability users, it was not like there would be any such thing as deficiency or overnutrition. Still, it took him half a day of running through the neighborhood to drain the swollen energy from his body. When he got home, he hastily checked the current attribute panel. Ability, Probe F. Grade, 3rd order. Skills, Windmill Proficient, Military Style Fist Max Proficient. Physical Fitness, 29.2 plus 0.5. Speed, 25.8 plus 0.3. Mental, 24.3 plus 0.4. This boost, it's even higher than taking an energy potion after squeezing your physical strength. Wang Guan was very surprised. The later the attribute points get, the harder it is to raise them. In the latter days while in Peaceful Town, running laps to squeeze stamina in this way, the rate of attribute improvement had slowed down quite a bit. Luckily, he found another way to get stuck in the bug. But it's best not to use this way too often. Even if your physique is strong, you'll have problems even if you're so wildly supplemented. And in 2 days' time, he would be traveling to the Pioneer Military Academy. Zhou Wen and Yuan Shaoqin, the treasure mother and son, can't be brought along, can they? Suggest that when open her milk tea store in the school? Leaving aside the question of whether or not this would work, what reason would Zhou Wen have to agree to him? Although Wang Guan was close to their mother and son, in the end Wang Guan was just their landlord now. When they returned home, Zhou Wen's mother and son, as well as Su Mengmeng, had already gone back to their rooms to sleep. The living room couch was already covered with bedding. Wang Guan washed up in the restroom and changed into his pajamas. He wasn't in a hurry to go to bed yet, and finally had time for some unboxing experience. Take that big black box apart. Took out the 3-piece T1 suit inside and tried it on. The suit is true to size and fits perfectly. T1 series equipment, the defense level is 5.5, no enchantment stunts, with some fire bed and lightning resistance characteristics. This defense level is a factor indicator of the equipment. The higher the coefficient, the higher the defense. The skill secret that came with the equipment was a scroll. Abyssal Viewing Method, D rank skill. Mastering this set of skills allows you to face the horrors of the abyss and enhance your spiritual attributes through conscious meditation. It's not a combat skill, but more of an aid to sharpening the spirit. So it doesn't take time to learn like other skills. In fact, there is no need to learn this skill at all. Simply purchase the skill secret and follow the prompts to meet the requirements. Wang Guan read the enclosed instructions carefully, then took the scroll to the restroom and turned off the light. Inside the enclosed restroom, make sure that you are already in complete darkness. He slowly pulled back the scroll. Inside the scroll was a terrifying spatial rift drawn exquisitely with some kind of special fluorescent material. Cracks spread in the air, which seemed to contain endless evil. This is the image of the abyssal rift opening. Just a few seconds after the scroll was opened, the fluorescent lines on the scroll quickly dissipated, and the image of the abyssal rift had been automatically reflected into Wang Guan's consciousness. Congratulations, you've mastered a new skill, the Abyssal Viewing Method. There is no proficiency realm for the Abyssal Viewer. The scrolls are covered with fluorescent material that has a special effect. The ability to take a picture of a visualization, reflect it into the consciousness of the skill user, and make that picture produce a special effect. This way of learning skills, it's marvelous. Wang Guan walked out of the restroom with some dizziness. That scroll had been blank and devoid of any magic. He rested a little on the couch and couldn't wait to sit cross-legged. Remove distractions from your mind through meditation. Meditation, a required course in high school. When his heart cleared, Wang Guan began to recall the image of the abyss. That horrifying image, once again, surfaced in his mind, real and incomparable. It was as if they were looking straight into the abyss. He felt his body become light. Consciousness entered an illusory space. Wait for your feet to hit the ground and feel your body. He found a pallor that stretched endlessly around him. Abyssal viewing will lead to the battlefield of the world of consciousness, where illusory mutant beasts, monsters of the abyss, will be encountered. Wang Guan recalled in his mind what was in the skill description. Fight these mutated beasts and abyssal monsters, and use this to hone your spiritual attributes. What is viewed is random and similar to the skill user's level. However, abyssal monsters that the skill user has come into contact with and been impressed by are more likely to appear. For example, now, sure enough, Wang watched the humanoid monster that coalesced in front of him, accompanied by ripples. Bloodthirsty demon, and with a thought from Wang Guan's mind, the suit that had just arrived was automatically put on his body. The D-grade alloy longsword, too, coalesced in his hand. Equipment and weapons that the skill user already possesses in their subjective consciousness can be brought into this space of consciousness. Come and fight! Chapter 54A Brand New Use of the Bug Scrying Ability. The bloodthirsty demon has a humanoid appearance, with stout limbs and a blood-red body. It was as if it had been skinned, showing the muscle texture. Bloody mouth with a thick tail trailing behind it. It had just appeared and immediately pounced on Wang Guan, hissing and launching an attack. Although he had experienced hunting missions, in reality, Wang Guan had never actually fought with a bloodthirsty demon. Because every time this beast sees him, it scatters its legs and runs. But the bloodthirsty demons that were visualized were only illusory products of consciousness. It was very different from the one Wang Guan had seen. It possessed the strength of a true bloodthirsty demon and the same ferocity as a bloodthirsty demon. The killing power of the 5th stage abyssal monsters caused Wang Guan to instantly feel the pressure. Even with the T1 suit on his body, he was quickly falling behind. Physical attributes are crucial for ability users. The gap of 2 orders was not something that could be easily compensated by simply relying on skills and equipment. Even if one resided in an S-rank natural ability, it would be difficult to completely even out the rank gap. Su Mengmeng, who was able to release a high-voltage current to affect the bloodthirsty demon, was more because it was unexpected. If the bloodthirsty demon had been prepared, it would not have given Su Mengmeng the chance to hit itself with high-voltage electricity. In about 5 minutes. Phew! Wang Guan, who was sitting on the sofa, woke up with a gasp. In the battlefield of consciousness, he was torn apart by bloodthirsty demons. Death in consciousness is like waking up from a nightmare. The spirit can feel depressed and exhausted, but with a strong will, it doesn't have much of an effect. After Wang Guan meditated for a few moments, letting his agitated mood calm down a bit, he once again entered the Guanyin. This time he lasted 7 minutes. Continue. The 3rd time he fought the bloodthirsty demon, Wang Guan lasted for 10 minutes, holding on longer and longer. But it's a long way off to try to beat it. After challenging it for I don't know how many times, Wang Guan had been able to tangle with it for more than half an hour. It wasn't that Wang Guan had gotten stronger. The consciousness world does not affect the physique and speed attributes no matter how much it is honed. It was just that by constantly fighting with the bloodthirsty demon, it made Wang Guan more and more skilled in the bloodthirsty demon's fighting style. That instinctive fear in his heart when facing a bloodthirsty demon head-on became smaller and smaller. It is said that such people who are on the front lines of special armies, expeditions, etc., where they may be in direct combat with abyssal monsters, learn abyssal observations. Learn in advance about the abyssal monsters you may encounter and familiarize yourself with the way to fight them. Now, although Wang Guan had prolonged the time he had to maneuver with the bloodthirsty demon, he was not sure that he could kill it. That's when it happened. When Wang Guan dodged one of the bloodthirsty demon's attacks, he, unintentionally, cast a probe on the bloodthirsty demon. In the battlefield of consciousness, he could likewise use his probing ability. It had been probed before, and just like in the real world, the bloodthirsty demon, as a 5th-order monster, was ineffective at probing, resulting in only a string of question marks. But this time, probe. This is an escaped prisoner, ruthless and murderous, 1st-order rank. Wang Guan, question mark. Seeing this bug phrase, his body couldn't help but tremble. What's the situation? Why did the probe suddenly work? The bloodthirsty demon once again pounced ferociously. The king watched it approach, not on full alert as he had been earlier. He dodged easily, avoiding its lunge. A left hand slammed into its back. As the bloodthirsty demon lunged to the ground, the long sword in his right hand was picked up from the bottom up. Swish! Black blood flowers collapsed on the bloodthirsty demon's body, and his ghastly body was nearly chopped in 2 as he rolled and flew out. It quickly disappeared without a trace in the ripples. The Bug phrase had taken effect, and it was now an escaped prisoner of only 1 rank to Wang Guan. My bug probe. Why is it suddenly working? Wang Guan was incomparably surprised. With a movement in his heart, accompanied by ripples, there was a new bloodthirsty demon that coalesced. It still bore the bug word for escaped prisoner as the king watched towards it. Bloodthirsty beasts can't be scoped out uniformly because they themselves come from different species and just have the generic name bloodthirsty beasts. But a bloodthirsty demon is an abyssal race. Successfully probing one and encountering other bloodthirsty demons will keep the same bug word, with only slight differences in details. How did this happen? I've suddenly risen in rank. Wang Guan resolved the new bloodthirsty demon, accompanied by his intention, and exited the battlefield of consciousness. This was the first time that he, instead of being killed, had voluntarily withdrawn from the battlefield of consciousness. Hurriedly checking his attribute panel. Spiritual attributes had a 0.3 increase. However, he still remained at the peak of the 3rd rank and did not enter the 4th rank. Wang Guan thought of a possibility and his eyes quickly lit up. Battle abyssal monsters that exceed the probing threshold through abyssal viewing. When sufficient familiarity and understanding of them is achieved. Even if there was no way to successfully probe the target, you were able to complete the probe? Wang Guan could feel that this was not just a change that only occurred in the consciousness world. A real-world encounter with a bloodthirsty demon again would still be an escaped prisoner for him as well. Time to go back half a month and face the hunting mission again. The bloodthirsty demon's fear of him would become a reality. Redeeming this set of abyssal viewpoints is too worth it, isn't it? It was nearly morning and the windows were already clouded over. Wang Guan had been fighting in the battlefield of consciousness all night and had long been mentally sleepy. But he was not the least bit sleepy because of his excitement. He discovered a whole new use for the bug probe ability. The ability to probe like this has to do with mental attributes. Then he thought of something else. He could try other mental skills later when he had the chance. Maybe even tap into some special effect. Moreover, along with the increase in spiritual attributes, it might be possible to break the current limitations of the ability as well. For example, you can only probe targets of more than 1 rank. Unable to probe objects that are too large. It is also impossible to detect miasmas, disasters, and other shapeless targets, etc. Wang Guan didn't end up sleeping. It's time for a cup of fresh orange milk tea that has a calming effect. Unfortunately, those little bottles of milk tea in his backpack, he had already thrown them away, and he couldn't yell at one to get up and make him some milk tea. However, as a 3rd-order ability user with enough energy, he didn't feel how hard it was. When Zhou Wen woke up in the morning to cook, Wang Guan had already gone outside to buy breakfast, buns and porridge. Yuan Shaoqin followed and climbed up the bed. Under the gaze of Wang Guan with a disappointed face, he did not rush to eat. First took the textbook and began to go to the balcony to memorize. It was still the weekend and he didn't even have to go to school. It's amazing that you are still so diligent in your studies. Su Mengmeng woke up a little depressed. Wang Guan knew that this was the first time she had left her hometown, and she must be missing her father and Auntie Zhang and the others right now. Mengmeng, after we finish eating, I'll take you around the neighborhood. Wang Guan told her with a smile. How about some clothes for her and a cell phone? The peaceful town originally had no signal, much less a cell phone. Residents are trading in currencies that can be substituted for credits. I forgot to mention this before, so I'll add it here. However, the other day, Zhang Hailong left military contact equipment for Su Weicheng. Cell phones can now directly contact Su Weicheng through the military channel. Waiting with apprehension and curiosity, Su Mengmeng followed Wang Guan and started wandering around the nearby mall. Took a moment for her low mood to return. Made some purchases in the morning. Carrying my stuff back to the neighborhood, I passed Wen's milk tea store. From a distance, he suddenly saw a lot of people gathered over there. Wang Guan's expression tightened, and he hurriedly pulled Su Mengmeng closer over. Outside the milk tea store, there were several large men who looked fierce and tattooed standing. Zhou Wen stood in front of them, looking flustered and saying something with a pleading face. What happened? Wang Guan's brow furrowed as he asked the Moncler outlet store and maids around him. Moncler outlet online, recognizing Wang Guan in the same neighborhood, hastened to talk and explain. These big men were all gangsters from the neighborhood, belonging to a gang that was quite powerful in the area. During the recent period when Wang Guan had left for military training, they had often come over to harass Zhou Wen. This is the kind of thing that the vigilantes can't even control when they come. They have their eyes on Sister Wen. Wang Guan's eyes were cold. Zhou Wen is in great shape despite the fact that she is carrying the child. Shaoqin runs a milk tea store that's doing brisk business, in large part also because of her. But when he heard Wang Guan's words, one of the Moncler outlet store Moncler jackets was quick to wave his hand. That's not true. They're looking at the milk tea store's booming business and want to force the store down and run it themselves. Wang Guan? ? No. What the hell is a good gangster running a milk tea store? Just as Wang Guan froze. Inside the milk tea store, Yuan Shaoqin, who didn't go to school on the weekend, suddenly rushed out. The kid brother was filled with anger, a wooden stick clutched tightly in his hand. Don't you dare bully my mom, he shouted, and with a swing of his wooden stick, he rushed up to one of the big men. The big man froze for a moment, casually blocked the stick, and pushed Yuan Shaoqin to the ground with one hand. Zhou Wen was filled with worry and rushed to protect her son. "Little brat, if you make any more trouble, uncle will have to beat you." The big man laughed. Yuan Shaoqin had an angry and unyielding face and had to get up from the ground again. But just then, Wang Guan appeared in front of him. "Little Wang." Zhou Wen's face was delighted. "Sister Wen, when you encountered this kind of thing, why didn't you say anything to me?" Wang Guan helped Yuan Shaoqin up and said with a slight reproach. He suddenly understood the reason for the kid brother's conversion. Because his mom is being harassed by these punks. Does he want to study hard and be capable in the future so he can protect his mom? He rubbed Yuan Shaoqin's head. Shande took the stick from him. Yuan Shaoqin didn't know how long she had used this wooden stick. It's the kind of stick that kids treasure as if it were a treasure. The last time Wang Guan learned skills from him, he didn't want to pass them on to Wang Guan after all the good talk. After deciding to study hard, he hid this precious stick. Couldn't resist just now and let it see the light of day again. Probe. This is a long sword made of fine steel. The natural thing to have in the hands of a kendo genius is a sword. It didn't make the grade, but it was pretty good. "Who are you? Dare to meddle in our business?" A few punks saw Wang Guan and immediately clamored. Swish! Wang Guan casually waved the wooden stick in his hand. Phew! With the sound of the wind. Bared. The stone tiles on the ground next to them shattered one after another. "I'll give you a chance to apologize." Chapter 55. Wang Guan, do you want to resist arrest? Wang Guan casually waved his wooden stick and the stone bricks shattered. A few of the gangsters were startled and somewhat surprised by the means displayed by Wang Guan. These gang members who make their way within the city are at best a little better than the average resident, but only to a limited extent. Wang Guan didn't want to do anything with these punks, he just wanted to get rid of them. But to his surprise, the few punks were startled by Wang Guan though. But they exchanged quick glances and actually refused to back down. A vicious expression appeared on his face, and he felt out daggers, finger tigers and other weapons, and ferociously lunged at Wang Guan. "So Mang seems to be still prepared?" Wang Guan hurriedly circled around with these punks. Most of them are first and second order, with no powerful abilities and only slightly stronger than the average resident. The overall strength is so much worse than the military students. Against them, Wang Guan didn't even use the bug probe for fear of accidentally making them stronger. Zhou Wen hugged Yuan Shaoqin and was worried at first. But when he saw Wang Guan easily take down these punks, he quickly relaxed. Yuan Shaoqin's eyes, on the other hand, brightened and her mouth opened in surprise. Looking at the wooden stick in Wang Guan's hand, it was as if he had reopened the door to a new world. Su Mengmeng came to Zhou Wen's mother and son. The young girl seemed to be a little scared. Her small face tightened, but she still bravely blocked in front of Zhou Wen's mother and son. A gangster who had been kicked over by Wang Guan suddenly saw Su Mengmeng. This girl, who's with him, looks so soft and weak, like she can oink and cry for a long time with one punch. He immediately revealed a sardonic smile and rushed towards Su Mengmeng. Su Mengmeng looked startled. "You? Don't you come over here?" She cried out in a rush, as if she were about to cry in a hurry. Then, the hand inspired arcs of electricity, and with a bared sound, the punk flew out with a miserable scream. His hair was blowing up, he was black, and white smoke was coming out of his mouth. Has fainted. Su Mengmeng had an innocent face. "I've said, don't come over." She hadn't mastered her ability yet, so she was so afraid of accidentally electrocuting someone. Everyone on site, a few other punks too, stiffened physically. "Going on." Wang Guan swept his eyes at the unlucky egg and said with amusement to the few punks in front of him, "We're college students." The punks' bodies shuddered. The gold standard for college students in this world is still very high. Each of them, after all, had experienced the brutal elimination of the college entrance exam. Those who couldn't afford it would have died in the virtual battlefield long ago. Just then, the sound of a police car siren suddenly rang out. Several police cars quickly came into view on the street next to them. Someone called the police? Wang Guan was puzzled, but he saw that the few gangsters in front of him had expressions of surprise. "Not. You mixed black, see vigilantes so happy. Really good?" But soon, Wang Guan realized something was wrong. Just how come so many police cars are deployed to deal with this kind of street fight? Nor was it the vigilantes who came, but the motorized squads responsible for dealing with vicious incidents in urban areas. Motorized teams with strict limits on the strength of their members and well-equipped. It has always had a fierce reputation in the city. The most distinctive feature is the presence of police dogs. The police dog is not an ordinary dog. It is a fourth-order mutant beast called steel-bone mastiff, similar in size to the average large dog, but fierce and aggressive and very intelligent. Trained to understand owner commands. In front of him was a mobile team of a dozen or so men, accompanied by 2 steel-boned mastiffs. "Officer, he's innocent of assault. We're just here to talk business." And he suddenly started hurting people. "Team Zhu, one of our men is seriously injured." A few punks were wicked and rushed to the maneuvering team, pointing at the unlucky man lying miserably on the ground and crying. A lanky man with a thin face stepped out of the motorcade. The way he looked at Wang Guan was as if he was about to spit fire with a bone-deep hatred. Wang Guan was first stunned, then realized that this man was somewhat similar to Zhu Qianlong. Also called Team Zhu, he is the father of Zhu Qianlong. Zhu Qianlong's mom and dad, both officials at City Hall. His dad was a mobile team leader named Chu Wai-hung. When Zhu Qianlong used to pick a fight, he hadn't rarely put the other party's name on his lips, so Wang Guan could still remember it. "Vicious brawl. Disturbing the city's law and order. Arrest them for me." Without saying a word, Zhu Weisheng pointed at Wang Guan and signaled his men to arrest him. There was a commotion among the neighbors who were watching from the neighborhood. "Officer, wrong guy. These punks were the ones who picked a fight in the first place. If we're going to arrest them, we should arrest them too. They have spoken out in favor of justice." But Zhu Weixiong was unmoved and signaled to his men. "Ow!" The 2 steel-boned mastiffs let out a howl, shocking the crowd. Its palms plowed the ground and its iron pincer like nails, easily grasping through the stone tiles, inspired a burst of fire. The bones and teeth and claws of the steel-bone mastiff, containing metallic elements, are hard and sharp. That's how they got that name. There was silence all around. Zhu Weisheng smiled coldly and pointed at Wang Guan, his eyes signaling to the steel-bone mastiff. "Attack the target." The 2 steel-bone mastiffs immediately broke free from their bonds and pounced towards Wang Guan. The surrounding neighborhoods, their faces changed miserably. "I can't believe I just let the dog bite." They, as well as Zhou Wen's mother and son, subconsciously turned their heads, looking as if they didn't dare to look again. Su Mengmeng also wore a nervous look. But her already heavily socialized look doesn't seem to have changed much. "Teach this kid a lesson first," Zhu Weixiong was thinking viciously. But then he saw that 2 violent and ferocious steel-bone mastiffs pounced in front of Wang Guan. Wang Guan didn't make an attacking move, but just faintly said, "Get down." Then, the 2 steel-boned mastiffs then squatted down in front of Wang Guan in unison. It also stuck out its tongue and wagged its tail in an unbelievably well-behaved manner. Probe. This is a well-behaved golden hare, docile, close to people, and loves to play with people. Wang Guan bent down and rubbed the 2 beasts' heads. The steel-boned mastiff was immensely flattered. It rolled down to Wang Guan's feet, revealing its stomach. "Woof woof. All? Is this still a vicious and aggressive beast that bites its own people when it starts to get tough? Team Zhu, between us, is there some misunderstanding?" Wang Guan happily jerked his dog and looked up to ask. "Things are clear now. Those punks, they recently pestered Wen's milk tea store and even called the police. Chu Wai-hung then arranged for these punks to come and cause trouble today. It was to find an excuse to embarrass Wang Guan." Zhu Weisheng on the 2 suddenly rebel steel mastiff, both puzzled and annoyed. With anger, he said, "Subterranean dragon was killed by you? What other misunderstandings can there be? Sure enough, it's coming for Zhu Qianlong." Wang Guan frowned. "Zhu Qianlong was killed by me? Who told you that?" When he palmed and killed unmistakably Zhu Qianlong, he had already transformed into a bloodthirsty beast. It was the bloodthirsty demon that really killed him. To get him killed, it would be more appropriate to go after Lin Zidong or Longjing University. "I'll look into it, but for now, I'm taking you back." Zhu Weisheng snorted coldly. "Wang Guan, are you going to resist arrest?" Inside a car parked not far away, Jiang Wangxue and Director Chun, who came from Longjing University, looked at the place from afar. Seeing Wang Guan easily flatten the steel-bone mastiff, Jiang Wangxue was a bit surprised. However, a malicious look soon appeared in her eyes again. Zhu Weisheng would target Wang Guan because of her. When she got home yesterday, Zhu Weisheng and his wife approached her and asked how exactly Zhu Qianlong died. They were told that Zhu Qianlong died on a hunting mission, but officially, the information was vague and not detailed. Jiang Wangxue pretended to be sad and recounted the situation. She didn't lie either. She just hid the fact that Zhu Qianlong had transformed into a monster when he was killed, and vaguely implied that it was Wang Guan who deliberately killed Zhu Qianlong. Many people knew that Zhu Qianlong and Wang Guan did not have a good relationship. Wang Guan had also, in public, beaten Zhu Qianlong into a pig's head. The husband and wife were eager to lose their son and were easily encouraged by her. That's what led to today's scene. Wangxue, you did well. Director Chen, who was sitting on the side, nodded appreciatively to Jiang Wangxue. Wang Guan is my classmate, and I also hope that he will repent and join me in Longjing. Jiang Wangxue hid the malice in her eyes and hurriedly behaved herself. Zhu Weisheng was now full of hatred for Wang Guan, and would definitely not let him have a good time, and would definitely arrest him. These maneuvering teams, they've always had a reputation for ferocity. At that time, if Wang Guan was willing to give in to him, Director Chen can help him out of this trouble by clarifying that Zhu Qianlong's death has nothing to do with him and fishing him out. The Vanguard Army behind the Vanguard Military School had its forces spread across the Northwest War Zone, including Lingshan City. It was hard to influence Tianhai City as it was out of reach of the whip, and it was unlikely to make a big fuss over a freshman. And if Wang Guan refuses to give in, Director Chen was thinking fast. Suddenly, he saw two dark green cars, in the far neighborhood, speeding by. Is that a military vehicle? The vehicle pulled over, the doors opened, and a group of men and women in civilian clothes, 7 in all, stepped out of it. Although he was dressed in civilian clothes, the stern aura could still easily distinguish the identity of a soldier. The one who walked in front of the group was a woman with a beautiful appearance, wears sunglasses and has short, sassy hair. Very tall, wearing a tight white t-shirt and denim hot pants. White legs, long and full of strength. She stood out in this group of military heirs. But seeing this woman, Director Chen was immediately shocked. Xiaorong. How did this woman appear here? The mouth exclaimed in shock. Under the Vanguard, there is a special operations unit that specializes in all kinds of dangerous missions, the members of which are all the elite of the Vanguard Army, with accumulated battle achievements. This long-legged woman is one of them. Don't look at the appearance as an ordinary city lady. But this was a ruthless person who dared to single-handedly kill into the hinterland of the abyssal forces. As Director Chen wondered, Xiaorong had walked straight toward Wang Guan, who was confronting Zhu Weisheng. Chapter 56. You know you're wrong? No, you know you're going down. Xiaorong appeared with a group of people and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Wang Guan, who was frowning, saw them and his eyes lit up. They came in military vehicles, they were soldiers. This woman is the Rong sister that the Tong line is talking about? The Tong line had told him that this sister Rong would be coming over. Xiaorong's eyes under her sunglasses looked over at Wang Guan and nodded slightly. Then he stood in front of Zhu Weisheng. She was beautifully dressed, but Zhu Weisheng still could not help but subconsciously take a step back. The steel bone mastiff that was squatting at Wang Guan's feet and pampering himself seemed to feel threatened, revealing a vigilant appearance, but his body was trembling. Who are you? Zhu Weisheng asked. Vanguard, Xiaorong. She exposed herself and pointed to Wang Guan, dry and direct. I came to pick him up. Chu Weiheng couldn't help but lick his lips. Although he didn't know the name Xiaorong, but looking at the woman's aura, he knew that she had an uncomplicated position in the Vanguard Army. The chief of criminal police, in front of this kind of soldiers, cannot have much of a bottom. Wang Guan is an orphan. Where did he get such a big background? Even if the Pioneer Military Academy valued him, it wouldn't be enough to send an officer specifically to protect him, would it? This is downtown Tianhai. The law and order issue is under our control, Zhu Weisheng said in a somewhat weakened manner. Xiaorong sneered and had a strong attitude. I'm taking him away now. Wang Guan couldn't help but sigh darkly. No wonder the Tong line knew that his side was in trouble, and only said that Sister Rong was about to rush over, so that he could rest assured. Rong is really top-notch and bossy. Team Chu. Wang Guan then spoke. There are official records of what happened during the military training and hunting missions. Who told you that I killed him? Zhu Weisheng didn't answer, his eyes suddenly looking at the car in the distance. He knew Jiang Wangxue was in that car. Xiao Rong noticed his expression and rushed the other 6 people he brought with him, waving his hand. 6 men and women with military bearing immediately rushed over and surrounded the car. What are you guys doing? I'm a teacher at Longjing University. Director Chun, whom I met yesterday, was yanked out of the car. As the leader of the university, he was actually not weak, but he was not yet afraid to rebel against the soldiers around him. Jiang Wangxue, whose face was a bit pale, followed suit and got out of the car. Heh! Seeing the two, Wang Guan wasn't surprised in the slightest. This is Tianhai City. Aren't you vanguards afraid of starting a conflict by coming here? Director Chen sternly questioned after being brought over. I'm on leave and came here on vacation. Nothing to do with military matters. Shurong looked to the other 6 who had followed him. What do you say, right? Yes. The 6 men in civilian clothes shouted in unison and gave a military salute. Director Chen? Wang Guan looked at Jiang Wangxue with a cold gaze. You told Team Zhu that I killed Zhu Qianlong? Jiang Wangxue swept Xiao Rong with some trepidation and bit her lip. Zhu Qianlong was killed by you. He had already transformed into a bloodthirsty beast by then and was already dead. Wang Guan said indifferently. Moreover, I heard Wana Shou say that Lin Zidong didn't pick him originally, but he took the initiative to join the squad in order to protect you. Hearing Wang Guan's words, Zhu Weisheng looked at Jiang Wangxue with annoyed eyes. These things, you didn't say anything last night. Uncle Zhu, don't listen to his nonsense. Qianlong's death has nothing to do with me. I was also almost killed by the bloodthirsty devil. Jiang Wangxue was a little flustered and quickly explained. Xiao Rong suddenly took a step closer to Jiang Wangxue. Her eyes under her sunglasses looked at Jiang Wangxue and said in a calm tone, Tell the truth. 3 simple words, but they seemed to carry an overlapping tone, ringing in the ears of the crowd. There was something majestic and inviolable about it. Jiang Wangshue's body trembled, and her already pale face turned a few shades paler. It was full of horror, as if it had encountered something horrible and incomparable. Warily, he almost fell to the ground. The Eye of Judgment. The others didn't understand, but Director Chun recognized what it was. Xiao Rong possessed the S-rank alienation system ability Eye of Judgment. Yes, Zhu Qianlong joined the team for my sake. He was also killed by a bloodthirsty demon to save me, but I didn't appreciate him and thought he was trash. Jiang Wangshue's face twitched as if she had gone through a great mental struggle, but eventually the words came out shakily. Zhu Weixiong's eyes, at once, seemed as if they were going to spit out fire. Wang Guan was astonished, being able to directly shock the mind and force others to spit out their true words. And that's not all. I've gotten other people killed. She continued. Wang Guan froze for a moment. There was a windfall? What did you do? Seeing that Jiang Wangxue refused to say any more, he asked. Jiang Wangxue glanced at Wang Guan, her eyes filled with struggle and indignation. Deadly biting his lip, he didn't speak. Say it, Shirong urged with a superimposed tone. I was jealous that Anya stole my ranking. In the early morning, let out my anger and killed her swarm. As a result, it prevented Anya from realizing that the bloodthirsty beasts were out in time. She took the secret that was hidden in her heart and told it. Wang Guan had been shocked. Anya was responsible for the swarm of bees at the Longjing students' residence that innocently disappeared, and it turned out to be Jiang Wangshue's doing? In fact, at that time, Wang Guan and everyone else didn't think much about it. After all, the town covered a large area, and it was understandable that Anya's swarm couldn't take care of all of it. They didn't blame Anya, only Anya herself held a grudge for a long time. Results. The swarm there was killed by Jiang Wangxue? How did I not find out in high school for 3 years? She is so extreme. Wang Guan secretly introspected himself, and could only say that she was too well hidden. Director Chun, who was standing beside Jiang Wangxue, was also startled. He knew exactly what had happened, just because the swarm hadn't warned him, and Nguyen Ashou's telepathic abilities couldn't distinguish between human-sized bloodthirsty beasts. That's what led to the attack on 2 Ryukyung students. Even more so, because of them, they allowed Lin Zidong to determine the orientation of the bloodthirsty demon. Desperate, the group wiped out the whole team. Only Jiang Wangxue survived. Now, not to mention Zhu Weisheng, Director Chen's eyes also began to spit fire. Although the main responsibility for the tragic deaths of those dozen or so Longjing students lay with Lin Zidong's arrogance. But Jiang Wangxue is also responsible. The two initial victims were even more of her doing. Xiao Rong seemed to be surprised by this development as well, and a light smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She shifted away and looked into Jiang Wangshue's eyes. Jiang Wangshue immediately collapsed to the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. A look of despair covered his face. Turning his head, he saw that Zhu Weisheng was showing an expression like he was going to kill her. She quickly looked at Director Chun for help. You're waiting to be fired. Director Chun suppressed his anger and growled lowly. Jiang Wangshue's ice, which was very powerful, and she had performed well among the freshmen, which the school had originally valued quite highly. But if she did such a thing and was exposed in public, then the school would not be able to keep her even if they valued her. Not only that, but hold her accountable. And with the hunting mission in Peaceful Town, she encouraged everyone to send out a call for help, making many people miss their chance. The principal was already a little upset. Director Chan rushed to Jiang Wangshue, leaving a "you wait" look, and looked at Wang Guan with a complicated expression, turned his head and left. "Take care," Shirong greeted with a smile. Then, she looked at Zhu Weisheng. "You guys have something else?" Zhu Weisheng's hate value was now transferred to Jiang Wangshue. However, the look he gave Wang Guan was still a bit icy. The transformed Zhu Qianlong was still killed by Wang Guan after all, but he couldn't possibly hold any more grudges.
Sorry.
He turned to Wang Guandao, pointed at Jiang Wangshue, and said to his men, "Take her back." A criminal police officer went over and grabbed Jiang Wangshue's arm. You have no reason to take me." Jiang Wangshue hastily struggled up and instinctively released the frost mist. A layer of frost was frozen on the arm of a criminal police officer. The criminal was not weak and was not injured, but he still cried out in pain. "I was kind enough to try to pick you up and you assaulted a police officer. Arrest." The other Interpol officers swarmed over them. A process that is quite skillful. Jiang Wangshue, she suddenly realized something and hurriedly looked at Wang Guan. "Brother Wang Guan, you help me? I did wrong before, but I actually still like you. You help me?" Her voice pleaded miserably, and her eyes looked at Xiao Rong with awe. Xiao Rong had specially rushed to Tianhai City to help Wang Guan, and her status was obviously not ordinary. If Wang Guan begged for her hand, he might be able to save himself, but Wang Guan's expression was cold, and he didn't have the slightest bit of compassion for Jiang Wangshue. Know what's wrong? It's knowing that you're going to be finished. He never lacked a heart of stone when it came to such people as disgusted him from the bottom of his heart. Turning around, she saw that Su Mengmeng was standing beside him, and she was a bit confused as to what had happened. But when she found Wang watching over, she immediately revealed a sweet smile. Wang Guan smiled and rubbed her head. Amidst Jiang Wangshue's cries, Zhu Weisheng withdrew with the criminal police team. Those few punks who were previously authorized by Zhu Weisheng and came here to pick a fight also slipped away early with their fainted companions. A circle of onlookers surrounded the neighborhood, still looking curiously from afar. "Disperse, all of you." Xiao Rong waved his hand around, dispersing the crowd. She walked back to Wang Guan. The eyes behind the sunglasses seemed to be looking Wang Guan up and down. There was a faint smile on his face. "Ooh, ee." Wang Guan thought for a moment and called him according to the child's line, "Sister Rong." Xiao Rong shook her head. "Your mom I call sister, so you should call me sister-in-law." Wang Guan. "Isn't that child line directly a generation above me?" Chapter 57, Taking the Treasure Mother and Child. They traveled together to the university. At the table outside the milk tea store, Wang Guan and Xiao Rong sat opposite each other. The 6 people Xiao Rong brought with her sat next to the other tables. His posture was leisurely, but his eyes were always alert to his surroundings. Su Mengmeng helped Zhou Wen, brewed a few cups of milk tea and brought them out. Xiao Rong seemed to rarely drink this kind of beverage, curiously taking 2 sips and nodding in satisfaction. "Sister Rong, you and my parents, how did you meet?" Wang Guan asked with some anticipation. "Call your sister-in-law," Xiao Rong reminded before saying, 10 years ago, when I first awakened my abilities, I did research with your mom." "Research what?" Wang Guan asked in a hurry. Xiao pointed a finger at herself. "Me, Wang Guan, ? My eye of judgment, an extremely rare ability, and awakened in an accident with some mutations. The direction of the mutation happens to be your mom's area of expertise. Because of her help, I was able to stabilize and take full control of these eyes. Shirong narrated with nostalgia. She'd been wearing those sunglasses the whole time and hadn't taken them off until now. It seems to be all about hiding eye abnormalities. How much do you know about my parents' involvement in the adventures of that ancient god temple, Sister Rong? Wang Guan suppressed his excitement and asked. Call me sister-in-law. Xiao Rong corrected helplessly. Then she said with a few sighs, I kinda understand, because I was actually involved in that expedition. Wang Guan looked shocked and hurriedly asked, What really happened at that time? Xiaorong was silent for a moment, her sunglasses hiding the emotions in her eyes. But Wang Guan could understand that she was being sentimental. Then she began to recount the experience at the time. Ever since the abyssal rift appeared in this world, apart from the terrifying abyssal fae, there would occasionally be some strange and weird things that would fall out of it. Like that ancient shrine. An expedition was formed with the support of a number of syndicates and families. There were 17 people in total, of which only Wang Guan's mom and dad belonged to the researchers, and everyone else was a powerful ability. Thuyong was a sophomore at Pioneer Military Academy at the time. The strength is among the top of his generation, but he is not yet eligible to join the team. But just because of certain properties of the Eye of Judgment, and because of Wang Guan's parents' invitation, she joined the expedition. The journey was smooth as they found the ancient god's hall and entered it with ease. The temple is dedicated to an unknown ancient god, possibly from other worlds that have been eroded and conquered by the abyss. Your parents, they seem to recognize the ancient gods enshrined in the temple. They look very excited. Xiao Rong recalled the scene, his voice a little more grave. And then just then, the accident suddenly happened. The divine hall began to tremble violently, as if it had triggered some kind of prohibition. She paused and said to Wang Guan, They told you that your parents disappeared unexpectedly, right? Seeing Wang Zhan's point of view, she continued, In fact, it's not your parents who are missing, it's that shrine, which took your parents, some of its members, with it. Only a few people, such as Xiao Rong, escaped in time thanks to the special nature of their abilities. Then what happened? Wang Guan pursued. It was never seen again, and things related to the temple were classified. That was why Wang Guan had never found out any information about the ancient god's temple. It was as if the incident had never happened. Wang Guan frowned, his mind turning over with thoughts. He thought back to that night 8 years ago, not knowing if it was real or a dream, when Mom and Dad had suddenly returned and disappeared. There's also the headache that's been going on since then, as well as the awakening bug ability. He was now almost certain that his bug abilities and headaches had something to do with that ancient god's temple. Originally, Wang Guan had thought that when he was a bit stronger, he would definitely go to that divine temple to take a look. As a result, it had gone missing, which inevitably caused Wang Guan some regret. Have you guys finalized what's going on with that ancient shrine? He asked. There was an accident, but a lot of valuable information was brought back. Xiao Rong said. Seeing Wang Guan's eyes expectantly, she shook her head again. These things cannot be given to you, they are classified and you would have to be of sufficient merit and rank to have access to them. She comforted. It's useless for you to understand now, try to grow up first, and think about these things when you're strong enough. Aha! Wang Guan wasn't overly ambitious either. He asked Shirong some more questions, and Shirong patiently answered whatever he could. Finally, Wang looked at Zhou, who was busy inside the milk tea store, and his heart moved. Rong, can you help me with something? He asked. I would have gone crazy without your mom's help back then. So you can consider me your family. Xiao Rong had a kind face. What do you want Annie to help you with? It's like this, Rong. Wang Guan hurriedly told Zhou Wen's story. The few punks who came to pick a fight today, even though they were instructed by Zhu Weisheng, they themselves were also interested in Sister Rong's milk tea shop. When Wang Guan left, it might even get worse. That's why he wanted to seek Xiao Rong's help to solve this hidden problem. This one's easy. Xiao Rong agreed with a full mouth as she shook the emptied drink bottle in her hand. There are empty stores on the Pioneer Military Academy, and she can move the milk tea store to the school if she wants. I'll take care of the rest, count me in. This stuff is pretty tasty, business should be good. Wang Guan's eyes were happy. It could be like this? It would be great, he would have no shortage of potions, and he would be able to dabble in a dietary supplement meal every now and then. I just don't know if one is willing to do it. It's not good, is it? Hearing Xiao Rong's proposal, Zhou Wen was hesitant. Although he knew Wang Guan well and trusted him, and was now renting his home. and understand that this is a great opportunity. But to leave Tianhai City, where she had lived for decades, to live in an unfamiliar place, she was instinctively repulsed. The Pioneer Military School isn't in the city, but since it's a military school, you don't have to wonder about security or worry about business. No store in the school has ever lost money yet. Xiaorong smiled and persuaded, I'm a pioneer soldier, and you can trust our credibility. Zhou Wen remained hesitant. Xiaorong then looked at Yuan Shaoqin. The kid brother was holding a wooden stick and waving it around wildly. After what he had just experienced, he had opened the door to a new world. Studying hard doesn't help his mom, so he decides to get back into kendo, a generation of sword saints back on track. Wang Guan expressed his relief. At Pioneer Military Academy, your son will also get the best education possible. Xiaorong smiled and said to Zhou Wan, the Pioneer Military Academy's affiliated elementary and middle schools are all top-ranked schools. With a militarized administration, students are held to strict requirements and are urged to study and maintain excellent grades. Zhou Wen's eyes immediately lit up. With her son's education at stake, she finally agreed. Yuan Shaoqin, who was about to give up trying to study and return to kendo, ? Wang Guan. In the next 2 days, Wang Guan brought Su Mengmeng to purchase a lot of things to prepare for school. Also bought Su Mengmeng a cell phone, which is an essential thing. Spending money on Su Mengmeng wouldn't hurt Wang Guan. Pioneer Military Academy tuition is free anyway. Enrollment is both enlisted and will earn you a rank, just not a military status. Students are required to fulfill certain military duties, get a stipend, and don't have to worry about daily life. It's the weapons and equipment that cost the most for the ability. However, Su Mingming's ability comes with armed characteristics. As long as you learn to master, the demand for weapons equipment is not too strong. For the past 2 days, Xiaorong and his own men's squad stayed in a nearby hotel. She went to Tianhai City in the name of vacation, but her purpose was to protect Wang Guan. When the 2 days passed peacefully, Wang Guan, Su Mengmeng and Zhou Wen's mother and son, and Xiaorong's team, together, they boarded a special military train to Lingshan City. Sitting in the car and playing with his cell phone in boredom, Wang Guan suddenly saw a piece of news. Longjing University official informed that Jiang Wangxue has been expelled from Longjing because of his bad character, which triggered bad consequences, and will continue to pursue related responsibilities. With Longjing University's style of behavior, Jiang Wangxue would never have a good time next. And Mr. and Mrs. Chu Wai Hung, who hated her with a passion. She'll never get another chance to go to college and face jail time. Seeing this news, Wang Guan was in a calm mood. The blame is just a matter of self-inflicted. He just thought with some amusement. Those school leaders of Tianhai Third Middle School, afraid to cry. In the past few days, the former class teacher Zhang Huimin several times want to contact Wang Guan, the only remaining top students. All of them were ruthlessly rejected by Wang Guan. He continued to browse other news. At this time, an unfamiliar number suddenly called Wang Guan's cell phone. Which one? Wang Guan connected curiously. Is this Mr. Wang Guan? On the other side of the cell phone, a kindly man's voice rang out. It's me. Who are you? Wang Guan asked. The man said, it doesn't matter who I am. I'm looking for fellow student Wang Guan to talk about a business deal. What business? Wang Guan was wary in his heart and looked at Xiaorong, who was sitting in the seat next to him and was chatting with Su Mengmeng, and continued to ask. It's like this, I know that Wang Guan, a student, got the entry qualification for the Dragon Forest Mystic Realm, and can also bring 3 members. The man said, his voice becoming more and more kind. Can you trade these 3 spots to me? I will pay you handsomely. It's for the Dragon Forest Mystic Realm entry qualification, and you want to trade places? A secret adventure, full of opportunities. The 3 places that Wang Guan could carry were naturally extremely valuable. But the 3 people brought in are the equivalent of squad mates, and are going to be in there together. How could Wang Guan take strangers? And he'd settled on a candidate early on, too. Sorry, I already have someone in mind and won't trade. Wang Guan decisively refused. The man's voice remained kind. Can we discuss this further? No need, Wang Guan said. The voice went cold. Are you sure? Chapter 58 Oddball Class. One full of talent. I'm sure. Wang Guan's voice was also a few degrees colder. Then, I hope that student Wang Guan will have smooth sailing in the Dragon Forest Mystic Realm. An icy laugh rose in the man's voice. Wang Guan sensed the malice in it and said in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" "Ha!" The voice gave a laugh and hung up. "What's wrong?" Xiu Rong, who was sitting not far away, noticed the side and asked with concern. Wang Guan spoke the contents of the phone call. Xiu Rong's brow under her sunglasses seemed to frown slightly. "Rong, what kind of person might make such a call?" he asked. "Consortiums, families, or whatever organizations? It's possible. And exploring the secret realm is good for them all." Xiu Rong explained, "The Longsan secret realm is a newly formed secret realm, and you're getting the first batch of qualifications to enter, so it's a huge honor if you can get the secret first pass." Before Xiu Rong came to Tianhai City, he had deliberately investigated the intelligence of the Longsan mysterious realm and had told Wang Guan. The secret realm is a unique territory formed by the abyssal rift, the equivalent of a buffer zone between the abyss and this world. Ability users can enter it and achieve certain goals that will allow the secret realm to settle down for a while. This is called clearance. It's a great honor for both the individual and the team. And Ronson is a newly formed secret realm that will be opened for the first time in a week to those with abilities. Those with qualifying abilities can travel to the secret world through special equipment within the school. The first pass is naturally more significant when it is completed for the first time. Not to mention the rewards gained, the honor of it would draw a lot of competition. You were right to reject him. Secret adventures and teaming up with strangers can mean taking death. Xiu Rong showed her sister-in-law's relief to Wang Guan, then worried. However, it may also cause them to become disgruntled and deliberately target you when the time comes. The entry qualifications issued by the secret realm are not just the one you have in your hands. There are dozens more as far as I know, and there will be more than 100 capable people entering them. The person who called you may already have a number of entry slots in hand. When you enter the secret realm in a week, you will all be in competition. Well, I'll be careful, Sister Rong. Mentioning this, Wang Guanhao wasn't worried and was full of confidence. This was because the Dragon Forest Mystic Realm restricted entry to those with abilities below the 5th rank. The entry of an ability over the 5th rank would upset the balance inside. And Wang Guan was now at the peak of the 3rd rank and would soon enter the 4th rank. By that time, a 5th-order ability person would not be a threat to him. Besides, even if the bug probe triggered a low-probability event, his 3 companions were all quite powerful. Su Mengmeng, who was sitting across from Xiu Rong, clenched her small fist and waved, "Wang Guan, I'll try my best." "I believe you," Wang Guan said with a smile. He had high hopes for the girl's super-magnetic armament, too. The train stops at Lingshan City Station. Then on the bus, after a few hours of driving through dense forests and ruins, a huge sinkhole appeared ahead. The bridge that connects to the highway is cantilevered over the sinkhole, and it's only halfway there. As you approach the sinkhole, there are layers of soldiers guarding the barriers and they are checked before being released. The bus traveled straight ahead and soon reached the end of the bridge and was about to fall into a sinkhole. The car still hasn't stopped. Although Xiu Rong had long ago done to inform, Wang Guan still could not help but be shocked out of a cold sweat. Su Mengmeng and Zhou Wen's mother and son even closed their eyes in fear. The bus left the bridge and did not fall into the sinkhole. The surrounding scenery changed in a burst of colors and had arrived at a completely new world. In front of us, we can see the simple but majestic gate of the Pioneer Military School, the Vanguard Military School, which was established in a secret place. The hidden dangers of this secret realm had been removed and the cracks sealed. The pioneering sages later built this military school on this site. In addition to the university, there is an attached elementary, middle, and high school, as well as a sizable town that provides for daily needs. When the bus stopped, Wang Guan jumped down and looked around. Surrounded by lush grass and trees, with blue sky and white clouds overhead, it is as if the world outside is completely different. This place was supposed to be part of the outside world. While Wang Guan was sighing, the voice of the Tong line rang in his ears. "See the sinkhole out there?" The white-haired teenager had been waiting here for a long time, and he introduced himself enthusiastically. 157 years ago, an abyssal rift opened up here, swallowing the entire territory and forming this secret realm. After the Vanguard took control of the settlement, they found it to be spatially structurally sound, which is why they built the school here. Tong and his party introduced themselves and then greeted Xiu Rong. "Sister Rong, hello. You take Wang Guan and Meng Meng to report." Xiu Rong gave an unseen account of the child line. On her own, she took Zhou Wen's mother and son and her men and went to deal with the milk tea store first. So next, Under the leadership of Tong and his party, Wang Guan and Su Mengmeng took a brief turn around the university campus to familiarize themselves with the environment. The child line is a graduate of Pioneer High School and is more than familiar with the place. The two quickly finished checking in. Just as the check-in was completed and he was officially a student at Pioneer Military Academy. You have joined the Pioneer Army Reserve and have earned the rank Private 3rd Class. Checking the property screen again, there's already more new content. Ability, Probe F. Grade 3rd Order. Rank, Private 3rd Class 0%. Skills, Windmill Proficient, Military Style Fist Max Proficient, Abyssal Viewing System. Physical Fitness, 31.5. Speed, 27.1. Mental, 29.2. The rank system of the Union Army. Private, Sergeant, Lieutenant, Colonel, General. The columns are divided into 3rd Class, 2nd Class, and 1st Class. Enrollment in the Pioneer Military Academy is both enlisted and holds the rank of Private 3rd Class. The percentage at the back is? Wang Guan asked the boys' line curiously. There was an experience bar for military ranks? That's the war record. The boys' line explained. We can improve our battle performance by completing military missions, and when we reach 100%, we can improve our rank. Well, it is indeed an experience bar. Then the child line went into detail. To advance in rank, there is a limit of years of service in addition to the battle record to meet the standard. Consuming merit, however, can ignore the limit of years. Afterwards, Tong and his party sent Wang Guan and Su Mengmeng to their dormitory and helped them get settled. He went over the school program some more. The Pioneer Military Academy is divided into 4 types of programs. Knowledge classes. Students choose their own classes and can take general courses such as math and literature. There are also classes in Abyssal Phase Studies, Mutant Beast Habits, and more. Aptitude class. This is a specialized class, and students in different aptitude departments will have corresponding instructors. Teach application skills, develop corresponding exclusive skills, etc. Skill classes. This is an elective class that can be spent, or through rewards, to select a corresponding skill tutor. There are also some skills where the instructor will assign a test and you can learn the corresponding skill by passing it. Military service classes. This is something that every student is expected to participate in. The school will arrange some practical tasks. Depending on the situation, freshmen will be divided into classes based on their ability faculties. The child line explained again. For example, he would join the Energy Department class. Su Mengmeng is in the Thunder and Lightning Department class. What about me? Wang Guan was stunned. Which department should he be assigned to with his probing? The ableist lineage can be broadly categorized into 6 main categories. Energy, elemental, alienation, mental, auxiliary, and life. The largest number of elemental abilities fall into one broad category. That's why when it's usually mentioned, it's directly referred to as the Thunder and Lightning Department, the Ice and Snow Department, and so on. School classes are also divided according to Thunder, Lightning, Ice, and Snow. As for Wang Guan's scrying and Su Wei Cheng's marking, the abilities in this category are not well delineated. They can barely be classified as auxiliary, but then again they are very different from auxiliary abilities such as providing status bonuses and healing the wounded. Quan, you should enter the special department. The child line said, special refers to the type whose ability is more special and not well classified. Then he gave an embarrassed look. The number of people in the special department classes has always been the smallest. The Pioneer Military Academy had enrolled 270 new students this year, and the other classes had a minimum of 10, with a high number possibly reaching 30. But the special department, together with Wang Guan, there were only 7 people in total. And the students in the special department are more or less, it wasn't contempt, but because the students in this class were, indeed, all a bit unusual. Just like Wang Guan's F-rank ability, yet he has great battle power. After listening to the introduction of the child's line, Wang Guan became even more curious. It's the beginning of the school year and class meetings are essential. After sending Su Mengmeng to her class, Wang Guan followed the school network's prompts and went to the special department's class. It's on the 7th floor of Academic Building 1. Wang Guan was climbing the stairs when he suddenly met a little girl. It looked 5 or 6 years old, with 2 ponytails up and a cartoon-style dress. Her body swayed as she climbed the stairs rather laboriously on her short legs. Probing out of habit, the words fit together for once in a rare way, showing her to be a normal little girl. Is it one of the teacher's kids? Wang Guan rubbed the little girl's head. Little sister, Where are you going? The little girl tilted her head and surveyed Wang Guan for a few moments and said in a milky voice, 7th floor. Such a coincidence. Then let me carry you up. Wang Guan proposed kindly. The little girl thought about it and nodded happily. Okay. So Wang Guan picked up the little girl and went all the way to the 7th floor before putting her down. Brother is going to class. He smiled and said goodbye to the little girl, found the classroom and pushed his way inside. There were only a few people sparsely seated in the large classroom. The other 6 people in the special department had already arrived, except for Wang Guan. With a single glance, Wang Guan was able to spot the oddball qualities of these people. The girl with the glasses and the thin face was somewhat distracted and was chanting something. The boy with the killer haircut was holding a poker in his hand, not knowing what he was counting. There was another girl, wrapped up tightly in the heat and wearing a mask. And the boys sitting in the back corner. The body was as obese as a mountain of meat, and it filled 2 seats. The desk was also filled with all kinds of food that was being shoved into his mouth over and over again. I can only say that it is worthy of being a special department, and all of them are really different, just as Wang Guan sighed. Suddenly he saw the little girl he had carried upstairs earlier, staggering past him into the classroom. The little girl walked over to the podium and skillfully yanked the bench out from underneath, climbed up and stood up. Scanning around the classroom, she said to the shocked Wang Guan, "Students, please find a seat and sit down. I'm the instructor of the special department." Wang Guan. Crap, so the most bizarre thing is the instructor? Chapter 59. Everyone in the special department is talented. I super like it here. How much longer are you going to gawk? This student? Seeing that Wang Guan was still standing frozen in front of the classroom door. The little girl with her feet on the stool, standing behind the podium, crossed her arms and questioned fiercely. Oh. Wang Guan stifled his head and walked inside the classroom. Inside the classroom, the other students, who were looking at the little girl in amazement, were sitting scattered. Wang Guan then chose a decentralized seat as well. Hello everyone. My name is Yi Yin, the little girl's clear, childish voice said. Even standing on a stool, her height is still a concern. Wang Guan sat so far forward that he could only see the small hand sticking out from behind the podium. The small hand waved in the air. From now on, you can call me Mr. Xiaoye. There was silence in the class. Let's start by introducing ourselves, students. A small hand pointed toward Wang Guan. You first. Wang Guan was speechless, feeling as if this teacher Xiaoye was targeting himself a bit. Who would have thought this little girl was the instructor? And he was able to successfully probe at the time, showing that the other person was an ordinary little girl. The last chapter was supposed to probe the results of a female high school student. Given that Wang Guan hugged her all the way afterward, considering the protagonist's character issues, it's still done a little modification without delaying the plot. Wang Guan stood up and briefly introduced himself. Wang Guan, from Tianhai City. My ability is rank F probing. Hearing his ability, several other students looked over. But there was no contempt, just curiosity. They obviously didn't know who Wang Guan really was. Very good. The small hand behind the podium waved, signaling Wang Guan to sit down and naming the next student. The girl with the glasses, a bit of a diva, her name was Zhang Qiu, possesses the Class A ability Hyperdimensional Senses, which is an ability to look at the world from a transcendent vision. However, when you awaken this ability, I've heard that it's extremely easy to become insane. Wang Guan threw over a probe. Probe. This is a talented poet. A sickly, vegetable-colored boy by the name of Li Qi. Awakened is a B-rank ability. Pathogen. The ability to make any kind of virus inside the body and release it. He seems to be affected himself though? Probe. This is a long-distance runner. The poker-playing killjoy, whose name was Mafe, had the A-rank ability, Clown of Doom. It is an extremely rare ability to manipulate luck. Can spread bad luck to others through simple communication. Probe. This is an ordinary boy. The girl who wrapped herself up tightly was called Luo Xiaotao. Awakened a rank ability, the Demon of Charm. She possesses great powers of seduction and thus manipulation of others. Charm is not through the spirit, but her skin exerts its effect. Wrap yourself up tightly because you can't control it on your own yet. Probe. This is an ordinary girl. The boy sitting in the corner of the mountain of flesh is called Jianghua and has an S-class ability called Tao Tai. By eating only, you can improve your physique. He introduced himself while still stuffing food inside his mouth. Probe. This is an ordinary toddler. Everyone has introduced themselves. So next when Jianghua finished his introduction, small hands waved behind the podium. Sensei, a dry, thin boy with glasses, suddenly raised his hand. I haven't introduced myself. Not only was teacher Xiaoya a little surprised, but Wang Guan was a little surprised too. There's another one. Just now, only 6 people introduced themselves, and surprisingly, no one noticed that something was wrong. Soon, Wang Guan understood why. Because the skinny boy's name is Chun Mo, and his awakened ability is called Silence, a class. The silence ability makes his presence incredibly thin. As long as he didn't make a vocal reminder, it was easy to ignore his presence. Probe. This is a handsome street performer. Wang Guan gave Chun Mo a somewhat amused look. A small hand reached out from behind the podium and patted it gently. Great. Now we all know each other. As special faculties, you are all unique in your own way. And I, as your instructor, will next help you master your abilities as best you can. That said, listen to that milky voice. Wang Guan feels really not much credibility. We're a class. Let's choose a class president first. Ms. Sayaka continued. Given that we're all still unfamiliar with each other, let's start with the teacher's identification. Suddenly, the small hand pointed at Wang Guan. Wang Guan, you'll take on the position of class president first. ? Wang Guan froze. Let me be the class president. It's not like he can't. He was class president for 3 years in high school. He knows this job. Just. Seeing that teacher Xiaoya had directly designated Wang Guan, the other 6 people in the classroom all looked over with somewhat unhappy eyes. Members who join the special department are oddballs and freaks who are not so easily subdued. Everyone, if you're not convinced, you can try to challenge for the position of class president. As if she intended to arch the fire, Ms. Xiaoya's voice had a little more laughter in it. The eyes of the others looking over toward Wang Guan were decidedly more unpleasant. Wang Guan, for carrying her like a child all the way, that's holding a grudge, isn't it? But is fine, right? He looked back at the other 6 one by one. No thanks to the special class, the abilities were all very unique, and Wang Guan wanted to establish a friendly relationship with them. None of them can affect themselves under the bug word anyway. 6 students lowered their heads one after another. Mr. Xiaoya behind the podium, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. She began to explain the do's and don'ts for new students. For example, uniforms need to be worn at all times within the school, etc. Despite the appearance of a small child, he droned on and on and on for over an hour. It's dark outside. That's it for the class meeting, and I'll be available for any future questions. Finally, Mr. Xiaoya announced the end of the class meeting. She jumped off the bench, not forgetting to tuck it back under the table. As he staggered outside, he suddenly looked toward Wang again. You come to my office after dinner. No, still holding a grudge? When Ms. Xiaoya left, the students in the special class, one after another, headed outside. Wang Guan took out his cell phone and texted Su Mengmeng and Tong's line to meet at the cafeteria. Suddenly, his shoulders were clasped by someone. It was Killmonger dressed as the Clown of Doom, Muffy. It's a pleasure to meet you, class president. As he spoke with a smile in his eyes, Ma Fei's other hand reached out to shake Wang Guan's hand. Wang Guan revealed a kind smile and, unsuspectingly, shook his hand. Let's go eat dinner together. Wang Guan proposed. Yeah, Ma Fei said with a grin. He suddenly pulled away from Wang Guan, revealing an expectant expression. As a rule of thumb, this Lord class president will soon be out of luck. Just as he thought of this, he suddenly let out an ouch, stepped on the ground, and rolled straight down the stairs. Aya, are you okay? Wang Guan looked concerned and rushed down the stairs to help him. No, I'm fine. After military training, the new students all had at least second-order abilities, so naturally they wouldn't fall and get hurt. But Ma Fei had a look like he had seen a ghost, his eyes stunned. Not even daring to touch Wang Guan's hand again, he jumped up numbly on his own. Wang Guan laughed in his heart. Doom can't be given to me, so it will backfire on you? He added to the others, why don't we all go to dinner together? Sort of a potluck for our special department? A few others hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Chun Mo, the silent ability, walked behind, eyes curiously observing Wang Guan and the other students. He wasn't worried about his gaze and offending others. Because no one will notice him, These people should have forgotten he exists by now. Chun Mo, walk faster. Wang Guan suddenly turned his head and greeted him.
Chen Montag.
The third cafeteria recommended by the child line. By lunchtime, a crowd had gathered, with freshmen making up the majority. They were very distinguishable. Only the freshmen hadn't gotten around to changing their military posts yet and were all in civilian clothes. The 7 students from the special department, entering the cafeteria, attracted a lot of attention. Mostly because the group is so distinctive. Godly girls, sickly boys, killjoys, tightly wrapped weirdos, fat people like mountains of meat. It also looks normal as far as the king is concerned. But there were so many strange shapes and forms among the ability users that people didn't pay much attention to them. Su Mengmeng and the Tong line hadn't come yet. Wang Guan and a few others called for their meals and sat down at the 2 neighboring tables. Luo Xiaotao suddenly sat down opposite Wang Guan. Benji, can I sit here? She asked in a soft voice. My friend is coming later. Wang Guandao, this was the place reserved for Su Mengmeng. Your friend? Boy or girl? Luo Xiaotao seemed more curious. Wang Guan smiled. Girls. In that case. Luo Xiaotao's eyes curved slightly. She suddenly reached up and removed the mask she wore over her face, revealing her face. At once, many people around her, boys and girls alike, looked over at her. The eyes froze up slightly. Only a few are strong-willed enough to remain calm. Luo Xiaotao is beautiful and smiles like a flower. White skin, as if in the flow of light, has the charm of the heart. A few students from the special department couldn't help but be drawn to it. Only the meat mountain Jianghua was carrying a huge dinner plate and was concentrating on the food. And Wang Guan's expression was calm. Luo Xiaotao was a bit surprised, but she quickly reinvigorated herself. Class president, who do you think is pretty, me or that friend of yours? She asked. I'm sorry then, I think my friend is prettier, Wang Guan said with a smile and without thinking. The corner of his vision happened to see, walking into the cafeteria, Su Mengmeng. So he stood up and waved at her. He also looked at Luo Xiaotao, an ordinary girl. Mr. Luo, please make way, my friend is here, sit next to me. Luo Xiaotao. Good. Chapter 60, the school's resource support to easily take down the secret boss. The will is strong enough to be immune to charm, but the emotions are more or less affected. Since Luo Xiaotao had awakened, it was the first time she had encountered a student of her age who was able to charm her and look as normal. And even to say that her friend is prettier than herself. She sat down in another empty seat, not putting her mask back on, but simply lowering the hood of her sweatshirt over her head. Avoid having your face seen by anyone else again. I'd like to see how pretty your friend is. When Su Mengmeng finished her meal and walked over with her dinner plate, she looked sideways with some defiance. The girl with long light red hair tied casually behind her, wearing a simple white dress, happily sat down in front of Wang Guan. Wang Guan smiled and made an introduction. Su Mengmeng was a bit formal, and smiled and nodded to the crowd as soon as she did. The gazes of many people around them were once again attracted. It was not because of the seduction, but the girl's looks, which did have enough charm to amaze others. Luo Xiaotao was instantly frustrated. Is it because your friend is pretty enough to be indifferent to your seduction? Wang Guan smiled and asked Su Mengmeng about her situation in class. Su Mengmeng had never been to school before, and he was a little worried that the other party wouldn't be used to the school atmosphere. However, Su Mengmeng was quite adaptable. She was capable and pleasant, and although she was a bit of a sociopath, both her teachers and her classmates loved her, even liked it a little too much. For soon, a boy, carrying a dinner tray, approached. Mo, there you are, can I sit here? He asked with a gentle smile. The table was a 6-seater with 1 seat left. The man is handsome and sunny. He was clearly interested in Su Mengmeng and was intentionally striking up a conversation. But Su Mengmeng just looked at him suspiciously. I don't know you well, why should I sit here? When the boy saw that Su Mengmeng didn't respond, he wasn't annoyed in the slightest and suddenly looked at Wang Guan. The gaze was provocative. Hello, my name is Han Jie, he said, his tone confident, as if he could shock others by just giving his name. Wang Guan, ? Are you famous? Sitting next to Wang Guan was Pathogen Li Qi. His body trembled in surprise. Han Jie, who ranked 14th in the league on the entrance exam? Han Jie nodded with a smile and looked at Wang Guan again. Knowing who you are, most people should be in awe. Oh, Wang Guan nodded faintly. Turns out it's in the teens. No wonder he hadn't heard of it. Sorry, he knew the first three. Casually fling over a probe. Probe. This is an ordinary office worker. When Han Jie saw Wang Guan's reaction, he was a bit unhappy and wanted to ask Wang Guan, "Who are you again?" But that's when Brother Guan Meng Tong and his party walked over with their dinner plates. He attracted just as much attention, with his white hair and boyish tinged face standing out. Many students of the Vanguard Military Academy knew that this was the one who was third in the league. Not many people knew about Wang Guan, the top scholar, transferring here. The new students all regarded the white-haired boy as the first of the current session. Child's row. Han Jie's body shook, and his expression gained a bit more gravity. And the boy's line swept him up. "Which one are you?" My Name is Hangi. Question mark. The boy's line shook his head, not having heard of it, smiled coyly, and sat down in the spare seat. "Hi guys. I'm a friend of Quan's." Child and his entourage enthusiastically introduced themselves to the students in the special department. Lu Qi, Luo Xiaotao, Ma Fei, and the others, their expressions were a bit dumbfounded. This child line they naturally know. And Wang Guan are friends? The title of Guan in itself says a lot. Han Jie stood dumbfounded and unattended, looking a little awkward for a while. However, he quickly regained his self-confidence and had a high opinion of Wang Guan. So he turned around, pulled a chair from the side, and placed it on the side of the table. Prepare to be cheeky and join in. But just as he put the stool in place, another figure came over ahead of him and sat on it. "Thanks." And politely to him, Han Jie was about to say that he was the one who wanted to sit down. But when he saw the visitor, he quickly stopped. This was clearly not a student, but a young woman stylishly dressed, with a pair of long legs that stood out. Even at night, sunglasses were worn. She had already finished her meal and looked at Han Jie as she sat down. "You have something?" A few seniors in military uniforms in the distance waved at Han Jie repeatedly. "Silly boy, run." "No, it's fine." Han Jie hurriedly fled. Xiurong did not hold a position at the school, but occasionally returned to teach classes. The seniors were familiar with her and knew this one was not to be messed with. "This is Rong's sister," Wang Guan introduced. "It's sister-in-law," Xiurong reminded. Smiling again, he nodded with the students of the special department. "You guys can just call me sister. I was also a student of the special department before. Her judgmental eye is an alienation, but has undergone a mutation, so she is enrolled in the special department." "Sister," the special department student hurriedly greeted. "Students of the special department, it's not easy to grow up. Wang Guan, you're not allowed to bully them." Xiu Rong admonished Wang Guan. Wang Guan laughed. "Sister Rong is joking. I'm the class president." "Really?" Xiurong looked to the others. "It's true." They nodded their heads in succession, recognizing Wang Guan's identity. The way they looked at Wang Guan had changed. This schoolmate, who is obviously from an unusual background, even said not to let Wang Guan bully them. Could she directly decide that Wang Guan's strength exceeded theirs? Add to that the attitude of the child's line and those earlier temptations. This Wang Guan, it's not ordinary. It's still good in the school cafeteria. Xiu Rong began to enjoy her own dinner and said to Wang Guan again, "The milk tea store has been taken care of and will soon be decorated, and I've arranged all the accommodations for Zhou Wen's mother and son." Wang Guan asked a few detailed questions and suddenly had a change of heart. "Sister Rong, do you know the instructor of our special department, Yi Yin?" he asked. "Ms. Xiao Yi, of course I know. She's also my instructor," Xiu Rong replied. Wang Guan couldn't help but be surprised. Xiu Rong graduated 8 years ago after experiencing the Ancient Gods Temple incident and attended college for 2 years. That means Yi Yin was her instructor 10 years ago. But now it's still a little beaner look. Xiu Rong seemed to know what Wang Guan was wondering and said with a smile, "Miss Xiao Yi is not an ordinary teacher. Very reliable. You guys can trust her though." "What is Mr. Xiao Ye's ability?" the demon of charm, Luo Xiaotao, asked curiously. Xiu Rong glanced at her, completely unaffected by the charm, and explained, "She can live more than the average person, right?" The crowd froze. The Tong line also knew Ms. Xiao Yi and explained, "I've heard that Ms. Yi, who is over 200 years old, existed before the Pioneer Military School was founded." The crowd was once again shocked. Mr. Xiaoye's little bean ding looks like this is 200 years old. Her ability to stay young forever? No, it's perpetual doujinshi, but what the exact ability was, Xiao Rong didn't want to reveal. The child line has only heard of it and doesn't know much about it. After dinner, Wang Guan, Su Mengmeng, and Tong went to Zhou Wen's milk tea store to help clean up. After staying here for a few moments, Wang Guan excused himself and found his way to the faculty building and came outside Yi Yin's office. Gomein. A knock on the door was followed by a clear, childish voice. Pushing open the door to the room, he saw that the office was rather cluttered and surrounded by shelves. On it were various books and some unknown things. Behind the piles of books on the desk, the little girl, who had the appearance of being only 5 or 6 years old, was flipping through a tome. Dinner plates piled up next to them with leftover children's meals. Little Leaf teacher, Wang Guan asked in an odd tone, "What do you want from me?" Again on Yi Yin probing, but the results remain the same, can successfully hook her up to the bug word. Mr. Sayaka is just able to live and grow, but not really strong. In this state of mind, the information you're probing is all wrong. When she was wondering, Ms. Xiaoya suddenly said that she was smiling at Wang Guan. Question mark. Surprisingly, I can detect my probing. No one can detect the probe, but it's not hard to guess what you're doing, Mr. Sayaka said with a smile. Sorry, get used to it. Wang Guan sighed in relief. The students of the special department, more or less, have some problems, and the only way to suppress them is to be strong enough, so I chose you to be the class president. She continued. It seems to be explaining that one doesn't mean to target. I understand. Wang Guan hastily stated, well, I trust you. You're about to enter the secret realm of Long San, and the school will give you some resources to support you. Mr. Sayaka finally mentioned business. She had sought out Wang Guan, but of course it wasn't because she was holding a grudge. Naturally, these healing potions go without saying, but otherwise, is there anything else you need? She asked. Resource support for schools? Wang Guan's eyes lit up. Weapons and equipment he didn't lack for now, not to mention potions. Naturally best if you can teach skills. But powerful enough skills are not easy to learn and are so valuable that I fear they will outweigh school support. But Wang Guan swept a glance, the shelves around the office, and thought of the senior status of the little beaner in front of him. Are there any Earth Aaron-related items? He asked with some excitement. The reason why the Dragon Forest Mystic Realm was called that was because an Earth sub-dragon appeared in it. It was enough of a 7th-ranked abyssal monster to be the most dangerous existence in the Dragon Forest Mystic Realm. Boss-like, so to speak. After all, the secret realm restricted entry to those with abilities below the 5th rank. Wang Guan has the abyssal viewing method, and if within the battlefield of consciousness, is familiar enough with the Earth Sublime Dragon to allow the bug probe to have an effect on it. However, the prerequisite to visualize the Earth Sublime Dragon is to have been exposed to it. Wang Guan tried many times without success. Ms. Sayaka, who was behind the desk, froze for a moment, but soon she seemed to understand something. You have the abyssal viewing skill? Seeing the king's point of view, she tilted her head in thought before nodding. Yes. She jumped off the stool and walked over to the side shelf, pulled the ladder from the side and climbed up. After half a day of rummaging in the cabinet, he took out a glass bottle and threw it to Wang Guan. Inside was a black scale, crystal clear. This is... Wang Guan froze. The scales of the Earth sub-dragon. Mr. Koha explained. There is no longer any residual breath on it, but it should be possible to make a medium to view the Earth sublime dragon. Her small, short legs carefully made their way to the bottom of the ladder. Familiarize yourself with the Earth sub-dragon's habits in advance, and if you encounter it, you do have a better chance of escaping. The mouth also said. She clearly didn't think that Wang Guan's team could defeat the Earth sublime dragon. Abyssal observation is just a way to make sure that you can encounter it and then escape in time. However, escape, being able to visualize the Earth sub-dragon, there was a high probability that Wang Guan could kill it in seconds. Chapter 61, Entering the Dragon Forest Secret Realm. Since learning abyssal contemplation, Wang Guan had been in the battlefield of consciousness every night, fighting the abyssal monsters of contemplation. However, the only abyssal monsters he had officially come into contact with were the ratmen and the bloodthirsty demons. After resolving the bloodthirsty demon, continue to observe that the abyssal monsters that appear are randomized. Most of them were of the 3rd and 4th orders, types comparable to Wang Guan's strength. This type of monster could be easily solved by Wang Guan by turning on Bug probe. Even if he doesn't get stuck with a bug, with his strength he rarely misses. It made him feel less oppressive. This makes the effect of spiritual sharpening diminished. Now that he had obtained the Earth's sublime dragon fragment, visualizing this seventh-order monster would not only effectively sharpen his spirit. If you succeed in raiding, then the secret boss can be taken at will. He was naturally very happy, bidding farewell to Mr. Xiaoye and hurrying back to the single dormitory. The dormitory is not big, but it has all the relevant equipment and a separate bathroom. Pioneer Military Academy students are still treated very well. Simply washing up, Wang Guan sat cross-legged on the bed. Removing the piece of scale from within the bottle, he placed it in the palm of his hand and began to meditate on it. Most of the abyssal monsters would quickly weather and turn into ashes after being killed, just like the bloodthirsty demons. There are a few, and some fragments will be left behind. Most of these fragments are special in some way, and after removing the abyssal aura, they are materials for crafting equipment and weapons. The Earth's sublime dragon scales, with their hard texture, have a special effect. Can enchant equipment with Earth-related specialties. The D-grade alloy longsword in Wang Guan's hand possessed the broken blade enchantment technique, which was the result of incorporating monster fragments. Teacher Xiaoye gave Wang Guan this Earth sub-dragon scale, which could be used to make corresponding equipment in addition to being a medium, within the pale and boundless battlefield of consciousness. Accompanied by spatial ripples, a terrifying beast with hideous scales and armor, a head with strange horns, and a height of 2 meters appeared in front of Wang Guan. Geosyncline, it roared and locked onto Wang Guan, its enemy, as if it were a tank, and rushed over. Wang Guan conjured up his battle suit and long sword and started circling it. However, the strength and speed of the 7th-ranked monsters had an all-around suppression of Wang Guan. The scaled armor around his body was even more extremely strong in defense. The first fight was only half a minute before Wang Guan woke up from his observation. It didn't even force out its skills. It's really too much stronger than a bloodthirsty demon, Wang Guan exclaimed. He now understood Mr. Xiaoye's words very well. When encountering this monster, normally, Wang Guan should first consider how to escape rather than defeating it. The secret realm of Dragon Forest restricts the entry of 5th-ranked abilities, and exceeding the 5th rank will affect the balance therein. That's why most of the ability users who entered it were 5th-order ability users. Freshman ability users like Wang Guan were only qualified to enter it because of the rewards. The purpose of the league is simply to do the honing and look for opportunities. Just didn't expect him to finish the pass. But Wang Guan rested for a little while and killed the consciousness battlefield again with great excitement. Continue. After a night of conquering the battlefield of consciousness, Wang Guan lay down to sleep in the early hours of the morning. But 2 hours later, he was awakened again by a loud military bugle. Since it is a military school, naturally everything follows a militarized management. Wang Guan dragged his tired body and climbed up the bed. Putting on the light green uniform issued at check-in, I washed up and assembled in the playground to begin my morning exercises. Morning exercises are not just running drills, but also obstacle courses and weights. It took an hour of tossing and turning to break up. The upperclassmen are used to it, but the freshmen are out of breath and suffering. To Wang Guan's surprise, the special department's meet mountain male student, Manhwa. Although his body was bloated and wearing a super plus-size max uniform, his weight was feared to be 500 pounds. The weight of an ability person was already higher than that of an unawakened person, and at his size, he was naturally heavier. But he didn't fall off the wagon at all, and didn't even look tired after the run. But this kid was so hungry that he was the first to rush to the cafeteria after the morning exercise teacher announced the dismissal. As class ability Taotai, he just looks fat, but his physical attributes are no worse than anyone else's, including speed, because he can improve his health just by eating. This is a talent that no one can envy. After breakfast, it's a day of classes. The cultural courses were elective, and Wang Guan and Su Mengmeng picked courses such as Abyssal Monster Research and History of Mutant Beast Evolution piece by piece to supplement their relevant knowledge. He didn't take the skill classes for now, because the skills taught in the free classes were all E and F ranked. It was no longer of much use to Wang Guan. Higher levels have to be paid for or certain conditions have to be met. And if you can get good grades in the Longson Mysteries, the school will have rewards for that, so there's no rush for now. The military class, which doesn't open until 2 weeks later. The rest of the ability class was in the special department's exclusive classroom, under the tutelage of Ms. Sayaka. At this time, Wang Guan chose to sleep. So begins the life of a student at Pioneer Military Academy. In addition to handing Wang Guandi's sub-dragon scales, the school had given support to Su Mengmeng and Tong's line. The two of them are mostly just gear and skill support. Over the next few days, Zhou Wen's milk tea store officially opened. Wang Guan and Su Mengmeng often went to help and business was booming. Under Xiao Rong's arrangement, the child's brother, Yuan Shaoqin, successfully enrolled in the Pioneer Annex Elementary School. Mother and son lived in the town next to the school. The house was found by Xiao Rong's help and the rent was cheap. This treasure mother and child have sort of settled down. Wang Guan and Su Mengmeng, every few days, rubbed a meal at Wen's house. The current state was the most appropriate for Wang Guan. Xiaoyong belongs to being on vacation now. After settling these matters, he returned to the army with his men. If you run into trouble, remember to contact your sister-in-law. Xiaorong, who had already changed back into her military uniform, urged Wang Guan before she left. There are still secret realm adventures, so pay attention to safety and don't try to be strong. Sister Rong, I know, Wang Guan said. Xiaorong smiled bitterly and shook her head. She was already too lazy to correct Wang Guan's name-calling. Turning and waving, he led his men away. She was a member of a special operations team in the vanguard with the rank of lieutenant colonel and led a combat squad of her own. A week later, the secret realm of Longsan is about to open. Wang Guan, Su Mengmeng, and Tong and his party took a good vacation. You will arrive at the school's building, called Military Teaching, and prepare to enter the secret world. Be safe when you enter the secret realm. It may take as long as you want to spend in there, so be sure to conserve your supplies. Miss Xiaoya, who walked in front of the trio in the narrow corridor, droned on, reminding them of the precautions to be taken. In addition to being the instructor of the special department, she was also in charge of this military teaching building. The little beaner, who looked to be 5 or 6 years old, changed into a white coat worn by researchers. It's just that the size is clearly too big and the back hem of the coat drags on the floor. Su Mengmeng, Tong and his party, who were meeting this teacher for the first time, had a few moments of surprise in their eyes. The child's line had heard of Yi Yin for a long time, but it was the first time he had seen her real face. The two men's dumbfounded expressions were the same as both Wang Guan's in the beginning. You entered it to grind. No one expects you to pass. Surviving is a victory. Teacher Xiaoya continued, stopped in front of a door, tiptoed, and went for the doorknob. Wang Guan, you should already be familiar with the Earth Sublime Dragon, right? She asked. Yes. Wang Guan nodded confidently. More than familiar, after a week of practicing with it every night without interruption. After being killed an unknown number of times, he finally cheated this terrible abyssal monster. Very well. Remember to run fast the first time you see it. Teacher Xiaoba nodded reassuringly. Wang Guan, well. The door to the room opened and it was dark inside. Teacher Xiaoya pointed inside. Go inside. The Black Room can send you straight into the Dragon Forest Mystic Realm. The Black Room, a teleportation device. Secret realms are special locales that are detached from the real world. A dark room device developed based on spatial abilities that allows the ability to enter designated secret areas. It's convenient, except that Black House teleportation is also more limited and can't be used for everyday transportation. All carrying marching packs and changing back into civilian clothes, the three men entered the dark room in turn. Be careful. Koha-sensei, who stood in the light, raised his fist, which he couldn't see because of his sleeves being too long, and swung. Shut the door to the dark room. The three were completely surrounded by darkness. Su Mengmeng subconsciously went to grab Wang Guan's hand and was gently held by Wang Guan. Tong and his party also went to grab Wang Guan, but Wang Guan swept them away without a good look. They didn't have to wait long in a darkness. Reminder: you are about to enter the secret realm of Ryusen. Goal: destroy all rift nodes. Level: dangerous. Time: 7 days time, or destroyed the main node of the rift. Introduction: the abyssal rift opens to form a major rift node and 38 minor nodes. Each node is controlled by a rift beast, and killing a rift beast temporarily destroys the node. The ability is required to destroy all the smaller nodes first, and then the master node last. Resolve all nodes to complete control of the secret world. Mutant beasts and abyssal monsters stand guard near each node, and the main node is guarded by an earth arachnid nearby. Note: killing mutated beasts, abyssal monsters, and destroying nodes will earn bonus points, which can be exchanged for different rewards. A secret adventure prompt appeared before Wang Guan's eyes. Same as during the hunting quest, the quest panel can already be opened. On cue, the darkness faded around them. It was like a thick ink splash, outlining a shadowy forest scene. The head is so dark that you can't see the sun or the moon. The body felt a gust of cool air. I could smell it in my nose, the smell of rotting wet dampness. Wang Guan and Su Mengmeng and Tong's party had moved from the dark house to the strange and gloomy forest, the secret realm of Longson. This special territory is formed when the abyssal rift is about to open. Its spatial structure is so fragile that the Alliance can only send some of its powers into it at certain moments. Destroy the node where the rift is about to open and stop the rift from widening further. Wang Guan surveyed his surroundings vigilantly, and his eyes quickly caught, at the same time as them, the figure that had appeared at the same time. Little brother, Vajra Barbie Anya, whooped with delight. Chapter 62. She's just socially terrified, mutant wolves and whatnot. She's not scared at all. Entering the Dragon Forest Mystic Realm used Wang Guan's entry qualification. So the 4 Wang Guan were the squad by default, and Wang Guan was the captain. He may choose to name the squad, otherwise it will be presented with a direct number. Squad name? Wang Guan didn't spend much effort in choosing the name Ping'an Squad, sort of in honor of the battle for Peacetown. The 4 rejoined and exchanged a quick word about their respective situations. I'm finally 3rd ranked, and I've also comprehended an exclusive skill that can be used to cultivate swarms, Anya said with quite a bit of small satisfaction. The petite, short-haired girl was carrying a huge marching bag. As she spoke, the saber-toothed female wasp that lay on her hair, as if it were a hairpin, vibrated with its wings. From the backpack, a saber-toothed wasp flew out accompanied by a buzzing sound. Like a gust of black smoke, they quickly flew in all directions, exploring the surrounding area. Not only does her backpack store her luggage, it's also a hive inside. This hive was made especially for me by the school, she explained as she waved her hand to repel a few saber-toothed bees that flew in front of her. It's clear that her school is supportive of her, and no less so. The school was actually responsible for more than half of the $200,000 she spent on the saber-toothed female bees. No wonder it hurt to bargain with Wang Guan at the time. I'm also 3rd stage, middle stage. The child line continued. Su Mengmeng said, I've just ascended to the 2nd rank, but I'll work hard. Her own foundation was weak, and it had only been half a month since her awakening, so entering the 2nd rank was already very rapid. Combined with the ability, the battle is already not bad. Wang Guan had known about the current realm of her and the Tong line. Now that he heard that Anya was also 3rd ranked, he wasn't surprised. He just couldn't help but sigh. It's not bad for an S-ranked ability. The progress is just rapid. What about you? Anya asked Wang Guan. Wang Guan, oh, I'm already at the 4th rank. After all, it's a card bug that opens the door. Every other day is a food supplement meal, and the ground Aaron Kun wants to accompany the training. He's not at all proud of this achievement. Anya, child in line, I want to learn abyssal viewing. Tong Line had known about Wang Guan's realm, but still said sourly. He judged that Wang Guan had improved rapidly, in addition to the military physical fist max enhancement of the physical attribute. Apparently also because of the abyssal view, the gain in mental attributes. As they talked, Anya maneuvered the swarm and quickly enveloped it in all directions. Already scoped out quite a bit of intel on the neighborhood. This is a forest. Looking down from a high altitude, you can see a single glowing point of light. These points of light should be the rift nodes, right? Well, the closest node to us is in this direction. Relying on the swarm's vision to ascertain the direction, the peaceful squad approached over to the closest node. This forest was originally located in the real world. After the formation of the secret realm, isolated from the sunlight, the trees and weeds in the forest rapidly decayed and their vitality was cut off. Dead and rotting corpses of small beasts and insects were everywhere on the ground. However, because it was located near the abyssal rift, if you don't die here, whether it's an animal or a plant, it's easy to be affected by the abyssal scent and mutate. A herd of mutant beasts has appeared over there. Anya, who was always scouting her surroundings with her swarm, quickly realized what was going on and pointed in a direction. Quantity? Wang Guan asked. There are about 12 of them. Anya covered one of her eyes, augmenting swarm perception in this way. Looking at the appearance, it seems to be a stinging needle wolf. This is a 3rd-order mutated beast. One of them is very large in size. It seems to be a wolf king. Unlike bloodthirsty beasts, many of the mutations triggered near the rift are fixed. The direction and type of wolf mutations are documented. Anya had researched this aspect long ago when she entered the secret realm of Long Sun. Then we'll solve it without a problem. Wang Guan made a decision. This was all points. Take the squad in that direction. The stinger wolves were quick and alert to detect their trail. A pair of crimson eyes lit up in the dark forest, gradually encircling the squad. They have found their prey. Without realizing it, the true hunter always appears as the prey. The stinging needle wolves were still clearly recognizable as wolves, except that they were covered in hair that rose up like spikes. The whole thing resembles a mix between a wolf and a porcupine. Their spikes, too, can detach from their bodies and shoot at their enemies during battle. When the distance was close enough, Wang Guan threw over a probe first. Probe. It's a hungry stray dog. Because it belongs to the same species, probe one of them. This needlepoint wolf pack was now just a stray dog pack to Wang Guan. Without any hesitation, the fight was on. A prickly needle wolf, the first to pounce. Su Mengmeng quickly raised her arms. On the wrists of both her hands, under her sleeves, was a pair of tiny wrist guards. The wrist guards have circuit-like patterns. The pair of wrist guards is the equipment the school gave her to support her. It was said to be an equipment, but the wrist guard itself wasn't made of any precious materials, but it was able to take the electromagnetic power inspired by Su Mengmeng and transform it into an attack. Only the circuitry patterns on the wrist guards were seen to light up quickly. After a very short recharge, zip, accompanied by electric light, invisible waves of energy were catalyzed out from Su Mengmeng's wrist guard. Bang! The stinging needle wolf that had jumped in first had its body pierced through. The horribly large hole that appeared was accompanied by burn marks. Electromagnetic beam. This pair of wrist guards can transform Su Mengmeng's electromagnetic power into an electromagnetic wave beam directed energy attack. Real world does exist. High voltage electricity, for a supermagnetic armament, is just the most basic and wasteful form of attack. Crap! At the same time that Anya exclaimed out in shock, on Su Mengmeng's body, another layer of azure shimmering light flashed up, enveloping the body. It wasn't equipment, but an exclusive skill she had comprehended when she ascended to the second rank. Electromagnetic force field. It can form a layer of force field protection around the body surface, as if it were a piece of defensive equipment. Defense grade, even surpassing the T1 suit that Wang Guan wore on his body. Supermagnet armed, the focus of the ability is not only on supermagnetism but also on arming. Facing the hideous mutant wolves, Su Mengmeng's expression did not see any tension at all. She's just socially terrified, mutant wolves and all, not afraid at all. Whereas the child line has an extremely strong defense itself, the school support is mainly skill-based. Energy shield. This skill belongs to the way of using energy. Not too difficult for the Lord of Entropy to learn. Of course, the child line also suffered a lot. He took several sessions of high-energy physics in a row before finally figuring out the principle of the energy-generating shield. This skill can be mastered with some more know-how learning. An illusory shield coalesced in front of him, warding off damage while also absorbing the kinetic energy generated by the attack and storing it in his body. This is the kind of thing he could have easily done before. But like Su Mengmeng's case, that was simply using her ability to manipulate energy, which was very inefficient and not as comprehensive as an energy shield. The squad was divided for a time. Tong and his party were responsible for resisting the pressure at the front, mainly defending against the spikes shot by the stinging needle wolves and waiting for the opportunity to counterattack. Su Mengmeng relied on electromagnetic beams and attacked remotely. Anya maneuvered the swarm, hiding behind the child's line and blitzing around. And Wang Guan directly killed the wolves with his sword. The spikes shot out by the stinging needle wolves were just a hair to him, no threat at all. Of course, in the eyes of the child line and Anya, Wang Guan just moves fast and wears defensive equipment that can dodge and resist spike attacks. A small team of 4 working well together, each in their own way. The king of the stinging needle wolves, sitting at the back of the pack. Seeing the wolves being decimated one after another by the group of humans in front of him, it was fearless and even more violent. A long whistle and lunged at the child line. Then, he was killed by Wang Guan with a slash of his sword. The battle began swiftly and ended even more swiftly. A small group of beasts of this level was no longer difficult for the Ping-An squad. For them, it's just warming up. You have killed the stinging needle wolf king and gained 19 points. Your war record has improved. After killing the wolf king, hints flashed before Wang Guan's eyes. In addition to the points, he also got the war. In his properties page, the battle progress of the third class is shown as 0.01%. After officially enlisting in the military, You can improve your war record by taking military classes and completing tasks. Enter the secret realm and slay mutated beasts and abyssal monsters to stop the abyssal rift from spreading and protect the world. This is one of the tasks of military service. Military duty means military vocation. So the same can be said about getting a war chest. Killed 3 stinging needle wolves, a wolf king, and the battle score is only 0.01? It's still a small army. Little by little, Wang Guan knew that it wasn't easy to improve his battle performance. Many students who have been in college for 4 years have not been able to move up to the rank of sergeant and have been forcibly withdrawn from the program. Tinkering a bit, the squad continued to approach the nearest node of the rift. This is supposed to be a small node, and there don't seem to be any mutated beasts guarding it nearby. Anya, who had utilized her swarm vision to scout the way, was already able to check out the situation over there as she approached the rift node. She suddenly skimmed her lips. Welp, is this the rift beast? What a disgusting tentacle monster. Rift beast, an abyssal monster with the ability to open up spatial rifts, growing a large head and countless bizarre tentacles. The abyss invaded this world by opening the rift with them. At each node there would be a rift beast that was constantly trying to hold the rift open and widen it. They are also rated and will be enhanced depending on the size of the crack. Killing the rift beast will temporarily destroy the node. That's normal, the rift beast itself is pretty strong. Hearing the information fed back by Anya, the boy's line said, "It doesn't seem right." But Anya suddenly realized something and shook her head in a hurry. Near this node, there are traces of a battle. There are other power users that have found this place ahead of time. Well, I see them. They're not far from that node. There's 4 of them. Hearing Anya's intelligence, Wang Guan was slightly stunned. I didn't expect to run into other abilities so soon. Do we still have to go over there? Anya asked Wang Guan. Wang Guan thought for a moment. Go over and take a look. Since he had come near a node, there was no reason to just give up. There were 4 people on the other side, obviously a small team. The secret realm restricted the entry of 5th order ability users, so Wang Guan had no reason to be afraid of anything. When they got close, the 4 people hiding near the node quickly heard the commotion and came out of their own accord. Great! Finally meeting other abilities. Of the 4, a young man greeted them. Just the 4 of us can't deal with the rift beast. How about we work together? He sized up the 4 Wang Guan people and proposed with a smile. Wang Guan didn't say anything and first gave them the bug word. Probe. This is a hard-working construction worker. Probe. This is an average high school student. Probe. This is an ordinary housewife. The first 3 are normal. But when Wang Guan probed the last one, the woman in the long black dress. Probe. This is a fugitive fraudster with a cunning and unscrupulous character. Ha! Chapter 63 on the 3 steps to solve the rift beasts. Wang Guan had already lost count of how many people he had probed. Most of them turned out to be ordinary people in everyday life everywhere. But like the fugitive fraudster, this type of criminal offense, Wang Guan has probed a previous bloodthirsty demon. The bug was labeled escaped prisoner. And this woman is a fugitive fraudster. Wang Guan stared at the black-skirted woman, his gaze sinking slightly. When the black-skirted woman noticed Wang Guan's gaze, a flirtatious smile appeared. What are you looking at, little brother? She asked with a smile. Thought Wang Guan was attracted to her looks. She was indeed still pretty, with a great body and magnificent breasts. The black dress on her body was still a slim, low-cut design that perfectly outlined the curves of her body. It's nothing. Wang Guan withdrew his eyes. Probing is just real to him, although he was already wary of treating strangers. But probing the black-skirted woman as a fraudster, then Wang Guan didn't want to even say more than a word to her. The young man among the 4, who was obviously acting as the captain, continued to propose. Little brother, the secret realm adventure is very dangerous, especially the rift beasts, which are troublesome to deal with. How about we make an alliance? As he spoke, he exchanged a glance with his companion. They could easily tell that the 4 people in front of them should be uninvolved college students. Wang Guan just saw the black dress woman. Eyes straight. This has not seen the world look. Childline encounter outsiders. Habitually always put on a coy smile. Combined with the boyish face, it looks quite human and harmless. Su Mengmeng, the social terrorist girl, strained her little face and hid behind Wang Guan, just like a little white rabbit. Anya was bright and airy, but she was petite and had a few bugs flying around her head. One could easily tell that she seemed to possess the ability to control insects. Normally, none of this ability kills well. Combining these judgments, the squad in front of us is, well, mediocre. Even if they were still strong, they wouldn't be much of a threat. Maybe it was by paying money or with the help of elders or teachers that they got the entry qualification to this secret realm. This is the perfect team to work with. However, when Wang Guan heard the young man's proposal, he refused without thinking. No, we want to move on our own. The young man wasn't in a hurry. When the Rift Beast is destroyed, the relevant proceeds will be distributed based on the contributions. There's no way we can lie to you. He pointed ahead, guiding Wang to look over. Besides, you don't realize how troublesome the Rift Beasts are, do you? A few steps that way around a dead bush, a gleam of light came into view. The king watched the Rift Beast. Above a clearing, a gap in space was cracking open. Within it was coiled the tentacle monster that Anya had described earlier. A huge head that was 2 to 3 meters in diameter and appeared purple in color. More than half of the top was taken up by eyeballs, and the remaining half was a terrifyingly huge mouth full of sharp teeth. Underneath his body was a horrible tentacle, and most of these tentacles hung down to the ground, plunging straight into the earth. The few remaining ones were bracing themselves against the edges of the crack, their bodies writhing as if they were trying to widen the crack. Inside the crack, it was impossible to see what was going on. There were flashes of brilliance, releasing light. This is the Rift Beast. It's a 5th-ranked abyssal monster. The young man introduced. The formation of the secret realm was closely related to the Rift Beast. This secret realm restricted entry to 5th-ranked abilities, which could mean that the Rift Beast's rank was only 5th-ranked right now. When the rift propped open further, the Rift Beast level would grow with it, and the restrictions of the secret realm would be liberalized. There would be more abyssal monsters by then, crawling out of the cracks. If an ability user of more than the 5th rank forced their way into this place, it would break the balance and make the secret realm collapse. The cracks then appear in the real world outside. It's actually not that hard to deal with per se, since it has to guard the rift at all times and has trouble moving around. But it's a pain in the ass to get close to it because the young man continued to explain as he performed a demonstration. Bending down, he picked up a rotting beast carcass from the ground that came from the mutated beasts they had previously eliminated. Whoosh, he threw the body at the tentacle monster, just as the body got close enough to get within a certain range of the tentacle monster. Brushing, 2 tentacles suddenly reached out from the ground and curled around the corpse, twisting it into mush. The tentacles were slender and powerful, covered with sharp, knife-like barbs and a single sucker. After resolving the intruder, the tentacles retracted back into the ground, and no trace of them could be seen on the ground. Oh! The huge eyeball in the crack, its eyes looked toward Wang Guan and the others. The giant mouth split open and made a gurgling sound, as if in demonstration. All 4 Wang Guan's expressions were a bit surprised. They had known about the Rift Beast in advance, but they were still surprised enough to actually see its attack. Its tentacles reach underground, and it turns out that it will attack underground, but they have no fear. Child and his party were still excited to go up and try to harden themselves against the tentacle monster with their abilities. Su Mengmeng raised her hand, seemingly also wanting to try and see if she could remotely blast away that eyeball monster. The young man said, the 4 to 5 meter range around it is its attack range. These tentacles are not weak in attack, can move around underground at will, and can regenerate quickly. Ranged attacks won't help. Its tentacles will quickly block all attacks. If you want to destroy its head, you'd better hold these tentacles first. Otherwise, letting the tentacles converge near the head makes it incredibly difficult to attack it. To kill the Rift Beast the normal way, it would require quite a lot of manpower. The young man dutifully gave a little explanation and then continued. So let's work together. It's impossible to solve this Rift Beast with just us or you guys. Wang Guan stared at the Rift Beast for a few seconds. The distance is far, but it's still pretty easy to probe with it hovering there in such a big lump. Then, Wang Guan smiled at the corner of his mouth and said to the young man, I'm sorry, we don't want to cooperate with anyone else. The young man had gotten a little impatient. You came here to try out, and this node is near. Do you want to give up? He thought Wang Guan was trying to give up. It's okay if we try it ourselves, right? Wang Guan smiled and asked the young man, since you guys don't dare to make a move. The young man froze slightly as he exchanged a look with his companion once again. TSK, so it's 4 rash people who still want to try it alone? Their teachers and parents. Didn't they warn them to treat the monsters of the abyss with reverence? Of course, if you guys want to, feel free to try, it's naturally your credit to destroy it. The young man said with amusement. The idea had already been made up that later on, when these little involved guys would try to attack. They then found the right moment to attack the Rift Beast. That was supposed to be their purpose anyway. Trick this squad into holding the tentacles for them while they harvest the heads themselves. Brother Guan, shall we do it here? Tong and his party glanced at the young man and lowered their voices somewhat warily. You guys watch them, I'll do it myself. Wang Guan, however, said. These words not only made the young man, the black-skirted woman, and the others a bit surprised. Even the child's line and Anya showed a surprised expression. Wang Guan had already drawn his longsword and stepped toward the large head. What's he doing? Trying to take care of the Rift Beast by himself. Hey, what are you guys waiting for? Go help him. This kid seeks death. I don't know the sky. The 4 members of the young men's squad let out exclamations of surprise. Surprised by Wang Guan's actions. But soon, their expressions froze again. Along with Wang Guan stepping into the attack range of the Rift Beast. Brushing and brushing. A tentacle reached out from the ground, snapping and sweeping toward Wang Guan. But Wang Guan moved casually, as if he was solving some small problem, and backhanded his sword. Then the tentacle was precisely cut off. He kept his pace and walked straight toward the big head. The sword in his hand, too, cut left and right at random. His movements didn't look quick, flashy, or even very powerful. But it was always precise and accurate, knocking out the outstretched tentacles without missing a beat. It was as if he could predict the orientation of the tentacle's attack in advance. It's not that he attacked well, it's that the tentacles made a good catch. Probe. This is a delicious octopus, fresh and crisp, with tender, elastic flesh. In the bug word, the Rift Beast is nothing more than an octopus. At best, it's a big strip. But an octopus is an octopus, it's just a normal animal. The octopus's tentacles reached out, naturally unthreatening in Wang Guan's eyes, and could be cut with his hands. But his casual movements, when they fell on the eyes of the other ability users, appeared to be quite a doorway. That was a reaction that could only be made by controlling both one's own movements and the timing of one's strikes to the extreme. He just straightened up and walked over to the big head. The Rift Beast opened its huge mouth, with sharp, eerie teeth, and bit at Wang Guan. Pissed. Wang Guan slashed his sword diagonally, cutting through the Rift Beast's huge, constantly rotating eyeballs. With a crash, the Rift Beast's terrifyingly large head collapsed, and juices flowed out. You've killed the Hollow Eater and gained 200 points. Your team destroys a small node. You gain 100 points, 10 honor points. Your war record has improved. Done. Everyone else at the scene except Su Mengmeng. On the 3 steps to killing a Rift Beast. Draw your sword, walk over to it, and sack it to death. That's it. In the meantime, in the Dragon Forest Mystic Realm, near another small node, there were 8 people who were gathered together, fighting the Rift Beasts here. Entering the secret realm is all in groups of 4, with the directions of entry spread out. Signal isolation here, but they seem to have special contact information that allows them to converge and form teams at the first opportunity. Work together to deal with the Rift Beasts here. Stop the tentacles over there. Dead Fatty, you're on me. Scar. Go help Xiao Lu. A man with a thin face was clearly the leader of the 8. He commanded the battle, dodging the tentacles as he kept moving closer to the large head of the Rift Beast. The man's hands were huge, with long, thin fingers, sharp nails, and skin that seemed to be scaly and rough. It was like the claws of a flying bird. He kept swinging, tearing apart the approaching tentacles. It's close enough to this big head. My team will be the first to solve the small node. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and the quest panel of the Dragon Forest Mystic Realm was floating in front of him. The mission panel has no individual rankings, only squad rankings. Ranking is also not based on points but on destroying nodes. There were 28 squads that entered here. All 28 of these teams with different names now have a 0 record. He knew that the 3-eyed squad he led would be the first to score and get first place. 3 Eyes was his name. Then, just as he managed to get close enough to launch an attack on the big head with the cooperation of his teammates, the clutter of squad names on the mission panel suddenly jumped. The team named Peace jumped to the first place after getting the first score. 3 Eyes! Exclamation point. Chapter 64 were just regular college kids. Easily killing the rift beast, Wang Guan took a few steps back to avoid its splashing juices. The tattered flesh and blood of the rift beast quickly began to weather and turn into ashes. A few torsos remained. The space rift that was emitting light and hovering in midair quickly lost its luster. It was as if it had turned into a strip, strangely suspended in mid-air, a gap in the rocks. Wang Guan tried to knock on it with his sword, and it made a dang-dang sound. This node has been destroyed. But the abyssal rift, once it's open, it won't go away. It wouldn't be long before there would be new air eaters, burrowing out of here, trying to continue holding up the rift. At that point, the Alliance would continue to gather men to enter the secret territory and destroy the nodes. Wang watched, and after the rift beast died, that small portion remained. As luck would have it, there were drops for this kill of the abyssal monster. These residues can be superior materials and are worth a lot of money. You can sell it for money or build your own exclusive equipment. They included a piece of the rift beast's hide and 2 tentacles that hadn't quite disappeared. Tentacles? The tentacle was hideous in appearance, covered with barbs and horrible suckers. But Wang Guan couldn't help but have the thought. Charcoal grill it? Add some cumin chili? It's absolutely delicious. After all, in his senses, it was octopus tentacles. Wang Guan took out a specially prepared special cloth bag and collected the drops. While he was doing this, a few people who were not far away from the onlookers awoke with a start. He killed the rift beast alone? How is this possible? How many ranks of ability is he? It can't be more than the 5th rank, or else this secret realm will collapse. He doesn't seem to be using any powerful skills either. But that stance, and the precise control of timing, is too strong. They kept letting out exclamations of surprise, being completely shocked by Wang Guan's godlike strike. Not only were they surprised, but Anya and the Tong line were also shocked. Only Su Mengmeng, from the beginning to the end, looked at Wang Guan with an incomparably confident gaze. No matter what Wang Guan did, she took it for granted. Wang Guan, little brother. This is too strong, right? Anya sighed in a low voice. The child's line had a surprised expression, but quickly said thoughtfully. It's because Quan used abyssal viewing and viewed the rift beast, right? He only knew that Wang Guan was supported by the school's resources and could visualize the abyssal monsters within the mystery. But what exactly Wang Guan kept secret did not say. Now that I think about it, it would be the rift beast that is being viewed. Although the rift beast was exceptionally dangerous, Wang Guan had long since experienced a battle with it and was familiar with its attack methods. Plus Wang Guan's own outstanding combat talent. That's how you can do what you did just now, and lift your weight to settle it. Tong line of reasoning, I think I have guessed the truth. I see. Anya didn't know what abyssal viewing was, but that didn't stop her from nodding along in agreement. Just then, thump, thump, a heavy footstep sounded, and the ground seemed to shake with it. No good. The 4 young men, their faces all changed. Several trees in the distance, in turn, were cut off. A beast, which was like a moving hill, rushed this way. It was a mutated boar, and boars were already very savage beasts in the forest. Infected with a profound breath, after the mutation, it swelled in size and was over 2 meters tall. 2 fangs protruded from his mouth, resembling 2 scythes, came straight at the place. Look out, everyone! The young man was on full alert as he shouted. This mutated beast was just summoned by the air-devouring beast. Mutant beasts are naturally affected by the abyss. That's why near each node, a large number of mutated beasts would gather. Just now, the young man's team resolved the mutated beasts near this node. Now there's a new mutated beast just in time. It's a steel-tusked boar. It has the strength of the 4th rank. One of the team recognized the mutated beast and exclaimed in shock. Ferocious boar, charging straight ahead. In front of them just happened to be a line of children, Su Mengmeng and Anya. Step in and save them. The thought flashed through the young man's mind. That young man just now, his methods are severe. But these 3 companions of his, who look like well-behaved children in an ivory tower, may not be so powerful. By saving them, they could take the opportunity to bestow favors and share some of the rift beast's drops. This type of student is usually very talkative. However, in the face of the 4th order boar that came charging in, the 3 people in Tong's line did not panic at all and did not even hide or avoid. The child's line turned toward the boar and reached out his hand. An illusory shield quickly coalesced in front of him. Bang! A soft thud. The boar crashes into the shield. The boar's charge, which could knock down trees along the road one after the other, only made a soft noise, sending little ripples through the shield. The figure of the child and his line did not even waver for a moment. Su Mengmeng, who had been revealing a scared look, like a little white rabbit, raised her arm immediately after. Zip, invisible wave beams shot out from his wrist. The wave beam penetrated the shield of the child's line. The shield was one way, defense from the outside in, but unobstructed from the inside out. Boom! The boar was pierced through a bowl-thick hole from its head to its back. Suffering from this horrific injury, it had not yet lost its power. More and more ferocious, it struggled to arch the shield. But then, buzzing, dark clouds of saber-toothed wasps swarmed over from all directions, burrowing into the wounds of the boar's massive body. The boar began to struggle violently, and countless ragged holes appeared on its body. It quickly collapsed with a bang, and the torso began a rapid decay. It just went down in flames. Mutant beasts, especially this newly formed one. There is usually nothing left after death, and it rots quickly. Next to him, the squad member who made a pose ready to strike had stiffened his movements in place, easily killing this fourth-order boar for these three. It seems like is completely stress-free. That little white rabbit of a girl didn't even frown. Only the bug control girl showed a disgusted expression and retched twice. Her abilities are by no means limited to controlling bugs. In the young man's heart, a few moments of fear suddenly emerged. Himself, just now, even tried to use them and bargain with them. Fortunately, this team of students, so strong that they solved the problem before they had a chance to do anything. I hope they don't blame. Yo, what a big boar. Wang Guan, who had packed up his things, walked back and glanced at the boar's corpse. A light exclamation indicated nothing else. He looked to the young man with a grinning ground. The squad of young men subconsciously took a step back. Little brother. This gentleman, you are very strong. I don't know where you came from. The young man asked cautiously. We're just ordinary college students. Wang Guan said casually. He didn't want to talk to this adventuring squad anymore, especially since one of them is a fugitive fraudster. Came here to destroy the nodes. Now hit the finish line and call it a day. He greeted his buddies and got ready to leave the area. Wait! The black-skirted woman from that squad suddenly spoke up. She tried to show her flirtatious style. Can we move with you next? Eh? Wang Guan scanned over the fraudster's word on top of the other party, and his eyes flashed with a few moments of caution. But before he could speak, the young man suddenly interrupted. Winyue, shut up. He smiled with a smile and said to Wang Guan, we won't bother you next, we're leaving. But the captain. The woman in the black dress warmed up, as if she wanted to say something else. Don't talk about it. What did you promise me before pulling you into the team this time? Everything is at my disposal. The young man growled lowly in no uncertain terms and hurriedly left with his men. Is that a shock to us?
On your left.
She looked at Wang Guan and her tone got weird. Wang Guan, look at that big boob. Your eyes seem to be a little strange. Wang Guan glared at Anya breathlessly. I just think that woman is a little weird. Then he urged Anya to keep looking for the next node and the team set off. Although the Rift Beast was killed by Wang Guan, the squad members all shared a small portion of the points. The team is now in first place. In second place was the team called Three Eyes. Wang Guan scanned the rankings and stopped paying attention. The harvest from killing the bloodthirsty beasts and destroying the nodes. Since he was the one who did it, he took the lion's share. The team members all got a small share as well, and being on the sidelines as an atmosphere group might count as a contribution. Those 10 honor points, on the other hand, are shared by the squad. The fact that they were now teaming up to enter the secret realm was equivalent to having formed an adventure team. The junior adventure team is just F-rated. Gain honor points to level up your squad and make it easier to enter some rare secret adventures in the future. Adventure Corps is a path that a lot of ableists choose. The team of young men just now should be the professional adventure team. Professional adventurers, many of them with powerful abilities. However, there are also many people who do not have the opportunity to further their studies at universities and are not willing to be ordinary. And most of the adventurers who would enter the Dragon Forest Mystic Realm, which was restricted to the 5th rank, belong to the latter. Secret adventurers divided into 4 main categories. One category is the young men's kind of adventure team. One category is students like Wang Guan who exercise for the purpose. There is also a category of members of the military. Controlling the secret realm and stopping the crack from expanding was originally the duty of the military. It's just that a lot of times it's too much to care about, so it's open to civilian adventuring parties. The last category is the consortiums, the families, the people who are behind it. Passing through the secret realm, especially getting the first pass, was glory for them, and it could show off their strength and bring them a great reputation. These people are the most numerous and usually converge to act together after entering the secret realm. Secret passes, a lot of times they get them. Such people, however, are usually more black-hearted as well. Do whatever it takes to get what you want. The peaceful squad moved on to the next node, guided by Anya's swarm. After a few more encounters with mutated beasts, they finally made it to the target location. A black bird suddenly flew by high in the dark sky in the distance. It's a crow. But not just any crow, but a mutated beast. Slightly larger than a normal crow, it also has 3 eyes. It's hovering high in the sky, looking for something. Chapter 65, that paddling one of them should have the weakest strength. No one else has found the new node yet. The abyssal rift was coiled with rift beasts, surrounded by a swarm of mutant beasts that guarded the place. The beasts were not of the same species, mixed with a variety of mutated beasts, but the strongest of them were only of the 3rd rank. After Anya went through the detection and confirmed the situation, Wang Guan led the Pinyin squad to kill them. The beasts were startled and charged them. The peaceful squad worked well together and pushed their way through flat out. Brother Guan, let us deal with the rift beast later. Tong and his party proposed to Wang Guan. He wanted to try the power of the rift beast himself. Of course, he hadn't been too big to try to take it on alone. The rift beast was a 5th-ranked monster, comparable to a bloodthirsty demon, and its tentacle attack could be much stronger than an ordinary bloodthirsty beast. The boy's line was not yet confident that it could completely block those terrifying tentacles. His means of flipping kinetic energy is not passive, but requires computational speed to keep up. So he was prepared to join forces with Su Mengmeng and Anya. Anya nodded. That's right. We can't rely on you alone and have us split the points. I'd like to give it a try. Su Mengmeng looked at Wang Guan with the same expectation. All right then, later on, you 3 will be the main force, and I'll press on from the side. Wang Guan agreed. For the current trio, joining forces could easily take care of a 4th-ranked opponent. A 5th-ranked rift beast was a bit troublesome, but it was also the most effective for honing. Anyway, he's right next to him, safe and sound. When you find something wrong, take out the big octopus immediately. With the matter thus settled, after settling the nearby beasts, they killed towards the rift beasts within that spatial rift. Zip! Su Mengmeng raised her hand and gave the big head, first, an electromagnetic beam. In the last node, it was on her mind. Unfortunately, the rift beast had a strong sense of defense. The electromagnetic beam had just been energized, and in front of the rift beast's large head, a tentacle quickly reached out. Boom! The tentacles shattered, but blocked the beam attack. Woo! Woo! The big head opened its huge mouth and let out a gurgling shriek of either anger or fear. It can really block it. Su Mengmeng sighed with a bit of disappointment. Let's take care of its tentacles first. Wang Guan smiled reassuringly. Su Mengmeng grew up in a special environment, so she is severely socialized and not good at communication. But she's not the kind and weak, as if she's a white lotus flower kind of girl. When she encountered mutated beasts and abyssal monsters, the young girl would not be the least bit soft when she moved her hands. After all, since the age of 4, she had been in constant company with the shadow of a bloodthirsty demon. How can anyone who can persevere have an ordinary heart? The peaceful squad entered the rift beast's field of attack. Swish! Swish! A tentacle, reaching out from all directions as if it were a whip, attacked them. The child's line was still playing the role of a tank, gathering energy shields to block the tentacle attacks. At the same time, the collected energy was released in the form of shockwaves and shockwaves to attack the tentacles. Anya, who lacked defensive capabilities, stood in the middle of Tong's line and Su Mengmeng. Swarms of bees converged around them, and black clouds of darkness seemed to extend out of the girl's body, spreading and twisting toward those outstretched tentacles. Wang Guan followed the trio, casually dodging the tentacle attacks. He barely made a move, just focusing on the movements of the 3. The group gradually approached over toward the big head. On a large tree in the distance, the 3-eyed mutant crow, at some point, had landed on top of a branch, quite inconspicuously. 3 black eyes, motionless, stared at the battlefield ahead. A dozen miles away from here, Three Eyes, with his thin face, was advancing with his eyes tightly closed, assisted by his companion. The group, at this point, had expanded to 16. Three Eyes is the type of person the consortium supports. The reason for entering the secret world is to get the honor of first pass. Quite a few of them are scheduled in advance. It is under the command of Three Eyes, and will quickly rejoin him upon entering the secret realm. Found them. These few with good strength should be that peace squad, he mouthed. The reason why Three Eyes is called Three Eyes is because he owns a mutated bird of prey, the three-eyed raven. He was a 5th-order D-ranked psychic aptitude with an ability called flesh and blood symbiosis. Can reach a symbiotic state with other animals, like Three Eyes and that three-eyed raven. He was able to share the raven's vision, and at the same time this sharing made his hands as if they were the claws of a bird of prey, hard and sharp. Boss, how strong are they? The man who was holding up Three Eyes had a very grim face. His face, and the skin of his body, was covered in a trail of scars. The man's name, the nickname was Scar. They shouldn't be very high-ranked, but they are very capable and well-rounded. 3 of them are mainstays with great offense, and 1 seems to be a paddler. They're elite students from the university, here to try out. As a veteran secret adventurer, Three Eyes made a judgment. He could see that the peaceful squad was able to deal with the rift beasts, but the process wasn't exactly easy. And a clear drag. I'm afraid 1 slip up and it's all over. It's still more than a little bit of luck to be able to grab a node and come in first. A college team? Scar licked his lips. Most of them, for the most part, didn't make it to college. At most, they have attended a competency-based skills training school, i.e. a college. But they had long since begun their adventurous careers, experiencing life and death in the secret realm. In the presence of college students, they have belonged to the social people, the kind of jealousy with a few inexplicable feelings of superiority. Boss, should we go get them now? Someone in the team asked sorrowfully. There's a node nearby, go and take care of it first. As for them, they're not far away from us, we should run into them soon. Three Eyes said in a deep voice. Destroying the nodes is the first goal. But when he came across this team of college students, he didn't mind pulling some strings. Or, let them take the beating of society. Humph, this squad, it's Wangguan's squad, right? Three Eyes thought in his heart. He, the man who was on the phone with Wangguan that day. However, he only found information on Wangguan's name. It was unclear about Wangguan's appearance and his abilities. That boy with white hair should be Wangguan. The three-eyed raven flew away silently. This small node of rift beasts was finally resolved with the concerted efforts of Tong's Line, Su Mengmeng, and Anya. As the rift beasts weathered and dissipated, the cracks petrified. A piece of the beast's skin remained at the scene, along with a tentacle. The probability of a rift beast drop is pretty high. The squad collects the drop in specially prepared cloth bags. These monsters drop, with the abyssal scent still lingering on them, and must be sheltered with special items. The breath also needs to be cleared afterwards before it can be used to craft equipment. After a big battle, the 3 members of Tong's party were all a bit out of breath. Brother Guan and I, there's still a gap. The boys' line thought with some frustration. Even if Wangguan had gone through the abyssal observations in advance and familiarized himself with the rift beast's attack method. But the casualness of that weightlifting was still beyond his reach. I don't know when he'll have the confidence to challenge Kun again. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Anya was hit once by a tentacle and her arm was a bloody mess. During the battle, she gritted her teeth and held on. Only now was she too busy to cry out in pain. Su Mengmeng helped her simply treat the wound. With a taut little face, she fished a potion out of her backpack and tilted her head back to drink it. Anya was relieved when her arm injury began to heal quickly and the pain dissipated. Pharmaceuticals are expensive, but the school does not skimp on support in this area. Not only did Anya come with a primary healing potion, but Wangguan, Tong Yi's line, and Su Mengmeng all received 3 bottles of primary healing potion as well. Of course, within Wangguan's backpack, there were quite a few bottles and cans of milk tea. His potions were all ready to be distributed to his companions. Let's keep going. After a little bit of trimming, Wangguan advanced with his team. Anya still maneuvered the swarm and determined the node orientation. The area covered by the Dragon Forest Mystery Realm was not small, and it was difficult to get a glimpse of the whole area from high up in the sky with only the swarm vision. The swarming area is also limited, but it's hard to beat the heart of the swarm. From the moment she entered the secret realm, Anya kept releasing single saber-toothed wasps, making them fly in all directions. Though it is not possible to share the view beyond the distance. But Anya was able to give them instructions to fly back to their side as soon as they found the rift node. Determine the node orientation in this way. The role of the swarm girls is really indispensable for secret adventures. They traveled to the next already oriented node. Along the way, several more waves of beasts were encountered. Before the node was reached, the already dim sky was completely dark. There was no sun, moon, or stars within the secret territory, but it still kept day and night synchronized with the outside world. After it gets dark outside, it only gets darker here. Without realizing it, it had already been a day since they entered the secret realm. The night is not a good time to continue operations, and those with abilities need to rest. Then he found a suitable place, set up camp, and erected a large tent. The tent is sewn in special material and is completely impervious to light. Turn on the portable light inside and you can't see the slightest bit of light outside. Mutant beasts were different from ordinary beasts. They wouldn't be afraid of the darkness and firelight. Instead, they had a tendency towards light. Anya releases a swarm of bees to alert the surrounding area. After eating the dry food and water they carried to replenish their strength, the squad began to rest. Not forgetting, of course, to schedule another shift for night duty. Oh, we're still number one. Wang Guan was on night duty first and he squatted inside the tent, alert to the movements outside, and opened the squad ranking. Peace Squad, solving 2 nodes, is in first place. Second place still goes to that 3-eyed squad. Again, 2 nodes have been resolved. There are 4 other teams, each with 1 node solved, at the back of the queue. The rest have no grades. Solved 8 nodes on the first day? Wang Guan thought in his heart. At this rate, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to solve all 38 small nodes within the 7-day limit. It's the master nodes that need to be solved last that are the hardest part. But when he thought of the main node, Wang Guan couldn't help but smile. Mr. Xiaoye, as well as the child line and Anya, hadn't thought about completing the pass. Trials are still the main purpose. However, Wang Guan has been to this first pass achievement imperative. Just as he thought of this, Anya, who was lying next to him, huffing and puffing, suddenly awoke with a start and sat up. Something's up. Chapter 66. Finally, the treasure has been explored again. Even in their sleep, Anya's swarm can alert the surrounding area. She got feedback from the swarm. Something came near the tent. The child line and Su Mengmeng were also awakened. Led by Anya, the small group hurriedly, vigilantly, and carefully made their way to the outside of the tent. But half a minute later, the situation you perceived, that's it? The child line asked somewhat breathlessly. That's right. I thought it was some kind of beast. Anya had a slightly odd expression. At the moment the 4 were huddled together. Between them, enveloped in the flashlight light, was a black puppy. It looked no more than a month or 2 old. A tiny one. There are a number of wounds on his body and he is very weak. But surrounded by a group of 2-legged beasts, it trembled, but still showed a fierce look, grinning and baring its teeth. After the secret realm is formed, ordinary plants and animals will soon decay or mutate. The environment here is no longer suitable for ordinary flora and fauna. The ability to stay here for a long time has an effect on the body. But there are still some common plants and animals that have stubbornly persevered until now, like this puppy. It hadn't mutated, but looking at the injuries, it was afraid that it had encountered a lot of danger. It looks so pathetic. Anya stared at the puppy, her tone compassionate. The child line shook his head. We can't help it. He also felt sorry for the puppy. But he understood that he was now in the secret realm, and that crises were everywhere. Guan definitely wouldn't allow this liability to be brought along. Su Mengmeng didn't say anything, just lovingly tried to pet the puppy. Wang Guan sighed. It's true that he wasn't going to do anything. It's not ruthlessness, it's sanity. But just when he was about to say something cruel, probe. This is a snow wolf cub with a strong bloodline and great potential. Wang Guan, ? Snow wolves, a very well-known type of mutated beasts that could be tamed. Not only because they are all snow white, beautiful, and noble in appearance. Also because snow wolves are very powerful in their own right. It is said that adult snow wolves are capable of secondary mutation and can possess strength of more than 10th order. This little black dog, now hooked up with the bug word for snow wolf. The bloodline was vigorous and had great potential, indicating that it had a high probability of secondary mutation. Wang Guan's expression was a bit dumbfounded for a moment, and his heart began to beat wildly. Crap! Found a treasure. This is like a divine beast cub. Wang Guan had long ago developed the habit of constantly probing. Not to mention entering the secret realm. When he encountered cats and dogs in the outside world, he didn't forget to probe once. Couldn't find anything that turned out well enough for him to care. Now, after the mother and son of Zhou Wen and Yuan Shaoqin, he found the treasure again. Brother Guan, what to do with it? The boy's line asked. Bring it on, it doesn't take much effort anyway. Wang Guan said as he suppressed the excitement in his heart. It made his tone sound a little odd, as if he had done some mental struggling. The other three froze. Then Anya and Su Mengmeng all showed happy, grateful expressions. The child's line froze, suddenly dawning on him. Although Quan is strict, he can't bear to let the puppy die here after all. Listening to the tone of his voice, he actually hesitated, but in the end he still followed his heart. This is Brother Guan and why? I am willing to follow him. He had some praise in his mind. Anya carefully picked up the little black dog. The little black dog was alert and struggled hard. But it was so weak that it was easily taken by Anya and carried inside the warm, bright tent. What about its injuries? Anya asked. The puppy was badly injured, and in some body parts, bones were exposed. I don't know what kind of vicious battles they had gone through earlier and how they had managed to hold out until now. Anya didn't mind using her own healing potion. But potions are vital supplies and everyone needs to be accountable to the squad for wasting them on dogs. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Wang Guan open his backpack and take out a bottle of healing potion. Use mine and count it as consumed, Wang Guan said and opened the potion, ready to feed it to the little black dog. Healing potions contain a strong healing energy that can produce effects on both humans and beasts. Seeing Wang Guan's behavior, Anya and Su Mengmeng looked at Wang Guan's eyes as if they were going to melt. The world is cruel though, but a gentle and loving man can still move a woman's heart. Even if the child's line, his expression was touched and admired. The little black dog was full of wariness and kept struggling. It didn't have much strength to begin with, but to Wang Guan it was a snow wolf cub. Even if it was weak, it took some wasted effort to hold his mouth open. Take the milky white potion and pour it in. This action, however, was something else in the eyes of the three people around him. Wang Guan moved clumsily and carefully, breaking open the mouth of the little black dog, deeply afraid of hurting it. What's wrong with you guys? After feeding the potion, Wang Guan raised his head and saw three people around him, looking at him with odd expressions. Little brother sure is gentle, Anya said with starry eyes. Wang Guan felt that they must have misunderstood something. The little black dog drank the potion and slumped down with a wobbly body. It seemed to understand the goodwill of the two-legged beasts around it and became less wary. Soon falling into a deep sleep, the injuries on his body gradually began to heal. Do you need to, feed it something? The child's line found the canned food. The little black dog must be starving. Not yet. The potion itself can replenish the body's energy, Wang Guan said. He was very vocal about this. Then Wang Guan told the three to hurry up and rest, and he would just guard the little black dog. Silence returned to the tent. Wang Guan sat beside the little black dog, his face full of joy, and gently reached out to stroke it. The little black dog woke up slightly, and when he saw that it was Wang Guan, he let out a whimper under his breath. Stretching out his tongue, he licked Wang Guan's hand and then continued to sleep peacefully. It had recognized Wang Guan and had developed trust in him. The pups were only snow wolf pups to Wang Guan. In Su Mingming's case, it has been proven that there is a way to make the bug words true. First establish a good relationship with this little black dog, and then transform it in the future. Then Wang Guan was equivalent to taming a snow wolf battle pet in advance. Snow wolves are notoriously difficult to tame, and are best tamed from pups. However, snow wolves place a high value on their heirs, and it is extremely difficult for an ability to get their pups. When a wolf pack is attacked by humans and it's a matter of life and death, the mother wolf would rather bite her pups to death than let them go into exile at the hands of humans. In the entire alliance, there are few abilities that have made it. A night of peace. The faintest hint of light filtered into the dim sky. It was already early morning. After eating dry food and refueling their energy, the peaceful squad stowed their tents and continued on their way. The little black dog was healed and his already dirty body was simply cleaned up. It was being held in Su Mengming's arms. Woof, woof, woof. The little fellow regained quite a bit of vigor and barked from time to time. Adds a bit of fun to a boring trip. Soon, the squad found the node. The node had not been destroyed, but there were only a handful of mutated beasts in the vicinity. Some remnants of clothing and traces of blood and flesh could be seen at the scene. There have been other adventuring parties that have found their way here, only they failed. Wang Guan led the squad and took care of the few remaining mutated beasts. He looked at the marks and sighed. Next, the little black dog was placed under a large tree nearby. You stay here and don't move until we're done with things. Wang Guan gestured and told it. The little black dog stared at Wang Guan and barked vaguely twice. The tiny body then slumped to the ground. If it's a regular puppy and a wild dog, it's unlikely to understand human commands. But the little black dog was a snow wolf pup to Wang Guan, intelligent enough. He understood what Wang Guan meant. The team began to tackle the rift beasts, and it was still the Tong line and the other three who did it, with Wang Guan pressing on the side. They gradually moved towards the large purple head of the rift beast and approached. Just then, gah! There was a dry, shrill cry in the air. It was the caw of a crow that was circling the sky. Someone is approaching here. In good numbers. Anya looked startled. Most of the saber-toothed bees, though, were manipulated by her for combat. But there were still a small number of them, and they were spread out and on guard. Almost as soon as Anya's voice ended, Wang Guan heard a burst of footsteps. In the nearby forest, a figure quickly approached the place. The raven, flying in the air, swooped down and landed on the shoulder of a thin-faced man. It's none other than 3 Eyes. He also discovered the node and rushed over with his men, just in time to run into the Ping and squad. As he said yesterday, they were targeting the nodes, which would not have been far away, and would have met up soon. Boss, they're almost done with the rift beast, Knife Handle said with some urgency. 3 Eyes smiled coldly. Let's go help them. At this time, the Ping and squad had already taken care of more than half of the rift beast's tentacles. His so-called help, naturally, was not really going to help. Instead, they're going for the head. Under his leadership, a group of people charged towards the rift beast. You guys go hold them off, and watch out for the white-haired one and the 2 girls. They're the most dangerous. The rest of that one, it's a paddle. Hold on until I take out the big eyeballs. 3 Eyes quickly commanded and charged towards the big head. Then, their group had just rushed into the attack range of the rift beast. The teenager who had been paddling the whole time before, suddenly with a weird body, he came up to the big head. With one clean swipe of the sword, he sacked the big head to death. The 3-eyed gang, all of their movements froze. Question mark. Wang Guan looked toward them with stern eyes. You just tried to steal heads, didn't you? Chapter 67. Fighting is fighting. Jumping up and down, are you getting ready to debut? The 16 people from Team 3 Eyes surrounded Wang Guan and the other 4. They were raging and wanted to snatch the head of the rift beast. But I didn't expect that the teenager, who was considered to be a paddler, suddenly struck out easily and sharply and killed the big head first. He didn't show much ability or power, but that ghostly stance, casual movements, and precise attacks shocked them all. This man by no means is simple. He wasn't paddling before, much less tired. Rather, he was strong enough to kill the rift beast at any time. So take the rift beast and use it as a grist for your fellow man's mill. 3 Eyes gazed up. His men, too, as if they would not be made whole, stood rigid and motionless. The atmosphere was, for a moment, a little awkwardly silent. Wang Guan's eyes took the opportunity to sweep over these people one by one. He looked first at 3 Eyes, who had a black raven standing on his shoulder. Spy! It's a bird walker monkler. 3-eyed mutant crows. How is that not a bird? Then he looked at, following 3 Eyes, the fierce-looking Scar. Probe. This is a hard-working courier. Next. He was going to bug-word them first. Soon, however, there was a shout that broke the silence of the scene. Woof woof. Woof woof. The little black dog, which had been placed under a nearby tree by Wang Guan, let out a growl. A member of 3 Eyes, who happened to be near there, startled the puppy. Dogs? The man was a little surprised and recognized it as an ordinary dog. He didn't think much about how the dog got here. A cruel smile sketched on his face. Raising the knife in his hand, he tried to kill the little thing. But suddenly, the invisible wave beam, suddenly arrived. Snap! The knife in the man's hand broke with a sound. A large tree behind him was also pierced, leaving burn marks. The entire audience was shocked and looked towards Su Mengmeng, who raised her arm and sent out an attack. Su Mengmeng tightened her little face and said in a timid voice, "Whoever dares to harm it, I'll get it killed." She tried hard to look imposing, but the characterization of the social fears ultimately made the words seem breathless. In her most timid tone, the girl said the hardest thing, but seeing her attack, no one dared to take it lightly. Wang Guan, who draped the long sword in his hand, whistled at the little black dog. The little black dog was a snow wolf pup to Wang Guan and easily understood the hint and ran over. It stood beside Wang Guan, like a vicious dog protecting its master, grinning and baring its teeth in all directions. Disregarding its tiny little blob of a figure, it's still pretty mean. The Tong Line, Su Mengmeng, and Anya all stood behind Wang Guan as well, facing off against the crowd with a determined expression. The swarm of saber-toothed bees coalesced into a black cloud that floated above in a buzzing sound. It was as if it might swoop down at any moment and launch a deadly attack. Inside Three Eyes' mind, a somewhat funny feeling suddenly arose. It wasn't them that surrounded the four. Rather, it was these four men who had surrounded their group of 16. The squad in front of them were all elite college students, not high in rank, but with powerful abilities. Powerful abilities that many times make up for the lack of class. However, with a forced attack, Three Eyes was confident that he could take these four down. But his own people, too, were bound to pay a heavy price. So he thought, "You're Wang Guan, right?" After a moment's thought, Three Eyes smiled and spoke. "It's my eyes that are clumsy, Alliance Scholar. An ability that can kill a bloodthirsty demon is really something." With the help of the three-eyed raven's vision earlier, he had only seen the images of the Ping and squad dealing with the Rift Beast. Wang Guan paddled the entire time, which is what made him make the wrong judgment. But who would have thought that a squad of four, dealing with the Rift Beasts, would still be grinding? Wang Guan, who was probing one by one, heard Three Eyes' words but froze slightly. "It's you," he heard Three Eyes. This was the man he had called with earlier, wanting to purchase a place in the secret realm. Immediately flip-flopped after refusal, leaving threats. Wang Guan laughed. "Thanks to your blessing, we've had pretty smooth sailing since entering the secret realm." A slight twitch went through Three Eyes' thin face. He laughed somewhat reluctantly. "That was just a joke. But you are the future of the Alliance, and it would certainly be nice to have smooth sailing." Selling their lives for the consortium behind them, it was only natural that there were more places to enter the secret realm. Knowing that Wang Guan had a quota in his hands, this was the only way to contact him. After Wang Guan refused, he casually left behind a harsh sentence. He had almost forgotten about it himself, and he didn't expect Wang Guan to take the initiative to mention it. Is it true that he doesn't get a little nervous when faced with a siege? "So, what were you guys trying to do when you rushed over just now?" Wang Guan then asked directly. He did not strain himself, having finished probing the men one by one. "I can hit 10 of them once the bug word is up." However, Wang Guan also had an accident. Among the 16 people, the probe found a superb, the fat guy standing to his right. Scouting. This is a 7th order speedster, with B rank ability. Scud. This fat man's face was tense and sweaty, and his strength didn't seem strong. But by Wang Guan hangs the 7th order extreme speed ability person's bug words. Well, it's not a big problem. Isn't there a sidekick? We were trying to help you, but it seems you don't need it. Three Eyes didn't expect Wang Guan to be so direct and smiled sarcastically. Then, he tentatively asked, "Student Wang Guan, you are very strong. Are you interested in joining our team?" He continued in that kindly tone. "The biggest threat here is the geoduck that guards the main node. The only way we can hope to solve it is to gather as many people as possible, and the most important thing for everyone is to be united. Of course, we'll definitely be heavily thanked after it's done." But when he heard his words, Wang Guan refused without thinking. "Sorry, not interested. Where's the credit for this bunch of people who work for the syndicate?" Even if there was credit, Wang Guan, who was already certain of taking the Earth Sublime Dragon, had no reason to cooperate with them. Seeing that Wang Guan had refused so decisively, Three Eyes' expression slightly chilled for a few moments. "Boss, what's the point of wasting words with him?" Scar, next to him, said in a brutal voice. "Let me teach him a lesson first." As he spoke, he rushed out and drew from his waist a oddly shaped, curved sword. Three Eyes frowned slightly, but didn't stop. Scar was the one in the team, second only to himself in strength. The person himself is only an E-ranked ability, and the awakened ability is called Fighting Proficiency. He was able to quickly master and comprehend various fighting techniques. Techniques aren't skills, they're just normal combat techniques with no special effects added to them. This ability is naturally not considered powerful. But Three Eyes is fiery and courageous. Relying on fighting proficiency along with physical attributes, he has worked out a decent amount of combat power. The scars left behind are the insignia of one of his bloody battles. Even if he faced a powerful ability person of the same rank, he still had the power to fight. Just now, seeing Wang Guan resolve the air-devouring beast with a single sword, I'm afraid that it had also stirred up his fighting spirit. So can't wait. Want to fight Wang Guan? Good. Let Scar try Wang Guan's weight first. Three Eyes thought in his heart. He wasn't sure what this Wang Guan ability or skill was right now. As these thoughts flashed through Three Eyes,
刷刷刷，刀疤熟练地甩动弯刀，耍出一个个花样。
it's cool to match the movement of the body jumping up and down. He was seen doing a Thomas pirouette, spinning 360 degrees in the air, the scimitar in his hand chopped at Wang Guan. Then, Wang Guan raised his left fist and, with a casual movement, smashed it on Scar's head. It wasn't that he smashed with precision, it was mostly that Scarab's head caught it. Bang! Scar fell heavily to the ground from mid-air. Passed out. Fighting is fighting. Jumping up and down, are you preparing to debut? Wang Guan commented with an amused face. What's the point of this flurry of bells and whistles? Three Eyes and others who are waiting for a good show. Wang Guan then raised the sword in his right hand and pointed it at Three Eyes. His eyes went cold. Entering the Dragon Forest mystic realm, he did not wish to clash with other entrants. But he wouldn't be polite when someone was actively looking for a fight. Tong and his party, Su Mengmeng and Anya, standing behind Wang Guan, didn't hesitate and all revealed their fighting stance. Three Eyes' group of people were all weak ability users of the 4th and 5th orders. Weak ableist and ability level below D. And the three of them were S-ranked ability users. Even if they were of a lower rank, they were not afraid of these people in front of them. Instructor Su Weiqing similarly belonged to the 5th order weak ability person. However, his battle power that could single-handedly resist the bloodthirsty demon was a special case. Ordinary people with weak abilities are still far from that level. The little black dog similarly exploded with hair and took a fighting stance.
It tracked its mode at the surrounding area. Oh.
Wang Guan only needs to give an order. They will then attack without delay. The dozen or so people from Team Three Eyes were countered by the suppression of their aura and subconsciously took a few steps back. And in his mind, Three Eyes felt more and more comical. Why did he develop a feeling that he was being forced and bullied by this 4-member squad? Just as the battle was about to break out. Stop! A loud cry suddenly came, accompanied by the sound of running. Another group of people came barreling toward the area. Wang Guan twisted his head to look and found this group of people, all of whom were wearing light gold-colored uniform clothing. It was also a military uniform, but from one of the 4 major armies of the Alliance, the Platinum Legion. They were the military team in charge of the Longsan Mystic Realm. The group of Platinum soldiers made up a group of 8. Walking ahead was a middle-aged man with a shaved flat head. He rushed to the middle of the two parties facing each other, blocking in front of Wang Guan's 4 people, and coldly looked at Three Eyes. Three Eyes, don't go too far, you guys. He obviously recognized Three Eyes and said in a cold voice, with me here today, don't you dare touch them. Three Eyes. Brother, can we be reasonable? Who wants to move who now? Chapter 68. Dangerous people have mixed in the secret realm. We entered the secret realm to destroy the abyssal node. Not your game of fame and fortune, the flat-headed middle-aged man angrily continued. He, along with 7 other soldiers from the Platinum Legion, firmly protected Wang Guan's squad in the center. Wang Guan was speechless for a moment. We don't need protection. Really? Ronson's secret realm, which appeared within the Platinum Legion's township. So the military team in charge of the secret realm is the Platinum Legion. When this middle-aged man saw Three Eyes' group and surrounded them, he immediately rushed over to rescue them. And while Three Eyes' expression was frozen for a moment, he suddenly sighed in relief. He now had the intuition that if he really started fighting, he was afraid that his side would have no good results. It wasn't a hallucination, he was symbiotic with the three-eyed raven, which already had some premonition ability. He could share this vague premonition. Let's go, he immediately said to his men. showing a look of letting the squad go since the military intervened. Wang Guan thought about it and also put away the longsword in his hand. It was never good to continue to make a move on Three Eyes in front of the Platinum Army. The military's position is to do everything possible to unite forces and destroy the rift nodes within the secret territory. They wouldn't allow Three Eyes to attack Wang Guan's squad. Nor would he be happy to see Wang Guan go against Three Eyes and the others. Scar, who had fainted, was also carried away. Three Eyes, who was surrounded by the crowd, seemed to feel that it was a bit of a loss of face to leave just like that. He then turned around, looked at Wang Guan, and stretched out his sharp, slender fingers to make a false stroke on his neck. It's a provocative maneuver. It means, the next time we meet, I won't make it easy for you. Wang Guan, in that case, fine. I'll keep it in mind. When Three Eyes' team left, the flat-headed middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. It was only at this point that he showed a hint of doubt. This Three Eyes guy, why is he so nice today? And that Scar, why did he faint? With this thought in his mind, he looked over at Wang Guan and the others. Are you guys all right? I'm Corporal of the Platinum Army, Li Qiushan, and judging by your ages, you should all just be students, right? Wang Guan and Tong and his party exchanged a look. The four main armies of the Alliance are the Vanguard, the Platinum, the Breaking Wave, and the United Guard. One of the Vanguards guarded the Northwest Theater. The Buckeyes held the South. The Wavebreakers guard the Eastern Coast. The UDF is responsible for stabilizing the major cities in the center. Of the four major armies, Vanguard, Platinum, and Breaking Waves, the three armies have always had a good relationship, and many times they would fight hand in hand. As a student of the Vanguard Military Academy, it was still important to have a proper attitude when encountering a corporal of the Buckeye Army. Reporting to the Sergeant Major, we are first-year students at Pioneer Military Academy. The child line is familiar with this area and stepped forward to report. Corporal, Sergeant, and Staff Sergeant are all non-commissioned officer ranks. When encountered at a subordinate level, the Sergeant Major is usually addressed directly. The child's line also extends his right fist and taps his chest. This is the saluting gesture of the Confederate Army. Li Qiushan and the others froze for a moment and followed with a return salute, their right fists lightly knocking on their chests. So it's a student from the Pioneer Military Academy. Li Qiushan became more and more cordial, and in his eyes, there was a kind of gratification of seeing an outstanding junior. There was also a kind of genuine envy. Li Qiushan, such soldiers did not enter the military school, are directly enlisted in the army, step by step to get to the present. You're the Peace Squad? After a brief exchange, Li Qiushan asked with some surprise. The Peace Squad is now in first place by taking 3 nodes. Three Eyes team second. The team led by Li Qiushan, ranked third, was named Qiushan Squad. I thought that the Peace Squad, a new team supported by which consortium, turned out to be you. Unbelievably, he once again surveyed the 4 people in front of him. We are more lucky, Wang Guan said modestly. I don't think it's just luck, is it? Li Qiushan lost his smile and shook his head. He suddenly realized why Three Eyes had retreated so dryly just now. They are afraid that they do not want to fight with these 4 people. Suddenly, Li Qiushan thought of something and looked grim. Three Eyes gang is not to be messed with. They are afraid that there are more than 40 of them entering the secret realm this time. It's still dangerous when the numbers are all assembled, he reminded. Moreover, with the opening of the secret realm this time, I suspect that there are other dangerous people mixed in. Dangerous people? Wang Guan didn't care much about Three Eyes gang, but was curious about the dangerous person Li Qiushan mentioned. This is what we encountered earlier. Li Qiushan spread out his hands, and there was a burst of light and shadow above his palms, coalescing into an image. This was his awakened ability, which belonged to the elemental light and shadow department. The ability to manipulate light and shadow into images. If the ability level is high enough, realistic illusions can be created to assist in combat. However, Li Qiushan was only an E-rank ability that could only create a small range of light and shadow images. When seeing the images he shows, Wang Guan, Tong Yizline, Su Mengmeng, and Anya were all stunned. It was 3 somewhat hideous dead bodies, and they recognized it. It was a member of the squad of the young man he met when he first entered the illusion. Only the woman in the black dress is missing. How did they die? Wang Guan was surprised. They were already dead when we came across them, and by the look of the tracks, they died from infighting and killing each other. Li Qiushan explained. But 3 people dying at the same time is too bizarre. They should have been affected by something. That's why he suspected that there were dangerous characters that were operating in the secret realm. That's when he sensed something. You've seen them. Just encountered it when I entered the illusion. Wang Guan briefly explained what happened and asked, "There's another woman in a black dress. No sign of her?" Li Qiushan shook his head. "No. You think this woman has a problem?" "Yes." The king's point of view heads. Bug probe puts when you on fugitive fraudster. Probably not a coincidence. And he remembers the young man saying, "What did you promise me before I put you on the team this time?" Something like that. It was enough to show that when you had joined that young man's team only because of this secret adventure. Was she the one who made the 3 of her team kill each other and die? What's the purpose of this? Li Qiushan asked. What are the characteristics of that woman? Anya blurted out. With a pair of big boobs. Others? The child line disgustedly pushed Anya aside to elaborate. She's not bad-looking melon face, peach eyes? Well, there's 24 or 25 with shaggy black hair. Li Qiushan used his light and shadow ability to reproduce when use image according to the description, which was 70% to 80% similar. His ability, though not highly ranked, was very useful. Even when fighting, it can create small illusions to disturb the enemy. I'll keep an eye on her. Li Qiushan put away his light and shadow, his expression a bit gloomy. It's only the second day since the secret world opened. A total of 32 people from the Platinum Army entered, and Li Qiushan had to go and join his comrades. After exchanging some more information with the Wangguan squad and instructing them to be careful, they parted ways. The peaceful squad sheltered the skins and tentacles that fell from killing the rift beasts. Keep going to the next node. Because of the news brought by Li Qiushan, the team was somewhat silent. It was the child line that finally broke the silence. He looked at the little black dog in Su Mengming's arms and complimented it with a smile. This puppy is so smart and knows to fight alongside us. Something occurred to him. Are we giving it a name, though? Wang Guan, who was still thinking about Wan Yu, was stunned when he heard this. How could you forget something so important? The puppy doesn't have a name yet. He was ready to take this little black dog away. The ability may take the harvest gained from slaying abyssal monsters with them when they leave the secret realm. It is not permitted to take abyssal monsters out of the secret realm. If it's a mutated beast, you can take it after confirming it's harmless. It's just a matter of expending points and redeeming ownership. And the little black dog is just an ordinary dog. Take it away from the secret realm. Afraid that 1 point is too much? Let's work together to help name it. Anya, who was maneuvering the swarm to explore the area, gushed. Child's line. It looks like a lump of black charcoal. Why don't we just call it black charcoal? Anya. It doesn't sound good. Why don't we call it chocolate? Su Mengming. I think. Call it a dark night. Okay? Wang Guan thought for a while and felt that he should come up with a name worthy of the snow wolf's identity. Snow wolves are not called that because they live in the snowy plains. Rather, it is because they are covered in fur that is as white as snow. That? Call it white snow. Wang Guan casually laughed. The 3 little friends, together, looked at Wang Guan. Naming a black dog by Shui. Are you teasing us? However, before they could speak, the little black dog suddenly barked. Ow, ow, ow. The 4 people in the squad, their movements froze. Anya called out to it tentatively. White snow. Little black dog. Ow, 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 ow. It reacted to the name. And call it by any other name and it won't respond. Wang Guan. Crap. To others, a little black dog is a little black dog. But to Wang Guan, this was a snow wolf cub, and it had already established initial trust in Wang Guan. To it, Wang Guan's naming had a special meaning. It now thinks it's just called snow. Next, no matter what Wang Guan did, he couldn't make it change its mind again. The little friends all gave Wang Guan a speechless expression. Even Su Mengming was a bit upset. What kind of brainwave is it to name a black dog Snowy? And why does this dog only listen to Wang Guan? Was it because of the primary healing potion that was fed to it in the first place? In any case, the little black dog is now officially called Snowy. It was only after traveling for half a day that the Pinyin squad finally encountered the 4th small node. This one didn't meet with no mishaps and was resolved without incident. Up to this point, the peaceful squad still held the top spot in the rankings. Wang Guan's personal points had reached 1,416 points, more than what was earned during the hunting mission. 3 points left over from the hunting mission redemption, accrued here. Meanwhile, Wang Guan has a 5.3% war. The peace squad's honor points, cumulatively, also reached 40 points. Scanning the quest page, Wang Guan continued to the next node with his squad. Suddenly, woof woof, woof woof, Bai Shui, who was held in Su Mengming's arms, let out a series of barks. Up front, Anya maneuvered the swarm of bees and quickly discovered something. There are a few dead bodies there. Snow is smelling their blood. She suddenly froze. These corpses, they seem to have died by killing each other. Chapter 69 still have bugs in puppies. Guided by Anya, the peaceful squad came to the bodies. It was 3 men and 1 woman, dead and miserable, their bodies entangled and held in positions of mutual aggression. An angry, hateful expression solidified on the already stiffened face. It was as if they had some deep hatred for each other. Wang Guan and the others had experienced many brutal battles, but seeing the image still produced a few moments of discomfort. They should be an adventuring team, right? The boys' party covered their noses and discerned. There is usually a great deal of trust between teammates in such squads. Now they're killing each other, causing the squad to be wiped out. It was extremely similar to the scene shown to them by Li Qiushan. It's the kind of thing that can be called an accident when it happens once. Having encountered a second case, there's definitely a problem in there. Did that boob do it too? Anya stood a few meters away with a disgusted expression and guessed. Is she a psychic ability that can stir up hatred in others? As she spoke, she had already maneuvered the swarm of bees and probed in all directions. Wang Guan endured the fishy, disgusting odor and squatted in front of a few corpses. Carefully, he rattled the body with his longsword to check it out. If this is really done by Wen Yu, the fugitive fraudster, and what is her purpose? Just plain perverts who take pleasure in hurting others, with no loss to benefit themselves. Or is she actually, as Wang Guan pondered, Tong and his party judged? It hasn't been too long since these people died, so she may not have gone far yet. The blood that flowed from the body had not yet completely solidified, and there are quite a few mutant beasts operating here. If it had been a long time, it would have attracted them to gnaw on the body long ago. There's no sign of her within my swarm's cage. Anya shook her head regretfully. Winue is not like the crack nodes, which are self-luminous and easily recognizable. Even if you let the swarm fly high into the sky and look down on the forest, it's hard to find individuals. It's really not that hard to find her. Suddenly, Wang Guan's eyes lit up. This is something that can't just be ignored. He looked towards Bai Shui, who was being held in Su Mengming's arms. Maybe it's possible to find her by snow. He picked up Snowy and set it down next to a couple of bodies. The expressions of the Tong line and Anya all became a bit odd. Brother Guan, are you expecting too much from the puppy, aren't you? The boy's line persuaded. Dogs have a keen sense of smell and can distinguish subtle odors in the air, which they use to find targets. But this particular skill requires training. Even dogs that have undergone mutations, such as those like the steel-bone mastiff, need to be trained first if you want them to find a target. Snow is only a few months old. Is this something he can do? Bai Shui is smart. Let it give it a try. Wang Guan said with gusto. The sensitivity of a dog's nose is innate. Training a police dog to hunt is not about training their nose sensitivity, but letting them know what they have to do. But to Wang Guan, Snow was smart enough to understand his orders. Just make sure it understands what is to be done. It may not be incapable of finding a target, based on the residual odor. Is this also stuck with a bug? There should have been someone else here before. A woman, try to see if you can smell her. Wang Guan squatted in front of the black and charcoal like Bai Shui and patiently talked to it. Ow ow ow. As Snowy listened to Wang Guan speak, he barked under his breath and ran back and forth in the neighborhood. But it doesn't look like it's looking for something, more like a spread? Brother Guan. Forget it. It already has an unlucky name. It's pathetic. Tong and his party persuaded helplessly. Anya wore a somewhat speechless expression. Only Su Mengming believed Wang Guan and waved her small fists to Bai Shui in a pep talk. Then, ow! Snow suddenly stopped and barked in one direction. Wang Guan looked delighted. Is it this direction? Ow! Snow continued to bark, as if in confirmation. Then let's head in that direction. Wang Guan immediately picked up Bai Shui and led his team to chase in that direction. Child Line and Anya, they remain half-hearted. However, Wang Guan was the captain, and when the captain went crazy, they had to cooperate. Anyway, following this direction, there were still crack nodes existing ahead, so just consider it a side trip. So with Snow's guidance, the party made their way. Several waves of mutated beasts were encountered during this time. A small node was also passed, and the party stopped for a while. Still dominated by the 3 members of Tong's party, the node was destroyed. The Peace Squad has destroyed 5 nodes to this point. The child line, Su Mengmeng, and Anya cooperated more and more skillfully. Although light injuries were still inevitable after the battle, there were no major problems. Coupled with Wang Guan pressing on the side, it was generally a no-shock experience. Ow! Ow! Bai Shui, who was being held in Wang Guan's arms, rushed in one direction and exchanged in succession. The party then continued in that direction. The sky, already dim, began to grow darker, and night was approaching. Just then, Anya, who had been maneuvering the swarm and had been probing the surrounding area, made a discovery. There's a node up ahead that hasn't been destroyed yet. Huh? There's a team nearby. That seems to have just finished tackling the beasts guarding this place. Anya said quickly, covering one of her eyes. Suddenly, she saw something, and immediately afterward, she looked at, stunned, Bai Shui, who was being held in Wang Guan's arms. What's wrong? The boys' line wondered. That big boob is among them, Anya said in shock. Child's line, crouching. They had found this place all this way based on Snow's guidance. It felt like this little black dog, though, was just barking randomly. Can it really find when you based on the smell? Is this dog the chosen police dog? They quickly approached over in that direction. Anya followed their every move with the help of her swarm vision. Something's not right. Between the members of this squad, there seems to be a quarrel, Anya suddenly said in surprise. That squad, judging from their age and attire, should be a team of students entering the secret realm for trials just like Wang Guan and the others. This type of student team is characterized by a lower rank, but a higher ability level, starting at least at B rank. Entering the secret realm is for the purpose of trial. Probably got entry by doing quests just like Wang Guan. It could also be that the division head behind it got the qualification through connections. The student squad was 2 men and 2 women, are now arguing with each other and are both red in the face. Each one, as if full of resentment towards the other 3. Wen Yu, who was standing next to them, was wearing a flirtatious smile, enjoying the quarrel in front of her. Occasionally saying something was like pouring oil on the fire, making the quarrel between those 4 people more and more intense. Finally, they couldn't help but move. When Wang Guan led the squad and arrived here, the 4 members of this squad had already mixed together, each one attacking the other 3 in a frenzy. Flames and lightning flickered and blood erupted. They are red-eyed and want to kill each other. Wen Yu, who was watching with a smile, soon saw Wang Guan and his party who had rushed here. Her demeanor changed, followed by a quick change to a human, worried and frightened look. Stop fighting, you guys, she shouted under her breath, hurriedly toward the peace squad again, running. It's you guys, great. Stop them. They just got into a sudden fight for some reason. Zip, zip. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Mengmeng waited for her to enter the attack range, and with both arms raised, there were 2 electromagnetic beams. When faced with a confirmed enemy, Su Mengmeng would strike decisively. 2 attacks, 1 hit Wen Yu's arm, causing that arm to shatter directly. But Wen Yu reacted with alertness, and her body twisted strangely to avoid another blow. You! She prostrated herself, her face cold. The swarm of bees that Anya had coalesced with followed towards the dive and attacked. In Wen Yu's body, gusts of blood-colored mist quickly spread out, and her figure nearly merged into the blood mist, hiding her tracks. I can't see her, Anya said hastily. The blood mist confused the swarm's senses. The fog surged and spread in all directions. Nearly the entire forest nearby was enveloped in it. Woof, woof, woof. Snow, who had already been placed on the ground, kept barking furiously and was very upset. The 4 members of the peaceful squad, working in tandem, gathered together and faced around. Manipulating mist, it's an elemental ability, but it seems to be a bit weird, Anya said in a deep voice. She swarmed most of the bees, converging on her side and flying over the heads of the crowd. At that moment, the small group of students who were attacking each other suddenly stopped moving. His eyes looked toward Wang Guan and the others. The original anger and hatred towards each other was transferred to the four. They pounced with an angry yell. The child's line coalesced an energy shield and blocked them who had lost their minds. When Yu's figure, hidden in the blood mist, moved around. One of her arms was broken, but no blood came out of it. And as she covered her broken arm, she didn't see any pain, and there was only madness on her charming face. These guys are really tricky. I should have settled them long ago. It's not too late. Their souls must be delicious. The master will reward me, she whispered under her breath, hovering around the squad. The eyes swept over the four one by one, trying to choose one and exert influence. She ruled out Anya first. Anya's heart of the swarm, which allowed her to will into the swarm, made it extremely difficult to affect the sanity of her opponent. Then the child line was ruled out. This white-haired teenager had protective props on his body that could defend against mental attacks. And then there's Su Mengmeng. The young girl has the weakest rank, but she has a high heart defense. It was as if her spirit was inside a strange house with reinforced walls, doors, and windows. Only a few were allowed to enter it. It would be hard for her to influence any of the three in a short period of time. So, in the end, Wan Yu chose Wang Guan. In her senses, Wang Guan's spirit had no defense, only a tougher will. It's not a problem for her. She can stir up the anger, the hatred of the other person and make him subject to her drive. Would you like to, hear a story? Her thoughts drifted to Wang Guan. The thoughts would turn into ravings that echoed up in Wang Guan's subconscious, gradually evoking all the darkness in his spiritual world. Normally, it should look like this, but the next moment, Wang Guan's response rang in her ears. Don't want to. Wang Guan's gaze then looked toward her, who was hidden in the mist. Question mark. Chapter 70 Cultists. This Wang Guan is a bit evil. Above. When Yu's compulsion failed to work and was rejected by Wang Guan. It's just a refusal to forget about it. A rejection that still echoed in her ears? This had never been encountered before, so when Yu couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Next moment. Miso. Wang Guan rushed toward her like an arrow off the string. Between the blood mist surging, the cold light had flashed by as she tried to dodge. Swish. She was chopped by a sword and fell out. What story are you going to tell? Wang Guan asked with amusement under his breath as he continued to press towards Wan Yu with his sword. It's really a scammer's routine, trying to use a story as a lead-in to lead people into a trap step by step. Unfortunately, Wang Guan had already tagged her with the bug phrase, fugitive fraudster. Her mental compulsion is ineffective against Wang Guan. Hidden in the blood mist, Wang Guan could also clearly distinguish her location. To the little ones, she hid her figure and drifted through the blood mist. But in Wang Guan's eyes, her figure was clearly visible in the blood mist. Her compulsion is nothing more than the rhetoric of a fraudster. Anti-fraud awareness pulled full of Wang Guan. Can still be cheated? Taking advantage of the moment when she was shocked and stupefied, she struck out with fire. Taking that blow, Wan Yu remains alive. The clothes were tattered, but no blood was spilled. She struggled to her feet, full of disbelief. Of the four-person squad, she seems to have picked the most troublesome one. Not only was this teenager the strongest, his will was strong enough as well. Her powers seemed completely ineffective against him. You! Seeing Wang Guan once again kill towards her without hesitation, she hurriedly flashed her figure and hid in the blood mist once again. With the cover of the blood mist, she wandered around Wang Guan. Still want to continue to make efforts to influence Wang Guan's mood, but suddenly, Wang Guan twisted his head and his gaze locked on her once again. Bang! A fist then blasted into her body, knocked her out of hiding. She hid in the blood mist, and it was indeed difficult for anyone to discern the trail, even if Anya's swarm was deceived by her senses. But this tactic was completely ineffective against Wang Guan. No matter how much she hid, she was just a fraud to Wang Guan. In Wang Guan's eyes, she was just moving side to side in the blood mist. It's simply not too obvious. And suffering another military straight punch, Wan Yu fell to the ground and surprisingly struggled to get up again. Wang Guan couldn't help but be surprised in his heart as well. So resistant to beating, this kind of life force, simply abnormal. As he thought this in his mind, he swung his sword once again and killed Wan Yu, preparing to directly behead her. But just as he was about to attack Wan Yu, he saw a flirtatious smile suddenly appear on Wan Yu's hideous face. Swish! The alloy longsword chopped down. When Yu's figure disintegrated first. Snap! Something that fell to the ground. It was a palm-sized doll. Wang Guan hurriedly scanned the surroundings and could no longer see Wen Yu's figure. Those spreading blood-colored mists were rapidly dissipating. That team of students, after losing Wen Yu's influence, collapsed helplessly to the ground. Escaped. Wang Guan gazed, looking toward the doll that had fallen to the ground. The shape vaguely resembled Wen Yu somewhat, with an overall blood-red color and an evil feeling. Wen Yu is relying on this thing and escaped? Unfortunately for the secret expedition, there are only squad rankings. There's no hint when a squad is removed from the list, and there's no way to confirm life or death through rankings. Probe. It's a broken toy doll. Wang Guan first put a bug word on it to prevent any ghosts. This Wen Yu is an abyssalist? The child's line ran to Wang Guan's side with a grave expression. It seems so, Wang Guan said, and he had a similar guess. This kind of evil means is only possessed by those abyssalists. It's just a matter of making people kill each other, which psychic powers can do. But when you showed more than just the ability to influence the emotions of others, and a weird blood mist, and a mysterious means of escape, when Li Qiushan mentioned dangerous people earlier, he should have suspected the abyssalists as well. Abyssalists, also known as cultists, they worshipped the powerful foreigners within the abyss as gods and masters, willingly giving their all to the evil gods, betraying humanity, even their own friends and loved ones. A bunch of dehumanized human traitors. Their ultimate goal is to help the abyssal monsters and take over the world. It could be said that the cultists were more abominable than the abyssal monsters, the mutated beasts, and more. Everyone is to be punished. Cultists are tainted by the breath of the abyss and are mutated creatures by nature, rotting rapidly upon death. However, in their normal state, they are very good at concealing themselves and are extremely difficult to be discovered. But bloodthirsty demons are probed by me as prisoners and cultists are probed as scammers. The humanoid monsters of the abyssal forces, the cultists, are branded with this type of word. Wang Guan's eyes brightened slightly. With his bug scrying ability, he seems to be able to tell the cultists apart. Normal probing ability unable to do so. What's with the cultists running in within the Dragon Forest mysteries? Anya said in surprise. It's to try to stop the secret passage, right? Wang Guan said, it wasn't hard to guess the purpose. Consume the number of abilities, and if you fail to destroy the master node within 7 days. The abyssal rift then widens further. When the secret realm boundary limit is exceeded, the rift descends into the real world, triggering an invasion event. These cultists, they really deserve to be in pieces. This boob really isn't a good person. Anya smashed her mouth and crossed her arms. Then he asked Wang Guan, how did you discover her trail earlier? After when you hid in the blood mist, none of her swarms could tell the difference. The Tong line looked at Wang Guan with the same curiosity. At that time, she tried to influence my mind and exposed the trail. Wang Guan explained, which barely made sense. Anya exclaimed, little brother is awesome. Wang Guan nodded silently, bearing King Kong Barbino Marvel. Su Mengmeng, who was carrying by Shui over, saw the blood-red doll that had fallen to the ground. What's that? The child line and Anya, too, looked at the blood-red doll. It seems to be some kind of substitute prop that can escape with the help of it at a critical moment. The child line guessed. He had seen more than the average person and knew that certain high-level space system abilities could make similar props. It's not uncommon for cultists to have something similar with their evil ways. That means Big Boobs isn't dead yet.
Onyo regretted.
The Tong line also sighed. Cultists, they have always been hard to kill. We should meet her. Again, Wang Guan said calmly. The substitute prop was a standalone item, and as long as she didn't use it on Wang Guan, the prop wasn't affected by the bug word. That's why she was able to escape with the help of a stand-in doll. But now Wen Yu to Wang Guan is still just a fugitive fraudster. With defenses in place, there is no fear of her reappearing. Dragon Forest Mystic Realm, a certain crack node. The rift in the abyss here, even more enormous, stretched out in all directions. The rift beast that was coiled in it was also a circle larger than the other nodes. Near the crack node, mutated beasts of all sizes gathered. There was also a small mountain of beastly monsters that lay resting nearby. If Wang Guan was here, he would be able to recognize that it was none other than the Earth Sublime Dragon. Here, the main node of the crack. Resolve all the small nodes. then destroy the main node here. It would complete the secret passage and temporarily curb the expansion of the rift. The Earth subdragon that guarded the main node was like the final boss within the secret area. At that moment, a sudden commotion occurred among the beasts. Space twisted and a tattered figure flashed out of thin air. It was Wenyu who escaped with the help of a double prop. She appeared directly near the main node. The beasts instinctively gave her a wary look. The geoduck also raised its head. But when they sensed the abyssal aura in Wenyu's body and confirmed that they were of the same kind, the beasts quieted down, and the Earth subdragon lowered its head again. Wang Guan, how dare you make me such a mess? And a waste of a stand-in. Wenyue whispered viciously under her breath and looked to a mutated beast next to her. A bloodthirsty red light flashed in his eyes. The mutated beast struggled violently. Wisps of blood mist were drawn out from its body and integrated into Wenyu's body. The injuries on Wenyu's body quickly recovered, and the broken arm that was blasted off by Su Mengmeng quickly grew back. And the mutated beast reduced to a cloud of powder. She can recover from her injuries by devouring her kind. Swinging his brand new arm around, Wenyu's expression grimaced. That woman? I'll keep you in mind, but for now. She opened the palm of the arm that had been intact. A hair lay still in his hand. It was one of Wang Guan's hairs. It was when she was attacked by Wang Guan. She took the opportunity to get her hands on it. For cultists, having a target's hair can do a lot. This Wang Guan is one of the most powerful people among the ability users who entered the secret realm. If I can manipulate him, I can definitely accomplish the task my master has given me. Master, surely you will reward me. It's completely dark. It was after the opening of the secret world, the second night. The squad of students that was controlled by Wenyu fell to the ground and died after Wenyu escaped. They were already tired of their injuries and were driven by Wenyu to attack Wang Guan's squad. Although the child's line was only performing defense, by the time the control was lifted, they had also exhausted all their vitality. Wang Guan's squad simply disposed of their bodies and destroyed the small node there. By now, the peaceful squad had destroyed 6 small nodes and was still leading the scores and in first place. Then set up camp nearby. Inside the tent, there is still a rotating night watch. Wang Guan was on night duty first, and he crouched at the door of his tent, alert to the movements outside. Holding his cell phone in his hand, he played a few single-player games that he had downloaded on his phone. Snowy lay at his feet, snoozing. There is no signal inside the secret area and cell phones are completely useless here. But when you're bored and on night duty, cell phone games are an excellent pastime, so you always have them with you. At that moment, buzzing, the cell phone suddenly vibrated. Tip received a text message. Texting? There's no signal here. Where's the text message? Wang Guan looked solemn and exited the game. He saw that the incoming number was unfamiliar but labeled. Fraudster. Open the text message. Fraudster. Do you want to be stronger? Do you want to know the hidden secrets of the League? Do you want a bright future? Allow me to introduce you to a great being that will give you everything you desire for a small price. Click on the link below to receive the Faith Bundle. Wang Guan. Chapter 71 Cultists. This Wang Guan is a bit evil. Next, this familiar scam text format. Wang Guan stared at the text message he received and froze for 2 seconds before realizing what it was. His expression quickly became subtle. This is Winette trying to make an impact on him. But Wang Guan had put a bug word on her, and she was nothing more than a fugitive fraudster to Wang Guan. Plus Wang Guan happened to be playing with his cell phone, so the compulsion she exerted to Wang Guan was to receive a fraudulent text message. The link in the text message, I'm afraid, is dangerous. If you click on it, you may be looking straight into the abyssal monsters of her faith. Wang Guan immediately wanted to delete the text message and turn off the phone in the meantime. But suddenly, something fun came to his mind. Idle anyway. Since when you could text him, could he text her back? Thinking of this, Wang Guan rose in interest, holding his cell phone and typing in a series of text messages. Near the main node of the crack, the darkness lit up with a bloody light. When you sat under the blood light, her body rendered an evil red color around her. She was holding a red puppet doll in her hands, and the hair of Wang Guan was tied around the neck of this doll. When you kept chanting something to the doll, her voice would turn into a compelling murmur that resounded in Wang Guan's heart. Little by little, let each other fall into the arms of the abyss. There's a lot of risk in doing that if you're in the outside world. The Alliance has numerous means of detecting this evil ability. But in the secret realm, those with less than fifth-order abilities, very few could detect and resist this compulsion. She had a frenzy on her face that spoke of the power of the great being. Then, whether the ability had worked or not was unknown, but a murmur echoed in her ears first. The voice seemed to be Wang Guan's. Wang Guan, hello, I'm the Alliance War God. I'm on the front line of the abyssal battlefield. I accidentally got separated from the army just now, and I'm alone in the wilderness with no money. Turn me in for 3,000 credits, and I'll seal you as an Alliance Admiral. When you… ? She looked confused and shook her head hard, wondering if she was hallucinating. After a moment of stagnation, she continued to cast her compulsion ability on the puppet in her hand, with fervor. Winnie, release the darkness in your heart, and you will embrace your strongest self. Then Wang Guan's ravings sounded again. Wang Guan, comrade, I finally got in touch with you. I'm also an abyssalist. I'm being held in the Alliance heavy prison. About to be executed. Quickly transfer me 5,000 credits. I'll try to see if I can buy off the jailers. Winnie, the master will give you everything you desire, and you will open up new horizons. Wang Guan, hello. I am the abyssal evil god. I am very pleased with your hard work, and I am ready to appoint you as my protector. Tell me your location and I will manifest myself to find you. When you… Master is omnipotent. The world will finally be conquered by the abyss. Wang Guan, Sister Wang, what should I do if I'm unexpectedly pregnant? It doesn't matter if you have an unwanted pregnancy. Go to the Big Iron Stick Hospital and find Director Poke. When you… The abyss has conquered countless worlds, and this world will eventually be unable to resist. Wang Guan, Sister Wang, what if I'm unexpectedly pregnant again? For the next night, after Wang Guan finished his night duty, he hid in his marching quilt and kept sending Wen Yu all kinds of text messages. Didn't sleep all night. This is not a problem for Wang Guan. Pulling out a small bottle of coffee milk tea, he drank it and instantly regained his energy. Wang Guan carries a bottle of milk tea in his backpack, something the little ones know. Anya was also curious to taste a bottle. It was just an ordinary drink, as it tasted average even after it was cooled. The child line had earlier spoiled milk tea and had a vivid memory of it. They didn't take Wang Guan's little quirk to heart. When it was light, the squad packed up their tents and prepared to leave. Wang Guan scanned his cell phone and realized that Wen Yu had stopped sending scam text messages. Trying to send a message back shows no signal and the send fails. Disconnected. Wang Guan was a little sorry that the fun was gone. And this continuous bombardment didn't counterset Wen Yu's current orientation. He shook his head and led the squad to the next node. Near the main node of the abyssal rift, Wen Yu angrily took that puppet doll and tore it into pieces. That hair of Wang Guan's was also directly burned. Bombarded by Wang Guan's ravings throughout the night, at the moment her eyes were red and she was sweating. The whole person is as if he or she is almost deflated. The spirit is in a trance. Not only did she fail to compel Wang Guan, but she almost broke herself instead. Who has ads in the middle of evil god ravings? She had realized that Wang Guan was not affected by her at all and was deliberately playing tricks on her. This Wang Guan is a bit evil. Being a cultist, she couldn't help but grit her teeth and sigh. Does he have special protective props on him? Or does he possess some kind of mental skill? For the time being, we'll just have to give up on him and take care of the others first. And just as Wen Yu was recovering from both physical and psychological trauma, in the dim sky, a black shadow quickly swept past. Wen Yu hid under a tree and looked up alertly. Found out it was a black, three-eyed crow. Her eyes lit up with a flash of red. All stop. Three Eyes, with his thin face, lowered his voice and shouted. The ability users surrounding the perimeter around him stopped in their tracks. Found it. The main node of the rift is up ahead, and I've already seen that Earth Sublime Dragon, Three Eyes said with delight. He led the team that was the first to find the master node. At this point, the team led by Three Eyes had reached 37 in number. They were all adventurers backed by the same consortium. There is a tacit understanding between the consortiums. The Deep Blue Consortium behind Three Eyes decided to pass the secret world of Ryusen. Other consortiums and clans didn't have manpower in the secret realm to avoid unnecessary casualties. Three Eyes is the leader of these people. When they entered the secret realm, they utilized a special contact to bring their people together. They would have totaled 44. Someone was killed by a mutated beast in the secret world. There was also a squad that, for some reason, imploded, but these losses are acceptable when venturing in the secret world. Let's get out of here first, and when we're done with the little nodes, we'll come and fix this place. Three Eyes continued to call the shots. Now was not the time to deal with the master node. His Three Eyes squad, still in second place, destroyed 5 nodes behind Ping and squad. But mostly because yesterday he had been trying to gather the team. Now that he had his people together, he could focus on raiding the nodes. They would fight together and eventually volunteered to give up their heads to Three Eyes, allowing the Three Eyes squad to remain the priority. It won't be long before that squad is pinned down. Those guys. Thinking of the previous experience, a hint of viciousness flashed in Three Eyes' eyes. If he had the chance, he wouldn't mind giving those little guys another good lesson. The last time they ran into each other, there were only a dozen people on his side. There can be more than 30 people now. Thinking about these things, Three Eyes took his men and began to withdraw from the area. Suddenly, "Boss, there's a woman!" Scar shouted, pointing ahead. Far away in the dense forest, the woman, covered in a mess of tattered clothing, revealing a large expanse of white skin, stumbled out. The pretty face was filled with a look of panic. "Help! Help me! My teammates are dead!" When you pleaded pitifully, her eyes with trepidation and anticipation, looking at Three Eyes and the rest of the crowd. The Three-Eyed team is predominantly men. Seeing Wen Yu in this state, all of them immediately revealed a lecherous look. Wen Yu discerned that Three Eyes was the leader of the group, so she walked towards him. "Organize your tattered clothes and try to look more presentable." Three Eyes narrowed his eyes and waved his hand, telling everyone to disperse around for now. "Boss, don't forget to leave us a mouthful of soup," someone shouted teasingly. Can you help me?" When you came to Three Eyes and said thirstily, "I can't last here alone. As long as you guys take me in, let me do whatever I want." "Yes." A smile appeared on Three Eyes' chiseled face as he brought his hand up to Wen Yu's face, as if trying to caress her skin. But suddenly, his bird of prey claw-like hand viciously strangled Wen Yu's throat with one hand. His face quickly turned cold. "You see so many of us and you come running to us for help? Secret Realm adventurers. Where are these silly white people?" Three Eyes said coldly. "Do you really think I've been in this business for a few years for nothing?" His symbiotic three-eyed raven also has some premonition abilities. From the moment when you appeared, a strong uneasiness arose in Three Eyes' heart. Trying to trick him? Impossible. When you, who had been strangled, struggled hard and her face turned red, full of pain and disbelief. "Old boss," Three Eyes suddenly heard, as she shouted this under her breath. That pretty face was suddenly covered with scars and transformed into the face of another person. It's Scar. It's Scar's neck that Three Eyes is choking. He let go hastily, and Scar fell helplessly to the ground. "Old boss, what are you doing? What happened?" "Brother Scar." There was a gasp of surprise from the surrounding henchmen, and Wen Yu was wearing a flirtatious smile as she stood not far away from him. I'll kill you." Three Eyes' eyes were red. Chapter 72. Singing and dancing, rap and playing basketball. What else can you do if you get mad again? You've killed the Rift Beast and gained 100 points. Your team destroys a small node. You gain 100 points, 10 honor points. Your war record has improved. Along with the Rift Beast's body shattering, prompts once again appeared before Wang Guan's eyes. Because it's a squad joining forces to kill, contributions are distributed. Points are rewarded, less than the 200 for a solo kill. This one Rift Beast didn't drop its beast skin, but left behind 3 large octopus tentacles. It was put away by Anya. This is the 3rd small node they've destroyed today. The time was already the evening of the 3rd day of the opening of the secret realm. By now, the Peace Squad has destroyed a total of 9 small nodes. Squad honor points reached 90. Wang Guan's personal points accumulated to 2811. The war also grew to 9.8%. The next node, in that direction, is a bit far from us. Anya pointed in a direction. Upon entering the secret realm, she drove some of the single saber-toothed wasps and flew in all directions. She loses her senses after the saber-toothed wasp flies away from her at a certain range. But the saber-toothed bees will still carry out her orders. They can distinguish the rift nodes and return to Anya when they encounter them. With this, Anya was able to detect the orientation of these nodes. These saber-toothed bees that were exploring the road have now returned one after another. Allowed the swarm girl to determine a number of node orientations. Without her in the group, it really wouldn't have been possible to orient the nodes so quickly. I just don't know if any of those nodes she identified were master nodes. Since the distance is a bit far and it's almost dark, let's find a place to rest first. Wang looked at the dimly lit sky and made a decision. So the small group worked together and set up their tents. Inside, we briefly dealt with dry food and refueled. Wang Guan frowned at this time. What's wrong with you? Su Mengmeng, who was holding by Shui, asked with concern. There seems to be something wrong with the rankings, Wang Guan said. He didn't care about squad rankings. In the end, he was rushing towards the main node anyway. Rankings didn't really mean much. Only the team that solves the main node will get the secret first pass. Just now, Wang Guan wanted to study the 38 small nodes, and a few of them had already been destroyed. But when I opened the squad rankings, I realized something was wrong. Quan, did you find out too? The child lion gnawed on the dry and hard marching rations and said under his breath, That Three Eyes team, it seems like there was an accident. When I looked at the rankings this morning, Three Eyes squad was in second place with 5 nodes destroyed. But all day long, the score is still 5. The ranking has dropped to 3rd. Platinum Soldier Li Choshan's Choshan squad, now in second place, has a score of 7. The Three Eyes gang has many members. There's no way you can't solve a single node in a day, right? What kind of accident did they have? Could Big Mimi be behind this? Anya guessed, when you hadn't appeared again after she had been defeated at their place. But since she's a cultist, she's sure to go after the other teams. Today, the Peaceful Squad also met 2 teams of adventurers and told them the information about the cultists to them. But there were no more encounters, teams that killed each other and went down in flames. When you seems to be deliberately avoiding their range of activities, she approached the Three Eyes squad? Wang Guan thought it was likely. Three Eyes team, according to Li Choshan, totaled more than 40 people. If you control them to kill each other, or manipulate them by influencing their emotions. Wang Guan, Aline, and Mo, Anya, who was squatting beside the portable fireplace and holding hot water in her hands, suddenly said with some gravity, Big boobs will surely be very troublesome if they control me. A swarm of saber-toothed bees is a wide-range killer. When the heart of the swarm, was affected, the swarm would also go completely crazy, and it was absolutely very terrifying. When that time comes, you kill me as soon as possible, Anya said with a serious face. I don't want to hurt my companions. Hearing her say that, the tent went quiet. Me too, the child lion continued. He gripped the pendant that hung around his neck. This protective prop, which is laced with his blood, can only be bound to him for use. It defends against mental interference and resists the compulsion of cultists. But everything has its surprises. If I'm controlled by Brother Guan, you're welcome, he bashfully said to Wang Guan. Su Mengming's timid voice chimed in. Me too. I don't want to cause trouble for everyone. Wang Guan, who was also nibbling on a marching cookie, was speechless for a moment when he heard his buddy's statements. Marching cookies are hard to eat but concentrate energy, so Wang Guan didn't put a bugword on it. Don't worry about it all. Things won't come to that, he reassured everyone. When Yu's ability to influence him, even if it affects the little ones. The child lion was now an idolized star to Wang Guan. Wang Guan was immune to Su Mengming's ability. King Kong Barbie is indeed a bit of trouble, but her swarm of saber-toothed bees is a swarm of mosquitoes to Wang Guan. You've been controlled by I'll find a way to wake you up, Wang Guan assured them. Seeing that Wang Guan didn't take it seriously, Tong Ro said seriously, Brother Guan, don't be too big for your britches. If I get mad and the entropy dominion is used without limits, it's terrifying. The master of entropy needs to be calculated to exert power. However, the ability to fall into madness, relying on instinct and recklessness, the killing power should not be underestimated as well. For example, the ability to detonate its own energy, causing a large explosion. Well, I know it in my heart. Hearing the Tong line say that, Wang Guan had no choice but to give a solemn assurance. The heart, however, thought, singing and dancing rap and playing basketball. What else can you do if you get mad again? After the chatting and talking, there is still a night watch rotation. Wang Guan took the lead, then replaced the child line, Anya and Su Mengming. In the latter part of the night, the child's line woke up Anya. Anya, who was full of drowsiness, had just sat down in the doorway of the tent when she suddenly jumped up with a jolt. Someone's come to the neighborhood. She lowered her voice and woke up her little friends. How many people? Wang Guan quickly went on alert. There's only one. In the dark, secret, dense forest, a somewhat obese figure was cautiously moving forward in the forest. His eyes, faintly emitting a beastly light, could see in the dark. But he didn't notice that a couple of bees that were flying overhead. Suddenly, a bright light burst through the darkness, enveloping him. Wang Guan appeared holding a flashlight. No, don't do it, the terrified man's voice said in a rush. When he saw Wang Guan's appearance through the bright light, he looked more and more frightened. Yes, it's you. Is that you? Wang Guan also got a good look at the man, and his heart couldn't help but tighten. This fat man was none other than a member of Three Eyes' team. Wang Guan remembered it well because at that time, among the Three Eyes circle of people, he was the only one who was extremely good. It was tagged with the buggy phrase, 7th Order Scud Power User. Crap, this guy, he might not be a match. But just as Wang Guan thought of this, pouncing, the fat man grabbed the lead and knelt down for Wang Guan. Brother University, spare my life. I didn't mean any harm, cried out in a loud voice under his breath. Wang Guan, Moments later, inside the tent, the peace squad surrounded the fat man in the center. Snowy, the little black dog, leered at Fatty. Why are you here? Where is your leader, Three Eyes? Wang Guan asked. That was what he was most curious about now. Something happened to our team. After that woman appeared, the boss, Three Eyes suddenly began to go crazy and attacked the others madly. Scar is all choked out by him. And then more people started going crazy. Fatty explained in a tone that was still afterthought. That woman, Wen Yu? Wang Guan asked. Fatty shook her head blankly. She didn't know the name Wen Yu. She has big boobs, Anya described. Wang Guan glared at King Kong Barbie. How much do you care about big boobs? But Fatty nodded his head repeatedly. That's right, yes, it's her. Wang Guan. Then he asked Fatty to tell what happened in detail. From the time when you appeared in front of Team Three Eyes, to the time Three Eyes began to go berserk and frantically attack those around him. It all happened so fast. Three Eyes' sanity seems to be affected, treating those around him as enemies. Then everyone else on the team, too, began to fall into a rage, a hatred, and started attacking each other. The fat man was terrified. It was also fortunate that he was standing at the edge of the team, and when he saw the opportunity, he fled in a hurry. In Wang Guan's eyes, he was a 7th-ranked ability user with the Scud ability. But he himself was only a 4th-ranked, E-ranked alteration system ability user. Ability is Bestiality Nightcat. There is an increase in nighttime activity, allowing for night vision. After escaping from Three Eyes and the others, he immediately found a place to hide, and only started moving after dark. As a result, he accidentally encountered the Wang Guan squad again. What's their situation now? Wang Guan asked. Fatty quickly said, I hid in the distance and saw it. More than 30 people, and after a messy battle, there are only a dozen left. It was the strongest of us, and they didn't kill each other anymore. But it seems to be completely controlled by that big boobs. Wen Yu. They remain near the main node of the rift. 3 dozen men, killing each other, leaving the strongest dozen. Is this a compulsion? Wen Yu did not kill these dozen people. Is the idea to use them against other power users? So, you know the main node of the rift, where it is, right? Wang Guan asked Fatty. Chapter 73. What do you think you're provoking a bird-walking grandpa for? Fatty's fat face trembled. You guys don't still want to go to the main node of the rift, do you? Let's go check out the situation. Wang Guan said, just in time for the opportunity to determine the master node's orientation. And he also wanted to find a chance to finish off Wen Yu. Although Wen Yu's ability was ineffective against Wang Guan. But he still didn't want to be missed by a cultist. As for the dangers, the most dangerous Earth sub-dragon in the main node of the rift, Wang Guan could kill it in seconds now, so what was there to be afraid of? The Tong Line, Su Mengmeng, and Anya were naturally supportive of Wang Guan's decision. Fatty looked horrified. What's the point of going there? It's not like we can do anything. Wen Yu is a cultist. We must finish her off. The Child Line's voice was firm. He thought simply, cults are for everyone. Since he knew where Wen Yu was, it was only natural to take care of her as soon as possible. Is she a cultist? When Fatty heard this information, he became even more frightened. That's even more dangerous. And there's a geoduck there. This kind of abyssal monster that guarded the master node needed to gather quite a few people to make a joint strike in order to kill it. Plus the cultists, aren't they going over there to die? The most important thing they should do now is to find a place to hide. When the 7-day time limit was reached, you could leave the secret realm without any problems. As for being able to complete the secret pass, aren't there still those platinum soldiers? Adventurers enter the secret realm only for opportunity and profit. And for soldiers, it's duty. You are all college students and have a great future ahead of you. Listen to me. Don't get involved in this kind of thing. Leave it to the Platinum Legion. Fatty persuaded. Wang Guan said in amusement, I'm sorry, we're military students. Fatty froze. Ha! What are you wasting words for? If I tell you to lead the way, lead the way, Anya said with a fierce face. She was not a military student, but she was a passionate advocate of traveling to the main node. As he spoke, several saber-toothed wasps flew around Fatty's head. Okay. I will lead the way. Fatty had to agree. It was already the latter part of the night, and the peaceful squad rested a little. When it was light, they packed up their tents and headed for the main node of the rift under the guidance of Fatty. It was only at this point that they realized that the fat man's name was Luo Ping. He is 25 years old and a college graduate adventurer. Night Cat's bestiality ability allows him to take on some of the characteristics of a cat. For example, night vision, heightened perception, and sharp movements. Being in the dark, there is a small increase in attributes. Although the ability is only E rank, it may not be impossible to have a good battle power when utilized properly. It's just a shame that he's fat, which really doesn't match up with the Nightcrawler animalization. On the Three Eyes team, it is only responsible for duties such as guarding and scouting at night. At Anya's request, he also showed off his bestiality. The ears become pointed, the eyes change to vertical pupils, and the body develops mottled orange hair. A long, thin tail protruded from behind her, and her fingers popped out sharp nails. To his bestiality, Wang Guan and the other four commented, "What a fat cat!" Led by Fatty Lopin, 3 hours later. The peaceful squad had approached the main node of the rift. Just then, on Fatty's head, the cat ears suddenly popped out. There is a sound coming from the front. It is the sound of fighting, he said in a trembling voice, his bestialization giving him a sense of hearing that far exceeded that of his peers. Bai Shui, who was held in Su Mengming's arms, also revealed an uneasy look. Abilities level up and all senses are enhanced. But at lower levels, perception is ultimately no match for a true beast. Wang watched as he glanced at the cat ears on top of the fat man's head. Cat ears would have been quite cute, but appeared on this fat head, more or less a bit of hunting. Anya had reacted quickly. The swarm was driven forward, surging forward to scout the path. Meanwhile, the party continued to move forward carefully. Anya quickly scoped back the situation ahead. The main node of the rift was now completely surrounded by red blood mist. The area covered by the blood mist wasn't small. This was a tactic that when you had performed, and she was really here, there is a group of people that are trying to attack this place. Yes, it's Officer Li and the others. Platinum soldiers are recognizable by their light gold uniforms. Li Qiushan had already gathered his team, all of them, 20 to 30 people, and was attacking the place. There were already quite a few mutated beasts gathered near the main node. There was also Three Eyes and others, manipulated by Wenyu and turned into walking corpses dominated by anger and hatred. The Platinum Legion is fighting them. No sign of Wanyue yet. The geoduck was huge and was lying near the light emanating from the main node. Guarded the node and did not engage in combat. The situation is not good. Officer Li has been isolated and is under siege. Anya's voice was more than a little rushed as she reported the information she had scoped out. When you seem to know that Li Qiushan was the leader of this group of platinum soldiers. So the blood mist and beasts were manipulated to separate Li Qiushan from the other soldiers. Several of the controlled, including Three Eyes, were now surrounding him. Let's go over and help. Wang Guan immediately made a decision. He hugged the white snow in Su Mengming's hand and put it under the tree next to him, explaining that it would stay here. He himself took the brunt of the charge first. The child line, Su Mengming and Anya followed close behind. You are really crazy. Fatty's chubby face was in a hurry as he turned around and tried to escape. But suddenly, his pace stopped again, and his fat face twitched rapidly. He actually understood in his heart that he should have stayed and fought at this point. How is he okay with ducking when this group of students went up without hesitation? Maybe he should be brave for once. Spell it out. Thinking of this, swish, sharp nails popped out of his fingers and he gritted his teeth to follow suit. The peaceful squad had rushed into the blood mist, and a herd of beasts met them head-on. The child's line opened an energy shield and was responsible for protecting the surrounding area. Su Mengmeng released the electromagnetic beam. The swarm blackened and spread in all directions under Anya's control. Wang Guan carried his sword and charged around the periphery. Entering the secret realm was already the 4th day, and after experiencing a battle with the beasts, this kind of cooperation between the squad was already tacit. And there were only so many types of mutated beasts within the secret territory. Many of the Wangguan have already been scouted, and there is no need to hang bugwords on them. Facing the beasts was as if they were facing a group of ordinary animals. It was easier for Wangguan to deal with than the bloodthirsty beasts. Because of the wide variety of bloodthirsty beasts themselves, almost every one of them needs to be re-scouted to hang on to the bugword. Fat cat, why are you following me? Suddenly Wangguan heard Anya exclaim. Fat cat? Wangguan twisted his head and saw the fat man who had already meowed. He was swinging his claws and attacking one of the approaching beasts. Just now, when the emotions came up, I followed them, cried the fat man. Just after entering the blood mist, he regretted it. This impulsive, a college graduate himself, what hot-bloodedness to compare with these elite college students. It was too late to try to escape again. However, he was at least a 4th-ranked ability user, albeit not at a high ability level, and he wasn't a drag in terms of combat. The squad quickly approached Li Qiushan. Li Qiushan was caught in a bitter battle, surrounded by the beasts and several strong enemies gathering fire, and his body was already bloodied. The most frightening thing was that he felt that in his heart, nameless anger was rising, making him about to lose control. He knew that this was Wen Yu, the cultist, trying to control him. Formal military personnel, in fact, are able to learn special military skills, gathering the group will of the warriors and boosting their warlike morale without fear of the cultist's temptations. However, this is a group skill and must be with your comrades to maximize its effect. After discovering Wen Yu's trail, he brought his comrades here, relying most on this skill. It's just that the battlefield is ever-changing. Just after they arrived here, Wen Yu released the blood mist. Deliberate manipulation separated Li Qiushan from his comrades. While he was under siege, Wen Yu began to take advantage of the opportunity to use her abilities to try and control him. At this rate, I'll soon lose my mind. Li Qiushan, who was already injured, revealed a hint of determination. Instead of being controlled and turned into a sword to kill his comrades, he would rather kill himself. Thinking of this, he raised the long sword in his hand and was about to stab himself in the chest. Sergeant Major, but just then, shouts suddenly rang in his ears. Stunned, he twisted his head and saw that between the blood mist surging, several figures of Wang Guan's peaceful squad were breaking through the beasts and approaching. You guys? Li Qiushan looked startled. One of the controlled persons who was originally surrounding Li Qiushan suddenly let out an angry roar. This is none other than Three Eyes. His bloodshot eyes had seen Wang Guan. WYNYRD provokes Three Eyes' anger, which in turn manipulates his behavior. And Wang Guan had clashed with Three Eyes, and was originally someone Three Eyes cared about and was hostile to. Seeing Wang Guan at this moment, his hatred was instantly ignited. I'll kill you. Three Eyes abandoned Li Qiushan and waved his flying bird-like claws as if he were a shadow, pouncing on Wang Guan. Then, swish, the sword light in Wang Guan's hand flashed. Three Eyes, who was dominated by anger, followed closely, and then his head was separated, and he flung himself to the ground. Everything happened so quickly that Li Qiushan's alarming reminder failed to stop in time. Be careful? May. Wang Guan swept a glance at the fallen Three Eyes, remembering that the last time they were separated, Three Eyes had used his hand to vainly scratch his neck, provoking him. You say you're a bird-walking grandpa, what's the point of provoking? See, it's true, isn't it? Chapter 74. All this effort to control a weakling. The first time Wang Guan saw Three Eyes, he typed the bug word. To Wang Guan, he's just your average bird-walking grandpa. Even if he was emotionally manipulated by Wen Yu, he was just an angry, bird-walking monkler outlet. The Three Eyes in the eyes of the others, their strength and speed increased because of their madness, moved ferociously and flew. But in the eyes of Wang Guan, the movement is slow, legs and feet are not very convenient. He feels like he's bullying the old and weak when he strikes. After Three Eyes died, the other mutated beasts and the controlled ones didn't stop attacking. Wang Guan continued to fight, leading the squad and protecting Li Qiushan first. Seeing Wang Guan easily kill Three Eyes, or Three Eyes in a state of madness.
Fati lupin, acat face solidified.
He didn't feel sorry for the former boss because he wasn't supposed to be a member of Team Three Eyes. This time joined just for the lucrative honorarium. But he knows how strong Three Eyes is, and Crazy Three Eyes is even scarier. And now that's it, by a college brother? It's too much. The Tong line, Anya, and Li Qiushan were also a bit shocked. I saw his weakness, Wang Guan said quickly. He also understood that killing Three Eyes in seconds was a bit too shocking, so he simply explained. The rest, you guys make up your own minds. Rendezvous with everyone first. Li Qiushan knew that it was not the time to consider these issues and shouted under his breath. The appearance of Wang Guan's squad lifted his heart and temporarily suppressed his rising anger. The squad immediately moved towards the converging platinum soldiers and approached. Somewhere shrouded in blood mist, Winyu's figure emerged. The blood mist she releases comes from a special ability granted by the master she serves. Where the blood mist filled the area, she could not only conceal her form, but also gain insight into what was happening in it. She sensed it the first time when Wang Guan's squad appeared. She who was originally wandering around Li Qiushan immediately left there. Wang Guan. They even looked for it. Wenyu was more or less afraid of this evil teenager. He had been prepared to settle Li Qiushan's team and then find a chance to deal with Wang Guan. Unexpectedly, the Wang Guan squad, which was originally quite far away from here, took the initiative to come here. Surprisingly, it killed Three Eyes with a single sword. Is it some kind of special skill? Sensing Wang Guan's battle, Wenyu's expression grew more and more grave. Soon, though, something interesting occurred to her. Those companions of Wang Guan, they are all very strong, especially that white-haired teenager. What would he do if this white-haired teenager made a move on him? The child line is not very high in rank, but it is very capable. In terms of comprehensive battle power, I'm afraid that of all the people present, it was the one that was second only to Wang Guan. Li Qiushan is afraid that he's not even a match for him, and the boy and his party have protective props on their bodies that can withstand mental compulsion. If you can take his protective props off, gah! A crow hissed from the sky, a three-eyed crow that remained symbiotic with Three Eyes. Flesh and blood coexisted, and with Three Eyes dead, this mutant crow could not continue to survive. But it's going to take a while, and it hasn't died right away. It still seemed to have part of Three Eyes' intent in its body. At this moment, it suddenly swooped down from a high altitude like a sharp arrow, flying in the direction of Wang Guan's squad. At this time, several mutated beasts and a few controlled people also suddenly lunged at the child's line at the same time. Tong and his party hurriedly gathered energy shields to block them. The three-eyed raven, taking advantage of the opportunity, pounced on the child's line. Stop it! Wang watched the scene and shouted in a hurry. Su Mengmeng reacted quickly, raising her arm and delivering an electromagnetic beam at the three-eyed crow. Snap! The three-eyed raven's body was struck, and half of its body was nearly shattered. However, its momentum was not reduced, and it rubbed against the body of the child's line and smashed to the ground. I go to! The child's line was startled and blasted away the enemies that rushed in front of him. Glancing at the crow on the ground that was missing half of its body and still struggling, he sighed under his breath. But suddenly his gaze froze. The three-eyed raven is grasping something in its talons. It was a protective pendant that he had been required by his mother to wear at all times ever since his powers had awakened. The child's line reached out to touch his chest in a hurry. The protective pendant, worn on his chest, was gone. This raven, in a moment of mistaken identity, clawed the pendant away. He immediately leaned down to grab the pendant. But the next moment, an angry thought inexplicably rose up. Wang Guan, he's only an F-rank ability. How can he be better than me? I'm not convinced. I'm going to beat him. I've been a genius since I was a child. How could I lose to others? Without him? An angry and unwilling thought, in the teenager's mind, echoed. He had always been competitive with Wang Guan. This realization itself is benign. He just saw Wang Guan as, well, a companion to grow together, as a competitor and a friend. But now these thoughts became dark and paranoid. It made his consciousness quickly filled with hatred and anger. The eyes became bloodshot as well. Wen Yu's figure, emerging from the blood mist not far away, looked charmingly at Tong's line. She is exerting her ability to influence the child line. This ability is only effective when you are close enough. Wen Yu originally possessed an E-class mental ability called emotional manipulation, can only simply perceive and manipulate a small amount of emotional changes in others. This ability is enhanced after becoming a believer in the abyss, allowing her to easily catalyze and energize the darkness within others, allowing them to be dominated by anger and hatred. She can't mind control others, but she can manipulate anger and hatred by manipulating them. Like the three-eyed raven. She just set the target of the three-eyed raven's hatred to the protective pendant of the child's line. Ravens are inherently interested in shiny things, and it's not hard to do. Now, she used the sense of competition for Wang Guan in Tong Xing's heart and manipulated him to develop hatred for Wang Guan. Phew! Wang Guan swung his sword, coalescing a wind blade that cut at Wen Yu. Swish! Wen Yu was chopped into his body by the wind blade and quickly floated away in a mist of blood. And the childish face of the child line was already full of anger and scorn. One line. Su Mengmeng quickly bent down, picked up that pendant, and handed it to the Tong line. The child's line reached out to pick it up, and his movements suddenly froze. It's already too late. He let out a long roar of pain, and with bloodshot eyes, he glanced at Wang Guan. With a leap, he rushed towards the interior of the blood mist. With only a sliver of sanity left, he only wanted to stay away from Wang Guan's side before he was completely controlled. Crap! A line is controlled by Big Mimi. Anya exclaimed under her breath and hurriedly looked at Wang Guan. Wang Guan frowned slightly and hurriedly knocked away the mutated beasts around him and rushed to Anya's side. Time to use combos. Throw me toward a line, he said quickly to Anya, with the experience of the last one. Although Anya practiced lead balloon for a while afterward, none of it was able to inspire the talent of the body refining stream. But when she heard Wang Guan's words, Vajra Barbie still instinctively grabbed Wang Guan's shoulders and waist. Ha! With a loud shout, he threw Wang Guan over in the direction where Tong and his party were rushing. Fatty Luo Ping, Li Qiushan and the others who saw this scene. Anya has a swarm of saber-toothed bees to grasp bearings. The direction of the throw is still spot on. Wang Guan broke through the air and landed in the depths of the blood mist. At this moment, the child line was standing not far away. His body was shaking constantly, his head tightly bowed. You seem to really care about this companion. Wen Yu's figure surfaced beside the child's line again. The wounds on her body that had been cut out by Wang Guan had been treated urgently. It also made her body, which already had some broken clothes, even more tattered. But she didn't seem to care at all, and her face wore an expression of excitement that bordered on insanity. Although she was chopped, she managed to keep the child line under control. What are you going to do if he attacks you? Wen Yu stood behind the child's line and said in an expectant tone, my favorite thing to see is teammates who have lived and died together suddenly hate each other and kill each other. That feeling, it was wonderful. Utilizing the ability to lure a team into fighting amongst themselves. It's just a treat for her. Cultists indeed are dehumanized. Wen Yu stared at Wang Guan and went to the ear of the child's line. Rage on, hate on. No longer need to hold anything back. Release the darkness in your heart. The line of children with bloodshot eyes followed and raised their heads. Ah! Waves of air rolled up around the angry white-haired boy. Losing his mind, the Lord of Entropy catalyzed the energy in his body without limit. He carried an incomparably powerful sense of oppression as he rushed toward Wang Guan. And Wang Guan stood there quietly, not moving. Wen Yu had a wildly expectant look on her face. Then, Tong and his party rushed in front of Wang Guan, not manipulating the energy and releasing the impact like they did in the previous attack on the beasts. Instead, he swung his fist and greeted Wang Guan. The punches were limp and unorganized. There is no difference between fighting with ordinary people or the kind of ordinary people who don't know how to fight. Wang Guan raised his hand and slammed a hand knife into the neck of the Tong line. The child's line's head lolled and he fainted. Scouting. This is a professional idol who specializes in singing and dancing rap and playing basketball. He's in a state of rage. Wang Guan placed the child line carefully on the ground. The expression was a bit tolerant as he looked at Wen Yu. Doesn't it feel like a failure to control a weakling? After all this effort? When you... Chapter 75 What a Big Lizard. When you was completely confused. The white-haired teenager, who had managed to control it with great difficulty, was as soft as a sissy when facing Wang Guan. He was knocked out by Wang Guan with a hand strike. Not to mention the strength of the child's line. The power users dominated by her would know no pain or exhaustion. Consume life and fight to the death. How can you faint easily? Because it was so unexpected, when Yu's expression froze. In the next moment, Wang Guan, who had placed the child's line on the ground, appeared in front of her with a flash of his figure. When Yu was alarmed in her heart, she was able to hide her form in the blood mist, but the teenager in front of her, unaffected, was able to accurately distinguish her location. Just now dared to show up because it had already controlled the child line. She immediately tried to escape, and Wang Guan's left hand had already grabbed her throat. You. When Yu was far from struggling and her face was red, she found herself powerless in front of Wang Guan. All the abilities that were there lost their proper effect. A mutated beast in the surroundings, converging over, rushed Wang Guan and opened its hideous mouth. Just now, when Yu controlled Tong and his party when Wang Guan flew and jumped here. When Yu was looking forward to seeing the companion battle between Wang Guan and Tong's line, which had driven away the nearby beasts and vacated the area. Being a cultist and being seen as one of a kind by the mutated beasts here, she was able to drive those mutated beasts weaker than herself within the blood mist shroud. Now that Winyue Wang Guan had a chokehold on his throat, these mutated beasts lost their influence and instinctively converged. Wang Guan twisted his head and glanced at the fainted child line. It was only slightly reassuring to realize that the group of mutant beasts had no interest in the fallen child's line. As for these mutated beasts that surrounded him, he could still deal with them. But just then, roar! A terrifyingly loud roar suddenly rang out. The ground shook vaguely, and there was a terrifying intimidation that spread out from that shout. The beasts immediately retreated in fear. In the blood mist, a huge figure slowly emerged. It was the Earth Aragon that was originally lying near the crack node. The boss of the Dragon Forest Mystic Realm, the only 7th-ranked creature here. It guarded the vicinity of the main node, and had remained impassive when the Platinum soldiers had fought their way here earlier. Seeing Wen Yu being strangled by Wang Guan, perhaps out of concern for her kind, or perhaps just because she was curious about Wang Guan. It's finally making its move. It's the Earth Arachnid. It's done it. My swarm. It can't get close enough to get past it. In another place shrouded by the blood mist, Anya's voice cried out anxiously. She had been maneuvering a portion of the swarm, perched above the blood mist's shrouded range. But the blood mist was so vast that she could only see a blurry picture. And after the Earth Aragon let out a huge roar, her swarm was even more affected. A few saber-toothed bees that were hovering over there lost contact straight away. The intimidation emanating from the Earth subdragon caused these approaching saber-toothed wasps to faint. In fact, there was no need for her to remind her that the mighty beastly roar that came out just now, everyone could guess that it was the cry of the Earth Pressure Dragon. After Anya used a combo and threw Wang Guan out, she, along with Su Mengmeng and Fatty Luo Ping, had already mixed with the Platinum soldiers to one place. Earth Yalong has struck. We must go to support him.
Likyushan Shota, ansios.
This kind of 7th-ranked monster usually required dozens of 5th-ranked ability users to join forces in order to be able to deal with it. The group quickly approached that way. Su Mengmeng didn't say anything. She just kept pushing the electromagnetic beams, blasting the mutated beasts in front of her away. A ferocious mutant beast suddenly pounced on her from one side. The claws scratched, making Su Mengmeng's electromagnetic force field, popping out bursts of fire. The faces of several people around them were shocked. Fatty Luo Ping, waving his cat's paw, is about to give a helping hand. But the next moment, bared, a brilliant sheet of high-voltage electricity suddenly collapsed on the young girl, blasted the mutant beast out of the air. The mutated beast's body was charred and rapidly decaying. The killing power of high-voltage electricity is by no means covered. It was just that this tactic was extremely consuming, and Su Mengmeng usually didn't use it. But now she was anxious and angry. The look on his face, super fierce. The Earth Sublime Dragon had appeared in front of Wang Guan. It was more than 2 meters tall, covered in black scale armor, and had a head with strange horns that were hideous and unusual. Abyssal Fey monsters, there were many different types, and the gargoyles were the strongest category of all the beast-type monsters among them. Of course, the gargoyles here are not the gargoyles of myth and legend. It was the ancestors of mankind who gave them the name gargoyle, based on their characteristics. They also do have the power of the legendary dragons. It rarely appeared, but every time it did, it could bring about a catastrophe at the level of a heavenly calamity. There are also some monsters with dragon bloodline present in the abyss. The shadows of the gargoyles could be seen in these monsters more or less. The names given to them by the Alliance usually have the word dragon in them. Take for example the Earth Aaron. This abyssal monster was a terrifyingly ferocious creature that possessed the bloodline of a giant dragon. When you, whose face was red and nearly suffocating, saw the Earth Sublime Dragon appear, this crazy woman's face became frantic. You're finished. Stupid. Even dare to single-handedly appear beside Earth's sublime dragons. Sighed. She grabbed Wang Guan's arm, her tone hard but full of triumph. It was a bit of a shame that he didn't get to see Wang Guan fight with his companions. But it didn't matter. The Earth Subdragon would soon tear Wang Guan apart. This evil teenager was absolutely unable to resist the attack of the Earth Subdragon. Roar. The Earth Sublime Dragon once again let out a roar, unleashing its intimidation on Wang Guan. Its huge but not insensitive body moved and lunged toward Wang Guan. It also drove the ground to shake. This ground shaking isn't due to its weight, it's one of its attacks. Earth Aragon is possessed of a skill, in contrast to human abilities, which is an earth-based ability that triggers ground tremors. Any living thing within a certain range is affected. When he was in the abyssal observations, Wang Guan hadn't rarely been attacked by this kind of attack, shocked to the point of internal injuries and vomiting blood. But now, Wang Guan's figure stood upright, indifferent and completely unaffected. On the contrary, when Yu was affected, her body shaking violently, her skin crumbling into a wound. But she was still grinning fiercely and maniacally on her reddened face. Blood-red eyes stared at Wang Guan, and in his already blurred vision, he saw the Earth Sub-Dragon rushing in front of him. Opening his terrifying, fang-filled, huge mouth, he bit down on Wang Guan's head. Then, Wang Guan raised the alloy longsword in his right hand and slightly sidestepped. Swish! A sword cut. Bang! The Earth Sub-Dragon's huge head smashed to the ground. Then there was a flopping sound, and the large, bloated body of the Earth Sub-Dragon, followed by a crooked fall to the side, came ferociously and brutally. And then it hangs, scouting. It's an ordinary giant lizard that may hold a special fascination for some people. Thanks to the support of Mr. Sayaka, through the Abyssal Observation Radar, Wang Guan had long ago typed a bug word for this kind of abyssal monster. It was just a giant lizard to Wang Guan, an ordinary wild animal. Wang Guan was not only immune to its ground shock attack. Its originally impenetrable scale armor could be easily shattered. Even its ferocious and quick movements were all but unthreatening to Wang Guan. With a single sword, he chopped off its head. This was an abyssal monster that was incredibly dangerous and considered a terrifying boss to all the ability users who entered the secret realm of Long Sen. Wang Guan just sizzled. You've killed the Earth Subdragon and gained 1,000 points. You have completed a special kill, and your team has earned 50 honor points. Your war record has improved. Hints appear before your eyes. Killing the bloodthirsty demon and the Rift Beast were both only 200 points. 1,000 points for the Earth Sublime Dragon direct. This was because there was a huge level difference between Wang Guan himself and the Earth Subdragon. A lot of this credit is a bonus for cross-country kills. Also, as a special target, killing him also gave Wang Guan's squad 50 honor points. The gains don't stop there. The Earth Subdragon, which had its head severed, fell to the ground, quickly spreading a black mist that quickly weathered and turned into ashes. But there are still a few remnants. 3 black scales and 2 sharp teeth. Repel the abyssal pollution from above, all of which are good for making equipment. Wang Guan swept a glance at the drops, which still maintained a bug word for Wang Guan. Their lizard skin and lizard teeth. Retracting his gaze, Wang Guan redirected it to Wen Yu, who had been held by his throat. He had a kind smile on his face. Even if the cultist's life force was tenacious, Wen Yu had been weakened by Wang Guan's continued grip on his throat. The hand that was grasping Wang Guan had long since hung down feebly. The madness and frenzy could not be seen on his face either, and all that was left was shock and fear. Her eyes were wide open, her pupils fluttering. Although she couldn't speak, Wang Guan could feel her disbelief. Her body suddenly trembled violently, and her skin faintly rose in a gush of blood mist. It was as if it was about to fall apart. Wang Guan's eyes stared. Instead of directly striking Wenyu, he choked her throat. Certainly not because he was enjoying the sadism. He had waited for this moment. He had seen a scene where Wenyu had used a substitute puppet. Directly inflicting heavy damage on her might instead cause her to inspire a substitute puppet and escape Wang Guan's side. This kind of props will be automatically activated when encountering fatal injuries, choking her throat, causing her to gradually suffocate. It's all about slowing down her death and seizing the moment when she uses her replacement puppet. It's this moment. Wang Guan saw something in his eyes and suddenly loosened his grip on Wenyu's throat. Wenyu's body disintegrated, about to dissipate like last time. But Wang Guan's hand, once again, reached out quickly, grabbed a blood-red doll that had floated inside Wenyu's body during her disintegration. As soon as he had the doll, he grabbed it in his hands. Probe. Probe. It's a fine toy. Weapons and props are not like Fey populations where probing one can affect a group. The same stand in Golem needs to be probed again for a second encounter. But to Wang Guan, who had prepared early, it wasn't a difficult task. The substitute puppet was finished probing by him and grasped in his hand. Regardless of the dangers of this evil thing, it was just an ordinary toy to Wang Guan. With a click, he crushed the toy in his hand with force. The disintegrating Wenyu didn't just disappear like last time. Her figure coalesced once again. Stunned, his eyes widened and he collapsed helplessly to the floor. "Lord Master," came a dry, hoarse voice from his mouth. The body spread a gust of black mist like a struck mutant beast, rapidly decaying. Are cultists the same as mutated beasts when they die? So, it should be completely dead, right? Wang Guan was slightly relieved in his heart. Suddenly, he noticed that in the streak of bones, there was something that flashed blood red. Chapter 76. This is an existence that stands at the top of college students. Seeing that blood red glow, Wang Guan was immediately on guard. Then he realized that it seemed to be blood. A drop of blood that was writhing between the bones of the corpse as if it were a living thing. When Wang Guan saw it, the drop of blood seemed to sense Wang Guan as well. It squirmed and tried to crawl toward Wang Guan. Probe. Wang Guan immediately probed the drop of blood. Probe. This is a common green worm, commonly found in vegetables and fruits. What the hell is this? Wang Guan was amazed. This drop of blood, surprisingly, was probed for bugs. Although a bug occurred in his probe and the result was random, the randomness was also the same kind of item. Humans are humans and utensils are utensils. Now you're actually taking a drop of blood and probing it for bugs? Could it be that this is a drop of blood, but with life and some consciousness? Left on the cultist. Something to do with the evil god of the abyss she believes in? Put it away, it might be useful. Wang Guan quickly made a decision. He quickly fumbled for a bottle of coffee milk tea. Before traveling here, he had prepared a lot of stock on his body for emergencies. Drinking the energy potion inside, Wang Guan carefully sealed the drop of blood inside the bottle. Whatever this was, it was just plain bugs to him now. He'll have no problem carrying it with him. Along with Wenyu's death, the blood mist spreading here began to dissipate rapidly. Those ability users who were controlled by Wenyu also fell to the ground powerlessly one after another. After being manipulated by Wenyu, these people were completely dominated by anger and hatred, almost consuming their lives to fight. When the control of Wenet fades, it's also almost all the way to the end of their lives. The line of children who were only controlled by Wenyu for a short time and quickly knocked out by Wang Guan did not have these problems. Without the harassment of the blood mist and the ability to be dominated by rage, the rest of the mutant beasts were no longer much of a problem for the ability users involved in the battle. Su Mengmeng, Anya, Li Qiushan, and the others quickly rushed to Wang Guan's side. Then, with faces full of concern and worry, their expressions froze at the same time. The boy's line fell to the ground, and Wang Guan stood beside him. Next to it are the vaguely distinguishable bones of Wenyu's corpse, and the ashes that remain after the death of the Earth's subalterns. Wang Guan, are you all right? Su Mengmeng ran to Wang Guan's side and looked up and down. Only after confirming that Wang Guan was safe and sound did he relax and smile. Well, I'm fine. Wang Guan smiled and Su Mengmeng said, rubbing her head. What the hell happened? Anya rushed after her. Donkey Kong Barbie was baffled. How did the Earth's sublime dragon, D. Because of the blood mist blocking her vision, her swarm vision, at first, could only see a blurry picture. Later, the beastly roar of the earth arachnid intimidated her swarms from approaching. So she didn't see exactly what happened. Not waiting for Wang Guan to answer, Anya looked at the Tong line again. A line? Doesn't matter, right? Don't worry, he just fainted. Wang Guan explained. Earth Yalong, and when you are dead. You solved it. Li Qiushan's voice trembled a little in disbelief. Wang Yao nodded. There was no way to deny such things. But he did make a few additions. The child line is out of control and goes on a rampage, but his attacks are of the ranged no-difference damage type. While attacking Wang Guan, it rippled through the Earth Sublime Dragon, attracting the attention of this abyssal monster. And Wang Guan had long ago used abyssal observation to observe the battle with the Earth Sublime Dragon. Know its attacks well enough to know where its weaknesses are. He narrowly disposed of the Earth Sub-Dragon while it was attracting attention from the child's line. I admit that I had an element of gambling, and fortunately I won. Wang Guan said with a heavy voice. This explanation, as far-fetched as it may sound, is not without the possibility of success, only that the probability is feared to be extremely low. After all, Wang Guan was only a 4th-ranked ability user, and the Earth Sublime Dragon was a 7th-ranked mutated beast, and has ranged attacks like Intimidate and Ground Shock. Ordinary 5th-ranked ability users usually had to join forces with dozens of people before they could be sure of taking it down. But since there's a probability, that's fine. Anyway, there was a blood mist and no one saw the exact process. After that, while Wen Yu was shocked, I struck her down again. After she died and the control was lifted, the child line fainted. Wang Guan continued to narrate, revealing a face that was still in fear. But the crowd at the sight, no, something this thrilling. It's a bit simple for you to explain, isn't it? Creepy cultists, horrible Earth Sublime Dragon, just like this is solved. Let the Buckeye soldiers who decided to be ready to sacrifice before launching an attack here. It all creates a strong sense of unreality. So it is. Anya, who was crouching beside the child's line, nodded with a knowing face. Fatty Luo Ping couldn't help but say, Sister-in, you're accepting it too quickly, aren't you? He was almost 7 years older than Anya, but in the world of adventurers, abilities were honored. Having seen the power of Anya's swarm, he was not at all deficient in calling out to his sister. I'm used to it. Anya had a calm face. Some people in extreme situations are just able to burst out with powerful potential, like her, can throw 200 or 300 pounds of boys in an emergency, a breath of air, more than 10 meters away. Fatty was speechless, but after thinking about it, he also said with awe, that's also true. Brother University is the league's top scholar after all. He had heard Three Eyes mention that Wang Guan was an alliance scholar. At the time, he didn't think it was a big deal out of a sense of societal superiority over college students. It is only now that the gold of this achievement is realized. It's not something he can imagine as a college graduate, and hearing the fatty's words, Li Qiushan looked at Wang Guan in shock. You're this year's high school senior? It's me, Wang Guan confirmed. Li Qiushan and a few other platinum soldiers were dazed. That makes sense. This is an existence that stands at the apex of all college students. I've heard that there are many geniuses trained by famous families who are taking the entrance exam this year. It all turned out to be overwhelming for him. It seems possible for someone who stands out like that to accomplish anything difficult. Wang Guan, this is still a little loaded? There are still quite a few of the beasts left now. Li Qiushan took his men and spent another half an hour to clean it up. All that was left here was the rift beasts that were perched on the main node of the rift. The large head of the rift beast got a little agitated. The huge eyes stared at the circle of power users, and the huge mouth opened, continuously emitting a whimpering sound. This main node rift beast cannot be killed yet. Because of the small nodes, not all of them have been destroyed yet. According to the rules of the secret realm, 38 small nodes needed to be destroyed before the main node could be destroyed. Destroying the master node right beforehand could trigger 2 consequences. One is that the secret realm completes its passage, and the abyssal rift here is temporarily frozen. However, there is a greater probability that one of the smaller nodes that was not destroyed will turn into a new master node and open more small nodes. The rules of the secret realm passage were all summarized by countless ability forefathers after much groping and trial and error. Destroying the master node won't be long to wait, though. Now, out of 38 small nodes, the Peace Squad destroyed 9 of them. Li Qiushan led a team that attacked and destroyed 7. Near total annihilation of the Three Eyes Squad, destroying 5. There were other squads that destroyed 2 or 1, not a few. The adventurers who could enter the Dragon Forest Mystic Realm, even if their ability level wasn't high, their own strength wouldn't be weak. There were many squads that had the ability to tackle the Rift Beasts on their own. Although this time, the secret adventure had mixed in cultists, secretly causing chaos and causing several squads to kill each other. But there are still quite a few teams that have not been poisoned by Winue. By now, a total of 33 small nodes have been destroyed. There was no need to wait long for the remaining 5, which would soon be destroyed by the other teams. Then let's keep watch for the rest of the day. Wang Guan didn't bother looking for small nodes anymore. The child line is also still unconscious. He was going to just stay here in the main node and wait for the rest of the smaller nodes to be destroyed. Li Qiushan had already taken the initiative to tell Wang Guan that he would not compete for the master node. The honor of destroying the main node and completing the first pass of the Dragon Forest Mysteries would belong to Wang Guan. This time, if the Ping and squad hadn't shown up, it's highly likely that they'll be regimented. To Wan Yu, the ones who cared the most were Li Qiushan's team and Three Eyes Consortium support team, because in her opinion, these 2 teams were the only ones that had the strength to tackle the Earth Aragon and destroy the main node. That's why she first manipulated Three Eyes' team and then Li Qiushan's team, and managed to lure them over, trying to get rid of both groups in one fell swoop. She was going to make it. Unfortunately, he met the open-minded Wang Guan. Let's continue to search for other small nodes. Li Qiushan said goodbye to Wang Guan, but left a few of the injured behind. His team didn't take too many casualties this time. There are only 15 people left who can still move freely. Out of duty, he also had to lead them and tackle other small nodes. Fatty Luo Ping also stayed behind, with a face that wanted to hug his thigh. The child line finally woke up leisurely after being unconscious for more than 2 hours. Well, the white-haired teenager, somewhat tired and dazed, rose from the ground. When he saw Wang Guan, Su Mengmeng, and Ya, and the little black dog by Shui, his expression quickly became grave, hastily surveying the surrounding area. What's going on now? What was your last memory? Wang Guan, who was crouching in front of him, asked. The last memory? Child line slips into memory? I remember, a voice ringing inside me. Feeling overwhelmed with anger and hatred, he gave Wang Guan a somewhat apologetic look. It was because the anger and hatred that Wan Yu had provoked at that time was directed at Wang Guan. At that time, I just wanted to hurry up and get away from you. Kun. He shook his head hard, but couldn't recall anything else. Afterward, what happened? He asked Wang Guan. What it was like. Seeing this, Wang Guan's heart loosened a little and he began to explain Huyoit. The Earth Sub-Dragon, was it even killed like this? After listening to Wang Guan's explanation, the Tong line was stunned. Wang Guan patted his shoulder. You're really strong when you lose control and use your abilities without limitations. I can't stand it at all. Child's line is silent. Wait for the child line to stabilize a bit. Wang Guan sent the fat man away. From within his pocket, he took out the bottle that held the mysterious blood and brought it to the eyes of the Tong line. This thing, do you recognize what it is? Because it's an item dropped by a cultist. Out of caution, Li Qiushan, these platinum soldiers, Wang Guan did not ask, and waited for the child line to wake up. The child's line took a strange look at the bottle and struggled to distinguish it. He said somewhat oddly, Brother Guan, isn't this just a worm? Bugs? Wang Guan froze and hurriedly went to look at the bottle as well. That magical drop of active, writhing blood? Now Herc is a green worm. Question mark. Chapter 77 The Secret Adventure is over. Get the first pass achievement. Probe. This is a common green worm, commonly found in vegetables and fruits. Wang looked at the green worm in the bottle with a slightly dumbfounded expression. The drop of blood with activity was probed by Wang Guan as a green worm. After putting it in the bottle and not paying much attention to it, when I took it out again, it literally turned into a cycad. Wang Guan's heart felt as if it had turned over in a huge wave. Once again, he encountered a bug coming true. Brother Guan, this is what you showed me? Tong line expression odd. This is an ordinary worm. What is there to see? Guan brother, you have not seen before. Su Mengmeng Anya also curiously came closer. Yeah, the heart of the swarm girl, who hated bugs the most, showed a disgusted expression. Su Mengmeng blinked her big eyes and described with Wang Guan. This kind of bug is very common. There are a lot of them on the trees and inside the vegetables that Auntie Zhang grows. I know. Wang Guan was speechless. Am I that uneducated? He explained somewhat helplessly. This worm, it crawled out of the bones of Wen Yu's corpse, so I'm a bit curious. Corpse bones. The Tong Line carefully examined a few more times and shook his head. It should just be an ordinary bug. Maybe when you accidentally got it from somewhere? Within the secret territory, it is extremely difficult for normal creatures to survive. But there were those like Snow who had survived by a fluke. Really? I thought there was something special. Wang Guan deliberately asked in a leading manner. Usually when a cultist dies, does he leave anything behind? Figuring out what that drop of active blood is might allow him to control the way the bug comes true. It's hard to replicate Su Mengming's situation. She nearly transformed into a bloodthirsty beast and drank Wang Guan's blood to complete the transformation. This is obviously difficult to achieve. And that drop of active blood from the Abyssal Believer can be affected by his bug ability. Is there perhaps a connection between the two? This might be a direction to look into. Unfortunately, the child line do not know much about this aspect. My mother does not allow me to touch too many things related to the cultists. I know of those are their own quietly see. Anya and Su Mengmeng, not to mention. Wang Guan then looked toward the fat man who was tending to the few platinum wounded not far away and waved at him. You wanted to see me, Brother University? The fat man who had just been sent away had been keeping an eye on Wang Guan's side. When he saw Wang Guan beckoning, he ran over in a flash. Luo Ping, do you understand the Abyssal Believers? Wang Guan asked him. Fatty was mixed up in the adventurer's circle, so perhaps he knew the relevant information. Brother University, just call me Fat Cat, he said with a grin. It was Anya's casual way of calling him by his name. He had resisted a bit, but now he accepted it. Then his expression had a grave look. Cultists? I also encountered for the first time. Before just heard of some. Wang Guan asked a few more questions on the side. But the fat cat obviously did not know about the active blood. Looks like we can only go back and investigate. Wang Guan thought secretly. Wang Guan finished his question, but the fat cat didn't leave. With a fat shy face, he remained where he was. You have something else? Wang Guan asked him. Brother University, you're interested in the cultists. I can ask around for you when we get back. The fat cat grinned. And I can do you guys other favors too. What favor? Wang Guan understood what the fat cat meant, but still continued to ask. The willingness to hold a big leg was almost written on the face of the fat cat, who hurriedly continued. You're both college students, and there are some things you don't want to come out in front of, so you might need me. And I'm in the black market, and I know quite a few people, so if you want to sell or buy anything, I can run errands. Well, Wang Guan pondered for a moment. The fat cat did have some use in this regard. This fat guy was initially from Three Eyes though, but the contact was not a bad character, and he had even stepped in to help them fight before. Being knocked down by Wang Guan with the bug word of a 7th order extreme speeder was more or less a talent. Wang Guan and his buddies are all still students, and the fat cats can indeed be used as a channel to connect with the community. So Wang Guan said, that's fine. I'll contact you if I need anything in this area in the future. Brother University, I will not let you down. The fat cat happily agreed and joyfully exchanged contact information with Wang Guan. Wait for the fat cat to leave. Anya stared at his back, a little wary. Can he be trusted? The child line also worried. Will he attract any trouble? All of Three Eyes' team was wiped out except for Fat Cat, and they had the consortium behind them. The consortium will definitely be upset that the Peace Squad got the first pass. Maybe they'll target them through the Fat Cats. Moreover, Wang Guan had killed Wen Yu, and the platinum soldiers at the scene were trustworthy. But the fat man was not. If he leaked this out, he might attract retaliation from the other cultists. After listening to the analysis of the child's line, Su Mengmeng, who was hugging by Shui, got worried. She timidly suggested, shall we, then, kill him to silence him? Wang Guan, Tong Ro, and Anya looked at Su Mengmeng together. You don't make that kind of suggestion with a serious face. And talking with a cute expression. Fat cats, you guys don't have to worry, Wang Guan said with some sweat. He had actually thought about these issues and discussed them with Li Qiushan. When the secret realm was over, Li Qiushan would declare to the outside world that it was the platinum military that had killed the cultists and would not mention Wang Guan's name. The rewards associated with killing the cultists would be given to Wang Guan in secret. At the same time, Li Qiushan would also commend the fat cat Luo Ping, recognizing his contribution in this incident and giving him a channel of cooperation with the Platinum military, the equivalent of tying him to the military. It's good for him getting sheltered by the military. Of course, this will also give him restrictions. He can no longer work for the consortium, much less divulge information about the cultists. After hearing this explanation from Wang Guan, everyone then put their hearts down. Next time, although the child line had awakened and drank the healing potion, they were still very tired. Su Mengmeng lovingly teased the little black dog by Shui. Wang Guan, who had been playing with his cell phone for a while in a bored manner, suddenly saw that Anya, who was standing in the open space in the distance, was waving her arms and making throwing motions. This petite young girl with wheat-colored skin. After throwing Wang Guan flying for the second time, he began to ponder his body-refining stream talent again. In fact, she has become suspicious of Wang Guan, but not much. It's been a few months since the awakening bug probe. Wang Guan could sense some of the things he had done by utilizing the bug words. Even if some of them are bizarre, in the eyes of outsiders, they are actually reasonable. Wang Guan's ease in killing the mutated beast was a display of superior battle strategy in their eyes. The ability was suppressed by Wang Guan, and in their feeling it wasn't that their ability was invalidated, but that Wang Guan was strong enough. This seems to be a passive effect of the bug ability. The current Anya, affected by Wang Guan, could throw Wang Guan a dozen meters. That feeling was real to her. She could really feel her sudden burst of adamantine Barbie power. Thinking about it that way, if Wang Guan fought with the Tong line again, it wasn't the ability that was ineffective against Wang Guan anymore in the sense of the child's line. Rather, Wang Guan was powerful enough and fast enough. He could no longer influence Wang Guan. But it's better to be generous and not strike a blow against the children's line. Waiting for half a day when it will be dark. Wang Guan, who had been paying attention to the rankings of the secret squads, finally saw that the remaining 5 small nodes had all been destroyed. It's possible to resolve the master node. The child line is also pretty much recovered. So the peaceful squad packed up and began to tackle the rift beasts that were entrenched in the main node of the rift. This large-brained rift beast was slightly larger than the rift beasts of the other nodes. However, they still belonged to the fifth-order monsters and were within the range of Wang Guan's probing influence. Under the watchful eyes of the fat cat and the platinum soldier who stayed behind to recuperate from his injuries, the peace squad easily took care of the rift beast. It suddenly went dark around them as they took in its drop. Remember to contact. When you get back, Anya spoke in a voice that faded away. They detached themselves from the secret realm. Being in a darkness, a prompt message appeared before Wang Guan's eyes. You've killed the Hollow Eater and gained 140 points. Your team destroys a small node. You gain 100 points, 10 honor points. Congratulations. Your team has completed the first pass of the resumen mystery. Your team receives a reward, 100 honor points and 10 entry slots for the next opening of the Dragon Forest Mystic Realm. You get rewarded 500 points, third-class merit. Note: is the Peace Corps officially registered? If a squad is not registered, the team reward will be divided equally among the surviving squad members, based on contribution. Yes, Wang Guan made the determination to officially register the team first. This was something he had already discussed with his buddies before. You signed up for the Adventure Team Peace Squad. Team's initial rank, F. Your team has accumulated 250 honor points. Your team is upgraded to D level. Note: through the Adventure page, you can check the relevant information and consume points to exchange for the qualification of the secret adventure. Wang Guan, who was in the darkness, looked at the information that flashed before his eyes. The adventure team had just been established and had been raised to D rank. This speed was not much to be feared. The higher the team level, the higher the associated entitlement. For example, you can increase the number of team members, redeem the priority of secret entry qualification, and so on. You are carrying a living creature within the secret territory. Do you exchange the right to possess it? Note: Common Field Black Dog X1. Ownership requires 1 point to be expended. Taking a living creature away from the secret world requires the exchange of ownership rights. This rule is aimed at certain domesticable mutant beasts. Snowy the little black dog, worth only 1 point. However, 1 point converted to credits is about 1,000. It's also already pretty expensive for an average little black dog. Wang Guan chose to redeem it, and the vial that held the green worm seems to have been completely ignored. Accompanied by Vertigo, Wang Guan and Su Mengmeng and Tong's party returned to the black room of the Vanguard Military School. Ow wow wow! Bai Shui, who was held in Wang Guan's arms, let out a somewhat disturbing cry. It's safe here. Wang Guan patted its head and comforted it. Then, he checked the harvest from this trip to the secret realm. Chapter 78. Freshmen still want to enroll in sea-level skills? Adventurers enter the secret realm for the bounty therein. Wang Guan's harvest from this secret adventure was quite good. Points have accumulated up to 4,812 points, which can be consumed and exchanged for equipment, weapons, and more. Also got quite a few drops from abyssal monsters. In addition to Wang Guan's personal harvest of geoduck scales and teeth. Also belonging to the party's harvest. 7 rift beast hides and 18 rift beast tentacles. Of course, the biggest gain was that Wang Guan had once again earned a third-class merit badge. Slaying the evil cultist when you will also result in a reward, though this will be delayed for some time. There are also 10 slots for the next opening of the Dragon Forest Mystic Realm. The abyssal rift is difficult to close completely. After a while, it will die back and the secret world of Ryusen will reopen. This time usually ranges from a few months to a few years. Waiting for the next opening of the Longsun Mystery Realm. The Peace Squad will have 10 entry qualifications, with 1 qualification having 4 slots. Considering that a few months later Wang Guan and his buddies leveled up. By then, it was estimated that they no longer had the need to enter the Dragon Forest Mysterious Realm to hone their skills again. But it is possible to sell your qualifications or organize other teams to go in and venture out and seek opportunities. Apart from the honor that the Secret Realm Pass brought, the entry qualification that this rewarded was the most valuable thing. Wang Guan had gained from this trip, not counting the merits and entry qualifications that were difficult to calculate the value of. Just the points, the monster drops and all that, together they're worth nearly 10 million credits. Ordinary adventurers definitely couldn't reach his level of openness. But a trip to get a couple 100,000 should still be possible. The adventurer industry is on fire, except for the fact that the Alliance government is going to use adventurers to seal the rift within the secret territory. The industry itself is extremely lucrative. With high risk naturally comes high reward. At this moment, Wang Guan, Su Mengmeng, Tong and his party were standing inside the school's black room. Not a single bright light could be seen around. Su Mengmeng raised her hand. Electric light condensed in her hand, and with the help of the light, she could see the room pattern. Wang Guan was walking towards the door when it clicked and the door to the room opened by itself. A bright light shines in from outside. In the brightness, a small figure was revealed. Ms. Sayaka was wearing a pink cartoon pajamas and a cartoon-style sleeping cap on her head. Eyes were looking at them with some surprise. It's only the 4th day. So soon you guys are back. Her clear, childish voice asked in surprise. As Wang Guan's trio left the dark room in a fishbowl, her eyes emptied as if she was reading something. As the teacher in charge of running the black room, she was able to see Wang Guan's results in their secret realm. You guys finished the pass? Wang Guan, you still? Also killed the Earth Sublime Dragon. The little peahen surveyed them incredulously. What we accomplished was also thrilling, mainly thanks to your Earth Sublime Dragon scales, Mr. Xiao Yi. Wang Guan said. Explained the experience within the secret territory, censoring the version of his opening, of course. Mr. Xiao Ye's expression grew more and more shocked as he listened. Surprisingly mixing in with the abyssal believers. It seems that you guys have had a great experience this time. She jumped up and patted Wang Guan on the shoulder as a reward. Teacher Xiaoye, what are we going to do with the contamination in the things we brought back from killing the rift beasts? Wang Guan took down the huge traveling bag and pointed to the things that were sheltered inside. Except for the one that was distributed to Anya in advance. All 3 of their stuff, it's all here. Teacher Xiaoba covered his nose and fanned his palm. The odor from the abyss? Let us put it here first. I will help you clean it up later. She stood to the side in disgust. It's kind of a reward from the school, it's free. But you'll have to figure out how to make weapons and equipment on your own. Thank you, Mr. Xiaoyi. Wang Guan said in a hurry. Customized weapons, equipment, he could contact the Titan Group. Wang Guan is their certified potential rising star, with production discounts. The little ones have their gear and may be able to sub together. Of course, Wang Guan had to confirm first that these items that had already been struck down by him with bug words Will the gear that is crafted also come with a bug phrase? What kind of equipment was there to craft when the protective armor made from Rift Beast skin, which he wore on his body, was equivalent to an octopus skin vest? When the time comes, you'll just have to take the portion of the monster drop that belongs to you and sell it. The Tong Line and Su Mengmeng also thanked them in a hurry. All right, you guys go back to your dormitories first. Mr. Xiaoya waved his hand to send off the guests. We'll go first, then. Mr. Sayaka waved goodbye to them. Then she looked at the backpack Wang Guan had left behind and was suddenly confused. The backpack is as tall as her body. Why don't you have any eyes at all? You're not going to make me, a kid, carry all this stuff, are you? She grumbled in exasperation, crossing her arms. Looked around to make sure no one was around. It'll have to do. Her words were accompanied by her childish figure, which grew rapidly. His original height of no more than 1 meter had instantly grown to 1 meter 7. Loose-fitting children's pajamas that were stretched out to outline a slim figure. The childish face had a little more beauty and coolness that belonged to a woman. From a cute little beaner, she has become a beautiful woman with a cool temperament. Kicking the shrunken cartoon slippers off her feet, she picked up that backpack with one hand, barefoot. Through the window, he saw the 3 Wang Guan who had left. His eyes lingered on Wang Guan for a moment. This little guy, he's kind of interesting. Does Mr. Sayaka live here? After leaving the building, Wang Guan suddenly felt something and looked back at the building, asking under his breath. After they returned just now, Miss Sayaka appeared first thing, still wearing her pajamas. Apparently it's the ones who sleep in the neighborhood. I think so. Mr. Xiaoya is the head of the military teaching building. The bedroom might be here. Tong Ro said. Will it be scary to sleep alone in such a big place? Su Mengmeng was concerned about this. Just now, when she looked at the little peasants in front of her, she couldn't help it. She wanted to touch each other's heads and hug each other. How could she be afraid? The boy's line shook his head and laughed. None of the teachers at the Vanguard Military Academy are simple. He maintained total respect for this bean-counting teacher instead. Although Miss Sayaka had already changed into her pajamas, it was actually only a little after 7 in the evening. Several other school buildings, too, were lit up. Wang Guan and the others didn't have to go to class. So they first went around to Zhou Wen's milk tea store. By the way, by Shui, handed over to Yuan Shaoqin to take care of. Yuan Shaoqin is naturally very happy about owning a puppy. It's the little black dog named Snowy that expresses a lack of understanding. It didn't help that he didn't understand. The black dog had decided he was called by this unlucky name. Then Wang Guan went back to his dormitory. He took a comfortable shower, washed away all the exhaustion from his time in the secret territory, and changed into clean clothes. He opened his attribute panel. Ability, Probe F. Grade, 4th order. Rank, Private 3rd class 14.5%. Skills, Windmill Expert Military Style Fist Max Proficient. Abyssal Viewing Method. Physical Fitness, 37.3. Speed, 32.3. Mental, 35.9. These few days of adventures within the secret territory had boosted the 3-dimensional attributes in a very noticeable way. The current Wang Guan already belonged to the middle stage of the 4th rank. The windmill skill was quietly upgraded from proficient to expert during the battle. The war also improved to 14.5%. Among them, killing the Earth Sublime Dragon and the cultist when you had the most significant battle boost. At this rate, it won't take me long to raise my rank, Wang Guan secretly thought. He lay on his bed going through the points redemption list, considering what to redeem next. Sleep came on and gradually he fell asleep. During the few days in the secret realm, Wang Guan had kept his spirits up. You can return from the dangerous secret world to a safe environment and relax completely. Still, he couldn't help himself and slept beautifully. The next day when I was awakened by the sound of the bugle, I only felt refreshed. Change into your uniform and gather in the playground to begin your morning exercises. After finishing the morning exercise on the way to the cafeteria, the students of the special class gathered around Wang Guan. Silent Ability Chun Mo. Class President, you finally showed up. Doom Clown Ma Fei. I heard from Mr. Xiaoyi that you went on a secret adventure. Is that true? Seductive Demon Luo Xiaotao. The Child Line and Su Mengmeng also took a leave of absence together. Did they participate as well? Pathogen Li Qi. Is it dangerous inside the secret realm? Tao Tai Jianghua. Squad Leader, is there anything good to eat in there? Hyperdimensional Senshi Zhangqiu. What kind of world is inside the secret territory? Wang Guan's status as class president has now been recognized by the freaks in the special class. Not bad. Quite thrilling and interesting. Wang Guan simply told them about it. They hit breakfast together and found seats. After chatting for a while about the adventures of the secret world, Ma Fei, who had a killer look, suddenly said, "Class president, today's skill class is going to start. Have you chosen the course you want to take?" "The skill class is going to start?" Wang Guan's expression was delighted. The skills class hadn't started before entering the secret world. He quickly asked, "What are all the optional skills?" "Class president, here's the schedule." Luo Xiaotao, the demon of seduction who had wrapped herself up tightly, held out her cell phone to Wang Guan. Above the phone is the list of available skill classes. Fist of Steel. Grade E free. This is a set of rigid punches that overwhelm the opponent with extreme frenzied power. Sacrificial Battle Technique. Grade E free. This is a skill that allows you to expend your life for a short period of time to exert a stronger level of power. Specialized Fighting Techniques. Grade D 20W. A skill developed by a lieutenant colonel of a special operations unit of the Vanguard Army. Battle Spirit Inspiration, Level D. Test. You will be able to do anything after igniting the battle spirit. There are 3 types of skills classes: free and available and paid to learn, as well as needing to pass the test first and fulfill the conditions before you can learn. Free courses, all of which are more low-level skills. But in the outside world, you also need to spend tens of thousands of dollars in order to purchase the secret book. Pay to learn skills that are of better quality. Costs money, but it's already at a huge discount compared to outside prices. The last category is also free, but can only be learned after passing a skill teacher and meeting the requirements and conditions. This is the kind of skill that is usually the best. There are a dozen or so skills available to incoming first graders. Wang Guan did some browsing and quickly saw the last one. Mystic Shadow Steps, Grade C, Test, Square, where the heart is like a shadow note, can enhance the speed attribute. Seeing the introduction of this skill, Wang Guan's eyes immediately lit up. He now had the military physical fist max to boost his physical attribute and the abyssal viewing method to boost his spiritual attribute. The progress of the speed attribute is weak. Originally, he was considering using the points to exchange for a set of skills that had an increase in speed. This is a skill that just couldn't be more appropriate. It is also the only C-ranked skill in the skill list. Squad Leader, have you considered the skill you want to choose? Seeing Wang Guan's expression, Luo Xiaotao asked. Well, I want to sign up for Misty Shadow Steps. Wang Feng nodded his head. A second-year senior, who happened to be passing by at the moment, heard him. Ha! Freshmen still want to enroll in Misty Shadow Steps? He couldn't help but say, the course is just listed within the first year's schedule, and it's actually available for enrollment throughout the year. But even for second and third graders, not many of them signed up. This is a C-rank skill. Don't make a fool of yourself as a freshman. Chapter 79, Mr. Sayaka's exclusive equipment manufacturing advice. This senior didn't really mean any harm, he was just being honest. The test to sign up for Misty Shadow Steps is extremely difficult. Although it has been placed in the first-year schedule, not many freshmen have passed it once in a calendar year. Even upperclassmen are rarely successful in enrolling. I've heard that the test is not only difficult, but also dangerous, so take it easy, senior. The senior patted Wang Guan on the shoulder again, kindly left a reminder, and left. Class president, you'd better not sign up for this class. Although wrapped up tightly, Luo Xiaotao, who had a lively personality, advised Wang Guan with concern. It's okay, I want to try. Wang Guan was not dissuaded by his senior's reminder. To learn a C-level skill, the test is difficult as can be expected. It's mostly the skills class that has helped him in his current situation. No money anyway. As for the danger, he cares even less. If you want to get stronger, you naturally need to have the courage to face danger head-on. Using his cell phone, he logged on to the school's official website and completed the enrollment. The official reminded him to come to the designated classroom in 2 days and be tested. What classes are you all going to enroll in? Wang Guan asked the students in the special class. Killmonger Ma Fei regretfully said, I've already signed up for Fist of Steel, and I was hoping to take a class with the class president, but it looks like I'll have to do it alone. Chan Mo, who was sitting at a corner of the dining table, suddenly said, I signed up for this skill class with you. Ha! Ma Fei froze for a moment and suddenly realized, yeah, you signed up with me? Who can remember if you don't say it? Chun Mo's silence ability made his presence weak. If he doesn't speak, others will instinctively ignore his presence, except for high-level ability people or immune Wangguan. The remaining 4 students in special classes are not enrolled in skills classes. Their abilities are too peculiar and they are not fit to learn skills anymore. The main task at the current stage is to thoroughly control the casting of the ability first under the guidance of the special department instructor. Although Mr. Sayaka, it's not at all like he can accomplish this kind of guidance. After breakfast, Wang Guan found Su Mengmeng, who was having dinner with her friends. Su Mengmeng has already made a few friends. At Wang Guan's suggestion, she occasionally dines with friends to work on her social skills. Then he went to the culture class with Su Mengmeng. Su Mengmeng has no intention of enrolling in a skills course. Her instructor advised her that it was time to focus on her own exclusive skills. After experiencing the adventure of the Dragon Forest Mystic Realm, she had already reached the peak of the 2nd rank. Prepare in advance for a higher probability of comprehending exclusive skills when you ascend. The exclusive skill of super magnetic armament was already strong in itself. For example, it is said to be able to penetrate a building with a single blow, the super electromagnetic cannon. After class, they went to lunch together. The afternoon is a competency class. Wang Guan listened to little doubting, rambling on for another 2 hours, drifting off to sleep. But at the end of the lesson, he was called to the office by Mr. Xiaoya. Those secret harvests of yours, the abyssal pollution I've already cleaned up for you. Inside the office cluttered with piles of all sorts of things, Mr. Sayaka climbed into his office chair, pointing to the traveling bag placed in one corner, and Wang Guan said. Wang Guan was quite surprised. So soon? He thought it would take quite a while. Pull open the marching bag and look inside. The original Rift Beast skins, much flattened, were neatly stacked on top of each other. The hideous tentacles with barbs also kneaded together as if they were air-dried. The scales and teeth of the subterranean dragons, too, have been treated. They have extra descriptions of air drying, polishing, etc. in their bug wordings. Have you thought about what you're going to make? Mr. Sayaka asked. Out of nowhere, she took out a box of milk jello, opened it, and with a small spoon took a spoonful into her mouth. There was a mesmerized look on his face. There is nothing more comfortable than enjoying a delicious snack after teaching a class to a group of college students. Wang Guan looked at the jelly in her hand breathlessly. Yuan Shaoqin seems to have eaten the same kind, which is said to be a very popular children's snack. Only then did he reply, the animal skins I'm going to make protective clothing, and the tentacles haven't figured out what they're going to be. Wait, making protective clothing out of Rift Beast skins is effective, but it's actually a bit of a waste for you guys at this stage. Ms. Sayaka shook the small spoon in her hand. Then what should be done? Wang Guan hurriedly asked for advice. You and those kids, you built the adventure team, right? Little Bean asked. Yes. Then, make the Rift Beast into a backpack and a tent. She took another bite of jelly and explained. The Rift Beast is a rare space-type monster, and the beast's skin has spatial properties. Made into backpacks and tents, it enhances internal capacity. It's stuff like this that's needed for adventuring parties. Wang Guan was a bit surprised. Increasing the internal capacity is like in the game, that kind of storage space. Exactly, Mr. Sayaka agreed. She took the small bag she was carrying, brought it down and set it on the table. The pouch looked like it was just the size of an adult's palm, with cartoon designs drawn on it. The little beanbag is carried across the body, more like a decoration than something to hold. But in Wang Guan's astonished eyes, Teacher Xiaoya dragged out all kinds of snacks from inside and piled them into a small mountain. Well, Wang Guan knew what she had pulled out of her earlier jelly, from somewhere. That amazing? Wang Guan's eyes had begun to light up, and he hurriedly asked, Teacher Xiaoyi, your bag? It's made from the skin of the split hollow beast? That's right, it's the animal skin of a 5th-rank Rift Beast that I killed when I was young. Hearing her answer, Wang Guan was relieved while feeling odd, because he noticed that Mr. Sayaka's bag was not hooked up to the bug word. Right now, the Rift Beast was an octopus to Wang Guan. Rift Beast skin, but it's just octopus skin. Wang Guan was previously worried that equipment made from it would change into equipment made from octopus skin, and that wouldn't work for him. But this magical sachet of Mr. Xiaoye's is enough to prove that the word attributes will be cleared after making it into equipment. For Wang Guan, it can guarantee the original quality. The Rift Beast's octopus tentacles can be crafted into wrist guards and leg guards, both of which are very useful. Mr. Sayaka continues to give advice. Earth sublong scales. Well, this one, along with the one I gave you, set in a glove, will increase the power of your punches. As for these two earth arachnid teeth, they are good materials for forging daggers. Wang Guan wrote down these proposals one by one. I didn't expect Mr. Xiaoyi, but he's pretty solid. After saying this, Teacher Xiaoya waved her hand, signaling that Wang Guan could leave. But when she finished the box of jelly, she suddenly saw that Wang Guan was still standing in front of the desk. Her wide eyes took on a wary look at once, and she shielded the snack on her desk with her small hands. This student, is there anything else you need? Teacher Xiaoya, I want to consult you about something. Wang Guan hurriedly smiled and said. He certainly wasn't interested in snacks. Instead, I wanted to try and inquire about the cultists. Let's see if Mr. Sayaka knows what that active blood is. Teacher, do you know anything about cultists? He asked. I encountered cultists on this secret adventure, and I want to learn about them so I can take precautions in the future. Cultists. Mr. Sayaka's brow furrowed. She thought for a moment and shook her head. I don't know much about this area, so go to the library and investigate yourself. Well, then Mr. Xiaoya, I'm leaving, Wang Guan had to say. He wasn't much disappointed, and had been prepared to investigate at the library as well. When you leave the office and close the door, Wang watches Mr. Xiaoya, still nursing his snack, while being able to make solid suggestions and also quickly decontaminate items. But she's really no different from a child when she reacts like this. Wang Guan talked to Manager Lin of the Titan Group and made a call. The other party was the head of the Titan Group in Tianhai City, and Wang Guan had his contact information. After some counseling and some discussion with his buddies, Wang Guan made a decision. The rift beast's skin and tentacles, Wang Guan accounted for the big head, but he didn't want to count so clearly. When she left the secret realm, Anya took one bestiary and 3 tentacles with her. Her school will help her make it so that equipment such as hives suitable for the heart of the swarm won't be much of a concern. For the rest, Wang Guan would follow Ms. Xiaoya's advice. The hides will be manufactured into 3 space backpacks and 1 space tent. Tentacles, on the other hand, create protective gear such as wrist guards and leg guards. The exact program will have to be discussed slowly. As for the Earth Sub-Dragon scales and teeth belonging to Wang Guan, they would also be manufactured into a pair of gloves and 2 daggers. The manager gave a discount to potential Rising Star to customize these equipments. But it still costs a lot. In addition to the expensive production costs, other materials need to be added. The associated costs, however, can be spent directly with points. The points obtained from doing quests, secret realm adventures, etc., could not be directly exchanged for credits. This is to prevent the destruction of the economic system in which ordinary people live. But they are, in some respects, circulating for use and can be regarded as a special currency. Get these things done. For the next 2 days, Wang Guan continued his lessons. Take time to dip into the library and investigate cultist-related information. The number of cultist-related materials and books in the large library is quite large. But there is no description of active blood of that kind to be found. The coagulation of active blood on the body after death is a trait that only a few cultists have? Or is it? Is it because Winue is dialyzed with active blood because of the bug word I've hooked up? After all, this kind of active blood can be used by his probing ability to change its form. The green worm, which was still being kept inside the bottle by Wang Guan. Pondering these questions, Wang Guan followed the prompts and arrived outside a classroom. It was already time for the Misty Shadow Step skill class, the test. Many students all gathered outside the classroom. Most of them are freshmen and a few are upperclassmen. Hey, you're here to sign up for Misty Shadow Steps too? Just as Wang Guan arrived, he heard someone say to him, Chapter 80, The Test of the Shadow Worm Dense Forest. Wang Guan looked over curiously. The one who spoke was found to be a familiar-looking boy with a handsome look and a sunny air. After thinking about it, he remembered that this was Su Mengmeng's classmate in the Thunder and Lightning department. He also hit on Su Mengmeng and was tagged by Wang Guan with the bug word, office worker. Wang looked at the other side, his mouth open. You're Han. He couldn't recall the other man's name for a moment, only something about the other man being proud to have tested 14th in the league. So Wang Guan, Han 14. My name is Han Jie. Oh, you're here to enroll as well. Wang Guan asked with a kind smile. My ability favors speed, and this skill suits me well. Han Jie, who was originally smiling, had a cold attitude. I've heard that this skill test is difficult, and that for each test, only one student at most will pass. The competition is so fierce, and you dare to come to the test? He still didn't know that Wang Guan was the league's top scorer. Longjing University and the Pioneer Military Academy, for various reasons, did not publicize Wang Guan's transfer. Within the Vanguard Military School, most of the students didn't know where Wang Guan came from. In Han Jie's cognizance, the freshmen at the Vanguard Military Academy who were worthy of his attention were just a few, such as the boys' line. This may not include Wang Guan, although the child line and that, supposedly very experienced, long-legged senior sister, had treated Wang Guan in a way that made him quite concerned. But the proud man still didn't put Wang Guan in his eyes. Military students, after all, rely on strength. It's free anyway. It doesn't cost anything to try, Wang Guan casually said. Han Jie let out a laugh, showing a look of, "How can you do this" attitude, and shook his head. He stopped talking to Wang Guan. But after some time, when he saw a girl appear, he couldn't help but talk to Wang Guan again. "It's MOU from the Alienation Department. She's here too." MOU, as Han Jie called her, was a tall girl with a pretty face. Pioneer Military Academy didn't care about its students' hairstyles, and her long hair was tied back behind her head with a red ribbon. Despite wearing a pristine uniform, she still had a bright air about her that attracted a lot of attention. "Who is she?" Wang Guan wondered. As is customary, the bug word was typed first. "Probe. This is a professional dancer. You don't know her?" Han Jie showed a surprised expression instead. "She's the 7th best in this year's college entrance exams, comes from a kendo family, and even started a kendo club at school. A star student like that, and you're completely unaware of it? Oh, so it's her." Wang Guan was dazed. He did hear the boys' line mention this person. Coming from a kendo family, it's not unusual to get 7th place in the entrance exams. Most people like that have been training in kendo since they were young. No one can learn a skill until their ability is awakened. The three-dimensional attribute could not break through to the second order either. However, receiving training in advance and mastering combat techniques would be extremely helpful in terms of strength after awakening. Many Sword Dao heirs, the moment they awakened, were able to comprehend skills that they had long been practicing painstakingly. The kendo club run by Mo Shui attracted a lot of students to join. It says it's a club, but you can learn her family's swordplay in it as well. If one is talented enough, one can even comprehend skills. Wang Guan remembered MOU, not because he had become interested in her sword Dao. With Wang Guan's F-rank ability talent, the difficulty of trying to learn kendo from scratch was tantamount to reaching the sky. However, he had been considering whether he could send Yuan Shaoqin into the Sword Dao Club to get some exposure to the fundamentals of Sword Dao. With Kid Brother's talent, even fooling around could create a D-ranked sword skill. Receiving formal training, wouldn't that created swordsmanship skill be tops? The key is that Wang Guan learns it without any trouble. This was the key to whether or not he could continue to learn skills by getting stuck in a bug. Only, I heard that the Kendo Club, which has very strict requirements, is also only open to college students. Unlikely to take an elementary school pupil from an affiliated school. At that moment, probably noticing Wang Guan's gaze, staying on himself for too long, MOU suddenly looked over unhappily. The eyes were stern as swords and full of disgust. "Hello." Wang Guan looked calm and raised his hand in greeting. Mo Shui twisted his head indifferently. Han Jie took in this scene and couldn't help but crook his mouth and laugh out loud. A girl like MOU is not someone to hit on, he thought darkly. That day in the cafeteria, after being embarrassed, he had tried to continue hitting on Su Mengmeng, but people kept ignoring him and had to give up. Recently he has taken a fancy to MOU again. Not only is her family good, her appearance is not much worse than Su Mengmeng's, and he is preparing to launch an offensive. Of course, you can't just hit on a girl like that. To conquer her with strength. As Han Jie thought about these has-beens, the door to the enrollment classroom opened. A woman, in her 20s, stepped forward. "Hello, everyone. I'm Ms. Min's teaching assistant for everyone's test." She smiled at everyone and said, "First of all, I would also like to ask you to register your rank today." "Teacher, does Misty Shadow Steps have a level requirement?" Han Jie asked. The assistant teacher explained, "No, Misty Shadow Steps doesn't require much in terms of level, but I need to know your level to set the difficulty of the illusion." Illusion realm? Wang Guan was stunned, so it turned out that the test was going to take place in an illusionary realm. Illusion is an illusory battlefield technique. The trial battlefield that you enter during the entrance exam is the illusion. Many of the possibilities in college are also taught through illusions. So, please start by reporting your current rank. The assistant teacher holds the tablet and is ready to record the information. Seeing this, Han Jie immediately raised his hand. I'm this year's new student, Han Jie, peak of the 3rd rank, soon to enter the 4th rank. The freshmen on the scene let out gasps of amazement. Several of the upperclassmen, too, were a bit surprised. It had only been about 2 months since the newborns awakened their abilities, and to have their rank raised to the peak of the 3rd order was very astonishing. Han Jie's face was slightly angled, smug. Mo Worry continued. Freshman, Mo Worry, just entered the 4th rank not long ago. Once again, there were gasps of surprise all around. Surprisingly, he was even more powerful than Han Jie and had already stepped into the 4th rank. There were quite a few people who recognized Han Jie and MOU, and bursts of chatter rang out. Wang Guan's expression was calm, and in his heart he was quite impressed. After experiencing the adventure of the Dragon Forest Mystic Realm, Tong and his party were now also at the beginning of the 4th rank. MOU should not have the opportunity of a secret realm, and to reach the 4th rank just by attending school was indeed very good. This woman is really strong and excellent.
Han Yi nodded darkly.
Not bad for someone ranked higher than yourself. Then, he looked at Wang Guan expectantly. Dude, it's your turn. Wang Guan gave Han Jie a breathless look and spoke. I'm a new student, Wang Guan, 4th rank middle stage. It was a clerical error to write Wang Guan's 3rd order, which has been corrected. Han Jie? The other students were even more shocked. And masterful. Han Jie and Mo Worry were both top students in the league's high school rankings, so it was only natural that they were strong. But who is this boy? Surprisingly, it's even more fierce than those two. Mo Worry was also a bit stunned and turned his head to look at Wang Guan. Is there anyone else among the freshmen who has improved faster than yourself? Wang Guan, somewhat embarrassed, smiled around. He's still humble, it's really not about how strong he is. It's just that he's stuck with a bug open. Ugh, shame on him. The assistant teacher was also a bit surprised and glanced at Wang Guan. Then to the other students. Your turn. Other students, one after another, reported their grades. Among the new students, most of them were at the peak of the 2nd order, or at the beginning of the 3rd order. Seniors ranging from the 6th to the 9th order. These seniors who are 2nd and 3rd graders. A 4th-year student who's already interned in a front-line theater. A total of 15 students applied for the skills. After completing registration, the teaching assistants took everyone into the classroom behind them. The classroom was oddly laid out and empty. No desks or chairs. Not even a window, it was white. This is the White House, I believe. Wang Guan had heard the boy's line mentioned. As opposed to the Black House that teleports to the secret realm, there is the White House that can send people into the illusionary realm. After the students, who are participating in the test, stand in the room, the assistant teacher begins to explain the test. When the test begins, they will enter an illusion called the Shadow Worm Forest. Within this illusion, an abyssal monster called the Shadow Worm will appear. They have the strength of the 6th order, with the ability to hide in shadows, move quickly, and will actively attack humans they encounter. Ability users of different levels face different numbers of shadow worms. When you have resolved the threat of the shadow worm and traveled to the hut deep in the dense forest, you will be considered to have passed the test. The assistant teacher concluded. When you enter the illusionary realm, you will automatically receive uniform weapons and equipment. There is no time limit. You can disengage at any time, and after 3 active disengagements, you will lose your qualification for the test. As with the high school exams, injuries sustained from illusions will be recovered when you break away, but death will be a real death, so I urge you to live within your means. She reached over and tapped a few times on the tablet in her hand. In the following, you will enter the illusion. Good luck. Accompanying the completion of her words, Wang Guan only felt that the light around him changed, similar to what he had experienced during the college entrance exams, quickly outlining a dark and damp, dense forest. On the ground in front of them, various equipment and weapons were scattered. Wang Guan alerted his surroundings, quickly picking out equipment to put on and picking up a sword. His mind quickly pondered the assistant coach's words. Shadow Worm sounds like the type that specializes in speedy surprise attacks. 6th order monsters, freshmen are afraid of certain death when they encounter them, right? Since new students could participate in the test, it meant that there was a possibility of passing. The target is a cabin deep in the dense forest. So this test is to screen out those with aptitude for speed, sneaking, etc. But in that case, why bother with the test? Wouldn't it be better to just pick students with similar abilities? Putting on his equipment, Wang Guan was alert to his surroundings. Carefully started to move deeper into the dense forest. Chapter 81. Allow me to jam a bug first. The Shadow Worm dense forest was a single-player illusion that was small enough that you could vaguely see the edge of the illusion. Jumping up a large tree, you can see the cabin deep in the dense forest. It doesn't seem to be that tough of a task to pass the test just by entering the cabin. But Wang Guan knew that it would never be that simple. Cautiously, he approached in the direction of the cabin. The assistant teacher mentioned that shadow worms have the ability to hide in the shadows. The dense forest was thick with grass and trees, plus the environment was dim, with shadows everywhere. Wang Guan could only carefully avoid those places where the shadows were dense. Meanwhile, his eyes kept sweeping over the stones and sticks on the ground. Phantasms provide weapons and equipment with no class. Maybe we'll get lucky and come across another artifact? Suddenly, rustling, crawling sounds sounded at his side. A feeling of wariness arose in him. A danger was approaching. The mental attribute of 36 points already gave him a notable perception. Without thinking, he instantly turned around and swung his sword. Swish! His sword chopped empty. There was a pain in his body, and when he looked down, 2 wounds appeared on his left arm and left leg. The protective equipment provided by the illusionary realm could not completely defend against their attacks. Is this the shadow worm? So fast. He didn't even see what it was that attacked him. And after hitting him, he quickly lost his figure again, hiding in the surrounding gloom. Rustling. The sound of crawling resounded again. This time Wang Guan reacted in time and quickly turned around. His vision, at last, caught the figure of a giant black insect in a flash. When he swung his sword, he only hit the remnants of the giant insect. It can draw on shadows and leave a residual shadow to confuse the enemy. On Wang Guan's body, a wound was once again left behind. Worthy of being a 6th-order Fey monster, Wang Guan secretly sighed. But this time he got a good look at the shadow worm. It was the size of an iron pot, black and spider-like in appearance. A pair of fine feet are flat, as if they were a scythe. 6th-rank monsters, bug probes are ineffective. Wang Guan surveyed the surroundings and once again lost sight of it. Can't beat it? Hurry up and run? He flashed the thought. Escaped the shadow worm chase and dashed to the cabin deep in the dense forest. But soon he dismissed the idea. It was impossible for him to be faster than the shadow worm, which was of the 6th rank and specialized in speed. Running away will only get you attacked by it faster. Rustling, crawling sounds again. This time, Wang Guan didn't rashly counterattack and quickly dodged to the side. The black giant insect figure swooped down to where Wang Guan originally stood. Wang Guan avoided its attack, but without waiting to be happy, he saw the giant insect's black figure suddenly disappear in front of his eyes. It blends into the ubiquitous shadows. Rustling. In the next moment, a life-saving sound rang out from Wang Guan's side. A wound was once again slashed on Wang Guan's body. This thing is too shady. He couldn't help but marvel. But with these experiences, he had gained some understanding of how the shadow worm attacked. By the time the shadow worm attacked him again, he had been able to dodge several times in succession. Just don't wait for him to feel a sense of accomplishment. In the shadows around them, there were 4 other shadow worms that rushed out. There were a total of 5 shadow worms that launched a siege at him. Already bruised and battered, Wang Guan decisively chose to break away from the illusion. He was back inside the classroom, his body recovering from his injuries and his torn clothing as good as new, surrounded by other students who had gotten out of the illusion earlier. They more or less had a look of panic on their faces, obviously tortured enough by the weird shadow bugs. The senior students were of a higher level, but the number of shadow bugs they could face increased exponentially, and the pressure was equally not small. Han Jie and Mou, both of whom were out of the illusion, were being silent. I went in there and just charged all the way in. Damn it. And ended up drawing out 7 shadow worms and almost hung up in there. My psychic abilities are ineffective against shadow worms. They also seem to be immune to lightning damage. This is too hard. Let's not talk about you freshmen. It's even harder for us upperclassmen. I was besieged by more than 30 shadow worms. They whispered. The seniors all blushed in embarrassment as well. The skills test is limited to 1 registration per student, and seniors are also registering for the first time. But from my classmates, I had learned what the test was about and had prepared for it. But really engaging in the test is still incredibly difficult. Soon, 15 students, all making their first attempts, all failed. No one tried again for a while. The assistant teacher stood in the corner of the classroom and suddenly smiled. Although the shadow worm is a 6th ranked monster, its body is very fragile, so it's actually not that difficult to solve, judged by the triple standard of the ability. Shadow worms only had high speed and mental attributes, but low physical attributes. As long as one grasps their course of action, they are not really that difficult to deal with. Even low-ranked abilities can kill them. Hearing these words, Wang Guan froze slightly. Is this a reminder from the assistant teacher to try to kill the shadow bugs? He suddenly remembered the words that the assistant teacher had said when he introduced the rules of the test. When you have resolved the threat of the shadow worm and traveled to the hut deep in the dense forest, you will be considered to have passed the test. At that time, Wang Guan felt strange. Why did she say fix instead of get rid of? Addressing the meaning of the shadow bug threat, it means to kill all the shadow worms. Is that the real purpose of the test? Other students, many of them, picked up on the assistant professor's hints. But they have exclaimed that it is impossible. I'm only a 2nd-ranked ability, and you're asking me to kill a bunch of 6th-ranked monsters? Even if we can kill one, there's still a bunch of them. Sneaking closer to the cabin without alerting the shadow worms is the right way to go, right? That's just not possible. Many people, including seniors, thought it was a pipe dream. The assistant teacher smiled and didn't say another word. Wang Guan, however, had a bright light in his eyes, and he didn't think it couldn't be done. Unlike other students, he has a wealth of experience in opening. After calming down a bit, Wang Guan once again entered the illusionary realm. The figure disappeared inside the White House classroom. The illusion was illusory though, and upon entering it, the body would enter a special space. Wait until you're out of the illusion before you return to this particular classroom. The Kendo maiden Mou moved her expression slightly. Undaunted, he followed suit and entered the illusion as well. Han Jie, the sunny handsome man, no longer has the proud confidence he had before. Seeing Wang Guan and Mo Worry enter the illusion realm first, he gritted his teeth and also entered again. The other students, after hesitating, followed one after another into the illusionary realm. Wang Guan, who had entered the illusionary realm for the 2nd time, was soon attacked by shadow worms. Like last time, there was only one initially. Wang Guan already knew enough about shadow worm. Although his body was soon bruised up again, he had been able to dodge away from the shadow worm attacks. It was even lucky enough to hit it once with a wind blade inspired by a great windmill. The shadow worm's body was indeed brittle, and it slowed down a lot after being hit by the wind blade. I can kill it. Just as Wang Guan surged with this thought, more shadow worms, attracted. While shadow worms will hunt individually, they are still essentially group monsters. Surrounded by a total of 7 shadow bugs, Wang Guan was immediately stretched to the limit. Without hesitation, he once again decisively chose to disengage. Hoo! This time the situation was even more alarming, and after appearing in the classroom, couldn't help but gasp for air. The other students around them, one after another, also broke away from the illusion. They looked visibly more frustrated. Looks like I'm not cut out for this skill. I'm out. Some people beat a retreat. He didn't have the courage to enter the illusion again. Seeing someone take the lead, the other 3 chose to withdraw as well. It's just that the Misty Shadow Steps skill isn't suitable for you guys, so please don't be discouraged. The assistant teacher smiled and comforted. Wang Guan suddenly raised his hand at this time. Teacher, is there a time limit for the test? I want to do some preparation first, he asked. The assistant teacher froze and explained, you have one last chance to enter the illusion. Just enter before 6 o'clock. By 6, it's 4 in the afternoon, which means there's still 2 hours to go. What's the point of making preparations if you can't pass? You can't pass. Han Jie, who was full of frustration, took the opportunity to strike Wang Guan. Wang Guan just smiled lightly and didn't pick up the conversation. Allow me to go jam a bug first. He got good with his legs crossed, meditated and stilled his mind, and opened the abyss of contemplation. Han Jie bristled, thinking that Wang Guan was playing a trick on him. The other students who hadn't quit yet looked very frustrated. While they still had the courage to challenge the test, they no longer had the confidence to pass. Mou, who had rested a little, gave Wang Guan a puzzled look. Then reaching out, he pulled off the red ribbon that bound his long hair, letting a head of long hair fall over her shoulders. A look of readiness to use some special skill. With a determined look, he entered the illusion once again. Han Jie watched Mou enter with a slightly struggling expression. "We'll just have to try it that way," he muttered under his breath and entered the illusion. And in Wang Guan's battlefield of consciousness, after experiencing an earlier battle with the shadow worm, he managed to visualize the shadow worm, the originally pure white world of nothingness, as if to match the characteristics of the shadow worms, also became gray and dreary. When Wang Guan was at the 3rd rank, he observed the 5th rank bloodthirsty demon, and it took him a night to successfully raid it. When he first entered the 4th rank, it took 3 days to visualize a 7th rank earth sublime dragon. Now, in the middle of the 4th order, observe the shadow worms of the 6th order. Shadow worms were grouped xenomorphs, and individuals were not as terrifying as bloodthirsty demons or earth sublime dragons. After a few battles in the illusion, Wang Guan had a preliminary understanding of its attack pattern. It has even been possible to hurt it. It doesn't take much time to raid it. Chapter 82. It's me who's wrong. It's me who can't read Wang Guan's movements. Inside the classroom, the students who exited the ordeal did not rush out and quietly remained at the edge of the classroom, wanted to see which of the sluggers would finally pass this dreaded test. To Wang Guan, who was sitting cross-legged, they all had somewhat odd expressions. "What's this about?" someone asked in a lowered voice. One of the seniors who exited the ordeal explained, "It should be an attempt at abyssal viewing." He knew this particular skill. In fact, he spent 40 W studying it himself. Even he had long ago viewed shadow worms and could be said to know them quite well. But what's the point? Abyssal contemplation could only contemplate individuals, and in the face of swarms of shadow worms attacking, an individual's experience against the enemy was completely useless. Prosperity observation shadow bug. This senior brother is still really interesting, he also said with some amusement. Wang Guan, as a freshman, reached the middle stage of the 4th order, making him more or less sour. The assistant teacher ignored these people. She looked intently at the tablet in her hand, which displayed images from the students' visions. The concern now is Han Jie's phantom experience. This handsome boy, at this moment, inspired his own thunder and lightning ability, causing his body to be entwined with radiant electricity. The light dispersed the shadows around him while firmly guarding him up and down his circumference. The shadow worm didn't fear the damage of lightning, but it couldn't easily break through the defense formed by this layer of lightning. He didn't care all the way to the cabin. That's what he came up with. The approach worked pretty well, and he managed to sprint to the front of the cabin. Eyes were about to enter the cabin, but just as an expression of excitement appeared on his face, in all directions countless shadow worms surged out, quickly surrounding him. It was densely packed to drown him in, making it difficult for him to move an inch. Relying on a strong ability to rush to the cabin won't work. The assistant teacher shook her head. What Mr. Min wants to test is not ability. A tester who only relied on his abilities and didn't find the right path would be forced off the line by the sudden swarm of shadow worms. Even if he rushed to the front of the cabin, Han Jie panicked and exited the illusion, appearing in the middle of the classroom. On the spot, he rolled twice more in panic before, with embarrassment and afterthought, he climbed to his feet. The assistant teacher smiled at him encouragingly and continued to look at Mojo's phantom experience. And seeing Mou's appearance, she froze slightly. Moxie used the red ribbon that bound her hair and wrapped it around her eyes. Close off your vision and leave everything to your intuition. It seemed to be from her sword Dao heritage, some kind of special skill. The scariest thing about shadow worms is their bizarre movements. Self-seal your vision and use only your senses to catch their tracks and avoid being affected by the shadow bug's bizarre actions. Only Mo Worry's figure flickered, avoiding the shadow worm pounces one after another. The long sword in his hand was still waiting for an opportunity to attack the approaching shadow worms. Though blindfolded, she saw as if there was more. A dash in the direction of the cabin. She similarly approached the cabin. Can end the same way as Han Jie's. With special skills, approaching the cabin again is not the right way to go. She similarly suffered a swarm baptism and was forced offline. The figure appeared in the middle of the classroom, and she wasn't as wretched as Han Jie. But the look was still horrified, and he hastily tore off the red ribbon that bound his eyes. Only gradually did he calm down when he saw the brightness around him. This beauty's flustered appearance, in turn, made many boys in the classroom brighten their eyes. "Classmate Mou, are you all right?" Han Jie asked with concern. I'm fine. Mo Worry said coolly. Silently, she rebound her long hair with a red ribbon. She glanced at Wang Guan, who was still meditating. Walk to the corner of the classroom and sit down against the wall. All 3 chances had been consumed, and she had failed her test. But she wanted to stay and see what Wang Guan would do in the end. Han Jie sat down against the wall at a place that wasn't too close or too far from Mou. He was equally curious about the outcome of Wang Guan. Of course, he also cherished the opportunity to get in touch with Mou. Mo Worry swept a glance at him and didn't say anything, waiting patiently. One by one, other students failed and exited the illusion. The test is indeed difficult. No wonder this skill class often fails to recruit a single student in a year. Even the few upperclassmen who had prepared early had returned in defeat. Now there was only Wang Guan left. Wang Guan was still sitting quietly in meditation. The other students didn't leave either. Nothing else, they just wanted to see if Wang Guan could finally pull off a big job and pass the test or not. The assistant teacher also waited silently, not impatiently, but rather with a rather expectant look in her eyes. Wang Guan, who was fighting the shadow worms in the battlefield of consciousness, woke up several times in between. After calming down a little, he killed the battlefield of consciousness once again. With only 10 minutes to 6 o'clock, the crowd was getting a little impatient. Finally seen, Wang Guan stood up from the ground. His face was a little tired, but his eyes were full of joy. After a few struggles, the shadow worm was finally raided. He stretched his body and prepared to enter the illusion again. Come on, buddy. We've been waiting for half a day. You'll lose face if you fail. Han Jie smiled and rushed Wang Guan. That sounds like encouragement, but it's secretly mocking. Many people in the classroom laughed out loud. What about when I succeed? Wang Guan twisted his head and asked him. Han Jie grunted. Then I'll listen to you from now on and recognize you as my boss. He didn't believe that Wang Guan could pass this perverted test after sitting cross-legged for such a short while. King's Point nodded, okay. The assistant teacher kindly reminded, Student Wang Guan, abyssal observation seems to have consumed a lot of your spirit. Is it really okay? No problem. Wang Guan was indeed mentally exhausted. But since it managed to bugword the shadow worm, the phantasmal ordeal, it's not much of a threat. His figure gradually vaporized and he entered the illusion for the 3rd time. More pretentious than me, Han Jie muttered in an unkind manner, and then said to the assistant teacher, Teacher, can you show us, too, what he experienced in the secret realm? Everyone else looked at the assistant teacher expectantly. Well then, that's a special case. The assistant teacher is very nice to talk to now. Hadn't everyone waited for more than an hour to see Wang Guan's performance? She clicked a few times on her tablet. An entire wall of the White House classroom is filled with screens. Images surfaced on it, showing the very scene after Wang Guan had entered the illusionary realm. In front of Wang Guan, there were all sorts of weapons and equipment provided by the illusionary realm. Instead of picking out the protective gear, he just picked up a sword. The sword provided by the illusion was an ordinary longsword with no grade. Carrying this sword, Wang Guan headed inside the dense forest. No protective gear, just a sword? It's too much of a to do, isn't it? The equipment provided by Mirage Realm isn't strong, but it can more or less carry through a few attacks. The crowd was a little confused, and Macho raised his eyebrows slightly. So he also used a sword as a weapon? Inside the big screen, Wang Guan walked into the dense forest carrying his sword. He looked relaxed and not at all nervous. Soon, the crowd inside the classroom noticed that something was wriggling in the shadows of the woods to the side of Wang Guan. Shadow Worm appeared. The huge spider-like abyssal monster quietly approached towards Wang Guan with the help of the cover of shadows. Wang Guan, however, seemed to be oblivious and still walked forward. The shadow worm nearly became one with the shadows and quickly arrived behind Wang Guan. Wang Guan still didn't have any reaction. And this was not found? He couldn't have used up too much energy in his abyssal observation and couldn't focus his consciousness, could he? It's over. Being close to the shadow worm, it's absolutely impossible to avoid its surprise attack. The crowd made judgments. Han Jie hummed softly, talking to Mou, who was beside him, in a sighing voice. I can't even bear to keep watching. I really don't know. How did he ascend to the middle of the 4th rank? Mo Shui ignored it and focused on Wang Guan on the screen. But she had similar judgments as the rest of the human race. This Wang Guan, the way he holds his sword, the way he walks, He doesn't even look like someone who has practiced swordsmanship. In her mind, she thought, the shadow worm attacked, and he definitely couldn't avoid it. But the next moment, on the big screen, the shadow worm, who had quietly come to Wang Guan's side, exploded into action, pounced on Wang Guan from the back. Wang Guan moved. He turned and swung his sword straight at him. The movements were just as casual and leisurely as the way he had just walked. But his sword accurately stabbed the back of the shadow worm. It plunged straight into its fragile body, pinning it to a nearby tree. The shadow worm's scythe like thin feet waved randomly, quickly lost its vigor. Wang Guan, just like that, killed the shadow worm? Everyone in the classroom, their jaws dropped. Crap! Someone blurted out. The speaker is the assistant teacher who has been treating me gently since we met. But no one was paying attention to her outburst now. How did he do it? That's impossible. That's a 6th rank monster. Han Jie was shocked. It's certainly possible. Shocked and excited, the assistant teacher quickly explained. Shadow worms are just fast and have the ability to hide in shadows, but their bodies are fragile. As long as you can grasp its trajectory, theoretically any 2nd-ranked ability user can easily kill it. Student Wang Guan's movements seem random, but the timing of his strikes is precise to the extreme. Next to him, Mou's cool face was filled with a dumbfounded expression. So that's how it is? The posture and movement of his sword grip, which looks casual, could it be hiding a mystery that I can't understand? She couldn't help but start to fizzle in her mind. At this moment, the illusion of the shadow worm dense forest. The shadow bugs that were killed quickly disappeared. Wang Guan continued to walk deeper into the dense forest. He knew that his actions were probably being watched by others right now. If it were before, when the bug card had gone too far, he would have been worried about being suspected and exposing the secret of his ability. But after the incident at the Longsan Mystic Realm, he didn't have too many worries in this regard anymore, because he knows that they will automatically brainstorm plausible reasons. Soon, another shadow worm appeared, approaching Wang Guan in the shadows. Only one. Wang Guan easily detected its presence. After all, probe. This is a fresh hairy crab. Chapter 83, a date fight with a kendo girl. Wang Guan casually killed this hairy crab with a sword. Shadow worms are illusory and disappear when they are killed. Wang Guan, who continued to move forward, had a trace of doubt welling up in his heart. Previously, in the illusionary realm, he had encountered a shadow worm first, and in the midst of tangling with it, more shadow worms would soon appear. But now, twice in a row, he had encountered single shadow worm attacks. Could it be that, after encountering a shadow worm and killing it quickly, the next thing we encounter will be a single shadow worm? Wang Guan made this guess. What the phantasmal realm tested was the ability to master the shadow worm's attack and kill it quickly. And sure enough, Wang Guan was once again attacked by shadow worms, and the ones that appeared were all just one. Inside the outside classroom, the students who watched Wang Guan's live broadcast also discovered this. It turns out that after a shadow worm appears, as long as you kill it quickly, the next encounter will only be with a single shadow worm, and you won't be attacked by a large wave of swarms? It dawned on them that this was the right way to pass the test. The assistant teacher, who still looked excited, secretly shook his head. This statement is only half true. It also has a premise. The solution to the shadow worm relies on a grasp of how the shadow worm attacks, rather than by virtue of their own abilities and skills. Understanding how shadow worms attack and killing them quickly is the true test of the illusion. In this respect, Wang Guan's response was simply perfect. The assistant teacher thought excitedly in her mind. Judging from his 2 previous tests, he is also facing a monster like the shadow worm for the first time. After abyssal observation, it's amazing that you can just perfectly control the attack patterns of the shadow worms and easily solve them. This kind of talent is simply the most suitable for Misty Shadow Steps. Mr. Min will finally receive a satisfied student. But the assistant teacher suddenly showed a few more moments of concern. The illusion test, and a small trap buried. I wonder if he can find it? On the big screen, Wang Guan made his way to the wooden house deep in the dense forest without any danger. He took a step toward the cabin. There's a trap here at the cabin. It's going to spring a huge swarm of bugs. He's definitely not going to be able to resist. Han Jie, who had been shocked into speechlessness by Wang Guan, had a light in his eyes at this time and said in a hurry. He just rushed all the way to the cabin, only to be overwhelmed by the swarm of insects that suddenly appeared. There are a number of other students who have had similar experiences. Expressions of either anticipation or regret surfaced on their faces. The assistant teacher was also very worried. Wang Guan had come to the cabin the right way and would not have encountered the massive swarm of bugs that had been forced down the line. But the illusion test is here at the cabin, with traps buried. The number of shadow worms that appear in the illusion is fixed. Wang Guan, as a 4th ranked ability, had an illusion that would brush out a total of 13 shadow worms. Go straight into the cabin without killing all these shadow worms first. Then the remaining shadow worms would all appear and attack together, possibly in small numbers, but still very dangerous. But as soon as the assistant coach thought about it, he saw it on the big screen. Wang Guan, who was about to step into the confines of the cabin, suddenly stopped and turned around to continue walking inside the dense forest. He didn't go straight into the cabin? Did he know that the cabin would brush out a massive swarm? Even if he knew, the goal of the test was to get into the cabin. So what else could he do? Many of the students were a bit puzzled. But there were some who understood what was going on and wore thoughtful expressions. And the assistant teacher, with renewed excitement on her face. In his heart, he thought, Wang Guan hadn't been close to the cabin for the previous 2 illusionary tests, and no one else had spoken to him. So he didn't know ahead of time that there would be a large swarm of bugs at the cabin. It's obvious that he's penetrated the rules I mentioned before. She mentions that the threat from the shadow worm has to be dealt with before she can enter the cabin. What this statement implies is that all shadow worms should be killed first. Unexpectedly, Wang Guan, not only did he quickly grasp the shadow worm's attack, the mind was also very delicate and took note of her cue. She was becoming more and more satisfied with this student. In fact, none of these students within the classroom who were able to get into the Vanguard Military Academy were stupid, and many of them detected the hints from the assistant teacher. But kill all the shadow worms in the Phantom Realm before you can step into the cabin? Even if they understood the implication, they all felt that that couldn't be done. Will Wang Guan be cheating? A freshman, who couldn't help but open his mouth, asked. Everyone was awakened for 2 months with their abilities. Why is he so good at what he does? Watching the big screen, Wang Guan leisurely solve a shadow bug, the overall state with the idle stroll in general. Is he really in the same illusion as us? The illusion is the vice principal's personal responsibility. There's no way anyone could have tampered with it, the assistant teacher assured. So, it's because of his special ability? Han Jie thought of a possibility. He guessed, he's a student of the special department. Does he possess some special ability that can affect the illusion? Students in the special department have rare and strange abilities. It is said that this term alone, there are special faculty students who can influence luck, and students who can eliminate their presence. Maybe Wang Guan was relying on special abilities to do all this? Special abilities and skills, all useless. The assistant teacher, however, shook her head and made a denial. No matter what special abilities, skills, anyone who doesn't kill a shadow worm in the right way will be forced offline. She scanned the tablet in her hand and gave another, rather surprised look. Moreover, Wang Guan's student doesn't have any special abilities. In fact, his abilities are quite ordinary. Common? What's that? A senior student expressed disbelief. Assistant teacher, F rank ability probing. Seen that F rank claimed to be the most trashy ability, scrying. Wang Guan had this garbage ability, yet he was able to rank ahead of the freshmen, still crushing their group of S rank and A rank students with their performance in this test. How is this possible? Wang Guan was able to master the method of killing shadow worms, relying on probing. It can't be, the scrying ability can't detect high-level targets. It's not necessarily so, is it? I've heard that scrying abilities, if exercised, can enhance the effectiveness of scrying. In the midst of student discussion, on the big screen, Wang Guan had already circled the secret realm and encountered a few more shadow worms one after another. He killed it casually and used a gale force windmill during it. The sword in his hand swung blindly, inspiring blades of wind that struck down the large crabs remotely. He really does possess a sword skill. Mo Worry's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. Just this sword skill, so strange, can't see any chapters at all. She was an heir to a family of swordsmanship and had honed her sword skills since she was a child, and she had a very sharp eye for swordsmanship. But Wang Guan swings the sword movement. There is absolutely no skill at all. On the contrary, it can also inspire the wind blade, It must be that I have not learned enough to penetrate the mysteries of his sword grip. Mo Worry can't help but think. The so-called sword road has no end. After circling around in the dense forest to make sure there were no more shadow bugs, Wang Guan came to the wooden house and pushed the door to enter. The next moment, his figure appeared inside the White House classroom. He passed the test with flying colors. Student Wang Guan, congratulations. You can learn the misty shadow steps. The assistant teacher sounded excited. And not forgetting to say to the other unsuccessful students, you're just not suited for this skill. It doesn't mean you're less talented. Please don't be discouraged. The crowd didn't get too frustrated. Only the gazes they looked at Wang Guan were all a bit complicated. Envy and jealousy are accompanied by admiration. The assistant teacher explains Wang Guan with a few clicks on the tablet. You're officially enrolled in this class. The classroom is here. I've sent you the schedule. Remember to come to class in time. I know, teacher. Wang Guan took out his cell phone to check. The official first class is tomorrow morning. This may have 3 class periods, but there are also an indeterminate number of extracurricular tutorials. The other students, one by one, left the classroom. Wang looked toward Han Jie, who had taken the opportunity to prepare to slip away quietly. Han 14, do your words still count? Thought he'd forget about that. Han Jie's pace lurched, and he couldn't wait to slap himself in the mouth a few times first. Why did you just mouth off and say that if Wang Guan could succeed, you would listen to him and recognize him as the boss from now on? Dang, of course it counts. Han Jie said with a bit of a tangle. He was a bit of a flamboyant character, but when he said something, he always recognized it. But don't you dare try to make me go too far, he added. The implication is that I won't do anything like ganging up on people at school and bullying them. No, it's just playing meals for me, running errands and whatnot. Wang Guan said smilingly. Han Jie, how about thinking about ganging up on the weak and leaning on the strong? Mo Worry didn't leave either, looking a little hesitant. Seeing Wang Guan preparing to walk out of the classroom, she couldn't help but say, Wang, student Wang Guan, can you fight me? Having seen Wang Guan's sword skill, she wanted to personally comprehend some of its subtleties, and she's very competitive in her own right. Wang Guan froze slightly and looked at Mou. Mojo has been hit with his bug word. For him, it is now a professional dancer. Fight her in a forbidden planet. Dance-off? Wang Guan didn't want to bully just anyone and immediately wanted to refuse. But suddenly, he thought of something else and his eyes lit up. Could be. He agreed. But if I beat you, will you grant me one request? Mo Worry's brows furrowed as he looked into Wang Guan's eyes that were tinged with anticipation. The so-called request wouldn't be for her to agree to a date or something like that, would it? After all, when we first met today, Wang Guan was looking straight at her. A few moments of disgust rose in her heart. But out of confidence in herself, she agreed. Yes. She turned and headed out the door. You're not in the best shape right now, so tomorrow afternoon, I'll meet you at the Kendo Club. I'll look for you when the time comes. Wang Guan laughed. I thought to myself, if I beat Mou, I should be able to get her Sword Dao Society to take in Yuan Shaoqin, right? Chapter 84, The Attacking Treasure Mother and Child. Pioneer Military Academy, 3rd Cafeteria. Wang Guan found Su Mengmeng and Tong and his party, who had arranged to eat here in advance. I've been customizing backpacks, tents, and other adventure gear lately, so I've been getting together for dinner a lot to discuss the style of customization and what I'm going to redeem. Wang Guan had harvested nearly 5,000 points from his adventure in the Dragon Forest Mystic Realm, including 1,000 points from killing the Earth Sub-Dragon alone. The little ones didn't harvest as many points as he did, but they all had more than 3,000. It's time to make some good purchases of things. Wang Guan sat down in front of the two of them, and Tong Ro asked curiously, Brother Guan, did you pass your skill class test? Passed. Wang Guan said. Oh. The Tong line knew how difficult the Misty Shadow Steps that Wang Guan had signed up for was, but he wasn't half surprised that Wang Guan was able to pass the test. He didn't seem to be very surprised by anything Wang Guan did. Su Mengmeng saw that Wang Guan didn't take a meal and pushed her own plate in front of Wang Guan. Wang Guan, you eat my food. No need, Wang Guan said smilingly. As he spoke, Han Jie strained his face and carried the dinner plate to Wang Guan. I called in the dinner you wanted for you, Han Jie said with a reluctant face. Well, Han 14, you go first. I'll contact you if I need anything else. Wang Guan waved his hand. Han Jie had an ugly expression on his face and sulked. The child's line of work widened his eyes. Brother Guan, why is he so obedient? During this time, he also got to know Han Jie. After all, Han Jie was, anyhow, an outstanding student of this year's class, and his personality was quite flamboyant. Just lost a bet. Wang Guan laughed. He explained briefly what had happened. In fact, he wasn't going to make things too difficult for Han Jie, letting him feed himself for a few days and run errands even. As he told it, he began to enjoy his dinner. The cafeteria at the Pioneer Military Academy is very good, and the third cafeteria, which was recommended by the boys' line, is even more delicious. The cafeteria specialties of braised fish nuggets, braised tofu with scallions, and four-seasons soup were very much to Wang Guan's liking. He certainly wouldn't be caught dead typing in a bug word about the food in the cafeteria here. After learning the skill Misty Shadow Step, Brother Guan, you're going to be even stronger, Tong said in his line. Sighing silently, he thought to himself that he didn't know how long he would have to wait before he had the confidence to challenge Wang Guan again. What are you going to enroll in for your skills class? Wang Guan asked him. The child line shook his head, his expression bitter. I didn't enroll, but my instructor enrolled me in a bunch of cultural classes. Examples include practical applications of higher physics, energy conversion studies, directional shockwave modeling, the art of explosions, and more. The more powerful the ability, the more knowledge is needed to nourish them. For them, the saying that knowledge is power is true and visible. The learning and comprehension of many skills relies on a detailed understanding of theoretical knowledge. Su Mengmeng also needs to take a large number of EM-related courses. Awakening an S-rank innate ability didn't mean that it was a step up. Even if you leveled up, it would be difficult to master those powerful skills. That's why S-ranked abilities, too, have to go to college and learn their counterparts. Although these courses were obscure and profound, spiritual attributes could enhance the mind, and it was not difficult to learn them. Just really tired. After dinner, it was dark outside. The poor boys' line had a class in the evening and left in a hurry. Wang Guan and Su Mengmeng, piece by piece, came to Zhou Wen's milk tea store. Unlike the original small store, the new store is very spacious and decorated quite cozy. It has been open for a few days now and is very popular with students. Ow! The little black dog squatting outside the store saw Wang Guan and happily ran over. Snow is now being kept in a milk tea store. Although the little black dog is unimpressive, Yuan Shaoqin likes it very much. It was also quite popular with the other students, and there was no shortage of snacks of all kinds. And it was especially kind to Wang Guan. Strange. It seems to have a different attitude toward you and the others, and barks differently. Yuan Shaoqin, who was carrying her precious wooden stick, came over and said strangely, Snowy barks woof woof at everyone else. However, when it comes to Wang Guan, it will make a sound similar to a wolf's ow. Maybe it knows that I saved it. Wang Guan picked up the little black dog and smiled. He saw that Yuan Shaoqin's head was covered in sweat, and it was obvious that she had just been practicing hard on the sword path. It was a relief to enter an affiliated elementary school with a tight schedule every day. But the kid brother does not forget to practice swordplay diligently. Little Celery, our school has started a kendo club. Do you want to go inside and learn for a few days? Wang Guan asked the kid brother. Yuan Shaoqin continued to wield the wooden stick with a lack of interest. We have clubs in our school too. I'm not interested. For a sword genius, the path is self-made. Though his talent for swordsmanship only existed in Wang Guan's bug word. But he doesn't lack that kind of arrogance. Of course, it's more likely that it's a bear and doesn't know any better. Wang Guan didn't hate it and fussed. The president of the society is the heir to a kendo family. It doesn't matter if you go over and learn. The main thing is to point them out. Hearing Wang Guan say this, the kid brother then nodded willingly. All right then, I'll go and give them some pointers. Su Mengmeng had already gone into the store to help Zhou Wen. Wang Guan also walked into the back kitchen of the milk tea store and told Zhou Wen about letting Yuan Shaoqin into the kendo club. Zhou Wen, full of surprise, then agreed. Naturally, she knew this was a rare and great opportunity. When she was in Tianhai City, she knew that there were various kendo halls and martial arts halls that allowed children to receive training in advance, laying the foundation for the awakening of their future abilities. But this kind of place, with its high price tag, is not affordable to ordinary people. The Kendo Club at Pioneer Military Academy is run by heirs of the Kendo family. It was natural for Yuan Shaoqin to benefit greatly from entering it. 1. What kind of book are you reading? When he had talked and laughed for a few moments, Wang Guan noticed that there were a few books sitting on the side of the desk, so he asked curiously. Nothing much. Just some cooking-related books. Zhou laughed. She went on to explain that when she opened her milk tea store before, she just casually learned it online. The craft of milk tea brewing was enough for the small store at the time. But now a new store is opening and it's here. Those original flavored milk teas just didn't seem like enough. She wanted to work on some new flavors and a new store. In addition to reading the book, she also asked the boys' line to help her enroll in a cooking class in the town near the school. Prepare to learn about it systematically, the culinary side of things. Not only for the milk tea store, but also to give back to Wangguan. After coming here and coming into contact with the parents of the other people in the affiliated elementary school, she realized what kind of opportunity Wangguan had brought to their mother and son. And Wangguan don't want to return the favor, just bring a friend every now and then to have a meal at her place. She was a good cook, but what she made was, after all, an unusual home-cooked meal. So they wanted to refine their cooking skills and make more delicious meals for Wangguan. This was the only thing she could think of that she could do for Wangguan. When you come to Wen's house for dinner in the future, I'll make sure you're satisfied with your meal, Zhou Wen affectionately said to Wangguan. When Wangguan heard these words, his eyes immediately began to light up. Then when I get there, I'll be sure to feast beautifully, he said with incomparable anticipation. Can you not look forward to it? Zhou Wen's bug word has her possessing the S-rank natural ability Potion Master. But currently it's just Junior Apothecary. The milk tea that was brewed was all elementary potions to Wangguan. If she started refining her cooking skills and researching new milk teas, then her apothecary level for sure would rise as well. Bug words are inherently logical. Wen's craftsmanship turned into an apothecary talent, and her refining her craftsmanship was the equivalent of upgrading her apothecary level. By then, won't this be able to be renewed for the intermediate potion? Even the dishes she cooked would have a substantially higher nourishing effect on Wangguan. Wangguan was pleasantly surprised in his heart. Send the kid brother to a kendo club to be formally trained in kendo. Wen also took the initiative to want to improve her cooking skills and research new flavors of milk tea. This treasured mother and son are about to grow up fast. He'll have a much more pleasant time jamming bugs. 2. The next morning, Wangguan followed the course schedule and arrived at yesterday's classroom. Prepare to start the first Misty Shadow Steps shadow skill class. When he walked into that classroom, someone was already waiting for him inside the empty white classroom. It was a man who appeared to be about 40 years of age, a little slim and a little grim looking, because his face and his body were covered with horrible scars. The kind of scars that reminded Wangguan of the shadow bug's scythe-like thin feet. All these injuries from shadow worms? Probe. This is a professional painter. Question mark. Habitually, he turned on his scrying and saw the bug word floating on the person in front of him. This made him flinch. Being able to be detected by him meant that the rank would not exceed the 5th rank. That's his skills teacher? Hello. My name is Yang Wuqi. The man's smile was grim because of the scars on his face. At the same time, it gives a feeling of intimacy. It seemed that his voice was also hoarse because he had hurt his throat. Next I will teach you the skill Misty Shadow Step.
Teacher Yang, I'm Wangguan.
Wangguan hurriedly said. Yang Wuqi looked Wangguan up and down and suddenly pointed to the scars on his body and asked, Are you curious about my appearance? Wangguan wanted to deny it, but he felt that it was too fake, so he nodded his head and admitted, That's right, Teacher Yang. Was this hurt by a shadow bug? Yes, Yang Wuqi admitted. I was attacked by a swarm of shadow bugs and almost died at that time, leaving behind this injury. He raised his left arm and his sleeve fell. Wang watched his arm and could clearly see the mechanical texture. It's the robotic arm. The mechanical arm, though, looks cool. But for the ability to install a robotic arm, it can't fully compensate for the lack of a torso. Will constrain leveling up. Is this perhaps why, although he is a teacher, he is not highly ranked? However, it was thanks to the danger at that time that I was able to comprehend the skill, Misty Shadow Step.
Yang Wuqi continued.
There was more than a little smugness in his tone. Anyone who could comprehend a C-rank skill was something to be proud of. Wangguan revealed a somewhat stunned expression. It turned out that Yang Wuqi was the creator of the Misty Shadow Steps. Then Wangguan couldn't help but have doubts about the Misty Shadow Steps that Yang Wuqi had created when he was attacked by a swarm of shadow bugs. The skills class tests and the test is also about shadow worms. To learn this set of skills, is it also closely related to the shadow worm too? Chapter 85 I was killed in seconds when I turned on the big one. You call that a little bit close? Teacher Yang, in order to learn the skill, Misty Shadow Steps, don't we also need to use the Shadow Worm? Wang Guan asked the question in his heart, and he was vaguely worried. He himself is a test passed by a card bug, and if the focus of learning Misty Shadow Steps is the Shadow Worm, and will that have any effect on him? Yang Wuqi's eyes, which were somewhat asymmetrical because of the scars, gave Wang Guan a pleased look. Not bad. Misty Shadow Steps is a skill derived from the Shadow Worm. From the Shadow Worm, he hissed. If you want to learn the skill, you do need to rely on Shadow Worm. As he spoke, he pulled out his tablet device, which was the control panel for the White House classroom. After clicking twice on it, Wang Guan only felt light flashing around him and entered the illusion of the Shadow Worm dense forest. Skills classes are to be taught here. Then, Yang Wuqi explained in detail the key points of learning the Misty Shadow Steps. And after hearing this explanation from him, the worry in Wang Guan's heart gradually disappeared. Shadow bugs were indeed the point of learning Misty Shadow Steps. However, it wouldn't be too hard to get started with Misty Shadow Steps. The hard part was improving its proficiency. Skills are categorized into 5 realms: introductory, novice, proficient, expert, and grandmaster. The initial mastery of a skill is entry level. Next, you need to keep using the skill, practicing it, and killing opponents with it in order to increase your skill proficiency. But there are some skills that are more specific. For example, Wang Guan's abyssal observations pressed for proficiency. As for Misty Shadow Step, simply practicing or using the skill would not increase proficiency. One must use the skill and kill shadow worms in order to increase proficiency. Slaying phantasmagorical fictional shadow worms is ineffective. It must be a real abyssal monster to do so. The exact reason for this is not clear to Yang Wuqi, the creator. But this explanation reassured Wang Guan. The difficulty in learning this skill was actually killing the shadow worm. That was not difficult for him, because shadow worms are hairy crabs to him. By killing the hairy crab, he was killing the shadow worm. How much proficiency is increased by killing shadow bugs is also related to the level of the learner.
Yang Wuqi continued.
Shadow worms were 6th-order monsters. Lower-ranked abilities have a higher gain in proficiency for killing it. Abilities beyond the 6th rank have progressively diminishing returns. Therefore, the most suitable to learn this skill is an ability user of the 3rd to 5th rank. Both the requirements for comprehending the skill have been met, and the proficiency can be quickly increased by killing shadow worms. Seniors above the 6th rank, even if they learn the skill, it's difficult to raise it to the proficient level. Initially, Misty Shadow Steps was only open to new students, but very few new students were able to pass the test. It was only then that Yang Wuqi had to open up the skills throughout the year. But for him, the most suitable for learning is still the freshmen of the 3rd and 4th orders. In every way, Wang Guan's performance was the most suitable student for this course since its inception. You are the most talented student I've ever met that has the talent to learn this skill. And I'm sure you can, for sure, carry this skill forward. Yang Wuqi didn't hide his appreciation for Wang Guan. Reaching out that mechanical arm, he patted Wang Guan's shoulder. A look of embarrassment flashed across Wang Guan's face. He had passed the test with a card bug, and didn't actually have the talent that Yang Wuqi had expected. But since the skill was to increase proficiency by killing shadow worms, then he's okay with it. Teacher Yang, I won't let you down. Wang Guan pledged with a sincere face. Yang Wuqi smiled and nodded. Wang Guan thought of something else. Ms. Yang, there are only 3 class periods on the schedule, and the rest is extracurricular tutoring. This extracurricular tutoring, are you taking me to kill shadow bugs? Exactly. Yang Wuqi grinned. After 3 lessons, when you comprehend your skills, I will take you to the war zone and tutor you in hunting shadow worms. Traveling to a war zone and tutoring in hunting shadow bugs. This extracurricular tutoring is slightly hardcore. Then, Yang Wuqi began to teach Wang Guan in detail about the basic movements and know-how of the Misty Shadow Steps. Wang Guan studied carefully. This was, after all, the first C-rank skill he had come into contact with. It's difficult to learn advanced skills with an F-rank natural ability. At the end of the 2-hour session, Yang Wuqi handed over the control rights of this White House classroom to Wang Guan. The next class is in 2 days. But in between, Wang Guan was free to use this White House classroom to enter the illusionary realm and observe the attack patterns of the shadow worms in practice. After lunch, Wang Guan didn't have any classes in the afternoon and dove headfirst into the illusion. Work on practicing skillful movement and posture, It's a tedious process. But Wang Guan had a resolute character and remained immersed. Time passes unnoticed. It was only after 5 o'clock in the afternoon that he suddenly remembered that he had an appointment with MOU for a sparring match. Just after leaving the illusion, my cell phone was dripping and ringing, and I received a number of text messages. You can't get a signal in the phantom world. Han 14. What time do you get to the Kendo Club? Han 14. Come back with a message. Everyone is waiting for you. Han 14. MOU asked me to ask you if you still dare to come to the challenge or not. Strange number. Wangguan student. This is MOU. May I ask what time are you planning to arrive at the Kendo Club? Su Mengmeng. I'm out of class. Do you want dinner? This. Wangguan hurriedly, somewhat sweatily, gave that unfamiliar number and messaged back. Training in the illusion. Sorry. I'll be right over. Then he called Su Mengmeng again. Hurriedly packing up, he met up with Su Mengmeng and rushed to the Kendo Club together. The Kendo Club is located in an activity room. The school has been very supportive of the Kendo Club. The students at the military academy, many of whom were from ordinary families, had never been trained in the art of swordplay. The school is naturally happy to see that students with a talent for fencing are being tapped. These students also receive support from the school to further their education at the Kendo Dojo, which is a legacy of the Mojo family. Become a Kendokan disciple and learn more advanced sword skills. In addition to the Kendo Club, the school also actively supports clubs such as the Budo Club and the Fighting Club. Come outside the activity room where the Kendo Club is located. Wang Guan realized that there were quite a few people gathered here. When they saw Wang Guan appear, their eyes looked over in unison. Wang Guan was a little better, but Su Mengming's social fear was on the spot. Like a frightened bunny, she subconsciously hid behind Wang Guan. What's with all the people? She said timidly. It's all about coming together, isn't it? Wang Guan said helplessly, dotingly hugging her shoulders. The showdown with Mo Worry seems to have gotten out by Han Jie. He quickly saw, standing in the crowd of onlookers, Han 14. And Han Jie's expression was now irritated. Knowing that Wang Guan and MOU were going to compete, he was naturally interested. Quite a few people followed him and were waiting here at 2 p.m. Because yesterday it only said afternoon, not the exact time. Normally, it's usually 2 or 3 o'clock when you're supposed to show up for an appointment. Then waited all afternoon for nothing. He's the one who skipped competency class. Su Mengmeng, who was now in the same class, finished her ability class and came with Wang Guan. He was just kind of upset about it. The crowd that was blocking the outside of the activity room automatically made way, and Wang Guan pulled Su Mengmeng into it. There was a lot of whining and complaining going on around me. What a big face. Making Beauty Mock wait all afternoon. Not too scared to come, are you? Is it reliable or not? This also has the guts to challenge an heir of the flowing sky sword Dao. These are the ones who have been pitted and have been waiting here all afternoon. Han Jie didn't say anything, just the heart slandered. It is best that Wang Guan be MOU. Teach him a hard lesson. And with a kind expression, Wang Guan smiled at them. After all, he was the one who had lost track of time in his training, and he admitted his fault. Walking into the activity room, Wang Guan curiously surveyed the interior layout. The place was empty, furnished with dummies used for practicing. There were 7 or 8 members of the society, all wearing uniform white uniforms. On the chest, the words Lukong were embroidered in a flowery font, which was the name of the Moyu family's sword Dao inheritance. They had obviously waited all afternoon as well, and each of them looked at Wang Guan with eyes that spewed fire. Wang Guan apologized first and waved to MOU, who was standing in the middle of the activity room. Couldn't help but say to Su Mengmeng, with that expression on their faces, they're making it look as if we're here to kick the bucket. Su Mengmeng looked at Wang Guan with big, innocent eyes. Skeptical? We aren't. Wang Guan, MOU, who was already unhappy, couldn't help but frown when she saw the rather intimate movements of the two. The disgust in his eyes grew a few points more. She took a deep breath to calm herself. Walking over to the side of the room, he grabbed the 2 wooden swords he used to practice with from the shelf, handed one of them to Wang Guan. I'm really sorry. I really did lose track of time. Wang Guan tried the feel of the wooden sword and sincerely apologized. There's no need to say anything. Hurry up and start. MOU's voice was cold and icy as she rushed Wang Guan and took a fighting stance. Wait a minute. Wang Guan suddenly pointed at the onlookers gathered outside the activity room. Kindly to Mojo. Is the door closed? I don't want the process to be seen. Before Mo Worry could speak, the others were unhappy. Close the door? Are you afraid of losing face? I've been waiting all afternoon. There's no such thing as hurry up. Just admit defeat. There's no shame in losing to Mo Beauty, they yelled. Mo Worry's voice was ice cold. Student Wang Guan, we're just getting to the point. The implication is that I won't let you lose too badly. But Wang Guan was afraid that she would lose too ugly. He agreed to fight Mou because he wanted her to promise to teach Yuan Shaoqin. I can't imagine what's happening now. If he made Mo Shui too humiliating, the kid brother's cultivation plan might have to go down the drain. Cut the crap and get started. Mo Shui had gotten a little impatient. The tall figure, like a stunning flash, lunged toward Wang Guan. The wooden sword brought up a trail of residual shadows and chopped at Wang Guan. She just chopped down one sword, but it was as if she had chopped out countless swords. The members of the Kendo Club had a light in their eyes. The president used it right out of the gate. The 7 styles of flowing air. Someone exclaimed. Mo Shui's ancestor, there had been one who had the ability of an S-class sword saint talent. Created the Ryukong Kendo. He created an S-ranked skill called Streaming Empty and Unmindful. It was said to be a powerful skill that had slain an abyssal demon god. After that, the family was established, and the flowing empty Wuming was transformed to derive 7 other weakened versions of the skill. They are named the 7 to 1 styles of flowing air. The power increases from 7 styles to 1. If one could learn all 7 styles and fuse them together, they would be able to comprehend the strongest streaming emptiness and brightness. And now the 7 styles of flowing air used by Mou, although it was the weakest of the 7 styles, it was already a D-rank skill. She had shown it to the members of the Kendo Club, so everyone recognized the performance of the skill. The long sword chopped out, and the sword shadow was heavy. Each sword shadow was real and possessed powerful killing power. Swinging a sword was equivalent to swinging several swords, and it was extremely difficult to resist. Faced with this skill, Wang Guan was focused. The expression vaguely revealed a few moments of eagerness. Carrying the sword in his hand, he hastily stepped back to avoid it. Swish, swish, swish. Mo Worry drove the layers of sword shadows and pressed forward step by step. Wang Guan continued to retreat. For a moment, it was as if he was completely down. It wasn't until he had retreated 4 or 5 steps that he suddenly swung out the wooden sword in his hand. Passing through the gap of the sword shadow, it chopped at Mou's body. Mo Xiao hurried back to defense, picking Wang Guan's sword away and quickly pulling away from Wang Guan. It's good to be able to find a loophole in my skills, Mo Xie said with what seemed to be a commendation. Who? Is this the skill of your Ryukyu Kendo? It's really powerful, Wang Guan exclaimed, looking rather nervous. He did feel nervous, because after hitting the bug word, Mou was now a professional dancer to Wang Guan. When she performed her sword skill in Wang Guan's eyes, she was doing some sort of strange dance. Those sword shadows inspired by the skill were all but harmless to Wang Guan as well. If Wang Guan wanted to, he could defeat her with his hand. But he couldn't do that. Although Wang Guan was now certain that outsiders would automatically brainstorm that the strength he displayed was reasonable. But in front of so many people, it was still an easy and casual way to defeat her. What if I completely piss her off? Therefore, what Wang Guan had to do now was to try to act as if he had defeated her in an even, thrilling battle. That's what it takes to get there. It's never easy. Requires superb acting. Full of emotion. Mou's face showed a battle-ready look as he once again wielded his wooden sword and charged at Wang Guan. Wang Guan took a deep breath. Be sure to pay attention and never kill her in seconds. He reminded himself darkly, and fought with Mojo the dancer. Matching Mojo's movements, he spins and jumps. Well, it's kinda ing dance-off. The two fought together. The onlookers at the scene all looked incredibly concerned, and a few moments of shock had already flashed across their faces vaguely. In their eyes, Mo Xiao struck out harshly, and the swordsmanship expert's vigor could be clearly seen. Wang Guan, however, appeared to be moving oddly, and his movements of holding and discharging his sword appeared to be extremely irregular. And yet, he was able to get it just right, blocking Mou's attacks and making counterattacks. He also performed the great windmill skill from time to time, waving his wooden sword and inspiring wind blades, leaving a dent in the ground around him. Never mind what the attack actually does. Anyway, at first glance, the fight was intense as all. The great beauty of Mojo is indeed awesome. This Wang Guan, to be able to fight her evenly, is also very strong. No wonder he was able to pass the Misty Shadow Steps test. It's just that I do count myself as having studied swordsmanship. But this stance of Wang Guan's, why can't I understand it? There are so many sword skills in this world. You still know them all? It must be that we're not in the right realm to see the mystery, right? They murmured in low voices, no longer having the contempt they had for Wang Guan earlier. Wang Guan and Mou soon played for 5 minutes. By this point, they were all a little out of breath. And after a battle, Mo had already made his own judgment about Wang Guan. This was indeed a strong enemy that deserved her full attention. Although I couldn't see through his movements, he obviously couldn't see through my sword either. To defeat him, it looks like the only way is to use the 6 styles of streaming air. I haven't fully mastered this skill yet, and when I cast it, I might injure him. However, with just a wooden sword, it shouldn't hit him hard. Thinking of this, Mou quickly backed up and pulled away from Wang Guan. Holding the wooden sword in his hand, he took a deep breath. Her eyes were instantly bloodshot. 6 styles of flowing air. This belonged to the C-rank skills, and among the C-rank skills, it was also the strongest category. When the skill is performed, it allows her to increase her speed by several times and her strength will increase accordingly. Although it could only last for a short second, it was a second in which Wang Guan would never be able to resist her attack. "You're going to lose," she said softly. The figure flashed and killed Wang Guan. And at this moment, Wang Guan was secretly thinking, after fighting for so long, it should be enough to give her face, right? Then, when Mou, who was killing at extreme speed, had not yet attacked Wang Guan. The wooden sword in Wang Guan's hand then snatched it and gently knocked on her head. Mou's body immediately froze, his face full of astonishment. "Phew, was really close," Wang Guan said with a sincere look on his face. "Classmate Mou, you are really strong. I almost lost. Mojo, I get killed in seconds when I turn on the big one. You call that close?" Chapter 86. The reward for killing the cultists has finally come down. Mo Xiao looked dumbfounded, maintaining his sword-swinging posture, as if he had forgotten his next move. The skill, 6 styles of flowing air, she could only last for a short second. But she was very confident that within this second, Wang Guan, whose level was only a little higher than hers, would never be able to block it. But as a result, she had just launched her attack before she could attack Wang Guan. Wang Guan's wooden sword then struck her head first. If this was an official fight, she'd be dead. The blood in her eyes gradually faded away, only to reveal that they were full of disbelief. How could Wang Guan think so much? Mo Shui unleashed his skills, and his speed and explosive power instantly increased. But in Wang Guan's eyes, there wasn't really much difference. Feeling that it was time to end the face-saving, he ended the fight. Seeing Mo Worry's somewhat alienated look, he also regretfully consoled. "Please don't take offense, classmate Macho. I only won narrowly, and if I fight again, I might have to lose." "Mojo, what a close call." Wang Guan's strength was clearly stronger than hers. Even the earlier fight, which was evenly matched, might have been a deliberate letdown on his part. He proposed to close the door, not afraid of his own disgrace, is actually afraid of my disgrace. Mo Worry subconsciously bit her lips as she thought of this. The duel ended unexpectedly in the eyes of the onlookers, who gasped out in awe. Wang Guan won? He actually won against Mock Beauty. Their strengths are similar. Didn't you hear Wang Guan say that he only won narrowly? Wang Guan is surprisingly equal in strength to Mou. Is it really F-class probing ability? Which school is his swordsmanship skill, exactly? This matchup is obviously a great one. Mo Worry perfectly displayed the power of the flowing sky sword Dao. As for Wang Guan, those who knew the way of the sword would find his strikes odd and arcane. Those who don't know anything about swordsmanship are even more uncertain. The whole was as Wang Guan had envisioned, both beating Mou and not making her lose too much face. It's a lot of acting and it's a lot to take in. Su Mengmeng had always been confident in Wang Guan, and she waved her little fist happily when she saw him achieve victory. Running to his side, he did not hide the intimacy between him and Wang Guan. Mojo had calmed down, but when he saw this scene, his brows furrowed once again. She secretly gritted her teeth and said to Wang Guan, "I lost. The request you want me to agree to, what is it?" Wang Guan and this beautiful girl in front of his face had such a close relationship. If there is any dare to make any overstepping demands, the son of my friend's family is interested in kendo. Can you get him in the kendo club and get some basic training in kendo? Wang Guan hurriedly explained. He attends the affiliated primary school and is 8 years old. Mojo. Ha! So that's what this is about? She was instantly relieved. But what was the matter with a kind of faint disappointment? She agreed. The kendo club, though, is only open to college students. But since she had promised Wang Guan in advance, she would not go back on her word. It's not that difficult to train a child. At home, she would have been in charge often of basic training in kendo for those kid students. That's good. Wang Guan was naturally happy that he would be able to continue to happily jam bugs on Kid Brother in the future. He and Mojo agreed on the matter and were ready to leave. Mou suddenly pursued. Wait a minute, Wang Guan. Your sword skill seems to be very marvelous and out of the ordinary. Can you tell me who you followed to learn? I learned it from the kid I just mentioned. But I'm afraid if I say it, you won't believe me. I'm sorry. It's not convenient to disclose. I was assured of that when I got the skills from him personally. Wang Guan said. Mo sighed with some regret. Your sword art is self-contained, so it must have cost you a lot, right? In her words, she displayed a few moments of interest in Wang Guan's sword skills. Her family's swordsmanship, though, was centered on streaming empty and unmindful. But since it's a lineage, of course it can't just have a few skills. When you come across other sword skills, you will also try to collect them in your hands. In addition to the 7 and 6 styles of streaming air, Mou himself knew other sword skills as well. For example, the skill of blindfolding and closing your vision and relying on your intuition to fight during an illusion test. It's just not the right kind of skill to use in this kind of duel. Well, indeed it's not a big price to pay. Wang Guan simply admitted. Gave it to the Kid Brother. It's $50. Wang Guan could see what Mou was planning to do. In fact, Wang Guan definitely wouldn't be stingy if the windmill could be sold for money. Anyway, Kid Brother now, he himself forgot how to juggle this thing. But the key was that this skill could be used only by Wang Guan and was not effective against others. This skill isn't transmitted. Wang Guan regretfully said to Mou. He led Su Mengmeng away, and the students surrounding the outside of the activity room hurriedly moved out of the way. And Han Jia, one of them, had extraordinarily complicated eyes. The two of them didn't go to the cafeteria, but went directly to Zhou Wen's milk tea store, looking for one to dilly-dally. There is a small kitchen right in the milk tea store for simple cooking. By the way, he told the Kid Brother about the kendo club. He will be able to go to the activity room every afternoon after school and receive kendo training. Inside the third cafeteria, the students of the special department, Doom Clown Ma Fei, Tao Tai Jianghua, and Silence Chen Mo, were currently sitting at a dining table with the Tong line to eat. Because of Wang Guan, they were not strangers to each other. We met in the cafeteria and ate together. At this time, a group of newly influxed students were discussing something enthusiastically. Faintly, they could be heard mentioning Wang Guan's name. The 4 men at the table were instantly curious. The child line asked curiously when they saw Han Jie among them. Passing by, what are you guys talking about? What happened to Guan? Han Jie had a lot of respect for the boys' line, and when he heard his question, he told the story of the kendo club's duel. Ma Fei, Jianghua, and Chen Mo, the 3 of them revealed surprised expressions. They knew their class president was good. But I didn't expect to be able to. He defeated that kendo girl in a kendo duel. The child line was calm. Tong Ro, I know you're familiar with Wang Guan, but I wonder you too, who's really powerful? Han Jie suddenly asked after explaining things. The strength of an able person is a combination of both abilities and skills. Mou's strength lay in her sword skills. She never uses it in battle, though she has good abilities herself. Because I've heard that his ability, which is of the alienation system, is used with, well, less than elegant results. The powerful strength of the boys' line, on the other hand, relies heavily on the S-rank abilities he possesses. Mou, who favored skills, lost to Wang Guan. If the child line of a strong ability person were to fight Wang Guan, they might be able to take Wang Guan down, right? Han Jie didn't have the courage to challenge Wang Guan. So secretly, he wanted to provoke the Tong line to fight with Wang Guan. But the child line sighed silently when they heard his words. We've fought, and I'm no match for Quan. You're not even a match for him? Han Jie was shocked. How can that be? You're the third best in the union's current college entrance exam. Tong and his line looked at Han Jie with an odd expression. But, Guan, he's in first place. Crowd at the scene. Huh. After a few seconds of silence, there was a loud wow and a complete explosion. Wang Guan wasn't like the key students like Tong Ro, Mo Wuri, or Han Jie. They were highly visible as they had proclaimed their entry into the Pioneer Military Academy back when they first enrolled in college. Wang Guan was a post-transfer or a dig at Longjing University. In order to avoid a conflict with Longjing University, the school did not publicize this incident. Therefore, within the school, even the special department students who were more familiar with Wang Guan didn't know that he was the mysterious top student of the college entrance exam. Even if they knew he possessed the top strength among the freshmen, no one thought about it in that direction. After all, F-rank probing ability is too disorienting. The ethos of the Pioneer Military Academy is not one of ability alone, though. But the idea that it's difficult for weakly abled people to become strong is also ingrained in many people now. So he's the league leader, no wonder. Han Jie murmured to himself in shock. Suddenly, I feel that I lost the bet to Wang Guan and running errands. For him, doesn't he seem to be a big deal? The child line looked at the crowd's astonishment, while secretly shaking his head. Wang Guan was not someone who liked to show off past accomplishments. But the boys' line felt that it was time to let them know what Wang Guan really was. Saving always draws contempt from a group of people. Because of the revelation of the boys' line, Wang Guan suddenly became the Vanguard Military School, the man of the hour among the freshmen. League first-rounders or F-rank garbage abilities that does catch the eye when put in one piece. He also managed to pass the supposedly incomparably difficult Misty Shadow Steps test. Defeated Mojo in a kendo duel. Continuing to dig deeper, he also participated in a hunting mission during military training and got a merit badge. Even killed a bloodthirsty demon. Also participate in the Ronson mystery adventure and get the first pass achievement. Built an adventuring party that helicoptered up to D rank on one mission. All these are actually public information that can be easily found, only that they have been overlooked by people in the past. Everywhere Wang Guan went now, he drew a lot of attention. Of course, those who could attend the Pioneer Military Academy could be considered elite students. There is no shortage of those who see him as a competitor, an imaginary enemy. Wang Guan himself was calm and continued his busy campus life. For the next few days, instead of going to class, he entered the illusionary realm to practice the Misty Shadow Steps. Or soak in the library with Su Mengmeng and look up information. Yuan Shaoqin also successfully entered the Kendo Club and began basic Kendo studies. On this day, after Wang Guan finished his ability class, Mr. Sayaka suddenly called him, again, inside his office that was filled with all sorts of things. In the Dragon Forest Mystic Realm, you killed a cultist and saved a lot of people. The relevant rewards from the Alliance for you have already come down. She said directly to Wang Guan. There are no points rewarded for killing the cultist when you. But this is after all a meritorious deed, and the Union government will still reward it accordingly. What's the reward? Wang Guan hurriedly asked expectantly. Chapter 87 Librarian. A legendary profession no less. Seeing Wang Guan's appearance, Teacher Xiaoya quickly waved her small hand. No need to get excited. It's just for you to qualify for a special training program. Special training? What kind of special training? Wang Guan asked curiously. It's a special illusion. Special training in mental defense against cultist compulsion. Ms. Sayaka dug through her small satchel and pulled it out, then pulling out a delicate cupcake. She explained it to Wang Guan as she scooped it into her mouth with a small spoon. Abyssalists specialize in spiritual compulsion and can silently influence the spirit, causing those with abilities to fall and offer their faith to those evil gods of the abyss. If you want to resist compulsion, you can wear protective props of the kind of a child's line, or you can learn skills of the mind protection class. But these are flawed, and in fact a better way to do this is to improve your resistance to mental compulsion. Special training was created with this purpose in mind. Those with abilities that enter it experience cultist-related events and suffer cultist seduction. If you succeed in carrying it off, you enhance your mind protection and gain resistance. Of course, the illusion will always monitor the sanity of the entrant, and if the sanity falls below a certain threshold, the entrant will be forcibly taken out of the illusion. The illusion will last for a week and is overall safe. But there are also examples of participants' minds breaking down. However, I think you have a tough character, so you shouldn't have too many problems, and it's a rare opportunity, so it's best to still go for it. Miss Sayaka waved the small spoon in her hand. In the special training Mirage, you can personally engage with that group of abyssal believers and understand them in greater detail. It just so happens that you're not exactly interested in cultists these days. I'm going to participate in this special training. Wang Guan agreed without much thought. Boosting mind resistance, it was a good thing, and he had no reason to refuse it. Compulsion doesn't work on him, although he's been hit with the bug word cultist. But it was always impossible for him to, every time, cast his bug probing ability in time. This special training, it's still good for him. Moreover, he has not made much progress in his investigation of the active blood. Maybe get something out of this special training? Well then, I'll reply to them for you. Teacher Xiaoye was not surprised that Wang Guan would agree. She explained to Wang Guan that the special training session would be held in a few days. At that time, you can send Wang Guan into the special training Mirage through the White House classroom. Then, she waved her hand to indicate that Wang Guan could leave. Wang Guan, however, was in no hurry to leave. Before little Do Ding showed his food protection behavior, Wang Guan hurriedly asked, "Teacher Xiaoye, won't you leave me some homework for the ability class of our special department? He's volunteering for classroom assignments." In Ms. Sayaka's ability class, every class, she would talk about a bunch of stuff related to special lineage abilities. I can't say it's useless, but it's really boring. It made the students of the special department extremely skeptical about the ability of this little pea souper of a teacher. But just recently, at the end of each class, Mr. Kobayashi began to leave homework for everyone. Each student's assignment is different and quirky. For example, for Zhang Qiu, who has extra-dimensional senses, Ms. Xiaoye's homework assignment is for her to play a video game and pass the game. For the Demon of Charm, Luo Xiaotao, the homework she was left with was for her to take some selfies of her daily life and post them on the internet. For the gourmand Jiang Hua, the assignment was for him to go and taste the food from each of the school's major cafeterias and score them one by one. Wait, it's completely baffling. But she is the instructor and the assignments are tied to student credit and grants. Class geeks or serious about it. Then, they quickly realized that these seemingly odd tasks actually contained deep meaning. Zhang Qiu played games that required long periods of concentration. It actually helps her take control of her sensory abilities. This put her in better spirits lately. Luo Xiaotao would rely on her skin and be unable to control the release of seduction. The photos are posted online, not that they will have an impact. And while Luo Xiaotao's selfie has garnered a lot of love, it's also gotten a lot of bad reviews. These bad reviews greatly affected her mood. While she was frustrated, she was surprised to find that her charm ability seemed to be suppressed as well. It turned out that the fact that her demon of charm couldn't control herself had something to do with her overly narcissistic personality. It was this that Ms. Kotoba was keenly aware of and left her with this assignment. The blow of internet black powder can make her recognize herself and gradually master her ability. Wang Guan suspected that Luo Xiaotao's bad reviews were brushed by little Do Ding himself. There's also Jiang Hua, the Taotai powerhouse. In the past, he didn't require much in the way of food, just enough to fill him up. For Mr. Sayaka's homework, he began to carefully taste the food from the major cafeterias. This process not only allowed him to effectively control his appetite, it also allowed him to begin to get a clear picture of the effects of different foods on his abilities. In short, the students of the special department are all beginning to learn to take control of their abilities because of the homework left behind by Mr. Sayaka. But in favor of Wang Guan, Mr. Xiaoye never left homework with him. So, as a former school bully, Wang Guanrui made a request to his teacher. "Please leave me homework." Perhaps Mr. Sayaka could help him by tapping into a deeper application of the scrying ability, but he was soon disappointed. "Student Wang Guan, your academic performance is excellent. Your teacher is very satisfied with you. You don't need to do any more extracurricular homework." Little Doubting shook his head and said, "Are you sure you don't want to stay at all? I want to do my homework. You've been awesome." Wang Guan had to leave in disappointment. "By the way, you still need to visit the library more often." Before Wang Guan left the office, little Do Ding's childish voice reminded again, "Read more books? It's good for yourself." Okay. Wang Guan agreed. When she had previously asked little Doubting for information about the cultists, she had reminded Wang Guan to investigate the information at the library. It did reward him a lot. Leaving the faculty building, he looked at the time. It was still early for dinner. Thinking about Mr. Xiaoye's reminder, Wang Guan went all the way to the library. He was familiar with the place these days. Whenever you have time, come over and read. Su Mengmeng occasionally accompanied him. Teenage girls already love to read, and the quiet environment of the library is very friendly to the heavily sociopathic. The library at Pioneer Military Academy isn't small, but not many people come here. There is only one janitor in charge of the large library. This librarian, an old man in his 70s or 80s, hanging out in front of one bookshelf after another every day, organizing the shelves, or take a broom and sweep the floor, always tense with a wrinkled face, a very serious man. Moreover, I don't know if it was an illusion, but every time he came here to read books, Wang Guan felt that this librarian paid extra attention to himself, always sizing him up quietly. This old man, he can't be some hidden expert from the Vanguard Military Academy, right? Wang Guan couldn't help but have this thought. After all, librarian, it's a legendary profession. Moreover, Wang Guan's probing was ineffective against the old man. It proves that his strength is not lower than the 5th rank. On the bookshelf, Wang Guan picked a book called Research on the Archives of the Original Sin Believers. Find a seat and sit down to rummage through it. He had just read 2 pages when he suddenly realized that someone had come to him. Turning his head, he saw the librarian, looking at him with a scowl. Teacher, is something wrong? Wang Guan asked suspiciously. What are you doing? The librarian's pale voice questioned. Read the book. Wang Guan was wondering in his heart. Wasn't it obvious? The administrator snorted out a laugh. What is your awakened ability? Wang Guan became more and more puzzled. Probe, the administrator said. Why don't you, instead of trying to utilize probing, just read the contents of this book? Wang Guan was surprised. This kind of thing, probing can be done? Probe, which reads information about the target's words. In Wang Guan's experience, it's all surface-level information. For example, when probing a book, the lexical information that is read is the book's name, classification, author, publication date, and other superficial information. As for the specifics of the book, it is impossible to probe them. Of course, Wang Guan's probing bugs, the surface information is all wrong. At the librarian's words, Wang Guan first felt a little surprised. Then he realized something. Teacher, you seem to know a lot about scrying abilities? I am the probing ability. A smile seemed to surface on the administrator's ancient face. And one of the strongest scrying abilities in the Alliance. Wang Guan's pupils shook. Crap, librarian. It's still a legendary profession. This is one of the strongest scrying abilities in the Alliance. If Wang Guan could follow him and tap into his probing ability to do even stronger probing, wouldn't the cap on his card bugs become stronger as well? Nowadays, at the 4th order, he can only probe targets of the 5th order at the highest, and if he raises this limit... While Wang Guan was in an agitated mood, the librarian sat down in the seat next to him and his expression boarded up again. I've been watching you for a long time, expecting you to try and directly probe the contents of a book instead of flipping through it. Unfortunately, you never made the attempt. He seemed disappointed and shook his head. We scrying abilities, that's all the convenience we have, and you don't even try to tap into it? Wang Guan could only smile bitterly. He thought about it, but he probed the books and the words were all wrong. Like this archival research on the Order of Original Sin, which, in his quest, was a housewife's guide to cooking. What's the point of him probing the contents? Then Wang Guan was keenly aware of something. Teacher, you knew from the beginning that I was a probing ability? Wang Guan asked in surprise. Humph. Teacher Yi has long explained to me to teach you to tap into your probing ability, the librarian said with some impatience. He was very dissatisfied with Wang Guan, his stupid student. Wang Guan, however, opened his mouth wide in surprise. So Mr. Xiaoya, when he reminded him to go to the library, had already made arrangements, trying to get him under the tutelage of this librarian to tap into scrying abilities? Is this actually his extracurricular work? But why didn't you say so earlier? Teacher, please teach me. Wang Guan immediately, with a sincere face, said to the legendary professional in front of him. Chapter 88 Hardcore After-School Tutoring. Hearing Wang Guan's words, the librarian still strained his wrinkled face. The way he looked at Wang Guan was full of dislike. Teacher Yi, her old man is highly respected. Since it's something she entrusted to me, I will naturally teach you. Mouth said. Wang Guan, elderly man, highly respected. In the back of his mind, he couldn't help but recall the way the little peahen had eaten the cake when he left the office just now, the corners of his mouth covered in cream. Mr. Sayaka is also a teacher I respect a lot. Thinking so, Wang Guan still showed his gratitude. This gratitude wasn't fake. After all, it was indeed Mr. Xiao Yi who pointed him here. I won't let her down, he said. Seeing that Wang Guan had such a respectful attitude, the librarian's attitude slightly relaxed. Then Wang Guan learned that his name was Jiang Xiefeng, was a scout in the Pioneer Army with 30 years service. He was discharged from the army and was placed in the Pioneer Military Academy as this librarian. His development of his scrying ability reached the top 3 of all-time scrying ability users. Is the absolute authority on this ability. Wang Guan's probing ability is buggy though. There can be no difference in the application of the ability and the ability to actually probe. If he wanted to improve his bug probe, there was no one better suited to teach him than Jiang Xiefeng. There are quite a few scrying abilities though. Probably the only one I've come across in all the years I've been mixed up in military school is you. I had high hopes for you as well, but you disappointed me too much. Jiang Xiefeng continued with a stern face. If he hadn't received a call from Mr. Yi just now, he would have been prepared to continue hanging Wang Guan out to dry. Just to see him, when will he think of using probing directly to read and retrieve the contents of books? When it turns out that it doesn't work, he then swoops in and gives some pointers. Wang Guan was enlightened and begged him to teach. He reluctantly agreed to start this teacher-student bond. How wonderful this development is, whereas now it's so dry, no drama at all. How could Wang Guan think of so much? He begged for guidance with a respectful face. Mr. Jiang, what do I have to do first? First take this booklet and read it over properly. Jiang Xiefeng's attitude remained cold. Or is this part of the teacher's seriousness? He took out a notebook and handed it to Wang Guan. Inside are some of my insights, randomly written in my spare time. From now on, you'll come here every day and ask me if you don't understand anything. With those words, he left with his hands behind his back. Wang Guan curiously surveyed the booklet. It looks new and should have been recently finished. Flipping through the booklet, it was densely packed with handwritten know-how on various scrying abilities. Jiang Xiefeng's font was not very nice, but he still tried to write clearly and neatly. Scribbling back and forth can still be seen in some places. There are also annotations written in red pen in the margins of the pages. Roughly flipping through it, Wang Guan was able to easily make the judgment that this booklet could not have been written casually. You can fully see the old man's heart and concentration. The old gentleman is still quite arrogant, Wang Guan said to himself in amusement, glancing at Jiang Xiefeng, who had already picked up a broom and was cleaning between the bookshelves. He began to peruse the contents of the booklet. What's in there is not obscure. A lot of it is described in very straightforward statements that are easy to understand. Every being, whether it is an object, a creature, a phenomenon, an attack, a weakness, this abstraction has informational properties. The ability to probe is to read this kind of information out. Wang Guan delved into it as if it were a treasure. And as Wang Guan began to talk to Jiang Xiefeng, trying to refine his probing ability, he didn't neglect the rest of the course. Shadow worm dense forest mirage. Wang Guan, who was strolling in the forest, heard a rustling sound. From the shadows beside him, a ferocious, hairy crab lunged at him. Wang Guan's figure immediately moved. He could have easily killed this hairy crab. However, he still followed the pace of the misty shadow steps, his figure constantly swaying. Swinging his long sword from the side, he decapitated the large crab on the ground. Not bad. It seems that you can already skillfully use the steps of the misty shadow steps. Standing next to the skill teacher watching, Yang Wuqi smiled and nodded. Still a little rusty, Wang Guan said with some dissatisfaction. In order to obtain the misty shadow step skill, you need to first use the shadow worm to become proficient in the steps, movements, and postures involved in the skill. Only by mastering all of these and melding them together can you comprehend the skill and have it appear in the skill bar. He continued to search for his next target. You've done well enough.
Yang Wuki Praiset.
This is the third lesson in the maze walking skills class. In fact, compared to the students he had taught before, Wang Guan's progress was not that fast. However, it was important to realize that most of the students he used to teach were S and A ranked with strong abilities. The higher the ability level, the easier it is to learn skills. Wang Guan was only a weak ability person of F rank, and learning C rank skills was exponentially more difficult. Originally, Yang Wuqi was worried about whether Wang Guan would succeed in comprehending the skill in 3 lessons. Does he have to add a few more sessions? But now he realized that he was overthinking it. By the end of this lesson, he should be able to comprehend this skill successfully. Yang Wuqi made a judgment. Sure enough, the lesson was nearing its end. When Wang Guan once again used the steps of the Misty Shadow Steps, he killed a shadow worm. Congratulations! You've mastered a new skill, Misty Shadow Step. He successfully completed the comprehension of the Misty Shadow Steps. Current realm introductory 0%. Hoo-hoo! It finally worked. Wang Guan revealed a smile and wiped the sweat from his face. Not bad. That's a skill you're getting started with. Yang Wuqi happily came over and said, "It seems like you have a talent for learning the skill. It's Mr. Yang who taught me well." Wang Guan said humbly. He understood that, in fact, with his F-rank natural ability, it would still be difficult to learn this C-rank skill under normal circumstances. It's important to be taught carefully by young Wookiee. Also, the fact that he can kill shadow bugs as if they were hairy crabs is important. After all, this skill is derived from the shadow worm, and the skill cannot be learned without the assistance of the shadow worm. Mr. Yang, the next step is extracurricular tutoring, right? Wang Guan then asked expectantly. Although he had comprehended the Misty Shadow Steps now, he was still unable to utilize the effects of the Misty Shadow Steps. When this skill is truly used, it allows the ability user to become one with the shadows and move quickly with the help of the shadows, achieving a godlike effect. But right now, Wang Guan's skills are still entry level. To put it in a martial arts novel is to learn only the moves without the aid of internal energy. Next, he needed to continue killing real shadow worms in order to increase his proficiency and show the true power of the skill. I'll apply later and leave first thing in the morning. Remember to pack. We may need to be in a wild war zone for 2 days. Yang Wuqi laughed and took out his control panel, breaking away from the illusion and returning to the White House classroom. The extracurricular tutoring is to travel to a war zone and hunt real shadow worms. Traveling to a wild war zone? Wang Guan's eyes lit up. As it happens, the customized backpacks commissioned from the Titan Group have arrived, and it's just in time to use them this time. Later that night, inside Wang Guan's single dormitory. Wang Guan, I've packed everything you can use for you. Su Mengmeng came to the dormitory. She helped Wang Guan clean up the room and also organize the backpack that could be used in the field. In addition to a change of clothes, a large amount of fresh water and dry food was stored. And, of course, in little bottles, various milk teas. These things, in the old days, would have filled a large bag. But now, it's completely stuffed into a bag the size of a regular book bag. There's plenty of free space inside. This kind of backpack, it's really marvelous. Su Mengmeng hugged the backpack and sighed with Wang Guan. Yeah. Wang Guan was also surprised and looked inside the bag. The internal space of this backpack was a cubic meter in size. If you exchange points for this space backpack, you need at least 1,500 points. However, Wang Guan and his small partner took out the Rift Beast skin and looked for the Titan Group to customize it, plus Wang Guan fought for a discount. A backpack that cost just over 200 manufacturing points. The backpack has internal space, but there is no reduction in overall weight. However, for Wang Guan's nearly 40 points of physical attributes today, this weight was nothing at all. Right, Mo? Take the time to help me feed it. Wang Guan thought of something and took a vial and handed it to Su Mengmeng. Inside the bottle was the green worm. Although it is sure that it is a small green worm, but after keeping it for so many days, are used to it. Oh, Su Mengmeng took the bottle. She didn't ask Wang Guan what this was for, and since Wang Guan wanted her to keep it, she agreed. I'm leaving. Oh. After putting away the bottle, Su Mengmeng said. Well, go back and be careful. Wang Guan went to pull open the door to the room, but Su Mengmeng pulled the window open. See you later, Wang Guan. The young girl waved her hand, and with a few electric lights popping out of her body, she jumped through the window. The dormitory is located on the 4th floor. Wang Guan, Su Mengmeng had recently ascended to the 3rd rank and had successfully comprehended a new exclusive skill. Though not the expected ultra-electromagnetic cannon, one of the strongest exclusive skills of the ultramagnetic arms, which usually can't be successfully comprehended until you're at a high level. However, the new skill she had comprehended, magnetic levitation, allowed her to greatly reduce her weight by manipulating the magnetic field. Can even hover in mid-air for short periods of time. Something like jumping from the 4th floor is child's play. When Wang Guan walked to the window, he saw that Su Mengmeng had already landed downstairs. Waving at him, he headed for his quarters. Pioneer military school, strict discipline, but not so much a ban on boys' and girls' dormitory collusion. Especially when girls go to the boys' dormitory building, they just need to have a good talk with the housemaster. But apparently, The sociopathic teenage girl dealt with her house teacher instead. Prefer to climb directly through windows? She's sociopathic, but otherwise, she's surprisingly bold. The next day, Wang Guan took his leave and left the secret area where the Vanguard Military School was located with Yang Wuqi. Head to the war zone to begin 2 days of hardcore extracurricular tutoring. Chapter 89. The students are so good. Being a teacher is kinda unfulfilling. This world suffers from an abyssal invasion, and no other territory is safe except the 52 cities of the Alliance. Places like Peaceful Town, which was only plagued by mutated beasts and a handful of abyssal monsters, were actually quite peaceful. More places that are threatened by the forces of the abyss. There is also the activity of the foreigners, who are at odds with the Alliance. For example, the barbarians who live in the dense forests, the pirates who operate in the sea, and so on. The war zones established by the Alliance's armies guarding the 4 directions are the safeguards for maintaining the Alliance's peace and stability. The Northwest Theater, for which the Vanguard Army was responsible, was also internally divided into zones. These areas are graded, based on the threat level, into normal, dangerous, extinct, apocalyptic, and apocalyptic. The quests issued by the Alliance, as well as the secret adventures, were graded along this standard. The hunting quests in Peaceful Town and the secret adventures in Longsan would both be danger level. The place where Yang Wuqi brought Wang Guan for field counseling was also a place with a threat level of dangerous, called the Shadow Forest. After leaving the Vanguard Military School, the two of them took a military transportation vehicle and headed first to a village called Maple Forest Village. The village is located next to the Shadow Forest. It was a staging area for the delivery of supplies for the military's front line, and it was still safe with a small group of soldiers guarding it and a sentry station built. Arrive in a material transport vehicle and take a short break. Yang Wuqi took Wang Guan and drilled into the Shadow Forest. There were quite a few abyssal monsters in the forest in addition to mutated beasts, but not like the bloodthirsty demon kind, which has great malice towards humans and sees them as food. Most of them have their own turf and rarely leave it. Only when humans enter their field of activity do they initiate an attack. For these types of abyssal monsters, the Alliance was usually vigilant, not going to actively clear them out, nor could they clear them out at all. And within the Shadow Forest, the few shadow worm clans that existed were such abyssal monsters. That's why it's a great place for after-school tutoring. Yang Wuqi was familiar with the Shadow Forest and led Wang Guan for more than half a day. Find a dilapidated building and choose to use it as a landing spot. This is at the edge of the range of a shadow worm swarm, where it is easy to encounter a single active shadow worm after nightfall. Yang Wuqi explained to Wang Guan. Next, you'll be responsible for finding and hunting them, and I'll only step in when you're in danger. Remember, you will be dealing with real shadow worms. Be very careful. I understand, Mr. Yang. Wang Guan promised. True shadow worms, monsters that are active at night, curl up in their nests to rest during the day. Trying to kill them during the day would require entering a shadow worm lair, which would be tantamount to suicide. Of course, for Wang Guan it was not unavoidable. It's just a big group of giant hairy crabs, but this kind of thing Yang Wuqi will definitely not agree. At night they move around, usually alone, and are a great time to hunt. Yang Wuqi explained some more precautions to Wang Guan, and when it was completely dark, he told Wang Guan to start moving. Wang Guan put on his night vision glasses, which were classroom-supported equipment that allowed him to see in the dark. He grabbed the alloy sword and carried it around the neighborhood. Yang Wuqi then took out a wine pot and leisurely took a sip. His figure flickered and nearly melted into one with the surrounding shadows. As the creator of the Misty Shadow Steps, this skill of his naturally had reached the Grandmaster level. Hiding in the darkness, he watched Wang Guan's actions. He has decent night vision without the need for night vision equipment. This was one of the effects of the Misty Shadow Step. Since it was extracurricular tutoring, he naturally had to keep an eye on the shadows to prevent encountering danger. Moreover, shadow worms were known to flee when injured, and he had to guard against shadow worms escaping and attracting a swarm. This kid has some guts. Seeing Wang Guan, who was walking around in the dark forest, his expression remained very calm. Yang Wuqi smiled and commented in his heart. There aren't many people who haven't been nervous when they've taken students to after-school tutoring before. Can be scary enough when there's a breeze around you. Wang Guan's relaxation is very rare. But seems a little too relaxed? What's up with being in a more relaxed state than when you faced the virtual shadow bugs in the Phantasmagoria? It's not good to relax too much. The shadow worm is a 6th rank monster after all. If you're not careful, you can get hurt. Yang Wuqi thought darkly in his mind again. As a result, he became even more attentive to Wang Guan's every move. Coming. Soon, Yang Wuqi sensed that a shadow worm had appeared at Wang Guan's side. I wonder, will this kid panic when he really encounters a shadow worm? This thought rose up in his heart. He soon knew the answer. Faced with the sudden attack of the shadow worm, Wang Guan deftly executed his steps and skillfully dodged the shadow worm attack. After a bit of entanglement, he waited for an opportunity to slash out his sword, hitting the shadow worm's body with precision. The giant insect was killed with a clean and crisp hand. During this process, Wang Guan's expression didn't even change much. It was only when he saw the dead shadow worms rapidly weathering and disappearing without a trace, without any fall, that he revealed a few moments of regret. Shadow worms die and rarely drop items. However, for Misty Shadow Step users, the proficiency experience was the greatest gain. Wang Guan continued to search for shadow worm. Yang Wuqi was all a bit speechless. The hit was so smooth, too. There is absolutely no past teaching students and encountering those problems. Well, the only problem might be that it's too relaxed. In between Yang Wuqi's thoughts, he had been quietly following Wang Guan. Soon, Wang Guan encountered a few more shadow bugs one after another, which he resolved using the Misty Shadow Steps. During this process, Yang Wuqi could see that Wang Guan's movements when he performed the Misty Shadow Steps were getting faster and faster. The figure was already beginning to merge with the gloom that surrounded it as it moved. Skill proficiency increased, and the true power of the skill began to present itself. One night passed. Wang Guan returned to the camp when the east showed the white of the fish's belly. He had killed a total of 10 shadow worms, and his entry-level proficiency had grown to 63%. Yang Wuqi was very satisfied with his performance. There was nothing more to remind him of, except to urge him to be sufficiently vigilant in the future. It's kinda unfulfilling to be a teacher when your students are so good. The two men boiled boiling water on a convenient stovetop and ate it with their dry food for energy. Rest in this camp during the day. At night, Wang Guan killed another night's worth of shadow bugs. Successfully raised Misty Shadow Step to novice level. Proficiency, though, gets harder the further back you go. By the time dawn broke, his session of extracurricular tutoring was, well, over. Shadow bugs aren't all stupid. A swarm will be here next to check it out. Yang Wuqi told Wang Guan, "We'll start the second extracurricular tutoring after a while, so take advantage of this time to familiarize yourself with the skills again as well." They began to beat a path to the nearby village of Maplewood. And on the way back, there was a hiccup. They and another group of 7 met head-on. Yang Wuqi signaled Wang Guan not to panic and stared at the other party with a calm expression. The team saw the uniforms of Yang Wuqi and Wang Guan and knew that they were here for a lesson. No words were spoken, just a wave of the hand and a cautious turn to the side. The two sides parted in peace. "Mr. Yang, this is the adventure team?" Seeing them walk away, Wang Guan asked curiously. There are many kinds of adventure teams, and secret adventures are just one of them. There are also those who operate in dense forest war zones, capturing mutant beasts. There are even teams that will take on missions from the military. This is also known as mercenaries. The expedition that Wang Guan's mom and dad were involved in back then was of a different kind. An adventure team for scientific research purposes. That's right. There are often adventuring parties that come to the Shadow Forest. These are all knife-edge. It's best not to clash with them. Yang Wuqi reminded Wang Guan, paused and added, "Of course, there's no need to be afraid of them. Don't forget, you're a vanguard soldier. Teacher Yang, I'll take note." Wang Fong nodded his head to indicate that he had taken note of it. They returned to Maple Leaf Village where they had a comfortable lunch. Returned to downtown Kunshan in a military vehicle carrying supplies. By mid-afternoon, Wang Guan was back at school. After taking a comfortable shower in the dormitory, Wang Guan opened the attribute panel with delight. Ability, Probe F. Grade, 4th Order. Rank, Private 3rd Class 15.8%. Skills, Windmill Expert, Military Style Fist Max Proficient, Misty Shadow Steps Novice, Abyssal Viewing Methods. Physical Fitness, 40.2. Speed, 36.7. Mental, 38.7. Half a month had passed since the end of the Dragon Forest mystery adventure. Dabbling over at Wen's side every other day, coupled with his own diligent exercise. During this time, Wang Guan's physical attributes, all of them had improved quite a bit. Physical and mental remain higher. One because of the military stance max and one because of the abyssal view idea. The speed attribute was slow to improve, but now that he had learned the Misty Shadow steps, there was a gain to the speed attribute, and the shortfall would soon be made up. This extracurricular tutoring resulted in an increase of about 1 point in the speed attribute alone. To reach an average of 40 for all 3 attributes is to step into the 5th rank. Right now, Wang Guan could already be said to be at the peak of the 4th rank. Next, look for opportunities to use the Misty Shadow steps more often, and try to make up the speed attribute as soon as possible. It's just as well, the military course is about to start, so there's no worry about opportunities then. Wang Guan pondered in his heart. Military service classes are arguably the most important classes for military students. Because this is a practical course, when the time comes, the students will face the abyssal monsters head-on, and there will never be a lack of opportunities to fight. Only before the military service class began, on the very next day, Mr. Xiaoya suddenly found Wang Guan. Student Wang Guan, please make your preparations. The special training for the cultists is about to begin. Chapter 90. I've come to a pyramid scheme. Military Service Academic Building. Teacher Xiaoya took Wang Guan outside a dark room classroom. To participate in the mind protection special training, you need to enter the corresponding illusion, but the nature of this illusion is similar to that of a secret realm. You could say it's a man-made secret world, and 80% of what's in it is real. To enter it, you need to use the Black House teleportation. Mr. Xiaoya changed into that white coat again, and his childish voice explained. The hem of the coat dragged on the floor because it was too big for even a hand to reach out of the sleeve. The special training will last for 7 days. So the food and water in the illusion are real, right? Wang Guan asked curiously. Exactly. Little Duden nodded. But since this is a special training, finding water and food in it will also be part of the test. I know. Wang Guan said that he shouldn't have any problems in this regard. After all, in special cases, he can live on grass. Any poisonous mushroom can be chocolate as long as it hits the bug word. I still trust your strength. Teacher Little Leaf tilted her small face, full of confidence. She waved at Wang Guan, signaling him to squat down. Wang Guan's eyes moved. Could it be that little doubting was going to tell him? What important information? He crouched down in a hurry. Then, Teacher Xiaoya patted Wang Guan's head with his hand, which was shrunk in his sleeve. Good luck, Mr. Wang Guan. Thank you, Mr. Xiaoya. Wang Guan was a bit speechless. Asking him to crouch down just to pat his head? Teacher Xiaoya opened the door of the classroom and let Wang Guan drill in. The classroom was dark, and Mr. Xiaoya, who was standing in the doorway, added, Special training is still safe overall. If you're in near death, you'll force yourself out of it, and if your sanity is affected below the threshold, you'll force yourself out of it as well. Of course, as a teacher, I still expect you to complete the special training successfully. She raised her sleeve and waved it to cheer Wang Guan, and closed the room. Wang Guan was plunged into darkness. After a few seconds, a prompt suddenly flashed before his eyes. Reminder: you are about to begin a special training mission. Goal: maintain enough sanity to last 7 days. Level: dangerous. Introduction: you will travel to the village of Wolfsbane, which is suffering from mutated beasts. Recently, a mysterious preacher suddenly arrived in the village who claimed to be able to protect the villagers and get through the bad times. Note: frequent deaths and sanity below the threshold will result in being forcibly kicked out of the mission. Along with the prompting message, darkness around Wang Guan, light and shadow flickered and condensed into concrete scenery. In the blink of an eye, he was standing in the middle of a somewhat dilapidated village. The sky was cloudy, as if heavy rain was about to pour. The surrounding houses, dilapidated, are full of signs of age. This is the village of Wolfsbane as stated in the hint. At this time, Wang Guan, in civilian clothes, had no weaponry or supplies. You can't bring anything with you when you enter the special training program. All people can only stay at the very basics so that they can have a special training effect. Wang Guan kept his guard up and surveyed his surroundings. He quickly saw, appearing not far away, several people. Those were the members who had entered this special training program just like Wang Guan. In addition to Wang Guan, there were dozens of other people who had entered the place together, spread out in various places in the village. All strangers, seeing each other for the first time, keeping a sufficiently vigilant eye on each other. Wang Guan had no intention of dealing with the others and nodded at them to count as a greeting. Explore them all, by the way. The members who had entered the special training program were of a similar caliber to Wang Guan, and among them were students and those who were older. Wang Guan had no difficulty hooking them up with bug words. Then, he began to explore within this village, trying to figure out what was going on here first. Many of the houses here are in a state of disrepair and uninhabited. But there are some houses that are well preserved. While passing through a compound, the gate suddenly opened. A dry, thin man probed and peered out, looking wary, his eyes terrified. This is a local villager from Wolfsbane village. Probe. This is a sensitive artist. Wang Guan had just given him a bug word, and the courtyard door closed with a pop. The local villagers, they should be coalesced by the illusion, right? Wang Guan guessed in his mind. Even if it was false, Wang Guan's bug ability could still work. Similar to the shadow worms encountered in the Phantasmagoria. As for the village buildings, surrounded by grass and forests, it should just be real. After all, Mr. Sayaka said that 80% of it is true here. As Wang Guan continued to explore the village, he saw a few more local residents. They all share a unifying characteristic, a panicked, wary look. But soon, Wang Guan meets a very different kind of local resident. It was a middle-aged man who waved his hand in greeting from afar and enthusiastically approached Wang Guan. With the other villagers, there was clearly something different. Wang Guan started with a probe and threw it over. "This friend, you're from out of town, right? Wolfsbane village welcomes you." The middle-aged man's face was rosy and he looked very kind with a smile. "Are you hungry and thirsty? Let me take you to eat something." No thanks." With a somewhat odd expression, Wang Guan looked at the bug words on the other party. Probe. This is a fanatical salesman. Probe as a distributor. This is an abyssal believer. Wang Guan had already determined that humanoid abyssal monsters, abyssal believers, when they encountered his bug probe. Although the probes are still wrong, there are signs that will probe them as delinquents. When you, then, was probed as a fugitive fraudster. MLM is also a type of fraud. So, abyssal believers, the probes are all scam types? My friend, I'll take you to a place where there's plenty of food and water, and it's also very safe. We're all close as family, so you're welcome to join in and be a part of our family. Fanatical distributor, enthusiastically to Wang Guan Dao. I don't need it for now. Wang Guan politely refused. Affected by the bug word, the words of the man in front of him were really like a sales pitch. Normal people are not easily brainwashed if they remain vigilant enough. My friend, when it gets dark, the village will become dangerous. The man didn't get frustrated and still had a smile on his face. You're welcome. You can join our family anytime. He didn't dwell on it any further and left Wang Guan's side. Wang watched his back in thought. This man looks loaded and was originally supposed to be a resident of this village. Have the villagers been brainwashed and turned into abyssal believers? Wang Guan continued to check out the village. He encountered a few more members of the special training who had entered the place and were opening up to exploration. Encountered two ordinary villagers who looked frightened and wary. But more than that, it was the villagers who had been brainwashed into believers in the abyss. They are constantly approaching members of the special training with smiles on their faces and fervent proclamations about what is going on. In Wang Guan's bug probe, they all presented very similar information. Probe. This is a newly promoted distributor. Probe. This is a senior distributor. Probe. This is a professional distributor. It seems that ordinary people are brainwashed and turned into abyssal believers, and then they are tagged with the buggy term salesman. The words are both distributors, but the specific descriptive information is different. Of course, although they were just salesmen to Wang Guan, they were still dangerous abyssal believers to the other special training members. Wang Guan could hear what these brainwashed villagers were saying to the special training members. That's not MLM talk. It is, the abyss will eventually dominate the world. Believe in my Lord and you will have a bright future. Only faith in the abyss is the only right way. Contribute your faith, and you will receive all that is expected of you. Wait a minute, the usual rhetoric of the abyssal believers. The members of the special training, when they heard these words, could clearly see the confusion and struggle on their faces. Fearful of avoidance, they hurried away. They will be influenced by the compulsion of these words. For the time being, no members of the special training attempt to attack these abyssal believers. No one who can attend this special training is a fool. This village was already under the control of the abyssal believers, and attacking them rashly could trigger uncontrollable consequences. The biggest threat to special training is that it is ineffective against me. I wonder if I can gain mind resistance by going through special training this way. It should be possible. This is similar to the case of learning the Misty Shadow Steps by Cardbug. It seems to be similar. Well, I wonder if there are any existences among the cult followers that are immune to my probing. Those are the ones I need to care about the most. Wang Guan pondered these things and first explored the Wolfsbane village once. He figured out the general state of the place. The village is small, with about 100 families. Every night, a large number of mutated beasts would emerge from the dense forest outside the village and attack the village. And the center of the village was the home base of the Abyssal Believers. That was the only place where they wouldn't be attacked. Villagers who want to survive the attack would do well to take shelter here. But by accepting refuge here, one is progressively brainwashed into becoming a member Abyssal Believer. Most of the villagers now have joined in. Only a few were still holding out, not betraying their souls and joining the Abyssal faith, namely the frightened and wary ordinary villagers. In the center of Wolfsbane is the grandest building in the entire village. Unlike the rest of the village, which is run down, this place is shiny and bustling. A rosy-cheeked, smiling salesman. In and out, like family. They saw Wang Guan standing in the distance watching, and waved to him from afar. "My friend, welcome to join us. Become family and love each other. This will be the harbor of your soul." Wang Guan. So, this is me coming to a distribution den. He turned away, analyzing the current situation in his mind. The special training members need to hold out here for 7 days against the mutated beasts that come out at night, and also against the compulsion of the Abyssalists. And to find water and food. Ability users of the 4th and 5th orders can go for long periods of time without eating, drinking, or sleeping. But if you have to face mutant beast attacks every day, you still need to replenish your energy. As Wang Guan pondered these things, facing him, a boy walked toward him. It looked about his age, 17 or 18. Stylishly dressed, with a feminine, handsome look, he was wearing a faint smile. The boy walked straight to Wang Guan. Wang Guan looked at him suspiciously. "You're Wang Guan, right? I've seen you before, so you've also joined this special training," he said with what seemed to be some surprise. "Who are you?" Wang Guan said strangely. "My name is Zhou Nan. I'm a freshman this year just like you, and I'm currently studying at Longjing University." The boy smiled and introduced himself. As Wang Guan's expression changed slightly, his tone suddenly became a bit more teasing. "That group of leaders at our school, they seem to dislike you. Do you think the school will reward me for getting you killed here?" Chapter 91 He and the Wooden Stick. Is that some kind of unsettling relationship? Zhou Nan is a handsome boy, but unlike Han Jie's kind of sunny handsomeness, he had a kind of feminine temperament that gave people a somewhat nervous feeling. Hearing his slightly threatening words, Wang Guan only frowned slightly. Then he laughed out loud as well, suggesting, "Then you can try. I think they should reward you." "You're right." On Zhou Nan's face, he quickly gained a few more points of madness and clenched his fists. "How about trying it out now?" Wang Guan still smiled calmly and even encouraged him. "Then try it." Zhou Nan made a move to attack. But Wang Guan didn't have any reaction, smiling and looking at him with a look that didn't even carry a change in his expression. "Is no fun." The madness on Zhou Nan's face suddenly tightened. He turned around with some interest and walked off into the distance. "The special training is going to last for 7 days. We'll take our time. There's no rush." "Then I'll wait for you." Wang Guan laughed. He was a bit amused that he didn't expect to meet a student from Longjing University who even took the initiative to provoke him. However, the opportunity of this special training program was quite rare, and it was not unfathomable that there were elite students from the Alliance's #1 university who participated in it. As for the malice displayed by this Chowan, probe. This is a frail, terminally ill patient. Why should he bother with the clamor of the terminally ill? Seriously, if this kid really takes the initiative to attack himself, Wang Guan is worried about being touched. It seems like he just wanted to deliberately provoke me so that I would take the initiative to attack him? Was it done on purpose? What dire consequences would this trigger? Wang Guan pondered again in his mind. Then, he continued to look around the various parts of Wolfsbane village. The special training mirage is not small in scope. Standing on the high ground, you can see that you are surrounded by dense forests on all sides, and you can't see the edge. However, members of the special training can only move within the villages and cannot go inside the dense forest. Soon, the members of the special training found that it was difficult to find food and water in this village. All the food and drink were collected and controlled by the Abyssal Believers in the middle of the village. Inside the remaining dilapidated and collapsed houses, there was nothing left that could be food or water. Nothing that could even be used as a weapon. At night, mutant beasts attacked this place. How can you last 7 days without weapons and food? The sanctuary of the abyssal believers and their stuff is definitely unacceptable. Obviously, then, all that can be relied upon are the ordinary villagers who have not yet been brainwashed. Many people have come to understand that this special training mission is as if it were an RPG. They needed to raid those unbrainwashed villager NPCs as soon as possible and gain their trust. Get food, water, and weapons from them. No one, for the time being, was reckless enough to grab something from these ordinary villagers. And as the members of the special training began to think of ways to raid these villagers, Wang Guan still continued within the village, skulking around. Although he tries to communicate with the general population, he doesn't try to rip them off. Look here, look there, no hurry at all. The villagers of this village, almost every family, has a vegetable plot in their yard, though all those deserted vegetable plots are full of dead grass. However, a number of vegetable racks made of bamboo poles remain. After slipping around, it was late in the evening. In Wang Guan's hand, there was already an extra bamboo pole. As he turned around to the northeast corner of Wolfsbane village, he once again saw Zhou Nan. There is a mini-mart here with boards nailed to the windows and doors of the supermarket. Through the gap, you could see some cluttered shelves inside. The owner of the supermarket, not yet brainwashed, was a woman in her 20s with a stoic face. At this moment, the woman was saying to Zhou Nan, "If you can protect us, then I can give you food." As she spoke, she handed a sharp axe to Zhou Nan. "Sister Xiangxiu, don't worry. I will definitely protect you and your child's safety," Zhou Nan assured. The female boss nodded and gave Wang Guan another wary look, turning around and walking into the mini-mart, closing the door of the supermarket behind her. It seemed that Zhou Nan had already gained the trust of the female boss called Xiangxiu. He had noticed Wang Guan long ago. Upsetting the axe, he looked at Wang Guan somewhat provocatively. The corner of his mouth pulled as his eyes swept over the bamboo pole in Wang Guan's hand. Members of the special training who enter here cannot carry any weapons or equipment. Being able to get a regular axe is extremely helpful. "And the sticks. Nice axe," Wang Guan praised, flinging his bamboo pole and walking over. Zhou Nan's expression is odd. "You're still quite proud." He understands Wang Guan. After all, over the years, there are not many students who dare not give face to Longjing University. Many of the Longjing students had a huge interest in Wang Guan. As far as he knew, Wang Guan had picked up a powerful weapon in the shape of a wooden stick during the college entrance exams, and that was how he had killed and gotten the first prize. Wooden sticks were also used as weapons during military training. He's got some kind of a thing with sticks, is he? Of course, Zhou Nan knew that although Wang Guan was only an F-rank trash ability user, he possessed a skill of notable power. He's strong without weapons. But this special training program tests more than just strength. A cold smile appeared on Zhou Nan's feminine and handsome face, and he twisted his head to look at the small supermarket behind him. The contents of this special training in mind protection are highly classified. But his instructor, knowing something inside out, revealed it to him. Special training has hidden rules. The character of the members participating in the special training is also very important. It will be a minus if you actively attack a companion or attack a common villager. It would even directly disqualify him. Unfortunately, he had lured Wang Guan into attacking himself before, but Wang Guan was indifferent. Meanwhile, special training members who take the initiative to save and protect those villagers who are not brainwashed is a plus. The woman owner of the supermarket will be the important person who can successfully complete the special training. Although I can't actively attack Wang Guan, I can play him to death little by little over the course of 7 days. In Zhou Nan's eyes, some kind of plan was brewing. As it was getting dark, many of the members of the special training have managed to gain the trust of the villagers. From them, food, water, and weapons were obtained. As a price, they have to keep these villagers safe at night. As darkness enveloped the village, a few houses were lit up with sporadic fires. And in the very center of the village, the house that served as the Abyssal Believers' base camp, the lights were on. There are sounds of music and laughter coming out, luring others into it for safe haven. It is also a test for the members of the special training. The purpose of special training is not only to train the ability to resist when faced with compulsion, and a strong will in itself, Make sure you don't voluntarily throw yourself into the arms of the abyssal faith when faced with danger. A strange roar accompanied a sound within the dense forest surrounding the village. Darkness pulling back the horror. One by one, the mutated beasts came closer to the village in the night. They burrowed into the village and lunged at every living soul. The roars of the beasts, the shrieks, and the sounds of fighting completely shattered the peace of the night. Wang Guan didn't raid the villagers and casually chose an abandoned house. He stood in the darkened compound, patiently waiting for his prey to arrive. Soon, 2 wolf-type mutant beasts, which seemed to have caught his scent, appeared at the entrance of the compound, their eyes glistening. After a short survey, they pounced on Wang Guan from both sides separately. As a result, it flopped. Wang Guan's figure seemed to have disappeared under their claws out of nowhere. Lost shadow steps. Wang Guan's figure nearly blended into the darkness as he quickly swayed around the 2 wolf beasts. One moment it appears on the left side, but in the blink of an eye it flashes out on the right side. Cold light flashed up with the sound of swish-swish in the air. Woo-hoo! Ow! These 2 mutated wild wolves, struggling helplessly for a few moments, planted themselves on the ground. The swaying figure in the darkness stopped, and Wang Guan glanced with satisfaction at his feet, at the corpses that were beginning to rapidly decay. The power of the Misty Shadow Steps is really good. After Misty Shadow Steps was raised to novice level, he had already gained the initial night vision ability. One could barely discern the direction of the 2 beasts' attacks. These were all second-ranked Steel Claw wolves, and Wang Guan didn't even need to probe to easily deal with them. Of course, besides the Misty Shadow Steps, the wooden stick in his hand was equally important. It's not in vain that I've been looking hard for half a day. He surveyed the bamboo pole in his hands and was very pleased with it. Probe. This is an E-grade fine sword, made of alloy, soft and sharp, with the exclusive special skill, Shadow. Holding a bamboo pole in his hand, he swings it to inspire a shadow stunt, leaving behind a trail of shadows that are indistinguishable from the real thing, which is very cool. Although this residual shadow effect could not be compared to the sword shadows of Macho's 7 styles of streaming air. However, when used with the Misty Shadow Steps, it was still extremely powerful. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything edible. But Wang Guan already had a plan. Isn't there food and drink at the distribution center? Chapter 92A Home Away from Home MLM Dens. One night passed. Wang Guan encountered several waves of attacks one after another, most of which were second-order mutated beasts, with a few reaching third order. They don't appear in groups, 3 at most. For Wang Guan, there was basically no pressure. He was even a little disappointed. You said special training, and this is it? In fact, it was because Wang Guan was used to dealing with beasts. His close little friends around him, whether it was Tong Ro, Su Mengmeng, or Anya, their combat power was also at the leading level among their peers. His eyes had been drawn up before he felt disappointed. To the other ability users, this succession of mutated beasts was still quite scary. And this is only the first night of the special training. Going forward with the mutated beast attacks, the difficulty is going to gradually increase. After the sky gradually brightened up, the attack ended, and the dense forest around the village returned to silence. Wang Guan rubbed his stomach and left the shabby little courtyard. It's been a day since I got here yesterday morning. Not having eaten or drunk anything, I'm really kinda hungry now. After a night of no sleep and dealing with the incoming mutant beasts, his body and mind were also a bit tired. He made his way to the cult base in the center of the village. While passing through a courtyard, the door suddenly opened, and an ordinary villager, somewhat flustered, came out from inside. There was also a bundle behind him. This villager, the first one Wang encountered after he viewed Wolfsbane village yesterday, was hooked up with the word artist. He carried his bag, gave Wang Guan a wary look, and ran toward the center of the village. A large, tall man with dark skin and a strong build, in his mid-20s, chased him out of the courtyard. "Old man, believe me, I will be able to protect you," cried the big tall man hastily. He was a member of the special training, and yesterday it was hard to impress this ordinary villager and gain his trust. Protect around each other at night and kill approaching mutant beasts. But early this morning, this villager, who had long been tortured and exhausted, suddenly had a mental breakdown. Pack up your stuff and you're about to defect to the abyssal believers. The big tall man's brain was in a daze, so this could happen again? No way, we definitely can't last. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. The common villager, with a hoarse voice, shouted and walked forward without looking back. Well, then, at least leave me something, Big and Tall cried. This old man was on his way out and rolled all the food away. He got a pasty from yesterday's hustle and bustle. It's all mine. Contribute the stuff to get shelter. The villagers shouted under their breath, however. Wang Guan followed them and understood something. Ordinary villagers who have not been brainwashed will gradually fall into the abyssal faith over the next few days. The number of ordinary villagers is rapidly diminishing, and there will be fewer and fewer supplies to find. It seems that this is the difficulty set by the special training. The further back you go, the more serious the situation becomes. They soon arrived in the center of the village, in front of the cult base. Here he met another special training member in the same condition as Big and Tall. It was a girl, and she looked like she should be a college student. The NPC she had worked so hard to raid had rolled up all the food and defected in the morning. Now he's all anxious and doesn't know what to do. Just then, Zhou Nan, who had a feminine aura, suddenly arrived here as well. With a loaf of bread and a sausage in his hand, he beautifully enjoyed the simple breakfast. Guys, if you don't know what to do, why don't you come with me? Zhou Nan said to them with a smile. That little supermarket in Wolfsbane village is well stocked. I've gained the trust of the supermarket owner, and she can provide us, for the next few days, with food and water. And, of course, you must do as I say. Zhou Nan's purpose was obvious, he just wanted to pull people in. Gather the special training members together with the help of the abundant supplies from the mini-mart. The big tall guy and the girl, both a little hesitant. But after a moment's hesitation, they made their decision. Okay, I'll listen to you from now on, the big tall man promised. He introduced himself as Lu Yen. The girl also said, My name is Zhang Honghong. If you can provide food and water, I can be at your disposal. Very good. Zhou Nan smiled and clapped his hands. His eyes smiled as he looked at Wang Guan again. As the night passed, he could not see any wounds on Wang Guan's body. Just still carrying that stick. Wang Guan, if you beg me, I can count you in, Zhou Nan said with some mockery in his eyes. Hee, you're quite lucky. It seems like you knew right from the start to go to that supermarket owner? Wang Guan, however, said thoughtfully, Can you guarantee that that female boss will stick around and not join the abyssal forces halfway? This doesn't need you to worry about. Zhou Nan laughed. In fact, he can really guarantee it. The instructor had instructed him that in the last few days of the special training, within the Wolfsbane village, all of the ordinary villagers would give up their perseverance and take the initiative to join the abyssal faith. Only this supermarket owner named Hyang Su, with her children, lasted until the end. She still has her mini-mart, the last holdout of Wolverhampton village. Gaining her trust is the key to passing the special. Now, Zhou Nan had preempted her trust and had the advantage. Wang Guan, you must be hungry, right? Just ask me and the half-sausage is yours. Zhou Nan waved the half-eaten sausage in his hand, his eyes teasing. He knew the rules of concealment and wouldn't make a move to attack Wang Guan. But even if he didn't do it, he had ways to play the man down. Oh, keep it for yourself. Wang Guan waved his hand in amusement. He can see Zhou Nan's intention, but feel this behavior. The genius is a bit childish. Turning around, he headed towards the base of the cult. Ahead of him, Zhou Nan, Lu Yen, and Zhang Honghong were all stunned. What is he planning to do? Lu Yen shouted out of breath. Those abyssal believers, whose words were full of compulsion, hated to hide far away. This kid is actually heading into their base on his own accord. Wang Guan appeared at the door of the cult base and saw his deep missionary believer salesman, who hastened to cordially surround him. Are you ready to join, my friend, our family? An old man who was dressed more decently and better than the others walked to Wang Guan with a smile on his face. Probe. This is a skillful MLM instructor. A MLM instructor is supposed to be a higher level of existence than a distributor. Wang Guan hit the bugword on him yesterday. Not only him, but yesterday Wang Guan was outside observing for a long time. The members of this distribution center have already been scouted. It was to make sure that everyone was under the influence of the bug-probing ability that he dared to step into this place openly. Of course, Wang Guan remained vigilant enough. These ordinary cultists do not possess the power to attack, but there is no guarantee that there are other dangers within the base. He was also ready to flee at any time. I have some immature questions about joining you, Wang Guan said to the marketing lecturer. But I'm hungry now. Let's eat first then. You're just in time. We were just about to have breakfast. The marketing lecturer warmly greeted Wang Guan. In the center of the courtyard, a large pot of simmering rice porridge had been brought out. There are also freshly steamed buns and a variety of savory dishes. It was just a very simple breakfast, but in a place like this, it was good enough food. The marketing lecturer personally served Wang Guan a bowl of rice porridge, took 2 steamed buns, and a dish of pickles. Have him sit at the yard table. Eat up. Make yourself at home, he said with a smile. Wang Guan sat down and said with some embarrassment, I haven't decided to join you guys yet, so how can I be nice? It's okay. It's fate that we all meet, and we'll accept you whether you're part of our family or not. The marketing lecturer said bashfully, but a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Come in here like it or not. It's all going to be one of us. While he was thinking this, Wang Guan had already begun to wolf down his food. Of course, he was wary of the food here, so how could he consume it directly? Bug worded them first. Probe. It's a bowl of skinny congee with eggs. Probe. It's a fresh meat bun. Probe. It's a plate of spicy cabbage. It all turned out okay. It became the daily food that Wang Guan often ate in the cafeteria during this period of time. It doesn't matter what was originally wrong with the food, whether it was unclean or not. Now they were all skinny congee with eggs, meat buns, and spicy cabbage to Wang Guan. Wang Guan enjoyed it beautifully. As he ate, the MLM mentor sat next to him with his bowl of rice. Instead of rushing to eat, he kept chattering to Wang Guan. Join us as a big family, become family, help each other, be in the same boat, etc. Wang Guan nodded his head from time to time, providing emotional value. Then he handed over the bowl of rice he had eaten. Village chief, another bowl. He heard the others were addressing the marketing lecturer as the village chief. This should be the original village chief of Wolfsbane village, who had now become the junior leader of the Abyssal Believers.
Mayor.
Good. Outside the base, Zhou Nan, Lu Yen, Zhang Honghong, and the other 2 special training members who had just arrived. They were all a bit dumbfounded, looking at Wang Guan who was mingling. It was all a bit screwed up for a while. Still, can we still do this? Zhang Honghong said in surprise. How? After Zhou Nan was shocked, a mocking, disdainful expression appeared on his face. He must have given up on himself already, to have voluntarily thrown himself into the arms of the cultists. Zhou Nan concluded that it wouldn't take long before Wang Guan would be brainwashed and his sanity would drop below the threshold. Then quickly get kicked out of the special training mirage to end this special training. He must have had a premonition that he wouldn't be able to pass the special training, so he was ready to give up early. This is only the first day of this Wang Guan. It seems to be nothing more than that. Zhou Nan felt a little disappointed, had also decided to have a good time within the next few days. Brothers, let's go. He withdrew his gaze and greeted the others. Sister Xiangxiu has cooked noodles for everyone to fill their stomachs. Zhou Nan took these few people he had enlisted and headed in the direction of the mini-mart. Inside the distribution den, Wang Guan even dried 3 big bowls of skinny meat porridge with eggs and 5 meat buns. He rubbed his slightly risen stomach, feeling the satisfaction of an adequate diet. My friend, since you've had your fill, can you listen to me for a few moments? The village chief pulled out a black-covered notebook and smilingly said to Wang Guan. Yeah. Wang Guan agreed, but then revealed a difficult look. But I haven't slept all night. I'm sleepy and tired. Can you find me a place to sleep first?
Mayor.
You need a place to sleep when you're full. He froze slightly, then squeezed out a gracious smile. That's certainly no problem. I'll show you to my room. A distribution den that embodies a home away from home.